When I woke up, I had somehow transmigrated into the body of some poor soul forced to join an apocalypse game, starting off drowning in debt, and then tossed into the new server with the highest mortality rate. But never in my wildest dreams did I expect that the original owner's S-rank talent, Zombie Clone, would mutate due to my soul's transmigration, evolving into the SSS rank divine skill, Super Zombification Clone. Not only does it inherit 50% of my attributes, what's even more terrifying is that with every level I gain, the number of clones I can create doubles. While other players struggle to survive the zombie hordes, my clone army has already started auto-farming, chopping trees, mining, and gathering resources non-stop, 24/7. The profits skyrocketed 10,000 times directly. Emptying the entire forest at the start is just a minor goal. Building the strongest shelter and monopolizing the new district's resources is only the first step. However, with the opening of District 8, more and more mysterious organizations and top players are pouring in. My seemingly bug-like AFK ability seems to have caught the attention of certain unknown entities. Chapter 1, Am I a Pro Gamer? Early June, the weather was hot and humid, with a light drizzle falling outside the window. Buzz. On the bedside table inside the room, a phone kept vibrating incessantly. Don't make noise, just a little more sleep and I'll get up. Fong Hong, still lying in bed, mumbled and instinctively reached out to turn off the alarm clock. Ha, where's my alarm clock? In a daze, Fong Hong opened his eyes. The cramped room was in disarray, with a small wooden bed and a gaming pod occupying about 1/3 of the space. Takeout containers were left haphazardly on the wooden table, and several empty liquor bottles were scattered on the floor. A photograph hung on the wall, showing a somewhat handsome young man holding up a trophy surrounded by a crowd. His face showed no trace of a smile, instead bearing an air of arrogance. Fong Hong shuddered, suddenly sitting bolt upright as he woke with a start, all traces of sleepiness gone. What the hell? This isn't my home. In an instant, countless chaotic pieces of information flooded Fong Heng's mind. This body shares my name, Fong Hong. He committed suicide last night? Did my soul just travel through time? Buzz. The phone was still vibrating incessantly in his hand. Fong Hong glanced at the caller ID, the contact name read Big Trouble. Fong Hong answered the call, and a crisp female voice came through the phone. Fong Hong, you jerk. Where the hell have you been? I couldn't find you all day. Were you planning to kill yourself and be done with it? Faced with the questioning on the phone, Fong Hong fell silent for a moment. He could hear the anxiety in the other person's tone. Sorry for making you worry. What's the matter? On the other end of the line, Xiaxi was stunned. Fong Hong never used to say things like sorry in the past. Are you really okay? Fong Hong realized he might have said something wrong. In his memory, the original owner of this body had a very bad temper. It was already a miracle if he didn't shift the blame when he made a mistake, and getting him to apologize was harder than killing him. Fong Hong mimicked the impatient tone of the original owner of the body. Anything else? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Wait, a friend of mine just started a new online gaming company and is recruiting professional players. Her company is quite large with great benefits. Xiaxi bit her lip lightly. I couldn't reach you yesterday, so I went ahead and sent your resume. The interview is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. A gaming company? In an instant, a series of images flashed rapidly before Fong Heng's eyes. His gaze once again fell upon the photograph on the wall. The original owner of this body had been a professional player for a gaming club, representing the country in world championships at his peak and achieving notable results on the international stage. However, the original owner had a volatile temper, frequently clashing with teammates and even engaging in physical altercations with them on several occasions. Later, to please his girlfriend, he accepted bribes to throw matches at her urging. Soon, the club's performance plummeted, the fight was exposed online, and even the match fixing was discovered by the club, leading to the culprit being kicked out. If it hadn't been for Xiaxi pleading for him and finding solutions everywhere back then, he might have even ended up in jail because of this incident. The interview is settled. Anyway, tidy yourself up properly, I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Xiaxi hung up the phone without giving Fong Hong a chance to refuse. Fong Hong held his phone in a daze, listening to the dial tone after the call ended. No wonder, I'm a professional gamer. Fong Heng's gaze shifted to the simulation pod in the room, gathering the memories of this body. The world after the transmigration was highly similar to the parallel world Fong Hong originally came from, with only one unique addition. The game of the main god. The phrase "a game for all" was no empty slogan in this world. Every human would be forcibly pulled into a place called the main god space to become players upon reaching adulthood. Initially, players must choose to join one of 3 perilous survival games set in a post-apocalyptic world, and are forcibly required to stay in the game for at least 30 days each year. In addition, every player awakens a unique talent skill upon entering the game. The original owner of this body was extremely fortunate to obtain an S-rank talent, the highest level in the game, which laid the foundation for his career as a professional player. It's worth noting that across the entire China region, only a few hundred players have ever acquired an S-rank talent. Fong Hong scratched his head. His memory was somewhat fragmented, and he had already forgotten why the original owner of this body had committed suicide. However, since being kicked out of the gaming club, the original owner of this body had not earned a single penny, and the rent hadn't been paid for over half a year. Fong Hong checked his phone again and found several overdue payment reminders in the messages. No way. Could he have died from poverty? Fong Hong never had grand ambitions. He didn't seek great wealth or status, just wanted to live this life peacefully. Need to figure out how to make some money. There's a gaming-related interview tomorrow afternoon. Anyway, let's check the situation in the game first. Welcome back to the main god space, player. Entering the beginner-level game, Zombie Apocalypse. The game world is considered another real world. If a player dies after entering the game world, they will enter a soul state and be forcibly sent back to the main god space. Unless possessing special items or skills, after 3 deaths, the player will be permanently devoured by the main god space and die completely. As soon as he entered the game and opened his eyes, Fong Hong was met with a pale and terrifying face. A zombie stood less than half a meter away, directly in front of Fong Hong. Damn! Fong Hong stumbled backward in fright. What a scare! After steadying himself, Fong Hong realized this zombie was actually his own clone. By the way, S-rank talent. Fong Hong opened the character panel and switched to view the character's talent skills. Talent skill, Zombified Clone. Talent tier, S. Talent description, you possess a permanent zombie-like avatar, which has 395% of your main character's total attributes and an additional 780% of your main character's health. It inherits some of your basic and passive skills, fully recovers its state after 78 hours out of combat, and automatically revives 275 hours after death. Additional note, increasing your player level allows the zombie-like avatar to gain higher percentage attribute bonuses and reduces its revival time. This S-rank talent doesn't seem particularly strong. Fong Hong muttered to himself as he closed the game description. In memory, zombie clones lack the ability to think, only obeying Fong Hong's commands, and cannot be precisely controlled once out of sight. Under normal circumstances, aside from using zombie clones for combat, they can also be set to idle mode. Even after logging off, zombie clones will faithfully carry out the commands issued by Fong Hong. However, their brains aren't very sharp, only capable of accepting the simplest idle commands. Thinking this, Fong Hong opened the game log to check. Your zombies have begun resource gathering and reconnaissance. Your zombies have entered Highway 102. Your zombies have noticed something. Your zombie picked up ordinary scrap *1 by the roadside. Your zombie continues forward. Your zombie encountered a group of zombies coming towards it. Your zombie keeps exploring ahead. Your zombie brushes past a horde of zombies. Your zombie picks up a piece of wood *1 from the roadside. Your zombie picks up a piece of wood *1 from the roadside. Your zombie discovers a pile of abandoned junk by the roadside. Your zombie is attempting to search through the pile of debris. Search failed. Your zombie obtained 1 contaminated bottled water during the search. Your zombie's backpack is full and is now returning to the shelter. Your zombie has completed 20 rounds of gathering supplies and is awaiting new commands. Fong Hong quickly assessed the gains from this AFK session. Some basic construction materials, water, and food. Undoubtedly, these materials and food are extremely valuable in a post-apocalyptic survival scenario. But can this skill really be considered S-rank? This is supposed to be the strongest S-rank talent? How weak must the other players' talents be? Fong Hong couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Just as he was about to explore the shelter to see what assets his predecessor had left him, another prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Warning, anomaly detected. Alert, new player has joined the game. A new player? Could my soul transmigration have been detected? Fong Hong's expression changed slightly. Warning, conflict detected, current player identified as a new user. Resetting in progress, all your current skills have been forgotten. All current points have been cleared, and inventory emptied. Level cleared, initial revival count reset, currently remaining revivals, 3. What does this mean? Clearing account data? No way, that can't be this unfair. Fong Hong felt increasingly uneasy. Hint, clearance completed. Welcome to the main god game. New players will receive a talent skill. Hint, since you already possess 1 talent skill, please make a choice. Option 1, acquire a new talent, and you will possess 2 talents simultaneously. 2, upgrade your talent. Chapter 2, Talent Advancement. A virtual selection box appeared before Fong Hong's eyes. 1, draw a new talent while retaining the existing one. 2, upgrade your existing talent. Upgrade talents? Fong Hong was momentarily surprised. Isn't an S-rank talent already the highest level? It can still be improved? Snapping back to reality, Fong Hong quickly assessed the situation before him. At the moment, randomly acquiring a skill is too risky. What if I draw an ordinary skill? That would be quite mediocre. In comparison, although the effect of my current S-tier talent, Zombie Doppelganger, isn't as strong as imagined, it's still an S-tier skill after all. If I upgrade it, there might be some unexpected benefits. I'll take the gamble. Fong Hong reached out and tapped on the second option. I choose to upgrade my talent. Notice, player has chosen to upgrade their talent, acquiring the SSS grade skill, Enhanced Super Zombified Clone. Notice, the original talent Zombified Clone skill level has been reset. Talent, Enhanced Super Zombified Clone. Grade, SSS. Talent description, you can now control more powerful zombie avatars. The zombified avatars possess 50% of the host's full attributes and an additional 300% of the host's health. Zombified avatars can inherit most of the host's active and passive skills. Additional note, each time your character level increases, you gain additional zombified avatars equal to your current character level. Additional note, zombies automatically revive 24 hours after death. The revival time will shorten as the player's level increases. Impressive! After reviewing the skill description, Fong Hong couldn't help but exclaim. The biggest change after the skill upgrade is the number of zombie clones. At level 1, there's only one, but each time the character levels up, they gain zombie clones equal to their current level. At level 2, they gain 2 additional ones, at level 3 they gain 3 more. Prompt, reset complete. Please select the initial game world. After finishing his talent selection, Fong Hong found himself back in the main deity space. Even the game progress was reset? Fong Hong remembered that the original owner of this body was a construction fanatic. He had spent years building a solo shelter in the zombie apocalypse, with storage boxes filled with basic construction materials piled up by the hundreds. Wait a minute, all the survival supplies the original owner of this body had been accumulating for so long are just gone? What do you mean? No fun allowed? Please choose one of the following initial game worlds, easy difficulty. 1. Zombie apocalypse. 2. Post-apocalyptic wasteland. 3. Vampire apocalypse. Damn it! Fong Hong, who had originally planned to inherit the legacy, sighed helplessly and was forced to accept reality. When players first enter the main god game, they can choose their desired game setting. The zombie apocalypse corresponds to a doomsday world overrun by zombies, where the backdrop is set with all nations destroyed and only a few survivors left alive. The wasteland apocalypse environment is set in a world devastated by nuclear radiation, where humans have established a few secure strongholds underground, while the surface is infested with mutated monsters. Venturing above ground recklessly would expose one to the effects of radiation. As for the final vampire apocalypse, it is set in a world ruled by vampires, where humans have become livestock bred for their blood. Among the 3 beginner worlds, the vampire apocalypse is widely recognized as the easiest. As a captive human, as long as you don't do anything reckless in the early stages, survival is relatively easy. However, the zombie apocalypse is the most challenging scenario. More than 50% of players die during the initial solo survival phase. After giving it some thought, Fong Hong chose to enter the zombie apocalypse world. The zombie apocalypse was the best match for his innate talents. Taking advantage of the fact that wild zombies lack advanced intelligence and do not attack their own kind, Fong Hong can utilize the idle skill of his zombie clones to quickly gather resources in the apocalypse. If set in the Blood Clan apocalypse world, the zombies he sends out to idle would soon be shot dead by the police as monsters on the streets. Hint, player has completed selection zombie apocalypse, now entering the apocalypse. A soft glow filled Fong Hong's vision. Opening his eyes again, Fong Hong found himself standing in a forest. Begin your journey in a post-apocalyptic world where you must face various crises and strive to survive. Fong Hong cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The setting begins in a forest environment. After confirming there were no zombies within sight, Fong Hong first checked his character attributes. Player, Fong Hong. Level, 1, HP, 100/100. Stamina, 100 out of 100. Sanity, 100 out of 100. Energy, 100/100. Strength, 5 hit agility, 5 constitution, 5 willpower, 5 hit perception, 5 insight, 5 innate skill, enhancement, super zombie clone. The backpack only contains a portable survival radio, and the character's attributes have been reset by the main god. This system is really a scam. The sudden game reset disrupted Fong Hong's original plans. He shook his head and pondered with a nod. To protect the lives of the public, the federal government established various safe zones in the novice-level main god's game, where ordinary civilian players could receive free protection from the government. In other words, as long as he reached a safe zone, he would be safe. Unfortunately, achieving this in practice is very difficult. Federal safe zones are few, while the game world is extremely vast. Additionally, the game world has designated gaming areas, and ordinary players may even spawn randomly in various corners of the world upon entering the game, making it difficult to locate a safe zone immediately. At such times, players typically choose to seek out shelters established by various gaming guilds or companies for temporary lodging after entering the game. This is not free. After logging off, players could also find the game company or guild behind the shelter and send them money as rent. With enough money, one can significantly increase their chances of survival in the game. Unfortunately, Fong Hong now owes a lot of money to others. However, some shelters also offer job opportunities. Fong Hong could try submitting some supplies to earn a few days rental rights. First, find a shelter nearby to settle down, and then think about other things. Fong Hong took out the portable survival radio from his backpack. The portable radio can send out a message every half hour, and players within 100 kilometers of him can check the messages through the radio. Similarly, Fong Hong can also receive messages sent by players within 100 kilometers nearby via the radio. Many shelters advertise every half hour to attract customers. Fong Hong had just tuned into the radio when a flood of messages started pouring in. It's over, it's all over, it's the 8th district. Damn, such bad luck. Anyone want to team up? My talent is Predator. Is there any shelter available? Urgent. Price is negotiable. Why did Zone 8 open already? Why do I have such bad luck? Water, I need water. I haven't had any for 7 hours. I can't hold on much longer. I have wood to trade. Looking for teammates. We have 3 people here, planning to start building a shelter within 7 days. Coordinates, 20291*82112. Serious inquiries only, come quickly. Elite players only, beggars scram. 8th district? A new server? Fong Hong was stunned. For primary difficulty Lord God game worlds, there are usually multiple mirrored game worlds existing simultaneously, similar to servers. The Lord God rarely opens new servers. This usually only happens when old servers reach full capacity, when old servers are deemed inactive, or when a server is cleared. After a new server opens, many veteran players judged by the Lord God game as inactive will also be forcibly transferred to the new server. During the initial period of the new server's launch, everything starts anew, and the difficulty of survival naturally increases 100-fold, 1,000-fold. This period sees the highest player mortality rate. Ha ha ha, time to strike it rich. Faced with the crisis, Fong Hong actually felt a bit excited, clenching his fists. Similarly, crisis also implies opportunity, a chance to make a fortune. In the old servers, resources had long been monopolized by various gaming companies and federal governments, but in the new servers, everything will start anew. Fong Hong raised his hand. The muddy ground before him churned violently. Hiss! A pale brown hand emerged from the soil. A decaying zombie struggled to climb out of the muddy ground, reeking of rot, and stood before Fong Hong. Go! Fong Hong commanded his zombie clone to lead the way, stepping forward. The plan needed to change. If we could be the first to establish a shelter in the game and charge rent externally. Chapter 3, Evolution Crystal Fragments. Deep within the forest, Fong Hong followed the zombie clone as they moved forward slowly. He paused frequently to survey his surroundings, bending down to pick up basic survival supplies scattered on the ground. Notice, you have obtained firewood. In this post-apocalyptic environment, many resources could be picked up directly: small stones, firewood, brushwood, dry grass, and so on. These items served as materials for crafting basic survival tools. After walking and stopping intermittently for nearly 10 minutes, the zombie clone ahead halted. Not far ahead, a lone zombie stood beneath a tree. Fong Hong frowned, slowly crouching down to hide his body among the low bushes as he observed. In the apocalypse, zombies posed the greatest threat. After defeating a zombie, players had a small chance of obtaining certain items. Among these, one item was of utmost importance: the evolution crystal. In the main God game, evolution crystals were the sole means of leveling up a player. Typically, the early stages of the game were a race against time. Focusing on gathering survival supplies to stay alive was the top priority. Wasting significant time killing zombies was a foolish move. After all, loot drops are rare, and the items obtained may not be useful early on. Getting infected during combat means certain death. It's simply not worth the risk. However, Fong Hong's eyes darted around. He wasn't like ordinary players. If he could kill a zombie and get an evolution crystal, quickly leveling up to tier 2, he could then summon 2 additional zombie clones. This would significantly boost his current strength and his early game idle farming efficiency. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes, opened his backpack, and scanned the supplies. Enough. Along the way, he'd gathered enough basic materials to craft 2 wooden spears. Fong Hong ordered the zombie to stand guard in place. Crouching down, he opened his skill panel. Under the basic construction materials section of the skill panel, various survival tools could be crafted, including wooden axes, makeshift beds, and simple campfires. Fong Hong swiftly selected the wooden spear, and a green progress bar appeared above his head. 5 minutes later, 2 wooden spears appeared in Fong Hong's hands. Notice, you have completed crafting the wooden spears. You have obtained wooden spears X2. Notice, you have mastered the basic crafting skill. Your basic crafting skill experience +2. Item, simple wooden spear. Quality, poor. Attack, 4-7. Description, the most basic survival weapon, crudely made, capable of inflicting minor damage on zombies. Fong Hong weighed the spear in his hand, then tossed one to the zombie clone beside him. Let the battle begin. Both Fong Hong and the zombie clone wielded wooden spears, creeping slowly toward the enemy zombies from behind. SSSH. The zombie clone struck first, driving the wooden spear into the rotting corpse. Arg. Wah. The attacked zombie let out a howl and spun around, lunging at Fong Hong beside it. It hit you first, why are you hitting me? Fong Hong cursed under his breath. His muscle memory remained intact, allowing him to react with lightning speed. He quickly stepped back half a pace to evade the attack. The wooden spear in his hand thrust forward with force. Thud. The tip of the wooden spear pierced the zombie's body, emitting a dry, hollow sound. Fong Hong frowned. This thrust felt like stabbing into a piece of rotten wood. Fong Hong swiftly pulled the wooden spear free and stepped back. The zombie moved with stiff, jerky motions, yet possessed surprisingly good defense. Even with multiple holes pierced through its body by the spear, it remained as lively as ever. Fong Hong dared not let his guard down. He and his clone circled the zombie, occasionally finding openings to stab it. Don't be fooled by its sluggish movements. A single scratch could infect you with the virus. In the early stages of the game, infection meant certain death, no chance of survival. Fong Hong swung his wooden spear, stabbing the zombie over 20 times before it finally collapsed with a wail. Notice, you have killed the zombie. You have earned 2 survival points. Survival points are the currency of this zombie apocalypse world. Players can use them to purchase items from the system store. Damn it! No evolution crystal dropped. What a morale killer. Fong Hong shook his head repeatedly. This zombie kill had cost him considerable effort and wasted a lot of his time. The drop rate for the lowest tier evolution crystal shards is around 20%. Not getting one on the first try was expected. Kill a few more and it'll drop eventually. Fong Hong could only console himself this way. There was still some margin for error. Worst case scenario, I'll just go hungry tonight and stay logged in. Woo! The commotion from the earlier fight had drawn a second zombie, which now staggered toward Fong Hong from the distance. Come on! Keep going! Fong Hong rallied his spirits, raised his wooden spear, and continued slashing at the zombies with renewed vigor. Only after the 8th zombie fell beneath his spear did Fong Hong finally hear the ding of an item drop notification ringing in his ears. Notice, you have slain a strong zombie. You have gained 3 survival points. Notice, you have obtained 1 evolution crystal fragment. Crystal! It finally dropped. Fong Hong breathed a huge sigh of relief, taking the dropped evolution crystal fragment in his hand to examine it. The fragment, about the size of his pinky finger, emitted a crimson glow. Item, evolution crystal fragment. Item description, a special crystal fragment containing immense power that can boost a player's character experience points, only effective for players below the current level LV5. Pop. With a firm squeeze, the fragment shattered in Fong Hong's hand. A burst of crimson mist erupted and was absorbed into his palm. Notice, you have absorbed the evolution crystal fragment. Notice, your level has increased to LV2, you have gained 2 additional zombie clones. 2 zombies staggered out of the muddy ground, one on each side, obediently standing behind Fong Hong. Ha! It worked! Fong Hong tossed the spear in his hand to one of the zombies before bending down to continue crafting another spear. With 2 new zombie clones joining the fight, monster killing efficiency skyrocketed. Find a way to upgrade the talent skill to level 3. Then he'll have 6 clones. Survival? No, leveling up is the top priority now. Fong Hong crafted 2 more wooden spears, then directed his zombie clone to deliberately strike a large tree, creating noise to draw nearby zombies closer. Zombie grinding plan. Begin. This game is seriously fun. Fong Hong muttered under his breath, raising his spear to stab at the shambling zombies approaching from afar. If anyone had witnessed Fong Hong grinding zombies at this moment, they would have thought he was completely insane. The game had only just launched and he was already grinding zombies? Wasn't that something you'd only consider in the late game? 3 hours later, Fong Hong's character had reached level 4. 10 zombie clones stood neatly in formation behind him. After reaching level 4, the experience gained from using crystal shards decreased significantly. Fong Hong roughly estimated that upgrading his innate skill to level 5 would require around 20 to 30 evolution crystal shards, a quantity impossible to gather in a short time. As the sun began to set, he knew the number and strength of zombies would increase dramatically at night. He needed to find a system shelter to settle down. With that thought, Fong Hong rummaged through his backpack and pulled out the survival radio. The survival radio can use the search function to locate the coordinates of nearby system shelters. This requires spending survival points. Fong Hong had slaughtered so many waves of zombies along the way, accumulating a total of 172 survival points. Such a large sum was absolutely a fortune in the early stages. After spending 10 points to obtain the location of the nearest system shelter, Fong Hong wasted no time and headed straight for it. Chapter 4, The Shelter. Notice, you've discovered a makeshift shelter, maximum capacity, 5 people currently housing 3. Notice, players within the shelter are protected from zombie attacks. If the shelter exceeds its maximum capacity, it loses its protective function. Notice, this shelter will cease to function after 62 hours. The shelter is a system-provided benefit for new players. While sheltered, zombies will not actively attack the shelter. Lucky break, this shelter isn't full. Fong Hong pushed open the wooden door and strode casually inside. Several players gathered around a campfire inside the shelter stood up in unison, staring at Fong Hong warily. One old man even drew a crossbow, aiming it at the zombie behind Fong Hong. Calm down, Fong Hong gestured toward the zombie, explaining, it's a summon creature from my talent skill. It's harmless. The group looked at Fong Hong, confirming the zombie stood obediently behind him before resuming their seats. 3 people occupied the room, a chubby kid in short sleeves, a dark, thin old man clutching his crossbow with a wary expression, and a young woman with light makeup and fashionable attire. Ever since Fong Hong entered, the young woman had been sizing him up. "Bro, that skill of yours is pretty scary. Come sit down." The chubby kid exhaled in relief, gesturing for Fong Hong to join them. I was wondering why the zombie could get in. With the shelter active, it shouldn't be able to enter. Ha, just got this talent. Not bad, though it is a bit ugly. Fong Hong waved his hand, dispatching 10 zombies to scavenge nearby supplies, then entered the shelter alone. Zombie clones couldn't be attacked by other zombies, even at night, and could remain in an idle state 24/7. Oh, right. My name is Liao Bufan. This is Jimmy. And this lovely lady here is Lu Lin. My name is Fong Hong. Fong Hong joined the others gathered around the campfire. What rotten luck. I was safely in a government-built shelter when suddenly I got flagged for inactivity and teleported here. It's infuriating. This is terrible. In this new apocalyptic world, it'll take the Federation at least months to send people to establish a new shelter. Ugh. How are we supposed to survive this? Liao Bufan, a real chatterbox, ranted indignantly while introducing everyone's identities. All 3 of them had been deemed passive players by the game master and forcibly placed in this zombie apocalypse world. Liao Bufan was a college student who had only been in the game for a year. The dark, thin old man was a manager at a foreign company in the real world. Apart from Liao Bufan, the other 2 were mostly quiet. As the sun set, the temperature inside the wooden hut gradually dropped. Jimmy pulled dry kindling from his backpack and tossed it onto the campfire, stoking the flames higher. Gurgle, gurgle. Liao Bufan rubbed his rumbling stomach, his face flushing red. Hungry. Fong Hong also felt the pangs of hunger. After a day of fighting zombies, his energy was severely depleted. Lu Lin rummaged through her backpack, pulled out 2 potatoes, skewered them on a stick, and roasted them over the flames. The aroma of food quickly filled the air. Gulp. Liao Bufan swallowed hard, eyeing Lu Lin's roasting potatoes with envy. We got pretty lucky today, scavenging a few potatoes. If any of you have survival supplies, I'd be willing to trade. The dark, thin old man Jimmy thought for a moment, then pulled 3 bottles of water from his backpack and placed them one by one in front of the campfire. Young lady, how about this? Not enough, uncle. Lu Lin shook her head. Food is the most precious resource in the early stages of the game, especially in this forest environment. Most players lack hunting skills at this point, making food the hardest resource to obtain. 3 bottles of water just won't cut it. Jimmy nodded and rummaged through his backpack again, pulling out 3 more bottles of water. 6 bottles is the absolute limit. I need the rest for myself. Alright, I'll trade you 1 potato for them. Lu Lin handed over a potato and tucked away Jimmy's 6 bottles of water. What about you guys? Anyone want to trade for food? Liao Bufan looked utterly miserable. He had little experience surviving a zombie apocalypse and hadn't been lucky either. He hadn't gathered any high-value supplies along the way. He simply dumped everything from his backpack onto the ground. This is all I have. Take whatever you want, okay? Young man, you're quite the shrewd negotiator, trying to trade these materials for food? Old Jimmy picked up the potato he just traded for and roasted it over the campfire, shaking his head. Isn't this what you young folks always call freeloading? Don't put it that way, Liao Bufan said, looking at Lu Lin with a hint of hope. How about I borrow it from you? I'll pay you back tomorrow. Lu Lin refused flatly. No way. Liao Bufan's face twisted into an even more miserable expression. Fong Hong, what about you? Lu Lin turned to Fong Hong, winking at him. Is there anything you'd like to trade for supplies? Nope. Fong Hong shrugged. He'd been killing zombies all day, when would he have time to gather supplies? But he wasn't worried. Soon, the zombie clones idling outside would continuously deliver survival supplies to him. Lu Lin smiled and asked, how about this? Starting tomorrow, we'll team up and act together. During the day, you'll protect my safety, and I'll take care of your food supply. Ha? What does that mean? Does she want to keep me as her personal bodyguard? Fong Hong looked up at Lu Lin. Something's off about you. Hey! Wait a minute. Liao Bufan spotted his chance and volunteered. Rich lady, I can work for you too. I'll do your chores tomorrow. All I need is enough to fill my stomach. You? Lu Lin shot Liao Bufan a disdainful glance. I guess I could give it a shot. But tonight, you only get half a potato. Hey! Why? Why do I only get half a potato? Liao Bufan was furious. Why couldn't he get by on his looks? Could this world be any fairer? Lu Lin smiled without answering, turning her gaze to Fong Hong instead. What do you think of my proposal? Will you consider it? Fong Hong shrugged. No thanks. I've got other plans tomorrow. Lu Lin felt a pang of disappointment. She admitted that looks did play a role in her choosing Fong Hong for the team, but what mattered most was his innate talent. The first day had been manageable, but as the game progressed, the rules of the real world became utterly meaningless when facing death. Malicious looting would only increase. She needed to find trustworthy companions quickly. In Lulin's view, Fong Heng's obedient zombie would be incredibly useful in an apocalyptic environment. As a fallback, Lulin turned to Liao Bufan. Alright, Liao Bufan, what about you? What do you say? Half a potato. Liao Bufan hesitated. He was in agony. The meager half potato Lulin offered wouldn't even fill his stomach. Selling himself for that seemed far too cheap. Fong Hong couldn't help but smile at Liao Bufan's troubled expression. Fine. I'll follow you tomorrow. But you have to give me at least 2 potatoes per meal. Agreed. Lulin said, handing him the half potato. Liao Bufan's face lit up again. Mimicking Lulin, he skewered the potato half with a stick and roasted it over the volcanic fire. After eating the half potato, his fullness barely increased by 10 points. Liao Bufan rubbed his stomach, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. He glanced at Fong Hong, who sat dazed by the fire, and couldn't help asking, Bro, are you planning to go hungry tonight? You'll be in rough shape tomorrow. Why not just go with that rich lady? Making money isn't shameful. Liao Bufan offered his enthusiastic advice, carrying a hint of I've already bowed to necessity for survival, why not join me? Fong Hong wasn't spacing out. He'd been checking the zombie clone's idle status through the game system. Things were looking good, he'd made quite a haul. Fong Hong closed the game log, patted Liao Bufan on the shoulder, and countered, Bro, didn't you eat enough earlier? Of course not. Half a potato isn't enough to fill me up. How about I trade you all your supplies for a boiled egg? You have boiled eggs? Not yet. Fong Hong glanced toward the cabin door. But I'll have some soon. What's that supposed to mean? Liao Bufan didn't quite get it. He looked up blankly, following Fong Heng's gaze toward the cabin door. Footsteps echoed outside the wooden door. Chapter 5, Gathering Supplies. Jimmy, the dark, thin old man, narrowed his eyes warily at the zombie, his hand resting on his crossbow. The zombie staggered toward Fong Hong, dropping the materials it had gathered outside onto the floor one by one. Notice, your zombie has completed 1 round of resource gathering early. You have obtained firewood 2, small stone 7, feathers 4, bird eggs 2, scrap material 2, plastic 1. Fong Hong waved his hand, sending the zombie clone outside for another round of idle farming. This is... Liao Bufan stared in shock at the zombie delivering materials to Fong Hong, too stunned to speak. After a long moment, he finally managed a weak, what the? You can play the game like this? Come on, that's just basic gameplay. Fong Hong said as he stowed away the supplies, leaving only 2 bird eggs. He held them to his nose and sniffed. Not rotten. This zombie clone had been lucky. While searching, it had stumbled upon a bird's nest and found 2 eggs inside to use as food. What the hell do you mean basic stuff? How come I don't know how to do that? Liao Bufan finally snapped out of it. Fearful Fong Hong might change his mind, he quickly said, Deal. Fong Hong, like we agreed earlier, I'll trade all my supplies for 1 of your boiled eggs. Of course. Fong Hong swept all the supplies in front of Liao Bufan into his backpack. Most of the materials Liao Bufan had gathered didn't interest Fong Hong, but 1 fragment of an evolution crystal was exactly what he needed. Damn, kid, you're something else. Your innate skill is no joke, must be top tier. Jimmy, seeing the zombie pose no threat, holstered his weapon early. It's an S-rank talent skill. Fong Hong admitted openly. No wonder. Jimmy nodded with a smile. Living in the same shelter as someone with an S-rank support talent meant he could benefit from it to some extent. Liao Bufan, as always, stared longingly at the 2 bird eggs in Fong Heng's hands, drooling and urging him to get cooking. Fong Hong, cut the chit-chat. You've got the money, get cooking already. What are we waiting for? You'll need water for boiled eggs, right? Lulin realized Fong Heng's talent was more powerful than she'd imagined. After her initial surprise, she offered help. I have water here. You can borrow it. No need, no need. Fong Hong replied, lifting his gaze toward the doorway once more. Another zombie staggered through the wooden door. It stopped before Fong Hong and, just like before, began rummaging through his backpack, pulling out supplies one by one. Notice, your zombie completed a round of supply search early. You obtained firewood 7, small pebbles 2, glass bottles filled with river water 2. Fong Hong took out the glass bottle and placed it over the campfire to heat and boil the water. Drinking river water directly carried a high risk of negative status effects. Boiling it away that risk. Liao Bufan watched the water boil with eager anticipation, thinking to himself, man, this dude's skills are just too perfect. He's practically cheating in this post-apocalyptic survival game. Fong Hong leisurely waited for the water to boil, then cracked a bird egg into each glass bottle. Prompt, you have completed the preparation of boiled eggs. You have mastered the cooking skill. Skill EXP +1. 2 bottles of simple boiled eggs done. Whoa, so hot, so hot. Cooking complete, Liao Bufan eagerly snatched the glass bottles, ignoring the scalding heat as he gulped down a large mouthful. Boiled eggs are truly wonderful. They quench thirst and boost hunger levels. After swallowing one boiled egg, Liao Bufan's fullness increased by 15 points and his thirst was mostly quenched. Sitting before the campfire, he silently glanced at Lu Lin. Suddenly, the potatoes he'd eaten not long ago seemed less appealing. Selling himself out so hastily, what a terrible deal. Fong Hong leisurely sipped a bowl of boiled eggs. Too bad it didn't fill him up. Lu Lin had been right, finding food in the forest was incredibly difficult. Of the 10 zombies sent out to search, only one had managed to find any. Still, Fong Hong wasn't worried. After all, the first search round wasn't over yet. With a few more rounds of idling, finding food and water to stave off hunger wouldn't be a problem. After filling his stomach a little, Fong Hong began preparing for the night ahead. In the game, surviving the night safely in the early stages required not only a shelter but also a campfire to maintain warmth and a makeshift bed for sleep. The campfire was already available, he just needed to ensure there was enough firewood. Crafting a makeshift bed was also straightforward. It only required the most basic wood combined with thatch. In Zombie Apocalypse, players are only permitted to log off after completing a makeshift bed. During the offline process, the game defaults the player to sleep mode, allowing for rapid stamina recovery and slower hunger depletion than usual. However, if the bed is destroyed while the player is offline, the real-world player will be immediately pulled into the god game and receive a negative effect. Notice, you have completed crafting a simple bed. Your basic crafting skill experience +1. Fong Hong. He. Liao Bufan leaned closer, scratching his head sheepishly. I totally forgot to craft a bed. Can I borrow some materials from you? I'll return them tomorrow. No need to return it. Consider it a gift. Fong Hong casually handed the newly crafted simple bed to Liao Bufan. The materials used were so commonplace, scattered everywhere in the wilderness, they were practically worthless. Ha, that's too kind of you. Thanks a lot. Call on me anytime in the future, I'll definitely help out. Liao Bufan patted his chest, signaling his reliability. The group gathered around the campfire, each sorting through their day's haul and crafting basic survival gear. Fong Hong yawned, feeling a bit tired, and considered logging off for a nap. But before that, there was one more thing to do: take the night watch. Night watch rotations were essential. While the zombies outside couldn't get in, what if other players entered this area? Let's arrange the night watch. None of them were newbies, and seeing no objections, the dark, thin old man Jimmy followed up on Fong Heng's suggestion. Then let's divide the shifts. Starting at midnight and running until 8 a.m., each person will take a 2-hour watch. After discussing it, Fong Hong chose the 4 a.m. shift for his watch. Alright, everyone log in 5 minutes early. With tonight's watch schedule finalized, Fong Hong issued the zombies an infinite loop command to search for supplies while idling. Guys, I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm logging off for now. See you all tomorrow. Without waiting for a response, Fong Hong lay down on his makeshift bed. Notice, player is about to log out. Notice, player's online time today, 7.9 hours. Total offline time accrued, 30 hours. Please return to the game before your offline time expires. Notice, please note that under certain circumstances, you may be forcibly pulled back into the game. Seeing Fong Hong log out immediately after announcing his departure, the others in the small cabin exchanged bewildered glances. In the early stages of the game, players typically aim to stay logged in as long as possible. This maximized their offline time accumulation, helping them reach the 30-day minimum required by the main God's game sooner. Why was this guy rushing to log off? Liao Bufan glanced at Fong Heng's simple bed, shook his head, and muttered to himself. Big shots are just that capricious. Chapter 6, Idle Rewards. Fong Hong opened the game pod and crawled out. He was starving. He had already eaten a boiled egg in the game, yet in reality, he felt even hungrier. Opening the refrigerator, he found 2 neat rows of instant noodles inside. All of them were beef brisket flavor. You're something else. Fong Hong muttered, silently pulling out a packet. In his previous life, Fong Hong hadn't been particularly fastidious, but living in such a messy room still felt uncomfortable. After filling his stomach, Fong Hong began tidying the room while piecing together the memories of this body. Ever since breaking up with his ex-girlfriend and getting kicked out of the gaming club, he'd been holed up in this shack. Strangely, he still couldn't recall why this body had chosen to take its own life. Even many things that happened back in the gaming club are now a bit hazy in my memory. And then there was my ex-girlfriend. What was her name again? Fong Hong stared blankly at a framed photo stuck to the refrigerator. The woman in the photo had long hair and fair skin, giving off a girl next door vibe. Fong Hong felt a sudden pang of heartache for no apparent reason. Forget it, no point dwelling on it. They're already broken up anyway. After filling his stomach with a bowl of instant noodles, Fong Hong stared at the overdue notice on his phone and smiled bitterly. Just you wait, buddy. I'm not using your body for nothing. I'll make your ex-girlfriend regret dumping you. Exhausted after a long day, Fong Hong mumbled sleepily before drifting off into a deep slumber. In the game, Liao Bufan, Jimmy, and the third player exchanged bewildered glances. Their expressions shifted from initial surprise to shock, then disbelief. Now they were utterly numb. Among the three, Liao Bufan's expression was the most wretched. Ever since Fong Hong left, zombies had been returning almost every few minutes. They would stand before Fong Heng's bed and dump the supplies they'd gathered onto the floor, one pile after another. By now, the survival supplies piled before his bed were as tall as a person. Liao Bufan saw it all clearly. Among the supplies, there were at least 5 or 6 potatoes and 5 or 6 bird eggs, most of which had been clumsily crushed by the zombies. Liao Bufan was heartbroken. Lu Lin, I think you tricked me. Didn't you say food was hard to come by? Can I back out now? No way. Are you even a man? Lu Lin shot him a withering look, equally exasperated. She had clearly seen something off about Fong Heng's innate skill back then. Why hadn't she been more proactive? Why hadn't she directly proposed a partnership or even offered him a few potatoes as a gesture of goodwill? Sigh. Liao Bufan let out a long sigh. How could he have sold himself out for half a potato back then? Before 2 in the morning, the alarm clock jolted Fong Hong awake from his sleep. Fong Hong rubbed his face. Get up, get dressed, log into the game. Fong Hong, you finally showed up. I'm going to bed now. In the game, Liao Bufan waved a weary hand at Fong Hong. Ever since Jimmy and Lu Lin logged off, Liao Bufan had been watching Fong Heng's zombie avatar shuttling supplies back and forth while yawning constantly. The mental toll was immense. Seeing Liao Bufan's bloodshot eyes, Fong Hong instinctively said, "Oh, okay. You've worked hard. I'll take over from here." Liao Bufan wore a look of grievance. He opened his mouth as if to speak, sighed instead, and silently lay down on his bed to log off. What was going on? What had happened to him? He seemed perfectly fine when he logged off. Why did he look half dead now? Fong Hong muttered under his breath, then turned his head and froze in surprise. Holy crap! Supplies piled beside the bed were already stacked as high as 2 people. Several potatoes were squashed flat, bird eggs were crushed, their contents spilling across the floor, and glass bottles lay shattered everywhere. All right. Fong Hong imagined the zombies' process of transporting supplies. Zombies weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. They could only follow simple commands. After gathering supplies, they had no clue how to sort them and just kept piling everything on top of each other. Fong Hong scratched his head. He casually pulled a few squashed potatoes from the pile, skewered them on a branch to roast, and opened the game log to check. During your offline period, your zombie horde gathered firewood 412, small stones 298, brushwood 420, empty glass bottles 7, glass bottles filled with murky sewage 2, clean mineral water 3, broken glass shards 1, scrap materials 61, potatoes 12, nails 6, canned fruit 2. But in terms of resource gathering, the zombie clones did a pretty good job. Suddenly having so many supplies was a bit of a hassle to manage. Fong Hong chuckled softly, then slapped his forehead. A happy problem. Notice, you have completed roasted potatoes 3. Your cooking skill experience +4. He roasted a few potatoes to fill his stomach, then drank 2 bottles of mineral water to quench his thirst. With his hunger and thirst satisfied, Fong Hong got to work. He hadn't anticipated the zombie's idle skill would be so efficient. Since the game featured a weight limit attribute, he couldn't possibly pack everything into his backpack. He needed to sort them first, then pack supplies into makeshift wooden crates. While the supplies seemed plentiful, they were far from sufficient for the shelter he was about to build. Fong Hong opened his character attributes panel, scrolled to the basic crafting section, and found the option for a simple wooden crate within the crafting categories. Crafting a crate required 4 planks and 2 nails. Planks, in turn, demanded large quantities of firewood for synthesis or could be directly crafted using high-grade logs. The prerequisite for using high-grade logs was reaching level 5 in basic crafting. Fong Hong scratched his scalp. He had neither logs nor a crafting skill level of 5. So he'd have to craft them from firewood. Slow and steady wins the race. Fong Hong shrugged and began crafting a wooden plank using 10 pieces of firewood. After a long progress bar, Fong Hong obtained 1 wooden plank. Notice, you have completed crafting a wooden plank. Your basic crafting experience +1. Isn't this way too slow? Crafting items not only consumes time but also depletes the player's stamina points. Players have limited stamina per day, and the only way to quickly restore it is by sleeping. Maybe I should hire a few people to help craft for me. Ask that guy Liao Bufan, he seems to have the mindset of a tool guy. As Fong Hong muttered to himself, the cabin door slid open again. A zombie clone had completed Fong Heng's idle task. Returning to the cabin, it approached Fong Hong and began stacking materials from its backpack onto the small mountain. Faced with this group of low IQ zombies, Fong Hong could only issue another command, instructing it to stack the supplies in the corner of the cabin. The zombie finally staggered off in the opposite direction. Zombies are great for everything except brains. How come even after upgrading to an SSS skill, they're still so dumb? As Fong Hong spoke, something suddenly occurred to him. He recalled that after the upgrade, the zombie clones could now inherit the player's skills. So did that mean? No way. A realization struck Fong Hong. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, he commanded the zombie to craft a wooden plank. The zombie's eyes remained as vacant as ever. It slowly shuffled over to Fong Hong, picked up the wood chips scattered before him. A long progress bar appeared above its head. Ha! Awesome! Fong Hong clapped his hands in excitement. This toolmaker had actually started crafting the plank. Fong Hong kept his eyes fixed on the progress bar on the zombie's body until it finished crafting the wooden plank. Notice, your zombie clone has finished crafting the wooden plank. Notice, you have obtained wooden plank 1. Notice, your basic crafting skill EXP +1. Ha 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 ha. That's awesome. Fong Hong burst into laughter. Not only could the clone use skills, but his main body could also inherit the experience points gained from those skills. He struck gold. He struck gold. Zombies didn't have any troublesome things like stamina or hunger. As long as he had enough materials, it was like having 10 clones grinding skill experience around the clock. For a fleeting moment, Fong Hong felt like he might become invincible. Regaining his composure, he ordered the zombies to continue crafting wooden planks. With a cheerful grin, he scampered off to sort through the supplies the zombies had gathered. Chapter 7: Hitching a Ride. When Lu Lin logged in, Fong Hong was sorting supplies. 3 simple wooden crates stood before his makeshift bed. Hey, you're here. Fong Hong waved his hand and greeted Lu Lin. Lu Lin's smile felt a bit stiff. This guy had actually already made a simple wooden crate. Lu Lin felt both envy for Fong Heng's talent and regret for not having cultivated a better relationship with him. At least she hadn't offended him. After much hesitation, Lu Lin took a deep breath and made a decision. Fong Hong, my talent lies in medicine making. Ha! Fong Hong looked up at Lu Lin, who had just declared her talent. An A+ level talent attribute, Lu Lin stated, meeting Fong Heng's gaze. Currently, I can craft medicinal herbs for hemostasis and recovery. At level 10, I'll be able to produce antiviral serums to boost infection resistance. By level 20, I'll craft gene-enhancing potions to improve player attributes. That's incredibly powerful. Pharmaceutical synthesis is one of the rarest innate skills in the game. After all, methods to enhance base attributes are scarce in zombie apocalypse games. Potions were one of them. The problem was, Lu Lin wouldn't actually be able to craft potions until after reaching level 20. Take Zone 7 Zombie Apocalypse as an example. After decades of operation, 99% of players haven't even reached level 10. Lu Lin cut straight to the point. How's my talent? Not bad. She'd be powerful later on provided she survived that long. Fong Hong was a bit puzzled as to why Lu Lin would ask that. A fleeting pang of irritation did indeed flicker through Lu Lin's mind. What did he mean by okay? These stats were 1 in a million, for crying out loud. But then again, compared to Fong Heng's god-tier talent, it really could only be described as okay. Fong Hong quickly realized Lu Lin's self-introduction was a subtle request to form a party. Fong Hong nodded thoughtfully, setting aside Lu Lin's skills for the moment. Indeed, the zombie clone wasn't omnipotent. At least until the player's sanctuary was fully established, he still needed teammates. For instance, when venturing out, supplies within the sanctuary could be looted by others. Zombie-acquired resources also required sorting, not to mention trading with other players. Fong Hong glanced at Lu Lin, hesitating. He wasn't sure if Lu Lin was suitable as a teammate. After all, they'd only known each other for a day. He couldn't be sure what kind of person Lu Lin truly was. Seeing Fong Heng's hesitation, Lu Lin pouted and gave a soft snort before launching into another explanation. I don't enjoy playing games, nor do I intend to develop within this one. I just want to get through the game time forced upon us by the main god. So tagging along with someone stronger is the most convenient option. Rest assured, as long as you guarantee my safety, whenever you need me in the future, I'll do my utmost to help you. Originally, without finding someone to tag along with, Lu Lin would have had to be the one leading the way. Now that she'd found Fong Hong, she naturally felt tagging along would be much easier. With Fong Heng's powerful innate skill, Lu Lin was certain survival wouldn't be an issue as long as he wasn't a total pushover. Alright, I get it. 3 meals a day plus your safety in exchange for you working for me, is that acceptable? This is a mutual arrangement. Either party can terminate the cooperation at any time and go their separate ways. Deal. Fong Hong shrugged and agreed. Having an assistant at this stage was always a plus. As for whether Lu Lin was truly trustworthy as a partner, that would require more time to observe and evaluate. At least she was quite attractive. Lu Lin grinned. He, happy collaboration. Fong Hong pointed to the box on his right. That box contains food. Help yourself if you get hungry, but remember to keep it safe. I'll have a task for you shortly. Ha ha. Generous big shot. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Lu Lin laughed. Ever since joining the Apocalypse game, the immense pressure to survive had left her breathless, forcing her to suppress her true nature and put on an aloof, unapproachable front. Now, finally at ease, she shed her guard and returned to her usual self, a cheerful little magpie hopping over to the box. Wow! You big spender! You actually have bottled mineral water? I couldn't stand it anymore. The boiled water here always has this weird taste. Wow! You even have canned fruit. Listening to Lu Lin's excited exclamations beside him, Fang Heng silently shook his head. Was it really necessary to get this excited over such a small amount of food? Currently, the food Fang Heng gathered in one night was enough to sustain him for several days. As the zombie population grew, so would the food supply. Perhaps because the body's previous owner had been a night owl, Fang Heng felt not the slightest bit sleepy now. Instead, he grew increasingly alert. After organizing his supplies, Fang Heng still couldn't sleep. He decided to turn on his communication radio to check on the progress of other players nearby. Trade request, have supplies. Need food. Need food. Need food. Anyone taking in survivors? Please. Seeking group. Current shelter has 3 members. Requires talent level B or above. Interested parties, PM me. Does anyone know where to find nails? Why can't I craft them? Starving to death. Anyone got food? I'll do anything. Where else are there shelters? The one I found is full. Fang Heng scrolled through the radio chat logs, mostly filled with useless chatter. Most nearby players had already found shelters. Having gone hungry on the first night, their need for food was immense. This was both a blessing and a curse. On one hand, he could trade food at a premium for large quantities of basic supplies. On the other, he had to be wary of other players resorting to forceful looting. Fang Heng quietly formulated a plan for establishing a shelter. Tomorrow, he needed to accomplish 2 tasks. First, he would explore the surrounding map to find a suitable location for the shelter. While doing so, he would also scout for other survivors in the vicinity and check if any in-game merchant camps existed nearby. To avoid early complications, it would be best to establish the shelter in an area with fewer players. After all, players would kill his zombies, something that happened frequently in the memories of this body. Second, level up. Killing regular zombies dropped evolution crystal shards, which could raise his character level up to 5. To continue leveling beyond that, you'll need to kill higher level zombies or trade large amounts of survival points with other players. First, raise your character to level 5 and expand your zombie clone count to 15 to further boost AFK efficiency. Oh, almost forgot, got an interview tomorrow afternoon. It would be ironic to survive the game apocalypse only to starve to death in the real world first. Thinking aloud, Fang Heng said, Lu Lin, tomorrow you and Liao Bufan should scout the area. Try to get a handle on the surroundings and see if you can find a suitable spot to set up a shelter, preferably somewhere concealed. Yeah, bring some food with you. If you find other survivors, you can trade them for nails. Shelter? Nails? Lu Lin wasn't stupid. Her eyebrows shot up. She asked in disbelief, Fang Heng, you want to build your own shelter? Chapter 8, The Interview. Suzhou City. A red minivan sped along the main thoroughfare. One vehicle after another was left in its wake. Xiaoxi sat in the driver's seat, her high nose bridge prominent as she held her head high, revealing a sliver of her fair, delicate neck. Her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, as if silently battling an unseen adversary. Fang Heng sat trembling in the passenger seat. He could faintly sense waves of murderous intent emanating from Xiaoxi. Driving this recklessly. Fang Heng realized this body still had many memory gaps. He couldn't quite recall how he and Xiaoxi had met, yet he distinctly remembered always finding her irritating and never treating her particularly well. Strange, Xiaoxi was actually quite pretty. Did you memorize the materials I sent you last night? Questions about corporate development are highly likely. Big companies pay close attention to that area. Fang Heng, are you even listening to me? Xiaoxi frowned, turning to look at Fang Heng as her voice rose 2 pitches. Fang Heng? Why are you always like this? Can't you pay a little more attention to your own affairs? Do you really never want to move on? Hey, big shot. Watch where you're going. Keep your eyes on the road, will you? Fang Heng's face paled even further. Though clearly panicking inside, he maintained his aloof persona and replied in a deep voice, I'm listening. With your hard skills, you'll pass the interview no problem. Xiaoxi turned her head slightly, observing Fang Heng cautiously with her peripheral vision. Also, if they ask about past matters, keep your emotions in check. The car pulled up in front of a high-tech skyscraper and Fang Heng stepped out. His legs still felt weak. Those street racers were terrifying. Fang Heng had nearly thought he'd die in the car. Xiaoxi felt uneasy. Worried he might lose his temper, she followed in her car, honked twice, and leaned out the window. Should I come with you? No need. Fang Heng tried his best to mimic the original owner's tone. Alright, then. Good luck. Watching Xiaoxi drive away, Fang Heng exhaled in relief and lifted his head. The towering tech building bore the company's exquisite logo emblazoned across its facade. A phoenix soaring skyward, each feather meticulously crafted, shimmered vividly under the sunlight. It must have cost a fortune. Phoenix Cry Games. Fang Heng murmured to himself. The original owner of this body had once investigated Phoenix Cry Games. In the game, players' innate skills weren't fixed. Upon reaching level 10, characters could undergo their first talent enhancement. Players must independently seek out talent upgrade schemes within the game to advance. Talent enhancement plans ranged from E to S in rarity. S-tier talent enhancement plans are exceptionally rare. According to annual data released by the Federation, fewer than 10 players successfully obtain and complete an S-grade enhancement plan each year. And Huangming Games holds one of the highest tier S-grade talent enhancement scheme quests. The previous owner of this body had long coveted Phoenix Cry's S-tier enhancement plan. Fong Hong scratched his head. Then, memories began flooding back. After being expelled from the club, Fong Hong had tried to find work. Due to the infamous match-fixing scandal, any game company or club that did even a cursory background check knew exactly who Fong Hong was. Every resume he sent out vanished without a trace, and he even received mocking replies from game companies. Phoenix Gaming Company, 17th floor office. Fong Hong sat on a stool. Across from him sat 2 men and 1 woman. All 3 were members of Huangming Games' management team and served as interviewers for the session. The man seated in the center appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. His back was straight, his clothes immaculately pressed without a single wrinkle, and he radiated a strong sense of vitality. He was Pan Guanglin, the company's technical director of gaming, responsible for internal game technology. The woman seated to his left appeared to be around 40, giving off an impression of sharp competence. The middle-aged man on his right sat with his arms crossed, not lifting his eyelids once throughout the entire interview, as if he were asleep. Strangely, despite his suit, he still gave off an air of nonchalance. The female assistant secretary introduced them. Fong Hong, former member of an A-tier guild club. Began competitive gaming in high school with over 10 years of training. Survived over 2 years in a zombie apocalypse game, possessing an S-rated innate talent related to zombie apocalypse scenarios. Pan Guanglin nodded frequently. His first impression of Fong Hong was favorable. Yesterday, the zombie apocalypse mode in the main god game had opened its 8th zone. Game companies everywhere were scrambling to respond, and their own Phoenix Cry game company was no exception. They desperately needed talent in this field. Not to mention, Fong Hong had been personally recommended by CEO Qin. Within 4 years of graduation, Qin Shuran had earned her family's trust to take on the challenge of managing their business empire. This time, she made a grand entrance by acquiring 2 game companies and merging them to establish Phoenix Cry Games, marking her bold entry into the gaming industry. This created a massive stir throughout Suzhou City, signaling their ambition to become the industry leader. Pan Guanglin held deep respect for Qin Shuran. He remarked, "Someone introduced by President Qin should be reliable." "Ha? Exemption from the entrance exam? Does Xiaxi have that much clout?" Fong Hang felt a pang of surprise. Shui Yuling interjected, "Fong Hong, I have one more question to ask. Mr. Fong Hong, I'm curious, why did you choose to leave the club?" Sensing her hostile intent, Fong Hong glanced at Shui Yuling and replied, "Personal reasons." "Could you elaborate?" "Personal reasons. I'd rather not discuss these matters." Pan Guanglin sensed something. "Miss Shui seems particularly interested in this matter?" Shui Yuling pulled out her phone, scrolled through it, and handed an article to Pan Guanglin, who was seated in the middle. "Director Pan, please take a look at this first." The phone displayed a report about Fong Hong. Match fixing? Team Discord? The barrage of negative information about Fong Hong darkened Pan Guanglin's expression. He was an upright man who couldn't tolerate any wrongdoing. The match-fixing allegation alone had already disqualified Fong Hong in Pan Guanglin's eyes. The company absolutely cannot keep someone like this. Pan Guanglin set down his phone. "Mr. Fong Hong, please explain yourself. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, our company will not welcome you." Shui Yuling stared at Fong Hong with a smug look on her face. She had come here specifically for him. The company placed immense importance on this newly established business division. Coupled with the sudden opening of the game's 8th zone, the newly formed gaming department had instantly become the company's hottest topic. Countless eyes within the company were fixed on this division. Shui Yuling included her nephew was also competing for a position in this interview. Unfortunately for her, Fong Hong stood in her way. Fong Hong stared at Shui Yuling, saying nothing, feeling inexplicably annoyed. What had he done to offend her? He had no recollection of this person whatsoever. Pan Guanglin's expression remained impassive. Seeing Fong Hong's silence, he said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, Fong Hong, for making you come all this way for nothing. I will personally explain this matter to President Qin." Just then, the office door swung open abruptly. "Mr. Qin." Pan Guanglin and the others stood up in unison. "Ms. Qin?" Fong Hong turned his head at the sound, his gaze meeting the woman stepping through the doorway. He instinctively rose to his feet. He recognized a familiar face. Qin Shuran? She was Xiaxi's friend? "Ms. Qin, I actually have something to report to you." A surprised voice cut off Pan Guanglin's words. "Fong Hong? Why are you here?" "Ha?" Fong Hong turned his head, glancing toward Qin Shuran's side. "Jimmy?" Fong Hong never imagined he'd run into a fellow player he'd shared hardships with in the game right here. "Ha ha ha ha." Jimmy, the dark, thin old man, burst into laughter. He seemed delighted, walking over to pat Fong Hong on the shoulder before turning to look at Qin Shuran. So everything was part of CEO Qin's plan after all. This must be the big surprise you mentioned earlier? No wonder my friend speaks so highly of Phoenix Cry Games. Haha, I'm thoroughly impressed with your efficiency. Hearing Jimmy's words, everyone present felt utterly baffled. They only knew Jimmy was representing a foreign joint venture company for negotiations, and Phoenix Gaming held this partnership in high regard. This kid actually knows Jimmy? And it sounded like they were quite familiar with each other. Shui Yuling felt the situation was slipping beyond her control. Pan Guanglin wisely kept his mouth shut. Xin Shiren's beautiful eyes swept quickly over Feng Heng. She gave her secretary a subtle nod. Mr. Jimmy, I'm glad you're satisfied. Since you don't have much time in reality, let's focus on discussing our collaboration first. Right. Let's discuss the collaboration first. Jimmy was delighted, nodding repeatedly. Last night, Jimmy had witnessed Feng Heng's game-breaking abilities firsthand. Not to mention anything else, just the food alone made his mouth water. Jimmy wore a broad smile. This was great, at least he wouldn't go hungry in the game when he got back. Chapter 9, Nails and Planks. Recalling the scenes from the interview, Feng Heng couldn't shake the feeling that the old woman had been targeting him. He'd take things one step at a time. The game's development prospects were looking bright now. Once player-to-player trading channels opened up in the near future, selling off some supplies casually would easily cover his food expenses. He'd only come to this interview because Xiaxi had practically dragged him here. Truthfully, he didn't plan to stay here long. Feng Heng took a sip of coffee. As expected of a big company, the coffee tasted authentic. The HR lady hurried into the meeting room, clutching a stack of documents. Mr. Feng Heng, due to the urgency of the situation, our company will sign an internship contract directly with you. The probationary period is 2 weeks, with a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. It begins today and will automatically convert to a full-time position after 2 weeks. Here's the contract. Please review it for any discrepancies. Signing a contract this quickly? A monthly salary of 30,000? In Suzhou, a salary of 30,000 yuan was definitely considered high. But Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. Was joining Huangming Company really necessary? Yes, at least for now he needed the money. The game had just launched, lacking trading channels, making it hard to liquidate the supplies he'd gathered. Meanwhile, his phone was already flooded with payment reminder texts from the bank. Feng Heng scrutinized the contract. Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. The contract was too generous. So generous it almost seemed like a trap. A monthly salary of 30,000, no mandatory working hours, and players wouldn't have to give the company any share of the rewards they earned in the game, be it supplies, equipment, skills, or anything else. The only requirement was meeting company performance targets. Failure to meet targets would result in bonus deductions, and severe cases could lead to dismissal. Bonuses? Feng Heng thought, I'll just work here for a month anyway. I'll take the 30,000 yuan salary to solve my immediate financial crisis. After a month, he'd just quit. Joining the company also gave him another chance to see if he could get one of their S-class talent enhancement missions. He'd endure it for now, working as a laborer for a month. All right. After a moment's thought, Feng Heng signed his name on the contract. Mr. Jimmy is a key client of Phoenix Cry Company. CEO Qin requests you commence duties immediately to ensure Mr. Jimmy's complete safety within the game during this period. This will serve as your probationary performance evaluation. Feng Heng nodded, thinking to himself that this job was quite good. As long as Jimmy didn't wander off and cause trouble in the game, keeping him fed and protecting his safety wouldn't be difficult at all. This way, he could free up plenty of time to focus on his own progress in the game. 3,000 a month for something this easy? Feng Heng suddenly felt that making money was incredibly easy again. I'll take you to the operations department first. Your accommodation hasn't been arranged yet. Would it be okay to temporarily arrange for you to stay at the hotel next door for the next few days? Of course. After all, it was a big company, and he even got a free hotel stay. Feng Heng thought to himself. 3rd floor, game business department. The HR lady had just led Feng Heng through the door when a scruffy, unkempt young man with a stubbly beard approached them. Finally here, my angelic lady. Is this our new recruit? I've been waiting forever, we're desperately short-staffed. What level are you? Which district? The guy spoke while occasionally eyeing Feng Heng up and down, clearly sizing him up like a new recruit. No. If your project team needs someone, you have to submit a formal request to upper management. This person isn't assigned to you. Mr. Qin has temporarily placed him here for a 2-week transition period. What do you mean? He's not mine? Listen, Zone 8 is open now, and we're desperately short-staffed. You know it's an emergency. Besides, I already filed the report. Oh, don't even start. Mr. Feng has special instructions from the boss. Just as the HR lady was about to explain further, her phone rang again. Got it. I'll be right there. She hung up and pushed Shin Ching toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng, this is Shin Cheng. You'll be working here temporarily for a few days. Follow him to familiarize yourself with the environment. Just remember to complete the task the boss assigned you. Once the boss finishes his work, he'll have a meeting with you." The young lady finished speaking and hurried off again. Sigh. Xin Chang let out a breath and patted Fong Hong on the shoulder. "New here? I'm Xin Chang, team leader of Business Group 3. Which server are you on?" "Server 8. Fong Hong replied, glancing around the room. The entire office of Team 3 was quite spacious, with a row of game pods along one wall, about a third of them currently active. Most of the other employees were hunched over their computers, looking like they were in the thick of it. "Oh, another new server guy. Must be swamped." Xin Chang nodded, casually gesturing toward a row of high-end game pods. "We don't have many rules in Team 3. All 7 pods over there are brand new, pick anyone you like. For meals, head to the 7th or 8th floor. Brother Chang, come quick. Zone 7 has a major order. The client is pushing us." Coming. Xin Chang called out, then turned to Fong Hong. "Keep an eye on things here. If you need anything, just let me know." Fong Hong silently nodded. The bustling sales department. No one supervising him? That was fine by him. The secretary mentioned starting work today, so this must be work hours, right? Playing games during work hours was the way to go. After all, the early stages of the game are the most critical, no time to waste. Fong Hong walked over to a new gaming pod, opened it, and climbed right in. There are 2 ways to enter the main god's game. One is active entry, using props like game pods to enter the game. The pods are equipped with emergency buttons. Once pressed, players currently in the game receive a notification. The other is passive entry, where players are directly pulled into the game world by the main god, vanishing from reality. This method is considered extremely dangerous. Opening his eyes, Fong Hong found himself once again within the system's shelter. Inside the small cabin, supplies like wood and stones were scattered haphazardly on the floor. A zombie staggered into the cabin, dropping the gathered supplies one by one onto the floor. Seeing this, Fong Hong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Lu Lin and Liao Bufan had gone out. According to the plan he and Lu Lin had made that morning, Lu Lin would take Liao Bufan to search west of the cabin. They would assess the situation in that direction and see if they could find a suitable location to establish a shelter. Jimmy was still in the real world, just like he had been moments ago. This meant the entire shelter was completely empty. If someone stumbled in and saw all those supplies just lying around for the taking, they'd be laughing in their sleep. A shelter needed to be established quickly to store supplies and prevent other survivors from barging in. Fong Hong opened the game log to check. Notice, while you were AFK, your zombie horde gathered firewood 221, nails 7, instant noodles 1, parts 1, insulator 1, turbid water 4, bird eggs 3, bricks 7. Ha? Instant noodles? Fong Hong ordered all zombies to cease idling and return to the cabin, then casually prepared himself a bowl of instant noodles. 20 minutes later, well fed and refreshed, Fong Hong stepped out of the cabin. Behind him were 10 zombies wielding wooden spears. Their combat prowess was formidable. Earlier that morning, Fong Hong had already circled the small cabin several times, clearing out the wandering zombies nearby and collecting a few evolution crystal shards along the way. Perhaps due to the early stage of the game, the main god was relatively lenient. Few zombies respawned around the cabin, and after 2 rounds, he had only gathered 2 crystal shards. Forget it. Put the zombie hunting on hold for now. Let's move on to the next step of the plan early. Nails. To establish a player sanctuary, 2 materials were most in demand. Wooden planks and nails. With zombies as his labor force, Fong Hong had no trouble gathering and crafting planks. Nails, however, were a different story. Relying solely on scavenging in the wild or trading with other players won't be enough to build a large shelter. Another way to obtain them is to craft them yourself. This requires cast iron and a furnace. Crafting a furnace demands an extensive array of materials and requires exceptionally high skill levels. This is virtually impossible in the early game, making purchase from the Doomsday Merchant camp the only viable option. Chapter 10, The End Times Merchant. Fong Hong activated his personal survival radio and broadcast a message to nearby players. 20 survival points for the location of the Doomsday Merchant camp. PM me if you know. A few scattered messages popped up. Holy crap? 20 survival points? You're loaded, bro. What's that? Anyone can brag. I've got 100 points. Dude, you don't just kill zombies all day for fun, do you? What are you pretending? If you really have 20 survival points, I'll cut off my head and let you kick it around. 2 survival points for a bottle of water. Are you kidding me? Out of water? No big deal. There's a creek in the forest. Just drink straight from it. The conversation veered completely off track from there. Fong Hong read the players' feedback messages and found himself rather speechless. Just as he was about to shut off the radio, a private message popped up in his inbox. Bro, I know where the Apocalypse Merchant is, but you gotta give me some points first. Fong Hong glanced at the player's ID Lu Yu. He immediately transferred 20 survival points to him through the system. Lu Yu received the survival points from Fong Hong and was initially taken aback. Could there really be a player this powerful, willing to part with 20 points without batting an eye in the early game? Lu Yu's mind raced and he quickly realized the other player must belong to an organized team. Thanks for the quick response, bro. The Apocalypse Merchant's coordinates are 21232, 29123. It's pretty safe there, I just checked it out myself. Fong Hong scanned the map. The coordinates marked for the Doomsday Merchant's camp were pitch black. Judging by the distance, it shouldn't be too far, about half an hour to reach. He'd go check it out first. Fong Hong blended into the zombie horde and made his way toward the merchant camp. Over a dozen zombie clones gathered together were more than enough to crush ordinary opponents. If they encountered ordinary zombies, a few thrusts of their wooden spears would turn them into sieves. Any ordinary players who encountered them along the way would mistake them for a small zombie horde and flee from afar, unwilling to provoke trouble. After nearly half an hour of walking, he crossed a hillside and halted. There it was. The End Times Merchant's camp. In the zombie apocalypse game, players weren't the only survivors. A small number of NPC natives existed, some of whom resided in the Doomsday Merchant camp. Players could interact with them through dialogue. With incredibly good luck, they might even trick an NPC mercenary into becoming their bodyguard. Additionally, players could accept quests from the merchants and exchange survival points for supplies. Fong Hong ordered his zombie clone to remain on standby and entered the camp alone. After all, the zombie clone was still a zombie, bound by system restrictions. Approaching the End Times Merchant camp could trigger attacks from the camp's defenders. Inside the camp, a bearded NPC warmly greeted the newcomer, Fong Heng. Hey, survivor, you're lucky to run into me in this apocalypse. You're the 18th survivor I've seen here, so no rewards for you. This is my newly established camp, pretty nice, huh? I can guarantee your safety here, but it'll cost you 500 survival points per night. That's a steal, honestly. Ignoring the NPC's opening lines, Fong Hong nodded. Got any jobs for me? You're right on time. We just established this gathering point and need help with many tasks. See if any suit you. Fong Hong opened his quest log. Row after row of quest requests refreshed. Fong Heng's gaze was immediately drawn to the top listed task. Clear out the zombies in the logging camp. Difficulty, SSS. Description, eliminate all surviving zombies within the target location. Reward, survival points, 4,000. Note, as in-game time progresses, this mission's difficulty and rewards will gradually decrease. An SSS level mission? Memory, the body's previous owner had been in the game for 2 years, and the highest mission difficulty he'd ever seen was S rank. Regardless of whether he could complete it, Fong Hong never even had a chance to snag an S-level mission before. New servers are great, even SSS-tier missions go unclaimed. Fong Hong lowered his head to re-examine the mission requirements. Kill zombies? Ha! Perfect timing. Fong Hong felt a surge of confidence. This SSS mission was essentially about slaughtering zombies, perfectly suited to him. He could earn survival points while also farming evolution crystal shards on the side. I'll take this mission. Oh, quite a challenging one. There's a lumberjack camp by the river swarming with zombies. If left unchecked, they could threaten my settlement. I need you to completely wipe out all the zombies in the lumberjack camp. Are you certain you wish to accept this mission? You have 3 days to complete it. Yes. Very well. Now, since this is our first meeting, to ensure you can complete it, I need a security deposit. I think 167 survival points should be sufficient. You should agree to that, right? Rest assured, I'll refund the entire deposit once the mission is completed. 167 points was exactly all the points Fong Hong currently possessed. Fong Hong knew this was one of the game's mechanics. Hidden ratings. The Supreme Being assigns each player an initial hidden rating. Each time a mission is completed, the Supreme Being reassesses the player's overall performance and updates this hidden rating. When players accept missions exceeding their hidden rating difficulty, the Apocalypse Merchant demands a security deposit. The greater the difference between the mission difficulty and the player's hidden rating, the higher the deposit required, though it would never exceed the player's total survival points. Deposits are non-refundable upon mission failure. Deal. Notice, 167 survival points deducted. Notice, you have accepted the task from Apocalypse Merchant Vidal to completely eliminate the zombie horde infesting the lumberjack camp. Note, in the apocalypse, one person's strength is too insignificant. You may seek help from other survivors to complete the mission together. Good luck. One more thing, those zombies are a real pain. You won't handle them alone. Better find some backup. Don't go dying in there. Thanks. Fong Hong left the End Times Merchant camp without looking back. Find help? No way. He was going solo. Early game players were barely scraping by. They had to scramble for supplies to survive while also reinforcing the shelters provided by the system. There was simply no time to hunt zombies. Even if he found allies, what good would they do? How much could they contribute to clearing out the camp? Players' combat strength was extremely low in the early stages. Fong Hong was different from ordinary players. Not only did he have the strength to kill zombies, but he also craved the opportunity to do so in order to obtain evolution crystal shards. Lost in thought, Fong Hong left the survival camp. He happened to notice two survivors walking together toward the location of the apocalypse merchant. They exchanged a glance, both silently understanding, and passed each other without a word. 5 minutes later, a startled cry erupted from the survivor camp. What the hell? Someone took the SSS mission. Is he crazy? Could be a newbie who doesn't know any better and just took the mission. That makes sense. Lu Yu nodded, but inwardly, he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Could the person who took the mission be that big shot who paid 20 survival points to buy the campsite location from him earlier? No way. No matter how skilled they were, there was no way they could have cleared out all the zombies in that area. The memory of what he'd witnessed earlier sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 11, Clearing the Lumberyard. The lumber camp wasn't far from the end times merchant's settlement. 15 minutes later, Fong Hong had already crept up to the edge of the lumber camp. He hid in a patch of low shrubs, observing in the shadows. Good grief! At a glance, hundreds of zombies had overrun the lumberjack camp. A dense, swarming mass filled the air with the mournful wails of the undead, a sight that would send chills down anyone's spine. Fong Hong hadn't expected the zombies to be this numerous. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Perfect timing, this gives me a chance to farm evolution crystal shards. With a wave of his hand, the 10 zombies following behind him sprang into action. Moving at a leisurely pace, they staggered into the logging camp, wooden spears in hand. The zombies within the camp showed no awareness of these 10 intruders, continuing to stand dumbly in place. SSSH. The zombie clone raised his spear and thrust it viciously into the back of the zombie in front of him. The zombie pierced by the wooden spear slowly turned its head, staring expressionlessly at its fellow zombie. Ordinary zombies felt no pain, their brains were consumed solely by the most primal urge to devour flesh. It wouldn't understand, nor would it ponder why this fellow had suddenly stabbed it. It continued to stand there, dazed. The zombies in this logging camp stood like lambs awaiting slaughter, silently enduring Fong Hong's zombie clone's repeated attacks until death. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a weak zombie. 1 survival point. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a strong zombie. 3 survival points. Notice, your zombie clone killed a strong zombie. 3 survival points. Obtained evolution crystal fragment X1. Prompt, your zombie clone killed. Fong Hong was currently hiding in the low bushes near the camp entrance, silently watching the messages scroll through the game log. AFK mode was seriously awesome. At first, watching the zombies spawn was genuinely thrilling. But once that initial thrill wore off, boredom set in. Fong Hong plopped down on the spot, pulled a can of fruit from his backpack, and began eating. What could he do? That was the nature of talent skill suppression. In this zombie apocalypse world, the zombie clone talent was just too useful. Hunting monsters without taking a single hit. Especially once the zombie clones reached a certain scale. The efficiency of grinding monsters skyrocketed. If this were another apocalyptic setting, like the Wasteland, the slow-moving zombie clones would have been torn to shreds by mutated creatures ages ago. But here? Stupid zombies just stand there letting you chop them up one by one? Notice, you have completed the camp purge. Notice, you have completed the lumberjack camp purge mission. Return to the apocalypse merchant camp immediately to claim your reward from Merchant Victual. By the time the game prompt sounded in his ears, over 3 hours had passed. Standing there taking the zombies' relentless stabs took 3 hours. Imagine the toll it would take on a player clearing the zombie camp. One by one, the zombie clones emerged from the camp, tossing the evolution crystal shards they had looted from slain monsters at Fong Hong's feet. Notice, you have obtained evolution crystal fragments 47. He struck gold. Fong Hong casually scooped up a handful of the glittering fragments from the ground and crushed them in his palm. Boom! A thick cloud of blood mist exploded in his palm as he felt a faint surge of power flow through his hand and into his body. Boom! Bang, bang! Clusters of blood mist exploded. Notice, your character level has increased to LV 5. Dirt churned behind him as 5 newly resurrected zombie clones joined his ranks. Fong Hong felt quite satisfied. His zombie army had expanded by another third, greatly boosting its combat strength. After reaching level 5, ordinary evolution crystal shards no longer provided experience points. Only higher level, complete evolution crystals could continue leveling up. Acquiring whole crystals was troublesome, they typically dropped only when elite monsters were defeated. Other methods existed, apocalypse camps occasionally sold small quantities of whole crystals, and some players could reassemble fragments into complete crystals using special skills or talents. For now, obtaining complete crystals remains challenging, so Fong Hong decided to set that goal aside for the moment. Fong Hong stowed the remaining 13 evolution crystal shards into his backpack and led the zombie horde into the abandoned lumberyard to gather supplies. 10 minutes later, materials piled high before Fong Hong. Notice, your zombie horde has searched the lumberjack camp. You have obtained small gasoline cans 2, firewood 21, cooking pot 1, steel lumberjacks axes 33, logs 291, discarded parts 23, a beat-up mountain bike 1, scrapwood 2, rags 21, frozen dumplings 10, lumberjacks work shirts 24. Nice haul. A mountain bike. Fong Heng's eyes lit up. A treasure that could drastically boost his wilderness exploration speed. A travel essential. In forest terrain, a mountain bike can sometimes be more practical than a military truck. It'll drastically cut down the time it takes to get home. And a steel logging axe. Building a shelter later would require a lot of wood. With the steel woodcutting axe, the zombie clone can chop down trees more efficiently to gather lumber. Jackpot. This is it. And all these finished logs save him a ton of chopping time. Gasoline. With a generator, you can produce electricity. Vehicles also require gasoline as fuel. Gasoline is an extremely important resource throughout the entire game early, mid, and late stages. Frozen dumplings. Great. Nothing beats dumplings. Ha! Clothes too? Most ordinary clothing in the game has no special attributes. Fong Hong glanced at the clothing description. Item, lumberjack shirt. Description, increases defense by 1 when equipped. Equipping both lumberjack top and lumberjack pants grants an additional 25% lumber efficiency boost. A 1-point defense boost was decent, but the set was a bit ugly. Fong Hong pondered for a moment, then waved over his zombie clone and had him put on the set. Not bad, not bad. Fits perfectly. The zombie wearing the lumberjack set showed no signs of discomfort and gained 1 point of defense. While 1 point of defense was barely noticeable for a zombie, the extra 25% logging efficiency the set provided was precisely what Fong Hong wanted. The haul from clearing out the lumber camp was astonishingly large. Surveying the piles of supplies scattered across the ground, Fong Hong found himself troubled once more. His backpack wasn't large enough to carry all this back in one trip. With only half an hour left before nightfall, making a round trip between the shelter and the lumberjack camp was unrealistic. With no other choice, Fong Hong could only take some higher value food and the logging axe, temporarily leaving behind heavier items like logs. The remaining materials couldn't go to waste either. After sunset tonight, he'd have the zombies haul them back to the system shelter in multiple trips. Fong Hong stuffed his backpack full and pedaled his bicycle toward the Doomsday Merchant camp to deliver his quest items. Chapter 12, Hidden Quest. Oh? You finished the mission this quickly? Inside the Doomsday Merchant camp, the bearded man's face brimmed with astonishment at Fong Heng's swift return. Excellent, young survivor. You've done an outstanding job. Your performance has truly impressed me. Notice, you have completed the task of clearing the lumberjack camp. You have earned the praise of the End Times merchant, Vittel. Notice, you have gained 4,167 survival points. Notice, your rapport with Vittel has increased. Notice, due to your exceptionally swift completion, your affinity with the Doomsday Merchant has received an additional significant boost. It's rare to see such an exceptional young talent. Several friends of mine have been searching for someone like you lately. Have you heard of the Dark Knights? The Dark Knights? It's a hidden quest. Fong Hong was both shocked and delighted. His hidden rating had already reached the point where he could contact the Dark Knight Order so quickly. In the memories of this body, the Dark Knight Order was tied to the game world's main quest line. Only players with a hidden score above a certain threshold in the main God's game were eligible to join, and the hidden trigger conditions were notoriously stringent. Back in the gaming club, Fong Hong had even heard rumors linking the Dark Knight Order to clearing the zombie apocalypse world. Seems you've heard about them. The Dark Knight Order was formed after the disaster. They've been searching for a way to save all of humanity. An old friend of mine is a member of the Dark Knights. If you're interested, I can recommend you for membership. I'm very interested. Excellent. The Dark Knights seek formidable survivors, so you'll need to prove your worth through tangible achievements. What do you need me to do? 200 kilometers from here lies a small town. On the 3rd floor of the town's hospital, within the director's office, lies a vial of T-virus serum. I need you to find it and bring it back to me safely. Upon completing this mission, I'll take you to meet the Dark Knight's leader. Hint, player triggers mission locate T-virus serum. Mission name, locate the T-virus serum. Mission description, locate the T-virus serum and deliver it to the apocalypse merchant, Vittel. You can find the serum in the director's office on the 3rd floor of Hopetown's community hospital or through other means. Note, over time, the antiviral serum in Hopetown may be taken or destroyed by survivors. Time limit, 60 days. The difficulty just shot up this much? Fong Hong frowned deeply, muttering to himself. In the apocalypse, cities teem with zombies, and the probability of encountering mutated zombies is significantly higher, greatly increasing the danger. In his original plan, urban exploration was something he'd only consider after completing the shelter. Fortunately, this mission granted a full 60 days to complete it. Theoretically, he only needed to find the serum before other players did. This was his best chance to engage with the game world's main questline. After a moment's analysis, Fong Hong immediately chose to accept the mission. After all, there was no penalty for failure. I'll get you that serum. I admire your confidence, survivor. Good luck, the bearded man nodded approvingly. One piece of advice, get it as soon as possible before the antiviral serum is destroyed. Fong Hung understood this was the bearded man hinting that the faster he completed the mission, the greater the rewards the game would offer. But he genuinely couldn't complete the task in such a short time. Thanks, Fong Hung said with a wry smile, continuing, also, I'd like to exchange for some supplies. After completing the mission, 4,167 survivor points were credited to his account. Combined with the over 1,300 points earned from clearing zombies earlier, Fong Hung now possessed a staggering 5,520 survivor points. The new world had only just begun its second day, and such a fortune was beyond even the reach of high-level game guilds. Of course. My supplies are both affordable and high quality. Plus, you just did me a significant favor. I can offer you a special price as a gesture of goodwill. Thanks. Fong Hung knew this was the benefit of increased goodwill, enjoying small discounts when exchanging supplies. The bearded man waved his hand, and an exchange list appeared before Fong Hung's eyes. Fong Hung quickly scanned the sales catalog. The Doomsday Merchant offered a diverse range of materials for exchange. Beyond food supplies, the list included precision high-grade materials, and even firearms and ammunition were available for purchase. The prices for firearms, however, were equally staggering. Originally, Fong Hung had only intended to buy a few furnaces, but upon seeing the modified motorcycles listed for sale, he immediately hesitated. The modified bikes featured a detachable two-wheeled cargo rack mounted at the rear, capable of carrying substantial supplies. This modified bike would be an excellent tool for both solo travel and transporting supplies. The only drawback was their fuel consumption. But he had recently scavenged 2 crates of fuel from the lumberjack camp. Fong Hung was torn. He wanted both. But price-wise, he could only afford either 3 furnaces or 1 modified motorcycle. If only he had more survival points. What? Don't you fancy any of these? Seeing Fong Hung's troubled expression, Vidal assumed he was dissatisfied. With a smile, he waved his hand and opened another exchange panel before Fong Hung. Then take a look here. These are all from my personal collection, not usually available to outsiders. Also, the materials here can only be exchanged at full price, no discounts. Fong Hung's eyes lit up. Hidden exchange panels for doomsday merchants? This was the first he'd heard of such a thing. Beard. You've been keeping that pretty under wraps. As he scanned the items listed in the hidden exchange catalog provided by the End Times merchant, Fong Hung's breathing grew slightly ragged. Skill books for sale? Forget the motorcycle. Forget the forging furnace. Their combined value couldn't hold a candle to this single skill book. Fong Hung tapped a skill manual with his finger and looked at Vidal with some excitement. Uncle, I want this one. Item, Apocalypse Survival Strength Training. Type, skill book. Player does not currently possess this skill. Description, upon learning, grants the strength training skill. Each level increases the player's base strength by 0.2 points. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 20. Skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Of course. Excellent choice. You only need 1,500 points to purchase this skill book. It'll give you a solid combat edge for survival. Vidal shrugged. What could be better than investing in yourself? In the main god game, players cannot gain any attribute bonuses solely through leveling up. Therefore, a skill book like this has been hyped up to millions in the real world. Fong Hung licked his lips and pointed to the remaining 2 skill books on the exchange list. I'll take these 2 as well, physical training and agility training. Alright, that's a total of 4,600 survival points. Notice, you have spent 4,600 survival points to purchase strength training, physical training, and agility training. Chapter 13, Skill Books. Oof. Leaving the Apocalypse Merchant Camp, Fong Hung nearly burst out laughing. Millions. Each of the 3 skill books in his hands could easily fetch millions. Not to mention this was a freshly launched server. Once things stabilized, skill book prices would skyrocket several times over. Yesterday, Fong Hung had been fretting over his bank debt. Now, millions were within easy reach. Fong Hung suppressed his grin and slammed the $3 million skill books onto his head. Without a moment's hesitation. Notice, you have learned the skills: Survival in the Apocalypse Strength Training, Survival in the Apocalypse Agility Training, Survival in the Apocalypse Constitution Training. So what if it's a few million? He could always earn it back later. The Apocalypse Merchant was right. Improving himself was the key to earning more money. Fong Hung had a feeling this game would completely change his fate. Player, Fong Hung. Level, 5. Health points, 102-102. Stamina, 100-100. Mental points, 100-100. Energy, 83-100. Strength, 5.2. Agility, 5.2. Physical constitution, 5.2. Willpower, 5. Perception, 5. Perception, 5. Innate skill, enhanced super zombie clone. Basic skills. Skill, strength training LV, 1. Description: increases strength attribute by an additional 0.2 times the current skill level. Skill: Constitution Training LV 1. Description: increases constitution by an additional 0.2 times the current skill level. Skill: Agility Training LV 1. Description: increases agility by an additional 0.2 times the current skill level. Life skills. Skill: Basic Crafting LV 1. Skill description: craft basic survival items for the apocalypse. Increasing skill level boosts crafting speed and unlocks more survival items. Skill: Basic Cooking LV 1. Skill description: you can cook delicious meals. Upgrading this skill reduces the chance of cooking failures and slightly improves the palatability of your dishes. Fong Hong clenched his fist to sense the changes in his body. It felt like maybe my strength did increase a little? Damn it! After splurging nearly 10 million, why did it feel like nothing? As dusk fell, Fong Hong wasted no time, pedaling his mountain bike back to the cabin to study the matter thoroughly later. Inside the cabin, Liao Bufan watched longingly as Fong Hong tore open package after package of frozen dumplings, tossing them into the boiling pot. He swallowed hard. Delicious. So delicious. The aroma filled his nostrils. In comparison, the 2 baked potatoes in his hands seemed utterly bland and tasteless. Lifting his head, Liao Bufan said earnestly, "Fong Hong, I decided to stick with you in the game from now on." Sounds good. Fong Hong shrugged. One more tool to use. You're buying meals. Deal. Alright. Liao Bufan pumped his fist excitedly. Tonight he'd be having dumplings. Jimmy took a sip of hot tea and said, "Fong Hong, I might not have much time in the game during the day, so I'll be counting on you during those hours." No problem. Fong Hong added silently, "It's all part of the job. After all, it's a 30,000 yuan monthly salary. My innate talent allows me to craft crossbows, but my stamina limits how many I can make each day." Thanks. This stuff is a huge help. In the game's early stages, crossbows served as highly effective ranged weapons whether for hunting, fending off zombies, or dealing with hostile survivors. In the game, Jimmy likely didn't want to reveal his real-world identity, so he remained quiet, offering only a slight nod. Initially, Jimmy scoffed at Fong Hang's plan to build a shelter in the game. But now Jimmy understood that behind Fong Hang's shelter project must lie the backing of Phoenix Cry Games. Jimmy didn't mind offering whatever help he could manage. The dumplings were soon cooked. Lacking bowls and chopsticks, the group simply used glass bottles to divide the dumplings among themselves. While players outside were still starving, they could already hide in the system shelter and cook dumplings to eat. The thought of this made Liao Bufan particularly excited. He stuffed one dumpling after another into his mouth, but still found time to offer a bit of feedback. "Too bad we don't have any vinegar. Otherwise, they'd be perfect." "You're such a busybody," Lu Lin said with a light cough. "Fong Hong, during the day, Liao Bufan and I searched an area about 20 kilometers to the west. We spotted 2 system shelters, both inhabited by player survivors. I spoke with them and planned to bring a small portion of our food tomorrow to trade for cast iron and nails. Also, we found an abandoned prison filled with zombies." It was terrifying. Liao Bufan swallowed a dumpling whole and added, "I think that's the biggest threat. If those zombies escape, we'll probably get caught in the crossfire. We have to be prepared." Fong Heng's senses sharpened as he abruptly looked up. "A prison? Yeah, everyone inside is infected. I was actually thinking of getting closer to see if we could scavenge any weapons from the prison. Man, the moment I got close, a swarm of zombies poured out of the buildings, at least a few thousand. Thankfully, the barbed wire fence outside stopped them." Liao Bufan looked visibly shaken. That barbed wire didn't look too sturdy. "Good thing I got out fast." Fong Hong nodded thoughtfully. "This could be a decent spot to establish a shelter." "What?" Liao Bufan froze, his dumpling eating pace slowing by a beat. He thought Fong Hong must have lost his mind. "Bro, you're not seriously thinking of building a shelter inside the prison, are you? Drop that unrealistic idea." "Why not?" Fong Hong looked up and countered, "Don't you think the prison is perfect? Use it as an outer defense, build a basic sanctuary inside, double protection, double security. We can expand outward gradually later." "Bro, stop messing around. Building a sanctuary around the prison means we'd have to repopulate the entire outer prison complex. The prison grounds are too vast. That would drain our manpower and resources." After delivering this analysis, Liaobu stuffed a dumpling into his mouth with a satisfied look, waiting for others to cheer him on. But it never came. After a long pause, Jimmy sipped his soup and said, "Young man, we're not short on materials right now." Liaobu was momentarily speechless. Glancing at the materials piled nearly halfway up the wooden hut, he couldn't help but scratch his head. "Alright, even so, how do you plan to deal with the zombies in the prison?" "Don't worry about that. I have a plan." Fong Hong held all the cards. "Zombies? Of course, kill them all." "Fong Hong, you weren't there?" "The prison is huge, there are at least 3,000 or 4,000 zombies inside. They won't be easy to deal with." "Mei Chem, I'll be careful." Fang Hong remained outwardly composed, but inside, he was grinning from ear to ear. 3 or 4,000 zombies? That meant 7 or 8,000 survival points. He couldn't have asked for more. If he could scrape together 10,000 survival points, he'd buy every modified motorcycle and furnace available from the apocalypse merchants. Lu Lin and Liao Bufan exchanged glances. They both saw the utterly unconcerned look on Fang Heng's face. Could he really have a way to deal with the zombies? Chapter 14, Astonishing Efficiency. Fang Hong, do you think we should reinforce this shelter tomorrow? The system's protection will expire the night after tomorrow. Fang Hong lowered his head in thought. The shortage of nails needed to build a personal shelter remained significant, and tomorrow he still had to clear the zombies inside the prison. Building a player shelter would take at least 2 or 3 days. They'd be stuck in this godforsaken place for a few more days. Fang Hong didn't want to be forcibly logged back into the game during the night if the shelter came under attack. Reinforcing the cabin must be prioritized. Fang Hong patted Liao Bufan on the shoulder. Alright, buddy, I'm counting on you to reinforce the shelter's defenses. Come reinforce the cabin tomorrow and keep an eye on things while you're at it. Got it. Liao Bufan agreed immediately, patting his chest proudly. Oh, I forgot to mention my talent is reinforcement and repair. It boosts my efficiency by 20% and reduces material consumption by 20%. This skill saves you tons of resources, you know? You're getting a great deal hiring me. Creak. The creaking sound of the wooden door being pushed open cut off Liao Bufan's boast. A zombie clad in a lumberjack uniform staggered in from outside. The people inside the cabin turned their heads toward the zombie. The zombie clone dumped piles of logs from its backpack onto the floor. Unfazed by the stares, it turned and left the cabin once more. Notice, your zombie has completed a supply delivery round. You have obtained 10 logs. You have gained skill physical training EXP plus 20. Notice, your zombie has initiated a new round of supply delivery. Liao Bufan opened his mouth. This time, he was completely speechless. He finally understood Fang Hong didn't need materials at all. Fang Hong didn't notice Liao Bufan's expression change. His attention was now entirely focused on the game log. Ha! Zombie clones can also grant skill experience points. What a jackpot! After eating his fill, Fang Hong logged off first. At 8:30 p.m., the lights were still blazing at Phoenix Cry Games. Most of the game pods in the office were still active, with numerous employees busily working at their computers. Fang Hong noticed a conspicuous note and a room keycard stuck to his game pod. Mr. Fang Hong, room 1602 has been reserved for you at the adjacent hotel. Here is your keycard. Should you have any questions, please contact me at 1272. Keycard in hand, back to the hotel, sleep. Leaving the company, Fang Hong casually checked his phone. He found over a dozen missed calls, all from Xiaoxi without exception. Fang Hong slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to tell Xiaoxi about today's interview. Now in high spirits, he casually sent a reply. Thanks to you, I got it. I'll treat you to a meal later. Something felt off. The moment he sent it, Fang Hong regretted it. That tone didn't fit the aloof persona of his body's original owner. Before he could recall it, Xiaoxi replied immediately. Sure thing, I'll remember. Wait for me to get back. Fang Hong froze. Where are you going? Seoul. For a tournament. What tournament? Could Xiaoxi be a professional gamer too? Why had he no memory of this? Fang Hong scratched his scalp, feeling a bit irritated. He realized he had many more memory gaps. Xin Shuran is my good friend. She just took over the company recently. You need to help her too. Help her? Seriously? Does the boss still need my help? I just hope she doesn't fire me. Fang Hong grumbled inwardly but obediently sent a reply. Sure. The hotel room was spacious, far more comfortable than the cramped little shack he'd slept in before. Exhausted from the day's events, Fang Hong slept soundly until dawn. The next day, Fang Hong returned to the large office of Team 3 as usual. Early in the morning, the office bustled with activity, a scene of intense energy. Numerous unloading workers carried game pods into the office. Hey! You guys! Be careful! These are top-of-the-line game pods, don't damage them. Move them over to the side, don't put them by the window. Xin Xing directed from the sidelines, his voice sounding slightly hoarse. Noticing Fang Heng's arrival, Xin Xing walked over to him. Fang Hong, did you get any rest last night? Not bad. Miss Qin had to leave on urgent business last night. Before she departed, she instructed that you remain with Team 3 until she returns. Mid-sentence, Xin Cheng's expression shifted abruptly as he barked at a nearby cargo handler. Don't put it there. Don't block the passage. That's a walkway. The worker looked impatient. Then where do you want it? Hurry up, there's a lot more coming down. Hold on. Sorry about that. With the opening of new District 8, our Team 3 operations are undergoing major adjustments. I'm swamped. Xin Xing gave an apologetic smile and patted Fang Heng's shoulder warmly. Anyway, that's the gist of it. I've got to get back to work. We've got a bunch of new recruits reporting today. Feel free to use any of the game pods over there. If you run into anything, come find me. With that, Shinchang hurried off again to scold the moving crew. What are you doing? The game pods have dedicated power lines. Plugging them in like that will cause problems. Is everyone this busy? Fong Hung sighed inwardly. Indeed, with the launch of Zone 8 in the zombie apocalypse new district, the game company's business department had shifted its focus and resources entirely towards Zone 8. It made sense they'd be swamped. Not only Phoenix Gaming, but every other major and minor game company, club, player guild. And even the federal government were throwing their full support behind Zone 8's development. Competing against these behemoths weighed heavily on Fong Hung. He needed to hurry and establish a shelter. Picking a random game pod, Fong Hung returned to the game. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde transported 2 small barrels of gasoline, 21 pieces of firewood, 291 logs, 23 scrap parts. Your skill basic physical training EXP plus 8,912. Notice, your basic physical training skill level has increased to LV5. Notice, your basic physical training skill level cannot exceed your character level. Please level up your player character. Basic physical training reached level 5 in just one night? Amazing efficiency. In the game, players typically need extensive training to raise skill levels. With his tireless zombie clone idling 24/7, Fong Hung could drastically shorten skill advancement time. Basic physical training levels can be gained through ordinary weight-bearing travel. So, upgrading basic strength training and agility training will likely depend on actual combat. Fong Hung muttered to himself. Fong Hung, you bastard, what are you muttering about so early in the morning? Inside the small cabin, Liao Bufan held a wooden plank in one hand, gesturing toward the cabin window. Uncle Jimmy said he's busy today and won't be back until tonight. He left you 7 crossbow bolts. Lu Lin went out alone to scout the surroundings. I couldn't stop her, so I let her take a crossbow. Chapter 15, Clearing the Prison. Fong Hung picked up a finished crossbow bolt and examined it in his hand. Item, crossbow bolt. Type, weapon. Quality, common. Durability, 50-50. Damage, 911. Description, after loading, fires a crossbow bolt forward. Has a chance to inflict bleeding damage. Using special arrows can further increase damage. Nice piece. I'll leave you one for self-defense. Fong Hung casually tossed a crossbow and some arrows to Liaobu, stowing the remaining 5 crossbows into his backpack. Liaobu fan hammered nails into the window with a small stone hammer as he said, Boss, this one crossbow just won't cut it. If real enemies show up, my frail frame won't hold up. Fong Hung glanced at him and said, We'll need an extra meal tonight. No problem. Leave it to me. Leaving the cabin, Fong Hang led 15 zombie clones in a formidable procession toward the prison. Any zombies foolish enough to cross their path were promptly eliminated. Any ordinary player who saw a dozen zombies gathered together would definitely keep their distance, afraid to provoke them. Along the way, Fong Hang took the opportunity to study the attributes of his zombie clones. Species, zombie clone. Level, 5. Health, 412. Strength, 2.6. Agility, 2.6. Stamina, 3. Willpower, 2.5. Perception, 2.5. Intelligence, 2.5. Basic skills. Skill, Undead Body LV, Max. Description, passive effect. Immune to most mind-affecting spells and diseases viruses. Possesses no psychic power or stamina. Health increased by 300%. Note, zombie fragments lack infection capability. Life skills. Skill, Basic Crafting LV, 1. Skill, Basic Cooking LV, 1. Set skills. Skill, Lumberjack LV, Max. Fong Hong closed the attribute panel. The zombie clone's greatest advantage lay in its health pool. In a one-on-one standoff, Fong Hong knew he wouldn't stand a chance against it. He made no detours along the way, heading straight for the prison. Yet navigating the forest terrain proved cumbersome, consuming over an hour of his time. From afar, Fong Hong surveyed the prison nestled at the foot of the hillside. The prison was backed by a mountain, with a small path running past its main gate. In the 2 days since the game began, this was the first time Fong Hong had seen a road. The presence of a road suggested they might be nearing the forest's edge. Following the path might lead him out of the forest quickly. Fong Hong withdrew his gaze and continued to look toward the prison's interior. Just as Liao Bufan had described, the prison covered an enormous area. Beyond the vast plaza, 3 massive structures stood within its walls. Thick walls, massive iron gates, triple layers of barbed wire fencing, towering watchtowers, and searchlights. The prison's defensive measures made Fong Hang's eyes light up with excitement. All top-notch stuff perfect for setting up a player's sanctuary here. Fong Hong continued surveying the plaza. Hordes of zombies roamed the large plaza, some clad in prison uniforms, others in thick riot gear. A small breach had been torn in the inner prison gates. 2 layers of the outer triple wire fence had been breached by the zombies, leaving only the final layer hanging precariously. Where could he gain access to the inner prison plaza? Fong Hung scanned the surroundings. He dared not get too close. The scent of the living would attract the zombies. If swarms were drawn out, even his horde of zombie clones wouldn't be enough to handle them. Found it. Right beside the main gate. By passing through the guardhouse next to the outer iron gate entrance, his zombie clones could easily climb through the guardhouse window and infiltrate the prison interior. Fong Hung swiftly finalized his plan. Standing atop a small hill, he meticulously controlled his zombie clones, directing them into the guard hut. After eliminating the 2 zombies inside the sentry hut, 15 zombie clones successively climbed through the window and reached the prison courtyard. Done. Invasion accomplished. Fong Hung clapped his hands, plopped down onto the grass, and ordered the zombies to freely eliminate the remaining zombies within the prison. Now he could just sit back and let them handle it. Notice, your zombie clone attacks a regular zombie. Attack hits. Your basic training strength EXP +1. Prompt, your zombie clone attacks a regular zombie. Attack hits. Your basic training strength EXP +1. Notice, your zombie clone attacked a regular zombie. Hit. Your basic training strength EXP +1. Prompt, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Prompt, your zombie clone. As previously suspected, the zombie clone can gain strength training skill experience by attacking. It should reach max skill experience soon. On the lawn, Fong Hung occasionally glanced at the game log, feeling a bit bored. It wasn't that he wanted to slack off as a human, he genuinely couldn't help much in this situation. He could only wait silently for the zombies to grind their experience. Or should he just head back to the cabin? After pondering, Fong Hung decided to stick around a bit longer. He pulled out his survival radio from his backpack to kill time by listening to the chatter among the other survivors. Ha! A private message? From over half an hour ago? Fong Hung opened the private message to check. The sender was Luyu, the player who had sold him the location of the Doomsday Merchant camp yesterday. Luyu, big shot, someone completed an SSS-tier quest at the End Times Merchant's place. Was it you? Yep. What's up? Holy. It really was him. It really was him. Upon receiving Fong Heng's confirmation, Liu exclaimed in shock. Earlier that morning, he and his companions had gone to the Doomsday Merchant's camp to pick up quests, only to find the SSS-tier quest had vanished into thin air. Almost instinctively, Liu thought of the big shot who had paid 20 points yesterday to ask him about the location of the Doomsday Merchant. Could he have completed the mission? Upon receiving Fong Heng's precise confirmation, Joey, the young man traveling with Liu, also gaped in disbelief. Impossible. How could that quest possibly be completed? He must have used some underhanded trick, right? Liu glanced at Joey and shook his head, signaling he had no idea. He sent another message to Fong Heng. How did he do it? Moments later, Fong Heng's reply came through. 100 survival points. Damn it! Liu muttered under his breath. It must be some incredibly powerful combat-type talent attribute. Otherwise, there's no way he could have wiped out the entire camp. Joey analyzed the situation, then suddenly snapped his head up, fixing Liu with a stare. Let's log off. A player this strong won't stay anonymous in the game. We need to find out who he is and recruit him to our company. But he's a big shot. Why would he want to join your little shack of a company? We'll see. Even if we can't recruit him, partnering with him wouldn't hurt. Joey abandoned the task he'd planned to complete today. Turning to Liu, he said, I'll log off and look into his background. You guard the makeshift bed for me. Hurry up and come back. Chapter 16, Mutated Zombies. Put. Broke ass. Seeing the other party go silent after making an offer, Fong Hong closed the private chat with disappointment. Fong Hong was bored anyway. A mere 100 survival points meant little to him. Still, freeloading was always the sweetest deal. In the game, private chats were also restricted. Players can engage in one private chat with a character limit via the survival radio every half hour. However, these attempts can be accumulated up to a maximum of 5 times. Notice, your skill, strength training LV +1. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has died. Notice, your zombie clone will resurrect in 24 hours. What the hell? Fong Hong, who had been lying on the grass bored out of his mind, caught a glimpse of the game notification out of the corner of his eye. He shot upright like he'd been electrocuted. His zombie clone was dead? Fong Hong peered through the barbed wire toward the prison square. A small group of zombies wandering the square had just been cleared. What was that? Amidst the horde, one zombie stood out starkly. Beneath its ashen gray skin, a faint reddish hue shimmered, and its eyes glowed with an eerie crimson light. It was a mutated zombie. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes, immediately commanding the remaining zombie clones to halt their attack and retreat. Mutated zombies were the result of ordinary zombies undergoing mutation. Compared to ordinary zombies, they possessed vastly enhanced attributes across the board and even acquired special abilities. Lower-tier zombies might exhibit enhanced strength or agility. Additionally, mutated zombies might possess slightly higher intelligence than ordinary ones. At the very least, they would choose to fight back after being attacked. That deceased zombie clone was likely eliminated after provoking it. Troublesome things. Thankfully, I didn't go back to AFK earlier. Fong Hong felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, his zombie clones would have been wiped out here. Waiting for the zombie clones to respawn would waste a full 24 hours. Remember, the game had just launched, every second counted. A 24-hour respawn period was far too long. The good news was that this mutated zombie remained relatively quiet for now. As long as no one provoked it, it would stand still without causing trouble. He needed to figure out how to deal with it, or else he wouldn't be able to continue idling the game. Calmly, Fong Hong opened the game log from his zombie clone's final moments. Notice, your zombie clone attacks the mutated zombie, attack dodged by mutated zombie. Your skill basic agility EXP +1. Prompt, your zombie clone is attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Prompt, your zombie clone attacks a regular zombie. Attack hits. Your basic training strength EXP +3. Prompt, your skill, strength training LV +1. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Prompt, your zombie clone is attacked. Prompt, your zombie clone has died. On average, your zombie clone attacks once, while the enemy mutated zombies can attack 3 times. Moreover, the zombie clone's attacks have a high chance of being dodged by the enemy. Beyond that, the zombie clone endured a total of 24 enemy attacks before falling. Judging by attack efficiency, the enemy's damage output isn't particularly high, only slightly stronger than ordinary zombies. In summary, this is a zombie evolved along the agility path. Years of gaming experience allowed Fong Hong to make this judgment swiftly. Agile-type mutated zombies were actually the most troublesome, as their movement speed was significantly faster than ordinary zombies. When survivors encounter regular zombies, they can still employ the kite tactic to slowly wear them down, or simply turn and run. But against these fast-moving mutated zombies, kite running was pure suicide. Only running without looking back offered a chance at survival. Not too difficult to handle. Fong Hong stroked his chin, immediately formulating a plan. He directed his zombie clones to evade the mutated zombies, prioritizing nearby ordinary zombies as targets. Much like his approach in video games, he cleared the surrounding grunts first before tackling the elite boss last. Unfortunately, Fong Hong's zombie clones lacked advanced intelligence. They failed to grasp the difference between mutated zombies and ordinary ones. Thus, trouble arose once more. Fong Hong had no choice but to abandon autoplay. He stood at a distance, remotely controlling his zombie clones to eliminate the monsters one by one. It took a full half-hour to clear a space around the mutated zombies. Next, Fong Hong summoned his zombie clones back to his side. That morning, he had brought 5 crossbow bolts from the small cabin. He had equipped one himself, leaving 4 remaining. Now, Fong Hong distributed all 5 crossbow bolts to the zombies. From the start, Fong Hong had never intended to risk his own life by provoking the mutated zombies. After all, the mutated zombies' low attack power only applied to the zombie clones. But it was a zombie. A single scratch from one infected a player with the virus, guaranteeing 100% death. One hit, instant death. Attack power is infinite. No way. Each player only had 3 respawn chances before permanent death. Fong Hong valued his life too much for that. The zombie clones obeyed Fong Hong's commands. 5 of them picked up crossbows from the ground and laboriously loaded the bolts. Fong Hong had conducted similar experiments several times before. Besides clubs and machetes, the zombie clones could also wield more complex weapons, such as crossbows, firearms, and the like. However, using such weapons came with significant limitations. They could only be used within Fong Hong's line of sight and under his direct control. Once out of sight, when the zombies were left to operate on autopilot, they couldn't simultaneously process complex commands like, if you encounter an enemy, aim your crossbow at them, pull the trigger, and reload. At best, they can only perform actions like swing whatever weapon they have to strike the opponent. Fong Hong understood zombies as single-threaded creatures, capable of processing only one moderately complex command at a time during idle mode. 5 zombie clones armed with crossbows staggered toward the prison. They halted 3 meters outside the prison's barbed wire perimeter. Almost there. Fong Hong estimated the distance and commanded the zombie clones to pull back their crossbow bolts. SSS-tier. Whoosh! 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 5 zombie clones simultaneously drew their crossbows. The bolts shot out, embedding themselves in the concrete ground not far from the mutated zombie, emitting a series of soft thuds. The mutated zombie lifted its head. It noticed the zombie clones in the distance, then lowered its head again, lost in thought. "Come on, they're my clones. You're being way too inaccurate." Fong Hong muttered silently under his breath, instructing the clones to reload once more. Fire! Zzzzz. This time, a crossbow bolt struck the mutated zombie's shoulder. Wah! The mutated zombie let out a howl, its rage propelling it forward as it lunged at Fong Hong's zombie clone. Its movement speed was astonishing. only slightly slower than an ordinary person running. Fong Hang's eyelid twitched. Thud. Clang, clang, clang. The rampaging mutated zombie slammed into the prison's outer barbed wire fence, halted dead in its tracks. Roar. SSSSSSS. The mutated zombie emitted strange sounds from its mouth, struggling incessantly as it tried to attack the zombie clones outside the barbed wire fence. Unfortunately, lacking any ranged attack, it was utterly helpless against the zombie clones on the other side of the wire fence. Heh, got you now. Hiding in the shadows, Fong Hung chuckled darkly as he commanded the zombie clones outside the barbed wire to continue reloading their crossbows. Chapter 17, Level Up. Arrow after arrow pierced the mutated zombie's body, bursting forth foul-smelling black fluid. The zombie clones moved stiffly, taking over 10 seconds to reload each volley. Fong Hung felt no urgency after all, his role was simply to lurk in the shadows and fire cold arrows. 10 minutes later, the mutated zombie, riddled with bolts, let out a howl and collapsed to the ground in defeat. Phew! Fong Hung wiped the sweat from his brow. He was a bit tired. He leaned back against a large tree and sat down, massaging his throbbing temples. Maintaining such precise control over the zombies was incredibly taxing. Notice, your zombie unit has defeated a mutated zombie. Your skill, Basic Training Strength EXP plus 24. Notice, your zombie unit has killed a mutated zombie. You have gained 15 survival points and obtained a complete evolution crystal tier 1x1. Ha! Impressive. It actually dropped a complete evolution crystal. The sudden good news instantly revived Fong Hang's excitement, sweeping away his earlier fatigue. Hurry up! Fong Hung commanded his zombie clone to scale the guardhouse and enter the prison courtyard, retrieving the evolution crystal left on the corpse. Item, Complete Evolution Crystal Tier 1. Item description, a special crystal containing immense power that boosts a player's character experience points only effective for players below current level LV10. Fong Hung clutched the recovered Complete Evolution crystal tightly in his palm. Bang! The crystal shattered. A dense crimson mist condensed in his palm and was swiftly absorbed. Notice, you have absorbed the Complete Evolution Crystal Tier 1. Your level has increased to LV6. Notice, due to the effect of the enhanced innate skill Split Zombie Clones, you have additionally gained Zombie Clone 6. The soil at Fong Hang's feet began churning once more. SSSH. SSSH. One by one, grayish-brown hands emerged from the earth. Soon, 6 newly resurrected zombies stood behind Fong Hung. Though one had just been killed by the mutated zombie, the upgrade had provided 6 zombies to replenish the ranks. This deal was definitely worth it. In his original plan, Fong Hung had assumed it would take some time to level up again after reaching level 5. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. With a wave of his hand, Fong Hung commanded the zombies to drop their crossbow bolts and return inside the prison to farm monsters. He slowly sat back down on the ground, beginning to craft wooden spears for the newly resurrected zombies. After the earlier mishap, Fong Hung completely abandoned any thoughts of returning to the shelter to avoid further unexpected incidents. He sat silently on the grass, watching the zombies idle. Notice, your zombie horde has obtained Evolution Crystal Fragments 142, Blueprint Barbecue Grill, Blueprint Iron Shovel, Blueprint Deer Antler Barrier, Recipe Golden Crab Stew, Bandages 3, Precision Parts 4. After watching the zombies idle for 5 or 6 hours straight, Fong Hung stretched lazily and casually tallied his idle gains. Besides dropping Evolution Crystal Fragments upon death, zombies also had a very small chance of dropping rarer items. Like blueprints for crafting, for instance. The deer horn repellent was quite useful. Placing a ring of them around the shelter would cause the low-intelligence zombies to charge straight into them and kill themselves. This significantly boosted security early on. As for the barbecue grill and recipes, they were pretty useless, barely more than a treat for the taste buds. Weird. I'm not even a chef, so why do I keep getting these things? Besides, are you sure I can even afford the ingredients for golden crab cakes? Fong Hung muttered to himself, flicking the blueprint and recipe aside with a dismissive wave. It never hurts to learn a new skill. Notice, you have learned how to craft rejected antlers, an iron shovel, and a grill. Notice, you have learned the cooking method for the gourmet dish Golden Crab Feast. Your cooking skill experience plus 20. Fong Hung stood up to stretch his limbs, taking the opportunity to survey the prison's condition. About 2/3 of the zombies in the prison square had been cleared. The remaining 3 buildings hadn't been searched at all, so there were probably still quite a few zombies left inside. This is a major undertaking. Optimistically, it'll take another day to finish clearing everything. If there are mutated zombies inside the buildings too, it'll be even more troublesome. Fong Hung muttered to himself, the prison's security rating is much higher than the cabin. The sooner we clear this place, the sooner we can move. Notice, your survival radio has received an emergency transmission from your friend Jimmy. Jimmy's in trouble? The sudden gain notification made Fong Hang's heart skip a beat. Earlier, to prevent unexpected incidents, the group had added each other as friends in the game, enabling private communication through the survival radio. Fong Hung sensed something was wrong. He immediately activated his survival radio and opened the unread message. Lu Yu, big shot, interested in a partnership? Our company sincerely invites you to join us as... Trying to freeload off me again. Fong Hong had no time to deal with Lu Yu. Without even finishing the message, he skipped it and checked the next one. Jimmy, Fong Hong, we're in a bit of trouble. You should head back to the cabin ASAP. Fong Hong replied, got it, heading back now. Shutting off the radio, Fong Hong guided his zombie clones back along the original path while he alone retrieved his mountain bike from his backpack. He rode ahead to return to the shelter first. Compared to when he left, the shelter had been reinforced all around. The broken wooden windows had been boarded up again and the gaps in the roof had been patched. The shelter's main door stood tightly shut, radiating an air of heightened alertness. Had they been attacked? Fong Heng's heart sank as he pushed open the door. Liao Bufan and the others were huddled together in discussion. They all looked up simultaneously upon seeing Fong Hong. Fong Heng's gaze fell on Jimmy, who was fiddling with a crossbow bolt in his hand. What's up? Damn it! We got robbed. Liao Bufan, clearly annoyed, blurted out first. At noon, Lu Lin went to trade with a group of players. They broke the rules and just snatched the food. If Lu Lin hadn't had her crossbow, who knows what might have happened. Fong Heng's expression shifted slightly as he turned to look at Lu Lin. Is she okay? I'm fine. Fong Hong nodded, lost in thought. Everything had gone too smoothly these past 2 days, and he'd taken it for granted. The dangers in this apocalypse didn't just come from zombies, they came from other players too. Sending Lu Lin alone to barter with other players was indeed extremely dangerous. Thankfully, Lu Lin was unharmed. Lu Lin felt a pang of guilt. She had considered herself an experienced veteran player, which was why she dared to venture out alone to trade supplies. She never expected to be tricked. They had planned this all along. The woman I first traded with seemed very cooperative, even having supplies ready for me. I got careless. The moment I pulled out the food, several people appeared out of nowhere, forcing me to hand it over. Chapter 18, Little Stone Hammer. Later, when they saw me draw my crossbow and fight back, they probably sensed the threat and let me escape back here. Lu Lin gave a rough account of the incident. I'll remember this. Next time, I'll make sure to get even. Liao Bufan was furious about having his supplies stolen, but he felt powerless. He spat out a few threats. What to do? Should they really charge in and fight them head-on? It might vent his anger, but it would be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000 while hurting ourselves 800. It just wasn't worth it. Most players in this situation would just have to accept their bad luck. First, remember the grudge. There's plenty of time ahead, she'd have her chance to settle the score later. Lu Lin knew full well that this mess was entirely her own fault for being careless. She accepted her misfortune. At that moment, Fong Hong lifted his head and asked in a low voice, how many of them were there? What was their strength like? Fong Hong, don't act rashly. Lu Lin sensed something off in his tone and tried to calm him. Now isn't the time to confront them head-on. There'll be plenty of chances to get revenge later. She had misunderstood. Fong Hong softened his tone slightly. I know. I just want to know how many of them there are. I saw 5 individuals, but their shelter is medium-sized, accommodating up to 12 people. Fong Hong nodded upon hearing this, then fell silent once more. Liao Bufan, noticing Fong Heng's grim expression, urged, hey, Fong Hong, how about we just let this one slide? Worst case, we just avoid doing business with them in the future. Lu Lin pressed her lips together. I was careful during the transaction, splitting it into batches. We only lost a few packs of instant noodles, a loss we can absorb. Next time, I'll be twice as cautious. Fong Hong remained silent, a deeply unsettling premonition weighing on him as he kept his head down, lost in thought. It was the first time Liao Bufan had ever seen Fong Hong look so serious. Noticing the heavy silence, he tried again, Fong Hong, we don't need to confront these guys head-on right now. It's just a few packs of instant noodles. We're not short on supplies, right? Worst case, I'll just eat less tonight. Liao Bufan's voice trailed off, clearly lacking conviction. No, that's not what I'm thinking about. This small loss of food means nothing to us. Fong Hong lifted his head to explain to the two. Besides, I share responsibility for this. I shouldn't have traded high-value food with other players at this time. Huh? Liao Bufan scratched his head, looking utterly confused. Jimmy sipped his hot tea and spoke slowly. The man is not at fault, but the jewel he holds is. Exactly. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were starving and found out a neighbor had surplus food to trade, what would you do? Me? Them? Liao Bufan pondered for a moment before blurting out instinctively, of course I'd rob the bastard. Fong Hong looked up, a flicker of worry crossing his brow. Exactly. That's precisely what I fear, they'll come looking for us to seize our supplies. Liao Bufan's eyes widened in realization. This, no way? Lu Lin grew tense upon hearing this. If they come, don't blame me. Liao Bufan flexed his arms, his expression fierce. If they touch my food, I'll fight them to the death. It'll be kill or be killed. Who knows? Just be careful. We've got plenty of supplies now. Stay put during the day for the next couple of days. Once we move to the new shelter in a couple of days, then we'll act. Jimmy set down his glass and shook his head. Fong Hong, it's too slow. We might not make it in time. Everyone turned to Jimmy with puzzled looks. After hearing about the food theft from Lu Lin, I checked around the cabin. I found unfamiliar footprints in the bushes. Someone's been scouting our cabin. What? Lu Lin's expression changed slightly as she protested anxiously. Impossible. Did you get something wrong? I checked very carefully on my way back. I'm certain no one followed me. I didn't misread them. Besides human footprints, I noticed animal tracks nearby, likely from some large canine species. Jimmy explained. This isn't your fault. I think it's a player with a talent that summons hounds. They tracked your scent to find us. Damn it. Our base is exposed. Liao Bufan slapped his forehead. Well, we'll just have to fight fire with fire. Let's take them on. Old man, help me gather more crossbow bolts. While we still have time, I'll reinforce the cabin further. Lu Lin said. I prepared 10 sets of painkillers and hemostatic bandages. There are only 2 bottles of rapid healing potions because licorice is needed, and we can't mass produce them. Liao Bufan and Lu Lin began discussing defense strategies. Fong Hong remained silent, head bowed in thought. Passive defense felt frustratingly restrictive and time-consuming, disrupting his plans to establish a shelter. Time was precious in the early stages of the game, and Fong Hong refused to waste it. Most crucially, if combat did erupt, this defensive strategy would prevent him from utilizing the combat capabilities of his zombie clone. The zombie clone was still too rigid. What about an offensive strategy? Minutes later, a sinister plan took shape in Fong Heng's mind. Fong Hong looked up again. Lu Lin, where is this group's base located? They're northwest of our camp. It'll take at least 90 minutes to get there. Lu Lin looked puzzled. Why do you ask? Snap. Liao Bufan snapped his fingers, his expression suddenly clear. I see. I get it now. Attack them when they least expect it. Liao Bufan was, at heart, a born fighter. Believing he had grasped Fong Heng's strategic intent, he excitedly slapped Fong Hong on the shoulder. The best defense is a good offense. Brother Fong Hong, I get you. Let's go. We'll get there first, ambush 1 or 2 of them, and show them what we're made of. Then they won't dare bother us again. Ganta Liang, I've had it with those jerks for ages. Offense my ass. This brute. Fong Hong sighed inwardly, quietly removing Liao Bufan's hand from his shoulder. I never said we'd fight them head on. Anyway, I've got a plan. Leave this to me. I'll take the night watch. You all log off and rest. I'll need your help tomorrow during the day. Ha? Log off and rest? Liao Bufan's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if he'd misheard. He and Lu Lin exchanged bewildered glances, their minds flooded with countless questions. What was Fong Hong up to? Why was he volunteering to stand guard tonight? His summoned zombies were indeed skilled at gathering supplies, but relying solely on them wouldn't be enough to handle the players, would it? Ignoring the others' stares, Fong Hong leisurely sat down before the campfire and began kneading supplies by hand, preparing for the night's plan. Notice, you have completed crafting the small stone hammer. You gain +1 crafting experience. Item, small stone hammer. Grade, poor. Damage, 1-2. Description, the most basic survival tool. Use it for destruction and dismantling after disassembly. You may recover a minimal amount of basic building materials. Description, this tool is famed as the hammer that split heaven and earth. With it in hand, nothing can withstand its blow. Chapter 19, Game Mercenary. Chen Gui is a game mercenary registered with the Federation. He earns his living by accepting missions within the game. In the mercenary community, he goes by the notorious nickname, Snakecatcher. Upon entering the new game server, he immediately discovered a large system shelter. Using the survival radio, he gathered nearby rogue players with combat talents into a group. Caged Serpent successfully united them into a small team and became their leader. This team proved exceptionally formidable in its early stages. Chen felt this was a golden opportunity, perhaps even a chance to become a dominant force within the game. Gathered around the campfire within the shelter, Snake and his crew celebrated today's haul. Ha, Air did a great job. Finding that S-Lair, this one's on you. Lin Air patted the hunting dog at his feet and chuckled proudly, no prey can escape Lay's nose. Heh, Snake brother, we scouted it out. There's just a young woman and a skinny old man, they're neither of them much good in a fight. We'll take them down tomorrow for sure. Tonight we'll eat our fill. At first light tomorrow, we'll ambush that place. Whoever emerges, we take them down. Snake Prisoner's face was twisted with viciousness. He wasn't some saint. Back in his mercenary days, killing in the game was routine. He felt no guilt whatsoever. Kill everyone outright. Just take their supplies. Ha. A woman with a rather alluring appearance giggled as she sat on Snake's lap. Snake, stop all this killing. Spare a few prisoners. Get them to spill how they found so much food in the game. That way, we won't have to live in constant fear anymore. Xiaoshi's eyes lit up as he ran his hand up Xiao Na's smooth leg. Alright. You're the smart one. I'll listen to you. How should I reward you tonight? Oh dear, Brother Snake, you're so unkind. Just then, Brother Snake suddenly frowned. What's that sound? Shoo! Snake Brother grew alert, signaling all players to remain silent. Thud. Another thud. Not very loud, but not exactly quiet either. A collision sound? Thud. The sound came from outside the shelter. Thud. Following the sound, everyone's gaze instinctively shifted to the wooden wall behind Snake Brother. Someone was banging on the log cabin's walls? Thud. Thud. The knocking grew faster and faster. The sound began echoing from all directions within the shelter. In an instant, the players inside the shelter were drenched in cold sweat. What was going on? Why was there such a strange sound? Had the zombies breached the defenses? No way. The game's 72-hour protection period hadn't ended yet. Zombies wouldn't attack the shelter during that time. Besides, judging by the noise, there must be a lot of zombies attacking from outside. Could it be player invasion? Even less likely. At night, zombies enter a rage-like state where all their stats are boosted. Add to that the fact that players' visibility drops drastically at night. New players would never dare venture out after dark. Thud. 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 The hammering grew denser and louder, as if enemies had surrounded the cabin. Terrifying. What on earth is out there? Alert, your shelter is under attack. Notice, your shelter's security level is decreasing. Notice, please repair your shelter and protect it from attack. Notice, your shelter's current security level is 12. As the security level drops, the maximum number of players your shelter can accommodate will gradually decrease. The crowd's expressions darkened once more. Whatever was out there, if this continued, the shelter might not hold. Calm down, what are you all afraid of? Snake Brother forced himself to stay composed, nodding toward one of his men. Wang Xiao, go check it out. Wang Xiao, another mercenary, was a man of few words but many deeds. He nodded, tightening his grip on the baseball bat in his hand. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Xiao slowly approached the wooden door, extending his hand to push it open. Thud. Before Wang Xiao could steel himself to open it, the wooden door suddenly emitted a thunderous thud, as if struck by a hammer. Startled by the sudden noise, Wang Xiao took a small step back. Oomph. Playing tricks. Wang Xiao was enraged. He shoved the door open with a forceful push. A hideously ugly zombie blocked the doorway, clutching a small stone hammer in its hand. Aya! Xiaona's face drained of color as she shrieked at the top of her lungs. It's a zombie. You're crazy. Wang Xiao, shut the door. Get lost. Wang Xiao's forehead veins bulged as he bellowed, swinging his baseball bat to smash the zombie's skull. He then kicked it hard, sending it stumbling backwards several steps. Seizing the moment, Wang Xiao quickly peered out the door. That single glance sent a chill down his spine. The night was too dark to see clearly, but he caught at least 5 or 6 zombies swinging hammers against the shelter's walls. Wang Xiao hurried back inside and slammed the wooden door shut. He gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What's going on outside? What's going on? Just tell me already. Wang Xiao took a deep breath and said, there are zombies smashing the walls outside. At least a dozen of them. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned ashen. At least 7 or 8? How could they possibly fight them? Suddenly, the thudding hammer blows echoed through the entire shelter like a death knell. What should we do? What should we do? Xiao Na's face drained of color. Panicked, she clung to Snake Brother's hand, pleading, Snake Brother, think of something. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Shut up. You damn woman, what are you freaking out for? Snake Brother's temper flared to its limit, and he slapped Xiao Na hard across the face. What the hell could he do? Let's fight them. Xiao Shi's eyes turned red as blood rushed to his head. If this went on, the shelter would be destroyed. Wouldn't they all die anyway? Fighting might give them a 50-50 chance of survival. Let's go. It's just a few nights of zombies. With all of us, why fear a handful of undead? Prison Snake drew a steel baton from his backpack and strode purposefully toward the gate. Bang! Snake kicked the door open with one foot and swung his baton hard at the zombie's head. The zombie took the blow, staggering backward several steps. Inside the small cabin, Liao Bufan and Lu Lin remained logged in. Though Fang Hong had been urging them to log off and rest. How could they possibly sleep soundly under these circumstances? After all, Fang Heng's vacant stare by the campfire was anything but reassuring. Both were doing their utmost to prepare for the impending fierce battle. Jimmy, as always, held a cup of hot tea. He was only still online to rack up gameplay hours. To be honest, Jimmy was also curious to see how this young man would handle the crisis. Fang Hong, seated before the campfire, appeared lost in thought, but in reality, he was constantly monitoring the system game logs. Prompt, your zombie clone dismantles a structure with a stone hammer, obtaining 1 piece of broken wood. Notice, your zombie clone dismantled a structure using a stone hammer. Notice, your zombie clone dismantled a structure with a stone hammer, obtaining 1 piece of broken wood. Prompt, your zombie clone uses. Notice, your zombie clone is using a stone hammer to dismantle a structure. Prompt, your zombie has been attacked. Prompt, your zombie has been attacked. Prompt, your zombie has been attacked. Here it comes. Fong Hang's eyes lit up. Can't hold back already? Not much self-control, big bro. Fong Hong licked his lips and muttered under his breath. Our game has only just begun. Chapter 20, let's keep playing. Thud. Snake Brother knocked a zombie flat with a steel rod. Seeing Snake Brother's fierce courage, the players' morale soared. They emerged from the shelter, wooden clubs swinging, and positioned themselves behind Snake Brother, ready to fight the zombies to the death. If the shelter was attacked and destroyed, they'd all die here. Kuei Shi's eyes blazed with murderous intent. But even with a death-defying resolve, he dared not step beyond the light-bathed perimeter of the wooden hut. The zombies gathered one by one toward the doorway. The standoff lasted a full dozen seconds. Xiaoxia felt his hand gripping the steel rod grow clammy. The psychological pressure was overwhelming, he was simply too tense. His palms were drenched in sweat. But what he hadn't expected was that after the brief standoff, the zombies surrounding the small cabin suddenly retreated like a receding tide. What did this mean? Why did they suddenly all retreat? Just as Snake Brother was puzzling over it, someone behind him shouted. Snake Brother, you're awesome. They're gone. Ha ha. They're all gone. Hearing the players chatter behind him, Snake Brother let out a silent sigh of relief. Though terrified, he forced himself to maintain his leader's authority before the others. He adjusted his stiffened facial muscles, turned around, and sneered with disdain. I thought it was something special. Is that all? Bring on as many as you want, I'll kill them all. Prompt, your zombie clone is attacked and attempts to dodge. Prompt, your zombie clone dodge failed. Notice, you gain +1 base agility skill experience. Prompt, your zombie horde is retreating. Prompt, your zombies have completed the retreat command and are standing by in place. Inside the small cabin, Fong Hong tossed another log onto the campfire and pulled a bottle of canned coffee from his backpack. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Downing the entire bottle of instant coffee in one gulp, Fong Hong let out a deep sigh. Phew! That hit the spot. In terms of taste alone, the coffee in the game was far superior to anything in the real world. He even felt a bit unsatisfied. Fong Hong opened another can of coffee for himself. Seeing Fong Hong guzzle it down so recklessly, Liao Bufan couldn't help but feel a touch of envy. He asked, Brother Fong Hong, drinking coffee this late? Aren't you worried you won't be able to sleep tonight? The effects of in-game coffee were astonishing. One can kept you awake all night, and it even came with an additional status called excitement, which slightly increased the rate of player stamina recovery. Sleep? I already said I'll take the night watch alone. You guys get some rest early. Fong Hong smiled, giving off an air of inscrutability. I've got plenty to do tonight. Jimmy glanced at Fong Hong, noting his confident demeanor, and nodded with a smile. Alright, I'll leave it to you tonight. I'm heading to bed soon, old age catches up with you, and I can't stay up late anymore. With that, Jimmy lay down on the makeshift bed and logged off. Liao Bufan blinked, exchanging a look with Lu Lin beside him. These two were so carefree. How could they sleep in a crisis like this? You two should log off early too. Fong Hong crushed the empty can into shards, separated it as scrap metal, tossed it into the storage bin, and began chewing them off. You'll need to work tomorrow. Trying to slack off? Fine. Liao Bufan was reluctant, but upon reflection, staying here wouldn't accomplish much. Logging off to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle seemed wiser. Besides, maybe Fong Hong really did have some plan? Lu Lin shot Fong Hong a worried glance. Seeing him waving her off to log out, she silently sighed to herself. She hoped nothing bad had happened to him. After downing 2 cans of coffee, Fong Hong sat before the campfire feeling invigorated, his body brimming with fighting spirit. Come on, bro, let's keep playing. We're nowhere near done yet. Fong Hong muttered to himself, opening the game log while controlling the zombies idling in the outside world. Snake Brother is awesome. Just seeing him makes these zombies themselves. They're just zombies. With Snake Brother here, we've got nothing to fear. Kill them all, no matter how many show up. Just wait a few days. Snake Brother will lead us to raid a shelter. Then we'll rule the game. Snake Prisoner was still shaken by the recent incident, though he forced himself to put on a calm and collected facade. Everyone says night zombies are terrifying, but honestly, they're not so bad. Snake Brother still couldn't figure out why that group of zombies had retreated on their own. After a few more words, Snake felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He waved his hand dismissively. Who's on watch tonight? Everyone else should get some rest. It was just a minor disturbance, no big deal. Why all the fuss? We still have to get up early tomorrow morning. Thud. A hammer struck the floor. Players who were about to head back to their beds and log off froze in place. Almost simultaneously, every mouth shut tight. No way. Could it be? The entire room fell into absolute silence. Everyone held their breath, not making a single sound, silently praying they had misheard. Thud. Thud. The familiar hammering sound echoed once more, as if striking each player's heart. No mistake. Those zombies were back. Damn it. Is this ever going to end? They're back again? The hammering didn't stop, it only grew louder, echoing from every direction within the shelter. Snake clenched his teeth, hoisted his iron bar, and shouted, "Let's go! Time to fight!" Pushing open the door, Josha swept aside a zombie attacking the shelter with a small stone hammer. Struck, the zombie staggered back 2 steps. Instead of countering, it slowly retreated, fading into the darkness. In an instant, the surrounding zombies swiftly retreated into the darkness. The sporadic clanging of stone hammers from behind the shelter gradually faded away. The players who had followed Snake out stared at the darkness, their hearts sinking into their boots. The darkness felt like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, swallowing them whole. "Snake, what do we do? Should we chase them?" "Chase my ass. Can't you see this is just a simple ploy to lure the snake out of its hole? What a bunch of idiots." She felt a surge of rage with nowhere to vent it. At night, visibility in the wilderness was limited to just 2 or 3 meters. Under these conditions, being surrounded by a horde of zombies meant certain death. Why would Shosha risk his life for such a slim chance of survival? Clenching his teeth, Shosha declared, "Don't chase a desperate enemy. We're heading back." Back in the room, morale plummeted. The air thickened with an almost palpable dread. No one spoke, nor did anyone log off to rest. They were all anxious, dreading the return of that infuriating hammering sound. Jonah curled up in the corner, trembling. In truth, everyone in the room had a premonition that the sound would return. What you wish for comes true. Not even 5 minutes later. Thud. In the quiet cabin, the thud of the hammer echoed distinctly. "Damn it! Not again! Alert, your shelter is under attack. Notice, your shelter's security level is decreasing. Notice, please repair your shelter and protect it from attacks. Notice, your shelter's current security level has dropped to 11. Please promptly repair your shelter's level." Chapter 21, Felling the Great Tree. The shelter's defense value continues to drop. Game alerts sounded like death knells, ringing incessantly in the ears of players like Snake Prisoner. Shosha had lost count of how many times he'd charged out the door with the others. Each time, the moment he stepped outside, the zombies would automatically retreat into the darkness. But before long, they would return, hammering the shelter with stone hammers once more. Shosha had even tried stationing several players outside the door permanently. Initially, it worked. But after a few attempts, the zombies changed tactics. They began attempting to flank the shelter, attacking the wooden walls from the rear and sides. A handful of players simply couldn't defend the entire shelter. At night, prolonged exposure to the wilderness would inflict a negative status called darkness fear on players. This status gradually reduces all of the player's base attributes. The longer the exposure, the greater the attribute loss. According to official statistics released by the federal government, once a player accumulates over 300 minutes in a single night, they face an extremely high probability of being directly infected with the zombie virus. This is the true horror of the night. They can't keep everyone guarding the door indefinitely. If this continues, once the shelter is destroyed, everyone here will die tonight. Not a single one will escape. Fear gripped every player, and they began to feel despair. Linear coldly retorted, "Or should we go out and fight them?" "That. Are you going out to die? Everyone stay right here." The rage prison Snake had been suppressing finally erupted, completely beyond control. He gritted his teeth. Bunch of useless fools. Not only had he been played like a fool, but these idiots under him were utterly useless, offering no help whatsoever. "Build defenses." Amidst the deafening silence, one player suddenly shouted out as if possessed. "Right. Repair defenses." The other players quickly caught on. This suggestion was like a beam of light piercing the darkness, illuminating the group and reigniting their hope for survival. The zombies' attacks weren't particularly powerful, so the shelter's defenses weren't deteriorating rapidly. Moreover, the zombies attacked in waves, granting them ample time to repair the shelter's defenses. They still had plenty of basic supplies like what gathered over the past 2 days. They just needed to hold out against the zombies until daylight the next day. Then they could charge out and wipe out that horde of zombies. "What are you all standing around for? Get moving." Snake wasn't stupid. He immediately ordered his men to begin repairing the defenses. "If you don't want to die, get moving." At this point, no player would even consider logging off to rest. Under the threat of the zombies, the players became unusually united. Some gathered firewood, others planed boards, while some took turns clearing out zombies to buy time. For the entire night, Snake and his group fought relentlessly against the undead horde. By dawn, as the sun slowly rose, Snake Brother prepared to venture out and fight the zombies to the death. Only then did he realize they had vanished without a trace, not a single shadow in sight. After a night of torment, Snake Brother's eyes were bloodshot. Partly from rage, partly from the immense mental strain he'd endured all night. "Snake Brother, what should we?" Wang Xiao's face was etched with exhaustion as he silently sighed to himself. "Why don't we let the brothers log off and rest for now? Last night was just too exhausting." Snake's gaze swept over the haggard faces of his players. Everyone had pulled an all-nighter, their mental and physical reserves depleted to rock bottom. Even so, the shelter's defense rating had been reduced to a mere 62%. And that was after working non-stop all night to repair it. Worse still, by the late hours of the night, they had exhausted all materials for crafting wooden planks. They had dismantled every salvageable item within the shelter. The entire shelter now stood stark and bare. Interior doors had been completely stripped, and even large sections of the second-floor ceiling had been torn away. Snake closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Due to game mechanics, prolonged periods without rest triggered a negative status effect, fatigue. Like the other players, Xiosha now had only one thought: to get a good night's sleep. A team like this couldn't even protect itself, let alone raid another player's shelter. Moreover, the system's shelter would become ineffective again tonight. Their shelter had been intermittently hammered by zombies all night long, leaving them severely short on basic resources for repairs. Everyone was exhausted, and the team desperately needed rest. The more he thought about it, the more Quan Shi felt a headache coming on. Let's split up and rest in shifts first. The shelter's defenses will start failing tonight, and we still need to maintain it. We'll deal with them in a few days. Xiaoxi spoke, yet a sudden, inexplicable chill gripped his heart. Would those zombies come looking for them again tonight? The small cabin. Early morning. Liao Bufan logged in as usual. Jimmy, the dark, thin old man, held a glass cup filled with hot water. Where's Fong Hong? You're a step too late. He just logged off 5 minutes ago. What? Liao Bufan froze. No way. He really stayed online all night last night? Jimmy nodded and took a sip of the hot water. Is the boss trying to fly to the moon or something? Liao Bufan thought to himself, the boss is impressive. Feeling like a tool, he grabbed a can of meat from the storage box, opened it, and shoved it into his mouth. Did the boss leave any instructions before he left? Yes. He wants you and Lu Lin to stay at the cabin today, help transport some logs, and make a few storage boxes for easy moving. It'll make the relocation smoother. Huh? That's it? Liao Bufan looked utterly bewildered. Just getting that done is good enough. Jimmy glanced at Liao Bufan, paused, then added, if you have extra time, reinforce the shelter a bit. Wait, what did you mean about transporting logs? Where are these logs coming from? Jimmy gestured with his chin toward the door. Go outside and see for yourself. Liao Bufan was utterly baffled. Blinking in confusion, he pushed open the cabin door. Holy SHT. Seeing the scene outside, Liao Bufan couldn't help but utter a curse. Outside the door, in the woods, about 20 zombies dressed in lumberjack outfits stood surrounding trees, each wielding a steel axe. They were swinging the axes, chopping away at the massive trunks one swing after another. Boom! A massive tree crashed to the ground under the zombie's axe. The zombie walked forward expressionlessly for a few steps, then approached another tree and tirelessly swung its axe. Thud! Thud thud! The forest echoed with the sound of axes chopping down trees. Liao Bufan was momentarily stunned. Is this even possible? Did zombies not have stamina limits? They mechanically swung their axes to fell trees, showing no need for rest whatsoever. 4 players, felling a single tree would drain at least half a stamina bar. According to the game's mechanics, half a bar of stamina would normally take half an hour to recover through rest. Seeing Liao Bufan standing there dumbfounded, Lu Lin shouted at him as she returned to the cabin carrying a large backpack full of logs. Liao Bufan! Stop slacking off. Come help gather the logs. Oh. Coming. Liao Bufan snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but look down at the ground. The area around the cabin was covered in all logs. Chapter 22, The Intern. Clang! The metal basin on the table crashed to the floor. The jarring clang jolted Fong Hong wide awake from his slumber. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up. The girl, barely in her early 20s, with round cheeks and a hint of youthfulness, bowed repeatedly in apology to Fong Heng. Oh, it's fine. Fong Hong smiled kindly and climbed up from the lounge chair in the rest area. Fatigue accumulated in the game doubled in reality. After pulling an all-nighter, Fong Hong didn't even bother going to the hotel next door to sleep. He simply dragged a lounge chair into the third team's lounge. He collapsed onto it and fell asleep. The sleep was incredibly restful. Fong Hong stretched lazily and glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. The girl apologized profusely for waking him. Hi, I'm the new intern, Peianen. My name is Fong Hong. What a coincidence, I'm also just starting my internship. I'm sorry, but could you help me change the water? Thank you. Peianen looked petite, and the water jug seemed a bit challenging for her. Sure, I'll handle it. Fong Hong said, walking over to help lift the water jug. Ha! The moment he lifted the water jug, Fong Hong furrowed his brow. What brand is this water? Why is it so light? Could it be a substandard product? Fong Hong effortlessly lifted the water barrel, placed it on the water dispenser, and then examined the brand logo on the barrel more closely. Strange. It was just an ordinary 5-gallon water jug. Could it be that this body had been training all along? Even stranger, wasn't he a gaming nerd? Thanks a lot. No problem. Fong Hong waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to dwell on it. Where's everyone else? Why make a girl carry water alone? Are they picking on you? No, I saw everyone was busy and didn't want to bother them. Pei Anan stuck out her tongue. Turns out I woke you up instead. Sorry about that. No worries. Fong Hong gave a quick greeting and headed to the company cafeteria for lunch. Something still felt off. Fong Hong thought it over carefully and suddenly felt something was off again. Come to think of it, he'd spent the entire previous day playing the game. In reality, he hadn't eaten anything for over a day, having only drunk a few glasses of water. Yet he didn't feel particularly hungry now. This was peculiar. What could be causing this? Who cares? Fong Hong couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to dwell on it. After finishing his meal, he dashed to the game pod to log into the game. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde felled 823 logs. You have mastered the skill lumberjacking. You gained 29,127 skill points for lumbering, 22,317 skill points for strength training, and 24,995 skill points for constitution training. Notice, your skill lumberjacking has been upgraded to LV6. Notice, your strength training skill has been upgraded to LV6. Notice, your skill physical training has been upgraded to LV6. Notice, your skills woodcutting, strength training, and stamina training cannot exceed your current character level. Please level up your character promptly. Appearing inside the small cabin, Fong Hong immediately opened the game log to check the idle status. A pleasant discovery. So chopping trees could also increase skill experience for strength training and constitution training. Additionally, one log could yield 17 planks. The exact number depended on luck and the level of the crafting skill. Fong Hong did a quick calculation. With the logs he'd gathered, building a level 1 large basic shelter wouldn't be a problem. If more were needed later, he could gather materials on site near the prison entrance. It was not yet 2 o'clock, with several hours remaining before sunset. Fong Hong ordered the zombies to cease logging and head toward the prison. The next step would be to continue clearing the prison. Come to think of it, the shelter would lose its system protection tonight. Fong Hong judged that since this was the very early stage of the game, it shouldn't be a major issue. At most, 1 or 2 zombies might scratch at the door at night. As long as they prepared adequately beforehand, it would be easily handled. Earlier that morning, Fong Hong had already asked Jimmy to clear out the wandering zombies around the camp. His decision to start cutting trees near the small cabin also served the purpose of clearing the surrounding view, making it easier to spot any nearby wandering zombies. The wandering zombies were also easily drawn to the noise generated by the logging, allowing them to be dealt with early. This way, they would be safer at night. Lost in thought, Liao Bufan pushed open the door. He huffed and puffed as he carried a backpack full of logs into the house. Fong Hong, you're finally back. Spotting Fong Hong, Liao Bufan pointed toward the room and immediately launched into a complaint. Boss, look at this, look at this. I'm begging you, please make your zombies stop working. I really can't take it anymore. Fong Hong turned to look in the direction Liao Bufan was pointing. Only then did he realize that a third of the small cabin had already been filled with logs. Boss, you have no idea how exhausting it is working for you. Liao Bufan's expression was resolute as he emphasized, you gotta pay me more. Once the new shelter is finished, I'll give you permanent free residency rights. Great. My meal ticket just got renewed. Liao Bufan's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately agreed. Alright, it's a deal, boss. Mounting his mountain bike, Fong Hong raced back to the prison. After over 10 hours, the zombies scattered across the prison plaza once more, drifting apart in small groups. The zombie density was significantly lower than yesterday's. At a glance, Fong Hong detected no mutated zombies among them. With a wave of his hand, the zombies following behind raised their wooden spears and swarmed into the guardhouse. Climbing through the windows of the guardhouse, they entered the prison's inner courtyard and began their slaughter. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Notice, your zombie avatar has killed a regular zombie. You gain 1 survival point. Prompt, your zombie avatar. The game log began flooding the screen once more. Seeing the number of zombies in the prison courtyard drastically reduced, Fong Hong grew bolder. He quietly slipped through the smashed iron gate into the guardhouse. Closing the door, Fong Hong quickly retrieved wooden planks to reinforce the guardhouse. Prompt, you have cleared the guardhouse and completed its reinforcement. You may attempt to convert the structure into a shelter. Peering cautiously through the window, Fong Hong surveyed the square. He could now be completely certain there were no zombies left in the prison square. This made things much easier. He could now relax and leave the game running. Fong Hong pulled wooden planks from his backpack and completely sealed the sentry hut's windows and doors. This way, even if the hut came under attack, it could hold out for an hour or so. All set. Fong Hong muttered under his breath before crafting a makeshift bed and tossing it onto the floor. Logging off. Time for a nap. Chapter 23, The Art of Logging. After catching some shut-eye in the lounge and eating an early dinner, Fong Hong logged back into the game. Notice, during your offline period, your zombie clear Jiao completed Prison Square, collecting, Evolution Crystal Fragments 41, Recipe Espresso, Precision Parts 3, Skill Book The Art of Woodcutting 1, Scrap 2. A skill book? And an espresso recipe? All good stuff. A thought struck Fong Hong. He immediately set to work prying off the reinforced wooden planks covering the window and climbed through it into the prison square. The zombies in the prison square had been completely cleared out. Clack! The moment he landed, Fong Hong whipped his head around to look at the building not far away. Ha! Lights were still on inside Building 3. According to the game's background description, over a month had passed since the zombie outbreak. How could there still be lights on in that building? Fong Hong was greatly surprised. Maybe it's the backup emergency power supply from the prison system. Fong Hong murmured to himself. The zombie clones staggered one by one toward Fong Hong, dumping the supplies they had gathered onto the floor. Fong Hong flipped open one of the white skill books. Skill Book The Art of Lumbering. Description: upon reading, master the skill to slightly increase logging speed. After felling trees, there is a small chance to obtain seeds, berries, honey, and other resources. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 30. Skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Better than nothing. Looks like I can fill my belly just by chopping down trees while avoiding zombies. Recipe: double strength coffee. Description: learn how to brew espresso. Effect: drinking espresso grants a 12-hour state of heightened alertness, during which stamina recovery increases by 100%. After 12 hours, the player enters a severe fatigue state. Additional notes: continuous use of espresso extends the duration of the energized state but also increases the severity and duration of the subsequent severe fatigue state. Great stuff! Espresso alleviates drowsiness with effects comparable to stimulants, making it an essential emergency resource in the game. The coffee beans needed to make it, however, are not easy to come by. What a haul! Fong Hong tapped the skill book and recipe onto his head. Notice, you have learned the skill The Art of Chopping. Notice, you have learned how to make espresso. Your cooking skill experience plus 30. Next. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes, surveying the prison grounds once more. Sunset was still over half an hour away. According to the original plan, Fong Hong should have left immediately, rushing back to the shelter before sunset. But the light emanating from Building 3 made him reconsider. Under normal circumstances, nighttime darkness drastically reduced visibility and heightened danger. Yet this particular work building was illuminated by ample light. Plus, Fong Hong had slept through the entire day and was now wide awake. He wouldn't be able to sleep upon returning anyway, so he might as well use this time to explore. Having made up his mind, Fong Hong directed his zombie clone to clear the path ahead and cautiously approached Building 3. The main gate was locked from the inside. According to the signboard, Buildings 1 and 2 housed the prisoners, while Building 3 served as the prison staff's office building. Through the window glass, Fong Hong could clearly see zombies wandering inside the building. Instead of entering Building 3 immediately, Fong Hong ran to observe the entrances of Buildings 1 and 2. Both entrances were secured from the outside with thick iron chains. Looks like the zombie virus first broke out in Buildings 1 and 2 where the prisoners were held, so the guards locked those buildings down beforehand. Fong Hong speculated. But strangely, both buildings were eerily quiet. Fong Hong approached the entrance of Building 2 and pressed his ear against the door. Not a single sound came through, the silence so profound it felt eerie. It didn't make sense. If it were filled with zombies, it couldn't possibly be this quiet. Fong Hong frowned deeply. Something still felt off. He raised the small stone hammer and tapped the iron chain once. Clang! The iron chain securing the door had a whopping 500,000 durability points. A single strike from the small stone hammer only chipped away 7 points. Breaking it open with just this hammer would take at least 2 or 3 days. Pretty tough. Fong Hong muttered to himself. With the lock this secure, even if there were mutated zombies inside, they couldn't escape for now. We could skip Buildings 1 and 2 for now and clear Building 3 directly. Establish the player's sanctuary in Building 3 first, then figure out how to gradually deal with the zombies in Buildings 1 and 2 later. If everything went smoothly, he could complete his prison relocation plan tomorrow. After all, with a gang of thugs currently watching the cabin, Fong Hong couldn't relax. The sooner the move, the better. Having made up his mind, Fong Hong sent a message to Liao Bufan via the survival radio, informing him he wouldn't be returning to the shelter tonight. Then, accompanied by his zombie clones, he headed back to Building 3. Begin smashing the doors. The zombie clones raised their small stone hammers. Thud. 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 Within mere minutes of relentless pounding, the main entrance of Building 3 lay completely shattered. Woo! The zombies lurking inside Building 3 caught the scent of the living and shuffled toward the doorway. The zombie clones blocked the doorway, raising wooden spears to meet the onslaught. The zombies pouring out of the building fell in waves, like wheat being cut down. The sun gradually sank below the horizon. Prompt: as the sun sets, you feel an indescribable dread in the darkness. Prompt: nightfall. Prolonged exposure to the wilderness unsettles you, inducing a darkness phobia state. Warning, seek shelter in a building immediately. The last zombie staggered out of building 3 and collapsed before Fong Hung. Hundreds more zombie corpses littered the prison square. The interior of building 3 fell completely silent. Fong Hung breathed a sigh of relief and stepped inside building 3. Prompt, you have entered a hazardous building. You cannot confirm its safety, but it offers minimal shelter from the darkness. Notice, the building's protection and the comforting light make you feel less afraid. Notice, you are no longer affected by the fear of darkness. Stepping inside building 3, Fong Hong surveyed his surroundings. The office building resembled a scene from the apocalypse, with pools of blood visible everywhere and documents strewn across the floor. Fong Hong pulled a freshly crafted wooden door from his backpack, installed it at the entrance, and reinforced it with 2 layers of wooden planks. Done. Now he wouldn't have to worry about zombies sneaking up from behind. Then, Fong Hong commanded the zombies on the spot to search the entire building and attack every visible zombie. He let his zombie clones clear the building first to minimize risks. Fong Hong had always been cautious. After issuing the idle command, he sat down in place, built a campfire, and began boiling water for instant noodles. Chapter 24, Police Officer's Diary. Bored out of his mind, Fong Hong turned on the survival radio, hoping to catch up on other players' adventures for some entertainment. Liao Bufan, no way. It's only been a few days? Already staying out all night? Calling you boss isn't too much, right? Liao Bufan, boss, we're running low on food. Remember to gather more tomorrow, okay? Luyu, bro, I was too abrupt earlier. Please trust us, we're here with genuine intentions. Even if you don't want to join our company, we can still collaborate, right? Why is it always this kid? Fong Hong stroked his chin, amused by the idea of teasing him, and replied. Not a bad suggestion. But what do you have to offer that's worth my cooperation? I want to see your sincerity. Can you get me a complete evolution crystal? The fastest way for Fong Hong to boost his strength now was to level up. Each level up granted him more zombie clones. But at this stage, ordinary players struggled to even find fragments of evolution crystals, let alone a complete one. Fong Hong knew leveling up was a distant prospect. Upon receiving Fong Hang's message, Liu immediately replied with excitement. Boss, no kidding, we're serious about this. Here's the deal, if we push hard, we can probably scrape together about 10 evolution crystal shards to show our commitment. Fong Hong curled his lip and closed the private chat. Only 10 shards? Who do you think you're looking down on? I wouldn't even take them if they were free. Fong Hong glanced at his backpack. Wow, after clearing out the prison zombies, he now had over 300 evolution crystal shards. He didn't even know what to do with so many fragments. Inside the shelter not far from the end of the world merchant's camp. Staring at the silent survival radio, Luyu fell silent once more. What's wrong? Sigh, the big shot isn't replying again. Luyu sighed wistfully, handing the radio chat message to Joey. We're completely out of our league with the big shots now. They've already started using full evolution crystals. Joey shook his head dejectedly. Anyway, let's keep chatting with the big shot to get our faces recognized. We should focus our energy on the Prison 507 mission first. At the mention of Prison 507, Luyu's expression turned grave. Just over 20 kilometers outside their shelter lay a prison. Prison 507. The mission Joey referred to was one he had acquired at great expense from a game intelligence organization. The intelligence group claimed this hidden mission had been accidentally triggered by a player on server 3. At the time, the medium-sized gaming company the player belonged to had mobilized the entire company's resources, even hiring several groups of mercenaries to participate. Unfortunately, the mission ultimately ended in failure. Having poured excessive time and resources into it, the mid-sized gaming company eventually collapsed due to a broken capital chain. Following a series of post-mortem analyses by the intelligence organization, they concluded this mission was an exceptionally rare hidden chain quest. Its difficulty surpassed SSS-tier, and its rewards were equally beyond SSS-tier. The intelligence organization provided the first 3 steps of this chain quest. Upon seeing the rewards for these 3 steps alone, Joey didn't even bat an eyelid before immediately paying to purchase them. This is a chain mission, step by step. We don't need to complete it all at once. Just get the first phase's mission items and hold on to the mission firmly for now. Yeah, I checked the prison again this morning. It's weird the number of zombies there suddenly dropped by about 2/3. Really? Joey raised his eyebrows in surprise. This is a golden opportunity for us. Now we have a much better chance of infiltrating Building 3. Really? Luyu gave a wry smile. It's true. What do you think we've been doing holed up at the End Times Merchant all these days? I reckon tomorrow we'll have enough survival points to trade for a batch of homemade explosives. Just blast a hole in the outer barbed wire fence of the prison, and in a few days, those zombies will dwindle considerably. Don't get too excited. Even then, Building 3 is still extremely dangerous. Fortunately, we only need to find the officer's diary. He hid it in a secret compartment inside a cabinet on the 2nd floor. It's hidden in a remote spot. Most players can't even get into the prison, let alone find it. It's the only way to trigger the quest. The seller said we absolutely must get it. Otherwise, the quest won't activate. Inside the prison, Bong Hong sat before a campfire. Notice, your zombie has completed a collection round. You have obtained plastic 2, scrap paper 176, broken parts 1. Notice, your zombie has begun a new collection round. Notice, your zombie has completed a collection round. You obtained scrap paper 201, soap 2. Notice, your zombies have started anew. The zombies sent out to search kept coming and going, tossing the odds and ends they gathered in their backpacks onto the ground before Fong Hong. Exploring the building was slower than Fong Hong had imagined. Hours passed and boredom drove him to start flipping through the 2021 prison cleaning log report. TSK, the cleaning lady must have slacked off on the 19th. Didn't even clean the toilets, and her excuse was that the dish soap ran out. As Fong Hong muttered to himself, another zombie returned, starting to rummage through his backpack. Notice, your zombie has completed a search. You have obtained rags 3, contaminated documents 30, damaged police diary 1. Ha! Police officer's diary. Fong Hang's eyes lit up. A diary. This is way better than reading some annual cleanup report. Fong Hong opened the bloodstained notebook, torn apart and half destroyed. With most of the notebook destroyed, Fong Hong could only make out fragments of the entries. 6.4. Today was my first day on the job. Everyone seemed friendly enough. Team leader Terry warned me never to give the inmates a friendly look. That would make them think you're weak and easy to bully. 6.5. The combination for the gunroom safe is left 6, right 2, left 11. Make a note, after 3 failed attempts, the safe locks automatically, making it extremely difficult to open afterward. The team leader was really nice to me. After work, we played cards together. I lost quite a bit of money, but he also bought me drinks. 6.8. Holy crap, is that giant Erita? He's so tall and massive. Probably around 2.3 or 2.4 meters? The team leader was right, he's the most dangerous inmate in the prison, capable of bending standard iron bars with his bare hands. We absolutely must keep a close eye on him. 7.7. I noticed several unfamiliar faces had arrived at the prison. The group leader informed me they were doctors from Dawn Hospital, as some kind of infectious disease seemed to have broken out in the prison recently. A terrifying contagion, I must be careful not to catch it myself. 7.19. Lately, many patients have been carried out one after another. I caught a few glimpses, the way they died was truly horrifying. The group leader said they all died from the contagion and advised us to avoid contact with the inmates. This disease is peculiar, most of the fatalities are burly men, while the frail prisoners seem unaffected. Could it be that their immune systems are different, making them more vulnerable to attack? 8.1. Terrifying. A massive riot has erupted in the prison. We've locked down blocks 1 and 2, making block 3 our last refuge. I've never experienced anything like this. I heard the team leader calling for outside help, saying an infectious disease has broken out. An infectious disease? This is a riot, isn't it? The warden ordered us to assemble in the basement. I have to go now. Hope everything turns out okay. Chapter 25, The Basement. The notes in the notebook end here. Looks like the prison really did break out with the zombie virus. But this hint is way too obvious. The safe in the armory has a code of left 6, right 2, left 11. Fong Hong muttered under his breath. They're practically telling me to go find the safe? Such an obvious hint. Could it be a trap? Fong Hong flipped back a few pages. The final page of the diary contained another passage. The handwriting was quite messy, likely written in haste. I'm sorry. I was so scared. My body wouldn't listen to me. All I could think about was running away. It's all my fault. Oh my God. What stupid thing did I do? I locked them all in the basement. I'm a coward. I'm a worthless piece of trash who killed my friends and colleagues. The team leader was right, this isn't a riot, it's an epidemic. Building 3 is already surrounded by crazed infected, I can't get out either. The only way out is through the basement, but it's already overrun by monsters. Whoever finds this note, please warn those who come after, monsters lurk in the basement. I'll hide the basement key and other essentials in the safe shortly. Under no circumstances open the basement door. I'm sorry, team leader. I'll be joining you soon. The next second, several lines of game prompts refreshed in Fong Hang's mission log. Prompt, you have completed reading. Prompt, you triggered the hidden quest, the officer's diary. Mission name, the police officer's diary. Task description, locate the key to the basement entrance. Mission difficulty? Reward, survival points. Additional notes, the faster you complete the mission, the greater your rewards will be. After reading the note, Fong Hong fell silent. So this prison guard locked his teammates and the zombies in the basement just to save his own skin? TSK. Terrible teammates are truly terrifying. Fong Hong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Hidden quests could also trigger in the game, and generally, the rewards for hidden quests were quite high. Fong Hong opened the game log again for a quick glance, trying to assess the risks of this mission. The zombies had already completed their reconnaissance of the prison work area's first and second floors and were currently clearing the third floor. Level 2 poses minimal danger. Assessment complete. Fong Hong made a simple judgment. The rewards far outweighed the risks. This mission is accepted. Having decided to accept the mission, Fong Hong aimed for the highest reward and worked swiftly to complete it. Fong Hong extinguished the campfire, stood up, and looked up at the wall. A map of the prison's entire layout was posted on the wall of the entrance hall. The diary mentioned the safe is in the armory. Fong Hong scanned the layout diagram for the armory's location. Found it the last room on the second floor. Fong Hong pulled the Wolf Tooth Club from his backpack, summoned 5 zombie clones to follow him, and ascended to the second floor via the main staircase in the lobby. The zombie clones he sent out could handle reconnaissance, looting, and combat simultaneously. Unfortunately, their limited intelligence meant they wouldn't attempt to break down locked doors they encountered. Instead, they'd simply take detours. These locked rooms might conceal zombies and supplies. Originally, Fong Hong had planned to save the blind box for Liao Bufan to open tomorrow. Before the armory door, Fong Hong tried turning the doorknob. Sure enough, the armory was locked from the inside. Fong Hong pressed his ear against the wooden door to listen. Inside, he heard the sounds of zombies, and there were quite a few of them. Fong Hong waved his hand, signaling the zombie clones behind him to smash the door. Within 3 minutes, the door was smashed to pieces. Several zombies staggered toward Fong Hong outside the room. SSSH. SSSH. The zombie clones blocking the doorway were ready, relentlessly thrusting their spears to drive the zombies back, piercing holes through their bodies. After repeating this cycle dozens of times, the remaining zombies inside the room were also cleared out. Fong Hong stepped inside the armory to survey the damage. Inside, just like outside, it was a complete mess, as if it had been ransacked. The shelves had been stripped bare of firearms, leaving only scattered rounds of ammunition. Bullets were valuable to all rare supplies. Fong Hong carefully stowed them all into his player backpack. Notice, you have obtained 237 standard pistol bullets. The old-fashioned green safe described in the diary sat in the right corner of the armory, easily visible. Left 6, right 2, left 11. Fong Hong stepped forward and carefully turned the numbers on the dial. Click. A faint, crisp sound signaled the safe's unlocking. Fong Hong pulled open the safe. Inside lay a pistol and a set of keys, resting quietly. There really is a gun. Fong Hong's eyes lit up as he picked up the pistol. Item, handgun Colt M4000. Description, a modified Colt M4000 pistol with a 12-round capacity and slightly increased critical hit rate. Nice. Firearms are incredibly valuable in the apocalypse, commanding high prices among players, especially during the dangerous early stages when they pose the greatest threat to others. Fong Hong was certain someone would be willing to pay a high price for it. And then there were the keys. Fong Hong picked up the keyring and weighed it in his hand. He guessed the keys to the entire work area of Building 3 were on this set. Well, at least he wouldn't have to break down doors one by one tomorrow. Fong Hong tucked the keys away as the game prompt reappeared. Prompt, you have found the key to the basement entrance. Prompt, you have completed the mission The Officer's Diary, earning 15 survival points. Prompt, you may choose from the following options. Option 1, attempt to explore the basement. Option 2, sell the key to any apocalypse merchant for 100 survival points. This mission is weird as hell. Fong Hong scrutinized the mission prompt. The quest gives me options, but it doesn't force me to choose right now. After pondering, Fong Hong decided to check the basement first. He planned to build the prison into a shelter. If the basement was swarming with zombies, how could he possibly sleep soundly at night? Fong Hong led his zombie clone back to the first floor along the same route. The basement passageway entrance was hidden beside the warehouse on the right. Outside, there were even 3 layers of iron doors installed. No way, security measures this thorough? Fong Hong muttered under his breath as he rummaged through his keychain, flipping through the keys one by one. He methodically marked each key before finally unlocking the last door. Behind the door lay a long corridor. The lighting was unusually dim, and patches of dried blood were visible along the floor. 2 zombies scouted ahead while Fong Hong followed cautiously behind. After about a dozen steps, Fong Hong suddenly heard a faint sound. What was that sound? Fong Hong froze in his tracks. Scratch, scratch. Listening closely, it sounded like something scraping against the wall. The sound grew closer. Fong Hong's pupils contracted slightly. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fong Hong cursed under his breath and turned to run. Mutated zombie spider. Zombies with high-speed crawling abilities. They move extremely fast and can climb any terrain. They specialize in breaching player-built shelters. They can crawl through any opening into your shelter, forcibly dragging you back into the game from the real world. Because they constantly crawl along walls, their hands and feet mutate into elongated appendages, earning them the player-given moniker, Spider Zombies. Chapter 26, Skewered Meat. Fong Hong had just turned around when 4 or 5 spider zombies scurried out from behind the corner at the end of the corridor. Scratch, scratch. The spider zombies clung to the walls, racing along the side walls in pursuit of Fong Hong's escape route. Fong Hong immediately discarded his 2 zombie clones and sprinted back without looking back. Only after escaping the basement did he slam the door shut with a loud bang. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone has died. Now Fong Hong finally understood why that rookie prison guard in the diary had been so terrified, even abandoning his teammates inside. Earlier he'd been mocking his useless teammates, but now Fong Hong found himself deeply impressed by that kid's quick thinking. Turns out the basement was swarming with mutated zombies. With the outer 3 layers of iron doors locked tight, Fong Hong leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. What good were all those survival supplies he'd stockpiled? If he got infected by a spider zombie's claw, he'd be dead anyway. It just wasn't worth it. Thankfully, he'd run fast enough. Fong Hong silently thanked his luck. This mission's difficulty is seriously messed up. Ha! Just as he was muttering to himself, relieved to be alive, Fong Hong suddenly turned his head again, staring at the locked basement door. There seemed to be a lot of mutated zombies inside? If he could kill them, then wouldn't that mean more intact evolution crystals to collect? And he could level up quickly again? Fong Hong narrowed his eyes as his mind raced. But how to kill them? The spider zombies possessed extraordinary agility, making it extremely difficult for the zombie clones to inflict damage on them. For ranged attacks, the zombie clone's crossbow reloading speed was far too slow. It seems. Got it. He could check with the Doomsday Merchant to see if he had any weapons suitable for dealing with spider zombies. The next morning, Liao Bufan logged in as usual. The moment he opened his eyes in game, he saw 2 zombies hauling logs toward the small wooden hut. Hey! What's going on with these zombies? Liao Bufan was baffled. Those logs were the ones he'd worked so hard to haul inside yesterday. Why were they being taken out again today? Are you kidding me? Just as Liao Bufan was about to ask Lu Lin, the night watchman, about the situation, a game notification sounded. Notice, your survival radio has received an urgent message. Fong Hong, head to the prison. Bring supplies. We're moving. Liao Bufan froze, his mind flooded with countless questions. Relocate. Why move? To the prison? What about the zombies there? What about this little cabin? Where's Fong Hong? Is he in prison too? Liao Bufan immediately replied to the message. Liao Bufan? Fong Hong, right now. Once you get to the prison, remember not to damage the buildings. Enter through the window of the guard post hut. I'm in building 3. Hurry up. Liao Bufan rubbed the back of his head, his expression blank and puzzled. Inside building 3? No way. Did that kid really clear out the entire prison by himself? He must be joking. That's way too exaggerated. How could he possibly handle thousands of zombies? Liao Bufan refused to believe it. Is the big shot starting to exaggerate now? It wasn't until over half an hour later that Liao Bufan arrived at the small slope outside the prison. His mouth formed a wide O. Impossible. Why was it gone? Where are the zombies? Liao Bufan rubbed his eyes, doubting for a second that he had seen wrong. Just days ago, the prison square had been swarming with hordes of zombies. Where did they go? Were they really wiped out? How the hell did he manage that? Impossible. Who can tell me what the hell is going on here? Liao Bufan scratched his head in frustration, feeling like his entire world had been turned upside down. Go ask Fong Hong. Liao Bufan located the guard hut described by Fong Hong and cautiously climbed inside. Building 3. That must be it, right? Walking across the plaza, before he could even reach the entrance, Liao Bufan caught a scent. He sniffed the air. That smells delicious. Is it meat? Liao Bufan walked slowly toward building 3, his suspicions growing. He pushed open the wooden door. Creak. As the door swung open, Liao Bufan immediately spotted Fong Hong fiddling with a barbecue grill by the campfire. Grilling in the early morning? Is this what people do? Liao Bufan stared at Fong Hong, about to give him a piece of his mind. Fong Hong happened to notice Liao Bufan. He turned sideways, pointing at the skewers of grilled meat on the rack, and spoke first. Here, try one and see if it's cooked through? Whoa! Such courtesy, boss. You're the man. Liao Bufan hurried over, grabbed a skewer, and took a bite. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air. Delicious. Liao Bufan felt he'd never tasted such delicious barbecue before. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction washed over him. Fong Hong also grabbed a skewer and took a bite. The flavor was indeed excellent. After exploring the basement last night, Fong Hong had logged off to rest for a while. He logged back in around the same time as Liao Bufan and was still taking inventory of supplies. Notice, your zombie has completed the building search. Acquired, recipe extra large skewered meat, skill book firearm mastery, pistol bullets 39, wood chips 27, bottled water 72, raw meat 21, reg scraps 192. Not bad haul. Fong Hong immediately learned the super-sized skewered meat recipe. He'd also just found some raw meat, and a couple days ago he'd discovered a grill. It was meant to be. So Fong Hong casually began preparing the grilled meat. While munching on the grilled meat, Fong Hong continued reviewing last night's haul. Skill book, firearm mastery. Description: upon learning, master firearms proficiency. When using firearms, gain an additional 10% damage, reduce reload time by 10%, and increase accuracy by 10%. Maximum skill level, LV20 skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. By the mid to late game, firearms would become increasingly common. By then, this skill book would be worth at least 5 million credits. Fong Hong made a quick calculation, then tapped the skill book against his head. Notice, you have learned the skill firearm mastery. Big shot. Liao Bufan, munching on a meat skewer, was in high spirits, having forgotten his earlier troubles. He grinned and approached. Big shot, how did you take care of all those zombies outside? Secret. The answer left Liao Bufan feeling a bit disappointed. His eyes darted around as he pressed on. So, boss, what job do you need me for today? Fix the prison first. The rest can wait. Fong Hong outlined the plan to Liao Bufan. Their goal was to establish a sanctuary based on the prison. Therefore, while gathering substantial materials, they also needed to restore the entire prison. But first, they had to secure Building 3. They would be staying in Building 3 for the next few days. They needed to thoroughly search every corner and every unopened door in Building 3. Ensure no zombies remain in Building 3 except for the basement. Fong Hong briefly recounted the discoveries made within the prison last night to Liao Bufan. Spider zombies? That terrifying thing in the basement? Liao Bufan picked up another skewer of grilled meat, his expression growing even more peculiar as he looked at Fong Hong. Compared to that, the fact that Fong Hong had managed to escape from there was even more astonishing. That kid must be even more terrifying. I'll head out first. Wait a bit, then contact Lu Lin and Uncle Jimmy. Have them assist you. Fong Hong patted Liao Bufan on the shoulder. Where are you headed? To figure out how to deal with the spider zombies in the underground passage. Liao Bufan paused mid-bite on the meat skewer he was about to eat. Did he hear that right? He was actually planning to deal with those mutated zombies in the basement? Chapter 27, Mission Gathering Wooden Planks. Fong Hong was greedy. The shelter needed to be built, and character leveling couldn't be neglected either. The mutated zombies in the basement were prime targets. Eliminating them could yield plenty of intact evolution crystals. This was his hope for leveling up. Fong Hong rode his mountain bike to the Doomsday Merchant Camp. After clearing the prison plaza and Building 3 yesterday, his survival points had now reached 13,782. Hey, Fong Hong, we meet again. The apocalypse merchant, Vidal, waved enthusiastically at Fong Hong. You're just in time. I've got a fresh shipment here. What do you think? Interested? Really? What a coincidence. High affinity really pays off. Fong Hong opened the merchant's hidden exchange interface to check. Oh wow. Stun baton. A powerful close-range weapon capable of stunning zombies into paralysis. A pretty useful weapon, though it's useless against mutated zombies. Shotgun. This is good too. Too bad it's expensive, and the reload speed is too slow. It's barely manageable against a single spider zombie. There are too many spider zombies in the basement. The risk is too high. Fong Hong scanned the exchange menu but found no suitable weapons, feeling somewhat disappointed. Are there any more powerful weapons? Fong Hong tried to explain. I need something to deal with the spider zombies. Spider zombies, those things are a real pain to deal with. Let me think. The apocalypse merchant tapped his forehead with his index finger, deep in thought. I have a composite adhesive landmine that could be useful, but it's hard to come by and comes at a steep price, about 3,000 survival points per unit. No. Fong Hong shook his head. I need offensive ones, not purely defensive. I see. Well, then I think you'll definitely find this useful. Apocalypse merchant Vidal pulled a notebook from beneath the counter, opened it, and flipped to a specific page. He pointed to an image. The focused flamethrower M021. It can instantly project a concentrated stream of intense flame. Zombies dread this thing. Nice. Fong Hong's eyes lit up. He recognized this weapon. In his memory, he had once seen a video where a player used this very focused flamethrower to ignite entire groups of zombies. The extreme heat was unbearable even for mutated zombies. And spider zombies didn't have much health. Its only weakness is that it can't be used for extended periods, or it'll overheat and break down. Seeing Fong Hong's interest, Vidal continued. I don't have any in stock right now. If you want to order one, you'll need to pay 10,000 survival points up front. I'll restock within 3 days. The merchant lowered his head to calculate, quickly presenting an exorbitant price. Additionally, you'll need fuel. With 3 bottles of fuel, the total comes to approximately 26,200. What do you think of this deal? Sounds great, but I can't afford it right now. Fong Hong shrugged with utter honesty. Got any missions for me? I need to earn some survival points. I see. Then you can browse the quests here and see if any suit you. Fong Hong opened the quest panel again. Last time, because of the SSS rank mission, he hadn't had time to look carefully and had hurriedly accepted the mission and left. Today, he patiently scanned the entire task panel. Broadly speaking, the tasks offered in the panel fell into several categories: zombie extermination, item person searches, resource collection, and area reconnaissance. Gathering supplies. There's that kind of mission too? Fong Hang's eyes lit up as he filtered keywords in the taskbar. Gather. Quest name, gather iron or repeatable. Task requirements, gather 300 units of iron ore. Reward, 600 survival points. Quest name, collect coal or repeatable. Task requirement, gather 300 units of coal ore. Reward, 600 survival points. Task name, gather wood planks repeatable. Task requirements, gather 300 units of wood planks. Reward, 600 survival points. Wooden planks? Fong Hong spotted something incredibly exciting. Collecting wood planks? Wood is the last thing you'd ever run out of in a forest. His zombie toolman could work around the clock non-stop to produce wooden planks. Then he could sell the finished planks to merchants. He was going to strike it rich. My heart raced. Could this be a glitch in the main god system? For a moment, Fong Hong even felt an urge to empty the Apocalypse merchant's shop. I'd like to purchase a modified motorcycle. Certainly. That will be 5,350 survival points. Would you like to purchase some fuel? No, thank you. Modified motorcycle acquired. Fong Hong mounted the mountain bike and rode back to the prison. Liao Bufan and Lu Lin had circled Building 3 that morning, meticulously inspecting it for any dangerous breaches. The exterior walls of Building 3 showed no signs of damage whatsoever, proving exceptionally sturdy. Both rear doors had been locked from the inside and sealed shut. The only entrance and exit was the wooden door Fong Hong had placed the previous night. After his inspection, Liao Bufan reinforced it 3 more times to ensure its durability. Overall, Building 3's defenses were several times stronger than the small cabin they had occupied the previous night. At that moment, Liao Bufan and Lu Lin were on the first floor, teaming up to clear out zombies like opening blind boxes. That guy is seriously impressive. He actually cleared out the entire prison. I just can't wrap my head around how he pulled it off. Even now, Liao Bufan's mind was filled with question marks. He couldn't fathom how Fong Hong had managed to clear the entire prison. I know. Why? How did he do it? But I'm not telling. About to move into a higher security shelter, Lu Lin was in high spirits and deliberately tried to scare Liao Bufan. The more you know, the faster you die. Keep prying into Fong Hang's secrets to yourself or risk being silenced. Whoa. Liao Bufan sucked in a sharp breath. Is the boss really that terrifying? Yeah, of course. He's terrifying. Who else could wipe out that many zombies in just 2 days? No, I mean, that. Liao Bufan pointed toward the window beside him, gesturing outside. What do you think those zombies are doing? Zombies? Weren't they shuttling supplies back and forth between the cabin and the prison earlier? Lu Lin also leaned curiously toward the window to observe the situation outside. Outside on the prison square, nearly 20 zombies had split into 3 groups. One group was using firewood to make wooden planks on the spot. Another group was using the planks to build wooden frames. The final group dismantled the wooden frames back into scattered pieces of firewood. This cycle repeated endlessly. Is the boss playing around like this? Liao Bufan was utterly baffled, his face blank with confusion. He could only turn to Lu Lin for answers. What do you think the boss is doing? Lu Lin was equally puzzled. What was the point of these zombies constantly dismantling and reassembling things? Seriously, wasting resources? Both pairs of eyes turned toward Fong Hong, who sat in the square, an absent-minded grin playing on his lips. Liao Bufan scratched his head. Did the boss suddenly go dumb? Lu Lin shot Liao Bufan a glare. What good does it do you to say something stupid? What benefit do you get from saying Fong Hang's gone dumb? Liao Bufan obediently shut his mouth. She had a point. He was counting on Fong Hang as his long-term meal ticket. Lu Lin gazed at Fong Hong outside the window, nodding thoughtfully for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that he? Could it be? Grinding for experience? Chapter 28, Transporting Goods. Fong Hong sat idly on the prison square. The game log began to refresh rapidly. Notice, your zombie has crafted 3 wooden planks, gaining +1 base crafting experience. Notice, your zombie has completed the wooden frame. Gained +3 base crafting experience. Notice, your zombie dismantled the wooden frame, obtaining wooden planks 8. Notice, your zombie has completed crafting a wooden frame. Gained +3 base crafting experience. Prompt: your basic crafting skill level has increased to LV3. There are generally two ways to craft wooden planks. The first involves synthesizing them from basic resources like firewood. This method is relatively inefficient. It takes 10 pieces of firewood to craft just one plank. The other method involves using logs. One log can yield approximately 3 to 10 planks. However, crafting with logs requires the player to have a base crafting level of LV5. Fong Hong currently only has a base crafting level of 1. In fact, not just Fong Hong, but most players start with a base crafting level of 1. After all, in the early stages, players are constrained by stamina limitations. Unless they possess relevant talent skills, raising the base crafting level is extremely difficult. Fong Hong is different. His zombie clone doesn't even have an energy bar. It operates 24/7 without rest. The perfect tool. After testing, Fong Hong simply divided the zombies into 3 groups. One batch would blend firewood into planks, another would craft those planks into wooden frames. The final batch dismantled the wooden frames back into firewood. The entire process formed a perfect cycle, with not a single scrap of material wasted. The result? Fong Hong's basic crafting experience points shot up rapidly. Perfect AFK grinding. Fong Hong was quite satisfied with his production line, even lying down on the ground for a quick nap. About an hour and a half later, a notification flashed across Fong Hong's game log. Notice, your skill basic crafting has been upgraded to LV6. Notice, your basic crafting skill cannot exceed your current character level. Please level up your character promptly. It typically takes ordinary players 5 or 6 days to raise their basic crafting skill by a single level. Fong Hong, however, had elevated his basic crafting skill to LV6 in a mere hour and a half. Opening the basic crafting panel, Fong Hong noticed several new crafting modules had appeared, including one for crafting wooden planks. Without a sawhorse, crafting wooden planks directly using the skill would take extra time. But Fong Hong didn't care. After all, he had over 20 zombies at his disposal. Fong Hong directly commanded his zombie clones to craft wooden planks. Prompt: you have completed crafting the wooden planks. Prompt: you have completed the crafting of wooden planks. Prompt: you have completed the wooden plank crafting. Prompt: you have completed the wooden plank crafting. 30 minutes later, the cargo bed of the modified motorcycle was loaded to capacity with wooden planks. Let's go! Time to deliver. Fong Hong filled the newly purchased modified motorcycle with gasoline and sped toward the End Times merchant camp. Post-apocalyptic merchant camp. Vettel's face lit up with delight when he saw Fong Hong return to camp riding the modified motorcycle loaded to the brim. Fong Hong, looks like you've brought in a shipment. Let me guess, is it for me? Of course they are, Vettel. I've always been reliable, haven't I? Ha ha ha. Of course, my friend. You've really saved my skin. Notice, your friendship with Vettel has increased. Fong Hong parked the modified motorcycle within the camp, and NPCs immediately came over to help unload the cargo. The NPCs carried the supplies down and stacked them within the camp. Notice, you submitted 300 wooden planks to the trader. You gained 600 survival points. Notice, you have completed the quest. Notice, your friendship level with Apocalypse Merchant Vettel has increased. Notice, you submitted 300 wooden planks to the trader. You gained 600 survival points. Prompt: you have completed the quest. A series of quest notifications flashed across the screen. Fong Hong did a quick mental calculation. Transporting one cargo run from the prison to here could complete roughly 3 quests, yielding 1,800 Apocalypse survival points. If he made 20 round trips, not only would he have enough to buy the flamethrower, but he could even redeem that coveted furnace he'd been eyeing. He was thrilled. Fong Hong's heart burned with excitement. He'd slept less than 4 hours last night, yet now he felt unusually alert. He wished he could boost his motorcycle's cargo capacity tenfold and completely empty the Apocalypse merchant camp. The day was drawing to a close. In just over an hour, night would descend. To maximize efficiency, Fong Hong spent the entire day as a porter. He drove his modified motorcycle back and forth between the prison and the Doomsday merchant camp over 10 times. After unloading the final shipment, Fong Hong realized they were running low on the raw lumber needed to craft wooden planks. There was nothing to be done, he'd have to call it a day. Fong Hong planned to let the zombies idle overnight chopping trees. That way, he'd have another large batch of lumber to sell by tomorrow morning. Due to the sheer volume of timber Fong Hong delivered each time, the merchant camp was now overflowing with wood, piled so high they couldn't even sort it properly. Fong Hong tallied his survival point earnings for the day. A whopping 19,000. A bountiful harvest. Vettel, I need to place an order for focused flamethrowers M021 and fuel. After a moment's thought, he added. Prepare a few extra fuel packs for me, 20 should be sufficient. Certainly. Vettel was in high spirits as he readily agreed, winking at Fong Hong. I'll call my old friend right away. Your order will arrive tomorrow afternoon, special delivery channel. Fong Hong knew deep down that this was only possible because he'd built up enough goodwill. With ordinary goodwill, Vettel wouldn't even bother arranging the purchase, let alone expedite the delivery. Vettel, you're such a great friend. Of course. Everyone knows me, Vittel, I'm famous for being loyal. Also, I need to purchase 2 more furnaces. Alright, here are the furnaces. Take good care of them. Notice, you spent 4,500 survival points to purchase 2x forges. Notice, you have spent 10,000 survival points to order 1x focused flamethrower M021 and 20x fuel from N times Merchant Vittel. Notice, please settle the remaining balance within 3 days of delivery. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of your deposit and a significant reduction in your rapport with N times Merchant Vittel. Vittel, see you tomorrow. I'll bring more planks, then get your wallet ready. Ha ha ha. Fong Hung. You're quite the entertaining survivor. Chapter 29, The Crucible. To conserve fuel, Fong Hung pedaled his bicycle slowly back toward the prison. Coincidentally, as he departed, he spotted 2 players approaching the camp from the distance. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu also spotted Fong Hung at the same moment. Before Lu Yu could speak, Fong Hung had already turned off down another side road. The two exchanged glances. That guy just now, was that Fong Hung? The legendary player? It must be him. Zhou Yi nodded. Too bad. I looked him up online. Apparently the legend has a shady reputation. I'm afraid bringing him into the company would cause trouble. Otherwise, I'd throw a few million at him just to get him on board. What are you thinking? He might not even want to come to your place for a few million. What's wrong? Is my place that unappealing? You're losing next month's bonus. The company still gives bonuses? How come I've never gotten one? Zhou Yi and Lu Yu bantered back and forth, venting their stress through playful teasing. The two had worked their asses off all day, barely completing an investigation mission. During the operation, Zhou Yi had even faced a sudden zombie attack. If not for Lu Yu's quick thinking, Zhou Yi would have lost his life. Rubbing his face, Zhou Yi said, completing this mission means we can buy claymore mines. It's getting late today, but tomorrow we'll blow up the prison. Blowing up the outer barbed wire fence will take a couple of days for the zombies inside to scatter. We can use that time to gather more supplies and reinforce the shelter. Lu Yu nodded, his expression turning serious. By the way, how's the recruitment for our company going? We interviewed several professional players, all level 5. Contracts are already signed. Zhou Yi had gone all in on making a name for himself in this server, sparing no expense. But after the new server launches, they'll still have to wait another week before they can teleport in. It won't happen that quickly. The two walked into the Doomsday Merchant camp as they talked. What is this? The moment they stepped into the Doomsday Merchant camp, Zhou Yi and Lu Yu both fell silent. They halted in their tracks, exchanging a glance. The camp was littered with wooden planks piled haphazardly in every direction. Several NPC laborers bustled about moving them. Where the hell did all these planks come from? The place had been completely empty when they came here for their morning quest. Lu Yu inquired with the Apocalypse merchant. Vittel, where did all these planks suddenly come from in the camp? A survivor helped me get them. That kid's really something. Vittel was in an exceptionally good mood today. He chuckled as he answered while checking the ledger and counting supplies. With these planks, our camp upgrade plans can be put into action soon. Zhou Yi and Lu Yu were utterly baffled. Players. So all these planks were actually sourced by players? Impossible. The server just launched a few days ago. Forget players, which guild could possibly gather this many planks in such a short time? Only a colossus like the Federation government could possibly manage that. While Zhou Yi was still reeling in shock, Lu Yu instinctively thought of something. He swallowed hard and whispered to the Apocalypse merchant. Vittel, you wouldn't be talking about a player named Fong Hung, would you? Whittler set down the ledger in his hands and looked up at Lu Yu. Oh? You know him too? It really is Fong Hung. The terrifying god-tier player. The sky gradually darkened. Liao Bufan and the others had cleared the entire first floor of Building 3 during the day, even setting aside a relatively clean room for everyone to rest. Old Jimmy seemed to have something to attend to today and logged off early. Finally, we can relax without constant worry. Liao Bufan took a swig of beer, stretched lazily, and stuffed another piece of grilled meat into his mouth. This feeling. Absolutely amazing. Lu Lin sat in the corner by the window. She fiddled with the 2 furnaces Fong Hung had just exchanged today, adding wood and scrap iron inside. The furnaces could melt iron ore and scrap iron into iron ingots by burning wood. Iron ingots served as the foundation for crafting advanced materials in the zombie apocalypse game. For instance, nails, a scarce resource when building shelters. At that moment, Lu Lin deeply felt the power of Fong Hung's innate skill. How many days had passed? On the previous server, Server 7, she recalled that even the fastest guild took a full half-month to complete the basic production of iron ingots. But Fong Hung? In less than a week, he'd already begun preparing for mass-producing iron ingots. It felt like a dream come true. After learning she'd been forcibly transferred to the new server, Lu Lin had been filled with anxiety. But now, with things progressing to this point, everything had gone exceptionally smoothly. As long as they didn't encounter hostile players, the prison could provide them with sufficient safety. Even a small group of zombies scratching at the gates all night couldn't breach the outer layer of barbed wire. The dreaded zombie apocalypse server everyone spoke of with horror now seemed surprisingly straightforward. Lu Lin's gaze drifted unconsciously toward Fong Hung. All these changes stemmed from him. Fong Hung ate a little before flipping through the game logs. After nightfall, he had promptly dispatched the zombies to fell trees near the prison. They were to fell the trees, but not transport the logs. He found the zombies too slow on foot, especially when burdened. To boost efficiency, Fong Hung had the zombies focus solely on felling trees, planning to have Liao Bufan collect the logs during daylight tomorrow. Even if players happened to pass by during the day and picked up some logs, how much could they possibly carry away? As Fong Hung was planning tomorrow's operations, Liao Bufan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Hey boss, now that we have nails and logs, the shelter has enough resources. Where do you plan to build it? The game provided hundreds of simulated shelter construction blueprints. Players could use blueprints directly to construct shelters, modify existing designs, or even scrap them entirely and start from scratch. Each blueprint required different material costs. The larger the planned shelter area, the more resources and materials would be consumed. Regarding Liao Bufan's question, Fong Hung had already made up his mind. Build it in the basement. In the game, digging deep underground was the safest option. Zombies don't dig. Of course, if it ever came to the late stages, once the shelter's defenses were sufficiently robust, they could gradually expand upward toward the surface. Fong Hung's current construction layout centered on establishing the shelter by leveraging the existing prison structure. In fact, the outer prison structures already function as extensions of the shelter, they just haven't been officially recognized by the game system. But the most crucial and essential part still needs to be built in the basement. This is for safety. But they're spider zombies. Liao Bufan shrank his neck. He'd heard Fong Hung mention it. The basement was incredibly dangerous. It was swarming with countless spider zombies. Ordinary players stood no chance against them. Just hearing about so many spider zombies sent a chill down Liao Bufan's spine. I've already thought this through. Once the flamethrower arrived tomorrow afternoon, he could attempt to push through the basement passages. Fong Hung suddenly recalled the task from the police officer's notebook. That hidden mission had only just entered its second phase, which required dealing with a high-difficulty spider zombie horde. The difficulty was a bit too high. But that meant the rewards would be substantial. For instance, the first stage had already rewarded him with a handgun. Not to mention the evolution crystals that dropped after killing spider zombies. Thinking this, Fong Hung glanced at Liao Bufan. The grilled meat tastes pretty good, right? Liao Bufan nodded. He couldn't bring himself to deny it. Then come help tomorrow afternoon. We'll head down to the basement together and take care of the zombies. No way? Are you serious, boss? Chapter 30, Reaching the Limit. Fong Hung, meeting you has been my good fortune. At the Doomsday Merchant Camp, Vittel grinned from ear to ear. But Fong Hung, we're not short on wood planks here at our camp anymore. You should check out other apocalypse camps, they're still in serious need of them. Out. Hit the cap? A flicker of disappointment crossed Fong Hung's face. He opened his quest log to double check. The repeatable wood plank quest within the merchant camp had vanished. What a pity. He'd been planning to clean out the entire apocalypse merchant camp. But the main god wouldn't let me farm it. Vittel continued, I've mentioned you to the other end times merchants. They'll be delighted to have you join us. Here's my personal map with their camp locations marked. You should find it useful. Notice, your rapport with Vettel has increased. Notice, Vettel has gifted you a map. You can use it to navigate to the locations of 7 nearby Doomsday Merchant camps. Thanks. Fong Hung took the map and examined it. The 7 Apocalypse Merchant camps marked on the map were all quite distant from here. Even the closest one, as the crow flies, was over 200 kilometers away. His shelter wasn't finished yet, so he couldn't leave. Running out there to gather wood was a bit unrealistic. Oh, and I've got some good news for you, your shipment has arrived. Come take a look. Haha, I promise you, this is some seriously good stuff for dealing with zombies. Merchant Vittel led Fong Hung into the small hut. He pulled a wooden crate from beneath the counter and slammed it onto the countertop with a thud. Take a look, this is his prized possession. Fong Hung opened the wooden box to reveal a bright red flamethrower inside. The design resembled a large submachine gun. The difference was that the muzzle end resembled a pipe, with a large, thick opening. Fong Hung tried lifting it. It was incredibly heavy, requiring him to shoulder it for use. Notice, you have obtained an item-focused flamethrower M0211. The zombies have lost consciousness, but most instinctively fear fire. This flamethrower is absolutely effective. Vettel boasted, placing several more blue wooden boxes on the counter. Also, here's the fuel for your equipment. Be careful, it's explosive and incredibly heavy. The fuel bottles contained a mixture of special gases, sealed under high pressure, making them extremely heavy. Finally, Vittel handed Fong Hung a small booklet. Finally, here's the included instruction manual. Use it carefully and ensure your safety. Fong Hung took the booklet. According to the manual, proper operation of the focused flamethrower required 2 people working in tandem. One person operates the torch gun, while the other assists by holding the heavy fuel bottle and controlling the flame intensity. Zombies moved too stiffly to coordinate precisely. He'd need to find another person to assist. Another issue was the cooling time. He mentally rehearsed the plan for clearing the basement soon. The focused flamethrower overheats after prolonged use. Once it reached 50% critical temperature, the flamethrower's durability would deteriorate rapidly. Therefore, safe operation required keeping the critical temperature below 50%. Then there was the fuel. Even with skilled handling, each fuel refill takes at least 3 minutes. If hordes of spider zombies kept pouring into the passageway, the flamethrower alone might not hold them back. They won't have time to refuel. What to do? Got it. Fong Hong looked up. Vettel, could you get me another 20 barrels of gasoline? No problem. Here are your 20 barrels of gasoline. Notice, you have obtained focused flamethrower fuel bottles 20, gasoline 20. Prison, entrance to the basement. Liao Bufan felt a bit flustered. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, lowering his voice. Fong Hong, are we really going in? How about we call it quits this time? Just let them win, okay? Don't be a hero, your life comes first. Calm down, I have a plan. Fong Hong whispered back, unlocking the first 2 iron doors with his key, leaving only the final one. Then he pressed his ear tightly against the door. Good. No sound from inside. The spider zombies hadn't blocked the door. Fong Hong pulled out the focused flamethrower from his backpack. Holy? A flamethrower. Liao Bufan's eyes went wide when he saw Fong Hong pull out such a deadly weapon from his backpack. He was green with envy. Liao Bufan felt an odd tingling sensation in his heart. He reached out and touched the flamethrower, overcome with excitement. This is a real treasure. Boss, where did you get this? After all that worry and fear earlier, it turned out Fong Hong had been prepared all along. With such a powerful weapon, what was there to fear? Liao Bufan inwardly grumbled at Fong Hong for not mentioning it sooner, leaving him on edge all that time. It's a secret. Come on, give me a hand. Fong Hong tried connecting the fuel bottle to the flamethrower, setting the bottle down on the ground. Coming. Liao Bufan helped hoist the fuel bottle behind Fong Hong and adjusted the flame settings on the raft. Fong Hong, meanwhile, operated the flamethrower's control switch and directional controls. Everything was ready. 3, 2, 1. Fong Hong counted down with his fingers, carefully pushing open the final iron door of the basement passageway. Click. Beyond the door, a straight passageway stretching about 30 meters came into view. The passage was completely empty, ending at a right-hand corner. Beyond the bend lay an unseen blind spot. The two exchanged a glance. Liao Bufan turned his head to look at Fong Hong. What do we do? Shoo. Fong Hong raised his hand, signaling Liao Bufan to lower his voice. He waved his hand. The 5 zombie clones following the pair entered the passageway. They staggered forward until they reached the spot near the end of the straight passageway. The zombie clones halted, then slowly pulled wooden frames from their backpacks and set them down on the floor. Wooden frames? What the hell is he trying to pull off with all this? Liao Bufan watched the zombies' actions, muttering under his breath, his eyes filled with confusion. It took a full 5 minutes for the zombies to stack 50 or 60 frames at the corner, nearly blocking off most of the passageway. Once the stacking was complete, the zombies pulled out gasoline, opened the caps, and poured it over the wooden frames. Finally, the returning zombie clone slowly poured the last bit of gasoline toward Fong Hong's location. You? Liao Bufan felt like he sort of understood, yet not quite. He looked at Fong Hong and asked in a low voice. Are you sure this is okay? You're planning to burn the whole place down, aren't you? Of course it's fine. Uncle Jimmy checked the structure here, it's all bare reinforced concrete. It won't catch fire. That's good. Liao Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. It would be such a shame if this shelter, built with so much effort, were accidentally burned down. Chapter 31, Burning the Spider. Fong Hong set the flamethrower on his shoulder down on the ground and asked one last time, ready? Liao Bufan gave Fong Hong a thumbs up. Yeah. Fong Hong directed his zombie clones to leave the basement passageway. He cautiously took 5 steps into the passageway and retrieved a small stone from his backpack. Whoosh! Fong Hong flung the stone forcefully toward the end of the passageway. Clack! Tap tap tap. The pebble struck the ground, producing a series of sharp sounds. 1 second, 2 seconds. Scratch scratch scratch. 3 seconds later, the sound of something scraping against the wall echoed from within the passageway. Fong Hong spun and ran. He grabbed the flamethrower from the ground, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and spun around, aiming the nozzle toward the front of the passageway. Clatter clatter. The sound closed in within an instant. Cold sweat trickled down Liao Bufan's cheek as he stared intently at the passageway entrance. Damn it! How could they make such a racket? Just how many spider zombies lurked in this passageway? Liao Bufan's heart began racing uncontrollably. The first spider zombie rounded the corner, appearing within their line of sight. It climbed along the left wall, approaching them directly from the side. Its speed was astonishing. The mere 30-odd meters between them closed in an instant. Liao Bufan's face drained of color as he shouted. Fong Hong. Fong Hong didn't move. His eyes were fixed intently on the corner. There, one after another, zombie spiders were frantically crawling out from all four walls. Their numbers were overwhelming, their speed terrifying. Their reckless charge even sent several wooden barriers blocking the intersection flying. Wait a little longer. Fong Hong's index finger pressed against the trigger. He could hear his own heart pounding. He wanted to take down as many spider zombies as possible in one fell swoop. Hordes of spider zombies poured out from the corner. The first spider zombie to charge around the corner had already caught the scent of living flesh. Its twisted limbs braced against the wall, propelling its entire body upward in an instant. SSSH. The spider zombie leapt into the air, lunging toward Fong Hong. Liao Bufan cried out in alarm. Fong Hong! Quick! Just as the spider zombie was about to swing its claws, Fong Hong steadied the flamethrower and pressed the trigger with his index finger. Boom! The flamethrower roared. A long, pale blue stream of intense flame shot from the nozzle. The spider zombie charging straight toward the nozzle was struck head-on by the flames. Squeak! The spider zombie let out a shrill, eerie scream as its entire body instantly ignited, burning fiercely before being hurled backward. Thud! The zombie crashed to the ground. Its body twisted and writhed on the ground, yet the flames refused to die down, accompanied by continuous, agonized squeals. It hadn't even been incinerated by the flamethrower's direct hit. Mutated zombies were truly troublesome. Fong Hong gritted his teeth inwardly. He had no time to assess the damage from the earlier burns. More spider zombies swept past the burning, writhing corpses on the ground. They charged relentlessly toward Fong Hong. Fong Hong! There are too many! Liao Bufan's forehead was drenched in sweat as he cranked the firepower valve to its maximum setting. Fong Hong heard him. But he had no time to respond, gritting his teeth as he manipulated the spitting flames to repel the charging spider zombies. Squeak! 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 The subsequent wave of spider zombies charged fearlessly, leaping one after another into the inferno. They were instantly engulfed by the intense heat of the concentrated flames, their bodies ablaze as they rolled backward in retreat. Fong Hong! Seeing the spider zombies swarming in ever greater numbers, Liao Bufan shouted. We can't hold them. Prepare to retreat, there are too many. We've already burned through half our fuel. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. Retreat my ass. The word retreat wasn't even in this plan. The flamethrower packs a punch, delivers intense firepower, and is a blast to use. But fuel consumption is surprisingly high? In the video Fong Hong recalled, that player burned for nearly half an hour before exhausting a single fuel canister. How long has it been now? Could it be that Vettel sold him substandard goods? How come it's running out so fast? Fast? Liao Bufan was frantic. He shouted, we've been running it at full power the whole time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Got it. Fong Hong quickly understood. In the video he recalled, the player had mostly dealt with ordinary zombies, with only the occasional mutated zombie appearing. Dealing with that kind of situation didn't require maxing out the power. But now, he was facing nothing but spider zombies. Fong Hong had intended to grind a bit longer. But there was no choice, fuel was running critically low. Fong Hong had no choice but to tilt the flame nozzle and aim it at the gasoline pool he'd deliberately left on the ground. Boom! The gasoline on the ground ignited. The flames shot forward rapidly along the fuel trail. The wooden frame blocking the corner at the end of the passageway instantly caught fire, blazing fiercely. The burning wooden frame swiftly formed a fiercely blazing wall of fire. Spider zombies were extremely afraid of fire. The entire burning corner of the passageway cut off the advancing wave of spider zombies. Seeing this, Liao Bufan's eyes lit up. He understood. So that's what those wooden frames were for. Damn, that's brilliant. It all had been part of the boss's plan. A faint smile touched Liao Bufan's lips as his tense nerves relaxed slightly. Damn it, all that worry for nothing. Without the constant stream of spider zombies flooding the battlefield, the pressure on Fong Hong and his partner instantly eased. Now, they only needed to finish off the remaining spider zombies that hadn't quite kicked the bucket yet. The flamethrower had reached 91% of its critical temperature. Fong Hong had no choice but to temporarily shut off the valve in his hand. Forcing it further would drastically reduce the flamethrower's durability and even its maximum endurance limit. The flames paused briefly. Liao Bufan watched the spider zombies before him with heightened vigilance. The air was filled with the squeaking sounds of the spider zombies and a thick, putrid stench of decay. It felt like hell. Some zombies, engulfed in flames, rolled on the ground in agony. Others tried to flee, attempting to retreat, only to be blocked by the wall of fire behind them. The most troublesome ones, however, charged madly toward Fong Hong despite the flames consuming them. Boom! Less than half a minute had passed, yet the flamethrower's nozzle remained at a dangerous 89% temperature. With no other choice, Fong Hong pressed the trigger again. Fong Hong, we've only got a quarter of the fuel left. Liao Bufan warned, quickly adjusting the flame output slightly lower. Fong Heng's brow furrowed deeply. Mutated zombies were truly troublesome. Even the spider zombies, with their lower health and fire resistance, were still such a pain to deal with even with a flamethrower at his disposal. Leveling up was just too hard. Fong Hong was grateful he'd planned ahead, using artificial firewalls to seal off the rear passageway. Chapter 32, The Team Grows. Soon, the numbers of spider zombies began to dwindle significantly. The pressure on Fong Hong and his companion gradually eased. Liao Bufan, how much fuel do we have left? Liao Bufan flicked sweat dripping from his forehead. We've got 9.3% left. Fong Hong nodded. Enough. 3/4 of these spider zombies were already dead. The threat was minimal now. While controlling the flamethrower's trigger, Fong Hong even found time to sneak a glance at the game log. The log had already filled up with a row of entries. Notice, player successfully killed spider zombie. Player gained 23 survival points. Notice, player successfully killed spider zombie. Player gained 33 survival points. Notice, player obtained 1 complete evolution crystal. Notice, player successfully killed a spider zombie. Player earned 33 survival points. Among mutated zombies, spider zombies are considered a higher tier type. Therefore, they have a higher chance of dropping complete evolution crystals. Fong Hong glanced over and spotted at least 5 or 6. Enough to level him up to level 7. 5 minutes later, the last spider zombie was completely incinerated by the flames. Just then, the fuel canister ran dry. The entire passageway was littered with charred, blackened corpses. Beneath the corpses, the ground was dotted with crimson specks, emitting a blood-red glow. These were the evolution crystals that had burst forth from the spider zombies upon their deaths. Fong Hong reached forward with one hand. Whoosh! 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 The evolution crystals scattered on the ground flew one by one into Fong Heng's hand. Notice, you have obtained 15 complete evolution crystals. Fong Hong glanced sideways at Liao Bufan. Let's go. We'll talk outside. Taking advantage of the wooden frame at the passageway entrance still burning, with the flame barrier still providing protection, the two quickly exited the passageway. Outside the passageway, Fong Hong securely locked the 3 iron doors. Liao Bufan's short-sleeved shirt was soaked through. The battle had subjected him to immense psychological pressure. Not to mention the intense heat from the flames, turning the entire basement into an unbearable furnace. Hot as hell. Both Liao Bufan and Fong Hong looked as if they'd just been pulled out of water. Liao Bufan slumped against the wall, collapsing limply. He felt like he'd just narrowly escaped death. Lucky to be alive. Ugh. Liao Bufan let out a long sigh. As if moved by emotion. Boss, gotta pay extra for this. After securely locking the 3 main doors, Fong Hong plopped down beside Liao Bufan. At last, he could relax and rest properly. You've got a point. Fong Hong said, pulling out a handful of evolution crystal shards from his backpack. He spread his palm and offered them to Liao Bufan. Is this enough? Crystalline fragments? So many? Liao Bufan's eyes lit up at the sight of these sparkling evolutionary crystal shards. That's more than enough, boss. You're so generous. Liao Bufan, who had been looking downcast moments ago, instantly switched to a beaming expression. He snatched the evolution crystal shards from Fong Heng's hand, clutching them tightly and crushing them one after another. Liao Bufan's level shot up to level 4. Fong Hong sat on the ground, flipping through the game log to tally the gains from clearing the prison basement passages. This operation had resulted in the elimination of 57 spider zombies and the acquisition of 17 intact evolution crystals. Not bad. Fong Hong clutched the evolution crystals in his hand. Boom! A rich crimson aura erupted from his palm, flowing through his hand and into his body. Boom! Boom! The corridor echoed with the shattering sounds of crystals. Liao Bufan stood nearby, watching Fong Hong absorb the power of the evolution crystal with envy. Look at him already advancing to the next stage of upgrade. At this rate, he must be close to breaking through to level 10, right? Envy aside, Liao Bufan was easily satisfied. After all, Fong Hong was an anomaly. Why compare himself to him? Liao Bufan thought to himself that he was already at level 4. How many players in the game could even reach level 4 at this stage? He was a top-tier player, after all. If he hadn't met Fong Hong, he'd probably still be out there gnawing on tree roots somewhere. Liao Bufan basked in self-satisfaction as he pulled 2 cans of beer from his backpack, handed one to Fong Hong, and began drinking his own. Notice, your character level has increased to LV 7. Notice, due to the effect of the enhanced innate skill split zombie clone, you have additionally gained 7 zombie clones. After absorbing the power of the evolution crystal, Fong Heng's level smoothly rose to 7, leaving him about a quarter of the way to level 8. The concrete floor at Fong Heng's feet began to warp. A crimson magic circle emerged from the ground. SSS-tier. A pale gray arm shot out from the magic circle. The zombie clones emerged one after another from the magic circle, coming to a halt behind Fong Hong. There were 7 in total. Moments later, the magic circle vanished. Fong Hong waved his hand, signaling the zombies to head outside and gather supplies while AFK. Almost there, almost there. Just another quarter of experience points to reach level 8. With a bit of luck, if there were enough spider zombies in the passageway, he might even push for level 9 today. The thought instantly filled Fong Hong with renewed energy. Are you rested up? Ready to start the next wave? No way. Boss? I'm not rested yet. Liao Bufan pulled out another can of beer and looked at Fong Hong with pleading eyes. How about we rest a little longer? The next day at noon. In the basement passageway. Fong Hong waved his hand, drawing the evolutionary crystals from the ground into his palm. Boom! Boom boom! The evolution crystals exploded one after another. The crimson mist was instantly absorbed by Fong Hong. Notice, your character level has increased to LV 9. Notice, due to the effect of the enhanced innate skill split zombie clones, you have gained an additional 9 zombie clones. Now that his character level had reached 9, Fong Hong possessed a total of 45 zombie clones. Compared to just 2 days ago, his overall strength had nearly doubled. Consequently, his efficiency in gathering supplies had also doubled once more. Phew! The last batch of spiders. Finally got them all taken care of. Liao Bufan, shirtless, let out a huge sigh of relief. He plopped down onto the ground, feeling a sense of relief and joy. A dozen empty fuel tanks lay scattered haphazardly beside him. Nearly half an hour had passed and no new spider zombies emerged from the right corner of the corridor. Counting yesterday afternoon and this morning, Fong Hong and Liao Bufan had already cleared the basement passage 5 or 6 times. Let's go. We should check further inside. After a brief rest and swapping out their fuel bottles, the two continued their exploration. Fong Hong led the way, holding the flamethrower. He cautiously rounded the corner and took a few more steps forward. A fork appeared ahead. One passage stretched straight ahead, while the other veered left. The path straight ahead was blocked by 3 lowered iron gates. Through the gaps in the iron bars, Fong Hong peered inside. Behind the 3 iron gates, it seemed there was a staircase leading downward. It looked like there were deeper passages below. How deep is the basement of this prison? Liao Bufan also noticed the stairs and couldn't help but curl his lips. Fong Hong frowned and murmured, "This is strange." Chapter 33, Basement Level 2. What's wrong? Fong Hong pulled out the prison map he'd found on the first floor from his backpack and compared it to the layout around them. Look, our location on the map is here. This is the marked warehouse, no problem, it's right on our right. This part's fine too. The passageway after the left turn connects to Building 2's basement. Liao Bufan leaned in to take a look. It was exactly as Fong Hong had described. He quickly spotted the problem. Ha! The passage ahead isn't marked on the map? Right, and the map doesn't indicate the prison has a second basement level either. After double-checking and confirming, Fong Hong put the map away. He then bent the bars of the iron gate with his hands to inspect them. The iron gate was unusually heavy and sturdy. An electronic card reader was embedded in the gate's wall. All 3 iron gates were likely controlled by magnetic cards. Fong Hong murmured thoughtfully. He pulled out a small hammer from his backpack and swung it at the iron gate. Thud. 14. The iron gate had approximately 75,000 HP. Fong Hong made a rough mental calculation. With the tireless zombie clones around, it wasn't entirely impossible to break through. But it would take far too long, not worth the effort. Warning, the selected demolition target is a special item triggered by a quest. Forced destruction may result in the quest item being destroyed, the quest disappearing, or failure. Proceed with caution. Alright. Looks like brute force won't work. Fong Hong shrugged, stowed away the small stone hammer, and completely abandoned the idea of violent entry. Let's go check somewhere else first. Returning to the fork, Fong Hong turned right to investigate the other path. It was still an iron gate. However, this iron gate was in an open state. The gate hung high above. Once the electronic lock was triggered, the gate would descend, completely sealing off the passageway between Building 2 and Building 3. Liao Bufan peered into the passageway. It was pitch black inside. The power in Building 2 is out. Do you want to go in and check? No, I'm not interested. Liao Bufan quickly pulled his head back. Exploring in the dark was practically suicide. Any mutated zombie could end his life. I suspect most of those spider zombies we encountered earlier escaped from here. I agree. Who knows how many more mutated zombies lurk inside? We should find a way to seal this place off. The two discussed their plan before turning back to the warehouse room at the fork in the path. Fong Hong tried turning the warehouse door handle. The door was locked from the inside. The key. Right. The set of keys left behind by that useless cop. Fong Hong tried them. Soon, he found the key to the warehouse door among the keys. He cautiously pushed open the warehouse door. Inside the warehouse, 6 bodies lay sprawled on the floor. They had been dead for some time. 5 wore prison guard uniforms, while the middle-aged man in the center was dressed in a suit. He was somewhat overweight and still clutched a handgun in his hand. He had shot himself. Was he the warden? Fang Hong recalled seeing the warden's photo before. He bore a resemblance to this middle-aged man who had taken his own life. The warden's presence here seemed too abrupt. Could he be hiding some clue? Fang Hong cautiously approached, drew the pistol from the warden's hand, and tentatively searched his pockets. Sure enough, there was something. Notice, you have obtained Prison Management Magnetic Card C. Item Prison Management Magnetic Card C. Description, Special Mission Item. Opens the iron gate to the prison basement passage. Fang Hong immediately recalled the iron gate he'd just seen. No doubt about it, this card would definitely control that gate. Next, Fang Hong searched the pockets of several guards, confiscating all their firearms in the process. Notice, you have obtained Prison Guard Pistols 5, Standard Pistol Ammo 243. Fang Hong, come see this. Liao Bufan, searching the room, shouted excitedly, his voice brimming with delight. Look! Good stuff! Liao Bufan pointed at the locked weapons case. Do you have the key on you? Fang Hong snapped to attention and pulled out his keyring. The lock on the weapons case was clearly different from the door lock. Fang Hong quickly found the matching key and clicked the lock open. Notice, you have obtained Sniper Rifles 3, Sniper Rifle Ammo 120. Holy! Sniper Rifles! Liao Bufan couldn't help but shout. We hit the jackpot! In the game, sniper rifles were absolute game changers. This holds true throughout the entire game early, mid, and late stages. Hitting a player with one almost always resulted in crippling effects. A graze on the arm meant a limb blown off, a graze on the scalp meant a head blown apart. Fang Hong couldn't help but run his hand over the muzzle. It truly was a marvelous piece of equipment. In his memory, sniper rifles only appeared in the late game. After switching to armor-piercing rounds, it became one of the few firearms capable of inflicting damage on the Zombie King. The Federation had released weapon specs. For the average player to fully master this deadly weapon, they'd need at least LVE-10 in gun proficiency and 10 strength points. Prompt: you have completed Phase 2 mission Explore the Basement. Hint: you have gained survival points 540. Hint: Phase 3 mission triggered. Mission: explore the second underground level of the prison. Mission name: explore the prison's second basement level. Mission description: you discovered an unmarked hidden area in the prison basement leading to level 2 underground. Attempt to enter and explore level 2 underground without damaging the main prison structure. Reward: survival points. Upon receiving the mission, Fang Hong lowered his head and thought, let's go. We'll try the magnetic card first. Fang Hong patted Liao Bufan on the shoulder. The pair returned once more to the iron gate. Fang Hong inserted the magnetic card into the slot on the wall. Beep beep beep. Verification successful. Whoosh. The iron gate connecting Building 2 and Building 3 slowly descended. Liao Bufan stared at the pitch-black void beyond the gate and swallowed hard. I can't shake the feeling something terrifying lurks inside. Closing the door at least eases my mind a bit. Fang Hong felt the same way. He had a vague sense that something in the darkness was watching them, stirring an uneasy feeling in his heart. After the gate closed, that prying sensation faded considerably. We'll deal with Building 2 later. For now, we can focus on setting up the shelter with peace of mind. Liao Bufan nodded repeatedly at the words. Finally, he could slack off for a few days. Before leaving, Fang Hong dashed to another passageway for testing. The test confirmed that the magnetic card seized from the warden could still open one of the 3 iron gates leading to the second basement level. The remaining 2 gates remained firmly shut. Drawing on years of gaming experience, Fang Hong surmised that the remaining 2 magnetic cards would likely be found inside Buildings 1 and 2. What a hassle! What secrets did this prison truly conceal? Just the second stage mission already involved facing hordes of mutated zombies. The difficulty of the third stage was beyond imagination. Fang Hong scratched his head in irritation. For now, forcing an exploration of Buildings 1 and 2 was far too dangerous. He'd have to wait until the shelter was fully established before proceeding. Fang Hong decided to put the prison's hidden mission on hold for now. At least after sealing off the passage between Buildings 2 and 3, they could enjoy a temporary respite. The shelter construction plan now required only one final step. Nails. The number of furnaces needed to produce nails was insufficient. He'd have to buy more. After grinding spider zombies all day, he had earned over 10,000 more survival points, enough to buy out every remaining furnace from the apocalypse merchant. With this plan in mind, Fang Hong and Liao Bufan left the basement together. Chapter 34, Where are the zombies? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on here? On the small earthen slope outside the prison, Lu Yu and Zhou Yi were utterly horrified. Where were the zombies? They had endured immense hardship to complete their mission, finally managing to purchase earth bombs from the apocalypse merchants. They were just about to return and blast a hole in the prison's barbed wire fence to release the zombies. Everything was ready. But where were the zombies? Where had the zombies gone? The entire prison was deserted, not a single zombie in sight. Could it be? Though Lu Yu already suspected the answer, he couldn't help but seek confirmation from Zhou Yi beside him. Could it be that someone cleared out this prison section and claimed the entire facility for themselves? Luyu felt this was the answer closest to the truth. Joey remained silent. He stood motionless on the small mound, his gaze unfocused. Luyu nudged Joey. Wake up! Snap out of it. Poof. Joey snapped back to reality, his mouth tasting bitter. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Are players this strong now? Could they really take down so many zombies? Or was he just too weak? These past few days had dealt him far too many blows. Now, even the prison mission he'd spent so long planning had been snatched away by someone else. What a disgrace. Joey was devastated. He had even begun to seriously doubt himself. He wondered if he should have chosen the zombie apocalypse server as the company's new target in the first place. Boss, hold on. Even if someone cleared the prison square, the mission might not have triggered yet. Luyu, noticing Joey's troubled expression, hurriedly tried to reassure him. Building 3 is still extremely dangerous. No matter how fast they are, there's no way they could have cleared both the square and Building 3 at the same time. Right, you're absolutely right. Joey slapped his own cheeks, trying to shake off his gloom. He hadn't lost yet. He couldn't afford to lose. Now, his entire company's reputation was riding on this game. Failure meant all his years of effort would be wasted, and the family business would be ruined by his hands. It wasn't time to admit defeat yet. Joey forced himself to rally. Let's go into Building 3 together first to confirm what's inside. Joey stopped mid-sentence, his words trailing off. He saw a window on the second floor of Building 3 being opened from the inside. Then, a chubby head peered out from inside. It was a survivor. He was idly leaning out the window, gazing at the scenery, a skewer of grilled meat in his left hand and a bottle of beer in his right. He looked like he had everything he needed. Seeing this, Joey fell silent once more. The confidence he had just built up was shattered almost entirely in an instant. Luyu was also speechless for quite some time. Now they could confirm it, not only the entire prison courtyard, but even Building 3 had been completely cleared out by a group of players. And these guys were living it up. Pull yourself together, boss. Even if that's the case, it only means they've cleared Building 3. We still have a chance. What if they didn't find the prison guard's diary? That thing was hidden so well. Building 3 is huge, and there are so many cabinets on the second floor. No ordinary person would think to check the hidden compartments. Right, there's still hope. I haven't lost yet. Joey lifted his head once more, muttering to himself as if trying to convince himself. Let's go. We'll go inside and talk to the people in there. The two descended the small slope, waving toward Liao Bufan at the second floor window. Liao Bufan spotted the two sneaking around, tossed aside his beer bottle, and leapt down from the second floor platform in one bound. He cautiously approached and asked through 3 layers of barbed wire. Hey, you two have been watching from over there for a while now, haven't you? What brings you here? Joey composed himself, standing outside the wire mesh at a safe distance from Liao Bufan. Hello, we mean no harm. I'm the owner of Tengfei Game Technology. I happened to be passing by and wanted to discuss a partnership with your boss. Is he inside right now? In his mind, Joey had already assumed they were either a gaming company or a player guild team. Joey frowned. Ha? Boss? Are you here to see Fong Hong? Fong Hong. The name sent a jolt through both Joey and Luyu. Him? That legendary player? What the hell? So it wasn't some game company after all. It's the legend. He actually wiped out the entire prison. But upon closer thought, it made sense. Besides him, who else could possibly clear out all the zombies in the prison square in Building 3? Joey felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Turns out it was him all along. Luyu seized the moment and quickly chimed in. Right. We're all Fong Heng's friends. I added him as a friend. My name is Luyu. Liao Bufan's eyes darted around. He activated his personal survival radio and sent an urgent message to Fong Hong. As luck would have it, Fong Hong was still in the prison today. Liao Bufan, Fong Hong, some people claiming to be from a company are here to discuss a partnership. One of them says he's your friend Luyu. Fong Hong, that person exists. Take them to the guard post first. I'll be right there. After receiving Fong Heng's confirmation, Liao Bufan nodded to Luyu and his companion. Alright then, follow me to the hut. Liao Bufan said, pulling a pistol from his backpack and pointing it toward the nearby hut. Let me make one thing clear, no funny business. The moment Joey saw the pistol Liao Bufan drew, his heart gave a violent thud. A gun. He glanced sideways at Luyu. A gun. The mission they'd paid for explicitly stated that the reward for completing the first phase of the prison hidden mission was a handgun. Luyu, unaware of Joey's gaze, asked in surprise, You already have a gun? Haha, not bad, huh? Found it while searching around the prison. At those words, Joey's face turned ashen, unable to utter a single word. It's over. Totally screwed. The prison guard's notebook had definitely been discovered. What's worse, they'd already completed the first phase of the mission. They'd found the safe the guard had left behind. All their efforts over the past few days had been for nothing. Lu Yu's smile was painfully awkward. Well, you guys are really something. Heh, you bet. The look of surprise on both their faces gave Liao Bufan a satisfying thrill. These past 2 days, Fang Hong had really gotten under his skin. He needed an outlet to vent and restore his mental balance. These two were perfect for the job. Liao Bufan continued to brag about himself. Man, you guys have no idea this prison isn't what it seems. There's even a basement down there. Lu Yu and the other man both paled. A basement. The basement in the second phase of the mission was extremely difficult, requiring passage through a long underground corridor. Could it be? Could he have already started working on the second stage mission? Chapter 35, The Super Large Shelter. Hee. Liao Bufan chuckled, leaving them in suspense. Why don't you guess what's in the basement? You'll never guess. Zhou Yi pressed eagerly. What's in there? I'll tell you, it's full of spider zombies. Those things are way more vicious than regular mutated zombies. Holy crap, a sea of spider zombies filling the entire passageway. You guys haven't seen that sight, ugh. So? Zhou Yi cautiously looked at Liao Bufan, seeking confirmation. So you didn't go through the basement? No way. They're just spider zombies. If they run into me, they're just unlucky. Liao Bufan vividly recounted his heroic exploits of annihilating the spider zombies to the two, subtly downplaying Fang Heng's role in the process. You took out all those spider zombies by yourself? Zhou Yi's face twisted into a look of sheer terror. Then came a wave of helplessness. Having Fang Heng alone in this shelter was already incredibly powerful. Could his companion be this strong too? Why was this game so damn hard to play? Zhou Yi's desire to retire grew stronger by the second. At that moment, Fang Heng pushed open the door and entered. So it's you two. Fang Heng recognized the two men. He recalled encountering them twice outside the end of the World Merchant Camp. I hear you're looking to partner with me? Lu Yu glanced at Zhou Yi, who remained silent. He was crushed. Initially, he had genuinely sought this partnership. But now, he knew Fang Heng had already completed both stages of the hidden quest. What the hell kind of partnership is this? He had no clue how to proceed with the mission. Unless he spent more money to buy intel from those shady brokers again. Want to cooperate? Seeing the two men silent, Fang Heng broke the quiet first. How about this? I have a job that needs doing, and I'm looking for someone to help. I think you guys would be perfect for it. A job? Help? Zhou Yi and Lu Yu exchanged puzzled glances. 20 minutes later, they emerged from the sentry hut. Strange. They had clearly come to collaborate with Fang Heng on a hidden mission. How did it suddenly turn into working for someone else? Sigh. Zhou Yi let out a long sigh. The price they offered was simply too hard to refuse. 2 days later. Prison basement. Fang Heng stood on the inner side of the corridor. He opened the game's construction interface and made final adjustments to the shelter's position. This spot will do. After careful consideration, he set the final initial location of the shelter next to the underground warehouse. Notice, player has designated shelter construction site. Location confirmed as buildable. Notice, all items at this location will be cleared upon construction completion. Notice, your modified shelter blueprint has been classified as a base-level super large shelter capable of maximum future expansion. Current construction requires wooden planks 29813, wooden frames 26712, nails 6891, iron ingots 90, small stone 6671, firewood 27111. Do you wish to proceed with construction? No big deal. Fang Heng tapped the confirmation button. The concrete walls before him gradually transformed into a basic wooden door. Notice, player shelter construction and modification complete. Fang Heng pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior of the shelter was vast, consisting solely of a single large hall spanning nearly half the size of a football field. Currently, the hall stood empty save for several supporting pillars. Specifically, the interior could be partitioned into smaller rooms later. This modification could be implemented later using blueprints. It would only require some materials and wouldn't be difficult. Moving forward, Fang Heng could expend additional resources to incorporate the surrounding expansive area into the shelter's protective zone. Alternatively, he could reinforce the shelter using higher-grade materials. Note, system assessment indicates your current shelter can accommodate up to 18 players. Exceeding this capacity increases vulnerability to zombie attacks during nighttime. Simultaneously, all players within Zone 8, including Fang Heng, receive 2 brief messages in their game logs. Notice, first super large player shelter established. Notice, the next Blood Moon Zombie Tide will occur in 21 days. Most ordinary players automatically ignored these 2 messages. However, on a high-tier elite player forum, these messages were immediately reposted and shot to the top of the rankings, causing a huge stir. The deeper their understanding of the zombie apocalypse game, the more terrifying this news seemed to them. The game had only been out for a few days? And already, a faction had completed construction of a super-sized shelter? In the past, the first to build a super large shelter would undoubtedly be the federal government. Only they possessed the immense manpower and resources required. But this time, tradition had been shattered. The federal government hasn't issued any announcement, meaning this shelter wasn't built by them. Who could possibly have finished before the Federation? Who could it be? Which major guild or gaming company? Why hasn't a single detail been leaked? The forum buzzed with speculation. Barely 10 days after the launch of Zone 8, players had already established a sanctuary. This absolutely counts as making history. Online discussions were buzzing about this event, while in real life, directors and bosses from various player clubs and game companies began testing the waters with each other. Brother Lou, congratulations! You're the first to complete a super large sanctuary. Keep us in mind going forward. It wasn't me. I'm puzzled too, who could be that skilled? If it wasn't you, then who else? We've been friends for years, don't play dumb with me. I swear it's not me. Could it be you? Trying to turn the tables? Everyone was waiting for which company would announce the news. But after a long wait, the forums remained silent. No one claimed it. And no one knew who had actually built this shelter. Except for Lu Yu and Joey. The two men, transporting supplies on a motorcycle, exchanged glances. After a long silence, Joey swallowed hard. Could it be him? Lu Yu shrugged. Who else could it be? Damn it! This game is unplayable. The zombie tide hits in 21 days. You need to decide, are we building our own shelter, or what? Joey took a deep breath. He forced himself to push aside distracting thoughts, refusing to dwell on that monster, Bong Hung. In a few days, when the new batch of employees arrives, we'll build a small temporary shelter first. Lu Yu nodded. They had to act quickly. After the first super large player shelter was established, the main god would issue a warning for the timing of the next Blood Moon zombie tide. 21 days remained. This meant they had to complete the shelter's construction within 21 days. The Federation had released statistical data 3 years prior. In zombie apocalypse games, during the first 6 months after a new server launched, the death rate for players not in an effective shelter on the day of the Blood Moon reached 70%. Even for those inside shelters, the death rate still exceeded 20%. Few guilds chose to build super large shelters early on precisely because of the Blood Moon zombie tide. Rather than risking death by failing to complete a super large shelter on time, it's wiser to build a smaller one as a temporary solution. Chapter 36, Danger Perception. Notice, as the first player in this world to complete a super large shelter, you have obtained a random Be Great skill book 1 as a reward. Notice, you have obtained the skill book, Animal Instinct Danger Sense Soulbound. Ha! Such a perk exists? Never heard of this before. Fong Hung muttered to himself. A skill book appeared in his backpack. Item, Animal Instinct Danger Sense Soulbound. Type, skill book. Player does not currently possess this skill. Description, upon learning, grants the skill, Animal Instinct Danger Sense. Increases the player's base perception attribute by +10, making it easier for the player to detect impending danger. Description, Soulbound. Cannot be traded. Nice find. Just got 10 base attribute points for free. Fong Hong tapped the skill book against his forehead and a faint glow appeared. Notice, player has learned skill, Animal Instinct Danger Sense LV, Max. Notice, under the skill's effect, your base perception attribute increases by +10. Ha! Immediately after learning the skill, Fong Hong sensed the change. It was an indescribable sensation. He felt as though the world had become slightly clearer. He could see more clearly than before and hear sounds from farther away. This must be the effect of enhanced perception. In combat, using firearms should let me aim and shoot more accurately than before, right? Fong Hong shrugged, quickly adapting to the change. According to the plan, Fong Hong was only temporarily using the shelter as a supply storage point. He and Liao Bufan, Lu Lin, and the others would still stay in building 3 of the prison for now. After all, the basement was quite a distance from the surface, and running back and forth would be troublesome. Finally finished. Having worked step by step to reach this day, Fong Hong felt a considerable sense of accomplishment as he surveyed the newly constructed shelter. Building the shelter is just the first step. Fong Hong murmured softly to himself. He now had a foothold within the game. But he was still far from truly establishing himself. Fong Hong steeled his resolve. Next, he needed to consider recruitment. Fong Hong walked to the corner of the shelter and opened the construction interface. Items, large survival radio. Description, many survivors remain in the apocalypse. You can attempt to gather them using the survival radio. Construction requirement 1, player must own a shelter of small size or larger. Construction requirement 2, player's base crafting level must be LV 3 or higher. Fong Hong spent 10 minutes crafting a large survival radio and placed it in a corner of the shelter. The survivors mentioned in the description referred to regular NPCs. As the shelter's owner, Fong Hong can recruit NPCs to work for the shelter via the survival radio. Most NPCs possess only the most basic skills such as woodcutting and crafting and lack the innate talents of players. Their base attributes and starting level are identical to a level 1 player, and they have low learning capacity, making skill upgrades extremely slow. They also have energy limits, requiring rest, food, and clean, tidy housing. If these needs go unmet, their sense of belonging diminishes. If it drops below a certain threshold, survivor NPCs will choose to leave the shelter, reducing its attractiveness. Fong Hung believed these ordinary NPCs would be instantly wiped out by zombie clones if tasked with any real work. If Fong Hung dared to send them out to scavenge supplies, they'd undoubtedly die in the wilderness. A 100% mortality rate. Despite their severe limitations, these survivors possessed advantages. They possessed far greater intelligence than zombie clones, along with loyalty. Fong Hung understood one thing clearly. Players would betray them. But these survivor NPCs, bound by the system, never would. In his memory, major guilds had exposed player betrayals in the game more than once or twice. Major dramas reminiscent of Mission Impossible, seduction tactics, double dealing, and undercover operatives occurred almost annually, sometimes even drawing in federal governments. It was common for large corporations to collapse and go bankrupt after suffering betrayal. Each incident inevitably sent shockwaves through the player community, becoming the talk of the town. Feast on the gossip to your heart's content. Fong Hung had already mapped out his future. The shelter's guards would be entirely replaced by NPCs to eliminate internal threats. Approaching the radio, Fong Hung activated the survival broadcast frequency. Shelter owner, Fong Hung. Shelter level, super large. Shelter appeal, 29. This value is determined by factors including shelter size, available resources, military strength, cleanliness, and resident satisfaction. Current recruitable survivors, 3 every 3 days, you being 3 recruitable survivors. Maximum survivor capacity, 29. Note, higher shelter appeal attracts more survivors. This value decreases slightly over time whenever a survivor leaves the shelter. This was Fong Hang's first encounter with the game's recruitment system. In his memory, the previous server only allowed him to establish a small, single-player shelter incapable of recruiting survivors. The more troublesome part was that NPC survivors also counted as heads. Each additional NPC survivor increased the shelter's occupied capacity by +1. What's worse, newly recruited survivors all started in a starving state. In the early stages, most players simply couldn't afford to feed them. Fong Hung waved his hand, recruiting all 3 survivor NPCs from the radio. Anyway, with his zombie clones around now, the shelter has ample supplies. Providing rations for these refugees is no problem at all. Thanks to the zombie clones, he doesn't need many ordinary NPC survivors, just a few to keep the shelter tidy and handle daily operations. At worst, more can be recruited once the shelter expands later. Once recruitment is complete, all the menial tasks and heavy lifting inside the prison can be handed over to them. They're far smarter than the zombie clones and work incredibly diligently. Soon, 3 refugees appeared at the prison gates. Fong Hung brought them back to building 3 of the prison and provided them with ample food. Thank you so much. The zombies outside are terrifying. I haven't eaten in days. I'll repay you properly. Thank you, Fong Hung. We're deeply grateful for letting us stay in the shelter. We'll work our hardest. A blonde-haired female survivor expressed her deep gratitude to Fong Hung. I have ample food here, but none of it is free. You must work for the shelter in exchange for protection. Fong Hung gestured toward the first-floor lobby. Over the next few days, I need you to handle the cleanup here and sort, organize, and move supplies. Clear out a few clean rooms as soon as possible. You may each choose one to live in. Understood. We'll complete it as quickly as possible. Chapter 37, NPC Mercenaries. In the post-apocalyptic game, recruitable NPCs fall into 2 categories. The first are basic NPC survivors recruited through the survival radio. They are largely incapable of combat, barely able to wield weapons to strike zombies, and face a significant chance of being killed by zombies in return. The other type possesses firearms proficiency, allowing them to use various basic firearms. Their overall stats also surpass those of ordinary survivors. Players commonly refer to them as mercenaries. However, recruiting mercenaries isn't free. Fong Hung needed to spend some survival points for this. Mounting his mountain bike, Fong Hung arrived at the end times camp. Ha 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 ha. Fong Hung. You're here. I was just talking about you with my friends. I heard you've already completed the shelter? You're well informed. Ha ha ha. Vettel looked delighted, laughing heartily. Of course. In our line of work, first-hand information often means fortune. By the way, need any help? I've got plenty of talent I could recommend to you, but you know how it is. Fong Hung winked at Vettel. I get it. I'd need to spend survival points to recruit them, right? Don't worry, I'll give you the lowest price. But there's one thing: if they're unlucky enough to die in battle, you'll have to pay an extra sum of survival points as compensation. Understood. Fong Hung shrugged. The issue of compensation had long been a point of contention among players across major gaming forums. It's too expensive. Not just players, even major guilds would suffer significant setbacks if they accidentally lost a few mercenaries early on. For ordinary players, recruiting mercenaries was simply out of the question. The risk was too high. Losing one mercenary could wipe out half a year's worth of savings. Currently, Fong Hong believed the prison's defenses could easily withstand zombies. But what about the players? In this zombie apocalypse game, the greatest threat remains human survivors. Fong Hong needed to recruit mercenaries to enhance the prison's defensive capabilities. This was something his zombie clone couldn't accomplish. Fong Hong is reluctant to deal with players. The risks are simply too high. He prefers to trust NPC mercenaries who won't betray him. Vettel, is anyone here willing to join my camp? I'll pay them for their service. Certainly. Vettel waved his hand, and a floating recruitment list appeared before Fong Hong. It listed over 50 surviving mercenaries, all ranked between levels 1 and 5. Fong Hong scanned the list briefly. Among them, 3 mercenaries held the highest rank of LV of 5, each also possessing LV of 5 firearms mastery. Fong Hong recalled seeing a post on an official player forum stating that level 5 was the highest rank a mercenary could achieve. Safety is non-negotiable. If you're buying, buy the strongest. Fong Hong selected the 3 mercenaries. Are you sure you want to recruit them? Recruiting a survivor costs 6,000 survival points, paid in full upfront. If they perish in combat, you'll incur an additional 30,000 survival points per individual as compensation. I'm certain. Notice, you spent 18,000 survival points to recruit 3 survivors. They will report outside your shelter in 3 hours. Alright. After purchasing 3 mercenaries, Fong Hong's savings accumulated over this period were completely depleted. He now had less than 500 survival points remaining. Very well, I'll inform them immediately. They'll report to your shelter in 3 hours. Thanks. Fong Hong waved his hand dismissively, thinking to himself, damn, that's expensive. The number of recruitable mercenaries within the Apocalypse camp was limited, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Currently, he was the only player who had established a shelter in the game, so there were no competitors vying for mercenaries just yet. Once other players develop their bases, high-level mercenaries would become a scarce resource, monopolized by large player guilds or game corporations. Fong Hong casually remarked, Vettel, if you encounter any stronger survivors, remember to send them my way anytime. Got it. Seems like you're short-handed over there? Ha? Fong Hong was about to leave when his eyebrows shot up at the remark. The question made him smell the scent of omission. Quite the shortage, Vettel. Were good friends got any suggestions for me? Ha ha ha. Of course. You're one of my best friends, after all you've always looked out for my business. Vettel roared with laughter. He leaned in close and whispered softly into Fong Hong's ear. Did you forget about the Dark Knight Order I mentioned to you before? Fong Hong immediately recalled. Right. The Dark Knight Core. Hidden quest. You went all the way to the city hospital to find the T-virus antidote, right? Let me tell you this in confidence, once you join the Dark Knights, you'll be able to recruit members from their ranks. Whittler discreetly shared the information with Fong Hong. Trust me, the Dark Knights are all top-tier fighters. Recruiting them is an absolute steal. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes. Is that even possible? Were there mercenaries even higher than level 5? He had never heard anything about this before. As expected, even the so-called official game forums couldn't be trusted. They even claimed LV of 5 mercenaries were the strongest combat force. The real secrets are all held by the major guilds. Fong Hong muttered to himself inwardly, then quickly lowered his head in deep thought. Leaving the Dark Knight Order quest unattended wasn't a viable solution. Now that he had time, it was the perfect moment to head into the city. The sooner the better. He needed to seize the initiative before other players established their own sanctuaries. Ideally, he could recruit every single powerful mercenary available. Strike first, and you'll stay ahead. Fong Hong's heart burned with passion once more. He absolutely had to make it to the town. But entering the town at this stage was still extremely dangerous. Before that, he needed to make some preparations. Fong Hong lifted his head. Vettel, show me your sales list again. Certainly. Fong Hong opened the list and examined it carefully. There was a high probability of encountering mutated zombies within the town, and he desperately needed self-defense capabilities. The shotgun could inflict massive damage at close range. The downside was that it required a minimum strength of 6.5 to use effectively, 8 points for optimal control, and 10 points to completely negate recoil. Fong Hong glanced at his own attributes. Player, Fong Hong. Level, 9. Health, 118-118. Stamina, 100-100. Mental points, 100-100. Energy, 83-100. Strength, 6.8. Agility, 6.8. Constitution, 6.8. Willpower, 5. Perception, 15. Perception, 5. Enough. Barely usable. I'll take it. Small explosive charge. Extremely effective for attacking zombie hordes or demolishing structures. I'll take it too. First aid spray. A life-saving item must stock up on this too. Fong Hong roughly estimated that purchasing this gear would cost at least 40,000 survival points. He'd have to figure out a way to earn some points first. Chapter 38, The Intruders. Snake, look. I told you I wasn't lying. The prison's already been taken over by players. Outside the prison, in the shadows of the forest, Snake held a pair of toy binoculars, scanning the prison grounds. Yesterday, when Snake learned from his men that the prison had been seized, his first reaction was disbelief. What a joke! With so many zombies inside, how could they just vanish? Only after repeatedly confirming the accuracy of the report did Snake Brother mobilize his entire elite force to investigate. Well done. Credit to you. Snake Prisoner tucked away the toy binoculars, a cruel smile curling his lips. How the zombies vanished no longer mattered. What mattered was that he'd found a fat sheep. The followers he had gathered were all combat-oriented players. These guys were skilled at fighting, but they were a bit lacking when it came to survival and building skills. Initially, the team's development unfolded exactly as Snake had planned. They acquired resources by raiding other players. But after some time, Snake Prisoner noticed a problem. The players from nearby shelters had been nearly cleaned out by their raids. Some were dead, others had fled. Now, forget about resources. Snake and his crew couldn't even solve their food problem. With no food in sight, the team's morale was plummeting day by day. Snake was desperate. Perfect. This prison was a godsend. Xiosha thought to himself. A prison this large must have ample supplies inside. All he had to do was drive out the players residing within and seize control of the prison. He could even use the prison as a base to build a massive power base. Unconsciously, Snake's ambition swelled once more. He'd long since grown tired of that cramped little hut. Snake, the prison's defenses seem pretty solid. So what if they're solid? They built them for us. Do I have to thank them or something? She sneered contemptuously, giving his men a subtle signal. Brothers! Follow me! The players drew their weapons and strode confidently toward the prison alongside Snake. Snake Prisoner led the way to the barbed wire fence surrounding the prison. He swung his leg back and delivered a vicious kick forward. Clang! The barbed wire rattled loudly, shaking violently as its durability dropped by 2 points. Oomph! Snake Prisoner let out a cold snort. Seeing no reaction from the players inside the prison, Xiosha waved his hand. Everyone, smash it! Got it! Behind him, the prison Snake's men swung their stone hammers, smashing at the outermost layer of barbed wire. Clang! Clang! The barbed wire shook violently under the relentless blows, filling the air with deafening clanging. Xiosha stared at the 3 buildings within the prison, his eyes brimming with greed. This prison was his for the taking. Lost in their excitement, neither Snake nor his men noticed one crucial thing. Behind them, in the woods, 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on them. Big trouble's coming. Luyu crouched in the low bushes, carefully observing Snake and his crew. I know that leader. Nicknamed Snake, he's a mercenary with a foul reputation. Heard they've been attacking player dwellings around here lately. Pfft, a bunch of scum. Zhou Yi had no regard for these men. He whispered, how many can you handle? Luyu possessed combat-oriented innate skills. He re-evaluated the enemy. There are too many of them. With a sneak attack, I can take out 2 at most. Right. Let's stay hidden for now. Send a message to the boss. We'll wait to join forces with him for a coordinated inside-outside attack. Got it. Luyu nodded, switched on the survival radio, and sent an urgent message to Fong Hang. Fong Hang had only recently returned to prison building 3 from the Apocalypse merchant camp. He was in the basement warehouse organizing supplies for the 3 newly recruited mercenaries. Handguns, ammunition, prison guard uniforms, riot shields. Get everything ready. The prison guard uniforms were scavenged from the prison changing rooms. Wearing the full set increased the accuracy of all firearms by 2%. The riot shield offered no attribute bonuses but could block some attacks. Fong Hong didn't wear any of it. Mainly because he found it too ugly and bulky. Besides, he wouldn't be participating in combat personally. Additionally, level 5 mercenaries currently cannot be equipped with sniper rifles. What a waste. Such a powerful weapon as a sniper rifle, and no one could use it. Perhaps after completing the Dark Knight Orders mission, recruiting higher-level mercenaries would unlock sniper rifle usage. Just as Fong Hong was issuing patrol and prison guard orders to the 3 mercenaries, he suddenly noticed an emergency transmission on the survival radio. Turn on the survival radio. Luyu, boss, there's trouble outside the prison. It's that prison snake gang. They've wrecked a bunch of players' homes before, and this time they've brought a lot of people. They're up to no good, be careful. Luyu, we're hiding in the woods right behind them. Wait for your command. Call me when you're ready to move. Snake prison? The same gang that tried to ambush the cabin earlier? Fong Hong recalled them vaguely. They're back already? He quickly sent a reply. Fong Hong, copy. Stay hidden. Await my signal. Fong Hong shut off the survival radio, motioned for the 3 mercenaries to follow, and prepared to confront the snake prisoner intruders outside. Boss. Before Fong Hong could step outside, Liao Bufan pushed open the basement storage room door first. "Boss, we're in trouble. The snake prisoners are back. Those bastards are picking on us again." Liao Bufan's voice trailed off as he spoke. "What the hell? Mercenaries?" Liao Bufan rubbed his eyes, momentarily doubting his own vision. "No mistake. They really were mercenaries. You finished building the shelter?" "Yeah, just finished it. Didn't get a chance to tell you. It's right next door." Fong Hong patted Liao Bufan on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go meet the prison snake. I'll show you around later." Liao Bufan stood frozen in place. In that moment, countless years flashed through his mind. The big shot finished building the shelter? Earlier that morning, a game notification had appeared, announcing that a player had been the first to complete a super large shelter. Now players were all speculating who had actually built it. Strangely, despite this prime advertising opportunity, no game company, gaming club, or guild had stepped forward to claim it. Over the past 2 days, the big shot had also gathered and crafted a large quantity of wooden planks and nails. Liao Bufan's mind raced, quickly connecting these 3 events. Could it be? Liao Bufan tapped his forehead. No doubt about it. The one who built the super-sized shelter first must be Fong Hong. Damn! That guy really is impressive. Not only did he finish the shelter, but in just one morning, he even managed to recruit mercenaries. Wait for me. Snapping back to reality, Liao Bufan saw Fong Hong had already vanished at the passageway entrance and hurriedly gave chase. Chapter 39, A Lifeline in the Snow. Outside the prison snake quickly spotted Fong Hong and his group emerging from Building 3. He raised his hand, signaling his men to halt their assault on the outer prison barbed wire. "You're the leader here? Come out and talk." Fong Hong didn't approach too closely. He stood about 30 meters away from the others, coldly observing the 9 players beyond the barbed wire. "I am." Snake also sized up the well-built young man before him. His mood soured. He hated those who looked better than him. "Oh? You've got some nerve, don't you? Bold? What do you mean?" The snake prisoner sneered, his expression turning brutal and vicious as he glared fiercely at Fong Hong. "I said you're bold enough to try and take over our territory. We worked hard to clear this prison zone, only for you lot to come and take it over? What kind of nonsense is that? You think we're pushovers?" The players behind Snake Prisoner began to jeer at his words. "Yeah. Get moving. Hand over this place, leave all the food and supplies behind, and we'll spare your pathetic lives. Get lost. Get out. Get out. Get out." Fong Hong stared at them coldly. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. This bunch was here to cause trouble. Liao Bufan couldn't take it anymore. He'd never seen anyone so shameless. Rage surged through him, and he erupted in a torrent of curses. "Bull! We were clearly here first. We clearly cleared out the zombies here. Ha ha ha. You? Do you even have the guts?" Xiaoxi didn't believe a word of what Liao Bufan said. He suspected some glitch in the game had caused the zombies originally stationed here to suddenly vanish, allowing this group to reap the benefits. Xiaoxi and his group of companions behind him roared with laughter. "Cut the crap. You won't leave? Then get out of my way. Wait till I catch you, I won't be so easy on you then." Seeing negotiations fail, Snake waved his hand and ordered a direct assault. The players behind him surged forward, swinging small stone hammers to smash the barbed wire fence. The fence's durability began to slowly decrease. At this rate, it would take less than an hour to smash a small hole in the fence. Prison Snake folded his arms, watching Fong Hong inside the fence with keen interest, his expression confident and triumphant. He couldn't imagine what other means of resistance Fong Hong and his group might have, nor did he notice Fong Hong's consistently calm expression. Not far away, Lu Yu and Joey, who had been secretly observing, grew anxious upon seeing Xiaoxi and the others begin their assault on the prison barbed wire. "The boss is in trouble. Should we go help?" "We definitely have to help. The boss has been good to us, we can't just stand by and watch him get killed." Joey's heart raced with anxiety as he fixed his gaze on the intruders near the barbed wire, racking his brain for a solution. "Hey, remember those homemade bombs? They're all clustered together. Let's wait, then toss a couple right at them. Give them a taste of their own medicine." "Great idea." Lu Yu agreed. "When they're in chaos, I'll sneak in 2 more attacks while you distract one of them." "Exactly. With the Big Shots team coordinating, taking them down should be no problem." In mere moments, Joey and Lu Yu had devised a simple yet effective plan to repel the enemy. The tension that had been weighing on both of them eased slightly. Lu Yu teased, "Truly worthy of the title Reclining Dragon, crafting such a meticulous plan in mere seconds is genuinely impressive." Joey chuckled smugly, waving his hand modestly. "You flatter me, Phoenix Cub. In this world, the number of people who can keep up with my thinking can be counted on one hand, and you're one of them." Lu Yu replied, "I'll contact the experts and have them prepare to work with us in a coordinated effort." "Hold on, steady first." Joey quickly stopped Lu Yu. "The Big Shots haven't even asked us for help yet. Adding flowers to brocade is nowhere near as good as helping someone in need. Let's wait a bit longer. When the big shots can't hold out anymore, we'll step in as saviors and earn some serious brownie points with them. Lu Yu's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Boss Wulong is a genius. Heh, you too. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Joey and Lu Yu, engrossed in their discussion, startled and simultaneously turned their heads toward the prison square. Bang bang bang! Gunfire erupted across the prison square. What the hell? To their astonishment, the once arrogant prison snake and his crew scattered in an instant. Among this bunch, the snake catcher runs the fastest. He's gone mad. Snake is about to lose his mind. The enemy actually has guns. Not just one gun. And mercenaries. Not just one mercenary. And they're at least level 3 mercenaries. Regular players are low level and lack firearm proficiency. Their pistol accuracy is poor, and long-range shots might not be lethal. But mercenaries are different. Snake now knows for certain that the enemy mercenaries are definitely not low level. At least level 3. From that distance, just 2 rounds of fire took down one player and left 3 others lightly wounded. The moment his teammates fell, every player under Snake's command reacted with the same instinctive movement. Turn around. Run. Snake prisoner now regretted it bitterly. If he'd known the players in this prison were so heavily equipped, he'd never have dared to target this prison. He sensed that after this raid, the casualties among his men would be devastating. But more crucially, his authority. After this, the authority he'd painstakingly built within his team would plummet to rock bottom. But he had no time to dwell on that now. Escape was the absolute priority. The moment he saw Fong Hung draw his gun, he knew he was in trouble. He immediately turned and ran. His escape was swift, but Fong Hung had already locked onto him. His perception skill granted Fong Hung an additional hit bonus. Combined with his level 1 firearms proficiency bonus to accuracy, Fong Hung fired only once. The bullet struck the prisoner Snake squarely in the left shoulder. Too bad, it missed slightly. Ignoring the searing pain in his left shoulder, Snake prisoner desperately fled. The once menacing group of prison snakes scattered in panic and disarray, vanishing completely in an instant. In less than 2 minutes, the area surrounding the prison had returned to complete stillness. From the low bushes, Lu Yu withdrew his gaze. He glanced at Joey beside him, his expression complex. He desperately wanted to ask, "Mr. Wulong, what about the promised help in times of need? Did you foresee this outcome?" Joey silently opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Only bitterness filled his face. Regret. What aid in times of need? Bull. Now even adding flowers to brocade is gone. Seeing the twisted expression on Joey's face, Lu Yu decided it was best not to provoke him further. After all, Joey's mental state had been off for the past couple of days. He patted Joey's shoulder reassuringly. Don't take it to heart. After all, geniuses like Fong Hong are rare. He's the first to complete a super large shelter construction. He's got to have some serious skills. As for recruiting mercenaries, Lu Yu sighed silently to himself. Sigh. Recruiting mercenaries is something only he could pull off, right? We're just ordinary people. We couldn't have anticipated this. Besides, Fong Hong is our partner, our teammate. We should be happy he's grown stronger. Joey listened to the consolation, but his mood didn't improve much. He merely nodded bitterly. The logic made sense, yet he simply couldn't muster any joy. Lu Yu sighed helplessly. Come on, cheer up. Let's go claim our mission rewards from the Grandmaster. Chapter 40, Mining. Inside the prison. Liao Bufan swallowed hard. His eyes sparkled as he stared at the 3 mercenaries behind Fong Hung, muttering to himself. Impressive, so impressive. I heard these mercenaries are pretty pricey. Boss, what level did you buy? Fong Hong casually replied, level 5. Damn. Top tier. Liao Bufan couldn't help but praise him, feeling a pang of envy. Is this what it feels like to be a big shot? Commanding all those underlings to blast away with guns, watching enemies flee in panic. This feeling is awesome. Fong Hong glanced at the ammunition expenditure. In less than a minute, over 50 rounds had been expended. Mercenaries are useful, but they sure burn through resources. And these were level 5 elite mercenaries. Their firearm accuracy and damage output were higher, making them relatively more economical with ammunition. Lower-tier mercenaries would undoubtedly consume far more bullets. Fong Hong desperately wanted to pursue and eliminate Shosha's group completely, but the risk was too great. Snake and his crew possessed combat-oriented talents. If cornered, the mercenaries would inevitably suffer casualties. He couldn't afford the exorbitant compensation payments. Big shot. Lu Yu and Joey emerged from the prison guardhouse. Oh, you're back. Fong Hong waved his hand in greeting. Joey possessed a special innate skill earth vein exploration. It was precisely because of this that Fong Hong had chosen to collaborate with them not long ago. Using his geomantic exploration skill, Joey could roughly determine whether mineral deposits lay buried within a given area. This talent was rated A, making it a relatively rare skill. In the early stages of the game, players had no time for mining, rendering this skill useless for now. It won't be until the mid to late game, after players establish their initial shelters, that mining becomes a priority. Mineral resources in the post-apocalyptic world are limited, and later on, game companies often fought fiercely over mining rights for certain ores. Fong Hong had already completed construction of his basic shelter. Moving forward, if he wished to enhance its defenses such as reinforcing wooden structures with reinforced concrete. All of this requires substantial mineral resources. 2 days ago, Fong Hong had asked Zhou Yi to scout for mineral deposits precisely as a preliminary step for the shelter's reinforcement. But now, his plans had changed. Right now, he urgently needed a large sum of apocalypse points to purchase equipment for venturing into the town. Once he located mineral deposits, Fong Hong could mine the ore and sell it to merchants at the apocalypse camp. By completing mineral collection quests posted by these merchants, he could quickly exchange the ore for survival points. Fong Hong noticed Joey seemed preoccupied and unhappy, suspecting they might be facing trouble. What's wrong? Did something go wrong? Sigh. Joey glanced at the 3 advanced mercenaries armed with pistols behind Fong Hong inside. Nothing. Fong Hong was puzzled. If everything was fine, why such a long sigh? The mission was completed so quickly, and he made a killing. Why wasn't he happy? Lu Yu said, "We found a small mineral vein, though it's a bit far from where we were. The coordinates are 38912-29123. Boss, we can head out anytime to take you there." "Alright, I'll get ready and we'll head out shortly." Deep down, Fong Hong felt he had taken another tiny step toward his dream of cleaning out the entire Doomsday Merchant camp. A narrow path hugging the base of the mountain. A horde of lumberjack-clad zombies had completely taken over the road, marching forward in a massive procession. Lu Yu and Zhou Yi, trapped in the center of the horde, were terrified. Terrifying. All zombies. If they were caught by one, they'd be infected and done for in an instant. At the same time, both couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. So this is the god-tier talent skill. Summoning a horde of zombies. They'd never heard of a similar talent skill in the main God's game before. This is undoubtedly a 100% S-rank talent. We're almost there. Just ahead, less than 100 meters further, is the coal mine. At a crossroads before the path, Zhou Yi halted his steps. My character is only level 3 now, so I can't pinpoint the exact location. I reckon if we dig along the mountain wall for a bit, we'll hit coal. My skill level is low, so I can only find miniature coal deposits with limited reserves. Fong Hong glanced in the direction Zhou Yi indicated. They were now at the edge of the mountain forest area. It had taken them nearly 3 hours to walk all the way from the prison location. It was still quite a distance. We've scouted it out. Less than 200 meters down that side path, there are 2 small huts. Neither is occupied by players. We cleared them out on our way here earlier. We can rest there tonight. With only an hour and a half left before nightfall, Joey began considering their lodging for the night. If we take turns keeping watch, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Joey sought Fong Hong's opinion. What do you think, boss? Fong Hong had no objections to Joey's plan. No objections here. Leave the shelter repairs to you guys. I'll go check out the mine. No problem. I'll reinforce the shelter and clear out the nearby zombies while I'm at it, so we can sleep peacefully tonight. When they first left the prison, Joey had been extremely cautious. After all, spending the night far from their shelter meant facing greater risks. But now he was completely at ease. After all, the great god had so many zombie summons at his disposal. What could possibly go wrong? The trio split up. Coal mine. Fong Hong walked straight ahead along the path, muttering to himself. Coal is a high-value resource in the game. From the early to mid-game stages, players require large quantities of iron ingots for building shelters and crafting tools. The furnaces required to produce iron ingots consumed fuel around the clock. Ordinary wood proved inefficient as fuel. Players therefore use coal as fuel. Additionally, players require substantial amounts of coal for crafting gunpowder in the mid to late game. Compared to other mineral resources, coal yields relatively high quantities in the game. Fong Hong walked along the path to the rock wall, pulling firewood, stones, brushwood, and some basic supplies from his backpack. He tossed them onto the ground one by one. Then, Fong Hong sat down to one side. The zombie clones sprang into action. They staggered over to the materials, picked them up, and began crafting stone mining picks. Prompt: you have completed crafting the stone pickaxe. Your basic crafting experience +1. Prompt: you have completed crafting the stone pickaxe. Your base crafting experience +1. Prompt: you have completed crafting the stone pickaxe. Notice, your base crafting level has reached its current cap. Please increase your character level. After crafting, each zombie clone grabbed a stone pickaxe and approached the rock wall, swinging their tools. Soon, the sound of digging echoed around you, thump, thump, thump. Notice, your zombie clone has damaged a small portion of the mountain. You obtain small stone 1. Notice, your zombie clone has damaged a small portion of the mountain. You have obtained small stone 5. Notice, your zombie clone has damaged a small portion of the mountain. You obtain small stone 2. You have mastered the basic life skill mining. Your base mining experience +1. Notice, your zombie clone mined 3 small stones and 1 large stone. Your basic mining experience +7. Notice, your zombie clone obtained 1 large stone block through mining. Your base mining experience +3. Notice, your zombie clone has obtained. Fong Hong pulled a can of cola from his backpack and popped the tab. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After downing the can, Fong Hong let out a satisfied burp. Watching others mine and work was truly relaxing. In his memory, this body had once done similar work to earn money, leaving him exhausted to the point of collapse. Awkward. I should have bought an iron pickaxe when I visited the End Times merchant camp earlier. This mining pace is a bit slow. Fong Hong glanced at the sun sinking lower in the sky. It's too late to rush back now. I'll just have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 41, Mood. Notice, your zombie clone has obtained coal 21. Your base mining experience +29. Notice, your zombie clone obtained coal 16. Your base mining experience +21. Notice, your zombie clone has obtained coal 22. Notice, your mining skill level has increased to LV2. Half an hour later, seeing the zombies had already dug up coal, Fong Hong patted his trouser legs with satisfaction and stood up from the ground. It was time to return and see how tonight's lodging fared. Night was approaching. Joey and Luyu divided tasks, clearing some zombies around the hut and reinforcing its wooden doors and windows to ensure safety for the night. The group lit a campfire inside the hut. You two have worked hard these past few days. Fong Hongda grinned as he pulled a pack of ice-cold beer from his backpack, setting it by the fire and tossing 2 cans each their way. Nothing fancy, but tonight I'll show you what I can do. Come taste my cooking. Still the same big skewers of grilled meat. Fong Hang's signature dish. In the game, with the bonus from his cooking recipe skill, the flavor of the skewered meat was absolutely explosive. Never got old. Fong Hong even carried a portable grill with him at all times, ready to whip up a meal whenever the craving struck. He took out chunks of meat, skewered them, and placed them on the grill, turning them constantly with the air of a master chef. Golden brown fat sizzled and crackled. The aroma of the skewers wafted straight into Luyu and Joey's noses. They couldn't help but drool. In the zombie apocalypse game, Luyu and Joey were considered professional level players. They had been studying game guides and knew the game inside out. Yet despite their wealth of experience, their meals these past days had consisted solely of roasted potatoes, wild greens, berries, and bird eggs. They'd been scraping by, barely filling their stomachs. After all, they spent their days frantically completing apocalypse merchant quests to earn survival points for homemade bombs, leaving no time to gather food. They couldn't imagine anyone else happily grilling skewers of meat and drinking heartily in the game. Watching Fong Hong sprinkle cumin over the skewers and carefully brush them with a secret sauce, both of them stared wide-eyed. Holy cow! Did you come here to survive or to compete in a food contest? This behavior. It's outrageous. Fong Hong raised his beer can. Thanks for your hard work, guys. Let's drink up and wish us a smooth partnership going forward. Cheers to that. If you need anything in the future, just give us a shout. One thing's for sure, we're reliable. Joey raised his large meat skewer and took a hearty bite. Delicious. The savory juices burst in his mouth, mingling with the rich fat of the pork belly. The seasoning was perfectly balanced. The slight burst of juices enhanced the aroma, flowing down his throat and filling his nostrils. Good food heals the soul, washing away fatigue. Joey savored the skewered meat while sipping beer. His spirits, battered by Fong Hang these past days, finally began to lift slightly. He savored the hard-won joy amidst the apocalypse. After eating and drinking their fill, Luyu and Joey insisted on taking the night watch duty as a gesture of gratitude for the meal. Fong Hong didn't object. The group chatted casually once more. Hey, big shot, even though we drove away the snake prisoners today, we still need to be careful. Fong Hong looked surprised, setting down his beer. They dare come back? Don't forget, big shot, in a few days, the game will launch channel teleportation services. Joey's expression turned serious as he explained to Fong Hang. Then, any player below level 5 in all main god games can spend main god points to enter our game world. Xiaoxia is notorious for a shady character, but most people avoid provoking him. He used to be part of a guild called Dawn. After their failed prison attack, they probably figured out you built that super-sized sanctuary. If he reports the prison incident to the guild, you'll likely face trouble. Dawn. Fong Hong murmured softly, nodding slightly. This body contained memories of that guild. Dawn had a terrible reputation in the game, its members mostly a bunch of scoundrels. Indeed. After the prison and mercenary incidents were exposed, Fong Hong knew he would inevitably have to confront those greedy scoundrels. Moreover, as time passed, the game's restrictions would gradually lift. 2 days later, players below LV of 5 would be unlocked. A month later, players below LV of 10 would also be able to enter the game by spending main god points. Fong Hong sensed trouble drawing near. But he wasn't afraid of trouble. Initially keeping a low profile, carefully concealing his identity, and quietly grinding for development, this approach might buy the prison more time to develop and avoid attention. But it would also severely sacrifice his growth rate. Fong Hang felt that if enemies were coming, let them come. His goal was to always stay one step ahead of the players, firmly grasping the initiative in his own hands. Crush them with sheer power. What the hell was there to fear? One comes, one dies. A group comes, a group dies. Though Fong Hang feared death, he still preferred to fight head-on. The next day, the sun rose, banishing the darkness. Joey, on night watch, stretched lazily. Lucky break. Last night had been quiet, with no zombies to disturb them. Plus, having eaten his fill last night, his mood was much better than it had been in days. He stood up, ready to step outside for some fresh air. Come on, Joey. No more slacking off. Face life with positivity. Joey slapped his cheeks to rally himself. He realized that after being repeatedly struck down by Fong Hang lately, his morale had been pretty low. Click. As he pushed open the wooden door of his residence, Joey was taken aback. What was this? Outside the hut, stones piled together formed over a dozen small hills over 2 meters tall. Mixed within these mounds were small black stones. Black stones? Huh? Could it be coal ore? Joey felt puzzled. What was going on? He wondered if he was hallucinating because he'd only slept 4 hours last night. Joey slowly approached the small hill and picked up a small piece of black coal. The coal instantly vanished from his hand. Notice, you have obtained coal 1. It's real. It wasn't a hallucination, it was coal ore. Bloody hell. Where did all this coal come from? Did they just materialize out of thin air? Is it some supernatural transport? Did the main god have a glitch? Joey frowned in confusion, scanning his surroundings. He spotted a zombie staggering toward him from the distance. Joey reflexively raised his weapon. This zombie was dressed in a lumberjack outfit. It must be the summoned creature of the great god. Joey lowered his weapon and slowly backed away a few steps, still maintaining his vigilance. The lumberjack zombie ignored Joey completely, showing no desire to attack. It walked past Joey and approached a newly formed small hill. Then, Joey witnessed a scene he would never forget. The lumberjack zombie pulled stones from its backpack, tossing them onto the mound to add to its towering height. After completing this task, it turned and retraced its steps. Behind it, 2 more zombies followed in succession, repeating the exact same actions. No way. Could these zombies actually be mining? Joey felt like he was going mad. Impossible. How could zombies possibly help players mine? That doesn't make any sense. He immediately followed the zombies, determined to see for himself what was happening. 5 minutes later, Joey arrived at the mountain wall. After a night of work, a massive hole over 10 meters deep had been carved into the mountain wall. The same group of zombies he'd seen yesterday were now wielding stone pickaxes, hammering away at the rock face with all their might. Joey silently sat down where he stood. He didn't know what was going on. Why did his mood suddenly turn sour again? Chapter 42, Delivery. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie avatar collected small stones 27812, large stones 9739, and coal 6284. You gained 92,821 mining experience points. Notice, your mining skill has been upgraded to LV9. Notice, your mining skill has reached its current maximum level. Please level up your character promptly to unlock the maximum upgradable level for mining. Fong Hang pushed open the wooden door and saw small mountains piled up outside. Not bad at all. But he still needed to separate the ordinary rocks from the coal. Such high difficulty work was beyond the zombie clone's capabilities. Looks like I'll have to bother Joey and Luyu. Speaking of which, where are they? Why aren't they around? Could they both be offline resting at the same time? Fong Hang glanced around. 2 days later, players below LV of 5 could enter the game by spending main god points. When that time comes, guilds will undoubtedly seek to join this newly opened server to get a piece of the action. His prison sanctuary would inevitably face greater threats. The sooner the Dark Knight Order's mission is completed, the better. Only formidable strength could guarantee the sanctuary's safety. According to the plan, he would exchange all the coal from the mines for points at the Doomsday Merchant today. Gather supplies as quickly as possible. Tomorrow he would head to the city to complete the mission. Result, Fong Hang sent a message to Joey and began sorting the coal. Over an hour later, Fong Hang rode his modified motorcycle, loaded to the brim with coal ore, back to the End Times merchant camp. The NPC porters at the camp already recognized Fong Hang. Seeing him enter, they rushed over to help unload the cargo. Vettel's friendship level had reached a certain threshold, so he personally stepped out of his hut to greet Fong Hang, tossing him a can of beer. Great! You've brought us more supplies. Having a reliable friend like you in the apocalypse is truly my good fortune. Come, let's talk inside. Thanks. Fong Hang caught the beer with one hand and followed Vettel into the hut. He opened his task panel. Quest, collect coal or repeatable. Task description, the Apocalypse Merchant's camp requires large quantities of coal ore for development. Please gather some coal ore and bring it to the camp. Reward, 600 survival points. Notice, you have submitted 300 coal ore to End Times Merchant Vettel. You have earned 600 survival points. Notice, you have completed the task. Notice, your rapport with End Times Merchant Vettel has increased. Prompt, you submitted 300 coal ore to End Times Merchant Vettel. You gained 600 survival points. Prompt, you have completed the quest. Fong Hong made a rough estimate. Each trip transporting coal with his modified motorcycle earned him 2,400 survival points. Due to the impassable forest roads, each round trip between the collection point and the Doomsday Merchant's camp took nearly 2 hours. With a maximum of 14 daylight hours, he could only make 7 trips. Even after a full day's work, he couldn't earn 20,000 survival points. The efficiency is a bit slow. Fong Hong muttered under his breath before turning to ask Vettel. Vettel, I have a large quantity of ore I'd like to trade for survival points. Unfortunately, transporting it here is a bit troublesome. Do you have any suggestions? Oh, you have a lot of ore resources. Vettel's eyes lit up at the mention. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Our camp does have a light-duty truck, but unfortunately, we can't lend it to outsiders. I don't have the authority to make that call. Is there really no other way? Fong Hong felt a pang of disappointment. This meant he'd have to delay another day. Well, I happen to have a job that might interest you. Why not hear me out? I have a shipment that needs to be delivered to a friend living next to an abandoned factory. He's a very eccentric scientist who's been holed up in that godforsaken place since the zombie apocalypse began. Simply put, this mission has a 24-hour time limit. You can use our camp's truck to deliver the goods. If you finish the task ahead of schedule. Vettel winked at Fong Hong. Fong Hong, I think you know what I mean, right? Fong Hong understood immediately. Vettel never disappoints. All that effort to build goodwill with you hasn't been wasted. Vettel, thank you so much. This really helps me out. Ha, I didn't do anything for you. Vettel gave him a knowing look. Remember, you must bring this truck back safely. The compensation for it is quite expensive. No problem. Notice, you have triggered a commission from Doomsday Merchant Vettel. Fong Hong opened the task panel. Quest name, The Stubborn Survivor. Task difficulty, C+. Task description, Mr. Chiu is a scholar with an exceptionally eccentric temperament. Even after the apocalypse, he chose to live alone in the villa closest to the abandoned chemical plant. Task requirements, Vettel needs you to deliver supplies to Mr. Chiu. Ensure the supplies remain intact and arrive within the specified time frame. Time limit, 24 hours. Reward, 60 survival points. Additional notes, should the truck sustain damage during mission execution, your entire deposit will be forfeited and additional survival points will be deducted as compensation. Vettel, I'll take this job. Fong Hong casually accepted the mission. He could breeze through SSS level missions, let alone this C+ difficulty one. Just a delivery job. Fong Hong didn't give it a second thought. Notice, you have accepted the mission The Stubborn Survivor. Prompt, you paid a deposit 2,000 survivor points as collateral for the truck. Alright, I'll have my crew load and unload the cargo immediately. You can depart in 10 minutes. No problem. Fong Hong agreed, glancing at the mission target location marked in his taskbar. It was far. Roughly estimating, it would take 2.5 hours to get there from the End Times camp. Round trip would take about 5 hours. Stepping out of Vettel's cabin, Fong Hong immediately spotted a blue light truck parked just outside the camp perimeter. Light truck. Length, 3.5 meters. Payload capacity, 2.8 tons. Wow! A truck with this much capacity could haul all the coal mined last night back in a single trip. Fong Hong couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Next time he got the chance, he'd figure out a way to get a truck back to the prison. That would make transporting minerals so much easier. Fong Hong thought to himself. The NPC porters in the camp were bustling about, loading wooden crates onto the large truck. Labels reading fragile, handle with care were affixed to the boxes. The fuel tank is full. Besides food and daily necessities, the boxes also contain some special research materials. As I mentioned before, Mr. Chiu is a scientist who's been conducting research related to zombies. These items were specifically requested by him. Be careful while driving. It'd be trouble if those boxes tipped over. No worries, I'm a steady driver. Fong Hong took his seat in the driver's cabin. Prompt, player detected with basic driving skill. Would you like to spend 100 survival points to upgrade to driving skill? Fong Hong tapped the confirmation button. Prompt, you have acquired the basic skill driving. Skill, driving LV1. Skill description, you can operate most automotive vehicles and reduce fuel consumption by 1%. Better than nothing. Vettel, see you tomorrow. Fong Hong waved goodbye to Vettel, then drove the large truck away from the apocalypse camp. Chapter 43, Something's Off About You. Following the map markers, Fong Hong needed to traverse a stretch of forest to reach the highway after leaving the Doomsday Merchant camp. The initial stretch proved the most treacherous. Without a proper road, the truck jolted violently. Worried about the fragile items in the cargo hold, Fong Hong had no choice but to slow down. If this keeps up, I'll get hemorrhoids. Fong Hong muttered under his breath, his rear aching from the relentless jostling. Once this mercenary recruitment was done, he'd spend the time building a proper road instead of enduring this misery. Nearly an hour and a half later, Fong Hong turned the wheel, steering the truck onto a repaired dirt road. Only then did the truck begin to gradually pick up speed. The mission was rated only C+, and they hadn't encountered any real danger along the way. When zombies occasionally blocked the path, Fong Hong mostly drove around them. When bypassing was impossible, he opted for caution. He would pull over carefully, get out, take care of the zombies, and then continue on his way. After 3.5 hours, Fong Hong arrived at a detached villa less than 500 meters from the abandoned factory. This was the delivery location marked in the mission. The 3-story detached villa was surrounded by 3 concentric rings of wooden spike traps, varying in size. Fong Hong noticed dark red bloodstains still clinging to the spikes. These basic defensive structures proved highly effective against mindless, low-level zombies. Mr. Chiu, are you there? Vettel sent me to deliver supplies. Fong Hong stood outside the cottage and shouted toward the villa. There was no response from inside. Strange? Why is no one here? Fong Hong tried shouting again. Mr. Chiu, your delivery. If you don't accept it, I'll put it in the parcel locker. Still no response. Fong Hong frowned. He wondered if he should get closer, use the small stone hammer to break a window, and check the situation inside the villa. Just as he lifted his left foot, he pulled it back again. It was strange he had a premonition. This villa held danger. Could it be his passive skill, danger sense, kicking in? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly detected a faint rustling sound coming from the bushes nearby. He whipped his head to the side. A head peeked out from the low bushes. Keep it down. Do you want to attract all the nearby zombies? Xiao Yaokong beckoned to Fong Hong. Come with me first. Fong Hong glanced at Xiao Yaokong, nodded, and followed him into the low bushes. Behind the bushes lay a gap in the barbed wire fence. Following closely behind Xiao Yaokong, Fong Hong squeezed through the gap into the villa's backyard. In the backyard, Xiao Yaokong laboriously lifted the manhole cover concealed beneath the turf, securing the steel plate in place. Holy crap! Only then did Fong Hong realize the building's entrance was actually in the backyard, accessible only through a downward sloping underground passage. Don't let Xiao Yaokong's frail, malnourished appearance fool you. He was quite skilled at digging tunnels. Xiao Yaokong appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, a white lab coat, and medical gloves. Hold on a moment. Xiao Yaokong said as he crawled into the passageway, soon emerging with a small cart in tow. Vettel mentioned you. Could you help me bring in the supplies? Thanks. Through the grass again? Why not use the main entrance? The front door? That's too conventional. Xiao Yaokong shook his head. The main entrance is full of traps I set up, it's reserved for intruders. Whoa! Fong Hong sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder he'd sensed danger earlier. The boxes Vittel had packed beforehand were large and heavy. Fong Hong struggled to carry them alone, so he and Xiao Yaokong worked together to move them. After several trips and multiple batches, the two finally managed to move all the supplies from the truck into the passageway leading to the basement in the backyard. The underground passageway was surprisingly spacious. Fong Hong surveyed the interior layout of the basement. At a glance, he could see several separate rooms. The passageway itself was kept spotlessly clean. It was clear this place was cleaned regularly. Xiao Yaokong pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead. Could you please help me carry the box into the lab? Thanks. The lab? Where? Fong Hong bent down to lift the box. Hold on. Xiao Yaokong raised his hand to stop Fong Hong. Head over to the changing room first. There are new protective suits and caps inside. Put them on, remember to wash your hands, and don gloves. Fong Hong looked Xiao Yaokong up and down. Is that really necessary? Hurry up. Don't waste time. Got it. Fong Hong didn't want to waste time either. He stepped into the changing room, donned a full protective suit, pulled on a cap and gloves, and only then followed Xiao Yaokong into the laboratory. The lab was larger than Fong Hong had anticipated. He even spotted several dissected zombie corpses lying on the dissection table in the corner. Give me a hand. There are 3 boxes with white stripes in the hallway. Place them against the wall. Thanks. Fong Hong nodded, struggling to lift one of the boxes from the hallway by himself. He carried it into the lab and set it down heavily on the floor. Xiao Yaokong had already exhausted himself helping move the boxes earlier. Even now, his arms were still trembling slightly. Leaning half his body against the lab wall, he studied Fong Hong. You've got some serious strength and stamina. Fong Hong glanced at him. Should be a bit better than you science nerd. Xiao Yaokong frowned. Don't look at me like that. I do an hour of scientific exercise every day. Lately, because of staying up late, my physical condition is only slightly worse than an average person's. Right, you're really something. Fong Hong set down the second box with a heavy thud. Moving boxes alone was a bit tiring. He couldn't be bothered to chat, just wanting to finish the job quickly and get back to delivering goods. Xiao Yaokong adjusted his glasses and studied Fong Hong. Could you push the boxes over to the corner for me? Thanks. Got it. Fong Hong replied, then turned away to push the boxes. Xiao Yaokong quietly pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket and tossed it toward Fong Hong's back. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Fong Hong swiftly raised his hand and caught the packet flying toward him. Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Fong Hong was getting annoyed. Not helping was one thing, but throwing tissues at him? What was that about? Xiao Yaokong didn't answer, just stared intently at Fong Hong. Fong Hong felt a chill run down his spine under that intense stare. What the hell are you staring at me for? Xiao Yaokong kept staring at Fong Hong. Something's off with you. Fong Hong retorted, you're the one who's off. Xiao Yaokong withdrew his intense, piercing gaze. Your physical abilities surpass those of ordinary people, and your perception is at least twice as sharp. Fong Hong's lips curled at the corners. You figured it out. Little genius. I maxed out all 3 core attributes: constitution, agility, and strength. Plus I learned a B-grade perception skill. Xiao Yaokong turned and walked toward the laboratory door. Follow me. What now? Not moving boxes anymore? You don't need to move them anymore. Just help me with one more thing, please. Can I choose not to help? Don't waste everyone's time. You're something else. Fong Hong was nearly laughing in exasperation. Chapter 44, Enhanced Gene Serum. Fong Hong followed Xiao Yaokong into another room at the end of the basement. In the center of the room stood a metal doorframe resembling an airport security checkpoint. Over a dozen wires of various sizes and colors were plugged into the frame. The other ends of these wires connected to a large machine nearby. Xiao Yaokong demonstrated the process first, walking through the archway. Your turn. Fong Hong agreed with Vettel. This friend of his seemed to have a few screws loose. Xiao Yaokong urged. Hurry up. Fong Hong shrugged and mimicked Xiao Yaokong, walking through the doorway. Beep 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 beep. The moment he passed through the iron doorframe, the alarm sounded. Fong Hong turned back, looking at Xiao Yaokong blankly. I told you, something's off about you. Xiao Yaokong had anticipated this. He walked over to the large machine nearby and examined the data report displayed on the screen. Recently, I've heard rumors that after zombies die, there's a very small chance they leave behind a type of crystal with special energy inside their bodies. Certain people with unique constitutions can absorb these crystals. I call these crystals mutated crystals. I'm not sure if this is a mutation. The effects of these crystals on the human body still need observation. Based on the information I've gathered so far, they appear to have almost exclusively positive benefits. Fong Hong mused inwardly. The people with special constitutions you mentioned are all players, right? You must have absorbed an altered crystal too, causing your body to mutate. Xiao Yaokong looked up at Fong Hong. Your level of transformation is remarkably high, and your physical attributes far surpass those of ordinary people, especially your sensory abilities. Yeah, because I'm high level, right? Fong Hong continued to mutter to himself. You must have absorbed a massive amount of mutated crystals. Xiao Yaokong stared intently at Fong Hong. Is that right? Answer me. You guessed right. Fong Hong just wanted to wrap up this mission as soon as possible. He pulled an evolution crystal fragment from his backpack and tossed it toward Xiao Yaokong. By the way, we call these things evolution crystal shards. Oh? Xiao Yaokong's eyes lit up. He was deeply fascinated by the crystalline structure, catching the fragment and holding it in his palm for close inspection. I've done extensive research and personally killed countless zombies, but this is the first time I've ever seen this kind of crystal structure with my own eyes. Of course, NPCs don't drop crystals when killed. Fong Hong silently replied to himself. I suppose you just haven't been very lucky. Xiao Yaokong tucked the crystal away. Turning his back, he produced a small bottle of green potion from somewhere and tossed it toward Fong Hong. Fong Hong caught the bottle mid-air. Upon reading the attribute description, Fong Hong's heart skipped a beat. Notice, you have obtained an item modified zombie enhanced strength gene serum. Item modified zombie enhanced strength gene potion. Creator, Xiao Yaokong. Description 1, a serum crafted from the zombie virus. Upon use, permanently increases strength by 1 point. This serum can be reused, with a maximum cumulative increase of 5 points to strength. Description 2, using this serum causes unstable genetic status, inflicting the negative status effect genetic chaos. Each dose increases this status by 10% 30%. Upon reaching 80%, the player becomes directly infected with the zombie virus, resulting in death. Note 3, players can eliminate this status by consuming evolution crystals. I'll take this crystal. I never take anything for free, consider this payment. Impressive. Fong Hong was overjoyed upon hearing this. Players could craft similar potions, but only in the mid to late game. The required materials were numerous and varied, and the success rate was low. In previous servers, such potions and their raw materials were tightly controlled by major gaming guilds and the game company. Fong Hong tilted his head back and gulped the potion down. Notice, you have consumed the enhanced zombie strength enhancement gene potion. Your base strength stat has increased by +1. Notice, repeated consumption of this potion will gradually reduce its effectiveness. Notice, you have acquired the genetic disorder status. Notice, your genetic disorder status has increased to 13%. Notice, you may consume 13 evolution crystal shards or 1 whole evolution crystal to clear this status. Tell Vittel I need him to gather more of these crystals. I'll need them for my next research phase. Xiao Yaokong stroked his chin thoughtfully. As for the reward. After finishing the vial, Fong Hong felt unsatisfied. He interrupted, do you still have any of those modified potions? Xiao Yaokong looked up at Fong Hong. This potion still has flaws. Repeated use carries the risk of infection with the zombie virus. You can check your arm. His arm? Fong Hong rolled up his protective suit sleeve to examine his arm. He noticed a distinctive zombie-like bluish-gray hue emerging from his wrist. The bluish-gray hue gradually spread upward, creeping up his arm, a sight that looked rather terrifying. Fong Hong wasn't the least bit worried. He had plenty of evolution crystal shards on hand. He could just eliminate the negative status effects directly. I get it. The negative effects of the potion I understand. I can trade you evolution crystal shards for it. See, is this enough? Fong Hong pulled a large handful of evolution crystal fragments from his backpack, spread them flat in his palm, and offered them toward Xiao Yaokong. A fleeting look of surprise finally flashed across Xiao Yaokong's otherwise composed face. He looked at Fong Hong, puzzled by how he could have acquired so many crystals. If that's not enough, I have more. The first stage of research requires at least 100 crystal fragments. If you... Alright, I'll give you 200. Fong Hong still had nearly 400 mutated crystal fragments left in his backpack. He'd been troubled by not finding a place to use them up. Now, being able to trade these shards for potions that directly boost attributes was an absolute steal. Alright, I've already explained the side effects of using the potion. Follow me. Xiao Yaokong and Fong Hong returned together to the previous laboratory. He unlocked the password-protected freezer in the corner and retrieved a box containing 20 vials of potion. This potion is my latest research breakthrough. Due to raw material constraints, mass production isn't feasible. Its effectiveness diminishes with each use until it becomes completely ineffective. Currently, the potions come in 3 types: strength, agility, and constitution. As for side effects, 3 potions is the absolute limit for ordinary people. Continuing beyond that carries a high risk of infection with the zombie virus. Risk of infection? I'm not afraid. I've got plenty of evolution crystal shards. Fong Hong stared at the box of potions, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 45, Attribute Enhancement. Can I take all of these? Xiao Yaokong frowned. No, you can only use them here. That's great. If I run out, can I ask you for more? Fong Hong's expression brightened as he pressed on. In exchange, I can help you get more evolution crystal shards in the future. For research, the more of these things, the better, right? Xiao Yaokong's frown deepened. He felt Fong Hong was playing by his own rules. Agreed. But crafting the potion will take some time, roughly 2 or 3 days. Deal. Fong Hong was thoroughly satisfied with the deal. He immediately retrieved 200 evolution crystal fragments from his backpack and piled them onto an empty lab table. Xiao Yaokong's face once again betrayed astonishment. So many evolution crystal shards, just how many zombies had he killed? You can count them yourself, there are exactly 200. Fong Hong said, taking the box from Xiao Yaokong's hands. Evolution crystal shards had a shelf life. While they could fetch a decent price now, they would become dirt cheap once players leveled up. Fong Hong understood clearly that he had caught the game's first wave of dividends. Currently, players hadn't reached high enough levels to trigger Xiao Yaokong's quest, let alone have the capability to farm zombies en masse for evolution crystal shards. He, however, had already reached level 9 and had no need for the fragments whatsoever. Notice, you handed over 200 crystal shards to Xiao Yaokong. You received Enhanced Zombie Strength Enhancement Gene Serum 6, Enhanced Zombie Constitution Enhancement Gene Serum 7, Enhanced Zombie Agility Enhancement Gene Serum 7. Notice, your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has slightly increased. After such a major transaction, his favorability only increased slightly. What a cold-hearted guy. Fong Hong felt quite pleased and paid no mind to Xiao Yaokong's indifference. He pulled a strength potion from the box and unscrewed the cap. Xiao Yaokong finished counting the evolution crystal shards and turned to see Fong Hong starting to pop pills again. He couldn't help but warn him. I'll remind you once more, this potion has a flaw. It cannot be used in large quantities. I know. I have a way to overcome that flaw. Fong Hong chuckled, flipped his wrist, and produced over a dozen more evolution crystal shards into his hand. Boom! With a slight squeeze of his hand, the fragments exploded simultaneously, scattering into a cloud of crimson mist. In an instant, the mist was absorbed by Fong Hong. Notice, you have consumed 13 evolution crystal fragments. Your negative effect genetic disorder has been eliminated. Fong Hong waved his arm at Xiao Yaokong. Heh, what do you think? Xiao Yaokong narrowed his eyes, astonishment filling his gaze. He watched as the bluish-gray hue on Fong Hang's hand rapidly faded away. Evolution crystals possess this ability too? Xiao Yaokong had discovered a new avenue for research. His expression swiftly returned to its usual coldness as he nodded. Very impressive. Fong Hong crushed crystal shards with one hand while opening the exchanged vials with the other, downing their contents in gulps. Notice, you have consumed 6 improved zombie strength enhancement gene serums, 7 improved zombie constitution enhancement gene serums, and 7 improved zombie agility enhancement gene serums. Notice, your base strength attribute increased by +3, base constitution attribute increased by +4, base agility attribute increased by +3. Notice, your genetic instability status has increased to 55%. After downing 20 vials, the evolution crystal fragments in Fong Heng's backpack were completely depleted. Fong Hong opened his character attributes for review. Player, Fong Hong. Level, 9. Health, 158. Stamina, 100. Mental points, 100. Energy, 100. Strength, 10.8. Agility, 9.8. Constitution, 10.8. Willpower, 5. Perception, 15. Perception, 5. Fong Hong flexed his arm, his knuckles cracking audibly. A sudden 4-point boost to his base attributes allowed him to clearly sense the surge in his strength. Fong Hong even felt like he could kill a bull with a single punch now. This effect was far more pronounced than when he had just learned the strength training skill. After all, the level 1 skill book only boosted attributes by 0.2 points. Fong Hong checked again, each potion was still 2 points short of its maximum 5-point boost. I still need 20 doses of each potion. Come back in 3 days to collect them. As agreed, I'll also need more evolution crystal shards then. Xiao Yaokong nodded, his expression cold as ice, effectively dismissing Fong Hong. Alright, your task is complete. If there's nothing else, you may leave now. Hey! It's just a little extra potion, you're not getting mad over something this trivial, are you? Fong Hong silently waved goodbye. I'll return in 3 days. Watching Fong Hong depart, Xiao Yaokong locked the iron gate sealing the basement entrance. His previously icy expression suddenly transformed into one of intense fervor, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement. A major discovery. Evolution crystal fragments. Enhance physical attributes. Eliminate the negative effects of the potion. By afternoon, Lu Yu and Zhou Yi had finished dividing the ore. Sitting before a small mountain of ore, they watched the zombies shuffling back and forth before them. Lu Yu said, I counted them, there are 45 zombies in total. You're a bit of a pain in the ass. Zhou Yi shook his head and corrected, but you miscounted. It should be 43. Lu Yu pondered for a moment. I graduated from the math department back in the day. So what? Do you think I miscounted? No, boss. I think you're right. I miscounted. It's a shame these zombies are a bit dumb. Otherwise, they'd be pretty formidable. After all, by mid-game, regular zombies aren't much of a threat. Enemies can target them and kill them all. Even so, they're still pretty useful. So many strong workers who don't consume stamina mining non-stop would make us rich. True. The only thing about that god-tier talent is how absurd it is. It's like the heavens are feeding you could make money while lying down. In the distance, they spotted a small truck approaching along the highway. The truck pulled over to the side of the road. The door opened. Seeing Fong Hong step out of the truck, the two men's expressions turned peculiar once more. How come he left on a motorcycle this morning, but came back in a truck? Lu Yu felt the truck looked familiar. Isn't that the one from the Doomsday Merchant camp? Big shot, did you steal the Apocalypse merchants? Borrowed it. Oh. Lu Yu nodded, then asked with feigned seriousness, do I have to return it? Fong Hong was momentarily speechless. If he didn't return it, he'd likely lose his survival points from the deposit, plus face being hunted down by every Doomsday Camp merchant and their associates. I think it's better to return it. Lu Yu laughed heartily too. You're right. After all, we live in a harmonious society. Stealing stuff on the sly just isn't cool, is it? Fong Hong ordered his zombie clones to cease mining and load the coal onto the truck. Chapter 46, The Big Purchase. Big shot, the game will launch a server transfer system for players below level 5 the day after tomorrow. New recruits from my company will also be transferring into Zone 8 from other regions. Taking advantage of a break in transporting ore, Zhou Yi bid farewell to Fong Hang. We plan to leave this forest area then and develop elsewhere. Zhou Yi had suffered considerable setbacks recently. After calming down, he carefully considered the future development of the gaming company and ultimately decided to seek other avenues. Fong Hong would likely expand outward from the prison zone as his base. This area was bound to be monopolized by him. No way. The big shots had already cornered the market on nearby resources. If they stayed here, they'd have nothing and might even incur the big shot's displeasure. Better to find a new place to develop. Of course, that was only one reason. Joey called an impromptu meeting at the company this morning. They unanimously agreed that given the Dawn Gaming Guild's ruthless nature, they'd definitely target the prison. The prison was a prime target. Its formidable outer defenses, coupled with the first supersized sanctuary Fong Hong established in the game. Not to mention the nearby Doomsday Merchant Camp. A golden opportunity. No one could resist such temptation. If the Federation knew about this prison, they'd be tempted to buy it at any cost. Not to mention the unscrupulous Dawn. A battle between Dawn and Fong Hong would be inevitable. Dawn is a powerful gaming guild, and Fong Hong is no pushover either. Joey believed this would be a protracted battle. Regardless of who wins or loses, it would impact their small, developing company. Staying here would only drag them into a quagmire. Relocating for development was the optimal solution. Fong Hong hadn't considered it that deeply. That's a shame. I was hoping we could collaborate for a while longer. It's fine. We can still collaborate in the future. The new shelter's location is set. Once we have a vehicle, it'll only take half a day to drive there. Let's stay in touch. If you ever need help, just reach out. As for these next few days, I'll keep searching for mining sites nearby. Fong Hong nodded in agreement. Safe travels. I'll have Liao Bufan prepare the food and supplies I promised you earlier. If I'm not around, you can go straight to the prison to find him. This was the deal Fong Hong had struck with Joey earlier. He exchanged food and basic supplies for Joey's assistance in surveying the terrain around the prison and locating potential mineral deposits. Initially, Fong Hong had tasked Joey with mineral exploration not to earn survival points, but to build strategic reserves for the future. While other players were still building shelters and no one else was competing, Fong Hong could act first, sending his zombie clones to mine and hoard all kinds of resources. After all, the underground shelter he was constructing was large enough to store vast quantities of supplies. Seeing that the zombie clones had completed their resource gathering, Fong Hong issued a command for all of them to commit suicide before returning to the Apocalypse Merchant Camp. At his current character level, the zombies would resurrect 20 hours after death. Tomorrow, he would head to Hope Town, roughly 200 kilometers from the camp, to complete a quest. After all, the zombie clones moved far too slowly. Walking there would consume too much time. The simplest solution was to have them kill themselves. In 20 hours, they would automatically respawn by Fong Hong's side. After a bumpy drive in the truck, Fong Hong finally made it back to the merchant camp before sunset. The NPC porters, accustomed to his arrival, hurried over to help unload the cargo. The apocalyptic camp bustled with activity. Vettel emerged from his hut. Fong Hong, Mr. Chiu asked me about you earlier. This is the first time he's shown interest in a stranger. How did you manage that? I gave him some experimental materials. Vettel slapped his forehead in realization. Of course. His mind is consumed by experiments. Fong Hong shrugged as his game log began flooding the screen again. Notice, you have submitted 300 units of coal to the Apocalypse Merchant Vettel. You have earned 600 survival points. Notice, you have completed the quest. Notice, your rapport with End Times Merchant Vettel has increased. Notice, you have submitted 300 units of coal to the End Times Merchant Vettel. You have gained 600 survival points. Notice, you have completed the task. The prompts kept flashing for over 10 minutes before the porters finally emptied the truck. Fong Hong glanced at his backpack. This trip earned him a total of 35,000 survival points. Coal was in far greater demand than wood planks at the Apocalypse camp, meaning he could continue completing quests. Fong Hong opened Vettel's trading interface again to purchase supplies. Item, standard shotgun. Type, firearm. Additional skill, recoil. Skill description, attacks with this weapon have a 60% chance to inflict 1 second of stun, and the accuracy of this attack is reduced by 60%. Description 1, a firearm capable of dealing massive damage at close range. Its drawbacks include short range and significant recoil, making it difficult for ordinary users to handle. Note 2, requires a strength stat of 6.5 to equip and use this weapon. A strength stat of 8 negates the accuracy reduction effect of the recoil skill. A strength stat of 10 grants complete immunity to the recoil skill's effects. After completing a mission, Fong Hong's strength stat now stands at 10.8 points, allowing him to wield shotguns effortlessly and negate all recoil effects. Bought. Item, standard issue bulletproof vest. Type, equipment. Defense, plus 10. Note 1, wearing a bulletproof vest significantly reduces damage from firearm attacks. Provided you don't get headshot. Note 2, crafted from specialized materials with a composite protective structure, it offers substantial defense even if a zombie manages to grab your torso. Description 3, in the sweltering summer heat, wearing this gear makes you sweat more easily, intensifying your feelings of heat and thirst. Item, Slaughterer's Cleaver. Type, weapon. Rarity, rare. Damage, 30-60. Description 1, the large cleaver left behind by the butcher in 2 after his death, imbued with his final resentment. When attacking zombie creatures, it deals additional damage equal to the player's current strength stat and has a chance to trigger the dismember effect. Description 2. Due to its immense weight, wielding this blade requires a player with 9.5 strength and 8.5 constitution. Fong Hong licked his lips. This cleaver possessed formidable stats. He'd spotted it during his last visit. Unfortunately, his personal stats hadn't been high enough to equip it then. Now, with 10.8 strength, the requirements were finally met. Item, whetstone. Type, consumable. Description, temporarily adds 20 damage to swords and other bladed weapons upon use. Item, small explosive pack. Type, consumable. Description, detonates after 5 minutes, causing a powerful explosion that inflicts massive damage to nearby creatures and structures. Use with caution. Item, Molotov cocktail. Type, consumable. Description, throw the Molotov cocktail to inflict area of effect, sustained fire damage. Notice, you have acquired 1 standard shotgun, 350 shotgun shells, 1 standard bulletproof vest, 10 Molotov cocktails, 1 butcher's cleaver, 5 whetstones, 3 small explosive packets. Procurement complete. Only 2,000 survival points remain from today's 35,000. The sun had already set. Fong Hong couldn't make it back to the prison in time, so he decided to stay at the apocalypse camp for the night. Today's on me. I'll buy you drinks tonight. Vettel had made a killing today. Grinning, he offered Fong Hong his big spending customer free lodging and even assigned him a luxurious single cabin. Chapter 47, Luxury Villa. After indulging in Vettel's feast within the game, Fong Hong logged off early. Tomorrow, he would venture into the perilous town. Fong Hong planned to rest early tonight. Logging out, he opened his game pod and stretched lazily. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, Team 3 of Huangning Game Company still buzzed with energy. Most employees were still working overtime at their computers, with 2/3 of the game pods active. To be precise, Team 3 had people working overtime around the clock. Bunch of workaholics. Fong Hong muttered under his breath as he picked up his phone to check. Several missed calls and messages appeared on the screen. Xiaoxi, Fong Hong, how's the new job? Getting used to it? Xiaoxi, Seoul's team is just as weak as ever. I watched their qualifiers. Comparatively speaking, they're no match for us. Xiaoxi, they're playing dirty. Xiaoxi, 1. So tired. Passing out. Xiaoxi, he, not bad. My friend said you did a great job helping her out. Xiaoxi, you didn't embarrass me. I knew you could do it. Keep it up. Unknown number, Mr. Fong Hong, your accommodations have been arranged. Please proceed to the front desk to collect your work pass and dorm card. Should you have any questions, please contact us promptly. Alright, employee dorms are arranged. Guess I can't stay at a hotel now. Fong Hong shrugged in reply to Xiaoxi. Is the competition over? When are you coming back? Seeing Xiaoxi hadn't replied immediately, Fong Hong put away his phone and headed to the front desk on the ground floor to collect his work ID and dorm card. The dormitory was very close to the company, located just 2 blocks away within the same campus. It was only a 10-minute walk away. On his way, Fong Hong stopped at the convenience store next door to pick up some daily necessities before swiping his dorm card to enter the campus. As he walked forward, he reviewed the dormitory check-in guide provided by the front desk staff. Each villa accommodates 4 people, with separate private rooms for each resident. Private bathroom, private study, private game room. Does this company offer such generous benefits? Fong Hong was secretly astonished. He recalled that even during his days as a professional gamer, he hadn't enjoyed such perks. A housekeeper tends to daily living needs, cleaning rooms, and the refrigerator is stocked with fresh ingredients around the clock. If you want a late-night snack, you can call the chef to deliver it. This luxurious? Is running a game company really that profitable? I live in the top-tier villa district. There's also a premium villa district, standard apartment district, and high-end apartment district. The apartment districts are a bit less comfortable by comparison. Fong Hong put away the handbook. He looked up and scanned the surroundings, searching for villa number 3 within the compound. Just then, 2 young men approached him. They chatted and laughed as they walked, the taller one holding a can of beer. They noticed Fong Hong, who was trying to find his way. You're going the wrong way. The villa area is ahead, but the apartment complex is over there. Ha! Fong Hong glanced down at the number on his key card. No mistake. I'm staying at Villa 3. Villa 3? Xiao Jijie froze, leaning closer to glance at Fong Hong's key card. A peculiar expression crossed his face. It really was Villa 3. Is there a problem? No. Xiao Jijie snapped back to attention. Villa 3 is just ahead. Go straight to the end, then turn right. Thanks. The two passed each other. Xiao Jijie felt increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. He glanced back at Fong Hong, then turned to whisper to his companion Ji Kai. Have you guys seen that guy before? He seems like he's new here? Living in Villa 3? I haven't seen him either. Didn't you just check his key card? What's his name? Fong Hong. Oh, I vaguely remember. I heard the old woman from HR gossiping about it behind closed doors. Not long ago, someone who pulled strings got special approval from President Qin to join the company. His name was Fong Hong. Backdoor hire? Xiao Zhibang's brow furrowed, his expression turning displeased. The entire Huangming gaming company had only 3 top-tier villas, accommodating a maximum of 12 people who enjoyed the highest level of treatment. It had always been a tradition at Huangming that these 3 villas were reserved for the company's most outstanding players. These 12 individuals represented the absolute pinnacle of Huangming's gaming prowess. Since the company's acquisition not long ago, most of the original top players had already left. Now, only 2 players remained in the top-tier villas. Xiao Zhibang had previously applied to stay in a top villa, but his request was denied the very next day. If even he wasn't qualified to live in the highest-tier villa, what right did a newcomer who got in through backdoor connections have? Oof, Mr. Qin used to insist on quality over quantity, but now some friend just walks right in. Xiao Zhibang seethed inwardly, venting his frustration incessantly. Another clueless CEO who only knows how to bark orders. If this keeps up, I might quit too. Hearing both sides brings clarity, believing only one side leads to blindness. Ji Kai remained relatively calm. He advised that old woman in HR might not be telling the whole truth. Let's wait and see. Xiao Zhijie curled his lip, feeling increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. Alright, as you say. Seeing is believing. I'll test him out. Xiao Zhijie felt a rush of excitement. He downed the last of the beer in his can. Hey, what are you doing? Don't go looking for trouble. Pfft, what's there to fear? What could someone who got in through the back door possibly do? Xiao Zhijie turned around, raised the empty can in his hand, and hurled it at Fong Hang's back. Fong Hang kept walking forward, seemingly oblivious to the can hurtling toward him from behind. I told you he was a backdoor entrant. Xiao Zhijie said, a smug smile curling his lips. But the next second, that smile froze on his face. Just as the beer can was about to hit Fong Hang's back, he abruptly stopped in his tracks and extended a hand. Clap! Without even turning his head, Fong Hang caught the can flying toward his back with steady precision. A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Kai's eyes. Just a moment ago you were saying he got in through backdoor connections. Now you're speechless, huh? Fong Hong slowly turned around to face Xiao Zhijie. Oh no! He'd offended a top player. Xiao Zhijie was stunned by Fong Heng's actions. He instantly realized Fong Hong wasn't the backdoor hire the HR lady had described. Meeting Fong Heng's gaze, Xiao Zhijie awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry about that. My bad. My hand just slipped. It's fine. Fong Hong gave a gentle smile. Just be more careful next time. Xiao Zhijie breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that it was fortunate the other person had a relatively mild temper. Here, take it back. Fong Hong said, crumpling the can in his hand into a ball before flicking it away with a sharp flick. Whoosh! The crumpled can flew back toward Xiao Zhijie. Thud! Ouch! Xiao Zhijie couldn't dodge in time, and the can hit him on the forehead, leaving a small red mark. Sorry about that, my hand slipped. Fong Hong flashed an apologetic smile before turning to leave. Chapter 48, Recruitment. Fong Hong found it strange. He had clearly been facing away from the can, yet he could sense one being thrown at him from behind. And now it had actually happened. The can that struck him from behind matched the angle and force of the one he had sensed perfectly. Could it be because of the danger sense skill in the game? No way. But Fong Hong thought, then looked down at his own palm again. He clenched his fist tightly. It felt like his strength had grown too. Could this be a physical change brought on by the transmigration? Could this be another perk? Fong Hong shook his head, putting those thoughts aside for now, and entered Villa number 3. The villa was spotlessly clean. The first floor housed the communal living room, while the second and third floors were divided into separate sections. Fong Heng's room was 301. It was located on the left side of the third floor. The company really has deep pockets. Fong Hong ascended to the third floor, entered his room, casually placed the purchased daily necessities on the table, and stretched out comfortably on the sofa. What a waste of money, everything I bought is already here, practically brand new. Fong Hong ran to take a quick shower. After returning, bored out of his mind, he opened the official game forum. The newly opened forum section for Region 8. He clicked to enter. At a glance, the page was flooded with players' cries of despair and desperate pleas for help. It's over, completely over. My house got demolished, no food left, can't hold on any longer. Should I just kill myself? Bro, don't even say it. I'm starving too. Don't kill yourself. Hang on as long as you can. It all counts toward your playtime. You only get 3 lives, so hold on. Heh, our team got harassed by zombies again last night. No energy to explore today, so we're just lying low. Another day of starving. What if my teammate gets infected? Is there any hope? No hope. Tie them up and wait for the zombie transformation. Just padding the time. Some tree roots are edible, but they might give you diarrhea. Best to mix just a tiny bit into your food each day. Short on nails. Anyone know how to get some? Guys upstairs already building shelters? Spill the beans, how'd you get food? My shelter got attacked. Zombies are blocking the entrance. What should I do? Guys, give me some advice. It's urgent. Forget all that, just close your eyes and grind out the hours. Most posts were veterans sharing tips on how to better endure hunger and prolong gameplay. Fong Hung skimmed through it, finding the content largely repetitive with no real survival tips, so he stopped reading. Tomorrow's mission location was Hopetown. Hopetown was roughly 200 kilometers from the Doomsday Merchant Camp. Fong Hung estimated it would take 3-6 hours to ride there by motorcycle, depending on road conditions. Fong Hung tried searching the forum for information related to Hopetown. A highlighted message appeared on the first page. The post was published by the forum administrator 3 days prior. The Federation government has cleared a large farm warehouse in District A to serve as a temporary shelter and supply collection point. The location was approximately 3 kilometers south of Hopetown. Any player in District 8 could seek shelter in the warehouse free of charge. The Federation will ensure players' safety. However, the Federation will not provide survivors with any survival supplies or resources. Additionally, the Federation will issue various resource collection missions to players. Players may choose to exchange collected resources with the Federation for real-world currency. Exchange supplies for money? I wonder if they need wood planks. Fong Hong muttered under his breath. Even if they did, Fong Hong wouldn't trade wood planks for money with the Federation. As Fong Hung gradually established himself in the game, he first seized control of the prison and then became the first to complete the construction of a super-large shelter. Unbeknownst to himself, his ambitions had quietly begun to swell. At first, he'd only wanted to scrape by in the game. Now, his mindset had undergone a significant shift. His goal had evolved into building a powerful sanctuary within the game, becoming a dominant force on par with the Federation. The Federation was one of his rivals. Naturally, Fong Hung had no intention of selling supplies to his rivals. Unless, of course, they offered a price he couldn't refuse. Fong Hong clicked the back button on the webpage. He thought perhaps tomorrow he could take the opportunity to visit the Federation's temporary shelter point and gauge their strength. There weren't many posts about Hopetown in the search results. Fong Hong continued browsing. Based on information shared by many players, Hopetown was currently overrun with zombies. Among them were high-level mutated zombies. Ordinary players couldn't even get close, let alone enter. The Federation seemed to have plans for Hopetown, attempting over the past few days to lure the zombies out in small batches. The effort has yielded decent results, with the zombie density in the town significantly reduced compared to its initial state. Fong Hung scrolled through the posts one by one. A recruitment post? Fong Hung narrowed his eyes. Location, Hopetown. Recruiting combat-oriented adventurers. Description, enter Hopetown Hospital to retrieve an item. Interested parties may contact me for details. Compensation guaranteed to satisfy. Note, this mission is highly challenging. Interested parties, please message me privately. Someone else wants to enter Hopetown Hospital too? Fong Hung grew wary. Could he have received the same mission? Fong Hung stroked his chin. Noticing the post's creator, Old Black, was online, he sent him a message. Fong Hung, I'm very interested in the mission you posted. Lao Hei replied immediately. Lao Hei, I need you to prove your skills first. Fong Hung, I'm Fong Hung, a former professional gamer. You can look up my background online. Lao Hei, I'll look into it. After a moment, Old Black sent another message. Lao Hei, very well. Besides you, there will be others joining the mission tomorrow. If you're interested, you can find me at the Federation warehouse. We'll discuss the details in person. Fong Hung, what about the pay? Lao Hei, 30 main god points. Fong Hung raised an eyebrow. He had main god points. In the main god game, players could use main god points to exchange for various high-value rare items within the main god space. Compared to survival points, god points were far more precious and difficult to obtain. Additionally, god points could be exchanged for survival points at a 1:100 ratio, but survival points could not be converted back into god points. Fong Hung replied to the message once more. Fong Hung, I accept. Tomorrow at noon, 12 p.m., at the Federation warehouse outside Hopetown. Lao Hei, awaiting your arrival. After flipping through a few more pages of posts and finding no further useful information related to Hopetown, Fong Hong closed the webpage and fell asleep. Chapter 49, Small Team. Early the next morning, Fong Hong rode his motorcycle toward the small town. This time, Fong Hong chose to undertake the mission alone. Liao Bufan had originally wanted to accompany him. Considering the mission's danger and the potential for it to take a long time, Fong Hong decided to leave Liao Bufan behind. Liao Bufan needed to remain at the prison and keep a constant watch on the movements of the prisoner Snake Gang. 5 hours later, Fong Hung arrived at the warehouse of the farm controlled by the Federation. The warehouse had been converted into a temporary shelter for the Federation. The official forum post had proven highly compelling. Numerous players in the vicinity were flocking to the location. Currently, the Federation had no surplus food to distribute, but who knew when they might start handing out supplies? After all, with the Federation's protection, the chances of survival were always a bit better. Players spotted Fong Hong riding his motorcycle all the way here and shot him envious glances. In the early stages, players possessing such high-tier vehicles were indeed a rare sight. Fong Hong stowed his vehicle and entered the large warehouse. The warehouse had been converted into a temporary Federation resource point. The Federation's temporary resource hub primarily handled external resource collection. They purchased various supplies from players using real-world Federation currency, continuously transporting the resources back to the upcoming Federation Security Center. Fong Hong was certain that beneath this warehouse lay a medium-sized shelter constructed by the Federation. Numerous players filled the warehouse, maintaining excellent order. Federation personnel wore clearly identifiable badges on their chests. Fong Hong immediately spotted the prominent sign. Collecting all types of basic materials. Generous prices. Instant payment. Several service counters lined the warehouse entrance, offering supplies procurement, various consultations, survival guides, and other services. Fong Hong approached one of the counters. "Hello, how may I assist you? I'd like to see the purchase list." Fong Hong took the purchase list handed to him by the Federation staff member. The list was densely packed with entries. At this stage, the Federation was practically buying anything. Basic resources like a single wooden plank could fetch 30 Federation coins. In Sioux City, 30 Federation coins were roughly the price of a regular takeout meal. The new server really is profitable. Fong Hong sighed inwardly, suddenly feeling the weight of immense pressure. After all, the Federation possessed immense financial power. With their collection methods, they could swiftly build a formidable sanctuary. Fong Hong set down his purchase list and scanned the warehouse several more times. Soon, he spotted his target. A frail old man sat on a bench, flanked by two dark-skinned foreigners. Additionally, a man and a woman sat on benches beside him. The frail old man noticed Fong Hong and raised his hand in greeting. Fong Hong approached the group. "You're Old Black?" "That's right, it's me." "You must be Fong Hong? I've seen your photo." Old Black's face was deeply wrinkled, and his frame was extremely frail. "Looks like everyone's here. This is the Fong Hong I was just telling you about." Lao Hei cracked his neck, producing a series of creaking sounds. "Fong Hong, let me introduce you to Haozhou, the team leader for this mission." "Hello, I'm Haozhou." Haozhou was solidly built, wearing a thin long-sleeved shirt that revealed the thick muscles beneath. These two are the Kunba and Kunka brothers, and this is Sister Lee. Fong Hong scanned the group. Sister Lee was tall and slender, around 30 years old, with a mature style of dress. The brothers Kunka and Kunba were both foreigners, similarly tall and slender with high cheekbones, their hands wrapped in white bandages. "Let's talk somewhere else." Lao Hei led the group out of the warehouse to a large tree not far away, well off the beaten path. "This mission is extremely difficult. I need you all to infiltrate the community hospital within the town, locate the backup generator set on the first floor, and completely destroy it." Lao Hei pulled 3 explosive charges from his pocket and handed them to Haozhou. Item: small explosive packet. Type: consumable. Description: detonates after a 5-minute delay, causing a powerful explosion that inflicts massive damage to all living beings and structures within range. Use with extreme caution. Once you reach the backup generator room, remember to start recording. Document the entire explosion process. This will serve as proof of your mission completion. Fong Hong found this odd. He wanted to blow up the backup generator inside the hospital? Why on earth? Before coming here, Fong Hong had assumed Old Black was here for the same reason as him, to find the T-virus serum. Now it seemed Old Black had other motives. Sister Lee asked, "Aren't you coming in with us?" "Ha ha ha, I'm too old for this. I won't burden you lot. The whole town is swarming with zombies now. If I went in, I'd only slow you down." Fong Hong pursed his lips. He couldn't shake the feeling that the old man's gaze held something sinister. An uneasy feeling washed over him. Fong Hong couldn't tell if it was his perception skill picking up on something again, or if he simply didn't have a good feeling about Old Black to begin with. That's the gist of the situation. "I need you to complete the mission before nightfall today." Haozhou stowed away the explosives and asked, "When do we settle up? What if we can't reach you after completing the mission?" "No problem at all. I can advance the reward to the Federation and have them notarize this commission. Even if I'm not present, you can use the video recording to claim the reward directly from the Federation notary." Lao Hei had his answers ready. He glanced around at the group. "Any other questions?" Everyone shook their heads. "I have no objections." Fong Hong shook his head as well. As planned, he decided to follow these people inside first to assess the situation. The town was now swarming with zombies, making it extremely difficult for Fong Hong to enter alone. Unless he was given ample time. In that case, he could rely on his zombie clones to slowly clear the area without any outside interference. But even then, he'd still have to watch out for the mutated zombies lurking within the town. Joining this group was the most efficient approach. As for whether Lao Hei could complete his mission, that remains to be seen. To ensure the mission's success, I propose that Haozhou serve as our team leader for this operation. Old Black paused before explaining to the group. Haozhou was formerly a squadron commander in Federal District 6 and possesses extensive experience in mission execution and leadership roles. Fong Heng's gaze shifted toward Haozhou. Haozhou stepped forward half a pace. My name is Haozhou. I served in the Federation Squadron and held the position of Squadron Commander. I am proficient in various firearms. My talent is Mental Shock and A+ rank ability. It allows me to deliver a single mental shock to an enemy, but the side effects are severe. I cannot use it multiple times in quick succession. 2 years ago, my right leg was injured and amputated during a mission. Afterward, I replaced it with a mechanical prosthesis in the Wasteland Apocalypse game. The prosthetic imposes severe limitations, preventing my return to squadron duty. I also refused the civilian position offered by the Federation, so I left. Now I'm a professional mercenary. I will serve as commander for this operation. If anyone objects, speak up now. Pretty professional. Fong Hong thought to himself. Chapter 50, The Break-In. Seeing no objections, Haozhou continued, Alright. I hope we can cooperate wholeheartedly in the upcoming operation, complete the mission smoothly, collect the bounty, and go our separate ways. To ensure effective cooperation moving forward, please now introduce your individual innate abilities. The group exchanged glances. I'll go first. Sisterly stated, I possess an S-rank support type talent that allows me to create a perception barrier with a maximum radius of 5 meters. This barrier can block external creatures from perceiving anything within it. While shielded, even if zombies see us, they won't perceive us as living humans and won't attack. Sorry to interrupt, Haozhou asked. Does that include mutated zombies? Yes, the barrier remains effective against level 1 mutated zombies. As for higher level mutated zombies, we haven't had the opportunity to test it yet, so we can't confirm that for now. Haozhou nodded, indicating his understanding. Next, it was the turn of the Coen brothers, Kunba and Kunta. The elder brother, Kunba, spoke in slightly stiff Mandarin. We've trained in martial arts since childhood. After entering the game, we acquired talent skills related to martial arts mastery. These allow us to temporarily enhance the power of our punches, making them highly effective against ordinary zombies. As he spoke, Kunba delivered a punch toward a nearby tree. Thud. A dull thud echoed. The tree swayed, shedding over a dozen leaves. A deep fist imprint was left on the tree. Equipping the iron armor will further enhance its power. Haozhou turned to the last remaining person, Fong Heng. Your turn. Fong Heng pondered for a moment. The others in the squad were all skilled, so he felt it was time to show what he could do. Fong Heng pulled the butcher's greatsword from his backpack. The others watched him silently, saying nothing. They could tell the blade was heavy. I won't go into detail about my talent. It's support-oriented and unusable in combat. As for combat, my character stats are quite high, and my gear is decent too. The group fell into an abrupt silence. Good gear? High character stats? What kind of self-introduction was this? It sounded suspiciously like bragging. Seeing the skeptical looks, Fong Heng swung his greatsword through the air a few times before displaying the butcher's greatsword's attributes for everyone to see. You can check the stats. Fine grade equipment. Damn high damage. The additional skills were nothing short of perfect. The only flaw was the equipment requirement. The way the others looked at Fong Heng suddenly shifted. This slashing blade itself held considerable value, priced at no less than 5,000 survival points. So, his earlier claim of having decent gear wasn't just bragging after all. Moreover, equipping the Great Cutter required 9.5 strength and 8.5 constitution. His ability to wield this blade meant his stats were indeed far superior to those of ordinary players. How many levels was he? His character stats already met the requirements for the Great Cutlass? This suggests his innate talent must be some kind of attribute boost. Everyone fell silent, each silently speculating. Haozhou began mentally assessing the squad's overall strength. At first glance, Fong Heng and the Coen brothers both appeared to be primary damage dealers, specializing in combat. Sisterly, however, leaned toward logistical support. If there are no objections, we can now invite the Federation officials to conduct the notarization. After the group reached an agreement, Old Black led everyone back to the warehouse. He spent 500 survival points to complete the notarization at the Federation Notary Office, having already transferred 150 main god points to the Federation Notary in advance. This arrangement allowed Fong Heng to directly claim his mission rewards from Federation personnel upon completing the task. Wish you luck. I'll be here waiting for your safe return. With preparations complete, Haozhou led the squad to a small hill east of Hopetown. From this vantage point, they could see a large horde of zombies swarming within the town. The density of zombies was extremely high. Haozhou unfolded the map he had prepared earlier. I scouted this route earlier. The zombie numbers are lowest from this eastern approach. After breaching the town, we just need to turn through 7 intersections to reach the community hospital. Sisterly frowned and asked, at a normal person's jogging pace, how long would it take to reach the hospital? Haozhou calculated mentally for a moment before replying, less than 10 minutes. Deploying the barrier drains psychic energy. At my current capacity, I can sustain it for no more than 10 minutes. After that, it'll take at least 2 hours to fully recover. Kanba urged, the timing is perfect. Let's move. No, it's not enough time. We have to factor in breaking into the hospital. Along the way, we might get ambushed by mutated zombies and have to clear the path of obstructing zombies. All of that will cost us time. Fang Hong took a bite of his Oreo cookie, listening to the group's discussion without offering an opinion. Moments later, team leader Haozhou presented his plan. Using the small explosives obtained earlier, he would blow down the mayor's statue guarding the nearby town entrance. The collapsing statue would crash into the adjacent buildings. The explosion and impact would generate deafening noise. The noise would draw the zombies away, further reducing their numbers gathered at the town's eastern entrance. Then, force our way in. Gain as much time as possible, 3 to 4 minutes before Sisterly activates the perception barrier. Confirm everything is in order, execute the plan. 10 minutes later. Boom! The preset explosives detonated. The toppling stone statue crashed into the building structure, producing a deafening roar. Near the town entrance, Fang Han was using a whetstone to enhance his weapon's attack power. He faintly sensed the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. This is a bit much. The rest of the squad shared the same expression. Haozhou chuckled smugly. Forgot to mention during introductions I used to be in the demolition squad during my military service. You're something else, boss. The deafening noise drew the zombies in the town, which began moving toward the stone statue. Let's go! Taking advantage of the distraction, the 5-member squad regrouped and rushed into the town. Sensing the scent of humans, the zombies still lingering in the town swarmed toward Fang Hong and his companions. Fortunately, zombies moved relatively slowly during daylight hours. The group jogged along. Haozhou led the way at the front, carefully avoiding the zombies' encirclement, only fighting back when there was no other choice. Equipped with armored gauntlets, the Kanba and Kunta brothers saw a further boost in their combat prowess. They guarded the flanks, dispatching zombies with just a few punches. Fang Hong guarded the rear of the group, a large machete gripped firmly in his hand. Shoo! A slash straight ahead. Blood spattered as the zombie charging from the right was cleaved clean in two by the broad machete. Notice, your attack caused dismemberment effect. Notice, you have killed the zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Notice, your attack caused dismemberment. Notice, you have killed the zombie. You gain survival points x2. Notice, your attack caused dismemberment. Prompt, you killed the zombie. You gain. Chapter 51, Better Equipment. The large machete already dealt high damage, and with the skill's additional damage effect and the extra attack from the whetstone, a single swing could easily one-shot a zombie. The success rate of the dismember effect was also much higher than Fang Hong had anticipated, triggering nearly 2/3 of the time. Combined with Fang Heng's perception skill reaching a staggering 15 points, more than double that of ordinary players, it allowed him to anticipate his enemies' moves. Fang Hong felt like he was playing another mowing down game. It was satisfying, but continuous use of the Great Cutlass accelerated his stamina depletion. Fang Hong tried to adjust his rhythm, slowing down his attacks to conserve energy. Haozhou led the team swiftly around 2 street corners, drawing an ever-growing crowd of zombies toward them. The group maintained their rapid pace, but the pressure on everyone grew noticeably heavier, and their speed began to slow. Watch out! Haozhou suddenly noticed a shadow rapidly closing in from his right. Fang Heng's senses simultaneously sounded an alarm. He whipped his head around. A mutated zombie burst out from a shop on the right, lunging directly at Kunta. Whoosh! Kunta unleashed a punch. The mutated zombie deftly sidestepped to the right, evading the blow. It's an agile-type mutated zombie. Clack! The mutated zombie stomped heavily on the ground, then leaped towards Sisterly inside the team formation. Its speed was blinding. Still midair, it raised its claws high. Fang Heng's agility stat now reached 9.8, allowing him to clearly track the mutated zombie's movements. Just as he was about to switch to his shotgun for a blast, Fang Heng suddenly sensed something else. He whipped his head around to look at Haozhou. Veins bulged on Haozhou's neck as he bellowed. Restraint! Haozhou clutched his forehead with one hand while pointing at the mutated zombie with the other, his face contorted in agony. It was a mental shock. Haozhou's special skill. The mutated zombie mid-air froze instantly, still maintaining the posture it had just before attacking as it plummeted downward. Leave it to me. Fang Heng bellowed, swiftly stuffing the shotgun back into his backpack. He strode forward, swinging his large machete. The massive machete swung down with brutal force. SSSH. The blade sliced through. The mutated zombie's head flew clean off. Notice, your attack caused dismemberment effect. Notice, you have slain the mutated zombie agility boost. You gain survival points 23. Fang Hong raised his hand, and the intact evolution crystal left behind by the mutated zombie was sucked into his palm. Ha ha! Monster snatched successfully. Noticing the stares from his teammates, Fang Hong sheathed his blade and said expressionlessly, nothing special. One strike to kill a mutated zombie. This move genuinely startled Fong Hang's teammates. Most ordinary player squads would flee as far as possible upon encountering a mutated zombie. Now this mutated zombie had been taken down in one blow by Fong Hang. It was a bit embarrassing for mutated zombies. But the group quickly recalled the special properties of the Great Cleaver and accepted it. It was sheer luck that triggered the dismember effect, resulting in such a terrifying instant kill. The appearance of the mutated zombie made the squad even more cautious. Yet as they ventured deeper into the town, more and more zombies began closing in. The group felt like they were sinking into quicksand, their pace slowing to a crawl. Amidst the chaos, Kunta kicked out at a zombie charging from the right. He expected the kick to knock it back, leaving him free to smash its skull with his next punch. But Kunta never expected that as his foot made contact, it felt like striking solid iron. The zombie didn't retreat. Instead, he was violently knocked back, his body staggering backward. No! It's a mutated zombie. A mutated zombie with enhanced strength and directional power. Cold sweat broke out on Kunta's forehead as he quickly regained his balance. His mind raced, calculating how to handle the situation before him. This is bad. Just as the mutated zombie's claw swung toward him, Kunta was suddenly yanked aside by a hand. I've got this. Fong Hang, keenly sensing the mutated zombie among the ordinary ones, yanked Kunta away and instantly switched to his shotgun. Boom! A gunshot echoed. Hit point blank by the shotgun, the mutated zombie staggered, stumbling back several steps. It was struck with both stun and bleeding debuffs. Whoa, you're pretty tough. Fong Hang held the shotgun with one hand, completely ignoring its powerful recoil, and stepped forward again. He pulled the trigger. Boom! The mutated zombie was blown completely away, exploding into a bloody mess of flesh and bone fragments. Notice, you killed the mutated zombie with a shotgun strength boost. You gained plus 30 firearm proficiency EXP and 29 survival points. The gunshot drew everyone's attention. Everyone instinctively turned to look at the deadly weapon in Fong Hang's hands. A shotgun? It really is a shotgun. Envy. Admiration. How could he possibly have a shotgun, a luxury item that only appears in the mid to late game? Turns out he's a Wales player all along. Now they understood when Fong Hang had said his gear was pretty decent, he was being downright modest. How long has the game even been live? Can you find a second shotgun from survivors? Impossible. Quick! Don't just stand there! Haozhou shouted, snapping everyone back to attention. The gunfire drew more nearby zombies closer. In an instant, the awakened squad realized they were surrounded by the undead horde. As the path ahead was nearly blocked by the horde, Haozhou shouted, sisterly, activate the barrier. Buzz! A pale white barrier materialized, enveloping the players. Instantly, the zombies outside the barrier fell silent. Having lost their ability to sense their opponents, they could not attack and remained motionless in place. The group swiftly cleared the remaining zombies within the barrier. Kunta stepped forward to express his gratitude. Thanks, Fong Hang. If it weren't for you just now, I'd be in trouble. You're welcome. We're teammates. It's what I should do. Haozhou swiftly pinpointed the community hospital's location and waved his hand. Let's go. That way, keep up. The expanded perception protection barrier moved with Sister Lee, allowing the group to focus solely on eliminating the zombies within the barrier. With Sister Lee's barrier assistance, the squad's pace accelerated once more. A talent like Sister Lee's truly deserves an S rank. Fong Hang silently marveled inwardly, swinging his broadsword as he followed the team forward, continuing to slaughter zombies. In less than 5 minutes, they reached the community hospital. The entire hospital's windows had been boarded up beforehand, and the entrance's glass doors were sealed behind an iron gate reinforced with multiple layers of wooden planks. For a moment, the group couldn't find a way to enter the hospital. Kanba and Kunta both turned to Haozhou, seeking his advice. Haozhou, equally surprised that every door was sealed shut, frowned deeply. I'll go. Follow me. Seeing Haozhou still hesitating, Fong Hang called out to the group and strode quickly to a first-floor window boarded up with wooden planks. He raised his shotgun and pumped the action. Bang! 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 Brute force. 3 shots shattered the outer wooden panels and glass of the window, revealing an opening. Damn! Rich guy! A single shotgun shell sells for 100 survival points at the End Times merchant camp. 3 shots meant 300 survival points gone. Everyone now had a clearer understanding of what Fong Hang meant by better gear, and silently gave him a mental thumbs up. In the apocalypse, encountering a teammate like Fong Hang was pure luck. Chapter 52, Solo Exploration. In truth, Fong Hang had leveled up the Apocalypse Merchant to the highest tier, granting him the maximum discount. He could now purchase a single shotgun shell for just 31 survival points. Quick! The group filed in one after another, climbing through the window openings and infiltrating the hospital. The moment they stepped inside, Fong Hang flicked on his flashlight, sweeping it rapidly across every corner of the room. This was an ordinary examination room. Kanba and Kunta swiftly cleared the remaining zombies in the room before opening the door to the hallway outside the clinic and clearing the zombies there. Haozhou retrieved wooden planks to seal and reinforce the window entrance they had broken through earlier. Moments later, Kanba and Kunta cleared the hallway outside the room and returned. All clear. Upon hearing this, Sister Lee immediately deactivated her barrier. She pulled a can of Red Bull energy drink from her backpack to accelerate her psychic energy recovery and took a large gulp. Mental energy depletion was less than anticipated. Full recovery will take about an hour and a half. Haozhou nodded. Alright, everyone take a break. Having smoothly entered the community hospital, the group had completed the first phase of their mission. All in all, it had been a close call but ultimately safe. Haozhou locked the clinic room door and raised his hand to ignite a bonfire on the spot. The group gathered around the fire, sitting down to eat and replenish their depleted energy. In this situation, Fong Hong still played it safe. He chose not to show off his signature skill barbecuing. After all, zombies might smell the smoke and track them down. No need to invite trouble. Instead, he stuck with the half-pack of Oreo cookies left over from earlier. Paired with chocolate milk. Fong Hong ate while contemplating their next move. The team's next task was to locate the backup generator on the first floor and blow it up. Of course, he had more important matters to attend to. Fong Hong glanced at the mission briefing once more. Mission name, locate the T-virus serum. Mission briefing, locate the T-virus serum and deliver it to the Apocalypse merchant, Vittel. You can find the T-virus serum in the director's office on the third floor of the Hopetown Community Hospital or obtain it through other means. Hint, over time, the antiviral serum in Hopetown may be taken or destroyed by survivors. The T-virus serum is hidden on the third floor. I should check the third floor first. Considering that blowing up the generator would create noise and attract zombies, Haozhou would likely wait until Sister Lee is fully recovered before carrying out the generator demolition. So he still had an hour and a half to spare. Just as Fong Hong was pondering this, he heard Haozhou clap his hands. Here's the plan. First, locate the generator's position. Secure the generator room and ensure the safety of both the room and its surroundings. After an hour and a half, we'll plant the explosives and retreat quickly. Haozhou outlined the general plan for the upcoming operation. The others had no objections. Only Fong Hong felt differently. He was still thinking about going to the third floor to complete his mission. Doesn't this mission seem a bit odd to you? At his words, everyone simultaneously looked up at Fong Hong. Especially Old Black, he's acting peculiar too. Fong Hong stood up and walked to the room's entrance, testing the light switch inside. The backup power here isn't even activated. Why go to the trouble of blowing up the generator set? Haozhou and the others fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, they too harbored doubts about this mission. But this was the employer's mission. Don't ask your employer too many whys, just focus on what you'll gain once the job is done. That's the mercenary's code of conduct. Haozhou pondered for a moment before saying, it is a bit peculiar, but none of that concerns us. We only need to complete the mission. You're right, but I have a bad feeling about this. Fong Hong shrugged. I'll scout the area later to eliminate potential threats. You proceed as planned. Whether I find anything or not, I'll meet you back at the generator room. Haozhou frowned. Splitting up was a cardinal sin. But upon second thought, the risk Fong Hong mentioned was indeed real. He, too, harbored doubts about this mission, sensing something odd about the whole affair. The most crucial point. Throughout their journey, Fong Hong had already demonstrated his capabilities. He had earned his place in the team. Moreover, with Fong Hong's capabilities, he could protect himself even if he encountered mutated zombies. I don't support your plan, but if you insist, I won't stop you. After a moment's thought, Haozhou agreed to Fong Hong's solo mission. Be careful. If you haven't returned within an hour and a half, we'll prioritize the mission and abandon you to minimize risk. We won't risk our lives searching for you. Ha ha ha. Fong Hong chuckled, patting Haozhou on the shoulder. It sounds cold, but I understand. I'll make it back. Alright, take care. Haozhou nodded. Add me as a contact. If you run into trouble, reach out via the survival radio emergency channel. Got it. After quickly adding Haozhou as a friend, Fong Hong pushed open the door and left the clinic. The community hospital was huge. Fong Hong drew his machete and cautiously searched the stairwell leading to the second floor. He glanced at the resurrection timer for his zombie clone. What bad luck! 1 hour and 40 minutes remained. By then, his zombie clones would automatically resurrect all around. There was no stopping it. If everything went smoothly, he'd be fleeing Hopetown by then. If only the rebirth timing of the zombie clones could be controlled. Fong Hong muttered under his breath before abruptly halting in his tracks. His danger perception skill activated again, warning him of a faint threat lurking around the corner ahead. Zombies. Shoo! He swung his blade upward. The zombie lurking around the corner had its throat sliced clean by Fong Hong's blade. Its head was severed and flew through the air. It landed with a thud on the floor. Fong Hong rounded the corner, the stairwell directly ahead. He charged straight for the third floor. Clearing out every zombie he encountered along the way, Fong Hong kept an eye on the labels on the room doors. Storage room. Recreation room. Meeting room. Closet. Principal's office. Found it. Fong Hong tried pushing the door. It was locked. Click. Fong Hong drew his shotgun, racked the bolt, and aimed the muzzle at the door lock. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the door lock was blown apart by the shotgun blast. Woo! The zombies inside the principal's office heard the commotion and immediately swarmed toward the door. Fong Hong flung open the wooden door with a slam, swinging his broadsword directly at the charging zombies. SSSH. SSSH. Notice, your attack caused dismemberment effect. Notice, you have killed the zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Notice, your attack caused dismemberment. Notice, you have killed the zombie. You gain survival points x2. Chapter 53, The Safe. With 2 swift blows, Fong Hong dispatched the zombie and stepped into the room. Ha! What was that sound? Before he could explore the dean's office, Fong Hong suddenly heard something. He spun around and took 2 steps back, gazing toward the end of the hallway. There, 3 small shadows stood. Threatening growls emanated from their mouths. Damn it, it's zombie dogs. Fong Hong silently cursed his luck. Like spider zombies, zombie dogs were notorious for their speed, extremely difficult creatures to deal with. Their charging speed was even faster than that of spider zombies. Roar! The 3 zombie dogs, clearly drawn by the gunfire, suddenly accelerated and charged toward Fong Hong. Damn it! Fong Hong hurriedly ducked into the principal's office, slammed the door shut, and dragged a nearby cabinet to block the wooden entrance. Here they come. Thud. Thud thud. Fong Hong clearly heard the 3 zombie dogs ramming the door with their bodies. This damaged wooden door wouldn't hold for long. Fong Hong chuckled coldly, extending the shotgun barrel through the hole he'd just blasted open. Boom! Boom! Bang! After several shots, the commotion outside ceased entirely. Notice, you killed 3 zombie dogs with your shotgun. You gained 15 survival points. Your firearms proficiency EXP plus 21. Troublesome zombie dogs. After confirming the zombie dogs' deaths in the game log, Fong Hong muttered under his breath before pushing open the room door once more. Zombie dogs excel in burst speed and quick dodging, but they aren't high-tier zombies themselves. Their health is even lower than regular zombies. Therefore, they do not drop complete evolution crystals upon death. Fong Hong dashed back outside, systematically eliminating the ordinary zombies drawn by the gunfire. Returning to the director's office, Fong Hong began a thorough search. Notice, you found 2 packs of cigarettes, 10 premium coffee beans, 1 worn undershirt, 1 director's access card, 2 cartons of milk, 3 chocolate bars, 1 first aid spray. After a thorough search of the room, Fong Hong found no trace of the T-virus serum, but he did uncover some useful survival supplies. For instance, the first aid spray, an item capable of significantly restoring health points, was extremely rare. Cigarettes were also valuable for boosting NPC affinity in the game. But he couldn't find the T-virus serum. Strange. Where could it be hidden? Fong Hong narrowed his eyes and scanned the entire room once more. He had searched thoroughly before. Could it be the picture frame? Fong Hong's gaze fixed on a photograph on the wall. Movies always show it this way. I recall similar posts on forums before rooms with hidden safes. The picture frame was one such hiding spot. Fong Hong walked over to the frame displaying the dean's photograph and slid it aside. Sure enough, a metal safe appeared behind the frame. This is troublesome. I don't know the password. Fong Hong tried striking the safe with his stone hammer. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Notice, you inflicted 7 damage on the metal safe. A long health bar appeared before Fong Hong's eyes. The safe's durability was a whopping 20,000 points. Even if he used a shotgun without regard for ammunition or had his zombie clone scrape away at it non-stop, it would still take a full day to break open. Only finding the password could open it quickly. Think about it, most players don't have a shotgun and zombie clones like I do. They'd never stand a chance against this safe. The game wouldn't design a mission with a guaranteed death. There should be a hint. Fong Hong calmed himself to think, searching the room for any possible reading materials. There were none. Then it was time to try his luck. 1 2 3 4 5. Wrong. 1024. Wrong. Dark Knight Order. Incorrect. V. Ron Dean's name. Incorrect. T-virus. Incorrect. Fong Hong scratched his head. What the hell was it? Was the clue not here? Before he knew it, over 10 minutes had passed, and Fong Hong still hadn't found anything. He calmed himself, walked to the center of the room, and scanned the area once more. Right. Fong Hong had an idea. The computer. There was a desktop computer on the desk in the dean's office. There might be information about the password inside. But without power, the computer couldn't be turned on right now. Power supply. Generator. Damn it. Connected. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin in thought. This mission likely requires activating the generator first before accessing the computer. Then use the computer to obtain the safe's password. So the next step must be figuring out how to repair the generator set and get it running again. As for why Old Black destroyed the generator, perhaps he didn't want anyone else to complete the Dark Knight Orders mission? Fong Hong felt he was probably right about that. Just as he was about to return to the basement, the game log flashed briefly. Notice, your survival radio has received an emergency transmission. Ha! Fong Hong halted and activated his survival radio to check. Haozhou, Fong Hong, how's it going over there? I've located the generator set and found something else. Had Haozhou also discovered the generator's issue? He immediately replied to Haozhou. Fong Hong, I'll be right back. He hurried back to the generator room on the first floor. Haozhou and the others were studying something in front of the generator set. Any findings? Fong Hong, you're back just in time. Come take a look, we discovered the generator set is operational. Ha? What did you say? Fong Hong froze. The generator set was running? He had just been pondering how to persuade Haozhou to try starting it up. Now Haozhou was telling him it was already running? This completely contradicted his earlier assumptions. Fong Hong was momentarily dumbfounded. He tried to sort through his thoughts and asked, you mean the generator is intact? And still running? Then why isn't the building receiving power? Kunta, who had been studying the circuitry in the back, poked his head out and explained to Fong Hong. I just examined the generator set and discovered that this unit isn't supplying power to the main building. Fong Hong froze again, even more astonished. He pressed, not the main building? Then where? Not sure. The circuit seems to be running downward. Below? Haozhou frowned as well, picking up the hospital map he'd just retrieved and studying it closely. The hospital basement only has a morgue. The morgue? Strange expressions spread across the faces of the squad members. How did a perfectly normal survival game suddenly turn a bit terrifying? Fong Hong was puzzled too. What was the logic behind prioritizing the morgue's power supply with the hospital's backup generator? To prevent corpses from turning? But would maintaining power really prevent the dead from rising? Fong Hong looked up and asked, Kunta, is there any way to reroute the circuitry like diverting the generator's power to the building? I could try, but my skill level is too low. It'd take at least 3 hours to do that. Alright. It seemed his earlier guess was most likely wrong. Fong Hong had ruled out one incorrect answer. Chapter 54, Morgue. Did you ask Old Black? What did he say? Sister Lee shook her head. I just asked him, but Old Black hasn't replied yet. Kanba, who had remained silent, spoke up, maybe he doesn't want to reply. Silence fell once more. Haozhou clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Cheer up, everyone. You might have doubts about this mission. To be honest, so do I. But think about it, whether the generator is on or off makes no difference to us. We're mercenaries. Our primary objective is mission completion. In any case, begin preparations for withdrawal in 50 minutes. No one voiced any objections. Haozhou was right. After all, Old Black only specified that the generator unit needed to be blown up. He never mentioned whether it should be on or off. Fong Hong grew increasingly convinced that Old Black's mission was connected to his own T-virus serum assignment. It was necessary to check out the basement level. We still have some time. I want to go down and take a look. Anyone want to come with me? The squad members exchanged glances once more. No one responded. Haozhou urged, Fong Hong, there's no need for this. We just need to blow up the generator to complete the mission. Don't complicate things. I'll go alone. I'll try to return within 50 minutes. Same as before, if I don't make it back, don't worry about me. Wait a moment. I'll go with you. It's safer with more people. Kanba stepped forward. Thanks for saving my brother earlier. We brothers don't like owing favors. All right. Having another person along would be safer. Fong Hong readily agreed, leaving the generator room with Kanba to head toward the underground morgue. Honestly, I also think this mission is a bit fishy. On the walkway to the basement level, Kanba broke the silence and handed Fong Hong a sheet of A4 paper. I found this while searching earlier. It was stuck on a cabinet in the maintenance room. Fong Hong took the note and examined it. Work notice, attention all maintenance personnel. Due to recent repeated incidents, ensure the underground morgue's refrigeration system remains operational 24 hours a day. Establish a 24-hour rotating inspection team. Note, the morgue room temperature must remain below 0°C and the freezer temperature below 28°C. Fong Hong scanned the A4 paper's contents, murmuring to himself. Just looking at the content, it seems fine. MHM. Kanba nodded in agreement. There's only this note in the room. Who knows what those repeated unexpected incidents refer to? The entrance to the basement level was beside the hallway elevator. With the power supply lost, the elevator was out of commission. The two quickly disposed of several zombies blocking their path and entered the basement. On the left side of the basement was a passage leading to the morgue. The right side led toward the underground parking garage. The iron gate to the parking garage had fallen shut, completely blocking their path. Fong Hong and Kanba exchanged a glance before walking into the passage together. The morgue lay at the passageway's end. The emergency exit sign above the door still glowed. The backup generator was indeed supplying power to the morgue. What's this? Upon reaching the morgue entrance, Fong Hong noticed a note affixed to the door. Emergency notice: due to recurring issues, the morgue is temporarily closed for urgent repairs. During repairs, the hospital's second-floor storage room will serve as a temporary alternative. Under normal circumstances, bodies should be sent directly to the funeral home. Fong Hong scratched his head. Frequent problems with the morgue? He felt like he was catching a glimpse of something, but couldn't quite make sense of it. Fong Hong glanced sideways at Kunba. The same bewildered expression was on the latter's face. Kunba suggested quietly, "Should we go inside and take a look first?" Fong Hong approached the door, pressed his ear against it, and strained to listen for sounds from inside the morgue. The space beyond the door was eerily quiet. Fong Hong tried pushing the door again. It wouldn't budge. On the right wall of the morgue was a card slot. Fong Hong recalled the magnetic card he had found earlier in the director's office. Item: Director's magnetic card. Type: miscellaneous item. Description: magnetic card belonging to the director of Hopetown Community Hospital. Features the director's official portrait on the front. Can be dismantled into scrap plastic. Fong Hong tried inserting the card into the slot. Beep. Verification successful. Welcome, Director Wei. Click. The morgue doors automatically opened before Fong Hong. A blast of cold air swept over him from within. The air conditioning inside was set to a freezing temperature, and dim lights illuminated the space. Fong Hong stood at the doorway, shotgun in hand, trying to make out the scene inside. Chaos reigned inside the morgue, bloodstains splattered everywhere. At a glance, more than a dozen bodies lay scattered haphazardly on the floor. All dead? Fong Hong bent down to examine two bodies near the door. The upper parts of their necks were gone, leaving only a bloody, mangled mess where their heads should have been. Had they been shot in the head during the undead transformation? The disposal method was quite professional. Fong Hong pursed his lips. He and Kunba cautiously entered the room together, searching its interior with care. Fong Hong, none of the zombies here have heads. Looks like someone cleaned them out beforehand. Kunba also noticed the corpse's peculiarities and crouched down to examine them closely. Ha! What is it? It's strange. The shape of the wound on the corpse's neck is quite peculiar. It doesn't feel like it was severed by a blade, nor does it resemble a blast wound from a firearm. Kunba's face twisted with confusion. It looks more like it exploded from the inside out. What? Are you saying he exploded from within? Fong Hong's brows furrowed. Before he could conduct a more thorough search, his heart suddenly lurched. A palpable sense of danger washed over him. He whipped his head to the side, his gaze locking onto an iron door at the back of the morgue. His danger sense skill had been triggered. Fong Hong immediately raised his shotgun, aiming it at the small door and staring intently at it. What lay behind that door? Even when facing mutated zombies, Fong Hong had never felt such an intense sense of crisis. Kunba noticed Fong Hong's expression suddenly turn extremely grave. He immediately stood up, moved beside Fong Hong, and assumed a combat stance. He whispered, "What's wrong, Fong Hong?" "One of my skills. I sense something strange behind that door." Fong Hong replied softly. Snap. A faint, barely audible click. The overhead lights above them suddenly went out. The entire morgue plunged into utter darkness. A power outage. Fong Hong's heart skipped a beat as he quickly stepped back 2 paces, pulling out his flashlight to illuminate the area ahead. Kunba also pulled out his flashlight and scanned the surroundings. Chapter 55, Experiment Team Log. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary in the morgue. Then why did the power suddenly cut out? Was it triggered by his sudden intrusion? Fong Hong activated his emergency radio to contact Haozhou. Fong Hong, the power just went out here. What's happening on your end? Haozhou, everything's normal here. Kunta learned electronic equipment manufacturing skills. He just tried to dismantle some useful parts from the generator set, and after he took them apart, the generator stopped working. False alarm, it was their end that lost power. Fong Hong exhaled in relief, nodding toward the iron door with his chin. I'll go check what's behind that door. You cover my back. Got it. Kunba nodded in understanding. Fong Hong led the way, carefully approaching the iron gate. Who cares what's inside? When the time comes, I'll just blast it open with a shotgun. Due to the power outage, the electronic lock on the iron gate had lost its function. Fong Hong twisted the doorknob, and the gate swung open effortlessly. Freezing cold. A blast of frigid air hit him, making him shiver involuntarily. Was the air conditioning set this low? Fong Hong felt as if he'd stepped into a cold storage room. The room was pitch black. Fong Hong shone his flashlight inside. The beam was blocked by a mass of green foliage ahead, preventing him from seeing the entire room. He could sense the room was spacious, and at first glance, it resembled a large laboratory. But what was the story with these cultivated green plants? They seemed to be thriving excessively, their lush foliage nearly blocking the path ahead. Fong Hong, these plants don't feel right. Be careful. Kanba stood guard at the doorway, using his flashlight to illuminate the path for Fong Hong. Fong Hong nodded and took 2 steps into the room. He sensed it too. He sensed danger emanating from these plants. Fong Hong dared not get too close. He stopped more than 10 meters away from the plants and began searching the lab table. On the lab table lay a small booklet. Experimental Team Notes Team Leader, Shui Jibin. Found it. Fong Hong immediately picked up the booklet and began reading. 12.12. The government's intervention had a greater impact than anticipated. Publicly, the company faced massive fines, and all T-virus research projects came to a complete halt. The government confiscated and purged all related research data and materials. But in reality, they couldn't obtain the actual data. 3 years ago, during the biohazard outbreak in City S, we had already collected a vast amount of raw data. Our research into the T-virus was far more advanced than they realized. The director explicitly informed me that the experiments would continue. 2.10. Assigned by the company, I led my team to Hopetown Community Hospital to continue research on the novel mutated virus. The hospital director is one of our sponsors, having covertly supported our research all along. 3 years ago, when the virus project began, Hopetown Community Hospital was designated as one of the company's secret research sites. The director would provide our team with full support. 2.30. The laboratory conditions were worse than I had imagined. We need to purchase a large amount of equipment, and some specialized instruments must be custom made by the company and shipped here. The hospital morgue is actually quite suitable. It provides a steady supply of cadavers for our physical research. The president will handle all the troublesome matters for us, allowing us to focus solely on our research. We are grateful for the director's support of our company. 3.13. The T-virus can infect normal plants, producing mutated lifeforms. In our research, we found the T-virus combines most effectively with devil's vine. We have named the infected plant body corpse vine. 2. Unlike ordinary plants, corpse vines possess formidable vitality and exhibit extreme aggressiveness. 3. Corpse vines cannot move independently. They appear to possess basic reflexive responses, allowing their tendrils to contract over short distances in an instant. 3.17. It remains undetermined whether corpse vines possess cognitive abilities, pain perception, or memory functions. 2. Research on corpse vines is temporarily suspended. The company has ordered us to immediately proceed to the next phase. 3. Our next step will involve attempting to induce a reaction between the corpse vines and cadavers. Reports indicate a similar phenomenon occurred during the biohazard outbreak in City S 3 years ago. 3.29. A breakthrough achieved in experiments, successful replication. We have obtained anomalous lifeforms resulting from the fusion of mutated plant matter with corpses. Detailed procedures will be documented in the experimental log. 2. After reanimation, the corpses form a zombie-like lifeform. This mutation differs from animal mutations in its extreme unpredictability and is exceptionally difficult to control. Their mobility is extremely slow. 3. A new life form that is half human, half plant? Or is the plant entity using the corpse as a host? 4.5. 1. Parasitism confirmed. We observed the ghost vine completely overtaking the corpse's brain, fully digesting the host's head within 7 days. Subsequently, the corpse vine usurped the nest, manipulating the corpse for movement. The process is gruesome. The corpse's head explodes, and plant-like tendrils sprout from the neck. 2. We require additional specimens for testing. 3. To ensure undisturbed experimentation, the director has authorized temporary closure of the morgue. 4.30. We will temporarily refer to zombies parasitized by corpse vines as corpse vine parasites. 2. Corpse vine parasites are sensitive to temperature and light. They dislike intense sunlight, but actual observations indicate that even after prolonged exposure to sunlight, they only exhibit dehydration symptoms. 3. At temperatures below 15 C, the activity of corpse vine parasites significantly decreases. 4. At temperatures below 5 C, vine parasitized zombies enter a dormant state. Several more pages followed in the log, indicating the matter was not yet concluded. But upon reading this far, Fong Hong felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly understood. Damn it! It's the temperature. Everything was connected to temperature. Lowering the temperature could temporarily put the corpse vine parasites into hibernation. No wonder the morgue is so cold. No wonder the hospital's backup generator prioritizes powering the basement. Fong Hong immediately thought of the corpses scattered haphazardly on the morgue floor, their heads blown apart. They weren't dead. They were merely corpse vine parasites in hibernation. Now that the backup power was gone, the morgue's cooling system had failed. So that means the ones hidden in the morgue would revive. Danger! Quick! Get out of here first! Fong Hong shouted, stowed away the booklet, and turned to lead Kunba out of the room. The moment they returned to the morgue, 2 zombies slowly rose from the floor, blocking the entrance. The entrance had the highest temperature. They were the first to emerge from hibernation. From their broken necks, zombies extended eerie, still twitching plant tendrils. They twisted and tangled together, eventually forming a twisted mass. Chapter 56, Corpse Vine Parasite. The decapitated corpses on the ground began emitting faint sounds. Fong Hong could see tiny tendrils gradually extending from the neck wounds of the corpses. Not only that, but the faint sounds were even coming from the rows of refrigerators on both sides. Kunba's scowl prickled. This was the first time he'd witnessed such a terrifying sight. He immediately shone his flashlight toward the refrigerators on either side. To his horror, he discovered slender, elongated objects wriggling out from the cracks of several more cabinets. What the hell were those things? Vines? Fong Hong? Kunba's breathing grew heavy. We're in trouble. They're vine zombies. The scene before his eyes overlapped with a specific type of zombie Fong Hong had encountered in his body's memories. This was an extremely rare type of zombie. It belonged to the category of second-stage mutated zombies. Players referred to it as the vine zombie. In this body's memories, vine zombies moved relatively slowly but possessed exceptionally high health. They also utilized vines for auxiliary attacks. The moment a player approached, the vine zombie would unleash branches from its body at astonishing speed, binding the player tightly. A nightmare for melee fighters. The safest approach is to eliminate them from a distance. Quick! Follow me! Fong Hong racked the bolt and strode forward. Boom! Boom! 2 shots. The 2 vine zombies blocking the doorway each had a gaping hole blown through their bodies sent flying backward in a straight line. They weren't dead. From within the gaping holes, vine tendril-like appendages immediately extended outward, sealing the wounds. They slowly crawled back to their feet once more. Hurry! Before all the vine zombies in the morgue could fully awaken, the 2 men sprinted out of the room. Fong Hong slammed the morgue door shut. But with the power already out, the door couldn't be locked. Never mind. They'd buy as much time as possible. Fong Hong grabbed several wooden frames from his backpack and jammed them against the doorway. The pair immediately headed back toward the generator room. Inside the room, Haozhou and the others huddled together, examining the materials they'd dismantled from the generator. In the zombie apocalypse game, generators held immense value. Players couldn't craft them. In the early stages, due to insufficient player levels, Kunta could only salvage some useful materials from the generator, and the quality of the salvaged materials would be reduced. Seeing Fong Hong and the other rush back through the door looking frantic, everyone instantly stood up, going on high alert. What's wrong? Quick! Find a way to restore power to the basement. Kunta froze, instinctively responding, I can't do it. My electronics crafting skill is too low. Restoring it requires at least a level 10 skill. Kunba's heart sank upon hearing this. Haozhou asked, why the rush? What happened? There are zombies in the basement. Kunba said, shifting his gaze toward Fong Hong. He had only glimpsed the bizarre reanimated zombies in the basement before Fong Hong dragged him away in a panic. To be honest, he wasn't entirely sure what had transpired inside the basement. The hospital director was conducting T-virus research in the morgue. These zombies are scientifically known as corpse vine parasite zombies. These zombies are sensitive to temperature and enter hibernation in cold environments. Typically, researchers kept large numbers of these zombies frozen in the basement morgue's refrigerators. After the zombie apocalypse struck, the backup generator maintained the basement's freezing temperatures, keeping these zombies dormant. When the generator failed, temperatures rose, and the dormant corpse vine parasite zombies began to awaken. Fong Hong quickly summarized what he knew. The group grew tense upon hearing this. Few had ever heard of the name corpse vine parasites. What about the strength of these mutated zombies? Fong Hong's voice grew solemn. Among players, the corpse vine parasite is nicknamed the vine zombie. Its strength is equivalent to a second-stage mutated zombie. It possesses extremely potent close-range lethality. If you encounter one, be extremely cautious and do not approach it. The expressions on everyone's faces changed instantly. The higher the mutation level of a zombie, the greater its strength. Spider zombies are arguably among the strongest representative species of first-tier mutated zombies. The vine parasitized zombies were even more troublesome than spider zombies. This is bad. Why a vine zombie? Haozhou had heard his comrades mention vine zombies before. His expression grew unusually grave. After the power outage, the morgue's electronic doors also failed. These vine parasitized corpses will soon revive. They could come for us at any moment. Haozhou looked at Sisterly and asked, Sisterly, how's your recovery coming along? Not fully yet. If I force the skill now, the shield will only last 6 minutes at most. Only 6 minutes? That's far too short. When they first broke into the town, they managed to lure away most of the zombies, which saved them a lot of time. But escaping would be even more urgent. The noise from the explosion would draw the zombies closer, doubling the danger. 6 minutes is simply not enough time. We still have time. The vine parasites might remain confined to the basement level. Haozhou made a swift decision after a moment's thought. The vine parasites move slowly. Even if they catch up later, we can always abandon the mission and leave. Without an explosion drawing nearby zombies, the pressure we face escaping will be significantly reduced. Upon hearing this, the squad members pondered carefully before nodding in unison. The mission reward was tempting, but staying alive came first. Each member had only 3 chances to respawn after death, and no one was willing to waste one needlessly. After a brief discussion, the group began preparing for the upcoming battle. Fong Hon, meanwhile, continued flipping through the experimental manual he just retrieved from the lab. 5.2. The parasitic efficiency of the corpse vines far exceeds our projections. To enhance productivity, we have manufactured numerous corpse vine hosts. Storing them in refrigerators is a sound strategy. 2. Though the experiment hasn't commenced yet, the company wants us to immediately prepare for the next phase, attempting to fuse with living human hosts. 3. Alright, I'll need some healthy human subjects for testing. The director will figure out a way to get them. 5.10. Out of 27 subjects, only one experiment succeeded. A man named Alex. After infection, Alex exhibited extreme instability, becoming savagely bloodthirsty and attacking all non-human lifeforms. 2. We need to find more living human subjects for testing, but this town is really small. The recent unexplained disappearances have already drawn some attention locally. We need to pause for now. Chapter 57, Optional Side Quest. 5.12. The corpse vines destroyed vast numbers of cells within the body, while the mutated T-virus simultaneously accelerated cellular repair. The integration between the vines and the living host proved far more effective than anticipated. 2. The corpse vines are enhancing Alex's physical structure. He has become abnormally strong, and a layer of corpse vine armor is beginning to grow on his skin. 5.17. Alex exhibits heightened tolerance to cold environments, though he enters hibernation below 17°C. 2. Due to Alex exhibiting extreme destructiveness and instability, we have temporarily placed him in hibernation for safety reasons. 5.20. 1. The vine parasite exhibits insensitivity to fire but is exceptionally vulnerable to pyro-based damage. 2. A peculiar discovery, T-virus serum exhibits extreme lethality against plant-based parasites, capable of directly killing the host plant zombie while leaving the corpse in a surviving state. 5.21. 1. In case of danger, activate the emergency cooling system by pressing the red button to rapidly lower the morgue's ambient temperature. Alternatively, attempt to eliminate them by spraying diluted T-virus serum solution using water hoses. 2. We will request additional serum from higher authorities for research purposes. Note, additional T-virus serum remains in the safe within the director's office. Code, Alex. 5.26. Higher authorities have expressed significant interest in Alex and wish to transfer it to headquarters for observation. 2. To ensure a smooth transfer, we have prepared a specially designed freezer. Alex will be temporarily stored in this freezer until transport. The freezer maintains freezing temperatures for at least 30 hours even after power loss. 3. Next, we will attempt to research methods for further enhancing the vine parasite. Note, we have received word that higher-ups will procure live subjects from the prison to assist with human trials. The log abruptly ends here. Fong Heng's eyelid twitched and his heart surged with delight. Found it. His hunch had been right. The T-virus serum mission was connected to the morgue. The safe combination was hidden in the notebook all along. All that remained was to find the T-virus serum, and the mission would be complete. Damn those corpse vine parasites. What the hell do I care? Just as Fong Han was about to dash to the third-floor director's office to search for the serum, lines of game prompts flashed rapidly across his retinas. Hint, you have read the research team's notebook. Prompt, you have accepted the mission. Locate the T-virus serum. Prompt, your mission objective has changed. What's going on? Confused, Fong Han immediately opened the game log to investigate. Mission name, locate the T-virus serum. Difficulty, SSS. Primary objective, locate the T-virus serum. Optional task 1, during the mission, you discovered descriptions of corpse vines. The Dark Knights have long sought the origin of the apocalyptic crisis. You may attempt to collect corpse vine samples and deliver them to Vitter. Completing this optional task increases your base mission reward by 1.5x. Optional Mission 2, during the mission, you discover descriptions of the corpse vine parasite. You may attempt to locate a corpse vine parasite sample and deliver it to Vitter. Completing this optional task doubles your base mission reward. Optional Mission 3, during your mission, you discovered descriptions of Alex. Locate the Alex entity or a sample and bring it back to Vitter. Completing this optional task increases your base mission reward by 4x. Note 1, optional missions may be completed simultaneously, with rewards multiplied cumulatively. Note 2, if mission completion exceeds 100%, additional rewards are granted proportionally. This damn temptation. Fong Hung gritted his teeth. He had intended to grab the T-virus serum and leave immediately. The base difficulty of the T-virus serum quest was already the highest tier in the game SSS. The rewards speak for themselves. But now, with the addition of this side quest, if he could complete it, the rewards offered by the mission would skyrocket to terrifying heights. Fong Hong desperately wanted the rewards, but he'd need to stay alive to claim them. Not to mention those terrifying second-stage mutated zombies, the corpse vine parasites. There was even the further evolved Alex, fused and enhanced by the corpse vines. Fong Hong had no doubt that this so-called Alex had reached 3rd tier, or even 4th tier strength. But the reward was too tempting. If he completed every single side quest, he could receive 1.524 times the original reward, a whopping 12 times the payout. Damn it! Fong Hong cursed silently. In any case, he had to figure out how to get his hands on that T-virus serum first. Without further delay, Fong Hong looked up and said, "Sorry, I found something. I need to step out for a moment. I'll be right back." Before Haozhou and the others could stop him, Fong Hong strode out of the room. Before the corpse vine parasites from the basement could catch up, he sprinted back to the 3rd floor lab, swinging his machete. He slid open the picture frame on the wall and swiftly entered the code. Alex. Click. The safe sprang open from the inside. Inside lay 2 vials of serum. Notice, you have obtained item T-virus serum 2. Progress, your mission: find T-virus serum base completion, 200%. Ha! There's an extra vial. This meant that if he submitted double the T-virus serum and completed all optional side missions, his final reward would skyrocket to a staggering 24 times the base amount. Go for it. An opportunity like this comes once in a lifetime, no reason to back down. Risks exist, but the mission rewards are undeniably greater. It's absolutely worth taking some risks for. If he abandoned this mission, how could he sleep at night? Fong Hong casually stowed the 2 vials of serum into his backpack, retraced his steps, and began plotting his next move. Now he needed to figure out how to obtain the 3 items required for the side quest. Based on the information gleaned from the lab notes, the 3 items required for the side quest should all be located in the research room behind the morgue on the 1st basement level. The safest approach would be to restore power and put the zombies in the morgue back into hibernation. But that was utterly impossible in the short term. That left only one option: force. The corpse vine parasites have extremely low resistance to fire. In that case, the focused flamethrower should be remarkably effective against them. But using a flamethrower in this environment requires extreme caution. This isn't like the prison's underground tunnels. One misstep could easily spark a fire. In that case, not only would the mission items be burned to ashes, but he might even get trapped and killed in the fire. Therefore, the safest approach is to lure them out of the basement, then take them all down at once and eliminate them completely. Using an explosion. Fong Hong murmured to himself, his mind beginning to sketch out a preliminary plan. As for Alex, the lab notes stated that the specialized freezer could maintain controlled temperatures for up to 30 hours. This meant he needed to resolve the situation swiftly within 30 hours, or else. Chapter 58, Parking Lot. Lost in thought, Fong Hong hurried down the stairs back to the generator room on the 1st floor. Just as he rounded the corner of the corridor, the sight before him sent a chill through his heart. The hallway was swarming with zombies. Haozhou and the others were retreating while firing back with their homemade bows and arrows. Where had all these zombies come from? Upon closer inspection, he even spotted 2 vine-parasitized living hosts, vine zombies, mingling among the horde. Haozhou knew the vines were deadly. He led his teammates along the passageway, retreating step by step while relying on ranged bow fire. Beyond their close-range vine attacks, vine zombies possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Arrows inflicted minimal damage, but they could still stun them, slowing their movement. The Kamakunta brothers repeatedly risked charging forward, smashing the skulls of ordinary zombies with a single punch before swiftly retreating. The team was in grave danger. Had the vine zombies climbed up from the basement this quickly? Fong Hong cursed inwardly. He swiftly retrieved the focused flamethrower and fuel bottle from his backpack, connecting them together. Under normal circumstances, the heavy flamethrower required 2 people to operate it together. But now, with strength and stamina roughly double that of an average person, Fong Hong could barely manage it alone. Fong Hong cranked the flamethrower's power valve to maximum, gripped the nozzle, and shouted, "Everyone, move aside." Kunta and the others, focused on dealing with the zombies ahead, heard Fong Hang shout from behind and instantly parted to make a path. A figure strode swiftly past them, charging toward the zombies within the passageway. Only then did they notice Fong Hong striding forward, the focused flamethrower in hand. A focused flamethrower. This. Kanba instantly recognized the deadly weapon Fong Hong gripped in his hand. He actually possessed such a top-tier weapon? Kanba knew instinctively that fire damage would be most effective against these flammable vine zombies. Fong Hong moved to the front of the group and pulled the trigger, aiming at the zombies. The flamethrower roared to life. Long, pale blue tongues of intense flame shot from the nozzle. The passage ahead was instantly engulfed in flames. The vine zombies were instantly engulfed by the intense flames, burning fiercely. Standing behind Fong Hong, the others watched as the zombies, consumed by the blaze, slowly collapsed to the ground. The vine zombies continued to burn until they were reduced to charred husks. Koenta snapped back to his senses and glanced at Fong Hong. The others did the same. Now they began to grasp what Fong Hong meant by pretty decent gear. Turns out the broadsword and shotgun were just appetizers, the focused flamethrower was the main course. Holy crap. Turns out this guy was just showing off all along. Notice, you killed 2 ghost vine parasites with the focused flamethrower. You gained 76 survival points and plus 61 weapon mastery EXP. Notice, your weapon mastery skill level has increased to LV, too. Notice, you collected ghost vine parasite specimens X2. Side quest 2, find ghost vine parasite specimens, progress, 4%. Prompt, you obtained complete evolution crystals X2. Rushed. So the sample collection described in the side quest actually involved killing them. Fong Hang's mind stirred. He looked up to meet the complex gazes directed at him by the Haozhou group. They were a mix of relief, envy, and utter speechlessness. The crisis was far from over. Ordinary zombies kept pouring out of the underground passageway. Fong Hong stowed his flamethrower and drew his great broadsword. Charge! Hearing this, the Kunba and Kunta brothers followed Fong Hong as they charged back down the passageway. After a long while, Fong Hong and his companions worked together to clear the wave of zombies in the passageway, reaching the stairwell entrance to the basement level. More zombies poured out from the entrance below. The group blocked the entrance, clearing wave after wave of attacking zombies. Occasionally, vine zombies mingled among the hordes. At these moments, Fong Hong would deploy his focused flamethrower to incinerate them. After 3 or 4 waves, the number of zombies emerging from the passageway not only failed to decrease but actually grew larger. The group's stamina plummeted rapidly. Kunba couldn't help but shout. Why won't these zombies stop coming? The power outage disabled the electronic locks at the underground parking garage entrance. The zombies likely entered the community hospital through there. Haozhou examined the hospital map in his hand, searching for a solution. We can manually override the system to force the parking garage entrance doors to close again. Kunta smashed a zombie skull with a single punch. Then what are we waiting for? The manual valve adjustment is located at the underground parking garage entrance. We'd need to go to the basement level, but in this situation, the basement is definitely swarming with zombies. The team members fell silent at once. Kunta glanced at his steadily declining stamina gauge and gritted his teeth. We have to try. We won't last much longer like this. He gulped down a mouthful of honey to speed up his stamina recovery. Alright. It's settled. Sisterly, prepare to deploy the perception barrier. Our priority is sealing the entrance gate first, we'll figure out the rest later. Hold on. Just as everyone was about to act, Fong Hang suddenly spoke up to stop them. He looked at Haozhou and said solemnly, Haozhou, wait. You guys go ahead. I'll stay behind and blow up the generator. What? Have you lost your mind, Fong Hong? Kuan Ta stared at Fong Hong in shock. I won't allow it. Haozhou frowned. His response was equally resolute. We just need to seal the underground parking garage entrance. At worst, we'll wait a bit longer until Sister Lee's talent skill cooldown ends, then blow up the generator together and leave from here. Exactly. There's no need for you to take such a huge risk by staying here alone. It's far too dangerous. No, we won't have enough time. Fong Hong shook his head. He'd made this decision after careful consideration. Our greatest threat comes from the vine zombies in the morgue. My focused flamethrower's reserve fuel is insufficient. Even without the distraction of those ordinary zombies, we'd struggle to last 30 minutes. Second, prolonged use of the flamethrower here will inevitably set the building ablaze. By then, even a desperate escape would be impossible. Silence fell once more. The situation was far worse than they'd anticipated. Don't delay. I have a plan. I need you all to head straight for the underground garage entrance and escape. Once you're gone, I'll immediately detonate the explosives to blow up the generator. The explosion will draw the zombies away, easing the pressure on you. Haozhou frowned, quickly processing Fong Hang's plan. At first glance, the plan seemed sound. Even if Fong Hong failed to detonate the generator, they still had a decent chance of escaping. Except for one thing, Fong Hang's safety. What about you? After blowing up the generator, what do you plan to do? How are you going to escape alone? I have my own way of staying alive. Fong Hong shrugged and added, my gear's pretty decent. That familiar line made Haozhou's expression freeze instantly. Was this really pretty good? Sure, it might be decent in the late game, but this was the very early stages. The server had only been up for a few days. Even so, could he really survive in such a dangerous situation? Chapter 59, Explosion. Alright, if you're confident, I agree to this plan. Haozhou deliberated carefully before agreeing to Fong Hang's plan. Excellent. But before that, I need you to handle a few things for me. It won't take long. Fong Hong pulled Haozhou aside, whispered a few words in his ear, then pulled out several small explosive charges from his backpack. Haozhou listened to Fong Hang's instructions, staring at him in surprise. He felt he could no longer fathom this young man before him. What exactly was he planning to do? Was the explosion supposed to be as powerful as possible? But at the same time, avoid damaging the hospital's structural integrity as much as possible? Does the noise level even matter? Could it be? Does he intend to use the explosion to eliminate these zombies as collateral damage? Under ideal conditions, his demands could indeed be met. But then, how would Fong Hong deal with the horde of zombies drawn by the explosion from outside afterward? We're not talking about a mere 100 or 2. Most of the zombies in the town would be drawn to it. Thousands upon thousands of zombies. Moreover, while ordinary zombies would indeed be killed by the explosion, Vine zombies were different. Their defenses are exceptionally formidable. Unless they're extremely close to the blast site, the shockwave alone won't be enough to kill them outright. Haozhou had no idea what Fong Hong was up to. He didn't have time to think too much about it, so he could only reiterate the risks one last time. Fong Hong, your request is technically feasible. I can control the explosion's location and preserve the entire hospital building intact. If you hide in the room at the far right end of the corridor, you'll be minimally affected by the blast. But the explosion will inevitably cause tremendous noise. The zombies outside will swarm and surround the entire hospital. I understand. Trust me, I have a plan. Seeing Fong Hong's unwavering resolve, Haozhou nodded. All right. Nearly 10 minutes later, after installing the small explosives, Fong Hong and Haozhou returned to the staircase entrance on the basement level. Let's go. Fong Hong raised the focused flamethrower, leading the way ahead. The squad charged toward the basement level once more. But the moment they reached the stairwell entrance, they were met by a dense, dark mass of zombies crowding the passageway. Fong Hong's expression darkened. How could there be so many? The sheer number of zombies gathered in the basement far exceeded his expectations. The iron railings that had once blocked the passageway had been completely destroyed by the zombies, and the parking lot itself was now filled with a dense mass of the undead. Beyond that, a large number of vine zombies had also gathered in the direction of the morgue on the left side of the passageway. The only silver lining was that these vine zombies were currently blocked by the regular zombies and couldn't advance for the time being. This sight instantly sent chills down Haozhou and the others' spines. Sensing the scent of the living, the zombies grew even more frenzied, surging madly toward Fong Hong and his companions. Haozhou broke out in a cold sweat and shouted urgently. Quick! Activate the barrier. Sister Lee activated the perception barrier in advance. An invisible barrier enveloped Fong Hong and his companions. The zombies on the lower level instantly lost their ability to sense living beings and fell silent once more. The manual control device is right there. Haozhou pointed toward the underground parking garage entrance and shouted loudly. The situation was critical, they had no choice but to activate the perception barrier early. Fong Hong drew his large machete. After deploying the perception barrier, they still had to deal with the zombies trapped inside it. The entire basement level was packed with zombies, slowing their progress considerably. Bang! After struggling to reach the underground garage entrance, Fong Hong smashed the glass cover with a punch and activated the emergency closure mechanism inside. The rolling steel door slowly descended. Haozhou and the others quickly moved to the other side of the door. Fong Hong, we need to get out of here alive. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fong Hong gave Haozhou a thumbs up. Clank! The warehouse doors closed completely. Haozhou watched Fong Hong vanish from sight, then slammed the outer iron door shut. Waving his hand, he barked, let's go. We're outta here. On the other side of the iron gate, Fong Hong switched back to his focused flamethrower. He turned to face the swarming horde of zombies. The moment he stepped out of Sister Lee's sensory barrier, the horde instantly detected him and surged toward him with frenzied abandon. The parking lot was relatively open, and the zombies were packed together in a dense, dark mass, perfect conditions for the focused flamethrower to shine. This thing's great, but it's a money pit. Fong Hong muttered under his breath as he activated the focused flamethrower once more. Boom! The focused flamethrower spewed blue, high-temperature flames. The flames instantly engulfed the horde of zombies. Flames erupted from the zombies' bodies, and they fell in droves before Fong Hong. As Fong Hong advanced toward the passageway entrance, he continuously operated the flamethrower to slaughter them. By the time the focused flamethrower's nozzle temperature reached 100%, 70 to 80% of the zombies in the entire hall had fallen. Notice, you have killed 1225 regular zombies. Earned 2230 survival points, obtained 214 evolution crystal fragments, and gained 810 weapon mastery skill EXP. Fong Hong fought his way to the staircase entrance of the basement level. He pulled another Molotov cocktail from his backpack and hurled it toward the cluster of vine zombies gathered on the left side of the passageway. Boom! Explosion! The Molotov cocktail shattered. A small patch of flames ignited on the ground. Molotov cocktails dealt sustained damage over time, far less potent than the concentrated bursts of a flamethrower. Though scorched by the Molotov, the vine zombies' flames licking their bodies staggered out of the burning area and began advancing toward Fong Hong. The flames caused the ambient temperature to rise once more. More vine zombies, still lingering inside the morgue, were drawn by the commotion outside. They staggered out of the morgue in pursuit. Fong Hong casually tossed 2 more Molotov cocktails into the passageway, further depleting the health of the vine zombies emerging from the morgue. That should do it. This way, we should be able to blow them all to bits in a moment. Fong Hong muttered to himself. Worst case, I'll finish them off later. Judging that time was running out, Fong Hong turned and charged up the staircase behind him, heading straight for the first floor. He rapidly pressed the switches of the small explosive charges he had installed earlier. He then darted into the pre-arranged room at the bottom of the first floor. As he and Haozhou had discussed earlier, once the explosives detonated, the inner walls of the entire passageway would suffer the most severe shock damage except for the generator room. Following Haozhou's instructions, Fong Hong crouched in a corner, donned his helmet, and silently counted down. Boom! 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 The 5-minute countdown ended, and a violent explosion erupted behind Haozhou and the others as they fought their way through the horde of zombies. The zombies that had been swarming the town center were all startled by the deafening blast. They whipped their heads around and began converging toward the source of the sound. The number of zombies surrounding Haozhou began to rapidly decrease. Sister Li's voice was grave. The perception barrier can hold for 1 more minute. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Given the current situation, 1 minute was more than enough time for them to escape the dense horde of zombies. By then, even without the perception barrier, they would be able to safely leave the town. Chapter 60, Sweeping Them All Away. Fong Hong crouched in the corner of a room at the far end of the first floor. For added safety, he had even donned a motorcycle helmet. The building shook violently as small fragments of plaster fell from the ceiling. The massive explosion caused a momentary ringing in Fong Heng's ears. Haozhou, that guy. He said hiding here was the safest, but look at the mess he's made. After the building finished shaking, Fong Hong steadied himself against the wall and stood up. He opened the room door. The external passageway was a complete mess. Notice, you have killed 62 ghost vine parasites. You have obtained 151 ghost vine parasite samples. You have gained 3,720 survival points. Notice, you have now accumulated 153 ghost vine parasite samples. Current mission completion, 306%. Ha 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 ha. Big win. The plan is proceeding flawlessly. The preset explosions wiped out every ghost vine parasite in the passageway. Seeing the game log data, Fong Hong felt extremely pleased. Counting the double T virus serum, he'd completed 200% of the base experience and achieved 306% completion on the side quest. A quick calculation showed that even if he left now, he'd receive 200%, 300%, a whopping 12 times the mission reward. But Fong Hong wasn't about to leave so easily. This was nowhere near over. Inside the passageway, the parasitic ghost vines lay scattered in heaps. The ground was dotted with numerous sparkling evolutionary nodules. First-tier crystals. Fong Hong immediately spotted the purple first-tier crystals among them and flicked his hand forward. The crystal stones on the ground instantly flew into Fong Heng's palm. Notice, you have obtained 52 complete evolution crystals and 4 Tier 1 evolution crystals. They're here. Tier 1 evolution crystals. They only drop with a chance when killing second tier or higher mutated zombies. Fong Hong held a thumb-sized purple crystal in his hand for examination. Item, Tier 1 evolution crystal. Description, a potent crystalline entity that grants 10-20 levels of experience to players of the current level. I'm not even level 10 yet, so it's useless for now. Fong Hong stowed the Tier 1 crystal in his backpack and immediately crushed the intact evolution crystal he'd just collected. A crimson mist merged into his palm, causing his character's experience bar to surge significantly. The level 9 to 10 upgrade required the highest number of complete crystals. Less than a quarter of the experience bar remained before leveling up. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of vines growing and tangling echoed through the corridor once more. The vine zombies possessed tenacious vitality even after enduring the violent blast moments ago. Some still clung to life. They staggered to their feet and began shuffling toward Fong Hong once more. Fong Hong raised his flamethrower once more. Before arriving at the town hospital, he hadn't anticipated encountering vine zombies. Due to weight restrictions, he had only brought 5 fuel canisters. After the previous battle, only 2 cans remained. Judging by the number of morgue cabinets in the previous room, there were at most around 150 vine zombies inside. This explosion had destroyed at least 2/3 of them, so the basement level should have very few left. The remaining fuel should be sufficient. Boom! The flamethrower roared again, incinerating the last vine zombies in the passageway to black ash. Notice, you have killed 11 ghost vine parasites. You have obtained 10 ghost vine parasite samples, 566 survival points, 9 complete evolution crystals, and 1 Tier 1 evolution crystal. Notice, you have now accumulated 163 ghost vine parasite samples. Current side quest completion, 326%. After clearing the remaining vine zombies, Fong Hong rushed to the entrance of the underground level 1 to investigate. The underground passage entrance was completely blocked by fallen debris. This was Haozhou's special design. He had precisely placed small explosive charges. The explosions were meant to seal the passageway. This allowed Fong Hong to temporarily avoid the hassle of dealing with the vine zombies on the first underground level. He needed to focus his energy on dealing with the horde of zombies drawn by the explosion outside first. Fong Hong licked his lips. He could already hear the zombies outside the hospital scratching at the doors. Outside the hospital, zombies drawn by the explosions surged madly toward the building. They had completely surrounded the hospital, already attempting to attack its windows and doors. This was all to be expected. Noise would agitate the zombies. Based on the gaming experience stored in this body's memory, Fong Hung estimated the zombies outside would persistently claw at the doors for roughly 3 to 5 hours. It would take about 2 to 3 days before the zombies encircling the hospital gradually dispersed. The initial 3-5 hours were the most dangerous. Fong Hung glanced down at the time again. 15 minutes remained until his zombie clone's revival. Plan in motion. Fong Hung hurried upstairs to the staff cafeteria on the hospital's second floor. The layout here was relatively open. The environment was more suitable for his zombie clones to engage in combat. Inside the cafeteria, 2 ordinary zombies lunged toward Fong Hung. Fong Hung swung his large cleaver, swiftly dispatching the remaining zombies in the cafeteria. Afterward, he reinforced all the windows inside the cafeteria with wooden planks and set up several bonfires for illumination. After completing all preparations, Fong Hung stood quietly in place. The shrieks of the zombies grew ever closer. They had clearly breached the windows and hospital gates, flooding into the hospital interior. A few minutes later, Fong Hung heard zombies beginning to ram the cafeteria entrance door. Fong Hung waited in silence. The doors had been reinforced with multiple layers and could hold out for a while longer. 10 seconds left. Fong Hung flipped through the game log, counting down softly. 9, 8, 7. As the zombie clone's revival countdown ended, dozens of faint magical array patterns gradually materialized in a circle around the ground beneath Fong Hung's feet. One by one, zombie clones clad in lumberjack uniforms crawled out of the magic circles. Each one wielded a wooden spear. Here they come. They're reviving. Fong Hung commanded the resurrected zombies to gather at the restaurant entrance, instructing them to guard the premises. He himself, holding a shotgun, cautiously fell back to the rear. The horde of zombies outside the door grew ever larger, their scratching at the door growing louder. Bang! The door shattered. A wave of zombies surged into the room. Then, they were impaled by the zombie clones who had been waiting in ambush. SSS. SSSS. The dining hall echoed with the dry, grating sounds of wooden spears piercing flesh. Thanks to Fong Hung's enhanced core attributes, the zombie clone stats also saw a boost. The most obvious effect was that where a zombie clone previously needed over 10 stabs to kill a regular zombie, now only 6 or 7 were required. Moreover, the interval between stabs had significantly increased. Monster killing efficiency skyrocketed. 45 zombie clones formed a solid defensive line, systematically eliminating every intruding zombie. Ordinary zombies couldn't break through this defensive line. One after another, they fall before the line as if queuing up to die and grant experience. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a common zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Notice, your zombie avatar has killed a regular. Row after row of game prompts refreshed, densely packing the game log window. Chapter 61, The Apocalypse Merchant's Relative. Fong Hung had no time to spare for the game log. His gaze was fixed intently on the restaurant entrance. Ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. The zombie clone had no stamina gauge, no energy bar. They could attack non-stop for 24 hours straight without expending any ammunition. These intruding ordinary zombies were no different from an assembly line delivering experience points. They posed absolutely no pressure whatsoever to Fong Hung. Even if hundreds of thousands of zombies swarmed outside, he wouldn't fear them as long as they kept coming in waves without collapsing the entire building. Fong Hung's greatest concern now was the mutated zombies. His current zombie clones couldn't withstand the attacks of mutated zombies. Encountering one would guarantee his own demise. Once the number of zombie clones dwindled below a certain threshold, his defensive line would collapse. Fong Hung gripped his shotgun, his gaze fixed on the entrance. After playing the game for a while, Fong Hung had already integrated most of this body's memories of the game. He could now identify different zombie types based on their movements and subtle actions. Plus enhanced perception. Here it comes. Mutated zombie enhanced constitution. The mutated zombie, blending in with the ordinary horde, had barely stepped through the doorway when a figure flashed past him. A pitch-black muzzle was aimed squarely at its head. Boom! Fong Hung pulled the trigger. Half the mutated zombie's skull was blown apart at point-blank range by the shotgun blast. A gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Despite its enhanced physical attributes, the mutated zombie wasn't quite dead yet, its body lurching backward. Tough as nails. Fong Hung muttered under his breath, pulling the trigger once more. Boom! The second shot completely shattered the mutated zombie's remaining half-head into fragments. After clearing the mutated zombie from the horde, Fong Hung quickly retreated. Impressive. Fong Hung couldn't help but marvel at the enhanced capabilities his physical conditioning had granted him. Back in the day, taking down a mutated zombie would never have been this effortless. This time, I should be able to collect quite a few crystal shards. Later, I'll see if Xiao Yaokong has any other enhancement potions. By 9 o'clock that evening, darkness had completely fallen. Haozhou and the others returned early to the Federation's temporary warehouse seeking shelter. They huddled around the campfire. Everyone was in low spirits, their moods somber. Upon returning to the warehouse, they immediately began searching for Old Black. But Old Black had vanished without a trace. They couldn't reach him either online or offline. As for Fang Hong, Haozhou had also tried messaging him, but received no response. Everyone sensed something was seriously wrong with Fang Hong. In the game, sending friend messages through the survival radio had significant limitations. If a friend was out of range or currently offline, including if they had died, they wouldn't receive the message even if it was sent. As the sender, Haozhou also had no way of knowing whether Fang Hong had actually received the message. Sisterly broke the silence, asking, "Still no word from Fang Hong?" Haozhou shook his head. With no reply after so long, it's likely he's in grave danger. Kanba clenched his fists, feeling a heavy ache in his chest. Not only had they failed to complete the day's mission, but they'd also lost a teammate. The thought alone was unbearable. Everyone's spirits were low. They had witnessed it firsthand when escaping the town, countless zombies converging on the community hospital, surrounding it in layers upon layers, completely sealing it off. The blast's impact had been far stronger than they'd anticipated. Seeing that scene, Haozhou immediately regretted agreeing to leave Fang Hong behind alone. Put yourself in his shoes. If he were in that situation, he couldn't imagine any way to survive under such circumstances. Yet Haozhou still clung to a sliver of hope for Fang Hong. What if? What if he could? What if he had some special equipment or tools? Haozhou sighed inwardly. Everyone's exhausted today. Log off and rest first. I'll stay a little longer and try contacting Lao Hei and Fang Hong again. Just as he spoke, Haozhou froze. His expression shifted slightly as he immediately opened the survival radio to check. Fang Hong, thanks, I'm fine. I've adjusted the recording. I'll find a chance to send it to you after logging off. Leave me your email address. Haozhou was overjoyed and immediately replied with his email address. What's going on? Did you find something? Did Old Black reply? No. Haozhou looked up, his eyes regaining their excitement. It's Fang Hong. He's okay. That's great. And he completed the mission. Upon hearing this, Sisterly looked surprised at first, then her expression softened. She nodded. That's good. Clap. The brothers Kanba and Kunta, overjoyed, high-fived each other, their smiles returning. Bro, I knew he'd be fine. Ha, that guy really has a knack for this. To escape in a situation like that. No doubt about it. His gear's always been top-notch. Those zombies are no match for him. Ha 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 ha. Kanba was clearly pleased. Turning to Haozhou, he asked, where is he now? No clue. He told me to leave an email address. He'll send me the video of the generator explosion when he gets a chance. Kanba nodded, but something felt off. He asked in surprise, huh? Wait, if he's already out, why didn't he come find us directly? This question suddenly silenced the group, whose earlier cheerfulness vanished instantly. As if compelled by some unseen force, they all turned their heads toward Hopetown at the same moment. Could it be? Are you suggesting he's still inside the community hospital? What else? Why else wouldn't he come straight to us to claim the reward together? Haozhou opened his mouth. He's still guarding the small town hospital alone? I'll check. Haozhou immediately contacted Fang Hong again, and everyone gathered around the survival radio to listen in. Haozhou, are you still at the hospital? How's the situation? Do you need us to come back and rescue you? Fang Hong, yeah, I'm still here. No need to come looking for me. I'm doing fine right now. I'll find a chance to go offline soon and send you the footage first. Seeing Fang Hong's reply on the survival radio, the group fell silent once more. A single person holding out inside that small town hospital surrounded by hundreds of layers of zombies. And he's doing just fine? And even have the leisure to log off and send Haozhou a video file? What kind of feat is this? Just how powerful was he? Haozhou and the others were utterly baffled. Kunta scratched his head and asked, bro, what kind of gear could let him last that long in there? Kanba shook his head. He couldn't think of an answer either. The focused flamethrower was one option, but players' backpacks were limited. It was impossible to carry that much fuel inside. Besides, the focused flamethrower had cooling restrictions, making sustained use impossible. Haozhou gave a wry smile and said, to be precise, the real question is where did he get all these high-level weapons? The group exchanged glances again. Sisterly quipped, I bet he raided the entire Doomsday Merchant camp. He could loot an entire Doomsday camp? Haozhou chuckled. Don't tell me he's related to the Doomsday Merchants. The Kanba and Kunta brothers turned to look at Haozhou simultaneously. Isn't that the case? Chapter 62, I really don't want to be a cook. In the game, Fang Hong was currently sitting before a campfire. His entire body ached unbearably. He was utterly exhausted. The zombies outside the hospital relentlessly attacked every entrance for 3.5 hours. Only then did they gradually subside. Fong Hong divided the zombies into two groups. A smaller group was tasked with clearing the rooms on the second and third floors of the hospital while gathering supplies. He personally led the larger group of zombie clones to launch a counterattack, starting from the stairwell to clear the first floor. The first floor had been completely overrun by the zombies. With no other choice, Fong Hong simultaneously cleared the zombies pouring in from outside while finding time to reinstall and reinforce the windows damaged by the undead. All of this consumed a tremendous amount of time. Repairing the smaller windows was manageable, but the main entrance door faced an endless tide of zombies pouring in from outside. After several back-and-forth battles, Fong Hong had no choice but to change his plan. He forcibly used the focused flamethrower to incinerate a wave of the outside horde, buying himself a minute to barely seal the doors shut. After closing the door, the zombies outside began gathering again, scratching at it relentlessly. Fong Hong had a countermeasure. He summoned several zombie clones and ordered them to continuously repair the door. As for repair materials, there was no shortage here. Furniture like tables and chairs could be chopped up at will. It wasn't until 5 minutes ago that Fong Hong finally managed to stabilize the gate's durability, giving him a moment to catch his breath and reply to Haozhou's message. What a drag! The zombies he'd sent out to search the hospital began returning one by one, bringing back supplies. Sitting before the campfire, Fong Hong tallied today's gains. The effort was grueling, but the rewards were equally gratifying. He had slain over 6,000 zombies, earning him more than 10,000 additional survival points. The ammunition he'd expended earlier had cost him a significant chunk of survival points, but this haul felt like a major health boost. Additionally, he had collected over 1,000 evolution crystal shards. That should keep Zhou Yaokang busy with research for quite some time. Lastly, there were the miscellaneous items and books that zombies occasionally dropped upon death. Fong Hong flipped through the few small manuals in front of him one by one. Recipe: stir-fried green peppers with pork. Recipe: sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Recipe: scrambled eggs with scallions. Recipe: braised eggplant. I really don't want to be a cook. What's with all these recipes? Fong Hong felt a dull ache in his gut as he flipped open the last book. Ha! Finally, a skill book. A flicker of delight crossed Fong Hong's mind. Skill book: Miner's Wisdom. Description: upon use, masters the skill Miner's Wisdom. Skill description: when mining high-value ores, there is a 0.005% chance to additionally obtain precious metals. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 20. Skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Fong Hong's face darkened. Great, a miner's skill book. Back in the old servers, nearly every miner in the game had one of these. With this skill, you might get lucky and dig up an extra piece of gold while mining. Gold can be exchanged for a variety of supplies at the End Times Merchant. This skill book was practically essential for miners, boosting their output. Such is the life of a laborer. Better than nothing. After all, zombie clones inherit skills too, so they'll always dig up some gold when mining. Fong Hong tapped the recipes and skill book onto his head. Notice, you have learned the recipes: stir-fried pork with green peppers, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, scallion scrambled eggs, braised eggplant in oil. You have gained 82 cooking skill experience. Notice, you have learned the skill Miner's Wisdom LV 1. Putting away the skill books, Fong Hong logged off. He headed to the lounge for a quick nap. Before leaving, Fong Hong exported the post-explosion footage of the generator unit via the game pod and sent it to the email address designated by Haozhou. 2 a.m. The computer screen displayed footage of the warehouse after the explosion. Lao Hei pulled out his phone and dialed the number with practiced ease. Mission accomplished. Alex is expected to activate within 20-40 hours. Nice work. A fully mutated 4th stage zombie went berserk. The Federation's gonna have a headache dealing with that. This should at least delay their main mission progress by half a month. Continue tracking the remaining T-virus serum. This world belongs to us, we must secure it. Meanwhile, the Federation's warehouse resource point detected the unusual activity within the town. Federal Task Force Commander and Lindeting frowned deeply. Not long ago, he received orders from higher-ups to establish a warehouse resource point here, tasked with collecting supplies from outside. Beyond that, he bore another crucial mission. Monitor Hopetown and devise a plan to eliminate the zombies within the town. And Lindeting learned from his superiors that somewhere within this town lay a secret research facility belonging to Meteorite Corporation. The T-virus serum might even be inside that secret lab. The T-virus serum quest item is connected to the Dark Knight Order. The Dark Knights, in turn, were intrinsically linked to the main storyline of the apocalyptic world. The quantity of residual T-virus serum within each zombie apocalypse game server is extremely limited. This means only a handful of players can access the core main quest of the zombie apocalypse game. Should all these players perish or the Dark Knights be utterly annihilated, this zombie apocalypse world may never reach its conclusion. And an ending signifies the fate of this world. Originally, and Lindeting felt quite at ease. He believed that with the current dense concentration of zombies in Hopetown, it was absolutely impossible for players to enter the town and take the T-virus serum. By tomorrow, when the game's server transfer opened, his superiors had already assigned him 100 professional players trained by the federal government to join the temporary warehouse resource point. With their strength, he could seal off Hope Town and firmly control the T-virus serum within. But the violent explosion moments ago had stirred a vague unease within Linding. He decided to wait until tomorrow, after the reinforcements arrived, before leading them into Hope Town to investigate. 3 a.m., Phoenix Gaming Company. Fong Hong awoke in the company lounge. After resting for 5 or 6 hours, he rose once more to log into the game. Alex would revive 30 hours after the power outage. He needed to figure out how to complete the mission within those 30 hours and then leave this hellhole for good. This mission is seriously tough. Fong Hong returned to the game, where zombies were still relentlessly scratching at the door outside. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde completed searching floors 1-3 of the hospital. You obtained cigarettes 2, honey jar 1, fructose 20, disposable syringes 21, medical bandages 10, first aid kits 7, frozen meal packs 20, sample collectors 12, blood bags 29, underground pipe repair map 1. Notice, while you were offline, your zombies destroyed 23 wooden doors, 541 wooden stools, and 231 wooden tables. They obtained 37,816 pieces of firewood, discarded 17,176 pieces of plastic, and collected 21 rusty nails. Notice, while you were offline, your zombies completed 4,033 wooden plank crafting. Notice, while you were offline, your zombies continuously reinforced the wooden door, consuming 823 wooden planks. Chapter 63, Inspiration Strikes. An underground pipe repair map? Fong Hong dug through the materials collected from a pile of zombies and found the map, holding it up to examine. There were actually underground pipes inside the hospital. This meant the hospital had other exits besides the main entrance. The only catch was that the entrance to the pipes was located on the basement level. Perhaps we can evacuate the town from that location. Fong Hong murmured softly, temporarily putting away the blueprints. His gaze shifted to a small box nearby. Inside lay 12 tubular objects, each about the length of a palm. HM? Sample collectors? Item, sample collector. Description, Meteor Corporation's latest generation of living specimen collectors, safe, fast, and efficient. Additional notes, this collector is designed exclusively for living organisms. Press the red button after placing the A side firmly against the subject's surface. Wait 30 seconds for automatic completion. This collector seems related to the mission. So there are other ways to obtain samples besides directly killing vine zombies. Fong Hong took out a sample collector and examined it in his hand. But it could only collect samples from living organisms. The thought of the vine zombies, with their formidable close combat abilities, gave Fong Hong a headache. He didn't think he could charge in and hold a vine zombie down for a full 30 seconds. Unless the vine zombies were still in hibernation. No need to force it. He'd wait for another opportunity to try. Fong Hong carefully stowed the collector and glanced at the hospital entrance being scratched at by zombies outside. He didn't have time to waste with the endless horde of zombies outside. Fong Hong simply left 2 zombies behind to continuously repair the wooden door. Then, he led the remaining zombies back to the buried entrance of the underground passage. The zombie clones pulled out stone pickaxes and began digging the passage open again. Half an hour later, the buried passage was completely cleared by the zombie clones. Fong Hong picked up the focused flamethrower. Less than 2 bottles of fuel remained. Most of the vine zombies had been eliminated that afternoon, leaving an estimated maximum of 50 vine zombies remaining in the morgue. That would be enough. Entering the basement level, vine zombies gathered in small groups throughout the passageway. Boom! Without a word, Fong Hong activated his focused flamethrower, instantly incinerating them. He charged straight back into the morgue at the end of the passageway. Fearing fire hazards, Fong Hong reluctantly made multiple trips back and forth, luring the vine zombies into the open passageway to eliminate them again. Notice, you have killed 23 vine zombie infected. You have gained 680 survival points. You have obtained 46 infected samples. Notice, you obtained 18 complete evolution crystals and 2 tier 1 evolution crystals. After this series of actions, Fong Hong had completely cleared the vine zombies from the morgue. Too bad I didn't get a chance to use the collector. Fong Hong muttered as he crushed the intact evolution crystals he'd gathered along the way. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was less than 1/6 of the experience points needed to level up. Fong Hong re-entered the morgue, switching on his flashlight as he opened the door to the secret laboratory within. The path ahead of the secret lab was blocked by lush plant growth. Clearly, these plants were corpse vines. Fong Hong dared not approach too closely, fearing the trouble of being parasitized by the corpse vines. But would using a flamethrower in this small room risk starting a fire? Wait a minute, what was this? As Fong Hong hesitated, he suddenly noticed 2 additional experiment manuals lying on the table. Notice, you have obtained detailed data from the Alex research experiment. Hint, you have obtained detailed data on the corpse vine parasite infection experiment. Hint, you can trade these manuals to the Apocalypse Merchant Vittle for extra survival points. Fong Hong first opened the Alex research experiment data. The manual contained comprehensive records on the experimental subject Alex, including the dosage of the virus administered, the injection environment, and more. Reading through the rows of data gave Fong Hong a headache. He roughly understood that Alex possessed immense physical strength, the kind capable of punching through walls. Additionally, its regenerative abilities were exceptionally formidable. The most effective method against Alex was fire attacks, as it feared flames. Fong Hong picked up another notebook containing experimental data on the corpse vine parasites. This notebook contained detailed records of corpse vine parasite infections. One section detailed how the corpse vine parasite completed its parasitic process. It seemed straightforward. The 5 corpse vines in the secret lab were products of hundreds of refinements, making them exceptionally easy to parasitize. Simply bringing a zombie near the vine triggered an aggressive response, forcing the parasitic process to complete. The entire parasitic process takes approximately 7 days for an ordinary corpse. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow, suddenly struck by an idea. If corpse vines parasitize through corpses, could they also parasitize zombies? If zombies could also complete the parasitic process, could his zombie clone body also undergo parasitism? Fong Hong's heart began to pound violently. If his zombie clone could be strengthened to match the power of the vine zombies, then even mutated zombies wouldn't stand a chance. But Fong Hong lowered his head and thought again. He retrieved the experimental team's notebook he had collected earlier and examined it carefully, flipping to a specific page. 4.5. Parasitism. We discovered the corpse vine completely invades the corpse's brain and fully digests the host's head within 7 days. Afterward, the vine usurps the nest, manipulating the corpse to move. The process is gruesome. The corpse's head explodes on its own, and plant-like tendrils sprout from the neck. 2. We require additional samples for testing. 3. To ensure undisturbed experimentation, the director has approved the temporary sealing of the morgue. Fong Hong lowered his head, murmuring thoughtfully, to summarize, the corpse vine controls bodies through parasitism. If that's the case, zombies should be susceptible to parasitism just like corpses. If my zombie clone were controlled by the corpse vine and transformed into a vine parasitized body, would I lose control over it? Screw it. Let's just try it. It's just one clone anyway. It'll revive in under 20 hours, so no big loss. Fong Hong immediately commanded a zombie to slowly approach the corpse vine. The corpse vine reacted instantly to the zombie. The once limp vines instantly sprang to life, swiftly coiling around the zombie. In the blink of an eye, the zombie clone was tightly bound by the vines. The corpse vine's tendrils burrowed into the zombie's gaping mouth. Fong Hong's brow furrowed deeply. Row after row of game prompts refreshed in the log. Notice, your zombie has been infected by a special parasite. Notice, anomaly detected. Notice, your zombie clone will be parasitized within 5-7 days. Notice, your zombie clone is undergoing enhancement. You will soon lose control over it. Notice, you may consume survival points and evolution crystal fragments to accelerate the parasitic process, removing the infected state while retaining positive enhancements. Notice, these enhancements will be permanently retained, even after death and resurrection. Chapter 64, Evolution Complete. It worked. It really works. So what if it costs a few extra points? Fong Hong was ecstatic. Consume. Accelerate the modification and eliminate the parasitic state. Notice, you have spent 3,000 survival points and 100 evolution crystal fragments to rapidly complete the zombie clone's parasitic enhancement. Notice, your zombie clone has eliminated all negative statuses caused by the parasite. The vines that had been coiled around the zombie sizzled and scattered. The corpse vines lost their desire to attack the evolved zombie clone. After evolving, the zombie clone appeared largely unchanged. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern tiny buds faintly emerging beneath its skin. Fong Hong immediately opened the zombie's attributes for inspection. Creature, zombie clone. Level, 9. Health, 1078. Strength, 5.4. Agility, 4.9. Stamina, 5.4. Willpower, 2.5. Perception, 7.5. Perception, 2.5. Basic skills. Skill, undead body. Description, passive effect. Immune to most mind-affecting spells and diseases viruses. Possesses no psychic power or stamina. Health increased by 300%. Note, zombie clones cannot infect others. Skill, corpse vine armor. Description, passive effect. Zombie clones gain an additional 300% base health, 1% maximum health regeneration per second, and 30% physical damage reduction. Skill, Corpse Vine Entanglement. Description: during close combat, has a chance to unleash the Limbus Vine Entanglement skill, placing the target in an entangled state. Additional notes: entanglement success and escape probability are determined by both parties' base attributes. Additional notes: upon successful entanglement, the target cannot move, and the zombie drains health from the entangled unit per second. Additional notes: life drain damage scales with base attributes. This effect is ineffective against non-living entities. Impressive! Both Corpse Vine Entanglement and Corpse Vine Armor are undeniably highly effective skills. With Corpse Vine Armor complementing his existing zombie body skill, Fang Heng's zombie clone now boasts a 700% increase to base HP, 30% physical damage reduction, plus 1% maximum HP regeneration per second. Massive HP surge. Massive durability boost. With over 1000 HP and 30% physical damage reduction, even a direct shot from a shotgun might not kill it. Plus, the Corpse Vine Entanglement skill makes it a formidable melee weapon. Even the original weakness of the vine parasites to fire seems to have vanished. Likely neutralized by the Supreme Being altogether. What a steal! Fang Heng's heart burned with excitement. Perhaps the only problem was, it's too expensive. Converting a single zombie clone required 3000 survival points and 100 evolution crystal fragments. With 45 zombies currently under his command, Fang Han would need a total of 4500 evolution crystal shards plus 135,000 survival points to convert them all. As his level increased, he would gain more zombie clones, consuming even more resources to complete their transformations. But clearly, this investment is worth every penny. This permanent investment was absolutely worth every penny. With so many zombies outside right now, it was just a matter of spending a little more time gathering points and crystal shards. It was past 3 a.m. in the dead of night, yet Fang Han felt unusually energized. He transformed 3 more zombie clones into vine zombie clones, exhausting all the survival points he'd earned from killing zombies yesterday. Once the transformations were complete, the corpse vines lost interest in them and drooped once more. This was another huge piece of good news for Fang Heng. Anyway, let's finish the task first. Fang Heng murmured to himself, handing a sample collector he had gathered earlier to the vine zombie clone. He then guided the zombie clone to slowly approach the corpse vine. The zombie clone moved stiffly. He slowly stepped forward, raised his hand, and pressed the live sample collector tightly against the root stem of the corpse vine. He pressed the red button. SSSH. A faint sound. The corpse vine visibly twitched. The vine swayed slightly before quickly settling back into stillness. A slowly progressing bar appeared above the zombie clone's head. Notice, your zombie clone has obtained 1 complete living corpse vine sample via the living specimen collector. Half a minute later, the zombie clone retracted the sampler and strolled back leisurely. Fang Heng examined the sample in his hand. Notice, you have obtained a living corpse vine sample 1. Item, live sample modified corpse vine. Description, a specimen of high research value modified corpse vine. In the apocalypse, someone is bound to be interested in this. You can submit it as a quest item or trade it with other players or NPCs. Prompt, you may submit this to quest giver Vital to complete 100% of the current side quest 1 obtain corpse vine sample. Note, this live specimen counts only once toward completion rewards. Submitting multiple specimens will not yield additional completion rewards. Upon reading the quest description, Fang Heng immediately understood. Using the collector to obtain the sample only grants rewards once, meaning it increases the side quest completion rate by 100%. Theoretically, a side quest could exceed 100% completion. To achieve this, one must rely solely on killing monsters to obtain samples. He had no qualms about killing the corpse vine infected bodies he encountered earlier, but Fang Heng was unwilling to sacrifice these modified corpse vines. Fang Heng commanded several vine zombie clones to move the giant flower pot containing the seedling corpse vine to a corner of the laboratory. These corpse vines still had great use. As his level increased, Fang Heng would gain more zombies. When that time came, he would need to enhance the corpse vines to boost the strength of his zombie clones. After clearing away the corpse vine flower bed, the hallway in front of the lab was also cleared. Fang Heng cautiously stepped forward. At the farthest end of the lab lay a large crate. Its lid was made of thick glass. At first glance, it resembled a coffin. Numerous wires were plugged into the coffin, connecting to the main control computer nearby. However, the computer was powered down and inactive. Fang Heng took a few steps forward before abruptly stopping. Ever since he first stepped into the morgue outside, he had felt an intense sense of unease. That unease was emanating from this coffin. Fang Heng peered cautiously from a distance. Inside the coffin lay a burly man nearly 2 meters tall. His face was ashen, his skin bearing an odd bluish-gray hue, giving the initial impression that he was merely asleep. Apart from the bluish-gray skin and his exceptionally massive build, he appeared no different from an ordinary person. He was the dormant experimental subject, Alex. Fang Heng instinctively kept his distance from Alex. He commanded his 6 zombie clones to approach the coffin and collectively lift its heavy glass lid. Clack! The glass lid was incredibly heavy. As soon as they lifted one corner, a visible white mist instantly escaped from the gap within the coffin. Chapter 65, All of you, be greedy. The cold air is leaking out so fast. Fong Hong frowned slightly, muttering under his breath. He continued manipulating the zombie, pressing the living specimen collector onto the arm of the dormant Alex. SSSH. A faint, sharp sound. The needle tip of the live sample collector pierced Alex's skin. In its dormant state, Alex showed no reaction whatsoever. Fong Hong dared not let his guard down, keeping a close eye on the progress bar slowly moving above the zombie clone's head. Notice, your zombie clone has obtained a complete living corpse mine sample 1 via the living specimen collector. Done. With the sample collected, Fong Hong immediately commanded the zombie clone to seal the coffin lid. The zombie clone ambled back, handing the collected sample to Fong Hong. Prompt, you have obtained sample 1 from test subject Alex. Prompt, you may submit this to mission issuer Vital to complete 100% of the current side quest 3 obtain Alex specimen. Note, only one completion reward is granted per viable sample. Submitting multiple samples will not yield additional completion rewards. Phew! With the sample secured, Fong Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had to be careful. After all, it was a 3rd or 4th stage mutated zombie. If it suddenly woke up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time to get out of here. Every extra minute here only amplified the unease in Fong Heng's heart. He turned and headed for the door, casually picking up the obtained sample to examine it. Item, live specimen of test subject Alex. Description, an extremely valuable specimen. Trust me, researchers would go crazy for this. Even in the apocalypse, it'd fetch a fortune. You may submit it as a quest item or trade it with other players or NPCs. Ha! Upon seeing the prompt description, Fong Hong, who had been about to make a quick exit, halted in his tracks. Live specimens can only be submitted once for quests, but that doesn't mean they can't be collected multiple times. Likewise, it can be used for purposes beyond this specific quest. And the item description made it crystal clear, Alex's living samples were incredibly valuable and worth a fortune. As luck would have it, Fong Hong was perpetually short on funds. Especially now, when he needed a large sum of survival points to evolve his zombie clone. Moreover, the moment he saw the item description, Fong Hong immediately thought of Chiu Yaokong. That aloof researcher whose mind was consumed by experiments. If he gave Chiu Yaokong a live Alex specimen, could he trade it for better attribute-enhancing potions? Fong Heng's heart stirred. He turned around, his gaze once again settling on the coffin where Alex lay dormant. Since he was already here, wouldn't it be reasonable to collect a few more samples? Despite the immense danger, Alex could awaken at any moment. Greed. When you can be greedy to the death. Fong Hong gritted his teeth. I'm going for it. He kept his distance from the coffin, then commanded his zombie clones to step forward and lift the lid. The already scarce cold air spilled out once more. SSSH. The sample collector pierced Alex's arm once more, breaking the skin. A slow progress bar appeared above the zombie clone's head. Notice, you have obtained sample 1 from test subject Alex. Notice, you have obtained sample 1 from test subject Alex. Notice, you have obtained specimen. After collecting a full 5 extra samples, Alex's originally bluish-gray arm now showed a hint of grayish-white. Just as he was about to collect the 7th sample, Fong Hong suddenly noticed a slight twitch in the fingers of the dormant Alex. Oh no! Something's wrong. A chill ran down Fong Heng's spine. Thud. He quickly commanded his zombie clone to halt the collection and slammed the coffin lid shut. Fong Hong held his breath, nervously watching Alex inside the coffin. Fortunately, Alex showed no further changes. After twitching his finger just now, he had remained still. Fong Hong dared not risk it further. He swiftly commanded his zombie clones to evacuate the secret laboratory together. Theoretically, the specially designed coffin chamber could maintain its freezing temperature for 30 hours after power loss. But the zombie's earlier sample collection had caused too much cold air to leak out. Coupled with the continuous sampling process, which undoubtedly stimulated Alex. Fong Hong realized the coffin wouldn't last 30 hours. Alex could wake up at any moment. Staying in the hospital was too dangerous, they needed to leave immediately. Oh, and don't forget the corpse vines. The corpse vines in the secret lab had undergone hundreds of rounds of research and refinement, making them exceptionally suitable for parasitism. To facilitate future evolution and modification of the zombie clone, the corpse vine must be taken along too. The corpse vines couldn't fit into a backpack, so he'd have to carry them out using an evolved vine zombie clone along with the flower pots. Outside the morgue, Fong Hong stood deep in thought. Carrying the corpse vine along with its pot would be extremely inconvenient. Leaving through the hospital's main entrance was out of the question. First, there are too many zombies outside, clearing them all would take too long. Second, if the vast horde of zombies crowds in, the corpse vine might get stimulated and start parasitizing them, that would be trouble. Fong Hong pondered, head bowed. Got it. The sewers. Fong Hong had a plan. He pulled out the sewer map he'd obtained earlier from his backpack and studied it. The map only covered the hospital's section of the sewer system. The hospital sewer system had two entrances, both located in the underground parking garage on level B1. Let's go check it out first. Fong Hong turned back toward the underground parking garage. The parking garage had been cleared once before and remained quiet. The heavy iron gate Fong Hong had manually lowered earlier remained solid, still intact and untouched by the zombies outside. Following the blueprint's instructions, Fong Hong quickly located the sewer manhole cover in a corner of the parking garage. Since the cover was locked from the inside below, Fong Hong had no choice but to pull out his stone hammer and force it open. Thud. Notice, you dealt 29 damage to the underground manhole cover. With only 10,000 HP, the cover would break open quickly. A circle of zombie clones pulled out small stone hammers and began pounding furiously on the manhole cover. Thud. Thud thud. Thud thud. In less than 10 minutes, the sewer grate was shattered. Fong Hong shone his flashlight down into the darkness. Holy crap! There are so many! Fong Hong was startled. At first glance, the sewer was densely packed with rows of zombie heads. Noticing the flashlight's glow, they immediately became agitated, emitting low, guttural howls. These zombies had also been drawn by the explosion that had occurred earlier at the hospital. Fong Hong cautiously swept the flashlight around the sewer's interior. The sewer was surprisingly wide, about 10 meters across, with a foul-smelling ditch running down the center, roughly 3 meters long and knee-deep. At least 700 or 800 zombies had gathered within the entire underground sewer passage. Fong Hong detected no mutated zombies among them. No big deal. Fong Hong muttered to himself, quickly formulating a plan. He just needed to eliminate them all, then escape the hospital through the sewer. Fong Hong commanded his zombie clone to wield a spear, leaping one by one into the sewer to begin eliminating the zombies. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain survival points too. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain survival points x2 and an evolution crystal fragment x1. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Prompt, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. The game log began to refresh frantically once more. Chapter 66, Real Combat Effect. While the zombie clones cleared the sewers, Fong Hong led the 4 evolved vine zombies back to the secret lab to retrieve the corpse vine. He made 5 round trips. Fong Hong finally managed to transport all the large pots used for cultivating corpse vines in the secret lab to a corner of the underground parking garage. 10 corpse vines in total. Getting them all back to the prison is going to be a real hassle. Looking at the corpse vines, Fong Hong felt a headache coming on. The journey back to the prison was long, and the pots were exceptionally heavy. His modified motorcycle would likely need 3 or 4 trips to transport all the pots back. I'll figure it out when the time comes. After a busy half-day, Fong Hong felt exhausted. In such a dangerous situation, he dared not log off. He simply pulled out his makeshift bed and dozed off right where he stood. After nearly 2 hours of rest, Fong Hong awoke, stretching lazily. The horde of zombies gathered beneath the sewer had been completely cleared. Notice, while you were AFK, your zombie avatar killed 1502 zombies. You earned 3090 survival points and obtained 267 evolution crystal fragments. Notice, you obtained recipe scallion oil noodles, recipe scallion oil pancake. Recipes again. Notice, you have learned recipe scallion oil noodles and recipe scallion oil pancake. Your cooking skill EXP plus 12. Fong Hong was already used to it. He slapped the 2 recipes onto his head and climbed down the ladder into the sewer. This stinks. Landing, Fong Hong immediately caught a whiff of an indescribable stench. Covering his nose and mouth, he cautiously surveyed the sewer's interior. 2 passages branched off to the left and right. The flashlight revealed nothing but pitch blackness, deep and bottomless. Since the sewer map only marked the hospital's entrance, Fong Hong had no idea which direction to take. Screw it, let's just get out of this hospital first. Fong Hong randomly chose a direction and followed the zombie clones forward, clearing the zombies along the sewer walls. Gritting his teeth against the foul stench, he had barely advanced 3 minutes when splashes echoed from the left ahead. He shone his flashlight over and saw a zombie crawling out of the foul-smelling water at the bottom of the sewer. Its body was bloated and covered in dark brown tumors, emitting a foul stench from head to toe. Fong Hong's eyebrow shot up. He quickly backed away several steps. A Stage 1 mutated zombie, the pus-covered zombie. It was one of the most troublesome Stage 1 mutated zombies in the early game. Its bloated body was filled with highly corrosive and infectious pus. Upon death, its body would likely explode, spraying pus everywhere. If a player accidentally gets splattered by the pus, not only will their skin and muscles be corroded, but they also have a high chance of becoming infected with the zombie virus. Beyond this, the pus zombie possesses superior stats across the board compared to regular zombies. Due to its massive size, its weakness lies in its relatively slow movement speed. Fong Hong reached into his backpack for the shotgun, preparing to take it out with a long-range headshot. He hesitated, then stowed the shotgun away. Hold on, this was the perfect chance to test the abilities of his evolved vine zombies. Fong Hong commanded the 4 vine zombies trailing behind the group to attack. The vine zombies moved slowly too, shuffling forward unsteadily. The lead vine zombie thrust its spear forward. SSSH. The spear pierced a tumor on the pus zombie's body. The growth burst with a pop. Corrosive pus splattered onto the vine zombie's body, immediately emitting a chemical burn-like hissing sound. White smoke rose. The highly corrosive pus etched black holes into the vine zombie's body. The vine zombie's movements remained unaffected as it raised the spear and thrust forward. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. Corrosive damage wasn't physical damage, so it couldn't be mitigated by the vine armor skill. But the vine zombie's high health pool and its 1% maximum health regeneration per second made it resilient. This damage was insignificant. After taking several hits, the pus zombie began closing in to counterattack, raising its right hand to swing. SSSSSSS. Several vines suddenly shot out from the vine zombie's shoulders. The rapidly darting vines tightly wrapped around the pus zombie's arms. More vines continuously sprouted from the zombie's body, binding the pus zombie to the spot. Fine barbs emerged from the vine branches, piercing the pus zombie's skin. Dark red blood flowed through the vines, drawn into the vine zombie's body. Impressive. Nutrient absorption. Fong Hong noticed the vine zombie's health rapidly recovering. New vine branches rapidly sprouted from the black holes previously corroded into its body, filling the gaps. Woo! Moments later, the drained pus zombie let out a mournful wail, collapsed to the ground, and fell completely silent. Notice, your zombie clone has killed the pus zombie. You gain 11 survival points. Good. Fong Hong clenched his fist. His evolved vine zombie clone had taken on a level 1 mutated pus zombie one-on-one and emerged victorious. The 3,000 points were well spent. This battle gave Fong Hong a clearer understanding of the vine zombie's capabilities. Judging by its combat performance just now, it wouldn't be outmatched by other first-tier mutated zombies either. And that was before factoring in the advantage of overwhelming numbers when he deployed a swarm of zombie clones to gang up on its opponents. This meant the safety of future idle farming could be significantly enhanced. Fong Hong was thoroughly satisfied with the vine zombie's combat prowess. Just as he was about to continue forward, 2 warnings suddenly appeared consecutively in the game log. Warning, your environment is extremely hazardous. Due to exposure to foul odors, your health will steadily decrease the longer you remain in the sewer, with the rate of decline accelerating over time. Warning, your environment is extremely hazardous. Prolonged exposure carries a risk of infection. There's actually a negative effect like this? Fong Hong frowned deeply once more. Walking above ground was troublesome enough, but navigating the sewers was equally fraught with danger. After pondering, Fong Hong decided to have the 2 evolved vine zombies lead the remaining ordinary zombie clones forward to continue exploring and clearing any zombies encountered along the way. He himself turned back along the original route with the other 2 vine zombies. Fong Hong crawled back out through the hospital's sewer entrance. Later, he would exit the hospital through the sewer system. At that time, he would also retrieve the vine zombies left behind in the parking lot. He didn't want them to be destroyed by Alex when it woke up. Fong Hong opened the construction interface. Founded a wooden hoist platform. Fong Hong spent time crafting a hoist platform for lifting heavy objects. Since he couldn't get close to the corpse vines, he had to stand at a distance and direct his 2 vine zombie clones to handle the transport. It took nearly 2 hours to haul the 10 heavy corpse vines into the sewer. Once the transfer was complete, Fong Hong re-entered the sewer. He sealed the entrance with the newly crafted wooden manhole cover, leaving the 2 vine zombie clones behind to guard the corpse vines. Then, covering his nose and mouth, Fong Hong hurried forward along the passageway. Chapter 67, Hopetown, Land of Talented People and Beautiful Scenery. Warning, your health is rapidly depleting. Exit the sewer environment immediately. Warning, you are at imminent risk of infection. After running non-stop through the sewers for 10 minutes, Fong Hong could no longer endure. His health was now dropping at an accelerated rate. Spotting an upward ladder to his right, he held his breath and hurried forward, scrambling up the rungs. Holding his breath, Fong Hong lifted the manhole cover above him and scrambled out of the sewer. Phew! Fresh air. Fong Hong had never realized how incredibly wonderful it could feel to breathe freely. Thankfully, this manhole cover wasn't locked. Fong Hong was grateful he'd used his zombie clone to clear the underground passage of zombies beforehand. Otherwise, he'd have to rush forward while fending off zombies, making his progress painfully slow. Any other player would likely have suffocated to death in the sewers long ago. Outside, dawn had broken. Fong Hong realized they were still within Hopetown, in the backyard of a detached villa. The 5 zombies lurking in the backyard spotted Fong Hong and immediately staggered toward him. Fong Hong rubbed his shoulders and drew his large machete. When he first entered, Fong Hong had mostly relied on the muscle memory of this body to fight. After this period of combat, he had gradually integrated the body's combat memories and various attribute changes. Now, bolstered by his high agility and heightened perception, the zombie's movements appeared to him as slow as an old turtle crawling. Far too slow. Fong Hong raised his broadsword and charged forward. SSSH. SSSSH. In the blink of an eye, 5 ordinary zombies were slaughtered clean. They couldn't take a hit. Fong Hong sheathed his broadsword and surveyed his surroundings. It was a 3-story villa cottage. Not bad. This place could serve as a base. Fong Hong stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Since entering Hopetown, things had changed dramatically. Fong Hong found himself reluctant to leave the town so soon. Look at Hopetown, it's a place of exceptional people and natural beauty. You can scavenge supplies, farm zombies for materials. Why rush back to the prison when such a great place existed? Fong Hong decided to linger here a while longer. Using this villa as a temporary base, he could farm more points and evolution crystal shards while ensuring safety. He needed to complete the vine parasite evolution for all his zombie clones as soon as possible. With his mind made up, Fong Hong commanded the zombie clones still exploring the underground tunnels to retrace their steps and climb back up the ladder to the surface. Quickly build tonight's shelter before dark. Fong Hong muttered under his breath as he manually divided the zombie clones into 3 groups. One group entered the 3-story villa to explore, tasked with gathering supplies and clearing zombies. The second group would clear zombies within a small perimeter around the villa. To guard against potential mutated zombies, each of these 2 teams brought along a vine zombie. The remaining 2 vine zombies were tasked with transporting the corpse vines left in the underground sewers. Watching his zombie clones disperse, Fong Hong silently retrieved wooden planks from his backpack and began repairing the villa's fence. By noon, a player squad of over 30 members appeared within Hopetown. The group was personally led by An Linding, supervisor of Federation Resource Point 19. Earlier that day, the game had officially launched its server transfer feature. Level 1-4 players could spend main god points to join the Zone 8 Zombie Apocalypse instance. Within half an hour of the transfer opening, all 100 newly transferred Ordinary Federation players had arrived at Resource Point 19. Each year, the Federation nations invested substantial funds into the game. In Huaxia Nation, the Federation recruits 2 types of players. One type consists of core members. These are players the Federation has cultivated since their school days. They undergo systematic training within their schools and are recruited only after passing the Federation's rigorous background checks and assessments, ensuring their loyalty to the utmost extent possible. The other category consists of ordinary players. They answer the Federation's call, signing contracts to accept employment. These contracts are far more stringent than ordinary employment agreements. Any act of betrayal will incur severe legal penalties equivalent to treason. Due to the generous compensation, the entry requirements for becoming a regular Federation player have been gradually increasing each year. However, many are unwilling to submit to the Federation's multiple layers of oversight and background investigations. Joining the Federation meant losing a significant portion of one's freedom. And Lindening entered Hopetown this time to uncover the truth behind yesterday's explosion. Soon, the team noticed a large horde of zombies swarming near the community hospital. Captain, we can't get any closer, there are too many zombies there. And Lindening nodded, signaling the team to halt as he raised his binoculars to observe. A player on lookout spotted something. Staring intently at the distant street, he whispered, "Captain, look, what's that?" What kind of zombies are those? Is it a high-tier zombie? Why does it look so strange?" Several other players also spotted the figure in the distance. They whispered among themselves, pointing toward the far end of the street. A zombie stood roughly 2 meters tall. Green vines were coiled around its body, writhing constantly. And Lindening frowned deeply. Damn it, it's a special mutant zombie evolved through corpse vines. A 4th-tier mutated zombie. And Lindening had memorized the Federation's mutated zombie data by heart. He quickly matched the zombie before him with the vine mutant variant in the memory database. Had it escaped from the secret research facility of Meteorite Corporation? But why so soon? Theoretically, such a high-level zombie creature shouldn't appear in the game for at least another month. Captain, it seems to be heading our way. What do we do? It's heading straight for our warehouse. And Lindening clenched his fists. Higher-tier mutated zombies typically hunt down areas where players gather. Clearly, the warehouse resource point had become the target of the mutated zombies' attack. Team 2, fall back immediately and report to Director Liu. Team 1, follow me, we need to lure it away first. Notice, your zombie horde has completed transporting flowerpots 10. Notice, your zombie horde has completed the villa exploration, obtaining ceramic bowls 9, cutlery knives forks 2, canned fruit 5, canned beef 7, bottled water 8, Red Bull 3, nails 12, wooden planks 2, firewood 21, children's bicycle 1, skimmed butter 1, toy telescope, cumin spice packets 2. Notice, your zombie horde has killed 512 regular zombies, earning 992 survival points and 77 evolution crystal shards. 4 p.m. The villa was cleared. Fong Hong took stock of the looted supplies and couldn't help but shake his head. Beyond essential survival supplies, the rest was mostly worthless junk. Of course, junk was only relative to Fong Hong. These junk items could still fetch a decent sum when traded at the Federation. Especially the children's bicycle. It was, after all, a means of transportation, albeit one with a rather slow top speed. Fong Hong had just managed to control his zombie clone to haul the corpse mine into the villa's backyard. Now he sat resting on the villa's second floor. Feeling a bit peckish, he lit a bonfire and set up the grill to prepare some meat. Boom! An explosion outside the window caught Fong Heng's attention. Chapter 68, Bystanders. What's going on? Fong Hong set down the grilled meat he was handling, hurried to the window, and pulled out a pair of children's binoculars to scan the direction of the blast. Holy crap! It's Alex! It's awake! Fong Hong immediately spotted Alex at the corner of the street not far away. The awakened Alex radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, its body covered in a layer of writhing corpse mine armor. Good thing I got out of here early. Boom! Another deafening explosion. Fong Heng's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Alex's left shoulder was struck hard by a rocket launcher. The impact sent its body crashing violently into the wall behind it. Bang! The wall cracked like a spiderweb under the force of Alex's massive frame. A massive wound gaped in Alex's left shoulder, revealing a dense tangle of brown branches protruding from the wound. Fong Hong shifted his binoculars to another spot and shouted in shock. RPG-38. Shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Holy crap! Is this what the Federation bigwigs are like? Fong Hong inwardly gasped. At this stage of the game, only the Federation could afford to deploy such high-intensity weaponry far exceeding the current version's capabilities. The RPG-38 shoulder-fired rocket launcher was clearly obtained by exchanging main god points. God points were extremely rare. Even with the Federation's monthly allocation, strict restrictions made large-scale provision nearly impossible. TSK, the Federation is going all out now. Fong Hong observed through his binoculars, murmuring his admiration in a tone of detached curiosity. But Alex isn't one to be pushed around. Those 2 rocket rounds only inflicted minor damage. It just looks pretty gruesome. Piss it off, and you'll be in for a wild ride. Ha! What the hell is that? Taking advantage of Alex being knocked down, a player darted out from the Federation crowd. Holding a large tranquilizer gun, he charged toward Alex at full speed. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. A dozen needles pierced Alex's body. Alex, who had been struggling to rise from the ground, staggered before collapsing with a thud. A tranquilizer gun? Will that thing even work on zombies? No. Fong Hong quickly realized that the Federation players were likely using special agents capable of temporarily subduing Alex. Quite ambitious, trying to capture it alive. Fong Hong continued observing through his binoculars. But it won't be that easy, right? Drawn by the earlier rocket explosion, hordes of zombies from the town surged toward the Federation players. Among them were even numerous mutated zombies. Seeing this, the Federation players immediately abandoned the unconscious Alex and began an orderly retreat. What the hell? They're just running away? In the blink of an eye, the Federation players vanished from Fong Heng's sight. What kind of move is this? This turn of events left Fong Hong utterly bewildered. Just moments ago they were charging in full force. How could they suddenly turn tail and run? Fong Hong knew Alex possessed formidable self-healing abilities. It appeared severely injured now, but it would fully recover in just under half an hour. It seemed to be unconscious. Should I go finish it off? A wave of greed surged through Fong Hong once more. What the hell am I thinking? Fong Hong slapped his forehead. What was he thinking? What capital did he have now to finish it off? What if it suddenly woke up? Wasn't it better to just live safely? Fong Hong suspected the Federation's hasty retreat earlier was likely a trap. He lowered his binoculars and turned back to continue grilling the meat. Before logging off, Fong Hong split the zombie squad into 2 groups again. One group would continue clearing the sewers, while the other would start AFK farming zombies around the villa perimeter to earn points. We should idle in the opposite direction from Alex to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. After a long day of exhaustion, filling his stomach made Fong Hong feel an overwhelming wave of sleepiness. Time to log off and rest. Inside Phoenix Cry Games. Climbing out of the game pod, Fong Hong debated whether to head to the villa dorms or just crash in the lounge tonight. Just then, Team 3's internal meeting concluded, and employees streamed out of the conference room. The Federation sure has deep pockets. Big spenders. Big spending or not, no one dares take that job even with the money. Could you handle it? Don't be ridiculous. We're talking about 4th-tier zombies here. Who has that kind of capability? The resource point in Hopetown is in big trouble. Got friends there? Tell them to get out fast. Fong Hong paused upon hearing their conversation. They seem to be discussing Hopetown? Fong Hong walked over, intending to stop 1 or 2 people to ask for details. Inside the conference room, Shin Cheng spotted Fong Hong passing by. She walked to the doorway, leaned out, and held out her hand. Fong Hong? You're here. Perfect timing. Come in for a chat. Fong Hong entered the conference room. He noticed several documents spread out on the table directly in front of Shin Cheng. One photograph prominently displayed the image of Alex. Xin Xing gestured for Fong Hong to sit down. Come, sit down and talk. Fong Hong sat down across from Xin Chang. What were you guys discussing just now? It was about the mission in Hopetown. May I hear about it? Xin Chang looked surprised for a moment, then smiled. Come on, it's not like it's classified or anything. Not long ago, the Federation issued an urgent cooperation notice. It basically stated that a powerful 4th-tier mutated zombie has appeared in Hopetown. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. That's right, I did it. It's anticipated that this 4th-tier mutated zombie will cause significant damage to the Federation's temporary resource depot. The Federation recently dealt a heavy blow to the mutated zombie and injected it with an antiviral agent, temporarily inducing a coma. This comatose state is highly unstable. Any external stimulus could cause the mutant to awaken immediately. Additionally, the Federation believes Alex possesses powerful self-healing abilities. It is anticipated that by noon tomorrow, he will fully recover to peak condition and awaken. Fong Hong thought to himself, you still don't understand Alex. It only suffered minor injuries. It was stunned by the rocket launcher, allowing the Federation to ambush it and induce unconsciousness. Moreover, given Alex's self-repair capabilities, he should have already returned to peak condition. The Federation has now issued invitations to major gaming companies, recruiting players capable of handling 4th-tier mutated zombies. Eliminating Alex would earn substantial rewards from the Federation. The mention of rewards instantly piqued Fong Hong's interest. He nearly blurted out, what kind of reward? 500 main god points. Additionally, the Federation claims that mutated zombies enter hibernation in cold environments. If you can extract one from the town while maintaining its hibernation state and deliver it to the Federation, they will pay an extra 500 main god points. A whopping 500 main god points. Securing a live specimen would net a full 1,000 points. The Federation is rolling in cash. Fong Hong's breath caught in his throat. I recall there's a cap on main god point transactions, right? The monthly limit is 20 times the player's current level? Xin Chang hesitated again. That restriction does exist, but we could have the Federation exchange main god points for physical supplies in the game beforehand, then trade those supplies to us within the game. Fong Hong nodded. Indeed, this was a way to circumvent the game's built-in trading restrictions. Chapter 69, can we get away with this? So our company is just giving up? Absolutely. CEO Qin really hopes we can complete the mission. After all, this is a golden opportunity to establish connections with the Federation and deepen our cooperation. Mr. Qin promised that if we complete the mission, the company won't take a cut of the Federation's reward. It'll be entirely up to the task force to distribute it. Plus, there'll be extra company bonuses and performance pay at the end of the month. Fong Hong's eyes lit up. Can we still get greedy with this? It's impossible. Our team analyzed it internally. 4th-tier zombies are too powerful. This mission is completely unachievable. Xin Xing sighed and explained, it's not just us, no team in the game could possibly pull this off right now. The main issue is time. The sedative used by the Federation only lasts about 18 hours. Theoretically, the mutated zombies will wake up by noon tomorrow. Currently, no players in the game have reached level 5. The power disparity is too great. Even large player teams wouldn't have enough time to travel all the way to Hopetown. Fong Hong rubbed his chin, pondering how to capitalize on this situation. Capturing Alex was completely out of the question. Fong Hong still had the research report detailing Alex's specifications stored in his in-game inventory. After being placed in a cryogenic environment, Alex required 30 minutes to gradually enter hibernation. That meant even if he found an extremely rare refrigeration machine, it would still take a full 30 minutes to put Alex into hibernation. Surviving that long without getting hammered to death by Alex would be a miracle. But to kill Alex outright? Is that truly impossible? 500 main god points are too tempting. Assuming it's truly possible to kill Alex, what could I gain? First off, the Federation's 500 main god points reward. Aren't I currently struggling with the potted plant of the moving corpse vine? 500 main god points could easily buy a large cargo truck. And there'd even be some left over. The truck would be incredibly useful after returning to the prison. After all, the zombie clones can help him gather tons of supplies. Whether transporting or supplies to trade for points or sell, it'll be incredibly useful. Secondly, regarding the current T-virus serum collection mission branch 3, the task to gather Alex samples. We've already achieved 100% completion. If we can take down Alex, the mission completion rate will climb even higher. Rewards will stack again. Yes. And thirdly, high-tier evolution crystals and first kill rewards. Fong Hong knew full well that Alex was the first 4th-tier mutated zombie to appear in Sector 8. Killing him guarantees a drop of high-tier evolution crystals. Plus the first kill bonus. Fong Hong recalled a player mentioning that the system rewarded first kills of level 3 zombies and above. For a tier 4, it would be at least a B-grade skill book reward. Too tempting. Fong Hong pondered it carefully. This opportunity didn't seem too risky to pursue. A plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He felt it was feasible. Success rate was around 70%. If he could find a trustworthy ally, the odds could climb even higher. Xinchang watched Fang Hong, lost in thought. You seem quite interested in this mission. Fang Hong realized he'd been lost in thought and gave an embarrassed smile. Was I lost in thought? Sorry, what did you just say? Oh, no big deal. By the way, Miss Qin came back yesterday. She tried to find you, but you were still in the game. Did she say anything? From what I gathered, she seems to want you to establish a separate game development department on your own, the 12th workgroup. Xinxing scratched his head. This whole thing felt incredibly strange to him. He was completely taken aback when President Qin mentioned it earlier. Putting a newcomer directly in charge of a newly established workgroup? What incredible trust. The back door was wide open, wasn't it? But then again, it didn't quite add up. There haven't been any personnel changes lately, and yet Mr. Qin hasn't assigned a single person to this newly established department? So Team 12 will end up with just 5 new hires who've only recently joined the company. How is that any different from being a commander with no troops? President Qin said you could select a few people to bring over to the 12th group, but you need their consent. Fang Hong was stunned upon hearing this. Promoted? Suddenly becoming a team leader? Is Xiaoxi that influential? Or is Jimmy some hidden big shot client? Is everything happening because of Jimmy? Wait, does this mean a raise? Fang Hong looked up and asked, is President Qin available? Her flight arrived this afternoon. She should be here by now. You can try calling her. I'll give you her mobile number. Xinsheng said, pulling out her phone. Also, the office on the 5th floor reserved for Team 12 has been cleared out this morning. You can move in any time. All right. Fang Hong shrugged and jotted down Qin Shuren's number. Thanks. Oh, hold on a moment. Xinsheng motioned for Fang Hong to wait a moment before dialing a landline. Soon, Pei Anan, the cute intern he'd met earlier, walked in. Team leader, you asked for me. Come here. Let me introduce you. This is Fang Hong, the team leader of Team 12. And this is Pei Anan, our department's intern. She's been with us for a month now. She's already very familiar with the company environment. President Qin has assigned her to be your temporary assistant. Xinxing introduced her warmly. The young lady is very diligent. She's been a great help to me these past few weeks. Honestly, if it weren't for Mr. Qin asking, I'd be reluctant to let her go. Fang Hong nodded and greeted Pei Anan. Hello, we've met before. Hello, team leader Fang Hang. Pei Anan greeted him politely. She studied Fang Hong with curiosity. Just a few days ago in the lounge, she'd introduced herself as an intern. Turns out she's the new team leader. The 5 new hires assigned to you will report at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The specific personnel list is available with Pei Anan. That's the gist of it. If you have any further questions, feel free to consult Mr. Qin directly. Xincheng turned to look at Pei Anan. Pei Anan, take him to the office of Team 12 first. Thanks for looking out for me these past few days, Brother Shin. Hey, it's nothing. Come hang out with us in Team 3 more often. Xinsheng rose to see Fang Hong out of the office. Even as he was escorted to the elevator, Fang Hong still felt something was off. Was President Qin's trust in him because of Xiaoxi? But to directly put him in charge of an entire team? He had absolutely no experience with that. He'd figure out a way to quit in a few days. 1. Ever since his meteoric rise in the game, Fang Hong had completely lost interest in this job. After all, in the game, he could easily make a fortune by selling materials to the Federation, living quite comfortably in real life. He could walk away anytime. The reason he remained at the company was partly because he felt no pressure whatsoever, their life was comfortable and carefree, and partly because of Xiaoxi. In this unfamiliar world, he felt profound gratitude towards Xiaoxi. Of course, there was another crucial reason. The S-Class Talent Enhancement Protocol from Phoenix Cry Games. With his in-game level about to hit 10, Fang Hang's need for the talent enhancement plan grew increasingly urgent. He needed to find a way to get his hands on it as soon as possible. Enough of that. There were more pressing matters to attend to now. Chapter 70, The Sewer Map. Fang Hong walked along, deep in thought. His mind was rapidly refining the plan to eliminate Alex. Alex possessed extraordinary life regeneration abilities. Its greatest weakness was fire. To kill Alex, the best approach was relentless, sustained fire attacks. Burn it to death. Fang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly. Fire. Completing the plan would require a large amount of combustible material. Gasoline. And explosives. The explosives had already been used up, but there was still 1 barrel of gasoline left. But 1 barrel of gasoline was nowhere near enough. Running back to the Apocalypse Merchant now would take too much time. The only way to quickly obtain equipment and supplies now is to purchase them from the Federation. But under normal circumstances, the Federation wouldn't sell supplies to outsiders, right? And I don't have enough points on me right now. But since this is a mission issued by the Federation, could we perhaps borrow some supplies from them in advance? Team leader Fong, we're here. Pei Anan opened the door to Team 12's office and flipped the light switch. Light flooded the spacious office. The office environments for each team at Phoenix Gaming were actually quite similar. Row upon row of cubicle workstations flanked by a line of game pods along the walls. With no one present, the office felt unusually spacious. Fong Hong looked up. Pei Anan? You know about today's mission involving the 4th-tier zombies from the Federation, right? Yeah, I know about it. I prepared all the meeting materials just now. That's great. Fong Hong asked, do you know the procedure for accepting missions from the Federation on behalf of the company? Pei Anan's mouth fell open in surprise. Director Fong, are you planning to accept this mission? Fong Hong nodded firmly. Yes. But? Pei Anan stared at Fong Hong, wondering if this handsome team leader hadn't fully woken up yet. But Team Leader Fong, there's no one else in our Team 12 besides you. That's fine. I can handle it alone. Fong Hong rubbed his chin. But time is too tight now. I need to borrow some equipment from the Federation. If I request it in the company's name, will the Federation grant it? Well. Pei Anan considered it and gave an affirmative reply. It is possible. Given the urgency of this mission, the Federation might be more lenient. However, if the company requests it, it will require approval from higher-ups. Is the approval process complicated? Yeah, pretty complicated. Under normal circumstances, it'd take at least a day if everything goes smoothly. A day? Alex could dismantle the entire Federation warehouse in that time. Forget it then. Fong Hong found it too much trouble and directly dialed Chin's phone. Beep beep beep. Hello, is this Mr. Chin? This is Fong Hong. This is Chin Shiran. I'm very interested in the Hopetown assignment. Chin Shiran had just stepped off the plane, checked into her hotel, and applied a face mask. Initially assuming Fong Hong was inquiring about the team leader, she was taken aback by his opening line. You want to take on this mission? Yes, exactly. Coincidentally, I'm already in Hopetown. To complete the mission, I'd like to request advanced weapons and equipment. Are you sure? The company's internal assessment deems this mission impossible. Yeah, I have a way. Chin Shiran lay on the sofa, pondering for a moment before asking, how much weaponry and equipment do you need? About a dozen barrels of gasoline, 10 small explosive charges. How confident are you? Fong Hong glanced at Pei Anan and answered confidently, 10 out of 10. On the other end of the line, Chin Shiran hesitated. I'll make the arrangements. In an hour, go directly to the Federal Warehouse Resource Point and find the warehouse manager. They'll do their best to meet your needs within reason. Fong Hong hadn't expected to persuade Chin Shiran so easily. He paused in surprise. After all, his background was still tainted by a significant amount of negative history. He had been contemplating alternative ways to procure weapons if Chin Shiran refused. In an instant, all the carefully prepared excuses he'd had ready became useless. Thanks. Don't let Xiaxi down. Beep beep beep. The call ended abruptly. Fong Heng's face darkened. What did "don't let Xiaxi down" even mean? Minister Fong, what did President Chin say? Mr. Chin agreed. Pei Anan covered her mouth. Mr. Chin just agreed like that? Pei Anan, let's add each other on WeChat first. That's all for today, go home and rest. We'll discuss anything else tomorrow. I told you to go home and rest early. Tomorrow morning, just handle those newcomers for me. Give them a quick brush off, I don't have time. I believe in you. You can handle it. Fong Hong waved his hand dismissively and turned to slip into the game pod. Notice, while you were offline, one of your zombie clones was killed. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie clone group killed 2 level 1 mutated zombies and 566 regular zombies. You gain 1289 survival points, 110 evolution crystal fragments, and 1 complete evolution crystal. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie clone group completed partial sewer exploration. You obtained Sewer Area Map A1, Bottles Filled with Sewage 21, Expired Instant Noodles 3, Sewer Area Map C1, Rotten Debris 12, Contaminated Regs 42, Damp Firewood 6. Casualties? Probably just bad luck. Ordinary zombie clones encountered mutated zombies first and got killed. A sewer area map. Good stuff. Fong Hong opened the map and gave it a quick glance. The entire Hopetown sewer system was roughly divided into 4 sections. Got it. Following this route could lead us out of Hopetown. With the sewer map in hand, the plan to take down Alex could be refined. Lucky break. This saves us a lot of trouble. Fong Hong stowed the sewer map and immediately recalled his zombie clones, who had been idling outside the villa farming monsters, ordering them all to enter the sewers for exploration. Taking down Alex wouldn't be easy. He needed to prepare his plan in advance and find a few reliable teammates along the way. Fong Hong activated the survival radio and sent a message to Haozhou. Based on their recent collaboration, Fong Hong felt Haozhou's group was fairly trustworthy. Besides, they should still be holed up in the warehouse. Fong Hong, you guys haven't left the warehouse yet, right? It was still early, and Haozhou happened to be online. He replied immediately after receiving Fong Heng's message. Haozhou, yeah, still here. The Federation folks are so rigid they won't confirm Old Black is unreachable until noon tomorrow. Only then will they pay out our reward. How about you? Still safe? Need any help? Fong Heng, I'm fine. Here's the thing, I want to take out Alex. I'll need your help. You're with Sister Lee and the others, right? Interested? Haozhou? Fong Heng, don't worry, I have a plan. Even if it fails, your safety is guaranteed. If you're interested, log off and rest now. We'll meet at the Federation warehouse at 2 a.m. tonight. Chapter 71, A Plan. Inside the Federation game warehouse, Haozhou's chiseled face twisted with deep confusion upon receiving Fong Heng's message from the survival radio. Has he lost his mind? He wants to kill Alex? Is he talking nonsense? Or is he still half asleep? He can't be joking, right? Haozhou showed everyone the message from the End Times radio and asked, "What do you think?" The group had previously entered the community hospital and knew about the fourth stage mutated corpse, Alex. The mere thought of that terrifying parasitic monster sent a chill down everyone's spine. Come on, it's a fourth-tier creature. Didn't you see this afternoon? The Federation mobilized so many people, even using rocket launchers, and still couldn't take it down? Kanba shook his head repeatedly, convinced no one could possibly kill Alex. That's a fourth-stage mutated zombie. It's impossible. Everyone agreed Kanba's assessment made perfect sense. Forget Fong Heng, it wouldn't matter who tried. But, after hesitating, Koenta couldn't help but speak up, "But brother, he's Fong Heng. He managed to escape that hellhole of Hopetown all by himself. Didn't we all think he couldn't do it back then?" The group fell silent for a moment. Indeed, that guy had pulled off a miracle. Back then, no one believed Fong Heng could survive that hellhole surrounded by hordes of zombies. And from the way he talked, he seemed to be living pretty comfortably inside the hospital. Looking back now, Fong Heng's strength was truly terrifying. Koenta paused mid-sentence, then blurted out another thought. And his gear is top-notch. Recalling how Fong Heng had constantly pulled top-tier gear from his backpack during the mission, the group fell silent once more. After a long while, Haozhou glanced around at the others and suggested, "Why don't we wait and see? We're just hanging around anyway. Let's hear his plan first." The Kunta brothers exchanged glances, finding the suggestion reasonable. "We're both fine with that." Li Jia nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." Haozhou immediately sealed the deal. "Alright, then we'll wait and see what Fong Heng has to say. If his plan is feasible, we'll join him." For some reason, Haozhou felt a surge of excitement. His rational mind told him killing Alex was utterly impossible, yet Haozhou found himself feeling the same as everyone else. Deep down, they all harbored a faint hope for this impossible task. "Hey, you guys, what if we actually get a chance to kill Alex? Could we then get the main god's first kill team reward?" "Yeah, I heard from a friend too. The first team to kill a high-tier mutated zombie in the server gets skill books from the main god space. The rewards are distributed based on the team's contribution as determined by the main god. They say even if you're just tagging along in a team, you'll get at least a D+ skill book." Ahem. Haozhou cleared his throat, interrupting the heated discussion. "Stop daydreaming. Listen to Fong Heng. Get some rest first. We'll log in and assemble at 1:30 a.m. A modified motorcycle approached from the distance, coming to a smooth stop outside the Federation warehouse resource point. A young man wearing a black face mask dismounted. Inside the warehouse, the two Federation players on night watch jumped in surprise. Who in their right mind would be out this late? Hadn't they been infected long ago? They immediately reached out to block the highly suspicious figure. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Fong Heng removed his face mask. "I'm Fong Heng from Huangning Games. I'm here to pick up a mission." The two men eyed Fong Heng up and down with strange looks. They had indeed heard that someone from Huangning Games would be coming, but they hadn't expected them to arrive in the dead of night. Some people really aren't afraid of dying. "Follow us." After verifying Fong Heng's identity, the two Federation players led him to the counter in the lobby. "Hello, Phoenix Gaming has already contacted our superiors. Here is the gasoline you requested. Please sign for it." The pretty young lady behind the counter placed 12 4L gasoline cans on the counter. "Additionally, to ensure the mission is completed according to regulations, we require you to activate recording mode during the elimination of the fourth-tier mutated zombies and submit the footage upon mission completion." "Got it." Fong Heng stowed the gasoline barrels into his backpack one by one. "What about the small explosive packs and flamethrower fuel?" "Apologies, Mr. Fong Heng. Upon receiving the higher-ups message, we immediately sent collection requests to all resource points. However, due to the nighttime, these two items are expected to arrive within the first hour of tomorrow morning. You can come back to collect them then." "Alright, thank you." Fong Heng nodded in understanding. After all, small explosive charges were high-tier supplies in the game, so it made sense that the resource point warehouse wouldn't have them in stock. Fong Heng found a corner in the warehouse to sit down, lit a campfire, and opened his game log. The dispatched zombies have completed over 60% of the sewer cleanup. A secure sewer passage connecting Hopetown's interior and exterior had been established, allowing him to lead Haozhou and the others directly into the town through the sewers. The biggest obstacle in the plan had been overcome. Soon, Haozhou and the others came online one after another. They gathered around the campfire. Koan Ta couldn't help but speak up first. Fong Hong, are you absolutely sure about this? Alex is a 4th-tier mutated zombie. He's incredibly powerful, ordinary weapons won't even scratch him. Of course. I have a plan. Haozhou's expression turned serious as he said, Fong Hong, we're willing to trust you, but we won't risk our lives lightly. So we hope you'll be completely open with us about your plan. All right. I happened to obtain a few sewer maps earlier. Fong Hong detailed his plan to everyone. It took nearly 10 minutes. After he finished, Haozhou and the others simultaneously lowered their heads, deep in thought. Holy crap! He'd actually come up with a way to take down Alex. And at first glance, it actually seemed quite feasible. From their initial unanimous belief that Fong Hong couldn't possibly succeed, to gradually harboring doubts about the matter. Now, after hearing Fong Heng's explanation, they were calculating the plan's chances of success. 50%? 60%? In Kunba's view, even a 30% chance was worth the gamble. Fong Hong felt his mouth go dry. He silently pulled a can of coffee from his backpack. After finishing the coffee, Fong Hong looked around at the group. That's the plan in a nutshell. We just need everyone to handle their assigned tasks, and taking down Alex won't be a problem. Fong Heng's tone carried confidence as he glanced at the time again. We have 3.5 hours until dawn. If you have any questions, raise them now so we can refine the plan together. Chapter 72, Fatal Flaw. Kunba frowned, his voice grave. Isn't provoking Alex too risky? There are hordes of minor zombies swarming around him. We'll also have to coordinate the timing of the explosives. The danger level is extremely high. You're right. This is the most dangerous part of the entire plan, which is why we need your help. Sister Lee's perception barrier will be invaluable. Sister Lee nodded. My part is no problem. Fong Hong turned to Haozhou, who had been deep in thought. What about the explosion part? Haozhou nodded. The issue with the explosion lies in the explosives. Based on what you've said, we'll need at least 8 small explosive charges. I've already applied to the Federation for this. The explosives and ignition gasoline are ready. We'll have them by daybreak today. The group's spirits lifted. It seemed that, following Fong Heng's plan, they might actually be able to take down Alex. Alright, Fong Hong, your plan has truly surpassed my expectations. Haozhou sighed inwardly, shook his head, and said, but your plan has one fatal flaw. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. Flaw? Yes, the problem lies with the sewer system. Haozhou continued, when I took on Old Black's mission, I also considered infiltrating Hopetown through the sewers. But I later realized it was utterly impossible. Kuta interjected, why? Because the sewers are even more dangerous than the outside. They're swarming with zombies, including plenty of first-stage pus zombies. And then there's the stench. The foul stench permeating the sewers inflicts a persistent negative status effect on players. Ordinary players simply can't stay in the sewers for more than 10 minutes. Haozhou shook his head with a wry smile. I had a friend assess it earlier, invading Hopetown through the sewers is far more difficult than attacking from the surface. The Kuta brothers felt their hearts sink upon hearing this. Fong Hong patted Haozhou on the shoulder. Don't worry about the sewers, I've already taken care of that. What? Haozhou looked back at Fong Hong in surprise, as if he hadn't heard correctly. What did you say? Taken care of? Yep, I've completely cleaned out the sewer system. I'll take you to see the site later, and you'll understand then. Haozhou gaped in astonishment. He desperately wanted to ask how Fong Hong had managed it, but the words died on his lips. This was Fong Heng's secret. Pressing for answers would not only yield nothing but also risk offending him. Alright, fine. Kunba perked up. So we're good then? If the sewer system is truly safe. Haozhou still harbored doubts. He couldn't fathom how Fong Hong could possibly deal with the horde of zombies in the sewers. But seeing Fong Heng's confident demeanor, it didn't seem like he was lying. Haozhou said, I have no major objections to the overall plan for now. Good. Let's refine the details further and assign responsibilities. The group spent another 2 hours meticulously revising the plan over and over. At least a 70% success rate. 2 hours later, Fong Hong finalized every detail of the plan. He rubbed his neck and handed a small jar of honey to Haozhou. Come on, let's head to the sewers. I'll show you the terrain. Now. Yes. Drink this, and put this on. Fong Hong pulled an extremely ugly black face mask over his own face and handed one to Xiang Haozhou as well. Item, small jar of honey. Type, food. Description, a gift from nature. Consumption restores fullness, quenches thirst, and temporarily reduces infection risk to some extent. Item, scented black wet face mask. Type, accessory. Description, a crudely made face cloth soaked in a perfume-infused liquid. If you don't mind how it looks, you could try wearing it. The next day, the sun rose. Fang Hong led Haozhou back along the same path to the Federation Resource Depot warehouse. How'd it go? Kanba and the others were on pins and needles, quickly gathering around. Haozhou was genuinely impressed this time. He had seen it with his own eyes. The city's underground sewers were spotless, not a single zombie in sight. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed such a thing could happen. Heaven only knew how that little monster Fang Hong had managed it. No point dwelling on it. Regardless, the cleared sewers meant their plan could finally be put into action. Meeting the expectant gazes of the Kanba and Kunta brothers, Haozhou nodded. A smile spread across his face. I've personally verified it. The sewer and the explosives are both ready. Good. Kanba pumped his fist excitedly, while a barely perceptible flicker of joy crossed Sister Li's eyes. Haozhou was always steady in his actions. If he said it was fine, then it was fine. With his assurance, the success rate of this plan was absolutely guaranteed. They were now certain Fang Hong could truly achieve the first kill on Alex. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Only the final explosives remained. Let's go get explosives from the Federation. Fang Hong led Haozhou and his group to the counter. Hello, I'm Fang Hong from Huangming Games. I'm here to collect our equipment supplies. Please wait a moment. The young lady behind the counter placed 12 small explosive packs and 5 bottles of flamethrower fuel on the counter one by one. As agreed, these are the small explosive packs and flamethrower fuel you requested. Please sign here to confirm receipt. Fang Hong signed the receipt and reached out to take the items. Hold on. A hand blocked his path. Hello, Mr. Fang Hong. I am Li Weiyu, the Federation officer in charge of this external recruitment mission. Fang Hong looked up at the middle-aged man in front of him, dressed in a Federation officer's uniform. Is there a problem? I understand that your company, Huangming Games, has urgently exchanged a large quantity of small explosive charges. Yes, that's correct. I should remind you, if your intention is to use explosives to kill Alex outright, then you'd be wise to abandon that plan. Thanks for the advice. I understand. We have a plan. Li Weiyu frowned, blocking Fang Hong's path. He had a bad feeling about this young man. Fang Hong asked, anything else? We're running out of time. The large quantity of explosives you're exchanging might provoke Alex. Worse still, the massive sonic shockwaves from the blast could draw hordes of zombies from Hope Town. So, for safety reasons, we'll assign personnel to accompany you throughout this mission and continuously assess the status of the mutated zombie Alex. If we determine your operation cannot eliminate Alex and risks triggering a larger zombie uprising, we will terminate the mission immediately. Li Weiyu's words left Sister Li and the others feeling extremely displeased. Kuta muttered under his breath, terminate? Who does he think he is? For mercenaries, the worst thing during a mission was having a self-important boss hovering nearby, micromanaging every detail. However, upon hearing this, Fang Hong not only felt no offense but instead experienced a sudden spark of insight. His furrowed brow relaxed. Federal elite. Full participation in the operation? Damn! This is practically a free tool at your disposal, isn't it? Chapter 73, The Welcome Gift. Fang Hong pondered, tentatively asking, could we possibly get more? Li Weiyu interrupted him, expressionless. No. You cannot refuse. This is a prerequisite for our cooperation with the Federation and essential for securing the temporary resource point. I hope you understand. We'll minimize disruption to your team. Only one person will be assigned to your squad, and under normal circumstances, they won't interfere with your operations? No, you misunderstand. I fully grasp your concerns. Fang Hong waved his hands repeatedly. Li Weiyu paused, taken aback. What was he trying to say? Our company, Huangming Games, has always upheld a customer-first philosophy. We're dedicated to serving the public and have great trust in the Federation. What I mean is, isn't just one person joining our squad a bit too few? For safety's sake, you could certainly send a full squad to join our team. What was this kid playing at? In nearly every mission before, other player teams had been extremely uncooperative upon hearing the Federation wanted to join their squad. Why was it completely different with him? For a moment, Li Weiyu even suspected Fang Hong was mocking him. We require the Federation's full guidance and supervision throughout the operation. Thank you. Looking at Fang Hong's sincere expression, Li Weiyu was utterly baffled. You're doing us a huge favor. Honestly, I'm not too comfortable carrying all these small explosive charges. If we run into a zombie horde while breaking into Hope Town, we'd be in big trouble. Li Weiyu began to grasp the meaning. So Fang Hong was treating their elite Federation team like mere laborers. This was truly a first. For a moment, Li Weiyu was utterly speechless. After careful consideration, Li Weiyu agreed. After all, as long as the surveillance objective was achieved, deploying more personnel would also allow for better control over this game company team, preventing any unexpected incidents from spiraling out of control. After all, among all the player guilds and game companies, only Phoenix Cry Game Company dared to accept the mission and was willing to offer compensation if it failed. This was precisely why the higher-ups trusted Phoenix Cry. Of course, the Federation had already considered the possibility of mission failure and prepared a contingency evacuation plan. Very well. The Federation's 17th Elite Squad will accompany you throughout this mission. Remember, we reserve the right to terminate the mission at any critical moment. Li Weiyu said, waving to a young man standing nearby. Directly affiliated Elite Federation member, 17th Squad Captain Chen Yu reporting for duty. Chen Yu approached with 5 other players, saluted Li Weiyu, then turned in unison to face Fang Heng. Mr. Fang Heng, we will cooperate fully to complete this mission. Got it. The bluff worked. The most troublesome part of the elimination plan, installing explosive charges amidst a swarm of zombies and luring Alex into the trap, was now in their hands. With the Federation's tools at our disposal, our success rate just skyrocketed. Fang Heng, pleasure working with you. Hopetown, overrun by hordes of zombies. Fang Heng and his team arrived at the eastern edge of the town, preparing to infiltrate through the main gate. Before setting off, Fang Heng and Haozhou's group all silently pulled out black wet face masks and hung them over their faces, covering their mouths and noses. This scene left Chen Yu and his team utterly baffled. What were they up to? At first glance, this getup resembled bank robbers from the movies. Fang Heng also handed out a black face mask to Chen Yu and each member of his elite team. Here one for each of you. Consider it a welcome gift. Face masks were basic in-game items, easily crafted from scraps of cloth. Fang Heng added a special step, soaking them in mineral water mixed with perfume. Item, scented black wet face mask. Type, cosmetic. Description, a crudely made face towel soaked in perfume-infused liquid. If you don't mind how ugly it looks, you could try wearing it. Should I say thanks? Chen Yu held the damp cloth in his hands, feeling both amused and exasperated. What possible use could this thing have? Hey, no big deal. You're welcome. Fang Heng's expression turned serious as he glanced at the scattered zombies lurking throughout Hopetown. Ready? We're starting. The elite squad led by Chen Yu possessed exceptional combat skills. They were armed uniformly with iron-bladed long swords, and each member even carried a handgun. However, their pistol ammunition was limited, and they wouldn't use them unless absolutely necessary. The group swiftly stormed into Hopetown, slaughtering everything in their path. After advancing for a short while, Chen Yu noticed Fang Heng, who was leading the way, had deviated from their prearranged position. Frowning, he demanded, "Where are we headed? Alex isn't in that direction." "Of course not. Alex is surrounded by zombies. We need to relocate to plant the bombs ahead of time." Chen Yu sighed inwardly once more. After all this, he still wanted to blow Alex to bits with explosives. This approach was useless. Last night, the Federation had already obtained some information about Alex. Unless the explosive charge was implanted directly inside Alex's body and detonated from within, the blast shockwave would at most only injure him. Seeing Fang Heng so adamant, Chen Yu refrained from further persuasion. After all, this was an agreement reached between the higher-ups and Huangming Games. Should this mission fail, Phoenix Gaming would compensate the Federation double the value of the lost equipment and materials. His duty was simply to obey superior orders. As long as the blast's impact didn't reach the warehouse outside Hopetown, Fang Heng could handle everything else. The group swiftly cleared the zombies along the way and arrived at the designated location. At the open crossroads, several black cross-shaped markers had been pre-drawn on the ground. Fang Heng nodded to Haozhou, who immediately proceeded to set up the small explosive charges. Zombies lurking around the town center detected the scent of living humans and began converging. Among them were even some first-stage mutated zombies. Time for the tool guy to shine. Fang Heng waved to Chen Yu. "Bro, give us a hand. Help us provide some cover." Chen Yu sighed in resignation. He signaled the team to raise their iron-bladed swords, joining Kunkka and the others in protecting Haozhou as he installed the explosive charges. Haozhou was an expert at handling explosives. In just 5 minutes, he had all the explosive charges securely in place. Done. All right, let's go. Fang Heng gave a wave, and the group turned and sprinted back toward Alex's location. Before long, they reached the town center, now surrounded by a horde of zombies. Hiding at a distance, Fang Heng could see that Alex remained unconscious. The Kunba and Kunta brothers both looked tense. This was the most critical step of the mission and the most dangerous. Fang Heng licked his lips and asked, "Chen Yu, how's your aim? Are you planning to lure them into the explosive zone?" Chen Yu had already figured out Fang Heng's plan. It was nothing more than luring Alex into the blast zone and then relying on explosives to kill it. Sigh. This guy won't listen to reason. You guessed right. Can you pull it off? Yes. Chen Yu drew his pistol and aimed it at Alex. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Chapter 74, The Pit. The bullet struck Alex squarely between the eyebrows. Nice shot. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow in praise. A white mark appeared on Alex's forehead where he'd been struck while unconscious. After being shot, Alex immediately showed signs of waking up. The vines covering its body began to writhe rapidly. Bang! Chen Yu raised his hand and fired another shot. The bullet struck Alex's cheek once more. Alex fully regained consciousness. He braced himself with one hand, slowly rising to his feet before turning his head toward Fong Hong and the others. At the same time, Sister Lee immediately activated her perception barrier, shielding them from the senses of the surrounding ordinary zombies. Alex, a 4th-tier mutated zombie, remained unaffected by the perception barrier. His gaze locked onto Fong Hong and the others as he strode forward, closing in on Chen Yu. "Run!" Fong Hong bellowed, and everyone turned and fled. Alex continued his pursuit until he was lured into the central crossroads Fong Hong had strategically designed. Haozhou kept a close eye on Alex's movements. "He's here." Haozhou pressed the detonator button for the small explosive charge. Boom! 12 small explosive charges preset at the central intersection detonated simultaneously. The timing was perfect. The detonation points triggered flawlessly. Fong Hong also kept his eyes fixed on Alex. He was grateful to have encountered Haozhou, such an expert in explosives. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed throughout Hope Town. The earth shook violently. Nearly every zombie in the town simultaneously turned their heads toward the source of the explosion. They hesitated for about half a second. Then, they turned their bodies and staggered toward the source of the sound. Despite being prepared, the deafening roar still caused a brief ringing in Chen Yu's ears. He felt the ground sway beneath his feet, causing him to stumble uncontrollably. By the time he regained his footing, his vision was filled with swirling yellow dust. His vision obstructed, he couldn't make out the situation within the dust cloud, much less confirm Alex's condition. Chen Yu heightened his vigilance to the utmost. He also noticed that this explosion was exceptionally precise, far more so than he had anticipated. But the explosion alone could never kill Alex. At best, it could only wound Alex. The wails of the zombies filled his ears. Chen Yu glanced back again. Zombies were surging toward the explosion site from all directions. No! The explosion had been too successful, causing the zombies to swarm toward them in a frenzy. If they didn't run now, they'd be surrounded and devoured alive by the horde. "Run! If we don't move now, we won't." As he spoke, Chen Yu made out a blurry figure in the smoke. The rest of his sentence caught in his throat. "Ha? Where's Alex? Where the hell is he?" Chen Yu was still frozen in shock when Fong Hong suddenly bellowed. "Chen Yu! Quick! Grab your men and follow me." Chen Yu whipped his head around and saw Fong Hong charging headfirst into the nearby cloud of smoke. In the blink of an eye, Fong Hong and Haozhou's group vanished within it. Where are they going? What was going on? Chen Yu took 2 quick steps forward, then froze in his tracks. A crater. The ground at the center of the intersection had been blown apart by explosives, leaving a massive crater. Alex had fallen into the deep pit below precisely because of the ground collapse caused by the explosion. Below, it was pitch black, impossible to see what lay there. "Hurry! Don't just stand there! Come over here!" Chen Yu turned his head and saw a manhole cover nearby had been blown off. Haozhou poked half his head out from the sewer, waving at them. Chen Yu realized. No doubt about it, the pit was their design. The explosion itself wasn't meant to kill Alex, but to create a ground collapse. But what next? What then? "Captain? What do we do? Quick! Let's all get into the sewer." With the surrounding zombies closing in, Chen Yu had no time to dwell on such matters. He directed his squad members to quickly follow him into the sewer system. Chen Yu brought up the rear, crawling into the sewer last and casually closing the manhole cover behind him. The moment he climbed down the ladder and landed on the ground, an indescribable stench assaulted his nostrils. Seeing the black face masks covering Fong Hong and the others, Chen Yu suddenly understood. So that's what the masks were for. But Chen Yu had no time to retrieve his own mask from his backpack. His gaze darted away from Fong Hong and the others in the sewer, searching for Alex's figure. Where was Alex? What was that? Another hole. Why was there such a huge hole in the sewer floor? Chen Yu couldn't help but look up. The hole from the previous ground collapse was directly above the pit. And after the explosion, Alex, who should have been standing directly at the center of the intersection, should have fallen straight into the deep pit of the sewer. Was all this part of Fong Hong's plan? Chen Yu was momentarily stunned. He hurried to the edge of the pit and peered down. The pit was at least 7 or 8 meters deep. Roar! Alex, who had fallen into the deep pit, let out a furious roar. Watch out! Distracted, Chen Yu heard a shout. Fong Hong yanked Chen Yu away from the edge of the pit. Looking down, he saw several vines bursting out of the pit, violently piercing the spot where Chen Yu had been standing. More vines burrowed up from beneath the pit. The vines embedded themselves firmly into the crevices of the rock. Alex was using the vines extending from his body to find leverage points. He was trying to break free. Trying to escape? Kunta and Kunba approached, each carrying a bucket of gasoline. They poured it fiercely onto the vines, then tossed the remaining gasoline buckets directly into the pit, smashing them onto Alex. Roar! Alex roared again. The vines extending from his body rapidly contracted, pulling his body toward the top of the pit. Stand aside. I'll handle this. Fong Hong drew his focused flamethrower, stepped forward, and pressed the trigger at the vines on the ground. Boom! Slender blue flames flickered and danced. The vines were highly flammable to begin with, let alone being coated in gasoline. The flames roared along the vines, spreading to Alex's body in an instant. Roar! Alex, who had been using the vines to contract mid-air, was now engulfed in flames. He let out a howl and plummeted back into the pit. So this was Fong Hang's plan all along, using the fire pit within the sewer to incinerate the fourth stage mutated zombie, Alex. From the explosion to the D pit, then to the fire pit. It was all they're doing. Unbelievable. Did their squad dig this massive pit? Damn it. How long would it take to dig a pit this huge? It's only been half a day since the Federation announced the mission, right? How did they manage it? Even if they dug non-stop without eating or drinking, it's absolutely impossible to dig a hole this big. Could one of them have a talent for operating excavators? Shen Yu turned around, staring at Fong Hong in utter shock. He noticed Fong Hong tilting his head upward, gazing toward the heights, a sly, triumphant smile playing on his lips. What the hell is he looking at? Puzzled, Shen Yu instinctively tilted his head back, following Fong Hang's gaze toward the sky. Chapter 75, Robust Physique. The ceiling of the sewer had been blown open by the explosion, leaving a massive hole in the road surface. Circles upon circles of zombies surrounded the hole. They had all been drawn by the sound of the explosion. The densely packed zombies jostled and shoved against one another. Soon. Thud. A single thud. A zombie plummeted from the air, crashing into the pit of flames. That sound seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Thud. Thud. One after another. The zombies tumbled out of holes in the pavement like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, landing steadily into the burning pits within the sewers. The flames in the D pits swiftly consumed the zombies. Is he farming zombies? Shen Yu was utterly stunned by the scene before him. He turned his head, his gaze toward Fong Hong now tinged with a hint of fear. Was this part of your plan too? With so many zombies outside, how many points could he possibly farm? This efficiency is terrifying. Notification: you have killed a regular zombie. You have gained 2 survival points. Notice: you have killed a common zombie. You have gained 2 survival points. Notice: you killed a regular zombie. You gained 2 survival points. Notice: you have killed a common zombie. Heh, plan successful. Fong Hong glanced at the game log bar flooded with notifications and muttered to himself. That fully automated zombie pit version 3.5 circulating online is actually pretty impressive. Watching the fire pit burn relentlessly, Haozhou and his group were utterly thrilled. Standing at the edge of the pit, they watched Alex struggle beneath the flames. Its health bar slowly dwindled. Soon, the negative effects of lingering in the sewer kicked in, and one by one, they received warnings in their game logs. Haozhou covered his nose and mouth with his hand, glancing at Fong Hong. Fong Hong, I can't hold on much longer. Staying here any longer will start draining our health. Fong Hong replied, you guys go first. Evacuate via Route A. I'll farm some zombies for a bit longer. The others stared at Fong Hong in silence. Kill a few more zombies? Is this even human speech? Shen Yu frowned and asked, then what about you? I've got this. Hurry up. Haozhou's placement of the small explosive charges was too perfect. Nearly every zombie in the entire town was drawn to the violent explosion. The number of zombies tumbling from the sky far exceeded Fong Hang's expectations. This meant the fuel and gasoline Fong Hong had on hand wouldn't be enough. Fong Hong thought for a moment before adding, oh, and once you get back, see if you can get me some gasoline. Got it. Haozhou trusted Fong Hong implicitly. He gave his word, then turned and led the team away. Though they all wanted to stay and witness Alex's demise firsthand, they understood the risks. What if Alex had too much health? What if even 12 barrels of gasoline couldn't burn him to death? The plan had progressed this far, and success was within sight. They couldn't afford such a rookie mistake. Shen Yu's squad members had long since donned their black masks. They exchanged glances. They too wanted to stay, but constrained by the sewer's foul stench debuff, they had no choice but to evacuate alongside Haozhou and the others. Watching Haozhou and the others depart, Fong Hong replaced his black mask and continued observing the zombies falling into the pit from above. Whether ordinary zombies or mutated ones, none survived after falling into the pit. The fully automated Corpse Pit 3.5 optimized version was simply too good to pass up. No effort required, just stand there. Countless survival points poured into Fong Hang's account. The rate at which these points accumulated was absolutely explosive. In just 5 minutes, Fong Hong had already amassed 10,000 survival points. The only downside is that everything the zombies drop except for evolution crystals gets incinerated in the pit. Warning, your health is rapidly depleting. Exit the sewer environment immediately. Warning, you are at imminent risk of infection. He couldn't hold on any longer. Another 5 minutes passed. As his health began to drop visibly, Fang Hong frowned and hurried toward the opposite end of the sewer. In the villa's garden, Fang Hong poked his head out of the sewer and gasped for air. The back garden had been completely overrun by zombie clones. Any zombie that dared to wander into the back garden was instantly swarmed and eliminated by the clones. Fang Hong pulled a bottle of emergency spray from his backpack and sprayed it vigorously into his nose. Notice, you used a healing spray. Your health is rapidly recovering. His health rapidly increased. After waiting 3 minutes until the lingering stench in his nose finally vanished, Fang Hong returned to infiltrate the sewer system. Alex burned fiercely for a full hour before finally being reduced to a charred, blackened mass. Notice, you have defeated the Tier 4 mutated zombie Alex. Notice, you have obtained a Tier 3 evolution crystal. Notice, as the first player team in this world to defeat a Tier 4 mutated zombie, you receive the highest tier reward based on team contribution, 1 random A-grade skill book. Prompt, random selection in progress. Notice, you have obtained the skill book, Robust Physique. Skill Robust Constitution. Description, upon learning, grants an additional +2 to base constitution and +2 to base strength, along with a slight boost to poison resistance. Each level increase grants an additional +0.5 constitution and +0.5 strength. Maximum level, 30. Skill description, activate to instantly consume 60% of maximum stamina and restore 80% of maximum health cooldown, 6 hours. This is good stuff. Fang Hong quickly assessed the skill book's value with a glance. A powerful skill book that boosts base attributes, plus it comes with an instant health recovery skill. A whopping 80% of maximum health restored. Most crucially, his zombie clone could inherit this skill's effect. Since zombies lack stamina points, this meant casting the skill came at 0 cost. It was essentially like the zombie gained an extra half-life. Fang Hong tapped the skill book against his head, temporarily stowing the 3rd tier evolution crystal in his backpack. Notice, player learns skill Robust Physique. Notice, you have acquired the skill Robust Physique LV1. Ha! Fang Hong suddenly realized that after learning the Robust Physique skill, the dizziness caused by the sewer's foul stench seemed to lessen slightly. The stench wasn't quite as unbearable as before either. This must be the effect of the slight boost to poison resistance. Fang Hong murmured to himself. At the same time, Haozhou and the others, who were purchasing gasoline from the Federation at the Federation warehouse, also received the game notification. Everyone simultaneously stopped what they were doing and excitedly opened their game logs to check. While Haozhou obtained a B grade skill book, the others each received C+ grade skill books. Lifting their heads, everyone saw the joy on each other's faces. It worked! Following the Apocalypse merchant's relative on quests really paid off. This time around, the rewards were plentiful. Chapter 76, Talent Enhancement Plan. The fire pit burned for over 10 hours. Only as the sun began to set did Fang Hong toss the last empty gasoline drum into the pit. He looked up. Numerous zombies still gathered around the ground hole, continuing to tumble into the pit one after another. The flames were gradually dying down. After this battle, Fang Hong had eliminated at least 3/4 of all the zombies within Hope Town. Fang Hong took stock. In just one day, he had amassed a whopping 110,000 survival points. It was almost time to consider leaving Hope Town early. Staying here any longer would significantly slow down the efficiency of farming zombies. Moreover, with the drastic reduction in zombies within Hope Town, player squads from outside the town and Federation players would gradually begin entering the town to search for supplies. At that point, his zombie clones would encounter players, making trouble more likely. Fang Hong felt he'd already been greedy enough this time around. The town had little left to offer. It would be best to return as soon as possible. Additionally, Fang Hong was somewhat concerned about the situation at the prison shelter. Before leaving the prison, Fang Hong had instructed Liao Bufan to keep a close watch on the snake prisoners from Dawn Games. Should they make any moves, Jimmy would locate him in the real world immediately. Jimmy hadn't contacted him yet, which meant the prison's sanctuary was still safe for now. Let's go. First, we're going to collect what's owed from the Federation. Get our hands on that large cargo truck. Fang Hong flicked his wrist. The thick layer of evolution crystals deposited within the underground cavern transformed into a crimson glow, all of it being sucked into Fang Hong's palm at once. Notice, you have obtained 17 evolution crystal fragments and 56 complete evolution crystals. Not bad haul. Boom. Boom boom. The complete evolution crystals exploded one after another in Fang Hong's hands. Waves of crimson mist were absorbed into his palms. After absorbing over 30 complete evolution crystals, Fang Hong's level finally rose to 10. Notice, your level has increased to LV 10. Notice, due to your innate skill, you have additionally gained 10 zombie clones. Notice, you have reached level 10. You may now search for and complete personal talent enhancement schemes within the game. Notice, talent enhancement can only be completed when the player reaches level 10. Here it comes, talent enhancement. Fang Hong's eyes lit up. A special feature of the main god game. In the game, all players who reach level 10 will undergo their first talent enhancement. To enhance, one must first find an enhancement plan. Talent enhancement plans are tailored to each player's innate abilities and are categorized into tiers based on their potency. The higher the enhancement plan's tier, the greater the enhancement effect. As for the enhancement blueprints themselves, they must be obtained by triggering quests across various game worlds through player exploration. Specifically for zombie apocalypse games, most players only need to raise the apocalypse merchant's favor to a certain level to obtain talent enhancement blueprints ranging from D to C+ grade. Obtaining enhancement blueprints above B rank becomes extremely difficult. Throughout the game's operation, the vast majority of players have only found enhancement plans ranging from D to C. Only super large organizations like the Federation have the opportunity to seek out a grade, or even S-grade talent enhancement plans. According to the Federation's annual reports, fewer than 10 players actually complete a Tier 1 S-grade enhancement plan each year. The original owner of Fong Heng's body had obtained a B+ grade enhancement modification plan. The specific additional attributes granted extra stat boosts and reduced respawn time for zombie clones, while also slightly increasing their movement speed. Additionally, players could only awaken and complete their first talent enhancement upon reaching level 10. If a player surpasses level 10 without completing enhancement, their first enhancement opportunity is effectively wasted. Fong Hong lowered his head and thought. Talent enhancement was non-negotiable. Leveling up could wait after all, gaining another level would only add 11 zombie clones, failing to bring about a qualitative change. The question was where to find the enhancement formula. Got it. Huang Ming Games. As a major gaming corporation, Phoenix Cry had established a colossal sanctuary within the Zombie Apocalypse Zone 6 server, ranking 4th among the 10 major factions across the entire Zone 6. The original owner of this body once found an online report stating that Phoenix Cry had completed 2 S-rank talent enhancement procedures within 8 years. This means the company must possess documentation for S-rank talent enhancement protocols. Looks like I'll have to figure out a way from within the company itself see how I can get my hands on that protocol. Fong Hong murmured to himself. Beyond that, there was the Dark Knight Order. The Dark Knight Order was part of the main storyline in the zombie apocalypse world. Similarly, they are one of the most mysterious and elite NPC factions in the game. They must possess top-tier talent enhancement modification protocols. The rewards I've accumulated from the T-Virus missions should be enough to join the Dark Knights. The question is whether I can get my hands on those enhancement protocols from them. Approaching it from 2 fronts simultaneously should lead to finding those talent enhancement protocols. Fong Hung muttered to himself as he turned and left the sewer. First, he'd return to the Federation to exchange for a large transport vehicle, then head back to the prison. I'm so exhausted. I just want to sleep. After staying up all night yesterday, he'd spent the entire day today energetically watching the Autocorp's pit spawn monsters. Fong Hung hadn't slept at all, surviving solely on downing copious amounts of coffee to stay awake until now. Now that the caffeine wore off, the negative effects of exhaustion began to creep in. Soon, Fong Hang left the Hopetown sewers. Yawning, he arrived at the Federation warehouse and submitted portions of the video footage documenting Alex's defeat to the Federation clerk. Thank you for your assistance to the Federation. We will continue our follow-up investigation into Alex while verifying your recorded footage. Commander Li Weiyu, the direct supervisor of this mission, is highly satisfied with your actions. He has approved the advance payment of your mission reward. Should any issues arise later, we will contact Phoenix Gaming Company directly. Fong Hong recalled the Federation officer he'd seen not long ago. That man always wore a stern expression who knew he was actually quite decent? In truth, the Federation consistently adopted a conciliatory policy toward ordinary citizens, especially toward gifted players like Fong Hung. The Federation had always maintained a recruitment-oriented stance. Even if someone refused their overtures, the Federation wouldn't force the issue. They prioritize peace and cooperation. The Federation needs to focus more of its energy on higher-tier main god games. The competition there is far more brutal. For them, that is the true battleground. Chapter 77, Rewards Secured. As for the Zombie Apocalypse, Vampire Apocalypse, and Wasteland Apocalypse, these 3 entry-level game worlds combined had over 30 mirror servers. The Federation truly struggles to manage them all. Their primary task was to maintain stability in these foundational games and preserve societal equilibrium. If someone could establish a large-scale faction in the zombie apocalypse to provide players with shelter, the Federation would be delighted. They might even offer some assistance free of charge. The prerequisite is that this individual has a clean record and does not disrupt the stability of the game world. As for whether they could become the server's leader, the Federation didn't care. Their annual investment in the game far exceeds their returns. Of course, there is one thing the Federation would spare no effort to secure: the ending of the game world. The ending signifies belonging. Thank you. You're welcome. Regarding compensation, as per our agreement, it's 500 main god points. Due to the game's transaction limit, we can split the transfers over several months, or you may opt for physical goods exchange. I need to exchange for physical goods a Ural 790 military off-road transport vehicle, the one costing 465 main god points, item number GY529128 in the main god space. Fong Hong had prepared in advance. While watching the automated corpse pits this afternoon, he had been browsing transport vehicles in the main god space. The young lady behind the counter glanced at Fong Hong in surprise. A large military transport vehicle? Why would he want something like that? Certainly. We'll arrange it promptly. Delivery is expected tomorrow afternoon. You have 35 remaining main god points. Would you like to claim it now? Redeem them for me, thank you. Notice, you have obtained 35 main god points. Federal reward secured. Counting the previous mission, Old Black requested to blow up the generator. Fong Hong now had 95 main god points. Earlier, Fong Hong had considered sharing some of the rewards with Haozhou and the others as compensation for this mission. Unfortunately, Haozhou and the others firmly declined, saying the skill books they received were reward enough and they felt awkward taking more. They did mention they'd be open to collaborating on similar missions in the future. So Fong Hong could only compensate them with extra food supplies instead. After all, Fong Hong had more than enough food now. A large portion of it risked spoiling if left unused. Overcome by exhaustion, Fong Hong simply found a clean spot in the warehouse, threw down a makeshift bed, and logged off. Team 12 doesn't even have a break room or recliners. I'll just have to sleep at the villa. Huang Ming Game Company. Morning meeting. This weekly routine meeting included not only the company's senior executives but also all team leaders from the game development departments. Fong Hong, unaware of this meeting, was naturally absent. Which team accepted the Federation's mission to eliminate Alex? Why was it approved without my authorization? Around the conference table, the attendees exchanged bewildered glances. The Alex-related mission? Wasn't it unclaimed? Amid the silence, the female assistant timidly spoke up. Sister Ru, this mission was personally approved by President Sheen. Sheen again? What is she thinking? Ever since she arrived, she's turned the company upside down. All the messes she's caused before, we've been the ones cleaning up after her. If you can't contribute, don't just cause trouble. Li Ru exploded on the spot. This rage, fueled by jealousy, was 3 parts genuine and 7 parts feigned. Li Ru had been eyeing the CEO position for ages. It had seemed like a sure thing, but then Qin Shuran suddenly parachuted in, becoming the company's executive vice president overnight. On the same level as her. How long had it taken her to climb to this position? And now this wet behind the ears rookie, barely out of school, dares to stand on equal footing with her? Now he's even become her biggest rival for the CEO position. How dare she? From that day onward, Li Ru had been secretly targeting her. The Federation has always been a crucial client for us. If this mission fails, can she shoulder the responsibility? Many present were aware of the tension between President Li and President Qin. Most quietly watched the drama unfold, enjoying the spectacle of Li Ru's performance. Others, however, had been straightforwardly deceived by Li Ru and were equally filled with righteous indignation. Li Ru was skillfully stirring up the crowd's emotions, attempting to secure greater benefits for herself. Suddenly, a timid voice interrupted her. But, Ms. Li, the Federation's mission has already been completed. Li Ru's expression shifted several times in an instant. She froze in place, utterly flustered. Put. Amid the silence, Gu Yijie couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh out loud. Li Ru glared at Gu Yijie. What are you laughing at? Nothing, nothing. Gu Yijie waved his hands, looking utterly innocent. Just suddenly remembered a joke. Li Ru turned her head, directing her anger at the young assistant. Explain yourself. What exactly is going on here? This morning we received a response from the Federation regarding the mission. They confirmed they reviewed the mission footage submitted last night and verified the mission's completion. They expressed their sincere gratitude to our Huangming company. Special thanks also go to Mr. Fong Hong for his assistance to the Federation. The young assistant reported with his head bowed, not daring to look at Li Ru. She too had been in disbelief when she first received the news that morning. The Federation is very satisfied with this operation and stated they will strengthen cooperation with us in the future. Li Ru's face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. She felt like she'd swallowed. Li Ru had already inquired extensively from multiple sources this mission concerning Alex was absolutely impossible to accomplish. Why did it end like this? Were these people all a bunch of useless trash? The team leaders of the Zombie Apocalypse game group exchanged bewildered glances. Then they began whispering among themselves. They all knew how difficult this mission was. The real challenge lay in the time constraints. Since the game had just launched, players' overall strength was still low. Even after transferring servers, the highest level players were only level 4, offering little combat capability. Even a colossus like the Federation, having emptied their coffers to procure 2 rocket launchers, couldn't take down Alex. What could they possibly do? Therefore, after deliberation, all teams reached the same conclusion. This is an impossible mission. But now, Fong Hong? Who is he? What qualifications does he have to accomplish that mission? Most people present had never heard the name Fong Hung. Mr. Lee, Team 12 has achieved such results in such a short time. I'd say Mr. Chin's leadership is pretty solid after all. Gui Jie stood up with a casual stretch. I'm exhausted. Let's call it a day here. I'll be heading out first. You all carry on. Li Ru gritted her teeth in fury, her gaze fixed on Gui Jie. Oh, and speaking of which, didn't you request access to the S-Class Talent Enhancement Scheme task permissions a few days ago? I think we should discuss this with Mr. Chin too. After all, there's only one slot left for this task. We need to be cautious, right? Chapter 78, Military Off-Road Transport Vehicle. The next day, Fong Hong slept until noon. Thinking about logging in to claim the off-road transport vehicle he'd been longing for, Fong Hong decided not to return to the company. He hurried downstairs for a quick bite before logging into the game pod right there in the villa. Inside the warehouse, the military transport vehicle had already been delivered, parked quietly behind the Federation's temporary resource point warehouse. Shen Yu brought Fong Hong to inspect the goods. Item, Ural 790, Military Off-Road Transport Vehicle. Description, full-time all-wheel drive with independent suspension system and central tire inflation system. Capable of carrying passengers. Effective payload, 4.5 tons off-road, 6 tons on hard surfaces. Operable in temperatures ranging from 50°C to 50°C. Fong Hong, not bad, huh? This big guy won't fit in a backpack. We've topped off the fuel for you, ready to roll anytime. Shen Yu was far more cordial than when they last met. He'd received orders from higher-ups to cultivate Fong Hong as much as possible. Recruiting him to work for the Federation would be ideal. No need to thank me. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. That's all. I'm very satisfied. The transport vehicle specs were nothing short of luxurious. Fong Hong rubbed his wrists, eager to test its feel. With this, he hoped to haul away all the corpse vines in the town in one go. It would also make deliveries much more convenient in the future. The Federation proved incredibly reliable, even going so far as to fill the truck's tank with fuel. Glad you're satisfied. By the way, I'm asking on behalf of Commander Lee, would you be interested in joining our Federation? Fong Hong raised his eyebrows in surprise. What? Join the Federation? With all his shady past, the Federation actually wants to recruit him? This was the first time Chun Yu had ever acted as a recruiter. He scratched his head awkwardly. If you're interested in joining the Federation, we can help you submit an application to join the core team directly. Right, our benefits are pretty sweet, great meals, and if you perform well, we can even assign you a girlfriend. Shen Yu trailed off mid-sentence. Anyway, the benefits are pretty sweet. A sheepish, single-guy grin spread across Chen Yu's face. He figured someone built like Fong Hong probably didn't have such practical concerns. Thanks, I'll think about it. Great. Players with your skills are always welcome in our Federation. If you're interested, feel free to reach out to me. Let's add each other as friends. We can stay in touch, and you can reach out to us if you ever need anything. After yesterday's devastating battle against Alex, Chen Yu had become thoroughly impressed with Fong Hong. After analyzing the footage provided by Chen Yu and Fong Hong, the Federation team gave Fong Hong's team extremely high praise. The corpse pit concept itself wasn't particularly groundbreaking, but executing it was incredibly difficult. Ordinary people simply couldn't pull it off. Even the Federation itself couldn't pull it off. After reviewing the footage multiple times, two persistent issues continued to trouble the Federation team. First, to ensure the explosion would collapse the intersection's roadway, most of the durability of the sewer ceiling had already been deliberately compromised by hammering away at it. This is why the ground collapsed instantly from just over a dozen small explosive charges. How long would it take to manually reduce a layer of durability? And how long would it take to excavate the deep pit within the sewer? How did Fong Hong's team manage to accomplish both tasks within such a short time frame? The second question, and the one that puzzled the Federation the most. How did the horde of zombies entrenched in the sewers vanish? Damn it! But the Federation now had no energy left to investigate how Fong Hong's team had accomplished the mission. Now, the Federation faced an even greater problem. The Federation had previously invested significant effort, even offering a hefty bounty, in their attempts to eliminate Alex. Their primary objective had been to obtain Alex's corpse after its demise. The corpse had been burned to a charred mass. They had to expend greater effort and consume a large sum of main god points to exchange for high-tier items from the main god space, obtaining only a small portion of research samples from Alex's corpse. There was no alternative. This was part of the zombie apocalypse main quest, closely tied to the outcome. No matter the cost, the Federation must complete the main quest as swiftly as possible. Let's collaborate again next time. Definitely. Next time, drinks are on me. After adding each other as friends, Shen Yu waved goodbye to Fong Hong as he watched the latter drive away in his big truck. Shen Yu suddenly sensed something was off. That's strange. Isn't that direction toward Hopetown? Why'd he take the big truck to Hopetown? Soon, Fong Hong drove the truck to a stop at the eastern gate of Hopetown. News of the drastically reduced zombie population within Hopetown had already spread rapidly. Fong Hong noticed several player teams stationed outside the town entrance, observing the situation from a distance. Worried that the truck might be forcibly damaged or stolen if left outside, Fong Hong had to spend a little extra time. He commanded his zombie clones to personally greet them at the town entrance. Before long, the players scouting the town's outskirts witnessed a startling sight. A group of zombie clones staggered together at the town entrance. They formed a line, slowly clearing the way forward. Behind them, a military truck followed closely, slowly entering Hopetown. Begin tallying the spoils. Back at the temporary shelter, Fong Hong rubbed his hands together excitedly as he opened his character panel to tally the results. Yesterday's total haul amounted to nearly 120,000 survival points and over 9,000 evolution crystal fragments. Enough to complete the transformation of 40 zombie clones into vine parasites. Excellent. Transforming into a corpse vine parasite would swiftly convert all those points into raw combat power. Fong Hong directed his zombie clones one by one to approach the modified corpse vines, completing the parasitic transformation. Notice, you spent 120,000 survival points and 4,000 evolution crystal fragments to complete the parasitism of 40 zombies. After reaching player level 10, Fong Hong now commands 55 zombie clones. Among them, 43 have completed the corpse vine modification, leaving 12 unmodified. After modification, the individual strength of each zombie clone surged dramatically. Taking on a first-tier mutated zombie one-on-one posed little problem. With these 43 vine zombies, Fong Hong felt invincible once more. Without considering player interference, he could even deploy these vine zombies to clear out the entire Hopetown. Moreover, beyond idling to gather supplies and clear wandering zombies, the zombie clones could also assist in defending the prison. At this stage, who could possibly breach a defensive network formed by these vine zombies? Those weaklings from the Dawn Guild? What difference would it make if they came here? They'd just be delivering themselves on a platter. Fong Hong commanded the vine zombie clones to transport 10 pots of corpse vines into the rear of the truck. Finally, he crammed 7 vine zombies into the truck bed. 1 more squeezed into the cab. To save travel time, Fong Hong ordered all remaining zombies to stab each other to death on the spot. Done. Let's go home. Chapter 79, Mission Settlement. 4 hours later, Fong Hong arrived outside the Apocalypse camp. Before heading back to the prison, I might as well submit the T-virus mission while I'm here. Fong Hong muttered to himself, first parking to unload several vine zombies by the roadside before driving the truck into the Doomsday Merchant camp. The NPC unloaders inside the merchant camp spotted Fong Heng's truck and assumed fresh cargo had arrived. They instinctively swarmed around, ready to unload the cargo. No. There's nothing in the truck. Everyone, disperse. Fong Hong smiled wryly, waving his hands to shoo away the NPC unloaders. The truck was loaded with zombie vines. What if they accidentally got infected? I swear, I'm not delivering supplies this time. The back of the truck is loaded with dangerous infectious agents. Don't get too close. After shouting for a while, the NPC unloaders finally dispersed. Hearing the commotion outside, Vidal emerged from the small cabin. His eyes lit up when he spotted the military truck parked in the clearing. My friend. Is this your new ride? Ha 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 ha. Haven't seen you in days, looks like you've struck it rich again out there. Come in for a drink, it's on me. Ha ha, you guessed right. I made a trip to Hopetown and came back with quite a haul. Fong Hong was in high spirits as he laughed heartily and followed Vidal into the cabin. Try this new wine I received just the other day. Once inside, Vidal pulled a bottle of aged liquor from beneath the counter and began boasting. In times like these, it's rare to come by such fine liquor. Hold off on the drinking for now. First, settle the accounts for this mission. Fong Hong feared Vidal might get drunk. He pulled 2 vials of T-virus serum from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Oh, you really got your hands on it this fast? Whittler gasped in astonishment at the T-virus serum Fong Hong had casually produced. Vidal's expression turned utterly astonished, even visibly excited. He carefully picked up the T-virus serum and examined it in his palm. You actually got 2 doses? Honestly, Fong Hong, you've completely blown me away. This is astonishing. Trust me, these 2 vials of T-virus serum will make the Dark Knight Order look at you with newfound respect. Look at me with new respect? This is just the beginning. With this mission reward alone, I'm ready to clean out their entire stash. Fong Hong thought to himself. Vidal, hold your horses. Take a look at these first. Saying this, Fong Hong took out the corpsevine samples, corpsevine parasite samples, and Alex samples from his backpack one by one, arranging them neatly on the counter. Whittler looked at the specimens with a puzzled expression. Ha? Fong Hong, what are these things? It's complicated to explain. Just look at this one and you'll understand. Fong Hong then handed over the researcher's manual he had taken from the hospital's secret lab. Game logs began flashing messages frequently. Notice, task settlement in progress. Mission name, locate the T-virus serum. Difficulty, SSS. Primary objective, locate the T-virus serum. Current basic objective completion, 200%. Optional side mission 1, collect corpse vine samples 1.5x base reward bonus. Side mission 1 completion, 100%. Optional side quest 2, collect corpse vine parasite samples 2x base reward. Side quest 2 completion, 507%. Optional side quest 3, locate Alex's body or sample 4x base reward bonus. Side quest 3 completion, 200%. Total mission completion rate, 200%. 1 plus 1.5 100% plus 2 507% plus 4 200% equals 4128%. Holy cow! A whopping 41x reward. Turns out I'm this greedy after all. Fong Hong was genuinely taken aback as he scanned the stream of messages flooding his game log. This calculation formula differed somewhat from what he had anticipated, yet it was still astonishing enough. Vettel swiftly flipped through the experimental notes Fong Hong had handed him. His excitement grew with every page, his bearded face flushing crimson with fervor. Fong Hong, this is incredible. I never imagined you could achieve this level of progress. Corpse vines. That mutated plant life actually exists. Unbelievable. Good heavens. It's a high-tier experimental subject. Alex? You killed it. And obtained its living specimen. Do you realize? With these samples, the Dark Knight Order's research program will advance significantly. We might even find a way to restore peace to this world. Whittler had never been so incoherent in his speech. Overwhelmed with excitement, his eyes burned as he stared at Fong Hong, his voice rising several octaves beyond his control. Fong Hong, your discovery and these samples you brought back are invaluable. Do you realize? You might just change this world. Is all this excitement really necessary? It's not that serious. Ahem. Fong Hong cleared his throat lightly. Alright, I get it, Vettel. Calm down, calm down. Excited? No. This isn't excitement. The Dark Knight Order will go absolutely mad when they find out about these samples. Whittler forced himself to calm down, carefully picking up the various experimental subject samples from the counter. Fong Hong, I could have settled your reward directly, but I'm afraid your mission completion has far exceeded the scope of what I can offer. I'll contact my friend in the Dark Knight Order immediately. He'll come see you personally to settle your mission rewards. Is that acceptable? Absolutely no problem, Vittel. Ha ha ha. Having a friend like you makes me proud. Stay here tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. I'll call my friend right now. Trust me, once he hears this news, he'll rush over tonight. I'll bet you 50 cents you'll see him by first light tomorrow. Notice, you've excelled in completing the mission. Your rapport with Vittel has significantly increased. Vettel, let's skip tonight's celebration. We can do it another time. I have business to attend to and need to return to the prison shelter as soon as possible. Fong Hong gestured toward the large truck outside. I brought back some specialties from Hopetown. It's not safe for them to stay here overnight. Vettel glanced at the truck outside. Alright then. We'll save this fine bottle for tomorrow's celebration. Will you be free to come here tomorrow morning? That friend from the Dark Knights will surely want to see you first thing. Of course, no problem. By the way, I have a question I'd like to consult you about. It's regarding the talent enhancement program. Do you know anything about this? Oh? So soon? Your special talent has awakened too? Vettel looked at Fong Hong and nodded. Indeed. Since the zombie apocalypse began, many have awakened special talents. Given your abilities, it makes perfect sense that you've awakened yours too. Chapter 80, a grade talent enhancement program. Well, you've come to the right person. I have quite a few enhancement protocols here that can boost talent abilities. Heh, given our friendship, I'll give you the best one for free, just don't tell anyone. Vettel turned away and retrieved a rolled-up paper list from a box behind the counter. Here. This is from my personal collection. Notice, you have obtained Personal Talent Enhancement Plan Unidentified Tier, A1. Prompt, you may spend 300 survival points to appraise this blueprint. Note, upon successful appraisal, the main god will generate a talent evolution plan tailored to the player's current talents. Note, upon appraisal completion, this plan will become soul-bound. An A-grade enhancement plan? They say the highest enhancement plan you can exchange for at the Doomsday Merchant Camp is B. Who knew Vittel would actually offer an A-grade one? Fong Hong thought to himself that this truly counted as Vittel's prized possession. Though his current goal was an S-grade talent enhancement plan. Thank you, Vittel. I feel the depth of our friendship. Of course. I've always been generous with friends, that's what people outside say. Notice, you spent 300 survival points to complete the appraisal. You obtained the Personal Talent Enhancement Modification Plan Zombie Clone Physique Enhancement. Personal Talent Enhancement Protocol Zombie Clone Physique Enhancement. Grade, A. Enhancement Description, collect relevant materials to complete talent enhancement. Enhancement Effect Description, your zombie clone inherits an additional 300% health bonus from your main body and gains extra carrying capacity. It receives a 30% bonus to all Constitution attribute checks. Fong Hong scrutinized the enhancement description. He was extremely dissatisfied. His current zombie clone already boasts over 1000 HP, more than enough durability. It was more than sufficient to handle ordinary zombies. But if he encountered higher level mutated zombies, even doubling the zombie clone's health would be useless. Further enhancing the zombie's physical attributes would yield only marginal gains for Fong Hung. This enhancement plan is completely useless. What do you think? Not satisfied? Whittler detected something in Fong Hang's expression. He shrugged helplessly. Nothing I can do about it. This is the best modification plan I could find. I'm sure the Dark Knight Order has more powerful options. You should try asking them, they're always generous with their own people. Thanks, Vettel. You've always been a great help. I'll come back tomorrow morning. No need to be so formal. We're all helping each other out. Our Doomsday Camp's performance this month is way ahead of the rest. Oh, and our camp is about to upgrade, we're still short on some materials. See if you can. Fong Hong tossed the A-grade enhancement plan he'd snagged for free from the Doomsday Merchant Camp into his backpack. Its stats were too poor for his needs. Leaving the end of the World Merchant Camp, Fong Hong drove his truck back to the prison. Holy crap! Big shot, you've been gone a few days and now you even have a military transport truck. During Fong Hang's absence, Liao Bufan had completed all prison repairs. The prison gates had also been fully restored. Due to the lack of a power system, Liao Bufan had to personally come over to help open the prison gates. Watching the large truck slowly pull into the prison, Liao Bufan's face was filled with envy. This truck is worth a fortune. Boss, where did you get this? Fong Hong parked the truck outside the entrance of Building 3 and jumped out. Hope Town. Got it from the Federation. Liao Bufan swallowed hard. The Federation? What exactly did the boss go out to do? The Federation actually gave him high-end stuff like a military truck? Come on, let's talk inside. Fong Hong and Liao Bufan entered Building 3 together. Over the past few days, Liao Bufan and his team had reinforced and reorganized every area of Building 3 except the basement. The interior had also been meticulously cleaned by NPCs, making it far tidier than before. Any movement from that snake prison gang? Anyone come scouting the prison? They've got no time to bother with us right now. Huh? What do you mean? Liao Bufan shook his head, looking deeply troubled. Ah. They got lucky they found an abandoned iron mine in the forest. An iron mine? That lucky? Fong Hong raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. In the game, iron ore is the most versatile basic mineral resource. What happened? Tell me all about it. Liao Bufan recounted in detail everything that had transpired during Fong Hang's absence. Essentially, the snake prisoners had initially intended to seize the prison and exact revenge. After Snake Prisoner reported intelligence about the prison to the Dawn Gaming Guild, the guild immediately offered strong support, preparing to send members into the game once the server transfer function was activated. During that period, Snake Prisoner had sent scouts to secretly probe the prison's surroundings on multiple occasions. Unexpectedly, just days ago, a group of Chiosha's men stumbled upon an abandoned iron mine deep within the forest. Upon learning this news, the Dawn Guild was overjoyed. On the day server transfers opened, the Dawn Guild dispatched a large number of new players to settle in Zone 8, swiftly seizing control of the abandoned iron ore resource point. The iron ore resource point, combined with the sturdy prison sanctuary. It was the most dreamlike start imaginable. Over the past 2 days, the Dawn Guild has been aggressively purchasing smelting furnaces and other refining equipment, beginning construction around the iron ore resource point. They were bustling with activity, leaving them no time to visit the prison. That's the gist of it. My guess is the prison is their next target. They'll come looking for trouble sooner or later. Earlier today, I even heard them making threats on the survival radio, warning nearby players to evacuate immediately and get out of their way. Fong Hong shrugged. That sounds like their style. Liao Bufan sighed with a hint of worry. Sigh, I've been sneaking over to observe lately. The Dawn Guild already has over 40 members in the game. I reckon they'll soon be able to craft more powerful iron clubs and iron blades using iron ore. Once that happens, they might just make us their first target. Liao Bufan's expression turned unusually grave. Fong Hong, we should prepare early. Fong Hong lowered his head in thought. He found Liao Bufan's words utterly reasonable. Rather than passively defending, it was better to strike first to eliminate them once and for all while they were still building their strength. The most crucial point was iron ore. Iron ore. Whether it was upgrading and expanding the shelter or crafting basic production items, iron ore was a fundamental consumable. If we don't go raid it now, how could we sleep soundly tonight? Chapter 81, Raid the Place. Fong Hong felt no qualms about looting the prison Snake Gang's supplies. In fact, when the prison was attacked by Snake and his crew earlier, Fong Hong had considered eliminating them completely. But his strength hadn't been sufficient back then. Snake Prisoner and his crew were all combat-talented players. If he pushed them too far and they fought back desperately, and he accidentally lost one of his mercenaries, then Fong Hong would have to fork over a hefty sum of bail money, and it would sting for a long time. Now the situation was entirely different. After the Hopetown incident, his zombie clone had undergone extraordinary enhancement. Having slept through the entire morning, he felt no trace of drowsiness now. Decided. Tonight, he would raid that mine shaft. Fong Hong made up his mind and looked up. You're right. We need to prepare early. Tonight, I'll go find them and settle this trouble once and for all. What? Boss, what did you just say? Liao Bufan was completely dumbfounded. He blinked, utterly bewildered. Me? What did I say? I only told you to prepare your defenses. You're acting like you're going to pick a fight with them? Fong Hong? You want to make a move tonight? Calm down, Fong Hong wore an air of complete confidence. Don't worry, I have a plan. Liao Bufan fell silent. Those 4 words "I have a plan" stuck with Liao Bufan. He recalled Fong Hong saying the exact same thing last time. At first, he hadn't believed it either. Later, Fong Hong pulled out the focused flamethrower and dealt a severe beating to the spider zombies in the underground passage. I'll take the night watch. You go rest. You've been working hard these past few days. Alright, I'll catch some sleep. Wake me if anything happens. Liao Bufan quickly came to terms with it. Why bother worrying so much? Whatever the boss says goes. Whoever he tells us to take down, we take down. Forget about everything else, just stick close to the boss. After Liao Bufan logged off, Fong Hong stepped outside Building 3. He maneuvered the vine zombies on the military truck back and forth several times, moving all the corpse vines into the newly constructed super-sized shelter in the basement. After a moment's thought, Fong Hong personally crafted a wooden keep-out sign and affixed it to the entrance of the basement shelter. Anyone who dared to trespass would have only themselves to blame. After completing all this, Fong Hong ordered the 8 vine zombies to head toward the abandoned iron ore mining area. He returned to the newly cleared private lounge on the first floor. Fong Hong lit a bonfire. He set up the grill. As he fiddled with the large skewers of meat on the grill, his mind drifted into deep thought. The upgraded vine zombies had roughly an 80-20 win rate in one-on-one combat against first-tier mutated zombies. So how effective would they be against players in actual combat? At this stage, only a handful of players had reached level 5. Their combat strength was barely sufficient to handle ordinary zombies. Using vine zombies should crush them, right? After all, their vine zombie clones boast a whopping 1000 HP, at least 6 to 7 times that of ordinary players. Plus, they have a 30% physical damage reduction and a skill that instantly restores 80% health. Oh, and they can unleash the vine entanglement skill in close combat. If I were facing such a massive horde of vine zombies, just the thought of it was terrifying. Fong Hong unconsciously rubbed his hands together. He was getting impatient. Using the prison serpent members from the Dawn Gaming Guild as test subjects for the vine zombies' damage output was a brilliant idea. And we'll get an iron ore mine out of it too. Fong Hong was in high spirits as he opened the game log to check on the vine zombies' status. At first, the Dawn Gaming Guild didn't believe what Snake had said. A single player had taken over the entire prison and built a large-scale shelter within days of the game's launch? How was that possible? You've got to be kidding me. But that wasn't all. That player even recruited several high-level NPCs and acquired firearms? At least be convincing when you're lying. But the truth surprised the game company. Snake Prisoner wasn't lying. After multiple confirmations, the guild made an immediate decision. They immediately assembled players to prepare for deployment into Zone 8, aiming to seize the prison and rapidly expand their presence in the game with it as their base. But soon, things took another turn. Abandoned iron ore mines were unexpectedly discovered in the forest near the prison. This discovery instantly made Zombie Apocalypse District 8 the top priority for the Dawn Gaming Guild's recent operations. With resource-rich mines and a powerful sanctuary. What kind of dream start is this? After deliberation, the Dawn Gaming Guild's leadership unanimously agreed to allocate maximum resources to Sector 8. A whopping 200 main god points were allocated. Nearly the entire guild's annual budget was poured into this endeavor. Nighttime, inside a makeshift hut within the abandoned mine shaft. Snake and several other players sat around a campfire. In his hand was an iron blade freshly forged not long ago. As the blade reflected the light, revealing a human face, a fierce expression crossed Snake Prisoner's face. Since the high-level players in the Dawn Guild had long surpassed level 5, they were unable to enter the game. After careful deliberation, the in-game team leadership was entrusted to Prison Snake. Snake knew the prisoners inside the jail had guns. A direct confrontation would result in heavy casualties. This time, he planned to play it safe and focus on grinding. Driven by vengeance, Prison Snake threw himself into the task with all his might. Over the past few days, he had poured immense effort into developing the abandoned mine shaft. Modules, furnaces, shovels. Every single one of the 200 main god points he'd obtained from the Game Guild was poured into the abandoned mine's construction. Fortunately, it was all worth it. The freshly forged iron blade in his hand was the best proof. The iron ore mine was now fully operational. In 2 or 3 days, every member of his team would be equipped with iron knives, and the explosives provided by the guild would arrive. By then, their combat strength would surge dramatically. He could finally go after that prison gang and fight them to the death. Just hold on a little longer. Let them run wild for a few more days. The day of vengeance would soon arrive. Wipe away the shame and seize the prison. Finally establish a solid foothold in the game. Rise above the rest. Just as Snake was lost in these exhilarating thoughts, two new players suddenly rushed over from outside the temporary shelter. Snake. Trouble. We got ambushed by zombies. Useless. Can't even handle a few zombies. Snake cursed under his breath. He didn't pay it much mind. The mineshaft had never been safe. Wandering zombies frequently came to harass them. Especially at night, sometimes even several waves in succession. Let's go check it out together. Snake drew his iron blade and led over a dozen players from their makeshift shelter back to the cave entrance to provide backup. Rushing to the cave entrance, Snake and Prisoner immediately spotted several players steadily retreating. They were only attacking the zombies with bows from a distance. They were shooting while retreating. There were only 8 zombies. Why were they acting so cowardly? Snake frowned deeply. The guild's new recruits were getting weaker by the day. Pathetic. You're scared of just a few zombies? She sneered contemptuously, striding forward toward the nearest zombie staggering toward him. Perfect for testing out his newly acquired iron blade. Chapter 82, The Powerful Zombie. Shioshi, iron blade in hand, strode forward, charging straight at the staggering zombie leading the pack. Snake. Don't go near it. Be careful. Seeing Shioshi's actions, the players holding wooden bows shouted as they retreated. Shioshi paid no heed. He was supremely confident as he raised his iron blade and swung it down toward the zombie's neck. He deemed this strike flawless. Both the angle and the force were executed flawlessly. This strike had a chance to sever the zombie's head clean off. Clang! The confident prison snake's expression changed. The great sword was stuck fast in the zombie's neck. She froze. Couldn't cut through? Was the iron blade a substandard product? SSSH. SSSSH. In the next instant, several tendrils burst forth from the gash the iron blade had carved into the zombie's neck. The vines rapidly spread along the broad blade, reaching for Chioshi's wrist. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Chioshi jolted in fright, instantly releasing the iron blade's handle and scrambling backward. The farther away from that bizarre zombie, the better. Snake, that's a mutated zombie. 2 of our brothers just fell victim to it. Don't get close for melee combat. Use ranged attacks. Everyone back up. Don't let them get close. The new players shouted explanations to the arriving reinforcements. Damn it! Why didn't you say so sooner? Snakebite gritted his teeth and retreated into the crowd. He'd never seen this type of mutated zombie before, creatures that could actually sprout vines from their bodies. He'd nearly fallen for it. Since close combat was out, he'd take it down with ranged arrows. She pulled a wooden longbow from his backpack, retreating while aiming at the mutated zombie. As an early-game ranged weapon, the wooden bow proved cumbersome to use, requiring constant reloading and aiming. Compounding the issue, the bow's accuracy was poor to begin with. At least 2 or 3 out of every 10 arrows missed their mark. Shosho led the group backward while firing arrows. Soon, he sensed something was wrong. Why? Why are these zombies so tough? Over a dozen players had been firing at 8 zombies for more than 10 minutes. Nearly every mutated zombie had 2 or 3 dozen arrows embedded in its body. Yet they remained as lively as ever. There was no sign of injury on their bodies. They still staggered forward just as before. As if those arrows couldn't hurt them at all. Damn it! Where did these mutated zombies come from? A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on Shioshi's forehead. What the hell? The server had only been open for a few days. Why are high-tier mutated zombies appearing? And so many at once. This defies the game's entire design. What made Snake feel most hopeless was their supply of wooden arrows was running dangerously low. They couldn't hold out much longer. The threat posed by ranged wooden arrows to these zombies was simply too insignificant. After careful observation, Snake made a horrifying discovery. Beneath the zombies' broken skin, it seemed as though they were covered in a layer of sturdy armor made from branches and vines. Arrows simply cannot pierce this armor. How come these zombies are so tough? Damn it! I'm out of arrows. Someone share some with me, quick. Snake! We can't retreat any further, we'll be cornered. A chill ran down Snake's spine. If this kept up, forget about revenge at the prison. In a few days he might lose his life right here and now. She raised his iron blade. Brothers! Let's fight to the death. Follow me out of here. Inside the prison. So delicious. After upgrading my cooking skill to level 2, the taste of food really has improved. Fong Hong took a bite of the freshly grilled meat skewer, feeling thoroughly satisfied. He casually opened his game log. Rows of messages flashed by. Notice, your zombie clone has been hit by a ranged arrow attack. Your zombie clone has taken 5 damage. Notice, your zombie clone was hit by ranged arrows. Your zombie clone took 9 damage. Notice, your zombie clone was hit by ranged arrows. Your zombie clone took 6 damage. Your skill robust constitution gained +1 EXP. Notice, your zombie clone was hit by ranged arrows, taking 5 damage. Notice, your zombie clone gains +12 HP per second auto recovery. Notice, your zombie clone was hit by ranged arrows. Your zombie clone took 7 damage. Your skill basic physical training gained +1 EXP. Notice, your zombie clone was hit by ranged arrows. Is this group of snake prisoners any good? Most of them probably haven't even learned archery skills. Damage like this is nothing to write home about. Fong Hong was somewhat troubled. This won't achieve the desired intensity test results. Sure enough, within minutes, new entries appeared in the game log. Notice, your zombie clone has dealt damage to a player. Your skill basic strength training EXP +1. Notice, your zombie clone gains +12 HP per second auto regeneration. Notice, your zombie clone dealt damage to a player. Your skill basic strength training EXP +1. Notice, your zombie clone was hit by a melee attack. Notice, your zombie attempted to dodge the attack but failed, taking 19 damage. Your skill basic agility training EXP +1. Notice, your zombie clone dealt damage to a player. Your skill basic strength training EXP +1. Prompt, your zombie clone gains +12 HP per second auto heal. Notice, your zombie clone deals damage to a player. Your skill basic strength training EXP +1. Notification, your zombie clone casts the skill Vine Entangle on a player. The skill passes the check and is successfully cast. Notice, your zombie clone dealt 20 damage to a player via skill and restored 20 HP. Notice, your zombie clone dealt 20 damage to a player via skill and restored 20 HP. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a player. Fong Hong silently shook his head. Sigh, these guys just can't hold out, they're already struggling. After another moment, the stream of notifications in the log panel gradually slowed. Notice, your zombie clone horde has seized control of the mineshaft. Ha! Did they escape? Fong Hong frowned. This was disappointing. They were a major guild, after all, where was their usual ruthlessness? Escaping at night carried the risk of infection, but staying in the mine meant certain annihilation. Fong Hong felt a pang of disappointment. He'd been counting on resolving this nuisance once and for all tonight. He reviewed the records once more, tallying the casualties. Their side suffered 0 casualties, killed 7 enemies, and severely wounded 4 more. Fong Hong lowered his head and thought. If Qiusha and his men kept fleeing and fighting guerrilla warfare, it would be quite troublesome. After all, the vine zombies moved far too slowly, and being slowly kite was extremely annoying. Got it. Destroy their base. If they destroyed every shelter and residence belonging to the Dawn Gaming Guild, they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The members would inevitably perish under the nighttime darkness sphere debuff. With that thought, Fong Hong immediately ordered his zombie clones to begin the demolition. First, tear down the temporary shelter the Dawn Gaming Guild built inside the mineshaft. Then, once the suicidal zombie horde revived tomorrow during daylight, they would all go together to demolish their entire base. Deprived of shelter in this zombie apocalypse world, this group would never survive. Chapter 83, Elite Soldiers of the Dark Knight Order. Notice, while you were offline, your zombies dismantled the makeshift shelter, yielding firewood 6782, nails 45, scraps of cloth 23, scrap iron 56, scrap plastic 7, clay 21. Through dismantling, you gain 3,253 experience points for the skill robust physique and 28,192 experience points for the skill basic physical training. Notice, your skill robust physique has been upgraded to LV3. Notice, your skill basic physical training has reached LV10, the current maximum level. Notice, your zombie clones have collectively searched for and obtained iron ore 122, stone pickaxes 5, iron pickaxes 1, modules 5. Notice, your zombie clones discovered 5 furnaces. In a single night, Fong Hong dismantled the makeshift shelter that the Dawn Guild had spent 2 days constructing. Fong Hong ordered his zombie clones to secure the mine entrance while he began mining iron ore. He himself drove the truck alone to the Doomsday Merchant camp. Before leaving, Fong Hong specifically reminded Liao Bufan to maintain vigilant defenses, warning against the possibility of Qiusha and his men, cornered like dogs, launching an attack on the prison. Fong Hong, you're finally here. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. David of the Dark Knights. He's been waiting for you for quite some time. David didn't appear particularly robust. He wore a black hat and sported 2 tufts of black mustache. Hello, Fong Hong. I've heard many stories about you from Vidal. Allow me to introduce myself. I am David, one of the guides of the Dark Knight Order. We have been searching for like-minded companions throughout this apocalypse. Our organization was founded to save this world ravaged by zombies. After a series of assessments, I believe your abilities far exceed our expectations. On behalf of the Dark Knights, I invite you to join us. Prompt, accept David's invitation to join the Dark Knight Order? Of course I'm willing. After all those detours and quests, I'm finally in. Fong Hong selected confirm. Prompt, you have chosen to join the Dark Knight Order. Your honor rank within the order is LV1 Private. Prompt: processing delayed mission settlement. Notice, for your outstanding completion of the mission Locate the T-Virus Serum, you have earned 1041.28 Dark Knight Order Honor points. Notice, your Dark Knight Order Honor rank has been upgraded to LV7 Second Lieutenant. Great! With you on board, we'll definitely find a cure for the zombie virus and rebuild this world. David slapped Fong Hang's shoulder enthusiastically. I heard you've already established your own shelter and base? Yes, right near the prison. Based on your honor rank within the Dark Knight Order, we can provide 2 of our top-tier soldiers to guard your sanctuary at no cost. Of course, during this period, you must be responsible for providing the soldiers with necessary survival supplies. Should any unfortunate incident occur, you'll also be required to pay an additional compensation to the Order. Fong Hong, do you require soldier protection? 2 elite soldiers for free. Need I even think about it? Fong Hong immediately nodded. Of course I do. Alright, they'll report outside your sanctuary shortly. Notice, you have acquired 2 Dark Knight Corps elite soldiers. They will arrive outside your sanctuary within 5 hours. Please prepare to receive them. Click to view detailed soldier attributes. Fong Hong immediately opened the game log panel to view the details. Mercenary, Dark Knight Corps elite soldier. Level, 25. Strength, 12. Agility, 8. Constitution, 12. Willpower, 7. Perception, 6. Intelligence, 6. Skills: Firearms Mastery LV 15, Close Combat LV 15, Melee Weapons LV 12, Scouting LV 7, Driving LV 7, Combat Load Carrying LV 5, Wilderness Stealth LV 5, Squad Tactics LV 7, Elite Soldier Training LV 20, Learning Talent LV 10. Holy crap! The sheer number of skills made Fong Hang's eyes spin. LV 15 in Firearms Mastery. A staggering strength stat of 12. This meant the Dark Knight Corps elite soldiers could handle sniper rifles with ease. And then there's the Learning Talent skill. With this skill, NPC mercenaries learn at an accelerated pace. Their levels, attributes, and skills still have room for further improvement. Truly the pinnacle of NPC mercenaries in this zombie apocalypse game. Fong Hong couldn't help but be impressed. The elite soldiers of the Dark Knight Order proved far stronger than he had anticipated. In comparison, the top-tier level 5 mercenaries offered by the Apocalypse Merchant Camp were utterly inadequate. Fong Hong closed the game log and looked up to ask, David, can I recruit more elite soldiers? Certainly. Based on your current honor rank, you can recruit up to 20 more Dark Knight Corps elites to join your team. Each soldier costs 60,000 survival points for a one-time recruitment. Expensive. The most expensive mercenaries in the End Times camp only cost 6,000 points, while the Dark Knight Order's elite mercenaries were a full 10 times that. Fong Hong silently shook his head. The gap in survival points was simply too vast. He was desperately short on survival points right now. He still had a batch of zombies awaiting survival points to complete their upgrades, and he simply didn't have the funds to keep recruiting mercenaries. Vidal pursed his lips, trying to assist from the sidelines. Hey, buddy, Fong Hang's an old friend of mine. Cut him some slack, give him a discount. Worst case, I'll buy you drinks tonight. This is already the lowest price. Training an elite soldier is incredibly difficult, especially in the current environment. David paused, glancing at Fong Hong. But considering your flawless mission completion this time, we can reward you with a free batch of elite soldiers, 15 of them. Fong Hang's eyes lit up at once. You mean free? Yes, free of charge. But think carefully before coming here. I heard something from Vidal. It seems your innate talent awakened during the apocalypse has recently hit a bottleneck, and you're seeking our assistance. David spoke as he pulled a rolled-up black scroll from his backpack and handed it to Fong Hong. The Dark Knight Order does indeed possess the highest-tier talent enhancement materials. We originally intended to offer them as a reward for your mission. This scroll is extremely valuable. It took us a long time to acquire it. Given your outstanding performance on this mission, rewarding it to you would be entirely justified. David looked at Fong Hong, waiting for his decision. But I'm afraid you can only choose one of these 2 rewards. Fong Hong opened his mouth. This decision was truly agonizing. Chapter 84, Acquiring S rank. So, Fong Hong, do you want to choose the elite soldier or the talent enhancement? Fong Hong asked, I'd like to know the tier of the talent enhancement plan. It's S rank. As far as I know, the tier of talent enhancement plans aligns with talent tiers, with S tier being the highest possible limit. Something doesn't seem quite right here. Fong Hong lowered his head in thought. Wasn't his talent level supposed to be SSS after evolving? Right, he was a bug. Fong Hong made his decision swiftly. Choose the enhancement plan. The NPC mercenaries of the Dark Knight Corps were incredibly powerful. But he didn't need them right now. 2 mercenaries were sufficient to guard the prison. After all, he only had 3 sniper rifles on hand. Plus, the prison's interior was guarded by vine zombies. Even 10,000 more prison snakes would meet their doom. Fong Hong deemed the prison's security sufficiently secured. Now that he had successfully joined the Dark Knight Corps, he could gradually find ways to accumulate survival points going forward. Given enough time, mercenaries could always be exchanged for. But enhancement blueprints were different. Missing this opportunity meant they'd be nearly impossible to obtain through other channels. Fong Hong knew he couldn't just stay stuck at level 10 forever, waiting endlessly to gather enhancement blueprints. The sooner he completed his talent enhancement and leveled up, the sooner he could widen the gap between himself and other players. I choose the enhancement plan. A smile spread across David's face as he glanced at Vettel. I told you he'd pick the enhancement plan. Pfft, lucky bastard. Fine, you win. Tonight's on me. We're drinking till we drop. David handed over the black scroll in his hand. This is your well-deserved reward. You did exceptionally well. Additionally, these survival points are an extra bonus from the Knight's Order. Notice, delayed task reward settlement completed. Notice, you have obtained personal talent enhancement plan unidentified tier, S1. Notice, you may spend 1,000 survival points to appraise this blueprint. Notice, you have additionally received 19,299 survival points as compensation system task balance compensation. Another 19,000 survival points in hand enough to modify several more vine zombies. Fong Heng's attention was immediately drawn to the S-tier enhancement modification blueprint. S-grade. The highest tier talent enhancement plan in the game. Let's see what the attributes are. With the blueprint in hand, Fong Heng immediately spent points to appraise it. Notice, you have spent 1,000 survival points to complete the appraisal. You have obtained the Personal Talent Enhancement Modification Plan Zombie Doppelganger Summoning. Personal Talent Enhancement Plan Zombie Clone Summoning. Enhancement Plan Grade S. Enhancement Description, collect relevant materials to complete talent enhancement. Enhancement Effect Description, you can use your summoning ability to forcibly call your zombie clones. Maximum number summoned per instance depends on your base attributes to your side cooldown, 30 minutes. Fong Heng's brow furrowed slightly. The skill effect seems utterly useless. But upon closer inspection, this skill actually offers quite a bit of tactical potential. For instance, the simplest use could save considerable time when having zombies transport supplies. In combat, if Fong Heng wanted to attack enemy bases, he could sneak deep behind enemy lines alone. Then, snap. A sharp snap of his fingers. A horde of zombies instantly teleports into enemy territory. But ultimately, unsatisfactory. Alright, Fong Heng, the mission rewards have been distributed. I need to head to the Dark Knight Order immediately. Your discoveries in Hopetown are invaluable for our team's internal research. Everyone is waiting for my return. Hey, Dave, in such a rush? What about our drinks tonight? Next time. Next time for sure. David hopped on his motorcycle, then suddenly remembered something. He pulled a map from his backpack and handed it to Fong Heng. Almost forgot, here are the locations of our Dark Knight's nearby bases. You can reach us at any of them anytime. That's usually where we assign missions to our members. Of course, if you run into any special trouble, we'll also reach out to you through the various Doomsday merchant camps. We'll meet again soon, friend. For the sake of saving this world. With that, David waved goodbye and sped off on his motorcycle. Most of the Dark Knights are just like him, they've always been relentless in their quest to save the world. Vittel walked over with 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Fong Heng. If you ask me, even in the apocalypse, you gotta learn to balance work and rest, right? Balancing work and rest doesn't mean chugging beer first thing in the morning. Fong Heng took the beer and clinked bottles with Vittel. You're absolutely right, Vettel. Vettel took a big gulp of beer. By the way, Fong Heng, someone came looking for you last night. Huh? Who? Mr. Chiu, that eccentric scientist who asked you to deliver something last time. Xiao Yaokang. That guy who seems a bit off his rocker. Fong Heng nodded. What did he say? He asked me to tell you the medicine you requested is ready. He wants you to come pick it up when you have a chance, and bring the goods you promised him. Whitler was intrigued. Mr. Chiu rarely calls personally. What did you agree to give him? Fragments of evolutionary crystals for research purposes. Fong Heng pondered inwardly. It seemed the potion he'd commissioned Xiao Yaokang to make last time was finally complete. While the zombies hadn't revived yet, he might as well head over to Xiao Yaokang's place to collect the potions and boost his base stats. He could also hand over the second major haul from Hopetown, the Alex live specimen. See if he could squeeze out another treasure from him. After all, he was a high-level scientist in the game. What if he also had an S-rank talent enhancement plan? Or even higher-grade gene enhancement serum would be great. Fong Heng's heart burned with anticipation. Vettel, I'm heading to see him now. Do you need me to drop off any supplies on the way? Of course. You've done me another huge favor, Fong Heng. Over 3 hours later, Fong Heng delivered a shipment of survival supplies to the villa where Xiao Yaokang resided. After getting out of the car, Fong Heng skillfully slipped through the passage behind the low shrubs into the back garden. Xiao Yaokang had already spotted Fong Heng through the security camera installed at the villa's front entrance. Inside the villa's rear garden, Xiao Yaokong opened a small crack in the basement passageway entrance, peeking out with half his head. "You're finally here." Xiao Yaokong's expression was cold. "Got the goods? The goods? The evolution crystal fragments? Got them, got them." Only then did Xiao Yaokong nod in satisfaction, fully opening the door to the basement. He stepped out of the basement and looked Fang Hung up and down. "First, help me bring all the supplies inside." "Thanks. I can handle it alone." "All right." Fang Heng's strength and physical attributes had greatly increased during this period, allowing him to effortlessly carry several heavy boxes by himself. Chapter 85, Fusion. After 10 minutes of moving all the delivered supplies into the basement, Fang Heng conscientiously headed to the changing room. He donned a protective suit before entering Xiao Yaokong's laboratory. "Notice, your actions have earned a slight increase in Xiao Yaokong's favorability toward you. The supplies are all in the hallway." MHM. Xiao Yaokong stood nearby, observing Fang Heng with his usual cold detachment. He noticed that Fang Heng's physical attributes had improved somewhat since their last meeting. "Thanks for your help. You're more reliable than the other delivery guys. Where's my shipment?" "Right away." Fang Heng waved his hand, pulling over 300 evolution advancement fragments from his backpack and piling them onto the lab table. Soon, the shards of evolution crystals piled up into a small, glittering mountain on the lab table. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yaokong's face before he quickly composed himself. "Is that enough?" "Enough for now, but we'll likely need more later." Xiao Yaokong gestured toward a refrigerated freezer in the corner of the lab. "As per our agreement, all the reagents you need are inside the freezer. You can take them anytime." "All right." Fang Heng walked cheerfully to the corner of the lab and opened the freezer. Inside the medicine cabinet, 3 types of gene-enhancing agents were neatly arranged, 10 bottles of each. "Notice, you have obtained 30 gene enhancement serums. Your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has slightly increased. Notice, you consumed 55 evolution crystal fragments. Your unstable gene state has been cleared. Notice, you used the modified zombie strength enhancement gene serum. You did not gain attribute boosts. Notice, repeated use of this serum will gradually reduce its effectiveness. Notice, you have acquired the genetic disorder status. Notice, your genetic disorder status has increased to 13%. Prompt, you use the enhanced zombie strength gene potion." While injecting himself with the serum, Fang Heng tried striking up a conversation with Xiao Yaokong. "Any idea where I've been these past few days?" "No idea, and I don't care. I went to Hope Town. There's a community hospital there. I stopped by to take a look around." Xiao Yaokong kept his back turned to Fang Heng. He didn't respond, continuing to sort and classify the evolutionary crystal fragments on the lab bench. Xiao Yaokong was extremely meticulous, holding each evolutionary crystal fragment in his hand and examining it carefully. "Wow, I found a secret lab in there." Fang Heng spoke as if casually, but his eyes never left Xiao Yaokong. Sure enough, at the mention of secret lab, Xiao Yaokong's hands paused mid-motion. "Pretend. Keep pretending to be calm." Fang Heng grinned and continued, "It's a secret lab set up by Meteorite Corporation before the zombie apocalypse. Guess what I found inside?" Xiao Yaokong whipped his head around. "What?" Fang Heng extended his right fist, pressing his index and middle fingers together before rubbing his thumb against them. He made a gesture everyone understood. Xiao Yaokong stared at Fang Heng for several seconds before turning away. "Our deal is done. You can leave now." "Ah, just kidding. You took it so seriously. Here, I brought this back especially for you." Fang Heng handed Xiao Yaokong the research team's notebook he had retrieved from the secret laboratory earlier. "Here, take a look at this." Xiao Yaokong didn't turn around, simply stating, "I don't want to see it. You can leave now." Stubborn as ever. Fang Heng paid no mind. He flipped open a page of the team's experimental notebook and began reading aloud in the lab. 1. Using the T-virus to infect normal plants produces mutated lifeforms. In our research, we found the T-virus exhibits optimal compatibility with Devil's Vine. We will proceed with infection. Xiao Yaokong listened, his hand involuntarily coming to a halt. He turned around, staring straight at Fang Heng. 2. Unlike ordinary plants, the corpse vine possesses formidable vitality and exhibits extreme aggressiveness. Xiao Yaokong could no longer contain himself. He strode quickly toward Fang Heng and lunged for the notebook in his hands. Fang Heng made no move to defend it, allowing him to seize the team's experimental notes. When fishing, you have to wait until the fish takes the bait completely. Xiao Yaokong clutched it like a treasure, his eyes scanning the pages at lightning speed as his right hand flipped through the pages. His eyes brimmed with focus, excitement, and astonishment. The fish has taken the bait. Fang Heng chuckled inwardly. Alex's live specimen was incredibly valuable. I wonder what good stuff Xiao Yaokong can trade for it. Fang Heng muttered under his breath. Gotta figure out how to drain his savings. Xiao Yaokong was completely absorbed in the team log in front of him, oblivious to Fang Heng's mutterings. After swiftly flipping through the entire experimental log, Xiao Yaokong exhaled deeply. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before starting to flip through the notebook again from the beginning. This time, Zhou Yaokong read every single word meticulously, not overlooking even the slightest detail in the notes. Fang Hong showed no impatience. He yawned, waiting for Zhou Yaokong to finish reviewing the entire team manual once more. Well, it was somewhat useful to you, right? Don't say I'm ungrateful. I even brought you something back from my trip. What? You brought something back? Want to guess what I brought back for you? Zhou Yaokong stared at Fang Hong with burning eyes. Tell me already. He. Fang Hong feigned mystery, chuckling softly. I retrieved a live specimen of Alex from the secret lab. A live sample of Alex? Zhou Yaokong's pupils dilated instantly as his excitement surged. He lunged toward Fang Hong. Quick! Give it to me. Calm down, don't get physical. Fang Hong sidestepped and drawled, I'm not saying I won't give it to you, but shouldn't you show some sincerity first? Zhou Yaokong calmed down. He stared at Fang Hong. What do you want? Let me think. Any new potions lately? The kind that boost attributes? The new gene-enhancing formula is still in development. If you could provide me with an Alex sample, I could significantly accelerate my research progress. Trying to get something for free? No way. Fang Hong raised an eyebrow warily. Oh, that's a shame. This puts me in a tough spot. You should know Alex live specimens are extremely rare. Many people are trying to buy them from me. Or perhaps you could consider what else you might offer me in exchange. Zhou Yaokong scrutinized Fang Hong from head to toe. He concentrated for a moment, narrowing his eyes. Your talent must be nearing its limits, right? Fang Hong was taken aback. Could it be you also possess a high-tier talent enhancement protocol? Zhou Yaokong shook his head. I don't, but I can craft one for you. Fang Hong froze. Craft? You can actually craft enhancement formulas? What level can you make? To be precise, it's fusion crafting. By consuming 3 enhancement blueprints of the same tier, I can research and fuse them to create a higher tier enhancement blueprint for you. Chapter 86, Deflecting the Blame. For example, 3 grade B talent enhancement formulas can be fused to create 1 grade A talent enhancement formula. Zhou Yaokong spoke as he crushed several evolution crystal shards in his hand. Bang! The crimson mist was swiftly absorbed into Zhou Yaokong's palms. After studying these evolution crystal fragments these past few days, I've awakened a talent skill too. There's actually such a thing? You're an NPC. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he immediately pressed further. Then what about the 3 S-grade fragments? Can they be synthesized into an even higher grade? Well, Zhou Yaokong hesitated slightly. Theoretically, yes. But as far as I know, even a ranked talent blueprints are extremely rare. Are you sure you can find S-ranked talent enhancement blueprints? Of course I can. Fang Hong was overjoyed. With 1 S-grade talent enhancement blueprint from the Dark Knight Order already secured, he just needed to figure out how to obtain the one from Phoenix Cry Games. That would make 2. Only 1 more to go. With some ingenuity, it wasn't impossible to acquire it. Right. I could gather 3 A-grade plans and synthesize them into 1 S-grade one. Seeing Fang Heng's face light up with delight, Zhou Yaokong cautioned him. Don't get too excited just yet. Just a heads up, a fusion formula that's already been synthesized once can't be synthesized again. Fang Heng's excitement instantly faded by more than half. In other words, don't even think about using 9 grade B enhancement formulas to create 1 grade S formula. Plus, the fusion materials require evolution crystals as a medium. That part is your responsibility. That's not a problem. Additionally, using this talent inflicts significant damage on my body. After each fusion, it takes at least a year to fully recover. I'll require 1 Alex live specimen as payment. Zhou Yaoi looked at Fang Hong. I need you to provide me with an Alex sample first to initiate my new research project. This is the prerequisite for our collaboration. Do you accept? Prompt: Player quest triggered collaborative research. Mission name: Collaborative Research. Task description: within 30 days, deliver 3 talent enhancement protocols of the same tier maximum S tier to Zhou Yaoi. He will synthesize a higher tier talent enhancement protocol for you. Maximum synthesis tier, SSS. Requirements: Alex live sample 1. Time limit: 30 days. Fang Hong carefully reviewed the mission description. Sure enough, just like his own talent attributes, there was a hidden higher tier above S rank, SSS rank. However, reaching SSS rank required extremely stringent conditions to trigger. Deal. Fang Hong had no reason to refuse and immediately accepted the mission. He handed over a sample of the Alex research. I'll find 3 enhancement protocols and bring them back as soon as possible. As soon as possible, you only have 30 days. Notice, your rapport with Zhou Yaokong has slightly increased. Where could he possibly find that final S-class talent enhancement plan? Driving the military truck away from the villa, Fang Hong felt a headache coming on. Several major factions within the game might have it. But for an enhancement plan of this ultra-high value, major guilds would fight tooth and nail internally for it. They'd never sell it externally. If all else failed, he'd have to try his luck on the black market. The black market was treacherous, teeming with scammers. Losing money was one thing, but wasting time and delaying his progress in the game was the real loss. Fong Hong preferred to avoid the black market unless absolutely necessary. He'd rather proceed step by step, starting with securing the enhancement plan from Huang Ming Game Company. For now, the pressing task was to deal with the major headache that was the Dawn Gaming Guild. Back at the prison, 2 elite Dark Knight Corps soldiers stood at attention at the entrance, reporting to Fong Hong. Sir. Elite soldiers of the Dark Knight Order reporting for duty. Liao Bufan watched from the side, filled with envy. Good heavens. That's the Dark Knight Corps. They were the highest tier mercenaries recruitable in the game. Their numbers were extremely limited, each death meant one less. Only large factions like the Federation could afford to acquire them. Even if ordinary players managed to acquire one, they couldn't possibly afford to maintain it. Liao Bufan had seen a few pictures of them on forums before, but never imagined he'd see the real thing today. Rumor has it these top-tier NPC mercenaries possess extraordinary intelligence. Cultivating a good relationship with them might even allow you to learn some basic skills from them. I need you to take turns guarding the watchtower around the clock. Fire warning shots at strangers entering the 20-meter perimeter around the prison. If they ignore warnings and persist in trespassing, open fire to kill. Aye, sir. Fong Hong handed each mercenary a sniper rifle and sent them to their posts at the sentry tower. Fong Hong, I'll come take a look too. Liao Bufan, his eyes gleaming with envy, followed them up the tower, scheming to see if he could pick up any skills from them. Watching Liao Bufan depart, Fong Hong glanced at the game log. Almost there. Only 10 minutes left until the zombies revived. Inside the modified residence of the Dawn Guild. After last night's brutal battle, the Snake team's morale had plummeted to rock bottom. Snake, a few of us just checked the mine entrance secretly. Those zombies are still inside, they haven't left. And there's more bad news, the shelter we built just 2 days ago has been destroyed. A heavy silence fell over the room. The makeshift shelter inside the mine shaft had been destroyed. 2 days of hard work had gone down the drain. Even the expensive equipment like the furnace, purchased with the guild's funds, was still left inside the shelter. No one would take this news well. Upon hearing this, Snake prisoner's face turned pale. It's over. The Dawn Guild had invested a massive amount of god points into developing the mine. If he didn't find a way to reclaim the mine and mitigate the losses quickly, the guild leadership would tear him apart once they found out. Thud. With nowhere to vent his rage, Snake prisoner kicked the corner of a nearby table. Damn it. He couldn't fathom why the zombies kept fixating on him. It happened last time, and now it's happening again. And each attack seemed to grow stronger than the last. Why was his luck so damn terrible? Why was he the only one getting screwed over? Compare that to the group in the prison. How come they managed to take over the prison so easily? Why aren't the zombies going after them? Suddenly, the prison Snake's eyes lit up. Got it. The prison. Aren't those guys pretty well equipped? And weren't the mutated zombies we encountered last night pretty strong? What would happen if those two fought each other? Let them fight each other to the death while I reap the rewards. A classic diversion tactic. Lure the mutated zombies to the prison. The more Snake prisoner thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. No matter who wins or loses, he'd come out ahead. The best outcome would be both sides destroying each other, leaving him to reap the rewards. A bloody win. Guys, I've got an idea. She grinned darkly as he briefly outlined his plan to lure the monster into the prison. The other players instantly saw the light. Feasible. Vine zombies have high health and formidable melee strength, but their movement speed remains as sluggish as regular zombies. Luring them in isn't that risky. Alright, gear up and let's go now. Shosha, determined to make amends, acted decisively, leading the players back into the mine shaft once more. Chapter 87, Insisting on Delivering. Inside the abandoned mine, several zombies relentlessly swung pickaxes, mining iron ore. The lone remaining zombie shuttled back and forth, hauling the mined iron ore to pile it in a corner. This scene left Shosha and his group, observing from the shadows, utterly perplexed. What was going on? What were these zombies doing? Are they cooperating to mine? When did zombies develop such high intelligence? A player nudged the dazed Snake. Snake, what do you say? She gritted his teeth. Go! The Dawn Guild was already deeply dissatisfied with him. This was his last chance. She carefully pulled out his wooden bow from his backpack and aimed at the zombie. Whoosh! The arrow landed behind the vine zombie, its momentum largely sapped by the distance. The vine armor beneath its skin deflected the projectile. Snap! Struck, the vine zombie paused, turned, and fixed its gaze on Shosha and his group. Fire! She waved his hand in command. A dozen men raised their wooden bows simultaneously. Swish! 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 Another volley of arrows rained down. The vine zombies hauling iron ore all turned around in unison. They tossed aside their pickaxes and staggered toward Shoshi and his companions. Perfect! Seeing the zombie clones drawn toward them, Xiaosha rejoiced. Quick! Lure them to the prison. Xiaosha immediately led the players toward the mine exit. Luring the zombies wasn't as easy as imagined. It required careful timing. Xiaosha noticed these zombies seemed to harbor a peculiar fixation on the mine shaft. When you move far enough away, the vine zombies will turn and run back toward the mine shaft. At this point, it was necessary to attack it again to re-establish its attention. It took Snake Prisoner considerable effort over an hour to lure the zombies all the way to the prison vicinity. Not a single one of the 8 mutated zombies escaped. With the prison now clearly visible ahead, Snake Prisoner felt his spirits soar. He had confidence in these mutated zombies. This horde of mutated zombies would surely cause no small amount of trouble for the prison's inhabitants. They might even breach the entire prison. We're almost there. Brothers! Give it everything you've got. Seize this chance to take down the prison. Snake the Prisoner rallied his troops. Just then, he suddenly noticed several red warning boxes popping up consecutively in the game log. Notice, you have received an emergency transmission from survival radio. Notice, you have received an emergency transmission from survival radio. Notice, you have received an emergency transmission from survival radio. Notice, you have received an emergency communication from survival radio. Snake's expression shifted slightly as an ominous foreboding rose within him. So urgent? Could something have happened at the residence? Xiaosha hurriedly turned on the survival radio to check. Messages poured in from the players guarding the shelter. Zhouyu, Snake Brother. Trouble. The shelter's under attack by a horde of zombies. Zhouyu, just like last night, all mutated zombies. We can't hold them back. Qian Feihong, zombies. So many zombies, 30 or 40 of them. Snake Brother, hurry back. We can't hold them off with just a few of us here. Qian Feihong, Snake Brother, we escaped. Wang Jin, Snake Brother, the zombies are tearing down our shelter. We can't hold them back. Qian Feihong, Snake Brother, hurry back. If you don't return soon, our shelter will be completely destroyed. As the survival radio kept relaying urgent messages, Xiaoshi broke out in a cold sweat all over. Damn it! The zombies are attacking his base? And they're tearing down his shelter? It was exactly like last night when the abandoned mine shaft was attacked. Have these zombies gone mad? Who the hell did he cross? Why is the game system constantly targeting him? If the shelter gets destroyed, how will he survive tonight? Should he go back to rescue them or keep going? Snake was overwhelmed with confusion. Snake, we're almost at the prison. Looks like there's someone in that watchtower over there. Snake lifted his head and glanced at the prison watchtower. Just a few days ago, the tower had been in ruins, yet it had been repaired in the past 2 days. They must have spotted us. Should we keep charging? Snake Prisoner gritted his teeth. Go for it. The monster luring plan was nearly complete, and the prison stood right before them. How could we give up now? Just 5 more minutes. Just 5 more minutes. Even zombies don't wreck a place this fast. Xiaoshi reassured himself as he quickly sent a message to the team, informing them he was already on his way back and urging them to stall as long as possible. Go! Let's charge! Xiaosha led the way, quickening his pace into a sprint. He knew the prison grounds lay just ahead. There were still NPC mercenaries inside the prison. As long as he entered the prison's reconnaissance range and made a provocative move to attack it. Given those mercenaries' intelligence, they'd definitely choose to open fire. Then, the gunfire would draw the entire horde of mutated zombies behind him. A perfect plan. Time to gamble with my life. At this distance, a handgun's lethality wouldn't be too high, and its accuracy would drop significantly. As long as luck isn't too cruel, he'll be safe from mortal danger. Brothers, charge with me. Snake shouted, leading his players in a roaring charge toward the prison. Kill. Slaughter them all. The players knew this was their chance to fight to the death. They sprinted forward, their shouts drawing the attention of the NPC guards in the watchtower. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Got it. The moment he heard the gunshot, Xiaosha felt his heart sink. But the next instant, his face drained of color. He saw the head of a player running ahead of him explode in a violent burst. Xiaoshi's body continued its forward momentum, but his mind went completely blank in that instant. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Blood splattered onto the right side of Xiaosha's face. Xiaosha instinctively whipped his head around. The head of one of his men on his right exploded again, his body swaying as he collapsed. A sniper rifle. At such a distance, it could still inflict such wounds. In the zombie apocalypse game, only sniper rifles existed. They actually have sniper rifles? Not only did this group have sniper rifles, but they actually had people who could use them? We're done for. Completely finished. Run. Every man for himself. Snake turned his head and shouted at the players rushing toward the prison behind him. Hurry. The words barely left his mouth. Bang. A gunshot rang out. Snake's head exploded before the players' eyes. Bang. 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 On the tower, Liao Bufan stood beside the elite mercenaries of the Dark Knight Order. With each pull of the trigger, each gunshot, a player was taken out with a headshot. Powerful. Truly formidable. With combat prowess like this, what was there to fear from the Dawn Gaming Guild? Truly worthy of being an elite NPC of the Dark Knights. Can you believe every shot lands a headshot? Judging by his technique, he must have at least a level 10 proficiency in firearms, right? Liao Buffon was green with envy. But those Dawn Guild guys are weird. Why are they rushing to their deaths? Shouting their heads off like they're afraid we won't notice? Liao Buffon found it odd. He peered out, continuing to watch the prison grounds. He silently watched as the players from the Dawn Gaming Guild outside, attempting to flee, were picked off one by one with sniper shots to the head. Sigh. They insist on going, and there's no stopping them. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed. In less than 2 minutes, every player Chosha had brought along was shot in the head. Not a single one survived. The zombies that had been chasing after Chosha and his group paused in their tracks upon witnessing their deaths. As if they had grasped something, they staggered back the way they came, resuming their mining. Chapter 88, Expansion Plan. Notice, your zombie horde has dismantled the player shelter, yielding firewood 35722, nails 145, scraps of cloth 53, scrap iron 156, scrap plastic 27. Notice, through dismantling, you gained 5,511 experience points for the skill Robust Constitution. Notice, your skill Robust Constitution has been upgraded to LV4. The soundproofing in the basement shelter was remarkably effective. Fong Hung sat before the campfire, completely unaware that just hours earlier, the entire prisoner serpent squad had been annihilated by elite mercenaries of the Dark Knight Order. Strange, he muttered to himself. The resistance at the base seems surprisingly weak. Honestly, the Dawn Guild shouldn't be this feeble. Fong Hung muttered to himself. He felt a sense of futility, like punching cotton. Could it be that the prison serpent group just happened to be absent from the shelter? Never mind. At any rate, the Dawn players' quarters had been completely demolished. Their best option now was to find new lodgings before nightfall. Or perhaps, in a fit of desperation, Snake Prisoner might choose to fight to the death and forcibly seize the prison. That would be suicide. With the shelter's security upgrades completed and the troublesome Dawn Guild neighbors dealt with, Fong Hung set his sights on the next phase of the shelter's development plan. First, set a modest goal. Build the largest, strongest, most comfortable, and most secure shelter in Zombie Apocalypse Server 8. Become the most powerful faction in Zombie Apocalypse Server 8. Fong Heng's heart burned with passion. In the apocalyptic state, a blood moon would descend periodically. During these events, zombies enter a frenzied state, with their senses greatly heightened. They would swarm in hordes, viciously attacking player residences and shelters. This is what players refer to as the zombie tide. If a player's residence or shelter couldn't withstand the onslaught and fell, they would be utterly annihilated by the zombie tide. As gameplay progresses, the intensity of these zombie surges will only escalate. Currently, Fong Heng's prison sanctuary is guarded by 2 Dark Knight members wielding sniper rifles, bolstered by the formidable vine zombies. Fong Heng was confident his prison could withstand at least 4 or 5 rounds of the Blood Moon. While other players were still sporadically beginning to construct their shelters, he had long completed building his super-large shelter and had even finished upgrading its security defenses 2 steps ahead of schedule. Now he could enter the game's third phase, expansion and resource acquisition. Starting from the prison, he gradually expanded outward, claiming vast territories and amassing resources. Fong Heng held a massive 2-step lead over all other players. Forest environments offered the richest timber resources. Fong Heng silently calculated in his mind. With the zombie clones providing free labor, I can take this step more thoroughly, completely eliminating any potential future troubles. Why not just demolish every single system-generated shelter, residence, and other structures spawned within the forest's boundaries? This would drastically reduce the main god's likelihood of spawning new players nearby, preventing others from entering the forest area. After all, encountering players with zombie clones was bound to cause trouble. Fong Heng wasn't afraid of trouble, but he hated complications. Having made up his mind, he commanded the zombie clones to split into 2 groups. A small group wielded small stone hammers, scouting along forest paths to search for hidden structures. Upon encountering small wooden structures, they immediately tore them down. For more substantial brick and tile structures, they marked them first, then had Liao Buffon bring gasoline barrels to burn them down. Then they would be dismantled. On the other hand, we need to stockpile usable resources and continue upgrading and expanding the shelter. Abandoned iron ore is truly a valuable resource. Fong Heng muttered to himself. He directed the remaining zombie clones back to the abandoned iron mine to begin mining. Iron ore is an extremely important advanced resource in the game. With iron ingots crafted from iron ore, players could forge higher tier equipment and tools, such as small iron hammers, iron shovels, iron pickaxes, and so on. A small iron hammer packs at least twice the destructive power of a small stone hammer. This drastically boosts the zombies' efficiency in demolishing buildings. The Dawn Guild is pretty decent. They gifted me a few furnaces and mods, saving me from spending points at the merchant camp. By nightfall, the zombies' first batch of tools should be ready. After issuing the completion command to his zombie clones, Fong Hong set up a makeshift bed inside the shelter and immediately logged off. While the zombies idled, he could focus on finding a way to enhance his S-tier talent. Logging off, Fong Hong emerged from the game pod. Only then did he realize he hadn't visited the game company in 2 full days. He recalled Shin Cheng mentioning 3 days ago that 5 new recruits would be joining Team 12. Oh no, they couldn't still be waiting for me, could they? Huangming Gaming Company. The newly formed Team 12. Pei Anan and several new recruits had been waiting for Fong Hong for 2 full days. Their eyes were straining from waiting. The new recruits were especially preoccupied. New hires assigned to other teams at the same time had already started working, yet they were still sitting around idly. Having just joined the company, if they failed their probationary rating assessment, they could very well be dismissed. What should they do? The team leader was taking forever to show up, and they were feeling pretty hopeless. Amidst their worries, Pei Anan suddenly sprang to her feet. Team leader! The others also stood up, sizing up this new team leader. Oh. All newbies, huh? No need to be so formal. Come on, take a seat wherever you like. Fong Hong waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to return to their seats. The newcomers sat stiffly, listening as Fong Hong assigned their tasks. Fong Hong had considered approaching President Qin directly earlier. Unfortunately, at that time, the voice prompt indicated he was in-game and unavailable. Pei Anan, you know our company has an S-class talent enhancement program, right? Huh? Pei Anan gasped, quickly lowering her head to flip through her notebook. Yes, we do. Hold on a moment, team leader. You really know about it? Fong Hong was a bit surprised. He'd assumed the S-class talent enhancement program was company confidential information that Pei Anan might not be privy to. Yes, sir. You weren't present at yesterday's internal team meeting regarding the zombie apocalypse game. I attended on your behalf. The meeting discussed the allocation of the S-class talent enhancement program. There have been some issues with the Blood Clan Apocalypse game lately. President Qin personally led a team into the game to handle it. Mr. Li is temporarily in charge of the zombie apocalypse. Several team leaders were dissatisfied with the distribution method he proposed, and the discussion went on for quite a while. Fong Hang's brow furrowed. Team leader Fong, are you also interested in this mission? Tell me more. What qualifications do I need to secure it? President Li ultimately decided that, adhering to the principle of fair competition, a performance metric assessment will be conducted early next month for all zombie apocalypse game teams within the company for the first half of the year. The team with the highest overall performance will ultimately be granted access to the S-tier talent enhancement protocol. Due to difficulty and other factors, there is a high probability that this enhancement program task cannot be completed. Therefore, if the top-ranked team fails to complete it within 3 days, the task will automatically be transferred to the second-ranked team, and so on. Performance evaluation? Fong Hang's brows furrowed as he realized things were taking a turn for the worse. Pei Anan, what's our team's performance standing? We're a newly established department. Team leader Fong recently completed a Federation commission, earning us 5,000 performance points. So our total is currently 5,000 points, placing us 12th for now. 12th place. Bottom of the list? Chapter 89, Picking Up Randomly. The meeting room fell quiet. Fong Hong lowered his head in thought. He hadn't planned to stay at the company much longer. With his in-game strength rapidly increasing, staying at the gaming company felt increasingly unnecessary. Resigning early and focusing on personal development was now the best choice. He might as well seize this opportunity now. He'd maximize his performance metrics, then resign once he'd secured the S-tier talent enhancement plan. He'd have contributed to the company while securing the enhancement plan. Both parties get what they need, leaving no debts owed. Early next month, that leaves only 5 days to earn enough performance points. Having made up his mind, Fong Hong murmured to himself before lifting his head. Alright, then our team's primary focus from now on will be performance. We'll aim to secure first place within 5 days. Several newcomers looked up, all staring at Fong Hong with peculiar expressions. Are you sure? They spent over half a year accumulating all that performance, and you plan to overtake them in just 5 days? Isn't that a bit too ambitious? The newcomers fell silent. Fong Hong paid no mind. He turned to look at Pei Anan. Pei Anan, draft an application for an S-grade talent enhancement plan. Submit it directly once it's done. Yes, sir. Also, what about the company's performance-based compensation system? Is there a detailed explanation? Yes, there are. Pei Anan pulled out a pre-printed proposal and handed it to Fong Hong. Fong Hong opened the materials and examined them carefully. Huangming Games' performance bonuses were divided into 2 categories. The first was the base performance bonus. The composition of base performance was relatively complex, broken down by team. For instance, resources submitted by each team to the company, monthly shelter revenue within their designated territories, and so on. Exceeding targets earned additional performance points. The second type is task-based performance. The company periodically releases special missions. All teams can apply for these tasks, and completing them earns task performance points. Fong Heng's eyes scanned the A4 paper quickly, searching for achievable task performance opportunities. Deep cooperation with the Federation? Phoenix Gaming Company has signed an in-depth cooperation agreement with the Federation. The Federation will purchase certain in-game resources from the company. These include familiar items like food, lumber, coal, iron ingots, and more. Each workgroup within the company only needed to collect these supplies and deliver them to the Federation to earn corresponding performance points. As this is a new zone, the Federation is offering very high prices. A single plank of wood can be directly exchanged for 1 performance point. This is great. Fong Hong quickly calculated in his mind. The company's 7th task force had accumulated 17,000 performance points in the first half of the year. In other words, playing it safe, he only needed to submit 150 million pieces of lumber to reliably secure the S-grade talent enhancement plan. It was essentially trading a batch of timber resources for an S-grade talent enhancement plan. Not a bad deal. Then it's settled. Starting tomorrow, we'll begin supplying timber resources to the Federation. Fong Hong looked at the 5 newcomers. Leave your IDs. Join the game in 3 hours. I'll invite you into my sanctuary then. Wooden planks? The newcomers exchanged bewildered glances. Logically, shouldn't the first step after entering the game be gathering supplies, expanding, and reinforcing the shelter's defenses? The synthesis requirements for wood planks were complicated, consuming stamina points to craft. They barely had enough for themselves. Where would they find extra wood to give to the Federation? The transfer requirements for the main god game were extremely stringent. Besides meeting the level requirements, after transferring, players retain only their main god points and skills. All other equipment is wiped clean. Additionally, transferring servers requires an extra 1 point of main god points. For the vast majority of ordinary players, obtaining even a single point of god points was an impossible feat. Like the other 4 new recruits from Huangming Company, Lu Wei waited a full 3 hours in the main god space before receiving Fong Heng's invitation to officially enter the game. Sigh. This team leader doesn't seem very reliable. After completing the transfer process, Lu Wei silently prayed that he could smoothly pass the company's probationary period. Opening his eyes, the scene before him caught Lu Wei off guard. This was a plaza? A prison? Why was he here? Didn't team leader Fong Hong say he was inviting him to the shelter? What's going on here? Could it be? Is this his shelter? As Lu Wei pondered this, the remaining new recruits arrived one by one in the prison square. Ahem, welcome. You're all new recruits from Phoenix Cry Games, right? The group turned their heads. They saw a heavy-set man in a short-sleeved shirt strutting out of a building. Let me introduce myself. I'm Liao Bufan. Fong Hong is currently occupied with other matters, so I'll be handling your work and living arrangements for the next few days. First, I'll explain the rules here. Liao Bufan pointed to building 3 behind him. Take a good look. This building is where you'll be staying. All the rooms on the 2nd floor are empty. Pick any room you like to rest in. 3 meals a day will be prepared by NPCs to breakfast at 8 a.m. sharp, lunch at 11 a.m. sharp, and dinner at 7 p.m. sharp. Miss a meal, and it's gone. Food and water are stored in Warehouse 2 on the 1st floor. If you miss a meal or need supplies, you may take what you need provided you never remove anything from the prison grounds. Oh, and one crucial thing: under no circumstances are you to enter the locked basement. That's a rule set by Boss Fong Hong. Anyone who breaks it will have me to deal with. Single rooms for rest? 3 meals a day prepared by NPCs? Food and water freely available? Like the other players, Lu Wei was momentarily stunned. Is this a survival challenge or a vacation? How was this different from the grueling survival described during the company's internal training? What happened to the grueling survival, fighting zombies tooth and nail, overcoming countless obstacles to gather supplies and build shelters? Had something gone terribly wrong? Any other questions? Lu Wei cautiously raised his hand and confirmed. Excuse me, is this the shelter established by team leader Fong Hong? That's right. You guys hit the jackpot tagging along with the boss. Another newcomer raised their hand. What do we need to do? Well, your task for the next couple of days is quite simple: go out and collect logs. Liao Bufan strode casually up to the group. Don't worry about anything else. Just go outside and collect the ready-made logs. Remember to sort them by grade after bringing them back and dump them all in the prison square. Any honey you find should go in the food area. That's about it. Go outside and collect logs? What kind of operation is this? Lu Wei grew even more confused as he listened. Did he think logs were just lying around everywhere? That you could just pick them up whenever you wanted? Stop spacing out and get moving. We won't go out after dark. Liao Bufan urged the bewildered newcomers. Come on, I'll take you out with me to get familiar with the terrain. Lu Wei was still puzzled, yet inexplicably found himself being led out of the prison alongside the others by Liao Bufan. Outside the prison, Liao Bufan pointed toward the eastern direction. See? The ground is covered in logs. Just pick them up wherever you like. Following Liao Bufan's gesture, the group looked in the indicated direction, shock spreading across each face. Scattered across the earthen slope outside the prison walls. Lumber. This. Lu Wei glanced at his companions. What happened to this server? Why was it different from what they'd learned during company training? Why was there so much raw timber scattered on the ground? Are we really just supposed to pick them up? Chapter 90, Assembly Line. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde explored 4 dwellings and dismantled 1 dwelling. You obtained 723 pieces of firewood and 13 nails. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde felled 166 trees. You gained 882 skill points for robust physique and 4,992 points of lumbering experience. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde collected 2331 iron ore, additionally obtained 2 gold ore, and completed 121 iron ingot smelting. You gained 2033 skill points in miner's wisdom. Notice, your lumberjacking skill level has increased to LV 10. Notice, your miner's wisdom skill level has increased to LV 7. Inside the abandoned mine, Fang Hong reviewed his idle gains. Ordinary iron ore requires smelting in a furnace to produce iron ingots, which is quite time-consuming. After nearly a full day of AFK farming, he had only obtained 121 iron ingots. With iron ingots in hand, he could now upgrade his basic tools and craft ironware. Alright. Officially entering the Iron Age. Fang Hong muttered to himself as an auto-crafting progress bar appeared above his head. Rolling a small iron hammer. Notice, you have completed crafting a small iron hammer. Your basic crafting experience plus 11. With the crafting complete, Fang Hong swung the newly made small iron hammer in his hand a few times. Item, small iron hammer. Damage, 10-12. Description, an advanced survival tool, enabling more efficient destruction and dismantling. Description, an upgraded version of the God's Hammer. Theoretically, you can smash through anything with it. Fang Hong tucked the hammer away with satisfaction. First, craft an iron axe to maximize logging efficiency and complete the Federation delivery mission. 1 iron woodcutting axe requires 2 iron ingots. The current iron supply is sufficient to equip an entire zombie squad. As for smashing everything in sight with the iron hammer, that can wait a few days. Due to the limited number of furnaces, a large portion of the iron ore had piled up, unable to be smelted in time. Fang Hong decided to leave his last 2 zombie clones to operate the furnaces, then led the remaining clones and the finished iron ingots back to the prison along the same route. Upon returning to the prison, stacks of logs had already accumulated in the courtyard. These tools did a decent job. Fang Hong muttered under his breath as he approached a pile of logs. Item, logs. Quality, grade 2 common. Description, the product of felled trees, usable for crafting planks, firewood, and more. In-game logs are graded from lowest to highest across 5 tiers, 1-5. Grade 1, inferior, grade 2, common, grade 3, fair, grade 4, excellent, grade 5, perfect. Higher quality logs yield planks of correspondingly higher grades. Early on, structures built with high quality planks can withstand greater damage. Additionally, in the mid to late game, crafting high-level items may require high-grade raw materials. For example, a commonly used mid-game material is reinforced composite solid wood planks. Its synthesis recipe is wood planks grade 4 or 5-5 plus glue 2 plus waste composite 2. Once crafted, reinforced composite wood planks offer 3 times the defensive durability of regular wood planks. Currently, most logs stockpiled at the Guang prison site are grade 1-3, with very few grade 4-5 logs available. The Federation's timber demand list doesn't specify quality grades, they pay the same price for every piece. There's a loophole. Fang Hong rubbed his hands together. Since the price is the same regardless, it makes sense to deliver the inferior boards to the Federation first and keep the better ones for ourselves. No problem. Fang Hong once again divided the zombie horde into 2 groups. One group, now equipped with newly forged iron axes, continued chopping down trees eastward from the prison. The remaining group stayed in the prison square to begin crafting wooden planks. Lacking steel ingots, Fang Hong couldn't build a sawmill yet, so they resorted to the most basic manual method, hand planing. For most ordinary players, manually crafting 10 planks a day would exhaust all their stamina. But the zombie clones were different. They possessed infinite stamina. For zombies shuttled back and forth carrying logs, while 3 others transported the finished planks to stack them in a corner of the prison square. The remaining zombie clones lined up in a row, initiating an assembly line to produce planks. It took Fang Hong a full half-hour to finalize the single-threaded zombie operations, creating a perfect assembly line that maximized the zombies' efficiency in producing lumber. Good. The assembly line plank production is complete. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Fang Hong let out a deep sigh of relief, a peculiar sense of accomplishment rising within him. At this rate, it wouldn't take 5 days. He estimated they could produce 15,000 planks in just 2 days at most. The next day, Lu Wei and several new hires entered the company's 12th team for work. They entered the game together and headed to the first-floor cafeteria for breakfast. Free breakfast is always welcome. In the game, as long as the basic ingredients were prepared, even level 1 cooking skills could produce delicious meals following recipes. During breakfast, the new hires whispered among themselves. That fat guy is definitely a fraud. You bet. If anyone ever tells me gathering logs is easy again, I swear I'll slap them right across the face. Exactly. That damn fatso. Lu Wei silently nodded in agreement. Picking up logs is easy, my ass. Easy my ass. After nearly an entire afternoon of gathering logs yesterday, everyone was aching all over, their legs cramping up. Lu Wei was worse off, he hadn't slept a wink all night dreaming about hauling logs. But today we should be able to take a break. You're right. We've collected so much lumber already, going any further in the entire prison square won't be able to hold it all. I thought the team leader's mission was to deliver planks. What's the point of all this raw lumber? The Federation won't even take it. Don't tell me they're gonna make us hand shave the planks? Hand carve? Are you kidding? How many planks could we possibly make by hand? Let's hear what the team leader has to say. He must have a plan. As the group whispered among themselves, footsteps grew louder from afar, silencing them instantly. Hey, everyone's here. Good work yesterday, guys. Boss Fong said your task performance will count toward your share when we get back. Liao Bufan entered the dining hall. He was in a pretty good mood. Back in the day, he used to do all the heavy lifting like moving wooden planks himself. Now that he had these tools at his disposal, he could finally sit back and watch others do the work. We'll need to keep at it today. After eating, head downstairs to help load the cargo. Loading? The newcomers looked utterly bewildered. Lu Wei murmured to himself. Selling the logs directly? Not that it's impossible. But this server is kinda weird, there's free for all logs scattered everywhere. Are you sure this raw timber will actually sell for money? Chapter 91, I did it. After breakfast, Lu Wei returned to the prison square with the new recruits. Lu Wei froze. Where's the lumber? What happened to all the logs we collected yesterday? What the hell? There were piles of logs all over the square yesterday, how could they all vanish overnight? Hey, look over there. A newcomer pointed to the right side of the square. In the corner on the right side of the square, planks of wood were piled haphazardly on top of each other, forming several small mountains. What the hell? Overnight, all the logs collected yesterday turned into planks? How did they do that? This wasn't in the Phoenix Cry Company's new employee training manual. As the new recruits stood in bewildered confusion, a military truck pulled up from behind and stopped before the piles of planks in the corner. Liao Bufan jumped out of the truck. Looking at the bewildered newcomers, Liao Bufan saw a reflection of his younger self. Not so long ago, he too had been as clueless as these people. Guys, stop staring. The boss arranged these boards. Get moving and help load them onto the truck. Liao Bufan shook his head. He certainly wasn't about to foolishly reveal the boss's secret. The boss said these are all for delivery to the Federation. They'll count toward your work performance, so don't slack off. Did team leader Fong Hong handle all these boards by himself? Lu Wei and the others were stunned. Did the boss have some kind of cheat code? Then, a wave of wild excitement swept through the group. Performance bonus. They had no idea how team leader Fong Hong managed to turn so many logs into planks in a single night, nor where the boss had acquired his cheat code. But one thing they knew for certain. Those mountains of planks were worth at least several thousand yuan. Each plank equaled 1 point of performance bonus. That meant thousands in performance bonuses. With thousands of points in team performance bonuses, forget about the probation period, the company bonuses alone would be enough to make their hands tremble. Promotion and pay raises were within reach. 3 hours later. At the Federation's temporary warehouse resource point outside Hope Town. A truck loaded with wooden planks pulled up behind the warehouse. Federation players began unloading the lumber into the warehouse one after another. Judging by the quantity alone, a truckload of lumber amounted to only 500 or 600 pieces, certainly not a large amount. But in the early stages of the game, all resources were extremely scarce. Few factions could afford to part with such a large quantity of lumber at once. Upon hearing that Fong Hong had brought a batch of timber resources, Chen made a special trip to greet him. Fong Hong, I didn't expect to see you so soon. How did you decide on that proposal I mentioned last time? You mean joining the Federation? Sorry, I'm not one for being tied down. All right. Chen Yu hadn't held out much hope anyway. Instead, he was curious where Fong Hong had sourced such a large quantity of lumber. Our Federation is currently establishing shelters and resource collection points across the region. We're desperately short on resources like lumber. You've really saved us in our hour of need. So where did you get all these planks? Ah. It's a long story. We went to great lengths to get them, they were originally meant for our own use. Fong Hong had no intention of telling Chen Yu that wooden planks were practically lying around for the taking at his prison base. That would only cause the wood's value to plummet. He feigned a sigh. I heard the Federation was short on supplies, so the company ordered us to deliver them to you immediately. Well, I'm terribly sorry. Chen Yu scratched his head awkwardly. I'll go talk to the commander and have him charge your company more. No need, no need. But I do have something to ask you. Does the Federation have any S-class talent enhancement protocols? Well, Shan Yu hesitated. He glanced at Fong Hung, wondering if it was too early to seek out an S-grade enhancement program. After all, reaching level 10 was still a distant goal. We do have them, but we generally don't provide S-level talent enhancement protocols to outsiders. I see. Fong Hung felt a pang of disappointment. Shan Yu seized the moment to suggest, if you're willing to join the Federation, I'm confident the commander will find you a suitable enhancement program. No way. Joining the Federation would tie him down, robbing him of his freedom. Too much hassle. Fong Hung had never intended to join the Federation. It seemed his last hope for an S-grade talent enhancement program lay in the black market. He wondered if he could find any information on high-level missions there. Fong Hung pondered internally. Oh, and one more thing, our Huangming company has prepared a large quantity of wooden planks for the Federation, but there's an issue with transportation. The journey from the base to here is long. A round trip takes 6 hours. Could you figure out a way to resolve this? Shan Yu listened, utterly dumbfounded. What? Your company has a lot of lumber? Yeah, at least 10,000 more boards are waiting to be shipped. We're short on transport vehicles, and making multiple trips is too time-consuming. 10,000 sets? Shan Yu was momentarily speechless. He even wondered if Fong Hung was exaggerating. How long had the game been running? Even if they'd been grinding wood planks day and night non-stop, they couldn't possibly have amassed that many already? Well, maybe I should wait and submit a report to higher-ups, see what the commander thinks. As Fong Hung spoke to Chinyu, a squad of Federation players emerged from the warehouse. Every member of the squad was fully armed. They each retrieved 4 modified motorcycles from their backpacks and placed them on the road. 2 players hopped onto the 4-wheeled cargo trailers attached to the rear of the modified bikes and settled in securely. Isn't that considered overloading? A Federation player approached Chen Yu and saluted him. Captain Chen. The squad is assembled. Your orders. Alright, take a break. We'll depart in 10 minutes. Aye. Fong Hung watched them curiously for a moment before asking, where are you headed? Is there new trouble in Hopetown? Not exactly. We heard something happened in the forest area. The captain received an urgent order last night, asking me to lead a team over there to check things out. The forest area? Fong Hang's eyebrows shot up. Damn it! Could this be targeting me? What kind of trouble? Is it classified? Shan Yu shook his head and asked, have you heard of the Dawn Gaming Guild? Dawn? Fong Hang's unease grew stronger. Yes. That group frequently raids ordinary players in the game. I personally despise them too, but their actions don't violate the law, so the Federation can't sanction them. Fong Hung nodded. What happened to them? Yesterday, their entire team was wiped out in the game. As he spoke, Chen Yu's expression grew grave. Last night we received intelligence, Dawn's 40-member squad was wiped out, their shelter dismantled. And according to their reports, someone has already seized Prison 507 within the forest zone. Fong Hung, we've conducted an internal assessment. Under normal circumstances, players at this stage wouldn't be able to clear and occupy Prison 507. Furthermore, the prison faction possesses the capability to wipe out the Dawn Guild. Shen Yu stroked his chin, lowering his head in deep analysis. Also, according to Dawn's report, the prison faction possesses high-tier sniper rifles. Moreover, a rather peculiar mission is entangled within the prison, which has drawn significant attention from the Federation. In short, the Federation's higher-ups fear that the group occupying the facility may be members of an extremely dangerous anti-Federation organization. This morning, the commander sent me over to probe their intentions. This mission won't be easy. Fong Hung silently placed a hand on Shen Yu's shoulder. Hey, Shen Yu. Shen Yu, deep in thought, looked up. HM? What is it? Fong Hung took a deep breath. I'm laying my cards on the table. I did it. Shen Yu? Actually, the prison is mine. Shen Yu. Chapter 92, Collaboration. Huangming Games Company. In the office, Li Ru propped her chin on one hand as she reviewed recent emails. Suddenly, Li Ru let out a scoffing laugh. Wishful thinking. What's so amusing? Zombie Apocalypse Team 12 requesting access to the S-Class Talent Enhancement Protocol. The middle-aged man seated across from her frowned deeply. He was Daija, leader of Team 7 in the Zombie Apocalypse game. Team 12? The newly formed team from not long ago? Yes, that one. The leader is Fong Hung. Hearing Fong Hang's name, Daija's heart skipped a beat. Him? The ruthless individual who recently completed the Federation's commission. Did you approve it? It was submitted through normal channels. I had no reason to refuse. Li Ru turned her head to look at Daija. Are you scared? No, just a little uneasy. Over the past 6 months, I provided Team 7 with so many resources both openly and covertly in the game, securing a half-year lead in performance metrics. If we still can't get the S-grade enhancement plan this time, you can resign and walk away. Yeah, we're already so far ahead. Daija steadied his nerves. Understood. We just closed another major deal these past 2 days, which will bring our total performance points to 20,000. We absolutely must secure that enhancement plan this time. Make absolutely sure nothing goes wrong. On the flat highway, Fong Hong drove the military truck back toward the prison. Behind him, 5 Federation motorcycles provided escort protection. The cargo bed now held 8 fully armed Federation players. Fong Hong sat in the driver's seat, glancing sideways at Chen Yu beside him. Originally, Fong Hong had been reluctant to bring so many Federation personnel back to the prison for a tour. But Chen Yu had stated that the Federation was willing to provide him with mission information regarding the S-Class Talent Enhancement Program. The condition was to go inside the prison and confirm there were no dangerous hostile federal forces occupying it. What's the difference between this and freeloading? Fong Hong immediately agreed. In the co-pilot seat, Chen Yu had been communicating through the survival radio the entire time. After a long while, he stowed the survival radio, his expression grave, as if he'd just received a major assignment. What's the word? After deliberation, higher-ups have approved our cooperation proposal. Fong Hong's eyes lit up. We'll provide you with a game mission whose final reward is an S-grade talent enhancement plan, and we'll offer you as much assistance as possible during the mission. But there are 2 conditions in exchange. Suppressing his excitement, Fong Hong asked in a solemn voice, "What are the conditions?" Chen Yu was utterly sincere. First, we need to station ourselves in the prison for several days to ensure it hasn't been infiltrated by hostile anti-Federation factions. We understand your reluctance to agree to this request, but it is crucial for us. We hope you can understand. Just bite the bullet and let them tour the place. There's nothing confidential inside anyway. A few vine zombies wandering about wouldn't be unusual, right? A few extra logs piled in the prison square wouldn't raise any eyebrows. Keeping plants and flowers in the basement to improve the environment is perfectly ordinary, right? Fong Hong pondered briefly before agreeing to the proposal. No problem. What's the second point? The second point concerns the S-Class Talent Enhancement Project mission. Upon mission completion, our Federation wishes to retrieve samples of the high-tier mutated zombies involved. Huh? Just the corpses? Yes, we only want the corpses. Everything else, including the mission rewards, remains entirely yours. That's fine too. Deal. Fong Hong figured the corpses wouldn't be of much use to him anyway. Can we discuss the details now? Sure, Fong Hong. Chen Yu pulled a notebook from his backpack and began explaining earnestly. First, it's important to clarify that the Overgod's zombie apocalypse game operates across multiple servers. Each server world is randomly generated. For example, take Alex, whom we encountered earlier. In our server, it appeared in the underground secret lab beneath Hopetown Hospital. But in Zone 6, Hopetown doesn't even exist on the world map. The secret lab and Alex would appear somewhere else entirely. I understand that part. But there are a few fixed locations, like the prison you're in, Cell 507. Prison 507 exists on other servers too, but its location is random. It might appear in a small town or by the sea. On this server, however, it appeared on the outskirts of the forest area and was captured by you. What I'm saying is, in previous servers, the mission trigger process was identical. According to intel from our Federation, the final mission reward is an S-grade talent enhancement protocol. Fong Hong froze, his keen senses picking up on something. You're not suggesting that the S-grade talent enhancement mission information the Federation provided me is actually my prison 507? So after all this searching, the final S-grade talent enhancement blueprint was right inside my own prison. Damn it! The Federation had pulled a fast one on him. Chen Yu noticed Fong Hong's expression. Being thin-skinned, he scratched his head awkwardly, his voice dropping significantly. The captain was right. I couldn't hide it from you after all. How careless of me. Who would have thought that Chen Yu, the seemingly honest bachelor, would resort to deception? Fong Hong felt duped. He'd already sensed something was off earlier. The very notion that the Federation would provide outsiders with information about S-Class talent enhancement protocols was unreasonable. Unless this mission had already been triggered by him. Fong Hong, this mission's process is extremely difficult. Conservatively speaking, it'll take at least 1 or 2 months to complete. During this period, our Federation will fully cooperate with you to accomplish the task. They actually wanted to stay in prison for another month or 2? Fong Hong knew he couldn't afford to wait that long. The mission must be completed within 5 days to obtain the S-Class Enhancement Protocol. Calm down and think. At least now he had a clear goal: obtaining the S-grade talent enhancement blueprint and the support of Chen Yu and his crew of tools. They had a clearer understanding of the prison mission. It wasn't a bad deal after all. After a moment's calculation, Fong Hong said, "Alright, tell me the mission procedures for Prison 507. From what we've gathered, Prison 507 is one of Meteor Corporation's testing grounds. The warden conducted unstable T-virus mutation experiments on the inmates. The mission difficulty is the highest SSS level. The prison is infested with numerous Stage 1 mutated zombies and a small number of Stage 2 mutated zombies. The most troublesome threat is the giant zombie, Arita. He is an enhanced T-virus mutant carrier, possessing far greater intelligence than ordinary zombies. However, it remains controlled by its bloodlust and is classified as a Tier 4 mutated zombie in terms of strength. For specific reasons, we must obtain Erida's corpse to extract samples. Another level 4 mutated zombie. Listening to Chen Yu's report, Fong Hong couldn't help but feel a throbbing headache. Last time, they'd exploited the corpse-vine zombies' weakness to fire and dug a pit to forcefully eliminate them. How should they handle this one? Dig another massive pit inside the prison? That seemed impractical. Pondering this, Fong Hong asked, "Does the Federation have an operational plan yet?" "No." Chen Yu shook his head repeatedly, his answer unusually blunt. "Your operational plan against Alex in Hopetown has already proven your exceptional command abilities. Superior orders state that unless an emergency arises, we will fully follow your arrangements during combat operations." It sounded like backhanded praise. Still, Chen Yu seemed to have a strong sense of his role as a tool. Fong Hong stroked his chin, beginning to ponder how to deal with 4th stage mutated zombies. Chapter 93, Cultivating Character. In the afternoon, the prison gates opened. The truck laboriously navigated around the stacked logs piled high across the prison plaza before finally coming to a halt in front of Building 3. Opening the door, Chen Yu jumped out. He had spotted the towering piles of logs within the prison grounds long ago. There was no avoiding it, the entire prison square was covered in logs, impossible to miss. Chen Yu even spotted several players still carrying logs to add to the piles on the prison square. Seriously? This is ridiculous? Chen Yu muttered to himself, silently turning his head. He looked at Fong Hong in the driver's seat, his expression oddly peculiar. Was this really Prison 507? Why did it feel like he'd stumbled into a massive logging camp? And didn't you say timber resources were hard to come by? Why does it seem like you got your logs for free? How did you manage this? After a grueling day of hauling logs, Lu Wei also eyed Fong Hong and the Federation players with equal bewilderment. What's going on with team leader Fong Hong? How did so many Federation members suddenly show up? Could it be they're here to help gather logs too? No worries, bro. These are friends from the Federation here to lend a hand. Keep at it. Tell the others we're giving everyone tomorrow off a day to rest. We'll pick it up again the day after. Fong Hong gave Lu Wei a nod before patting Chen Yu on the shoulder and leading him to a corner. Only then did Chen Yu notice a large pile of wooden planks stacked in the prison corner. There were roughly 7 or 8,000 pieces. In the past, Chen Yu would likely have been startled by such a large quantity of wood. But now, it felt perfectly reasonable. After all, the entire prison courtyard was piled high with logs. It would be unusual if there weren't enough planks. See? I wasn't lying. All the planks we produce are right here. The planks are too heavy to transport. It'd be easier if your Federation sent someone to pick them up directly. We could even discount the price a bit. What do you think? Chen Yu scratched his head. Alright, I'll consult my superiors. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Come on, I'll give you a tour of the prison. Fong Hong led Chen Yu's team on a detailed tour of Prison Building 3. The entire team, including Chen Yu, was astonished. Private cells, 3 luxurious meals a day, and a buffet-style dining hall. NPCs maintained building cleanliness around the clock, and electricity was even supplied every night. What kind of treatment was this? Even the well-resourced Federation was barely scraping by at this stage, struggling just to meet daily sustenance needs. They frequently faced shortages, forcing them to scavenge for food outside. Like his teammates, Chen Yu was utterly stunned. Looking at the prison as a whole, the only thing that seemed lacking was its defensive capabilities. Chen Yu had noticed this upon arrival. Relatively speaking, the prison's protective capabilities were weak. Only one NPC guard stood watch atop the prison's watchtower. If this were the Federation, they would have stationed a squad on the tower for round-the-clock shifts, with a perimeter of wooden traps laid out around the perimeter. After all, the opponent was merely a player backed by a corporation. Achieving this level of preparation was already remarkably impressive. Chen Yu silently calculated in his mind. He resolved to report this matter thoroughly to his superiors upon returning. He must cultivate strong ties with Phoenix Crygames and with Fong Hong himself. After circling around, Fong Hong led everyone back to the basement. Spotting a reinforced wooden door bearing a "Do Not Enter" sign, Chen Yu instantly grew wary. Fong Hong, what's inside this room? Oh, it's a storage room I set up for supplies. Can we go in and take a look? Well, I suggest you just look from the doorway. Don't get too close. Fong Hong said, pushing open the shelter's wooden door. Chen Yu was puzzled. He stood at the doorway, peering into the room. The room was extremely spacious. He immediately spotted the potted plant in the corner. This. Chen Yu's face suddenly paled. He whipped his head around, staring at Fong Hong with a look of sheer terror. What is that? Forgive my amateur hobby. I like to grow some flowers and plants in my spare time to cultivate my character. What flowers and plants? This is clearly a corpse vine. Chen Yu had read the mission reports on Alex. He knew exactly what corpse mines were. Alex was a monster created by modifying corpse mines. How on earth did Fong Hung manage to transport the corpse mines from the meteorite secret lab all the way here? Is he insane? Hiding such a dangerous thing beneath the base? What on earth was he trying to accomplish? What if something goes wrong with the corpse mine? Haha, just kidding. Just doing some research. Noticing Chen Yu's expression, Fong Hung dropped the playful tone. I received an assignment related to the corpse mines. Since they're exceptionally dangerous, I've stored them here for research. Normally, no one would come in here. I see. Chen Yu was scared half to death. Seriously? Who cultivates corpse mines in their basement for leisure? After wandering around the prison, Chen Yu found no signs of any anti-Federation forces operating inside. The only thing that struck him as odd was the corpse mines cultivated in the basement. Using them for research purposes made sense. As for whether hidden anti-Federation forces had infiltrated the prison, that would require several more days of observation. Beyond the prison investigation, the Federation would also conduct a thorough external probe into Fong Hong, including background checks, financial transactions, and personal relationships. Having undergone years of Federation training, Chen Yu was confident that if any anti-Federation forces were truly lurking within the prison, they would not escape the Federation's scrutiny. Finally, the group reached the end of the basement passageway, standing before 3 iron gates. Chen Yu explained to Fong Hong, the Federation hasn't gathered much intelligence. We only know that beneath these 3 iron gates lies the prison's second basement level, where the giant zombie, Arata, is confined. The magnetic cards to open the other 2 gates can be found inside Prison Block 1 and Prison Block 2 respectively. Chen Yu took 2 steps back and pointed toward the passageway's fork, blocked by an iron door. This passage leads to the basement of Prison Building 2. You should have the access card to open it. Be cautious. Prison Building 2 is infested with large numbers of level 1 mutated spider zombies and toxic zombies. They're extremely difficult to deal with. Once you clear Prison Building 2, you'll find the key and magnetic card for the main gate of Prison Building 1. As for the situation inside Prison Building 1, we currently have no information. Fong Hong listened intently to Chen Yu's briefing, nodding solemnly. Estimated zombie count in Prison Building 2 ranges from 3 to 5,000, with over 10% being first-stage mutated zombies. Based solely on our Federation team's efficiency, we estimate it will take at least 10 to 15 days to clear them all. Any unexpected incidents could prolong the process. Fong Hong gazed thoughtfully at the passageway leading to Prison Building 2 on his right. 3 to 5,000 low-tier zombies? Perfect. Another huge chunk of points coming in. With these points, he could essentially complete the Vine zombie transformation for all the remaining zombies. After all, this mission's ultimate reward is an S-rank talent enhancement plan. The process won't be straightforward. Though challenging, we can still complete it step by step. Chen Yu saw Fong Hong deep in thought and patted his shoulder encouragingly. Take your time. The Federation will support you and help clear the zombies together. Fong Hong looked up. Alright, thanks. Chapter 94, Exploring Building 2. Phase 3 Mission, Explore the second underground level of the prison. Mission name, Explore the prison's second basement level. Mission description, you've discovered an uncharted area in the prison basement leading to level 2 underground. Attempt to enter and explore level 2 underground without damaging the main prison structure. Mission reward, survival points. That evening, Fong Hong deliberately arranged for Liao Bufan to join him in drinking with Chen Yu and the others. Chen Yu, usually quite earnest, became exceptionally generous when drinking. After a heavy drinking session, Chen Yu and the others couldn't hold out any longer. After taking a hot shower, they all logged off to rest. Taking advantage of the absence of attention, Fong Hong returned alone to the basement. Behind him, 50 zombie clones completely blocked the narrow passageway entrance. Completely clearing out Building 2 would take at least 10 days? That's ridiculous, far too long. Fong Hong knew he didn't have that kind of time to waste. He walked up to the iron gate leading to Prison Building 2 and pulled out his magnetic card. Beep beep beep. Verification successful. Clank, clank, clank. The iron gate rose once more. Fong Hong raised his flashlight and scanned the interior of Building 2's corridor. Let's go check it out. Fong Hong stepped forward. The passageway was pitch black. Guided by the beam of his flashlight, Fong Hong cautiously advanced down the passageway, shotgun in hand. Soon, after rounding a corner in the underground passage, faint footsteps echoed ahead. The zombies lurking within Building 2 had caught the scent of humans. They staggered toward him from the front of the passageway. A dark, shadowy mass, roughly a dozen of them. Trouble was coming, they were rot poison zombies. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes. He instantly recognized the mutated zombie mingling among the ordinary ones, the one emitting that foul stench. First stage mutated zombie corrupted toxin. The toxin zombie was notorious among players. Its stats were nothing special, except for slightly higher health than regular zombies. But inside its body lies a sac filled with viral particles. Once the toxin zombie died, the sac would burst, filling the surrounding area with toxic gas. Fong Hong took a half step back. Behind him, 5 vine zombie clones, each wielding a wooden spear, staggered forward. Lined up side by side, they completely blocked the narrow passageway entrance. As the zombies drew near, the clones simultaneously raised their wooden spears for a thrusting attack. Snap! The spears pierced the rotting flesh of the zombies. The poisonous zombies mingled among the ordinary ones were struck and swung their arms in retaliation. Such ordinary attacks dealt virtually zero damage to the vine zombies. Instead, when the vine zombies were struck, tendrils of varying sizes immediately shot out from their bodies. The vines swiftly wrapped around the poisonous zombie, binding it to the spot, unable to move. Within moments, the poisonous zombie's clones were stabbed like sieves and collapsed to the ground. Boom! Upon the poisonous zombie's death, the toxic gas sac within its body burst open. A faint purple mist instantly enveloped the air. Seeing the toxic mist, Fong Hong took several quick steps backward, his brow furrowed. This toxic gas was extremely dangerous. Inhaling it would immediately induce a mild state of poisoning. If one didn't leave promptly and continued inhaling more of the toxic gas, the poisoning would rapidly progress to infection. In the early stages, players cannot craft effective anti-infection potions. Infection meant certain death. The most troublesome aspect is that the toxic gas emitted by decaying zombies lingers at the site for 3-5 hours before gradually dissipating. For ordinary players, the corrupted zombies weren't particularly powerful, but they were exceptionally disgusting. Chunyu was right. With such disgusting zombies around, slowly wearing them down would take 10 days to half a month to clear them out. Fong Hong dared not approach them either. But unlike ordinary players, he possessed a zombie clone. The toxic gas had no effect whatsoever on the zombie clones. His zombie clones stood unharmed within the gas-filled environment. Monster spawning safety verification successful. Fong Hong murmured to himself. Clearing out the entire building 2 prison with his vine zombie clones seemed perfectly feasible. Just as he was about to leave, Fong Hong paused again. Several rapid scraping sounds echoed from the passage ahead. Fong Hong immediately raised his flashlight and shone it toward the wall. 2 or 3 dark figures scrambled swiftly up the wall. Spider zombies. Old acquaintances. Fong Hong retreated 2 more steps backward, taking cover behind the 2 zombie clones and raising his shotgun. The spider zombies flew toward him at incredible speed, clinging to the wall. They aimed to attack Fong Hong, but their path was blocked by the vine zombies guarding the entrance. With no other option, the 2 spiders at the front leapt into the air, swinging their claws at the vine zombies. SSSH. The spider zombies' claws sliced 2 long, thin gashes into the vine zombies' bodies. SSSH. SSSSHH. In the blink of an eye, several vines burst forth from the wounds on the zombie's body. The vines lunged straight at the spider zombies. The spider zombie hesitated only a moment, and its arms were instantly wrapped in vines. Unable to break free, more and more vines shot toward it in the next second. The vines bound the spider zombie tightly, trapping it in place. Then, the remaining zombie clones in the passageway swarmed forward. They raised their wooden spears. SSSH. 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 Soon, the spider zombies, now completely entangled in vines, were pierced like sieves. Seeing this, Fong Hong lowered his shotgun. Whoa! Impressive! Fong Hong now gained a new understanding of the vine zombies' ability to fight in numbers. Once their numbers reached a certain threshold, these first-stage mutated zombies posed no threat whatsoever. With the vine zombies at his disposal, clearing out the entire building 2 would be no problem at all. Fong Hong issued the auto-attack command to his clones to clear out the entire prison block 2. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the remaining 30-plus zombies behind him to surge forward, flooding into the passageway. Fong Hong turned and departed the corridor of prison block 2. He used the magnetic card once more to close the iron gate. Returning to the basement shelter, Fong Hong lit the campfire. Opening the game log, rows of idle notifications refreshed. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain 3 survival points. You gain skill basic strength training EXP +1. Notice, your zombie avatar has killed a regular zombie. You gain 2 survival points. You gain skill basic strength training EXP +1. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a level 1 mutated zombie corrupted toxin. You gain 6 survival points. You gain skill basic strength training EXP +1. Notice, your zombie clone has killed. Leaving it on idle overnight should be enough. First, completely clear out building 2. We'll figure out how to handle building 1 tomorrow. Target, complete the mission within 3 days. After 4 days, acquire 3 S-grade talent enhancement blueprints. Fong Hong tossed a simple bet onto the spot. Logging off. Sleep. Chapter 95, Blueprint Small Guard Post. After drinking last night and staying up late, Fong Hong slept like a log until past 10 a.m. Too lazy to go to the gaming company, Fong Hong simply logged into the game pod directly from the villa. Upon entering the game, he immediately opened the activity log. Notice, during your offline period, your zombie horde completed the clearance mission for prison building 2. Your horde is currently on standby. Notice, during your offline period, your zombie horde eliminated 3,512 regular zombies, 233 spider zombies, and 566 toxic zombies. Earned 11,992 survival points, 677 evolution crystal fragments, and 199 complete evolution crystals. Notice, you gained 5,432 skill points for the skill robust physique. You gained 67,811 skill points for the skill physical conditioning. You gain 81,271 skill points for the skill strength training. You gain 22,419 skill points for the skill agility training. Notice, your physical conditioning basic training has reached LV10. Your strength basic training has reached LV10. Your agility basic training has reached LV10. Your robust physique skill has reached LV10. Notice, your skills have reached the current character level cap and cannot gain further experience points. Please level up your character promptly. 12,000 survival points gained, enough to evolve 4 more zombie clones. Too bad the points still aren't enough. Fong Hong muttered under his breath. He packed up the campfire and makeshift bedding, returning to the passageway. Verification successful. As the iron gate between buildings 2 and 3 swung open, the vine zombies filed one by one back into the basement shelter through the passageway. Whenever they passed Fong Hong, they casually tossed the loot drop from slain zombies one by one at his feet. Fong Hong began inspecting the spoils from last night's zombie killing session. Notice, you have obtained scrap metal 21, ragged cloth 77, broken wrench, damaged engine parts, scrap iron 33. Fong Hong tossed the zombie loot directly into his backpack, focusing his attention on the skill books. Recipe, crispy fried potato pancakes. Recipe, home-style braised pork ribs. Recipe, home-style eggplant. Another recipe, home-style stir-fried pork. Looks like today's theme is home cooking. As Fong Hong spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. Notice, you have obtained the blueprint small sentry tower. Finally, something good? Blueprint, small watchtower. Description, used to learn how to construct a sentry tower. Sentry tower attributes, the small sentry tower can accommodate up to 5 players simultaneously. Players inside the tower including NPC mercenaries gain. Blueprint prerequisite, basic construction LV10. Watchtowers are a great asset. In fact, even without blueprints, players can simulate constructing structures like watchtowers to attack zombies from elevated positions. However, player-simulated structures do not receive the additional attribute bonuses. Moreover, the resulting structure is extremely fragile, not recognized as a cohesive unit by the main god, with lowered durability and greater vulnerability to destruction by zombies. Prison 507 already has 2 existing intermediate-level watchtowers. Once things settle down in a few days, I'll build a ring of watchtowers around the prison and recruit more elite NPCs from the Dark Knight Order to significantly boost the prison's defenses. Then even a dozen more blood moons wouldn't be a problem. Fong Hong mused contentedly as he tapped the collected skill books against his head. Notice, you have learned the recipes for crispy fried potato cakes, braised pork ribs, home-style eggplant, and home-style stir-fried pork. Your cooking skill has increased by +13. Notice, you have learned how to construct a small watchtower. After tallying his gains, Fong Hong ordered his zombie clones to search Building 2, then personally led 10 clones inside to explore. Building 2 had already been ravaged by the zombies. However, lacking intelligence, the zombies wouldn't force entry into locked rooms. Fong Hong had no time for thorough searches, heading straight for the administration office on the first floor. He had previously heard Chenya mention that the magnetic cards for Building 2 could be found in the management office on the first floor of the prison. Following the underground passage to the first floor, he walked straight down the corridor, passed through the prison area, and soon located the locked administration office. Fong Hong waved his hand. Several zombie clones behind him raised small iron hammers and began pounding furiously on the door lock. Bang! After several rounds of hammering, the lock was destroyed. Fong Hong pushed open the iron door. Inside the room, several zombie clones slowly turned their bodies, facing Fong Hong head-on. Before they could prepare to attack, the zombie clones pounced, piercing them like sieves with wooden spears. Only after confirming the area was clear did Fong Hong enter the room to investigate. The control room was in utter disarray. The surveillance platform had lost power, its screens pitch black. Fong Hong immediately spotted a bloodstained book lying beside the desk. Prompt, you have obtained the prison management duty log. Fong Hong opened the logbook to read. 2.1. Nothing happened. 2.2. Nothing happened. 2.3. Nothing happened. 2.13. An unexpected malfunction occurred in the basement of Prison Building 2, rendering magnetic cards inoperable. Maintenance has been requested. All personnel on duty are advised that the highest level access card is stored in the safe within the armory on the second floor of Prison Building 1. It may be used in emergencies. The safe's secondary code is 2391. 2.14. No incidents reported. 2.15. Nothing happened. Closing the book, Fong Hong's brow furrowed slightly. Strange. The magnetic card is stored in the firearms room on the second floor of Building 1? Doesn't the highest level magnetic card unlock all doors? This didn't match what Chun Yu had said earlier. Perhaps there was a minor discrepancy in his mission intel. Fong Hung pondered as he casually picked up the keyring hanging on the management office wall. Chun Yu was brimming with energy. He and his squad had never had such a comfortable time in the Apocalypse game. Last night, they'd eaten their fill for the first time in the game, washing it down with several bottles of ice-cold beer. They even took a hot shower before bed. What pleased Chun Yu even more was that he found no signs of infiltration by anti-Federation organizations within the prison. Today's news from the Federation confirmed Fong Hang's innocence. The Federation confirmed that Fong Hong had completely severed ties with his dangerous ex-girlfriend over a year ago. The only thing that made Chun Yu a bit wary was the pile of logs stacked in the square. Fong Hong seemed to possess an efficient method for gathering timber. Perhaps it was a natural talent. Chun Yu felt these matters fell outside his purview. Many players preferred not to reveal their innate skills within the game. Chun Yu understood this completely. Moreover, he believed that with Fong Hang's bulk supplies, the Federation could establish larger shelters to protect more citizens. Chun Yu considered this a tremendous benefit. After freeloading at the prison for a day, Chun Yu felt somewhat awkward. He was prepared to do his utmost to help Fong Hong complete the prison mission, aiding him in obtaining the S-Class Talent Enhancement Plan as soon as possible. But strangely, after wandering around the prison, he couldn't find Fong Hong anywhere. Notice, your survival radio has received an emergency transmission. Chun Yu activated his survival radio. Fong Hong, meet me at Prison Building 1 in 10 minutes with the squad. I'll be waiting. Chun Yu, Roger. Chun Yu scratched his head. Building 1? Strange. Why not Building 2? Chapter 96, Reconnaissance of Prison Building 1. After receiving Fong Hang's message, Chun Yu assembled his squad and stood by in front of Building 1 of the prison. Shortly after, Fong Hong arrived carrying a key. Did you sleep well last night? Of course. The conditions here are far better than at the Federation Warehouse Resource Point. If given the choice, Chun Yu would have preferred to stay here permanently. Fong Hong, why did you arrange to meet here? Are you planning to take action against Prison Building 1 first? You guessed right. Chun Yu found it odd. Typically, wouldn't one start with the easier targets? Having agreed beforehand that Fong Han would command the prison operation, Chun Yu didn't press further. He simply waved his hand, signaling the Federation squad to cooperate. According to our intel, Prison Building 1 contains second-stage mutated zombies. They're extremely difficult to deal with. We need to be fully prepared. Right. This time, we'll go in first to scout the situation, assess the types and numbers of those second-stage mutated zombies inside. Understood. Fong Hong pulled out the key and approached the gate, tightly bound by chains. Click. Using the key to unlock the iron padlock on the chains, Fong Hong laboriously peeled back the coiled chains one by one. The Federation squad spread out behind him, gathering into a defensive formation. Thud! The heavy iron chain was removed and tossed onto the ground. Fong Hong drew his broadsword and cautiously pushed open the main door of Building 1. The interior of the prison building was deathly quiet. Chaos reigned, tables were overturned, papers strewn everywhere. Dried, messy bloodstains were visible everywhere. There was no doubt that a riot had erupted here. Eerily, the entire Building 1 remained deathly quiet. Fong Hong turned his head to glance at Chun Yu beside him. Something doesn't feel right, does it? Yeah. Chun Yu had also sensed the anomaly and explained in a low voice. I don't know the specifics either. The task for Prison 507 was obtained by the Federation through other channels. We know the least about the part concerning Building 1. All we know is that we can find a magnetic card here that corresponds to the electronic lock opening the underground passageway. There are significant gaps in the mission flow intelligence for this section, and there's also a possibility of discrepancies in the preceding and subsequent mission threads. Intelligence suggests these discrepancies might stem from minor variations between different servers. Fong Hong nodded in understanding. Let's go. We'll head inside and take a look. Chun Yu grew increasingly alert, signaling to the squad members behind him. The 20-member Federation squad provided mutual cover as they entered the prison interior together. Soon, they followed the hallway to a fork in the path. One led to the prison block, the other to the isolation medical ward in the administrative section. Chun Yu looked at Fong Hong and asked, should we go to the infirmary first? No, we're going to the second floor first. Second floor? Yeah, according to my intel, there's a safe in the firearms room on the second floor management area. The magnetic card is stored inside that safe. Alright, let's head to the second floor and investigate first. Chun Yu raised an eyebrow. He was slightly puzzled about where Fong Hong had obtained this information. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. With a wave of his hand, the Federation squad sprang into action, moving steadily up the staircase to the right. The team ascended the second floor corridor cautiously, advancing slowly along the passage leading to the administrative area. Fong Hong and Chun Yu positioned themselves at the front of the squad. They encountered not a single zombie along the way. Chen Yu whispered, "It's been eerily quiet this whole way. Something's definitely off." Fong Hong shared the same suspicion. As they cautiously advanced, suddenly, Fong Heng's hair stood on end. He abruptly sensed danger drawing near. The sense of peril came from his right. Fong Hong whipped his head around. To his right was the glass window of a conference room. The blinds were tightly shut, so he couldn't see inside. SSSH. SSSSH. Fong Hong distinctly heard the sound of something swiftly scraping along the wall. The sound came from behind the glass window. And it was rapidly closing in. "Watch out." Chen Yu froze. Bang! The glass window shattered with a loud bang. A crimson shadow darted through the shattered window, lunging straight at Chen Yu. Sharp white claws extended forward. Fong Hong shouted, "Duck!" Chen Yu reacted with lightning speed. Trusting Fong Hong, he immediately assumed the safest protective stance the instant he heard the shout. He rolled sideways forward on the spot. Fong Hong, standing behind Chen Yu, raised his shotgun. The muzzle locked onto the deep red creature charging toward them. Bang! Fong Hong pulled the trigger. The shotgun hit its mark. The red creature flew backward. "It's a licker!" Someone immediately cried out in alarm. A scavenger. The most troublesome creature among second-stage zombies. Fong Heng's pupils contracted sharply. Memories of the licker flooded his mind. Unlike ordinary zombies, lickers were unstable experimental subjects created by directly injecting the T-virus into living organisms. Cultivated and engineered by Meteor Corporation, researchers directly fed them with living DNA during the incubation phase. After absorbing sufficient nutrients from the living hosts, the continuously active T-virus caused the test subject's skin to necrotize and peel away, while their muscle tissue underwent abnormal growth. After the skin shed, the subjects gradually lost the function and purpose of human hands as tools, with their forelimbs mutating into claws. Due to this morphological change, Meteor Corporation designated it as the licker. They hunt more effectively than humans. Scrapers excel at traversing and hunting on surfaces like ceilings and walls. Their weaknesses are their heads and exposed hearts. The licker spends most of its time in a crouching posture, which better protects its heart. The brain. Fong Heng's gaze locked onto the two fatal points of the licker before him. Hit at close range by the shotgun, the massive sound wave and recoil knocked the licker backward, stunning it temporarily. Leaning backward, it exposed its heart. Fong Hong drew his greatsword. Since concluding his journey to Hopetown and after a period of inactivity, Fong Heng's air rank skill, robust physique, had advanced to LV10. The level 10 skill granted him an additional 7 points to his base strength and constitution attributes. He had also consumed all the gene-enhancing serum gifted by Chiao Yaokong, maxing out all 3 base attributes to their full potential of plus 5 points. Combined with his basic strength training, Fong Heng's strength now soared to an impressive 19 points. Nearly 4 times that of an average player. Seizing the moment when the licker leaned back in a stiffened posture, Fong Hong swiftly stepped forward. He swung his great cleaver with all his might, delivering a powerful downward strike. Shoo! The blade descended from above. The blade tore open a massive gash in the licker's body. The blow cleaved the exposed heart clean in two. Thud! The licker collapsed to the ground. It thrashed on the ground for a moment before its body stiffened, limbs contorting into grotesque shapes as it curled into a ball. Notice, you have slain a Tier 2 mutated zombie scavenger. You have obtained a complete evolution crystal and 20 survival points. Chapter 97, Flashbang. Oh no! I never expected it to be a licker. Fong Hong finally understood. No wonder there were no ordinary zombies here. When starving, scavengers feed on ordinary zombies to obtain nutrients. Fong Hong turned his head to glance at Chen Yu, who had just regained his footing nearby. Chen Yu, still shaken, nodded silently at Fong Hong. The two shared an unspoken understanding without uttering a word. For reasons unknown, after completing their evolution, scavengers' visual nerves completely degenerated and ceased to function. In contrast, their tactile and auditory senses far surpassed those of ordinary animals. They were extremely sensitive to sound. The gunshots from earlier must have drawn quite a few lickers here. We can't stay here long, we must evacuate immediately. Chen Yu pointed toward the nearby entrance leading to the prison zone, then rapidly signaled several hand gestures to the squad members. He signaled for the team to minimize noise and retreat swiftly. Survival comes first, get out of here. Fong Hong dared not linger either. Dealing with one scavenger had already been terrifying enough. If 2 or 3 attacked, the entire squad might well meet their end here. The squad cautiously retreated to the first floor. Just as feared, the rapid, scraping sound of squeak, squeak, squeak approached from above. Fong Heng's passive perception triggered an extreme danger warning once more. Run! Now! Fong Hong shouted. He was certain a large number of lickers had followed them up from above. Staying quiet was pointless now. Hearing Fong Heng's shout, the squad members immediately sprinted back along the path they had come. Behind them, the scraping sounds of pursuit grew ever closer. Fong Heng's agility stat was twice that of ordinary players, allowing him to outpace his teammates slightly. He pulled far ahead of the others, reaching the prison gates first before turning to look back. Nearly a dozen crimson lickers were scurrying along the walls, closing in on the Federation squad players. Fong Hung switched to his pistol, aiming and firing short bursts at the lickers to slow their advance. Bang! Bang bang! The lickers were exceptionally agile, dodging the bullets with lightning-fast movements. Fong Hung emptied a magazine, with 60 to 70% of the rounds missing their mark. As the last federal player in the rear was about to be caught, Chen Yu whipped his head around and tossed a blue flashbang backward. Buzz! A piercing ringing filled the air as the intense flash exploded among the lickers. Fong Hung instinctively ducked and closed his eyes. The model of the flashbang Chen Yu had thrown flashed through his mind. GNT 200 flashbang grenade. Manufacturer, Meteorite Corporation. Upon detonation, it not only emitted intense light but also released high-frequency sound waves. This sound would impair the lickers' hearing for a period of time. Rich Federation. A single flashbang costs a whopping 75 G points to purchase. Affected by the flashbang's high-frequency sound waves, the scavengers froze in place. Taking advantage of the lickers' immobilization, the Federation squad swiftly exited the warehouse. Bang! The doors slammed shut. Several Federation squad members rushed forward, working together to secure the doors once more with chains. Bang! Bang bang! Bang! The lickers refused to give up, and the sound of relentless pounding on the door echoed from inside the prison. Cold sweat beaded on the Federal squad members' foreheads as they raised their pistols, aiming them at the door. Fortunately, the prison door was sturdy enough. After a while, the sound of the ramming finally faded away. Phew! The squad members exhaled in relief, lowering their weapons and relaxing momentarily. Fong Heng's brow remained furrowed. He hadn't anticipated this mission would be so difficult. Second-stage mutated zombies were already extremely difficult to deal with, and they had encountered the most troublesome lickers of all. Earlier, Fong Hung hadn't counted them carefully, but he roughly estimated there were at least 10 lickers. Our mission is going to be complicated. The lickers are far too powerful. Dealing with them at this stage is just too difficult. Shen Yu panted heavily as he approached Fong Hung to discuss the situation. Even now, his heart was still pounding violently. They move far too fast. Forget crossbows, even firearms would have abysmal accuracy. We'll need another approach to complete this mission. Fong Hung leaned against the wall, deep in thought. He understood exactly what Chen Yu meant. He had just experienced firsthand attacking a licker with a pistol. Even with his 15-point perception bonus, he could only land a maximum of 5 hits out of 15 bullets. Moreover, the pistol dealt minimal damage to the licker. A few simple attacks wouldn't be enough to inflict fatal wounds. Against the licker, even the vine zombies were no match. The licker's formidable strength attribute could easily break free from the vine zombies' entanglement skills. Fong Hung closed his eyes, rapidly recalling the licker's weaknesses. Shen Yu also felt an intense headache. This mission was far more difficult than what the Federation's intelligence reports had originally indicated. At this stage, it was simply impossible for any player to handle such a large number of lickers. Even the Federation itself faced the same challenge. How could he persuade Fong Hung to abandon this mission? Shen Yu pondered for a moment before suggesting, Fong Hung, why don't we abandon it? Let's wait until our weapons and equipment are upgraded. Fong Heng's eyes snapped open. Scavengers have degenerated visual nerves and rely on their powerful hearing to navigate. We can find a way to exploit that. Ha! Shen Yu froze again. Following Fong Heng's reasoning, his eyes lit up. I see. You mean we should stay completely silent, sneak into the second-floor armory undetected, and retrieve the magnetic card? Fong Hung waved his hand dismissively. Forget that idea. It's a tired old trope. The door to the second-floor armory is almost certainly locked from the inside. Breaking down the door is the only way in, but the noise will attract the lickers. That's a dead end. Shen Yu was momentarily speechless. He realized Fong Hung had a point. Too bad we only had one emergency flashbang from headquarters, and we just used it. Should I go back and request 2 more from the higher-ups? We could use the brief disorientation caused by the flashbang to buy time and retrieve the magnetic card from the firearms storage room on the second floor. Shen Yu believed this was the most feasible way to accomplish the mission. He hadn't expected Fong Hung to refuse decisively once again. No. Requesting more from the Federation would take too long, at least 2 or 3 days round trip. Plus, approval isn't guaranteed. 2 flashbangs would only provide limited effect, and the risk is too high. Listening to Fong Heng's reasoning, Shen Yu was left speechless once more. Even knowing Building 1 was swarming with scavengers, he still thought 2 or 3 days was too slow? 2 to 3 days? We'd be lucky to complete the mission within that time frame. The Federation squad members listening in shared the same thoughts. They couldn't fathom the logic behind this big shot, Fong Hung. Fong Hung absent-mindedly rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He slowly backed up several steps, turning his head to glance at the small hills piled high with logs across the prison square. A plan began to take shape in Fong Heng's mind. Chapter 98, Hiring. Fong Hong looked up at Chun Yu and asked. The Federation elite team is equipped with handguns, right? Well, not everyone. Handguns are still quite rare in the game at this stage. Only 12 of us are equipped, and each of us only has 15 rounds. That's enough. I have a plan. I'll need your team to help me with something this afternoon. What? A plan? A plan to get the magnetic card? Fong Hong leaned in close and whispered into Chen Yu's ear. Later, help me move some logs. Move logs? Chen Yu stared at Fong Hong, utterly baffled. What possible connection could there be between the plan to kill the scavengers and moving logs? He wondered if Fong Heng's train of thought was a bit too disjointed. Yes, move the logs first. And it'll require some coordination and skill. Fong Hong said, pulling out paper and pen. He swiftly sketched a diagram in front of Chen Yu. Look at this. Try arranging the logs into this shape. Then brainstorm further, making sure to leave these specific spots open. Staring at the rough sketch Fong Hong had drawn, Chen Yu looked even more bewildered. Sir, are you building a maze for fun? Chun Yu. Fong Hong patted Chun Yu's shoulder encouragingly. I believe in your abilities. You can absolutely do this. The liquor is the strongest among second-stage mutated zombies. Without exception. Their agility is off the charts, evasion skills are top tier, and their physical defenses are incredibly robust. The most troublesome aspect? They prefer to roam in packs. Even in the late game, players will run whenever possible when encountering looters. If escape was impossible, they'd suppress them with heavy ranged fire. To completely eliminate the scavengers within Building 1, Fong Hong believed the best approach would be to set the entire place ablaze or simply blow the building to smithereens. But doing so would destroy the magnetic cards inside the building, resulting in mission failure. Therefore, a different tactic was needed. Relying solely on the Federation's tools wouldn't be enough. Fong Hong had already formulated a rough plan. While Chen Yu led the Federation squad in hauling logs across the prison grounds, he drove his truck to the Dark Knight Order's camp nestled beside a valley. A wooden cabin stood at the valley's base. A sign hung outside the cabin. The End Bar. Though called a camp, it was essentially just a cabin converted into a bar. Fong Hong stepped inside the cabin. Inside, 2 or 3 NPC survivors sat huddled around a table, whispering among themselves. Upon seeing Fong Hong enter, they all stopped talking simultaneously. Behind the bar stood a tall, young woman dressed provocatively. Her exposed tan skin and curvaceous figure drew Fong Heng's gaze for a moment longer than he intended. Fong Hong? You're that newcomer everyone's been buzzing about lately. Katarina waved at Fong Hong. She poured a drink and pushed it toward him. Pleased to meet you. I'm Katarina, the manager here. To celebrate our first meeting, this round's on me. Thank you. Fong Hong walked up to the bar. Let me guess you're here to pick up a mission? Katarina leaned in close to Fong Hong and gave him a flirtatious wink. I've got a ton of tasks piling up. I've been at the bottom of the rankings for the past 2 months. You'll help me out, right? Let me see your assignments. If they're manageable. Katarina flicked her wrist and a list of missions appeared before Fong Hong. Mission 1, eliminate level 2 zombies. Difficulty, SS. Reward, Dark Knight Order honor points. Quest 2, locate the Meteorite Corporation branch within the city. Difficulty, SSS. Reward, Dark Knight Order merit points. Mission 3, investigate clues related to Meteor Corporation's biological weapon program may trigger subsequent missions. Difficulty, SSS. Reward, Dark Knight Order merit points. Mission 4, protect a key member of the Dark Knights. Difficulty, SSS. Reward, Dark Knight Order merit points. Mission 4, search for dangerous individuals Meteor Corporation Security Chief. Difficulty, SSS. Reward, Dark Knight Order merit points. Mission 5, Alex Live Specimen Analysis. Fong Hong stared at the densely packed taskbar, utterly astonished. The Dark Knight's missions were on an entirely different level compared to the Doomsday Merchant camp tasks. The lowest difficulty level was already S rank. No wonder Dark Knight Order admission was so difficult. Fong Hong pondered silently. Katarina's beautiful eyes fixed on Fong Hong. So, any quests catch your interest? Funny enough, I'm heading out to kill some lickers. Fong Hong casually accepted the mission to collect samples from second-stage mutated zombies and the liquor research assignment. Notice, you have accepted the mission clear second-tier zombies. Prompt, you have accepted the task scavenger research. Mission name, clear second-tier zombies. Difficulty, SS. Requirements, eliminate at least 100 second-stage mutated zombies. Time limit, 72 hours. Mission name, scavenger research. Difficulty, SSS. Mission objective, obtain a liquor specimen within the designated timeframe may exceed the objective. Time limit, 72 hours. You have 72 hours to complete the mission. Good luck. One more thing, my survival camp is in trouble. I need to temporarily recruit help from the Dark Knights. Certainly. Your current honor level is 7. You may use honor points for temporary recruitment. Additionally, an elite Dark Knight mercenary can assist you for 24 hours. Should they perish during the mission, you will be liable for substantial compensation. Fong Hong glanced at the price list provided by Katarina. Temporarily recruiting an elite mercenary from the Dark Knights for 24 hours costs 300 Dark Knights available honor points. If fully equipped with weapons, it would require a whopping 1,000 honor points. Moreover, during the temporary recruitment period, the mercenary's weapon and ammunition consumption would incur additional player survival point costs. The cost of ammunition would also fall on Fong Hong. What a money pit! Fong Hong calculated that he had previously completed Hopetown-related missions at 41x difficulty to earn 41,000 honor points. I need to recruit 20 fully armed elite Dark Knights. Oh? Looks like you're planning a big operation. Good luck. Katarina looked surprised, then her smile grew even brighter. Notice, your friendship with Katarina has increased. Handsome, you've brought me a major deal. I'll give you extra discounts on weapon wear and tear. When would you like them to assemble at your sanctuary? We'll need some time to coordinate, so at least 3 hours for mobilization. You can designate alternate assembly points, but longer distances will extend the gathering time. No need. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock assembly. Understood. They'll report to your shelter on time. Chapter 99, The Maze. Shen Yu had no idea what Fong Hong was planning. But unlike other Federation players, he had considerable faith in Fong Hong. The corpse pit he witnessed last time in Hopetown was an image he would never forget. Such monster spawning tactics had never been documented even in Federation textbooks. It existed only in the bragging of players on forums. Shen Yu led the Federation squad back and forth, hauling logs for an entire afternoon. They finally managed to set up a maze-like layout before sunset, following Fong Heng's rough sketch and filling in the gaps with a lot of imagination. It was exhausting. Even the Federation's elite recruits, trained rigorously within the academy, were feeling the strain. After dinner and showers, they quickly logged off to rest. Shen Yu felt every muscle ache in his body. He intended to say goodbye to Fong Hong before logging off, but strangely, the kid had vanished again. Hope nothing bad happened to him. Shen Yu muttered to himself before logging off as well. He still needed to report the mission to his superiors. Shortly after Shen Yu and the others logged off, the zombie clones completed their search of Building 2 of the prison complex. Supplies and materials are piled haphazardly inside the basement shelter. Notice, your zombie horde has completed exploration of Prison Block 2. You discovered Ken Leaks 27, Instant Noodles 43, Stimulants 3, Homemade Knife 1, Bandages 23, Pistol Ammo 4669, Pistols Beretta 92 FS6, Medical Alcohol 2. Fong Hengda glanced over the mission log. Good stuff. Guns. Ammo. The team desperately needed these right now. Without pausing to sort the collected items, Fong Hong hastily stuffed the pistols and ammunition into his backpack. With a wave of his hand, he led his zombie clones out of the basement. After leaving the Dark Knight Order camp during the day, he first visited the Doomsday Merchant camp to purchase a large quantity of nails and mechanical lubricant. He then detoured back to the abandoned mine shaft to retrieve the iron ingots he'd forged during this period. Returning to the prison square, Fong Hong chuckled softly at the sight of the maze constructed from massive piles of logs. Shen Yu and his crew are truly dependable. Such a complex maze of passages would have been impossible for the zombie clones to construct on their own. Fong Hong surveyed his surroundings. Large quantities of logs still remained scattered across the square. He directed the zombies to another section of the square to begin the next phase of operations. Next up is setting the traps. We'll need the zombies to handle the construction, which means rebuilding the assembly lines to boost efficiency. Fong Hong perked up. He roughly divided the zombie clones into 3 assembly lines. One group crafted wooden spike traps. Another group began constructing wooden frames. The final group produced hemp ropes. The next day, Shen Yu and the others completed their daily training outside the game and logged in on time as usual. Leading his team to the prison cafeteria on the first floor, Shen Yu spotted Fong Hong enjoying his breakfast. Fong Hong, we've finished constructing the passageway. Shen Yu sat down across from Fong Hong with his tray. We ran into a few issues during the actual setup. Since I couldn't reach you yesterday, I took the liberty of making some adjustments in certain areas. I saw it last night. It's absolutely perfect. You're incredibly talented. I think you're a genius in architecture. Want a chocolate milk? Fong Hong silently gave Shen Yu a mental thumbs up and handed him a packet of chocolate milk. After witnessing the architectural structures Shen Yu had built, he even found himself tempted to poach him. To take a maze-like structure he'd sketched offhand and expanded into something refined, Shen Yu clearly had a knack for architecture. A real talent. Fong Hong winked at Shen Yu. If you ever decide to leave the Federation, consider joining me. I'll pay you double. Shen Yu was momentarily speechless. He remembered the task the team leader had given him when he arrived was to recruit Fong Hong. How did things suddenly feel off? Just kidding. Fong Hong took a sip of chocolate milk. I'll make the arrangements. After dinner, we'll launch the operation. Assemble the Federation squad at the plaza. We'll wipe out those lickers in one fell swoop and retake prison building 1. Got it. Shen Yu's expression turned serious. He realized Fong Hong wasn't joking. Fong Hong was confident. But how exactly did he plan to kill zombies with this maze that looked like a joke? Could it be trap them inside the maze and starve them to death? Shen Yu scratched his head, dismissing this impractical notion. We'll see when the time comes. He still chose to trust Fong Heng's plan. After eating, Shen Yu led the fully prepared Federation squad to the prison square. Stepping onto the prison square, Shen Yu was utterly stunned. Not only Shen Yu, but the Federation soldiers behind him were equally dumbfounded. The prison square was completely different from when they had left the night before. What were those sentry towers standing haphazardly all over the square? Good heavens! Watchtowers! How had he managed to erect so many watchtowers in just one night? Shen Yu was utterly stunned. Unlike building the initial shelter, constructing structures like watchtowers required players not only to prepare ample building materials but also to expend stamina points during construction. Alright, let's not even talk about materials. Given the prison stockpile, Fong Hong probably wasn't short on supplies. But what about the construction period? A structure like this would take 2 players working in shifts 4 or 5 days to complete. How could so many watchtowers have sprung up in just one night? Puzzled, Shen Yu looked up toward the top of the watchtower. He immediately spotted NPC mercenaries on alert inside the towers. Mercenaries too? Were they all recruited by Fong Hong too? Shen Yu, you're here. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shen Yu swallowed hard, turning his head to watch Fong Hang and Liao Bufan leap down from the towering pile of logs. Liao Bufan still held an empty oil drum in his hand, casually tossing it aside. Fong Hong, did you set up all these watchtowers? The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Yu instantly realized how foolish the question sounded. If Fong Hong didn't build them, did he exploit some bug to create them? Yeah, used a little trick. Fong Hong gave a vague reply. The players of the Federation squad stared at Fong Hong as if they'd seen a ghost. Don't sweat the details. Let's focus on our plan to deal with the scavengers. Fong Hong straightened up, pointing at the sentry towers lining the maze perimeter. Simply put, I'll first lure the scavengers out of prison block 1. Once they enter the watchtower's attack range, follow my command and eliminate them completely. Shen Yu fell deep in thought. He carefully considered the battle plan Fong Hong had outlined. With so many watchtowers, it seemed feasible. But Shen Yu couldn't help but glance up at the sentry towers. How on earth did Fong Hong manage to build so many watchtowers overnight? Chapter 100, Luring Monsters. Since the lickers are highly agile and hard to hit, wait until everyone is inside the watchtowers. Fong Hong continued explaining the battle plan to Shen Yu and his squad. Leveraging the tower's elevated position, along with the added bonuses inside like extended ranged attack range, hit rate, and critical chance, we should be able to eliminate the lickers trapped within the maze. Any questions? A Federation soldier raised his hand. Mr. Fong Hong, I have a question. Go ahead. Our firearms are insufficient and our ammunition is scarce. We cannot guarantee sustained firepower. The prison will provide you with a supply of handguns and ammunition will be fully stocked. Fong Hong spoke, giving Liao Bufan a meaningful glance. Liao Bufan, already prepared, moved to the side and pushed a wooden crate from the corner toward them. Opening the crate revealed over a dozen handguns and a full box of pistol ammunition. All these firearms and ammunition were collected from buildings 2 and 3 of the prison. This many bullets? The federal squad members were dazzled by the sheer volume of ammunition in the crate. They witnessed once again the prison's astonishing abundance. The federal elite squad had a 60% handgun equipment rate, but each member only carried 15 rounds. Before arriving here, they had assumed such equipment was already top tier in the game. Upon arriving at the prison, they discovered that ammunition here was practically unlimited. Shen Yu snapped back to his senses. He glanced up at the watchtower, then surveyed the maze constructed yesterday, and finally looked down at the bullets scattered everywhere. Could this plan really work? Was he counting on the maze to delay the scavengers for a little longer? Then rely on the tower's elevated position to fire down from above? Theoretically, it seemed possible. But Shen Yu had never seen anyone play this way in apocalypse survival. Shen Yu, what do you think of the plan? It's okay, I guess. Shen Yu was a bit bewildered by Fong Hang's wildly unconventional approach. But Fong Hong, this maze might work against regular zombies. But the lickers are skilled climbers. Faced with terrain like this, wouldn't they just scale it from above? Fong Hong nodded. Exactly. That's why I've made special arrangements. You'll see soon enough. All right. Shen Yu thought it through carefully. If even this had been factored into Fong Hang's plan, then theoretically, this plan should have no flaws. But it felt off, just not right. How about we test it first? All right, let's test it first. Fong Hong was confident in his plan, but Shen Yu had a point. Since this was the first time implementing such a tactic, it was safer to test it first. They'd lure out just a few lickers at first. That way, if the plan went awry, they could still salvage it. Following the plan, Chen Yu led the Federation squad members to split into 5 teams, each ascending a different watchtower. They drew their pistols, aiming at the exit of Building 1, the prison wing. One squad member spotted something and pointed upward toward the maze. "Captain, look up there." "Whoa." Chen Yu sucked in a sharp breath. "Holy crap." Atop the log pile lay a layer of wooden planks, over which another layer of spike traps had been installed. No need to guess this had to be Feng Heng's doing. Chen Yu silently nodded in admiration. Laying down a layer of wooden spike traps could indeed prevent the lickers from scaling the obstacle directly from above. But how effective it would be remained uncertain. After all, these were lickers. Feng Heng and Liao Bufan walked together to the iron gate of Building 1. He gave a hand signal to Chen Yu, who was positioned higher up. Chen Yu waved back in response. "Stay alert. Prepare for combat." "Yes, team leader." Feng Heng lowered his hand and pushed open the iron gate. Next came the task of luring the monsters. This task proved rather difficult. Feng Heng pondered for a long time before realizing he had to handle the monster luring himself. Among all players, only he possessed the highest agility. Combined with his 15 points in perception and danger awareness, he could maximize his escape window and flee ahead of time. If anyone else tried to lure the monsters, they'd likely die on the way before even managing to draw out the scavengers. Liao Bufan flashed aside the moment the passageway doors opened. Feng Heng remained standing in place. He glanced inside the prison and pulled a bottle of drink from his pocket. Item, Gatorade 2021 Commemorative Edition. Description: consumption boosts maximum movement speed by 20% for 20 minutes and increases stamina recovery rate by 20%, usable only once within 48 hours. Feng Heng downed the drink in one gulp. He had tested it yesterday when encountering the licker. His full sprint was slightly slower than the creature's. With this 20% speed boost, the licker shouldn't be able to catch him now. Holding his shotgun, Feng Heng advanced cautiously. He retraced his steps along the passageway until reaching the entrance to the second floor. Instead of rushing upstairs, Feng Heng pulled a small yellow rubber duck toy from his backpack. He reached out and grasped the toy rubber duck's belly. He gave it a gentle squeeze. Squeak! The toy duck let out a shrill squeak. Squeak! Squeak, squeak, squeak! After pressing it several times in succession, Feng Heng put the little yellow duck away. Lickers track their prey by sound at close range. They could even hear their victims' heartbeats. So directly using a sound source to lure them would be quickly detected. Gotcha! Moments later, Feng Heng heard faint scraping sounds coming from upstairs, and a sense of danger surged within him. Turn and run! Feng Heng sprinted forward with all his might. His stamina began to plummet rapidly. Feng Heng was certain the licker was still chasing him. Because that sense of danger behind him hadn't faded. Instead, it only grew more intense. The hissing sound of something crawling close to the wall behind him grew denser and denser. Judging by the sound, the number of lickers chasing him this time was even greater than last time. This is bad. The little duckling couldn't control its cry. It had drawn far too many lickers at once. Feng Heng had no choice. Without looking back, he kept running for his life. The exit was in sight. Feng Heng leapt over the prison gate and immediately ducked into the maze-like gap reserved on the right. Liao Bufan swiftly sealed the gap beside him, and the two continued their frantic dash into the distance. After only a few seconds of sprinting, the first licker burst out from within the prison building. The licker relied on sound and perception to navigate. Moving with blinding speed, it burst from the building and instantly began scaling the log-built walls. Following Feng Heng's prior instructions, Chen Yu held his fire until receiving the signal. His fingers were tense on the pistol's trigger as he stared intently at the licker. Now was the moment to test whether the maze would hold. Chapter 101, Tower Defense Game. The licker did not follow the maze's path. It initially crawled several meters along the log-piled walls before quickly scaling upward, attempting to leap over from above. SSS-tier. The licker's body was lacerated by several fine cuts as it touched the wooden spike trap. Yet the licker continued to move forward at a rapid pace. Bearing the damage from the spike trap, it leapt over it. Another series of rustling scrapes followed. Dozens of crimson shadows burst out from the prison building. Chen Yu jolted awake. Oh no! There were far too many lickers. Though the squad led by Chen Yu wasn't high level and lacked combat experience, they had all received professional training within the Federation. During their training, they had watched countless combat footage involving lickers. Now, seeing nearly 20 lickers bursting out from within, their scalps still prickled with dread. Over 20 lickers followed the path blazed by their predecessors, leaping over the maze's upper levels and charging swiftly toward Feng Heng and Liao Bufan. Chen Yusen's heart sank. No! Spiked logs inflicted minimal damage on the lickers. The lickers simply ignored the damage and charged through. The plan had failed. Quick! Prepare to fire. Protect Fong Hung. Just as Chun Yu was about to order the attack, he suddenly realized something. His hand shot out, signaling his comrades to halt their fire. Ha! What's going on? Why had the licker's speed slowed down? Chun Yu wore a look of astonishment. He noticed several lickers, who had been swiftly climbing along the log walls, accidentally slipped and fell off. After several attempts, most of the lickers abandoned scaling the heights altogether, instead laboriously circling around through the maze-like passages below. Why? What was this maneuver? Shen Yu's mind filled with questions as he instinctively glanced back at Fong Hong and Liao Bufan. By now, Fong Hong and the others had already sprinted to the rear and successfully scaled a nearby watchtower. Shen Yu saw Liao Bufan holding a pistol, flipping off the lickers winding their way through the maze below. Heh, mechanical lubricant. Feels good, huh? Never seen this stuff before, have you? Lubricant. Shen Yu suddenly understood. So that's it. They'd coated the spikes above with lubricant. The licker's limbs, now coated in lubricant, moved slightly slower and struggled to cling to the walls for climbing. Shen Yu! Move! Hearing Fong Heng's shout, Shen Yu snapped back to attention and issued the attack command to the squad. Fire! Bang! Bang bang! Federal elite players hiding inside the sentry tower simultaneously raised their guns and fired. Gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down in a dense hail below. The lickers moved with blinding speed. Relying on their powerful senses, they darted back and forth through the narrow passageways, dodging the hail of bullets. Though the lubricant coating the lickers slightly hindered their movement and the turrets improved their accuracy, the damage inflicted remained insufficient. Shen Yu remained utterly focused, cold sweat dripping relentlessly down his cheeks, soaking a large patch behind him. The only hope now lay with the maze, relying on its twists and turns to slow the licker's advance. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Shen Yu stared in shock as the head of the licker he'd been carefully aiming at exploded with a loud crack. What the hell? The licker got a headshot. He whipped his head around, glancing toward the sentry tower behind him. An NPC was holding a jet-black sniper rifle, aiming down at the licker below. A sniper rifle? A terrifying sniper rifle. How could someone actually wield such a deadly weapon as a sniper rifle at this stage? Looking closer, he saw no fewer than 5 muzzles protruding from the sentry tower. NPCs. Dark Knight mercenaries. Spotting the armband on that NPC's shoulder, Shen Yu's mind instantly flashed with the name. No doubt about it. At this stage, players' levels were still low. The prerequisite for using a sniper rifle is LV-10 in firearms proficiency. Within this server, the highest level player in their federation still needed nearly 1/5 of the required evolution crystal fragments to reach level 5. Apart from players, only elite NPCs of the Dark Knight Order possess the ability to wield sniper rifles. So Fong Hong has already completed the Dark Knight Order's questline? Being able to mobilize so many elite Dark Knights means his rank within the Order is exceptionally high. Beyond that, he must also pay a substantial amount of honor points for this. The Federation has only just received missions related to the Dark Knight Order and is scrambling to tackle them as quickly as possible. Yet Fong Hong has not only completed the quests but also amassed a substantial amount of honor points? How did he manage that? Shen Yu found himself momentarily baffled. Ever since arriving at the prison, he had discovered more and more inexplicable things about Fong Hong. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted across the square. Shen Yu temporarily set aside his doubts and turned his gaze toward the prison square. The power of a sniper rifle far exceeded that of an ordinary handgun. Even so, a sniper rifle couldn't guarantee a one-shot kill. Unless hitting a vital spot, it would take at least 3 shots to take down a scavenger. And there was the limitation of accuracy. But the members of the Dark Knight Order wielding these sniper rifles were all elite. Combined with the hit rate boost from the sentry turrets, their accuracy remains at 80%. The scavengers darting wildly through the labyrinth had nowhere to hide, gradually falling to the sniper rifle fire. It turns out the Dark Knight Corps was Fong Heng's true trump card against these scavengers. Their Federation team was merely icing on the cake. When did the Federation Elite Corps become mere fillers? Compared to the elite Dark Knights? Shen Yu felt a pang of inadequacy welling up inside him. He couldn't help but turn his head, gazing once more at the sentry tower where Fong Hong stood. Just how many secrets lay hidden behind Fong Hong? Notice, the Dark Knight Corps member you temporarily recruited has slain a Tier 2 mutated zombie licker. You have gained survival points 29 and obtained 1 licker sample. Current task: collect licker samples, 2% complete. Current task: eliminate Tier 2 zombies, 1% complete. Notice, your temporarily recruited Dark Knight Corps member has slain a Tier 2 mutated zombie scavenger. You have gained survival points 29. You have obtained a scavenger sample. Success. Seeing the messages gradually appear in the game log, Fong Hong breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was flawless. The lickers were slowed down by the constructed maze and fell victim to sniper rifle fire. Beside him, Liao Bufan, who'd been chased for half the day, held a pistol in one hand while pulling a chocolate bar from his backpack with the other, biting into it. Sigh. He sighed, silently watching the liquors continue to fall to the guns of the Federation and mercenaries, then turned his head to glance at Fang Hung. A survival game was somehow turned into a tower defense game. You're something else, champ. Chapter 102, Survivor. Bang! The pistol bullet struck the liquor's brain with pinpoint accuracy. Notice, you dealt critical damage to the liquor with your firearm. You gained 35 firearm EXP. Notice, your skill firearm proficiency has been upgraded to LV2. With such a promising start, the rest became much simpler. Fang Hung even had the leisure to practice his marksmanship a few times atop the tower. Once the wave of liquors had cleared, Fang Hung and Liao Bufan immediately climbed down from the watchtower, shut the prison gates, and inspected the state of the maze. After the scavengers' rampage, multiple sections of the maze were damaged. The spike traps on the upper level had only about half their durability left, and the log-stacked walls had even been clawed open by the scavengers, who had dug a hole through them and passed straight through. After patching things up, Liao Bufan climbed back to the top and poured another wave of fresh engine oil. Then lure another wave. By 1 p.m., Fang Hung had lured 5 waves of liquors back and forth. Bang! The last liquor trapped in the maze was headshot by an elite NPC of the Dark Knight Order. Notice, your temporarily recruited Dark Knight Order member has slain a Tier 2 mutated zombie liquor. You gain survival points 26. Notice, you have obtained 1 liquor sample. Current mission: collect liquor samples, 202% complete. Current mission: clear Tier 2 zombies, 100% complete. That should be enough. Xian Fanheng had already circled the entire prison, ensuring the vast majority of scavengers had been lured out and eliminated. A total of 101 liquors had been eliminated. This matched Chen Yu's prior estimate of the liquor population. Next step, head to the second floor to find the magnetic card and complete the mission. With Liao Bufan having completed the final adjustments to the maze, Fang Hung entered building 1 of the prison alone. Following the main corridor, Fang Hung ascended to the second floor and arrived at the door of the firearms room. Sure enough, as he had suspected, the armory door was securely locked. Fang Hung pulled out his newly crafted small iron hammer and began smashing the door. The iron door had a durability rating of 2000. It took him some time, over 50 consecutive blows, before he finally broke it open. He pushed the door open. The armory had been completely ransacked. Gun cabinets lay open in disarray, scattered bullets littering the floor. Fang Hong walked to the safe in the corner and opened it using the combination from his notebook. Click. Inside the safe lay a magnetic card and a piece of paper. Notice, you have obtained a spare magnetic card: Prison 507. Item, backup magnetic card: Prison 507. Description: this backup magnetic card holds the highest level access privileges within the prison. A note is affixed to its back, for emergency use in special circumstances only. Authorization from Meteorite Corporation is required prior to use. Authorization from Meteorite Corporation required before use? Is Meteorite Corporation more powerful than the Warden? Fang Hung muttered under his breath, then picked up the piece of paper beneath the magnetic card to examine it. Notice: Prison 507 operates under government authorization in secret collaboration with Meteorite Corporation. The basement of Building 1 is strictly off-limits. In emergencies requiring access to Building 1 basement, prior authorization from both Meteorite Corporation and the Warden is mandatory. This notice is classified unauthorized dissemination is strictly prohibited. Is this hinting that Building 1's basement also houses Meteorite Corporation's secret research lab? Fang Hong tucked the note into his backpack. He had visited the basement before while baiting monsters. A passageway there was blocked by an iron gate. If that's the case, the liquors infesting Building 1 likely escaped from that underground lab. Prison 507 was likely one of the origins of the apocalyptic zombie virus outbreak. If there were still large numbers of scavengers in the basement, that would be trouble. The Dark Knight mercenaries were scheduled to depart at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Building 1 must be completely cleared before then. We still need to run down to the basement first and check it thoroughly. Fang Hong made up his mind, grabbed the shotgun, and headed for the basement. The basement still had backup power supply. Fang Hong returned to the basement's iron door and swiped the newly acquired spare access card for verification. Beep beep beep. Verification successful. The iron door blocking his path slowly rose upward, revealing the passageway beyond. Contrary to Fang Heng's expectations before arriving, no liquors were lurking within the passageway. He walked straight ahead down the corridor. At the end, 2 blast doors stood flanking the passageway. The left door stood ajar, leaving only a narrow gap. Fang Hong tried pushing it open to investigate. Whoa! Fang Hong sucked in a sharp breath. Inside the room, rows upon rows of circular vertical cultivation pods stacked high were filled with cultivating liquors. Most of the chambers were damaged, leaking foul-smelling green liquid that pooled across the floor. Numerous liquor corpses littered the floor. Most of them were oddly shaped and underdeveloped. These were clearly failed cultivation attempts. Fang Hong noticed several pods still active, with a few liquors remaining inside, their bodies twitching intermittently. They appeared to be in a state of suspended animation. Fong Hong worried the lickers might suddenly awaken, so he cautiously scanned the room. Finding no valuable items, he retreated from the room, closing the blast door behind him. The left room was for cultivating lickers, so the right room was most likely the secret laboratory. Fong Hong tried pushing the blast door on the right. It wouldn't budge. The door was locked. A magnetic card reader was mounted beside the blast door. Fong Hong swiped the spare magnetic card over the sensor. Beep. Unrecognized identity. Ha? Identity not recognized? Not this card? Fong Hong was taken aback. The blast door had hundreds of thousands of durability points. Trying to break it down with just a sledgehammer was unrealistic. It would be more reliable to find another spot to smash through the wall instead. Strange. Could it be that the access card needed to open the door had to be found somewhere else? Just as Fong Hong was pondering this, he suddenly noticed a green indicator light flashing above the blast door ahead. Click. The blast door opened. Fong Hong raised his shotgun alertly. Then, he saw an excited face peering out from inside the door. A survivor? Thank God. I finally got rescue. Thank God. A young man wearing black-rimmed glasses rambled excitedly, gesturing wildly. Quick! It's dangerous out there. Get into the lab first. Fong Hong stepped into the room and quickly scanned his surroundings. Just as he'd suspected, this was the secret laboratory established by Meteorite Corporation. The survivor immediately slammed the blast door shut and locked it from the inside. I'm Li Bo, a level 2 researcher at Meteorite Corporation. Are you the special ops team sent to rescue me? I've been waiting for you for so long. Li Bo had been trapped here for months. Seeing living people at last. This filled him with overwhelming excitement. If you'd been half a month later, the remaining food supplies would have run out. I thought I was done for. When can we leave this place? When will the next rescue team arrive? Li Bo looked at Fong Hong with hopeful eyes. He had waited far too long for this savior. No, I'm not part of any special operations team, and there's no follow-up rescue squad. If you must know, I just happened to be passing through. Li Bo froze. You weren't sent by Meteorite Corporation to rescue me? No. Li Bo realized something. He clenched his fists. What's the situation outside? Have all the people out there been infected with the zombie virus? Has the entire world fallen? Yeah. Fong Hong nodded. Chapter 103, Acquisition. Sigh. Li Bo sighed. He plopped down onto the ground, looking utterly defeated. Several game prompts flashed rapidly across the lower left corner of Fong Hong's retinal display. Notice, you have triggered the special mission Meteorite Corporation employee. Mission name, Meteorite Corporation employee. Mission description, during your post-apocalyptic search, you encountered a Meteorite Corporation researcher who possesses numerous classified documents related to the corporation. Mission requirements, you may attempt to hand him over to the Apocalypse Merchant or the Dark Knight Order, or recruit him as a member of your shelter. Fong Hong's eyes lit up. He plopped down onto the floor and handed Li Bo a bottle of cola. Meeting in the apocalypse is fate itself. Care to chat? What exactly happened here? Li Bo took the soda, gulping several mouthfuls before offering a wry smile. Thanks. I'm Li Bo, an infamous employee of Meteorite Corporation. Notification, your friendship level with Li Bo has slightly increased. Having gone so long without speaking to another human, Li Bo couldn't hold back any longer. He desperately needed someone to confide in. Fong Hong listened quietly. According to Li Bo, he had been recruited by Meteor Corporation immediately after graduation to participate in a biological research program related to the T-virus. Several months ago, his team had been assigned a mission to enter a prison facility. They planned to conduct live T-virus experiments using the prison's strong inmates. Unexpectedly, a crisis erupted. Li Bo took a deep breath, recalling the events that still sent shivers down his spine. I was in the lab when suddenly a group of people burst in, screaming that a biohazard had occurred. They told me the liquor incubation pods had malfunctioned. A large number of liquors under cultivation escaped from the pods, attacked the researchers, and the virus spread rapidly outward. I have no idea why this happened. Normally, our lab implements strict safety protocols. From that moment on, I, the team leader, and several other survivors took refuge in this lab, monitoring the situation inside Prison Building 1 through external surveillance cameras. Li Bo's expression turned grim. Later, the power went out in Building 1, and the internal surveillance failed. About a week into being trapped here with over a dozen people, some started venturing outside to scout. They went out in groups, then one by one. None ever returned. Only the team leader and I remained in the lab. Months passed without any rescue arriving. We began to suspect the outside world had descended into apocalypse, that no one would come to rescue us. The team leader gradually couldn't bear this hopeless existence and chose to take his own life. Prompt, your rapport with Li Bo has slightly increased. Fong Hong listened to Li Bo's account, contemplating his next mission choice. He understood clearly that Li Bo, this NPC, was a special reward for completing the prison mission phase. If he resorted to brute force methods like setting the entire building ablaze or detonating explosives, Li Bo would be killed in the explosion, and the reward would be lost. Similarly, if the operation dragged on for too long, say, another half-month, the supplies stored in the laboratory would be depleted. Li Bo wouldn't survive long in a starved state and would soon die as well. So how should he be handled? Li Bo is a researcher at Meteorite Corporation, a special NPC. Handing him over to the Dark Knights would undoubtedly yield a massive amount of honor points. If we keep him, he could work at the sanctuary in the future. Researchers are extremely rare in the game. They can study the corpses of the fallen and tinker with all sorts of bizarre contraptions. Fong Hong had seen related discussions on forums before. However, supporting NPC research also requires substantial investment. In previous servers, only large player guilds and corporations had the resources to recruit research-type NPCs. Fong Hong pondered for a moment, then held up two fingers. You're right. The zombie virus has spread worldwide. The entire planet has been destroyed, with only a handful of humans barely clinging to survival. Now you have two choices. First, I'll take you out and hand you over to the Dark Knights. Li Bo couldn't help but interrupt. What is the Dark Knight Order? An organization trying to avert the apocalypse. The Dark Knights believe Meteor Corporation is the root cause of this catastrophe. You possess significant intelligence related to Meteor Corporation. You'd be extremely valuable to them. If you cooperate, they'll guarantee your safety. Hearing this, Li Bo paled and waved his hands in refusal. No. I won't go there. Then you have only the second option, join my sanctuary. Your sanctuary? Li Bo eyed Fong Hong suspiciously. Can you really protect me in the apocalypse? Yes. If I can eliminate the scavengers within the prison, I certainly possess the capability to ensure your safety. Really? Li Bo looked at Fong Hong, doubting his capabilities. He lowered his head and sighed heavily once more. Li Bo knew he had no other choice. Venturing out alone meant certain death. Fine. I have no other choice anyway. I'll join you. A wise choice. Welcome aboard. Fong Hong smiled. He could figure out a way to obtain the Dark Knight Order's honor points quest. Researchers were 1 in a million. This choice was too easy. Notification: you have completed the quest. Meteorite Corporation employee. Prompt: Li Bo joins your team. Character: Li Bo. Rating: S. Level: 1. Strength: 3. Stamina: 3. Agility: 3. Perception: 4. Perception: 11. Willpower: 3. Current loyalty: 88. Skills: Basic Science LV 50, Corpse Research LV 27, Scientific Fitness LV 1, Potion Crafting LV 17, Liquor Research Cultivation LV 21, T-Virus Branch Research LV 22, G-Virus Branch Research LV 2, Speed Reading LV 17, Super Learning LV 49. Description: Chief Researcher at Meteor Corporation, recognized as the company's outstanding employee for 3 consecutive years. This person is incredibly skilled. An NPC rated S. Fong Hong casually scanned Li Bo's attribute status. Non-mercenary NPCs differ from players. Their non-combat skill levels often surpass their character levels. But such a significant gap still surprised Fong Hong. I wonder who's more powerful between him and Xiao Yaokong. Recruiting Li Bo into the sanctuary was absolutely the right choice. Fong Hong began scheming again. Judging by his skills, Li Bo seemed to have conducted extensive research on the liquors. Once the current tasks were wrapped up, could he be persuaded to rebuild the underground lab in Building 1? See if he could figure out how to create a liquor. Perhaps he could even modify his own zombie clone into a liquor? After all, the liquor was the strongest among second-stage mutated zombies. They pose a far greater threat to players than the slow-moving vine zombies. In a one-on-one fight, even a vine zombie wouldn't stand a chance against a liquor. Li Bo noticed Fong Hong constantly sizing him up, his gaze even carrying a hint of eagerness. He couldn't help but shrink his neck, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chapter 104, Second Floor. Fong Hong, what are you thinking? Nothing. For safety's sake, I need you to stay here longer. We'll only leave once I've fully secured the prison building. Fong Hong dared not take the risk. After all, Li Bo only had 3 points in constitution and 3 points in agility. Not only was his running speed slow, but his health pool was also low. If they accidentally encountered any stray scavengers while leaving, he'd be dead for sure. Alright, I'll wait here a bit longer. But you'd better come get me right away. Li Bo was terrified of dying and didn't mind lingering here a bit longer. Oh, you haven't been to the second basement level under Building 3 yet, have you? Fong Hong, who was about to leave, raised an eyebrow. He turned back and asked, I was just about to go check it out. You know about that place? Phew. Li Bo patted his chest, visibly relieved. Good thing you didn't go. You'd be dead meat. Why? It's dangerous there. While conducting research on the liquors, we encountered an extremely rare individual mutation. You mean Erita? You've heard of him too? Li Bo seemed surprised and began explaining from the start. You're right, it was Arita. Arita was originally a prisoner. Due to his physical capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary humans, he underwent a special mutation during the liquor's evolutionary process. For Meteorite Corporation, Arita holds immense research value. After infection, tests revealed he retained partial cognitive abilities. The company has been relentlessly pursuing methods to fully control biological weapons, and cognitive thinking is the foundation. Therefore, the team specifically modified the basement level 2 of Building 3 to establish a special research division for Arita. Fong Hung inquired, then why can't I enter? Recently, an infiltration was detected within the prison. For security reasons, the company installed special alarm systems in Building 3. Should any unauthorized personnel breach the basement level, Arita will immediately activate and awaken. Special alarm? Does using a backup magnetic card to access level 2 count as intrusion? Yes. This is an internal company measure to prevent classified information leaks. In extreme cases, to protect data related to the biological weapon program, the company would choose to directly awaken Arita just as they did 3 years ago and then orchestrate a biochemical incident to destroy all evidence. Fong Hang's brow furrowed. Is Arita still in stasis? She should be. After being trapped for so long, Li Bo wasn't entirely certain either. The basement of Building 3 has solar power backup. As long as the nutrient solution in the cultivation chamber remains sufficient, it can sustain operations for 2 to 3 years without issue. The mission seemed to have changed again. According to the mission protocol previously provided by Qin Yu, he could enter Building 3's basement after obtaining the magnetic card. At that point, the dormant Arita would also be awakened. The final objective requires finding a way to eliminate Arita. Now it seems Arita has been kept under strict control all along, remaining in a dormant state. This was likely because the predecessors from other servers accidentally killed Li Bo during their mission, or perhaps they explored the basement too late, leading to Li Bo starving to death. This triggered the alarm when they broke into Building 3's secret lab, waking Arita. Fong Hong stroked his chin. Dealing with an unconscious Arita should be easier, right? They might even complete the mission outright. Fong Hong looked up. Is there any way to enter the lab where Arita is located without triggering the alarm? It requires researcher authorization. Besides the magnetic cards needed to open the 3 iron gates, it also requires verification of the researcher's iris. Fong Hung understood. Li Bo wasn't just the reward for this phase of the mission, he was also the key to unlocking the research lab in Building 3. Alright. Once I've completely cleared Building 1, you'll accompany me to the research lab. Is it absolutely necessary? It's far too dangerous there. Li Bo's lips tightened in bitterness. Fong Hong conducted another thorough search of the prison building, breaking into every room to confirm no lurking devourers remained. With the prison building fully cleared, the group began modifying the maze. When he had initially designed the maze, Fong Hong had already planned for dealing with Arita. Thus, only minor adjustments were needed, simply relocating the maze entrance to the exit of Building 3. Finally, evacuate the NPCs from Building 3. All Dark Knight Corps members switched to armor-piercing rounds. Shen Yu led the Federation team to stand by inside the watchtower. Everything was prepared for the defeat of Arita. Arita must be eliminated before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Once preparations were complete, Fong Hong led Li Bo into the basement of Building 3. Before the triple iron gates, Fong Hong swiped the spare key over the scanner. Beep beep beep. Verification successful. The 3 iron gates ahead opened one after another. Hold on, don't go in yet. Li Bo tugged at Fong Hang's sleeve. He walked over to the keypad on the wall and pressed a series of numbers on the lock. Click. The wall above the keypad opened, revealing an identification device. Li Bo held his face close to it. Iris verification successful. Welcome back, Dr. Li. Li Bo exhaled in relief, glancing sideways at Fong Hung. Alright, we can go in now. Arita is waiting inside. Aren't you coming in? Of course not. Li Bo shook his head repeatedly, looking utterly unconcerned. This place is far too dangerous. So much time has passed, what if some accident causes Arita to awaken prematurely? Li Bo stated emphatically. Fong Hong, I'm deeply grateful you saved my life. I urge you not to go in either. We shouldn't risk ourselves for it. Isn't it better to live well? No way. You're coming with me. The prison is our home. We have to eliminate this threat completely. Otherwise, do you want to sleep on the streets swarming with zombies? Besides, only you know how to operate the test bench. What if I accidentally activate Arita through a misstep? But. No buts. Come with me. Li Bo hesitated for a long moment, but Fong Hong eventually dragged him forcefully into the second basement level. Notice, your rapport with Li Bo has slightly decreased. Notice, Li Bo's loyalty has decreased by 1 point. Descending the stairs, the laboratory doors on the second basement level stood firmly shut. Pushing open the door, a blast of cold air hit him. Upon entering, Fong Hong immediately noticed the tempered glass panel directly opposite the door. The tempered glass divided the laboratory into two sections. On the other side stood a large vertical cultivation chamber. The chamber stood 4 meters tall, engraved with the corporate logo of Meteorite. A burly human figure, nearly 3 meters tall, floated silently within the chamber. Fong Hong and his companion exchanged a glance. "That's Arita," Li Bo whispered. He held his breath, cautiously approaching the mechanical control console nearby. Swiftly, he entered a series of commands into the main control platform. Chapter 105, Extracting Samples. Seeing the results displayed on the screen, Li Bo exhaled in relief. Phew, we're in luck. The instruments are all functioning normally. Arita is in good condition and remains in a state of suspended animation. Fong Hong also stepped forward, observing Arita inside the culture chamber through the glass. In terms of appearance, he looked more human than Alex. "Fong Hong, take a look at this." Li Bo's courage grew slightly as he handed Fong Hong a document before resuming his inspection of the machine's operational status. Experimental Observation Summary Report March 1. After viral infection, Arita retains partial cognitive function, with intelligence comparable to a 2-3-year-old child. 2. Influenced by the T-virus and predator-based modifications, Arita exhibits extreme aggression, intense bloodlust, and profound hostility toward humans, frequently entering berserk states. 3. Selected as a test subject for the biological weapon program, Phase 1 experiments attempted memory modification by implanting memories to control her obedience to Meteor Corporation. However, the modification results were unsatisfactory. 4. The next phase of experiments will employ a more efficient control input protocol. The first half of the report contained explanatory text, while the latter half was densely packed with all research data on Arita from the experiment's inception to its conclusion. Though most entries were technical jargon, Fong Hong forced himself to read the entire log. The Biological Weapon Project. Fong Hong murmured to himself, recalling having seen it listed among the Dark Knight Order's missions. Notice, you have obtained Arita Experimental Observation Summary Report March. Prompt, player completes Phase 3 mission Explore Prison Basement Level 2. You gain 500 survival points. Notice, player triggered Phase 4 mission execution. Mission name, execution. Mission description, after extensive exploration, you discovered Meteor Corporation's secret laboratory in the second basement level. You realize this is the biological weapon Meteor Corporation is developing Arita. To ensure safety, eliminate it. Mission reward, Personal Talent Enhancement Protocol Unidentified Tier, S1. Here it comes. The final stage mission. Kill Arita to obtain an S-grade talent enhancement formula. Fong Hong perked up, lifting his gaze to Arita on the other side of the reinforced glass. The underground lab's narrow terrain was unsuitable for combat. A plan must be devised to lure him into the outer maze for a more favorable kill. Fong Hong, I've thoroughly inspected everything. The equipment shows no damage. Based on the current nutrient solution levels, we should have enough to last about 5 more months. Li Bo suggested to Fong Hong. Arita is extremely dangerous. I suggest we find a way to take him out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the power supply system fails one day and Arita awakens, we'll be in serious trouble. Didn't you establish emergency protocols during the research process? For instance, how would you handle a situation where Arita goes berserk? We did. Under normal circumstances, if Arita becomes violent, we inject a toxin into its body. This toxin renders it extremely weak for a period of time. Additionally, we implanted a microbomb in Arita's brain. Should it ever become uncontrollable, detonating the bomb would ensure its complete destruction. Is that even possible? You can detonate the bomb and kill Arita outright? Li Bo shook his head. No, I can't. Only the team leader knew how to detonate the microbombs, and the team leader is dead. Alright, what about injecting toxins? I can do that. Normally, we inject toxins to make Arita less aggressive. Li Bo began entering commands at the main console again. The remaining toxin supply is limited. We can perform 3 to 4 more weakening procedures of varying intensity. Fong Hong lowered his head in thought. Since he couldn't kill Arita outright, weakening it was still good news. Arita must be killed. It determined whether he could ultimately obtain the S-grade talent enhancement protocol. But before that, could he squeeze out one more advantage? Fong Hong quickly scanned his backpack. 2 sample collectors remained inside. A product of the Meteorite Corporation's humanoid weapon program Arita. Like Alex, she was a 4th-tier mutated zombie. Fong Hong believed Arita's living specimen held even greater value than Alex's. The Dark Knight Order in Xiao Yaokan would definitely be highly interested in its samples. He could definitely rake in a fortune of honor points from this. Fong Hong turned to look at Li Bo. Is there any way to keep Arita unconscious so we can extract some living samples from him? Extract living samples? Are you out of your mind? Li Bo was startled by Fong Heng's suggestion and refused without hesitation. No way. If Arita were to wake up from his coma. Fong Hong couldn't help but interrupt. So you can do it, right? Theoretically, after prolonged hibernation, Arita won't awaken immediately. He'll remain dormant for another 1 to 3 hours after leaving the incubation chamber. Seeing Fong Heng's wavering resolve, Li Bo hurriedly added. But Arata has been modified with the T-virus, giving him predator-like traits. He's extremely sensitive to human scent. If he senses someone approaching, there's a high chance he'll wake up immediately. Living humans can't get close? Big deal. Just use a dead body. Fong Heng curled his lips, thinking to himself that this was simple as zombie clone could extract the sample. Then let's begin. Inject all the remaining toxins into Arata's body, then release him from the incubation chamber. Li Bo didn't move, merely watching Fong Heng. He thought Fong Heng was a madman. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. I've made preparations. After sealing the incubation chamber, go to the prison plaza and tell the people outside to prepare for battle. Fine. I warned you. Don't blame me if you die. Seeing Fong Heng wasn't joking, Li Bo took a deep breath. He carefully maneuvered the robotic arm, injecting the blue liquid toxin into the incubation chamber. After the toxin was injected, Arata's body inside the chamber twitched slightly before quickly falling still. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, the liquid inside the chamber was drained completely. Alright, the toxin is now in Arata's system. He'll be weakened for a while. Li Bo didn't want to linger a single second longer in this dangerous place. I'll be heading out first. Fong Heng understood the situation. Li Bo, being a rather timid NPC, had already lost 1 loyalty point just by being forced into the lab. Persisting in keeping him here would likely cause his loyalty to drop further. Alright, you go ahead. I'll handle what comes next. Got it. Li Bo agreed and hurried away. He had no desire to stay here and go mad alongside Fong Heng. But just as he turned to walk away, Li Bo suddenly froze in place. What the hell? Behind him, a zombie was staring straight at him. Li Bo turned deathly pale with fright. Yet the zombie ignored Li Bo entirely, striding past him until it came to a halt before Fong Heng. Li Bo was frozen in terror. He stared at Fong Heng with eyes filled with terror. Release notes. Going live tomorrow at noon. This newbie is trembling in fear. Thank you all, dear readers, for your unwavering support. Every recommendation vote, monthly vote, tip, and comment fuels my drive to keep writing. Truly, thank you so very much. Also, huge thanks to my editor for signing me on. He's secured me so many recommendations. What if he actually reads it? Regarding updates. This book started as a spur-of-the-moment idea, so I didn't have any draft saved when I began posting, though I did have a few hundred words of outline. I've been writing it live, word by word, every single day. Lately I've been volunteering at a vaccination site, and with this scorching sun, I've been feeling restless and drained, hardly able to update. Things should improve once my volunteering stint ends. No excuses, slow updates are entirely on me, no arguments. Tomorrow's release date, I've taken the day off, so I'll manage a tiny bit more update then. My writing pace is slow. I'm giving it my all, with no regrets. Finally, a heartfelt confession. Honestly, I write just to make a little money. If the performance is really bad, writing becomes boring, and I might just, well, you know. Sigh, I can't guarantee this part. If I don't make any money at all, I'll lose motivation to write and might as well go back to writing murder mystery scripts to make a buck. Making money isn't shameful, after all. But it probably won't be that bad. The number of bookmarks has already met my minimum expectation. Yep. It won't crash like that. Anyway, I'll try to write more tomorrow and update more frequently. Hope you'll keep supporting me. Thanks again. Last but not least. Subscription summoning. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde collected tons of subscriptions, tons of votes, tons of dalu. Chapter 107, Spicing It Up. Shoo. Fong Heng made a shushing gesture toward Li Bo. This is my special ability. Once we're out, don't say a word. Remember to keep it confidential for me. Li Bo stood frozen in place for a long moment, speechless, only managing a stiff nod. His mind was already churning with shock. Fong Heng possessed a special ability to control zombies? This was the very power Meteorite Corporation had been dreaming of. The ultimate goal of the biological weapons program was to create powerful zombies that obeyed commands. Li Bo shook his head. From the initial realization that the world had been destroyed, to now discovering someone capable of perfectly controlling zombies. Li Bo had faced too many life-altering shocks today. He felt he needed some time alone to calm down and process all this information. Regardless, staying alive was the absolute priority. But the moment Li Bo opened the door, he froze solid in place. Terrified, his legs felt weak and wobbly. He hurriedly reached out to steady himself against the wall, leaning half his body against it. Inside the passageway, a line of roughly 20 zombies marched past him one by one, heading toward the secret laboratory. He could actually control so many zombies at once? Fong Heng stood beside the laboratory's main door. He directed several vine zombies to enter the glass chamber through a side door. The vine zombies cautiously opened the hatch of the cultivation chamber. A zombie clone stepped forward, pressing the live sample collector onto Arata's thick arm. Click. A faint, barely audible click. Fong Heng's eyelid twitched slightly. Arita remained in a state of quiet stillness. A slow progress bar appeared above the zombie's head. Notice, your zombie clone has completed sample collection from Arita. Got it. One more grab. Fong Hong directed another zombie to advance. The other zombie clone raised its sample collector and pressed it against Arita's other arm. Notice, your zombie clone has completed sample collection from Arita. After 2 successful collections, Arita still showed no signs of waking. Too bad I don't have any more living sample collectors. Otherwise, I could have milked this for a few more rounds. The zombie clone staggered back, delivering the collected samples to Fong Hong. Notice, you have obtained Arita's living samples too. Item, Arita's living sample. Description, life sample from Arita, a 4th-tier mutated zombie. Arita is one of the research products from the Meteorite Corporation's biological weapon program, possessing extremely high research value. You can exchange this sample with the Apocalypse Merchant for a large amount of survival points. Fong Hong stowed the live samples. The next step is to shift focus. Killing Arita here was impractical. How could he lure her outside? After all, the passage contained numerous staircases, making transportation extremely difficult. Moreover, the risks were immense. Fong Hong pondered for a moment, then shifted his gaze to the vine zombies behind him. Got it. Perhaps he could use them. Fong Hong commanded over a dozen vine zombies to enter the glass chamber together, surrounding the unconscious Arita. SSS. Fine tendrils of vine sprouted from the zombie clones' bodies. The vines gradually spread toward Arita, enveloping her. Within moments, Arita was completely enveloped by the vines sprouting from the vine zombies' bodies. To be safe, Fong Hong commanded the zombie clones to weave several layers of vines beneath Arita's body. That should do it. Fong Hong made a rough mental calculation before raising his hand. The zombie clones received the command and simultaneously retracted the vines. SSSSHH. The vines instantly tightened, forming a taut stretcher. Arita was lifted into the air by over a dozen vine zombies. Got it. Fong Hong dashed out of the room first, leading the way and remotely controlling the vine zombies to carry the unconscious Arita forward slowly. They carried her all the way to the first-floor lobby. Fong Hong rummaged through his backpack and crafted an oversized wooden coffin on the spot. Next, he just needed to place Arita inside the coffin and haul it out of the building. Wait. Just as he was about to place her inside, something occurred to Fong Hong. Add some extra ingredients. Fong Hong muttered to himself as he commanded the zombie clone to strap both packs of small explosives purchased yesterday from the Doomsday Merchant camp onto Arita's head. Only after completing this step did the zombie clones place Arita into the coffin. The lid was closed, then secured tightly with several ropes. All done. Fong Hong pulled the other ends of several ropes, slowly extending them outside the prison building. Outside the building, Chen Yu and his squad remained alert, stationed in the guard tower. Before this morning, Chen Yu never imagined things would go so smoothly. They had cleared every liquor from prison building 1 in just over half a day. What incredible efficiency! Chen Yu had assumed Fong Hong would pause after clearing prison block 1, waiting to devise a plan before tackling the final 4th-tier boss. He hadn't anticipated that Fong Hong had no intention of stopping at all. Less than an hour ago, Fong Hong had ordered everyone to prepare for battle and had even taken an NPC survivor with him to investigate Arita's situation. Chen Yu wondered if Fong Hong was getting a bit impatient. In less than 3 days, they had already completely cleared 2 prison buildings. Such efficiency was already staggering, even the Federation couldn't match it. Chen Yu couldn't help but start worrying about Fong Hong. After all, Arita was a 4th-tier mutated zombie. Such a crude maze likely wouldn't hold him back. A single punch could blast through it. Hope nothing goes wrong. A Federation member noticed movement in prison building 3 and alerted, "Captain, look. Fong Hong is coming out." Chen Yu's expression turned solemn as he looked toward the entrance of prison building 3. He saw Fong Hong emerge from the building alone. Chen Yu immediately signaled the team with hand gestures. Full alert. Arita is about to emerge. All squad members raised their pistols, their sights fixed on Fong Hong. They noticed a thick rope wrapped around his waist. Fong Hong was struggling mightily to drag something forward, moving step by step. After a long distance, the other end of the rope finally pulled a brown wooden coffin out of the building. Ha! A big coffin box? Liao Bufan was puzzled, wondering what kind of trick the boss was playing now. The elite federal soldiers also harbored doubts, maintaining constant vigilance. Only after hauling the coffin all the way to the maze-like passage outside Building 3's exit did Fong Hong finally untie the rope bound to his body. Phew! Fong Hong shook his stiff shoulders and quickly departed, climbing up to the tower where Chen Yu was stationed. The coffin containing Arita was far too heavy. If his strength hadn't already reached 19 points, he truly wouldn't have been able to drag it alone. Chapter 108, is that it? What's going on? Is that Arita in the box? You didn't pull her out of there, did you? Chen Yu had already guessed most of it. What could possibly be worth Fong Hong exerting such tremendous effort to haul out of the building? A crate this size would fit Arita perfectly inside. Yet Shenyu still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. This was baffling. How did the final boss end up sealed inside a coffin? The final boss battle described in the records wasn't like this at all. Well, we encountered a few issues and had to adjust the mission flow. Fong Hong offered a brief explanation, shifting his gaze to the wooden box below. There's also good news. I injected a toxin into Arida's body, weakening his power. In any case, Arida will awaken soon. We need to act quickly. Understood. Chunyu nodded, his expression growing grave. Now it was time to strategize against Arida. Fong Hong had not only weakened the boss but also lured her to the most advantageous location for damage output, securing the initiative. It could be said they held every advantage. Even so, Chunyu still felt uneasy about this final boss battle. A 4th-tier mutated zombie, a tough customer who could withstand rocket launchers and tear buildings apart barehanded, was no joke. Their greatest advantage lay in the highest-tier mercenary NPCs available in the game. The sniper rifle's firepower was not to be underestimated. Just as Chunyu raised his hand to give the order, Fong Hong stopped him again. "Hold on, wait a moment," Fong Hong said, pressing the detonator on the small explosive pack in his hand. Seeing that familiar remote control, Chunyu gasped in shock. "You planted a bomb on Arita?" "You bet." Fong Hong chuckled, looking perfectly nonchalant. "Better safe than sorry. It'll detonate in 5 minutes. Get ready." Boom! The 5-minute countdown ended with a deafening explosion across the prison square. The coffin was blown to smithereens. Wood splinters flew everywhere. The smoke and dust from the blast temporarily obscured the player's vision. Chunyu stared intently at the epicenter of the blast. The Federation's internal records provided extensive details on the final boss battle. At the time, a large team even resorted to unconventional weapons like rocket launchers in their attempt to defeat the final boss. However, the rocket launcher's effectiveness was only mediocre, and that boss battle had taken place over half a year after the server launched. Now, the server hadn't even been open for a month. A colossal figure gradually emerged from the smoke and dust. The unconscious Arida had fully regained consciousness. He crouched low, bracing himself with one fist against the ground. Blood seeped continuously from beneath his festering, cracked skin. He was wounded. Chenyu's heart skipped a beat as he immediately barked the command, "Fire!" Bang! Bang bang! A hail of bullets struck Arida's body. Arida was forced to duck his head as bullets struck his massive frame. The Dark Knights had already switched to armor-piercing rounds. A single armor-piercing round cost at least several hundred survival points. But these rounds proved devastatingly effective against high-tier mutated zombies. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. The armor-piercing rounds tore into Arida's body, with a few even passing clean through. Blood spattered everywhere. Chunyu raised his small pistol, aimed at Arida's head, and fired repeatedly. Taking advantage of Arida's weakened state, he aimed to suppress his health as much as possible. Unlike Alex, Arida's self-healing wasn't nearly as fast. By continuously depleting his health, there was still a high chance of taking him down. Also, the maze could trap him for a while. The biggest damage dealers were the Dark Knight elite NPCs. Their sniper rifles were the main source of firepower. Chunyu coordinated the overall situation, constantly assessing the state of both sides in his mind. If all else fails, we'll resort to a human wave tactic to buy time for the NPCs. For a moment, Chenyu's nerves were stretched to the absolute limit. Ha! The gunfire lasted for half a minute before Chenyu suddenly frowned. He noticed Arida, who had been half kneeling on the ground with one fist braced against the floor, gradually collapsing. Thud! Arida crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of fine dust. Chenyu froze. A notification flashed rapidly in the lower right corner of his retinal display. Notice, your team has defeated the Tier 4 mutated zombie Arida. Notice, as the second player team in this world to defeat a Tier 4 mutated zombie, based on your contribution to the team, you receive a reward, Random C Grade Skill Book 1. Prompt, Random Skill Selection in Progress. Notice, you have obtained the skill book tracking technique. Ha! What just happened? Is Arita dead? She's gone? Did we win? Shenyu stood rooted to the spot, a dazed look on his face. A strange feeling washed over him. The other members of the Federation Elite Squad had also seen the game notification. They'd even managed to snag a D-grade skill book. One by one, they halted their attacks and turned their gaze toward Shenyu. Ha! What's going on? It's over? We won already? Did they mess up? Wasn't it a 4th-tier creature? How come it feels weaker than even a scavenger? That's it? That's all? Before coming to the prison, the higher-ups didn't describe it like this. Didn't they say Arita was an extremely dangerous 4th-tier zombie? Didn't they warn us a single misstep could wipe out the entire squad? Why does this feel less stressful than fighting scavengers earlier? Prepare to stay in the prison for a while, at least a month. Brace yourself for hardship. Is that it? It's over? Are they just going to pack up and go home? At most, it's only been 3 days since they arrived at the prison. Shenyu felt a bit bewildered. They'd successfully taken down Arita and even snagged a C-grade skill book. By any measure, this should have been an incredibly thrilling achievement. But why did it feel so devoid of accomplishment? Moreover, the thought of leaving the prison to return to the Federation resource point stirred a strange sense of reluctance within Chenyu. After all, the living conditions here were simply too good. Chenyu signaled the end of combat to the Federation elite squad members with a tactical gesture. He silently holstered his gun and turned to look at Fong Hung beside him. Fong Hung, is it over already? It's over, it's over. Fong Hung replied casually, thinking to himself. After all that build-up, of course it was a rout. What else did you expect? First, Arita had been injected with a triple dose of the weakening virus. Then, at close range, a small bomb detonated near her head. Finally, the Dark Knight Corps unleashed a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. No wonder she didn't survive. Fong Hung opened the game log to observe. Notice, you have killed the Tier 4 mutated zombie Arita. Notice, you have obtained a Tier 3 evolution crystal. Notice, as the second player team in this world to kill a Tier 4 mutated zombie, based on your contribution to the team, you received the highest tier reward, 1 random B+ grade skill book. Ha! Rewards too? Fong Hung hadn't expected the second team to kill a Tier 4 mutated zombie in the entire server to receive a reward. However, the first server-wide kill rewarded an A grade skill book, while the second only yielded a B+ grade skill book. The gap between a grade and B grade was enormous. Chapter 109, Concealing Presence. Prompt, Random Selection in Progress. Notice, you have obtained the skill book, Basic Concealment of Presence. Skill, Basic Concealment. Skill Description 1, passively increases base perception attribute by 1 upon learning. Skill Description 2, this skill can be activated manually. Upon use, it slightly conceals your aura, making you less detectable by enemies. Players must expend 1 stamina point every 30 seconds to maintain the conceal aura state. Skill Description 3, this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 20. Each level increase slightly enhances the concealment effect and grants an additional 0.4 base perception attribute boost. Fong Hung was somewhat surprised. This is great stuff. He hadn't expected a B+ tier skill to be this useful. For Fong Hung himself, the stealth effect wasn't particularly noticeable. Its main benefit was boosting his character's perception attribute. But this active skill was incredibly valuable when applied to his zombie clone. The zombie clone possessed infinite stamina. In other words, this conceal presence skill becomes a permanent passive ability. A zombie clone with permanent stealth could save a lot of trouble. Moreover, this skill book is upgradable. When I have time later, I can figure out how to upgrade this skill further. After all, it was a skill obtained for free. Fong Hung was already quite satisfied with this. He tapped the skill book on his head. Prompt, you have learned the skill Basic Concealment. Fong Hung. Beside him, Chenyu scratched his head and said, as we agreed beforehand, we need to retrieve the corpse left behind after Arita's death. Alright, no problem. Chenyu waved his hand, signaling the team members to begin moving the body. Also, if we delay too long, Arita's body might deteriorate. We need to depart immediately for the Federation resource point. So rushed? Why not stay for dinner to celebrate? Fong Hung offered a polite suggestion. After all, without Chenyu's team's assistance, this mission wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He found Chenyu to be a decent guy. The collaboration had been very pleasant. Well. The thought of the local delicacies made Chenyu's throat tighten. He visibly wavered. Forget it. Next time. The mission comes first. Fong Hung nodded, glancing down at Arita's body beneath the watchtower. Alright then. Grab some snacks for the road. Also, about that wood delivery we discussed last time, any updates? I've already submitted the request. Something this minor should be no problem. I'll keep an eye on it later. The captain will be thrilled you finished the mission so quickly. Never mind. I'm logging off to report mission progress to the captain and recommend you for commendation. I guarantee the transport vehicle will arrive by tomorrow at the latest. Get ready in advance. No problem. Fong Hung mentally counted the wooden planks in the prison square, then glanced up toward the prison gates. If it's tomorrow, looks like I'll have to work through the night making those planks. Outside the prison, Louis and the other 4 new recruits were still frantically hauling logs into the facility. Having learned of the special emergency task inside the prison, they had piled the salvaged logs outside the perimeter this time. The sheer volume of logs piled up in a ring outside the prison's barbed wire fence made it impossible to see inside from the outside. Hearing the occasional gunfire echoing from the prison building, Louis glanced back absent-mindedly. What kind of special mission were team leader Fong Hung and the Federation carrying out inside? Why was it making such a racket? Louis! Hurry up! Stop slacking off, kid. This counts toward your performance metrics. Got it. Louis waved at his companion, offering him a hearty pep talk. Tomorrow's you will thank today's hard-working self. Keep it up, worker bee. Notice, you have completed Phase 4 task execution. Notice, you have completed Prison Ring 507. You have obtained the final reward Personal Talent Enhancement Protocol Unidentified Tier S1. Enhancement Plan acquired. A black scroll materialized in his palm. Fong Hong was overjoyed. Proceed with appraisal. Prompt: you spent 1000 survival points to complete the appraisal. You have obtained the Personal Talent Enhancement Modification Plan Zombie Virus. Personal Talent Enhancement Protocol Zombie Virus. Enhancement Plan Grade S. Enhancement Description: collect relevant materials to complete talent enhancement. Enhancement Effect Description: your zombie clone will gain the ability to infect enemies with the zombie virus. After attacking an enemy, there is a high chance of infecting them with the zombie virus. The virus cannot infect non-living entities. Fong Hong cast a cursory glance at the enhancement plan. He felt this skill was slightly superior to the S-rank teleportation talent he had obtained earlier. The zombie toxin essentially boosted the combat effectiveness of his zombie clone against players. At least in the early game, when dealing with players, the zombie virus essentially added a one-hit kill buff effect. From a late-game strategic perspective, the infection capability of the zombie virus could yield unimaginable effects in other worlds. If he ever had the chance to enter other game worlds, spreading the zombie virus there seemed like a promising strategy. Take Vampire Apocalypse, for instance. I wonder what would happen if the Blood Clan were infected with the zombie virus. But for now, this skill book isn't very practical. Fong Hong was still waiting to gather 3 S-rank blueprints to synthesize an SSS-rank talent enhancement blueprint, so naturally, he had no interest in using it. Only one more to go. The one from Phoenix Cry Games would be in his hands in 2 days. The thought of an SSS grade enhancement plan made Fong Hong feel a surge of excitement. He casually stuffed the acquired talent enhancement plan back into his backpack. Fong Hong. Seeing Chen Yu beckoning him, Fong Hong descended from the watchtower. Perhaps inspired by Fong Heng's earlier coffin idea, Chen Yu and his team had crafted another large wooden coffin. They placed Erida's corpse inside and bound it tightly with ropes. Fong Hong. Sorry to bother you again, but we've got one more favor to ask. Could we discuss borrowing your military truck? We didn't expect to resolve the Erida situation so quickly. If we request a transport vehicle now, it won't arrive until tomorrow. Chen Yu looked slightly embarrassed as he gestured toward the enormous wooden coffin. It's simply too massive to transport. We want to return Erida to the resource point today. We'll add extra performance points to the rental fee for Huangming Company. What do you say? No problem at all. Fong Hong tossed the keys to Chen Yu. Based on his recent interactions with the Federation, he felt quite confident in them. Besides, the Federation had agreed to help with the delivery issue, so he wouldn't need the truck for the time being. Thank you so much. Also, I just went offline and spoke with the squad leader. We'll definitely return the truck by noon tomorrow and send a transport team to collect the wood planks. That's great. Fong Hong considered for a moment. Remember to bring plenty of people to load the cargo. It's best to finish it all in one trip. Going back and forth is a hassle. Bring more? Chen Yu glanced at the stacked layers of lumber piled in the prison corner, looking puzzled. How many more do you mean? Fong Hong followed Chen Yu's gaze to the woodpile nearby. He glanced again at the remaining logs inside the prison, mentally calculating the quantities. The 20,000 performance points still felt unstable. If things went south, it wouldn't be good. With only one S-tier talent enhancement plan left, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Maybe he should top up a bit more. There was plenty of timber anyway. About 5 times this amount, I'd say. What? Chen Yu was startled by the figure Fong Hong casually threw out. What did you say? 5 times? Chapter 110, Paying Back. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde completed the wooden plank crafting. You obtained 26,123 wooden planks and gained 62,783 basic crafting skill experience points. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde maintained stealth. You gained 528,172 stealth skill experience points. Notice, your skill stealth has been upgraded to LV 10. Notice, your stealth skill has reached its current level cap. Please level up your character promptly. The next morning, upon logging back into the game, Fong Hong began tallying his idle gains from the previous night. The zombie clone AFK effect proved exceptionally effective. In just one night, the stealth he learned yesterday reached level 10, granting an additional +5 to his base perception attribute. Additionally, he had crafted 26,000 pieces of wood plank. After setting aside high-quality 4th and 5th tier planks for future personal use, he traded the remaining 21,000 planks to the Federation for company performance points. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, tomorrow he would obtain the final S-tier talent enhancement blueprint within the company, allowing him to combine 3 into 1 to achieve an SSS-tier upgrade. Sitting before the campfire, Fong Hong outlined his subsequent plans for the settlement's development. With sufficient timber secured for now, the next priority was intensifying iron ore mining. It had been half a month since the game launched, yet the zombie clones were still wielding wooden spears utterly inadequate. Upgrading tools and weapons was urgent. Replace wooden hammers with iron hammers, wooden spears with iron spears. Then, continue the forest expulsion plan to bring the entire wooded area under their control. Of course, this is only the preliminary plan. If his strength undergoes a qualitative leap after completing the SSS-tier talent enhancement, he will adjust the plan accordingly. First, I'll head back to the Dark Knight Core camp to submit the completed missions. Fong Hung dispatched his zombie clones to collect iron ore from the abandoned mine shafts, then rode his motorcycle alone to the Dark Knight Core camp. Perhaps arriving too early, the bar was deserted. Caitlin, dressed lightly, was cleaning behind the bar. Noticing Fong Hang's arrival, Katarina waved at him. "Hey, Fong Hung, I heard from the Dark Knight mercenaries that the food at your camp is pretty good. When can I come try it for free?" "Of course. You're always welcome. You'll get the VIP treatment." Fong Hung sat down at the bar. "Oh, right. I'm here to submit a mission. You finished the quest so quickly? David was right, you really are something special. Let me see how you did." Prompt: you have completed the quest clear level 2 zombies. You have earned 1000 Dark Knight Order honor points. Prompt: you have completed the task liquor research. You have earned 3200 Dark Knight Order honor points. Notice, your current available Dark Knight Order honor points, 25,300. Notice, your rapport with Katarina has slightly increased. Completing 2 tasks only yielded 4000 honor points in rewards. Compared to the 20,000 honor points spent on temporarily recruiting NPC mercenaries, these 2 quests only provided a small amount of compensation. Fong Hong was not entirely satisfied. Fortunately, he had greedily collected extra blood samples from Arita during the previous mission. Fong Hong pushed the fresh sample toward Katarina. "Katarina, I worked hard to get this. I think it should be quite useful for our Dark Knights, don't you?" Katarina took the live specimen and examined it in her hands. Soon, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes, and her tone lost its usual composure. "This is a live specimen of a high-tier mutated zombie? Where did you get it?" "From the prison. It's a long story." Katarina chuckled softly. She turned away, retrieved a bottle of aged liquor from the cabinet, and personally poured Fong Hong a glass. "This is a 1992 vintage. Take your time telling me." Fong Hong briefly recounted the events he had encountered inside the prison. Katarina listened intently, jotting down notes with pen and paper, nodding frequently. "Fong Hong, your experiences are crucial to our research. I'll take this sample for now and report your findings to the Dark Knights. Upon my return, our researchers will immediately begin analyzing the sample. This may take some time, but I will notify you as soon as there are any developments." "Thank you." Fong Hong downed the last of the liquor hidden in his blanket. Then, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had assumed this was merely a straightforward exchange, submitting a live specimen for a reward. Unexpectedly, a long string of notifications suddenly flooded his game log. Notice, you have submitted 1 live specimen of Arita to the Dark Knight Order. Notice, you have received the Dark Knight's special ring quest, investigate clues related to Meteor Corporation's biological weapon project. Notice, you have completed stages 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the ring quest. Notice, rewards for phases 1-4 are being accumulated. Notice, phase 5 will trigger after a delay. Contact the Dark Knights in 40 hours. Notice, you have earned 9000 Dark Knight Order honor points. Current available honor points, 34,300. Notice, your Dark Knight's core honor rank has been upgraded to LV 9 Captain. Notice, maximum recruitable Dark Knights Elite increased to 35 members. Notice, your affinity with Katarina has significantly increased. Fong Hong was momentarily dazed by this lengthy stream of game logs. He carefully reviewed the messages again. What a pleasant surprise. Who would have thought a sample of Arita's living blood could be so valuable? Submitting a single sample directly triggered a ring quest. It even completed stages 1-4 outright. This was definitely a huge win. Not only did he receive a 9000 point honor reward, but he also secured a follow-up quest. These chain quests in the main God game are incredibly time-consuming. Conversely, the more rings you complete, the better the subsequent rewards become. Of course, if even one stage is incomplete, the entire chain collapses. Also, the ammunition loss fees for the Dark Knight mercenaries this time total 32,000 survival points. I'll give you the lowest discount within your authorization, just 16,000. Katarina flashed Fong Hong a flirtatious glance. Be sure to patronize my business more often in the future. Notice, 16,000 survival points deducted. Notice, your rapport with Katarina has slightly increased. The hard-earned survival points he'd managed to scrape together had once again been depleted, leaving Fong Hong feeling a sharp pang of regret. Next time for sure. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Katarina giggled softly, covering her mouth. She leaned close to Fong Hang's ear and whispered, "Congratulations on your honor rank advancement. I can request 2 additional elite Dark Knights from the Order to guard your base. Do you need them?" "Absolutely." Phew. Fong Hong exhaled deeply. Another hit point restored. Chapter 111, Reward Distribution. 2 days later, at Phoenix Gaming's monthly meeting. President Chin has requested leave from the board for the time being. I will be chairing today's meeting in his stead. Li Ru turned to Zhang Linhui beside her. Secretary Zhang, please convey President Qin's instructions to everyone first. Certainly. At this stage, our primary focus remains on Blood Clan Apocalypse. Recently, the game has faced coordinated pressure from several major companies. Secretary Zhang spoke while projecting the PowerPoint slides. Fang Hong was attending such a tedious company meeting for the first time. He had zero interest in the company's development. His mind was solely occupied with the S-Class enhancement protocol. Pei Anan, seated beside him, was far more tense than Fang Hong. Her body was rigid, her palms drenched in sweat. Fang Hong thought, how can you be more nervous than me? He reassured her, don't worry, we can win first place. Yes, we absolutely can. Pei Anan seemed to be rallying herself, speaking with unwavering conviction. Over the past few days, the newcomers of Team 12 had slept on makeshift beds in the office every night except for the first night back in their dormitory. One by one, they collapsed into sleep the moment they stepped out of the game pods. They must have been giving it their all in the game. Pei Anan had long considered herself part of the team. These past 2 days, she'd been bustling about, handling everyone's affairs outside the game. After speaking for over an hour, Li Ru finally got to the main point. The final item concerns task assignments for the S-Class enhancement plan within the Zombie Apocalypse game. As decided last time, all 12 Zombie Apocalypse game teams within the company will be evaluated based on their overall performance over the past 6 months. The top-ranked team will receive the S-Class talent enhancement plan as a reward. Li Ru paused, glancing around at the team leaders seated before her. Some believe this method is unfair, but personally, I think this approach is fairer. Those who create the most value for the company should receive the most resources in return. Here it comes. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He instinctively adjusted his posture, sitting up straight. This was the part Fang Heng cared about most, yet it happened to be the part the other Zombie Apocalypse task force leaders cared about least. They listened to Li Ru's ceremonial remarks in silence, inwardly dismissive. The distribution plan for the S-Class enhancement program sounded fair on the surface, but anyone with eyes could see it was riddled with underhanded dealings. Over the past year, Team 7 had received substantial support from the company. Not only had numerous high-value contracts been assigned to them, but Huangming Games had also provided substantial manpower and material resources. And yet they still couldn't secure first place. Team 7's leader, Daija, might as well just go die. Everyone understood the situation perfectly well. Daija belongs to the Li Ru faction within the company. She designed this allocation plan specifically to pave the way for him. Back when President Qin was around, they could still argue their case. Unfortunately, President Qin was blamed for poor decision-making during the Blood Clan Apocalypse, resulting in massive company losses. Rumors had already been circulating these past 2 days that President Qin had been urgently recalled by his family. Team 7 leader Daija wore a smile. He was determined to secure this S-Class enhancement plan. He had waited 3 whole years for this plan. Li Ru looked expressionless at Secretary Zhang beside her. Secretary Zhang, has the performance statistics for the company's Zombie Apocalypse game task force for the first half of the year been finalized? Yes. Zhang Linhui's expression was somewhat peculiar. We cross-checked the latest data received today multiple times with the Federation, so the compilation took a bit longer. Zhang Linhui pulled a document from the folder and handed it to Li Ru. Ms. Li, please review this first. No need. Just announce the top spot. Alright, according to the statistics, in the first half of the year, Huangming Game Company's overall performance evaluation for Zombie Apocalypse involved 12 working groups. The highest ranking group was the 12th game group, with a total performance score of 35,440 points. Wait a minute. Did I hear that correctly? Not Group 7? Team 12? The room fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere grew extremely tense. Everyone present was startled. Then they all turned their heads in unison, fixing their gaze on Daija, the leader of Zombie Apocalypse Team 7. What the hell? Wasn't this mission supposed to be paving the way for Daija? Where did this 12th squad suddenly come from? Ahem. Zhang Linhui felt a bit awkward. He cleared his throat lightly and continued reading the results. Second place goes to Team 7, with a total of 21,208 performance points. Daija's face went pale. He couldn't believe his ears. Group 12? Fang Hong? A total of 35,000 points in performance that was nearly double their group's total. This couldn't be. Zhang Linhui abruptly whipped his head around, fixing his gaze on Fang Hong, sitting inconspicuously in the far corner. Just 2 days ago, he had mocked this young upstart for overestimating himself. How could he have? There must be some mistake. How could he possibly earn 30,000 points in performance bonuses in such a short time? Hold on, Secretary Zhang. Are you absolutely certain this figure is correct? Li Ru was also stunned by the figure, but she quickly regained her composure and sought confirmation from Secretary Zhang. Yes, Ms. Li. This is the latest data received from the Federation this morning. Since the figures seemed unusual, I personally called their senior management to confirm. Zhang Linhui explained, the Federation also expressed deep gratitude to our Huangming company for our assistance, praising our high efficiency and significant help. Hearing this, the assembled crowd began murmuring quietly among themselves. Zombie Apocalypse Team 12, I vaguely recall them. Isn't that the newly formed unit from just a few days ago? Impressive. Only a few days in, and they've already racked up so much performance credit. Oh, I remember now. That's the team personally approved by President Qin. President Qin is impressive, he has an eye for talent. I recall his name was Fong Hung. He was the one who completed that Federation mission last time, the one nobody else dared take on. He accepted it and pulled it off. He's quite the character. Team 12. Interesting. Li Ru listened to the hushed murmurs around her, maintaining a calm exterior while gripping her pen so tightly it left marks. Qin Shuran. She must be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. A newly established department. A fresh recruit just hired by the company. In just 3 days, they'd racked up more performance points than others had accumulated in half a year. How could that be possible? It's obvious something fishy is going on. It must be Qin Shuran secretly providing massive support to Fong Heng's team. She'd already been recalled by her family, yet she still had to stir up trouble. Li Ru's face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. Yay! Team leader Fong. First place. We won. We're number 1. Pei Anan pumped her tightly clenched fist in excitement. I'm going to share this great news with everyone. She lowered her head and opened the work WeChat group. Fong Hong nodded, his expression calm. The outcome was obvious. To be safe, he had inflated his performance bonus to 25,000. Plus, that guy Chen Yu was incredibly generous, forcing an extra 10,000 yuan in performance bonus onto him as thanks for helping the Federation eliminate Arida so swiftly and resolve the threat. Looks like the top spot is already locked in. The murmurs of discussion fell silent as Gui Jie, who had been sitting back in his chair enjoying the drama, stood up. He disliked getting involved in internal company struggles, but he absolutely loved watching the drama unfold. Especially when it came to watching that old hag Li Ru make a fool of herself. How entertaining. Gui Jie turned to Fong Hung. Then, as agreed, the S-Class Talent Enhancement Project is assigned to Fong Hung. Team leader Fong Hung, congratulations. Hold on. Team 7 leader Daija stood up from his seat, his face ashen. Is there a problem, team leader Dai? Daija shot Fong Hung a furious glare. No problem. I just want to remind team leader Fong Hung. According to the rules, if the top-ranked team fails to complete the task within 3 days, the assignment automatically transfers to the second-ranked team, and so on. Furthermore, this task cannot be transferred to anyone outside your Team 12. Indeed. Fong Hong, according to the rules we established beforehand, you have 3 days to complete the task. No problem. Fong Hong sneered dismissively. Was the task he'd already secured going to just fly away? Chapter 112, The Gift of the Supreme being the Sealed Orb. After the meeting concluded, Daija entered Li Ru's office with a grim expression. Closing the door behind him, Daija couldn't help but demand. What the hell? Qin Shuran secretly provided such significant assistance to Team 12. Why didn't we get any advance warning? I haven't even asked you yet. How could you guarantee this? Even this got snatched away by someone else. How was I supposed to know he could boost his performance to 30,000 in such a short time? I worked my ass off for half a year just to hit 20,000. Li Ru was seething inside. Qin Shuran's sneak attack had left her feeling utterly miserable, like she'd swallowed a mouthful of. Li Ru took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Alright, enough complaining. It's pointless to dwell on it now. At least we still have a chance. Let's look forward, there's still time to turn this around. Daija closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. But thankfully, I checked all of Team 12 are on the newly launched Server 8 for Zombie Apocalypse. It hasn't even been half a month since it opened. There's no way he could complete the mission. After careful consideration, Leisha concluded the matter wouldn't have much impact. I'll wait 3 more days. After that, this mission will fall on my shoulders anyway. Idiot. Li Ru snorted disdainfully. Leisha's temper flared again. He glared at Li Ru angrily. What did you say? I said you're an idiot. Qin Shuran went to such great lengths and invested so much capital to help that kid Fong Hong complete his mission. Do you really think she wouldn't have prepared in advance to help him succeed? Do you really think Qin Shuran is as stupid as you, unable to figure out something this obvious? Daija panicked the moment he heard this. Right. Fong Hong could never possibly accomplish such a high-difficulty mission alone. But with Qin Shuran involved, it was a different story. Daija had invested 3 whole years into securing this mission. With the reward within reach, only to have someone else reap the benefits, how could he not be anxious? How could he not panic? Daija was completely at a loss, on the verge of kneeling down to beg Li Ru. What should I do? What should I do? Ms. Li, you absolutely must help me this once. From now on, I'll follow your lead in the company, I'll do whatever you say. Li Ru shot Daija a dismissive glance. There is a way. It just depends on whether you're willing to do it. What do you mean? While Mr. Chin is away, kick him out of the company. Daija froze. What's the justification? Make something up. Say there's something fishy with the company accounts. Didn't you already dig into this guy's background? He's got a history of selling out gaming clubs for match fixing. I can't handle this myself, but you can. File a formal complaint under your real name and I'll approve it immediately. Act fast before he completes his assignment. Daija's eyes lit up instantly. Got it. Who cares if he did it or not? Just dump a bucket of mud on him first. By the time he cleans himself up, those 3 days will be long gone. Only the final S-grade talent enhancement plan remained. The closer he got to the end, the more anxious Fong Hung became. He didn't have time to exchange more words with Gu Yijie. Hastily swapping contacts with him, he immediately returned to the game. Upon entering the main god space, Fong Hong received a game notification. Notice, you have received a cash on delivery parcel from the high-dimensional game. You must pay 60 main god points to claim this parcel. Notice, this is a restricted package. If used within 3 days of delivery regardless of whether the player accepts it, it will be forcibly returned. A cash on delivery package. That guy's a bit of a jerk. Gu Yijie. Fong Heng's mind flashed back to that carefree, devil-may-care face. Throughout the entire Huangning Game Company, he seemed to hold no one in any regard. And he still had that S-tier talent enhancement plan task in his hands. A peculiar individual. Fong Hung shook his head, refusing to dwell on these thoughts. Notice, you have spent 60 main god points and obtained a special sphere 1. Fong Hung held a transparent crystal sphere in his hand, examining it closely. It was 2 sizes smaller than a basketball, fitting perfectly in one hand. Special item, gift of the main god sealed orb. Item description 1, you may infuse evolution crystals including fragments of any level into the sealed orb. After accumulating sufficient energy, the orb will shatter automatically, releasing the sealed item as a reward. Item description 2, players cannot infuse evolution crystals including evolution crystal fragments obtained through trading. Item description 3, the sealed orb resets every 72 hours. Item description 4, trading this item immediately resets at once. This quest is a breeze. Fong Hong rubbed his hands together, growing excited. He'd thought it would be difficult, but it turned out to be so simple. For ordinary players, suddenly receiving this quest might be troublesome. After all, the quest restricted the use of evolution crystals obtained through trading. Players could only earn evolution crystals by manually killing zombies. Time-consuming and labor-intensive. Especially in the early stages of the game, it was practically an impossible task. But Fong Hong was different. He just happened to have a huge stash of evolution crystals on him. After all, Fong Hong was currently stuck at level 10, and he had accumulated quite a few intact evolution crystals. Even the 3rd-tier evolution crystals he obtained from killing 2 4th-tier mutated zombies earlier were still sitting unused in his inventory. Fong Hong returned to the warehouse, retrieved the remaining evolution crystal shards, and poured them all into the crystal ball. Notice, you have injected 1310 evolution crystal fragments. The originally transparent crystal ball gradually transformed into a pink hue as it absorbed the fragments. Isn't this enough already? Fong Hong was a bit surprised. He licked his lips and proceeded to inject all the intact evolution crystals from the warehouse into the orb. Prompt, you have infused 232 complete evolution crystals. Intact evolution crystals yielded far greater efficiency in acquiring abilities than fragments. After infusing them into the crystal, the orb burst into a mesmerizing crimson glow. Still not enough? Fong Hong hesitated. He still had 62 Tier 1 evolution crystals and 2 Tier 3 evolution crystals left. After completing the S-rank enhancement quest, he would need to rely on Tier 1 crystals for upgrades. In comparison, 3rd-tier crystals weren't as urgently needed for him at this stage. Using 3rd-tier evolution crystals wouldn't be feasible until at least level 30. Rather than letting them gather dust in storage, he might as well sacrifice them now. There will be plenty of opportunities to seek out 3rd-tier evolution crystals after leveling up. Besides, even 62 Tier 1 crystals might not be enough. Reaching this conclusion, Fong Hong proceeded to inject both 3rd-tier evolution crystals into the crystal ball one after another. Notice, you have infused 2 Tier 3 evolution crystals purple. The crimson glow within the crystal ball instantly transformed into a raging deep purple. Boom! The next moment, Fong Hong saw purple flames suddenly shoot out from the crystal ball in his hand. It blazed fiercely. This flame carried no heat whatsoever. Fong Hong could feel the crystal ball in his grasp nearing its critical point. Almost there. Just a little more. Fong Hong murmured to himself. With no other choice, Fong Hong began adding 1st-tier evolution crystals to the crystal ball one by one. Until the 22nd one was added. Crack! A faint sound echoed. Fong Hong immediately stopped, staring intently at the sphere in his hand. A fine crack appeared on the crystal ball. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the cracking sounds, the fissure spread across the entire sphere in an instant. Boom! The burning crystal ball shattered in Fong Heng's hand. Chapter 113, SSS rank. Notice, you have unlocked the sealed orb. Notice, you have obtained Personal Talent Enhancement Protocol Unidentified Tier S Soulbound 1. Got it! As the crystal sphere shattered, a black scroll floated in midair. Fong Heng excitedly reached out and snatched the scroll. Prompt, spend 1000 survival points to appraise. Appraise? No. No appraisal. After all that effort to gather 3 scrolls, I'm definitely going to fuse them into the highest SSS grade anyway. Throwing 1000 points down the drain just to hear a splash? Not worth it. Fong Heng hastily stuffed the 3S grade enhancement blueprints into his backpack and immediately drove a military truck toward Xiao Yaokong's villa. In the villa's backyard garden, Xiao Yaokong still only lifted a corner of the manhole cover. Peering out from beneath the cover, a pair of eyes stared coldly at Fong Heng. What is it? Open the door immediately. As per our prior agreement, I've gathered all 3 talent enhancement protocols. You moved fast. Xiao Yaokong looked at Fong Heng. He spoke deliberately as he helped push open the manhole cover. Put on your protective suit first, then come to the lab. Fong Heng dashed next door to change into a full protective suit before following Xiao Yaokong into the adjacent lab. Bring it out. Xiao Yaokong stood before a lab bench, gesturing for Fong Heng to place the enhancement protocol on the surface. Huh? What's this? Seeing the black scroll Fong Heng pulled from his backpack, Xiao Yaokong's expression shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. An S-class enhancement protocol? He hadn't expected Fong Heng to actually obtain an S-grade blueprint. That's right. Well done. Xiao Yaokong reminded him, but you need to gather 3 identical copies of the S-grade enhancement plan to perform the fusion. I know. And here. Fong Heng spoke as he placed the 2nd and 3rd S-grade talent enhancement blueprints one after another on the lab bench. He actually had 3 S-grade talent enhancement plans? Staring at the 3 enhancement plans, Xiao Yaokong's eyes went wide. Stunned by the sheer shock, he froze in place for a moment. He lifted his head, scrutinizing the young man before him over and over. How could he have gathered 3 top-tier enhancement plans in such a short time? How on earth did he get his hands on them? Xiao Yaokong had previously assumed Fong Heng had come merely to fuse 3 A-grade enhancement plans. But now he'd gathered 3 S-grade ones outright? After a long pause, Xiao Yaokong finally spoke. Something's off about you. You're the one who's off. Fong Heng couldn't be bothered to waste time arguing with Xiao Yaokong. His face held a look of expectation as he couldn't help but urge him on. Stop staring at me. I have my own ways to find the S-class enhancement plan. What do you think of these 3 proposals? Can they work? Xiao Yaokong shifted his gaze away from Fong Heng's face. He picked up the scrolls, holding them close to his eyes for a thorough inspection. The enhancement plans are sound. With that, Xiao Yaokong closed his eyes. He extended his hand, placing it lightly over the 3 scrolls. Fong Heng swallowed hard as he watched a crimson glow envelop Xiao Yaokong's hand. Under the glow, the 3 scrolls on the lab table gradually floated into the air. Whoosh! In an instant, the 3 black scrolls merged into one. Golden light erupted throughout the room. The light was too blinding, and Fong Heng couldn't help but turn his head, shielding his eyes with his hand. Several seconds later, the light gradually faded. Fong Heng turned his head toward the scrolls. Thud! The dark gold scroll, suspended mid-air, fell onto the lab table with a thud. Xiao Yaokong slowly opened his eyes. His face drained of color as he clutched his chest, his expression unnervingly unnatural. Hey, are you okay? Xiao Yaokong waved his hand without speaking, merely pointing at the scroll on the table, signaling Fong Heng to check it immediately. Fong Heng nodded and couldn't resist reaching out to grasp the dark golden scroll on the table. The instant he picked it up, a game prompt appeared in the lower right corner of his retina. Notice, you have completed the task collaborative research. Your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has slightly increased. Notice, you have obtained Personal Talent Enhancement Plan Unidentified Tier SSS Soulbound 1. Great! SSS-tier. Fusion successful. Fong Heng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all that effort, he finally completed it today. Prompt, consume 5000 survival points to activate this talent scheme? Activate. Prompt, player consumes 5000 survival points to activate talent scheme. Prompt, generating an SSS-tier enhancement plan tailored to the player's talent attributes. Prompt, generation successful. You may select one of the following 3 evolution plans. 3 options? Unlike previous S-tier upgrades, SSS-tier actually offers a choice of 3. You get what you pay for. This drastically reduces the chance of pulling junk. Fong Heng opened the talent details and scanned through them one by one. Modification Plan 1, Efficient Evolution. Modification Plan 2, Zombie Clone Individual Enhancement. Modification Plan 3, Rapid Proliferation. What about the rest? Where are the details? That's it? Can't open it? Just a name? Seeing these 3 options, Fong Heng lowered his head, deep in thought. SSS level presented 3 options. But he could only see the names of the options, not the specific details of the enhancement plans. There was no way around it. That was simply how the game was designed. He could only speculate based on the names alone. First, he ruled out the second option, zombie clone individual enhancement. The name itself gave a clear indication. Clone enhancement talents typically boosted the strength of zombie clones. At SSS rank, Fong Hong surmised this skill would likely offer a massive percentage boost to the zombie clone's capabilities. Powerful, but not what he urgently needed right now. That leaves the remaining two. Efficient evolution and rapid proliferation. What exactly does evolution refer to? Fong Hong stroked his chin, deep in thought. Upon reflection, the transformation of ordinary zombies into higher-tier vine zombies after infection by corpse vines at Hopetown Hospital could be considered a form of evolution. Literally speaking, efficient evolution was likely related to this aspect. But the specific effects remained unclear. Choosing this option carried risks. As for the final effect, rapid proliferation, Fong Heng's heart began to pound faster. Does proliferation refer to quantity? He had a hunch that proliferation meant the number of zombie clones. Currently at level 10, reaching level 11 would grant 11 zombies. As levels increased, especially toward the endgame, the percentage gain per level up gradually diminished. Even if upgraded to level 100, that would only yield 5,050 zombies. Proliferate. Choosing one option has a high chance of yielding more zombies. Fong Hong made up his mind quickly. For him, the zombie clones were fundamental. Beyond their formidable combat prowess, their logistical value in the apocalypse was undeniable. They could help him rapidly expand his influence. With more zombie clones, development could proceed far more efficiently. Without rapid proliferation, Fong Hong might have gambled on efficient evolution. I choose option 3, rapid proliferation. Chapter 114, Rapid Proliferation. Prompt, player selected option 3, rapid proliferation. Notice, you have acquired the Personal Talent Enhancement Modification Plan Rapid Proliferation. Personal Talent Enhancement Plan Rapid Proliferation. Enhancement Plan Grade, SSS. Enhancement Description, SSS talent enhancement schemes can be activated immediately. No material collection required to complete enhancement. Enhancement Effect 1, after enhancement, each level up grants an additional 20% of the player's current zombie clone count. Rounded up proliferates do not count toward clone count. Enhancement Effect 2, after enhancement, in non-combat status, the player's zombie clones undergo rapid proliferation every 6 hours. Enhancement Plan Effect 2 details, upon completion of proliferation, the player gains one zombie clone proliferation entity. These entities share the same attributes and skills as zombie clones but cannot be revived upon death. A maximum of 3 proliferation entities can exist simultaneously per zombie clone. Proliferation entities cannot proliferate further. Rapid proliferation. Quantity. You guessed it. It's an effect that increases zombie numbers. And unlike ordinary S-tier plans, this SSS-tier enhancement not only requires no materials to activate but also boasts 2 additional effects. Both are quantity related. Fong Hong was highly satisfied. He quickly calculated in his head. For example, he currently had 55 zombie clones. Each level up grants an additional 20% zombie clones, rounded up. 55 multiplied by 0.2 equals 11. Why does it seem the same as before? Even before leveling up, reaching level 11 would only give 11 zombies. Oof. Fong Hong felt quite pleased. He chuckled wryly to himself. What a coincidence. But based on this current formula, the proliferation effect only grows stronger the later it gets. If he could reach level 100, he'd have at least hundreds of millions of zombie clones, a world of difference compared to his original peak of 5,050. At this stage, the first effect of the SSS tier talent was a long-term investment. Effect 2, however, delivered an immediate boost. Proliferation. Clones can continue to proliferate more clones. In an ideal scenario, each new zombie clone could carry up to 3 additional proliferated clones. The most obvious demonstration, even if Fong Hong does nothing now. Simply by waiting quietly for 18 hours, his zombie army would triple in size. A full 3-fold increase. Fong Hong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. This also meant his development efficiency in the game had skyrocketed by a full 3-fold. Though gathering that SSS tier talent had taken considerable time, it was all completely worth it. Fong Hong was confident he could quickly make up for lost time. He clenched his fist lightly. The scroll blossomed with golden light in Fong Heng's palm. It gradually melted into a pool of golden liquid, seeping into the back of his hand. Suddenly, the back of his hand grew intensely hot. Prompt, fusion complete. Notice, your innate skill has been enhanced. Notice, you have completed the first tier talent enhancement. Player, Fong Hong. Level, 10. Health points, 240-240. Stamina, 100-100. Mental energy, 100-100. Energy, 100-100. Strength, 19. Agility, 12. Constitution, 19. Willpower, 5. Perception, 20. Intuition, 5. Talent, Enhanced Super Zombie Clone. Tier, SSS completed Tier 1 enhancement. Talent description 1. Players can control zombie avatars, which possess 50% of the host's total attributes and an additional 300% of the host's health. Zombie avatars inherit most of the host's active and passive skills. Additional Note 2. Each time your character level increases, you gain an additional 20% of your current zombie clone count. Rounded up proliferating entities do not count toward clone count. Additional Note 3. Zombies automatically resurrect 18.5 hours after death. Resurrection time decreases as player level increases. Additional Note 4. Outside combat, player zombie clones undergo rapid proliferation every 6 hours. Click to view detailed proliferation mechanics. It's done. Fong Hong murmured softly, unfolding his palm to examine it. The back of his right hand, which had earlier resembled a flame-scorched wound, had fully healed, showing no trace of injury. Cough cough. Xiao Yaokong turned away, leaning against the wall with one hand as he coughed several times. Hey, are you really okay? Fong Hong realized Xiao Yaokong didn't seem to be in good shape. He recalled Xiao Yaokong mentioning that his fusion skill inflicted significant physical damage. I'm fine, thanks for asking. Xiao Yaokong's expression remained cold as he casually tossed the tissue aside. The transaction is complete. I need some rest. If you have no further business, you may leave now. Notice, your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has slightly increased. So he's giving me the boot already. But my affinity definitely went up. Fong Hong muttered under his breath. He was deeply concerned about Xiao Yaokong's safety. Would it be okay to leave him here alone? After all, he's seriously injured. Should he? Wait. Fong Hong suddenly remembered something. Earlier, at the secret research facility in the prison, he had deceived researcher Li Bo into entering the shelter. So theoretically, Xiao Yaokong, who was also an NPC, should be able to trick him in too. Moreover, it was clear that Xiao Yaokong's level was higher than Li Bo's. Tricking him should be even harder. Fong Hong studied Xiao Yaokong, lost in thought. He pondered the odds of successfully luring Xiao Yaokong into the shelter. Screw it. Let's give it a shot. Old Xiao, this is dangerous. What if you run into zombies out here alone? How about coming to my shelter instead? I've got people guarding your safety 24/7, plus a professional chef. Your shelter? Xiao Yaokong shook his head, a clear look of disdain on his face. No thanks, I'm not interested. Don't rush to refuse. The conditions there are far better than here, and if you're done, you can leave now. Xiao Yaokong cut Fong Hong off without flinching. He turned away and began rummaging through the lab cabinets behind him. Is that so? Are you sure you won't reconsider? My basement used to be Meteorite Corporation's secret research lab. Xiao Yaokong finally reacted. He paused his movements, slowly turned around, and looked at Fong Hong, his brow slightly furrowed. What did you say? I'm not lying. That place was where Meteorite Corporation cultivated lickers, the strongest hunters among second-stage mutated zombies. You know what I'm talking about, right? Knowing Xiao Yaokong's personality, Fong Hong tried to lure him in with the research angle. Sure enough, a look of intense interest flashed across Xiao Yaokong's face. Fong Hong deliberately kept him in suspense. You know what? Since the biovirus outbreak, a ton of Meteor Corporation's research equipment is still there, much of it intact. Guess what else I found in the lab? Chapter 115, Bluffing. Xiao Yaokong replied coldly, Speak. This is promising. He was genuinely interested. Fong Hong felt a surge of secret delight, though his expression remained impassive. Haha, let me let you in on a little secret. There are even 3 lickers in cultivation inside the lab right now. I've inspected them, everything's in perfect condition. The lickers are in excellent health and haven't been affected at all. Mentioning this, Fong Hong couldn't help but feel uneasy. Ever since Li Bo joined his sanctuary, the secret lab cultivating lickers had remained sealed off. Li Bo might be a high-level NPC, but he was just too scared of death. Even with the Dark Knights escorting him, he refused to set foot inside the liquor cultivation lab. Li Bo claimed the prison's biovirus outbreak had originated from the liquor cultivation chamber. He believed the containment chambers housing the liquors posed a severe safety hazard. If the angel suddenly awakens and escapes from there, people will die. According to Li Bo, he rarely entered that room even before the biohazard outbreak. With this precedent now set, he was even less inclined to enter the cultivation lab. Fong Hong had no better solution for this situation. Every time the subject came up, Li Bo's loyalty and favorability ratings would dip slightly. Therefore, the liquor research project within the shelter remains on hold for the time being. Fong Hong desperately needed a leader for his experimental team. What a coincidence! Xiao Yaokong would be perfect. He's clearly fearless. He'd even stay alone in a villa out in the wilderness for research. The liquor. Xiao Yaokong murmured to himself, his expression turning pensive. You mean the biological weapons research program? Yes. You know about Meteor Corporation's biological weapons research program? That's perfect. The liquor is a byproduct of the biological weapons program. It's a creature created by injecting the T-virus into a living host. What do you think? Intrigued? If you come to my sanctuary, Meteor Corporation's entire research facility will be yours. You'll be in charge of it all. Seeing Qiu Yaokong's interest piqued, Fang Heng pressed his advantage. Oh, and there are living corpse vines there for your research, high-grade varieties modified by Meteor Corporation. Corpse vines? At this mention, Qiu Yaokong's fists clenched involuntarily. He was clearly torn to the extreme. Fang Heng played his final card, tossing a small booklet toward Qiu Yaokong. Here, take a look at this. Arida Experimental Observation Summary Report March. Qiu Yaokong caught the thrown booklet. His breath caught at the title. Qiu Yaokong swiftly opened the booklet and began skimming through it at lightning speed. His eyes never left the pages, oblivious to the world around him until he had scanned the entire volume. Fang Heng knew Qiu Yaokong's temperament well. Only after Qiu Yaokong finished flipping through the entire manual did he continue. So? How about it? Want a live specimen of Arita? Qiu Yaokong snapped his head up, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Heng. You have it? Heh, of course I do. You know I'm always greedy. How could I go on a trip and not bring something back? Fang Heng waved the live Arita specimen he'd collected earlier in his hand. If you join my sanctuary, I'll provide you with Arita samples for your research free of charge. And I can assure you, once you join, I'll do everything I can to support your experiments. I'm serious. Consider my offer? Qiu Yaokong fell completely silent. For him, this temptation was simply too hard to resist. At first, he had genuinely felt not the slightest bit of interest in Fang Heng's proposal. But as Fang Heng gradually upped the stakes, until Fang Heng produced the live specimen of Arita, Qiu Yaokong's mental defenses were on the verge of collapse. His formidable willpower forced him to grit his teeth and say, "No. I can't." Ha? He still hadn't agreed? Fang Heng was utterly surprised. Qiu Yaokong took a deep breath. Unless you agree to one condition of mine. Phew. Fang Heng felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He knew that recruiting Qiu Yaokong was already half accomplished. He'd been worried you wouldn't even ask for terms. As long as you do, everything else falls into place. Alright, what's the condition? Qiu Yaokong's eyes burned as he fixed them on Fang Heng. You claim you have the ability to gather various research materials for me. I need you to prove it. No problem. How do you want me to prove it? I'm staying here for a reason. Qiu Yaokong said, turning his back once more. He rummaged through a nearby lab cabinet and pulled out a map, spreading it flat on the lab table. Fang Heng leaned in to examine it. He saw a distinct circle outlined in red marker on the map. Where is this? An abandoned chemical plant. Qiu Yaokong continued explaining to Fang Heng. Since the biovirus outbreak, peculiar mutated corpses have appeared in the drainage channels of the abandoned chemical plant. Have you heard of the infected zone? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, inwardly thinking, oh no. The infection zone is a designated area within the game. Once players remain in the infection zone for over 30 seconds, they enter an infected state. The longer they stay, the higher the infection level becomes. It was a place only explored in the game's later stages. Rumors about the infection zone swirled on forums, yet no definitive explanation ever surfaced regarding its origin. One thing is certain, however. The infected zone is connected to Meteorite Corporation. This is too difficult. A recruitment mission actually involves the infected zone? Fang Heng felt a bitter taste in his mouth, yet his expression grew serious. Qiu Yaokong was crucial. For the shelter's development, he had to take him down. I've heard of it. I've observed that the infected zone's boundaries have been steadily expanding lately. Yes, that's true. Fang Heng understood this well. In the early stages of the game, the infected zone would keep growing, but in the later stages, the expansion would gradually stop. As for the exact reason behind this halt, Fang Heng remained uncertain. To prevent the infected zone from expanding endlessly, we must go inside and see what's happening there. What exactly is causing the existence of the infected zone? The zombies discovered inside the chemical plant are highly unusual. The toxic gas they emit bears a striking resemblance to the gas within the infected zone. I've been studying them intensively lately. I believe we can uncover a way to enter the infected zone by studying it. Hearing this, Fang Heng breathed a huge sigh of relief. Damn! Qiu Yaokong was panting heavily as he spoke. He thought Qiu Yaokong was going to send him into the infected zone himself. My research on mutated zombie corpses has reached a critical stage. Unless you can guarantee a steady supply of live zombies from the chemical plant for my studies, I won't agree to leave with you. Chapter 116, S+. Live zombies for research? Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, pondering the implication behind Qiu Yaokong's words. Meaning capture them alive, right? As Fang Heng pondered this, Qiu Yaokong voiced his demand. I need you to prove your capabilities. Go to the abandoned chemical plant and capture 10 mutated zombies for me. After a moment's thought, Qiu Yaokong added, I want them alive, and you have only 24 hours to complete this. Notice, you have triggered the quest Qiu Yaokong's trial. Mission name, Qiu Yaokong's trial. Task difficulty, SSS. Mission description: to prove your ability to provide Xiao Yaokong with a secure research environment and experimental materials, obtain 10 live mutated zombies corrupted toxins. Time limit: 24 hours. Failure penalty: Xiao Yaokong's favorability will significantly decrease. No problem. I don't think it'll even take 24 hours. Fong Hung glanced at the mission. In front of Xiao Yaokong, he pulled out all the remaining Tier 1 evolution crystals from his backpack. For any other player, this mission would indeed be extremely difficult. The toxic zombie possessed a toxic gas ability. Getting close meant inhaling the poison it released, leading to infection. Not to mention capturing them alive. The difficulty skyrocketed several times over. But Fong Hong was different. He had his zombie clone. Bang! Bang bang! One after another, the first stage evolution crystals shattered in Fong Heng's hands. A crimson mist swirled around his palms, gradually being absorbed into his flesh. A series of game prompts flashed rapidly in the game log. Notice, your character level has increased to LV 11. Notice, due to your innate skill, you have gained an additional 11 zombie clones. Notice, your character level has increased to LV 12. Notice, due to your innate skill, you have gained an additional 14 zombie clones. Notice, your character level has increased to LV 13. Notice, due to your innate skill, you have gained an additional 16 zombie clones. In an instant, magical arrays began to appear at Fong Heng's feet. Under Xiao Yaokong's astonished gaze, a full 41 zombie clones crawled out of the magic circles within mere moments. Zombies filled nearly half the laboratory. Xiao Yaokong stared blankly at Fong Hung. Today, he had witnessed far too many incredible things from Fong Hung. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Is this your innate ability? That's right. Pretty cool, huh? I'm off to kidnap someone now. Want to come along for the tour? I promise it'll be quick. An hour and a half later, outside the chemical plant. Xiao Yaokong watched in horror as the rot poison zombies were dragged out of the abandoned factory, one by one, bound and gagged by the other zombies. He was utterly stunned, unable to speak for a long time. How about it? Pretty impressive, huh? Fong Hong walked over and patted Xiao Yaokong on the shoulder. He thought to himself, wasn't this just a coincidence? Though the corrupted zombie's special ability was troublesome, its stats ranked at the bottom among all mutated zombies. Its toxic gas ability had no effect whatsoever on zombie clones. Even if the one Fong Hong had just summoned was an ordinary zombie unaffected by the corpse vines. With the sheer number of zombie clones, their high health pools, and the ability to instantly restore 80% of their health, Fong Hong could easily withstand the corrupted zombie's attacks while surrounding it, then bind it with rope. If the mission had required capturing other level 1 mutated zombies, like spider zombies, that would have been troublesome. In that case, Fong Hong suspected ordinary zombie clones would likely be insufficient. He'd need to make an extra trip back to the prison, bringing a vine zombie to complete the mission. After all, the vine zombie's entangle skill was a masterstroke for capturing zombies. This kind of mission is a piece of cake. My shelter has even more powerful ones. I'll show you around when I get back. More powerful? Xiao Yaokong, still reeling from shock, turned around. He looked at Fong Hung. Really? Pfft, when have I ever lied to you? So? Ready to come back to the shelter with me now? I'll take the bet, but I need some time to pack up my lab. A lot of this stuff is custom made, and I need to bring it all back with me. Alright. Fong Hong was overjoyed. Not only had he tricked a high-value talent into coming back, he'd also tricked a whole bunch of lab equipment into coming along. This deal was an absolute steal. No problem. How long will it take? I'll bring people and vehicles tomorrow to help you transport everything. Alright, thanks. Let's do tomorrow morning then. Xiao Yaokong said, then turned and headed back toward the villa. Notice, you have significantly completed the task ahead of scheduled Xiao Yaokong's trial. Notice, your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has slightly increased. Notice, Xiao Yaokong has joined your sanctuary. Notice, due to your outstanding performance, Xiao Yaokong's loyalty has received an additional boost. What a cold-hearted guy. Fong Hung muttered under his breath, then excitedly opened the shelter panel to check Xiao Yaokong's character attributes. Character, Xiao Yaokong. Rating, S+. Level, 4. Strength, 7. Constitution, 8. Agility, 7. Perception, 6. Perception, 15. Willpower, 8. Current loyalty, 85. Status, weakened. Possesses skills. Basic Science LV, 90. Corpse Research LV, 57. Scientific Fitness LV, 20. Pharmaceutical Development LV, 88. Serum Production LV, 86. T-Virus Strain Research LV, 42. T-Virus Alteration Branch Research LV, 32. Superior Learning LV, 99. Focus LV, 70. Awaken Talent Skill, Alteration Fusion. Talent Skill Level, S. Talent Skill Description, can fuse 3 items of the same grade and type into a higher grade item. Using this skill will cause temporary weakness cooldown, 180 days. I've struck gold. Fong Hengel's mouth hung open in disbelief. An S+ rating. A full 2 tiers higher than Li Bo's. His various skills were truly worthy of the S+ rating, exceptionally outstanding. More crucially, Zhou Yaokong had also awakened a special talent skill just like ordinary players. So then, can Zhou Yaokong also be upgraded through the talent enhancement program after reaching level 10? After all, aside from the stringent requirements, Zhou Yaokong's talent skill provides support effects that are practically game-breaking. We need to figure out a way to get Zhou Yaokong an S-tier talent enhancement plan too. Ideally, it should drastically reduce his skill cooldowns. Right now, the cooldown alone is half a year way too long. Also, we need to find a way to boost his loyalty quickly. We absolutely can't let him slip away. Fong Hung stroked his chin, deep in thought. Notice, your game pod has received an emergency warning. Please select a safe location to log off immediately. Huh? An emergency warning for the game pod? Fong Hung frowned in surprise. What was going on? In all his time at Phoenix Cry Games, he'd never encountered such a situation. Fong Hung frowned, waving his hand to signal his zombie clones to escort the bound and gagged mutated zombie back to the prison shelter. Something must be wrong. Log off and check it out ASAP. Fong Hung thought to himself as he hurried back to Zhou Yaokong's villa. Chapter 117, Concealment. Huang Ming Games. Daijia stormed into Team 12's office with a group of people. Where's team leader Fong? We need to speak with him urgently. Pei Anan stepped forward to block the intruding group. Team leader Fong is still in the game. Please wait a moment while I contact him. No need. Daijia gave a subtle signal to an employee from Team 7 behind him. The man quickly walked past Pei Anan and pressed the emergency buttons on all the game pods. What are you doing? Team leader Fong is still in the game. It's an emergency. We need to discuss something with team leader Fong. Daijia scanned the Group 12 office. His disdain deepened. Team 12 barely had enough workstations. How could they possibly handle a 35,000 point order? We discovered a significant gap in the company's funds linked to Team 12. There are no records detailing the specific use of these funds, so we're here to ask team leader Fong about how this money was spent. Pei Anan was taken aback. What money? Section 12 has never received any funds from the company. Have you got the wrong section? Louis and several other new recruits received urgent game alerts and began exiting their game pods one after another. Hearing Pei Anan's account, the newcomers were equally perplexed. The team leader embezzling? Are you kidding me? The team leader hasn't left the company for days, okay. He's practically been in the game 24/7. Louis immediately sensed something was off. What money? We've been in the game the whole time. How could we possibly take bribes? You're from Team 7, right? Are you jealous of us in Team 12? Daijia shook his head. This has nothing to do with personal bias. I'm here on behalf of the company. You can ask team leader Fong Hong for details. As the group argued, Fong Heng's game pod activated. Before Fong Hong could exit the pod, the commotion outside reached his ears. Team leader Fong, sorry to interrupt your game. I need a reasonable explanation. An explanation? What explanation? Fong Hong stared blankly at team leader Daijia of Team 7 standing before him. Louis couldn't help but interject, Team leader Fong, they're making baseless accusations. They're slandering you, claiming you embezzled company funds. Daijia stared at Fong Hong, maintaining a smile throughout. He had prepared himself for this confrontation before coming here. This was his final chance to reclaim the S-Class Talent Enhancement Protocol. Team leader Fong Hong, please come with us. Any issues can be clarified. The company will give you an opportunity to explain. Fong Heng's gaze shifted to Daijia. Earlier, when exchanging contacts with Gui Jie had warned him to be wary of certain company personnel. At the time, Fong Hong had been solely focused on completing his mission and hadn't taken Gui Jie's words to heart. Fong Hong sighed inwardly. He understood everything now. Forget it. He refused to waste his breath on explanations. It was pointless and a waste of time. His reputation had always been tarnished anyway. Empty accusations. If you say I embezzled, then so be it. With the S-Class talent secured, staying here any longer was pointless. Game Sanctuary still needs my full attention to grow. Why waste time tangling with these people at the company? Additionally, we'll be taking all office items for investigation. Daijia said, waving to the employees behind him. Hey! Hold on. That's our team's stuff. Hey, I'm talking to you. Keep your filthy hands off. What do you mean our team's? This is company property. Get out of my way. Louis's face flushed crimson as he shouted angrily, I think you're just settling a personal grudge. This is a decision made by the company's board of directors. Please cooperate. Daijia sneered inwardly. Let them fight. Let them fight. The bigger the fight, the better. Better yet, let them come to blows. The more chaos, the less time Fong Hong would have to complete his in-game tasks. Watching the two sides on the verge of a full-blown argument, Fong Hong felt his temples throbbing. He waved his hand dismissively. Alright, no need to argue. The items are brand new and still sealed. If they want to take them, let them take them. Daija grew wary. He felt that Fong Hang's cooperative attitude made him even more difficult to deal with. On the surface, Daija maintained his politeness. Team leader Fong, would you mind joining us upstairs in the conference room for a few words? No need. I'm resigning. The entire office fell silent. Everyone stared at Fong Hong in astonishment. Daija looked utterly stunned. Resign? A wave of intense unease suddenly washed over Daija. He quickly stepped forward, blocking Fong Hang's path as he prepared to leave. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Daija. Step aside. For some reason, meeting Fong Hang's gaze made Daija feel his own presence being overwhelmed. Steeling himself, he said, Team leader Fong, why the rush to leave? Don't act impulsively. Even if you resign, it still requires approval from General Manager Lee, right? You say I embezzled public funds. Do you have any evidence? I merely stated there were discrepancies in your accounts that require verification. If you find evidence, feel free to report it anytime. This has nothing to do with my resignation. I have business to attend to. I'll be leaving now. With that, Fong Hong strode out of the office under everyone's gaze. An awkward silence hung in the office. An employee from Team 7 sneered, he must be guilty. Why else would he resign? Shut up. Daija shot him a glare. Everyone get back to work. Turning away, a cold smile touched the corner of Daija's mouth. He really quit? Good riddance. He didn't know what tricks Fong Hong was playing. But once he's gone, he'd better not think of coming back. Right. The S-Class Talent Enhancement Protocol. He needed to contact Gui Jie immediately and have him retrieve the plan right away. Daija couldn't help but quicken his pace to the end of the office hallway, dialing Gui Jie's phone. Hello? Brother Jie? Sorry to bother you, but it's about Fong Hong. He just resigned from the company. No, it's not my fault he resigned voluntarily. I was shocked too, with so many people watching. You can't just say things like that. Right. According to company policy, he must immediately return the S-grade enhancement scheme props he obtained from the company. Impossible? Why is it impossible? What? He's already completed it? Daija's face drained of color. He nearly gasped for breath. Finished? In just a few hours? Fong Hong had already finished the task? That's why he chose to resign just now? But why so fast? No. That can't be right. Gui Jie must be lying to me. They must be up to something. After leaving Huangming Games, Fong Hong hailed a taxi back to his small apartment. After a moment's thought, he sent Xiaoxi a message. Fong Hong, I quit. Xiaoxi, whoa. Fong Hong, you seem in a pretty good mood? Xiaoxi, MHM. Fong Hong, aren't you going to ask why I quit? Xiaoxi, because I already know. Fong Hong? Xiaoxi, the Federation reopened their investigation into you a couple days ago. Xiaoxi, I had someone look into the reason behind it. Xiaoxi, you're doing so well in the game you certainly don't need to work for others. Xiaoxi, don't worry, I covered your tracks when the Federation investigated you. They won't find anything. Xiaoxi, how do you plan to thank me? Also, when are you going to pay me back for that meal you owe me? Fong Hong gripped his phone. He typed several times, then repeatedly deleted what he'd written. Covering my tracks? What traces did he have that needed Xiaoxi's help to cover up? For some reason, Fong Hong felt a vague unease welling up inside him. Fong Hong, next time. Definitely next time. Xiaoxi, avoiding me, huh? Xiaoxi, hang in there. What's past is past. Don't dwell on it. Start fresh. Fong Hong, yeah, thanks. Chapter 118, Ouroboros. Opening the door, Fong Hong returned to his dilapidated rental apartment. Leaving Huangming Games was part of Fong Hang's plan. Now he could devote 100% of his energy to gaming. To become a dominant force within the game. To become a landlord. Fong Hong still remembered his original dream upon first entering the game. To build the largest and finest sanctuary within the game, earning billions daily just from rent alone. To be his own boss. Wasn't that far more appealing than staying at the company? Fong Hong perked up. For now, his primary goal in the game remained accelerated expansion. Making money wasn't urgent, he needed to wait a while longer, until the shelter expanded to a certain scale before. Ding. His phone rang. Fong Hong answered the call. It was Pei An calling. Hello? Team leader Fong? Are you okay? I'm fine. Fong Hong sat back on the sofa, phone in hand. Thanks for your concern. I'm fine. Team leader Fong, I heard they're planning to withhold your performance bonus. You should contact President Qin immediately. Fong Hong frowned. He really didn't care about that little money. But getting taken advantage of like this still left him feeling a bit annoyed. Just as he was thinking this, Lui's voice came through on the other end. He was furious. Team leader Fong, those bastards from Team 7 at Huangming. They're completely inhumane. You've been working your ass off for the company, pulling all-nighters for days on end, and they go and seize all of Team 12's files for a thorough investigation? They're absolute scum. I must have been blind to ever go back to that damn company. Team Leader Fong, please come back first. We've already gone to see President Qin. She'll definitely help us get justice. Don't do anything rash. Ahem. Fong Hong cleared his throat. Louis, why don't you come work for me? I'll pay you double. Fong Hong had the idea of poaching talent. Relying solely on zombie clones still had its limitations. Especially when transporting supplies, zombies moved far too slowly. The efficiency was abysmal. Recruiting people from outside was not only risky but also troublesome. At least he was somewhat familiar with Lu Yi and the others. Fong Hang felt these new players, Lu Yi and the others, were perfectly qualified as tools. Ha! Lu Yi, who was still fuming, froze. He froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Fong Hong to turn around and poach his own people. Think it over carefully. Discuss it with the others in Team 12 too. If you're interested, send me a message or find me in-game. I've got things to do. We'll talk next time. Fong Hong said, then hung up the phone. His gaze fixed on the photograph hanging on the wall directly opposite the sofa. His expression grew solemn. In the photo, Fong Hong stood surrounded by a crowd, proudly holding a trophy aloft. Fong Hong slowly rose to his feet, taking deliberate steps toward the photograph. Until he stood directly before the frame. Something's not right. Fong Hong murmured softly. This frame had been moved around frequently. Why hadn't he noticed it before, yet today it caught his attention? It must be the perception attribute from the game affecting reality. Fong Hong had sensed something was off before. With his in-game perception stat now boosted to 20 points, a full fourfold increase, he could detect subtle changes in his surroundings with far greater clarity. Click. Fong Hong tried to completely disassemble the picture frame and opened its back panel. Sure enough, inside the frame lay a palm-sized, extremely thin notebook. The notebook was still quite new. Who left it here? Fong Hong had no recollection of this notebook whatsoever. He tried flipping to the first page. 5 words were scrawled in messy handwriting. The words had been circled several times. Ouroboros. Seeing this word, Fong Hong felt his heart skip a beat. He immediately flipped the pages backward. The handwriting on the following pages was even more chaotic. I must be in trouble. I must have forgotten something incredibly important. Every day when I wake up, a part of my memory related to the game goes missing. I have no idea what else I'll forget when I wake up tomorrow. All I can do is record these vital things. Ouroboros. What is it? Why do I only remember this name? I recall someone performing a ritual for me. Was it Ouroboros? What even is Ouroboros? I forgot. Why can't I remember? I wonder if I'm dreaming. The end of the world is approaching, and the game is gradually mirroring reality. The Federation hides the apocalypse from the public for its own selfish gain. Only within the main God's game can I find a glimmer of hope. This is my only way to survive. I must build a safe haven within the game to shelter from the impending apocalypse. No one can be trusted. Lately, I feel like someone's been following me. The game-specific bank account I bought on the black market has been frozen by the Federation, leaving my funds depleted. Soul Seal. What use is it? I've forgotten how I even got that thing. I only remember it was incredibly important. I hid it in my favorite childhood hiding spot for toys. If the person reading this notebook is me, then I'll definitely remember. Beware of Xia Shi. Don't trust her under any circumstances. I've forgotten why. Don't trust her. The contents of the notebook left Fong Hong momentarily at a loss. Fong Hang's first thought was the original owner of this body mentally unstable? Xia Shi. Fong Hong murmured softly. He felt a sense of unease. When he first crossed over into this body, Fong Hong had assumed his memory loss was caused by the soul's transition. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. Fong Hong took a deep breath and reopened the notebook. He attempted to analyze its contents. First was Ouroboros. He was certain this name did not exist in his memories at all. Then there was this passage recorded in the notebook. Ritual? What kind of ceremony had he performed? Does Ouroboros sound like a cult organization? And the end is near, and the game is gradually mapping reality. Are the recent changes in my body concrete manifestations of the game mapping reality? If so, are others also experiencing similar changes? What exactly is this soul seal? The hiding spot from childhood was a small hole he'd secretly dug in the corner of the warehouse back home. The father of the body's original owner discovered it and gave him a severe beating. This memory remains vivid in Fong Heng's mind. But the rental apartment he lived in now had no storage room. The warehouse of the old house had long since been demolished and redeveloped. Where could the soul seal be hidden now? Finally. And then there was Xia Shi. Fong Hong felt his mind spinning in chaos. He opened his phone and tried searching online using Ouroboros as the keyword. Ding. A red warning box popped up on the webpage. Due to federal policy restrictions, you cannot access this information. The search is restricted by the Federation. Fong Hong frowned deeply. Try the soul seal again. Got it. A message appeared. Fong Hong clicked the message to view its contents. Clang. The webpage displayed another massive page. Sorry, you are searching for higher level content related to the main God game. Please visit the nearest federal main God game department to register. Thank you for your cooperation. Sorry, you're. Ugh. The Federation. Bait and switch. Fong Hong rolled his eyes and closed the search page. It seemed the original owner of this body had likely gotten themselves into some kind of trouble. Lying on the sofa, Fong Hong took a deep breath. If the notebook's claims were true, if the game mirrored reality and doomsday was approaching, he had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Chapter 119, Expansion Plan. Notice, your zombie horde has mined 1207 iron ore. You gain 4126 mining experience. Notice, part of your zombie clone horde has completed a proliferation cycle. You have gained 55 zombie clone proliferates. Notice, your mining skill has been upgraded to LV11. When Fong Hong drove back to the abandoned mine shaft, the zombies that hadn't participated in the battle had already completed their first wave of proliferation. He briefly inspected them. The attributes and skills of the newly born zombie clones were identical to their parent clones. Simply put, the duplicates spawned by Vine zombies through division were also evolved Vine zombies. Ordinary zombies, however, could only proliferate ordinary zombies. Fong Hong did a quick calculation. Originally at level 10, he had only 55 zombies. Now, having advanced to level 13, after applying the SSS-tier talent enhancement, he projected that in another 15 hours, under ideal conditions, he would possess a full 384 zombies. Nearly 7 times the original number. Impressive. With 7 times the manpower, wouldn't the AFK efficiency at least quadruple or quintuple? But headaches followed. With so many extra zombies, Fong Hong now needed to prepare over 300 additional sets of iron tools and equipment for them. The supply of iron ingots suddenly became insufficient again. Fong Hong pondered for a moment before deciding that most of his zombie clones would still have to use the most basic wooden tools. Moreover, with the zombie workforce now 7 times larger, mining speed was assured. In contrast, accelerating iron ingot forging would require additional furnaces. The Dawn Guild had indeed gifted 3 furnaces earlier. But they were long since insufficient. He'd have to procure another batch from the apocalypse merchant, Vittel. The biggest problem remains the shortage of survival points. Relying solely on zombie clones to farm in the wild for survival points is far too slow. Resolved, Fong Hong first crafted newly mined iron ingots into iron pickaxes, distributing them to his zombie clones to resume mining. Then, he summoned several zombie clones to load the pile of unprocessed iron ore onto a truck. It's been a while since I last visited my old friend Vittel. Fong Hong started the military truck, a smile spreading across his face. It was time to fulfill that long-held ambition to clean out his shop. Fong Hong drove the truck back to the End Times merchant camp. As usual, the NPCs instinctively gathered around the large truck as it rolled into the camp. Seeing the ore piled high in the truck bed, the NPC porters exchanged knowing glances. One by one, they began unloading the iron ore from the truck. Fong Hong. Long time no see. Vittel emerged from the house carrying 2 bottles of liquor, handing one to Fong Hong as he approached. Let me guess, what good stuff did you bring me this time? Don't guess it's iron ore. Your camp construction must really need this stuff, right? Absolutely. We desperately need it. You're my lucky charm. Vettel glanced at the laborers carrying iron ore outside. You brought this much? He was a bit surprised. I recall there's an abandoned mine shaft nearby. You didn't happen to take it over, did you? You're absolutely right. Prompt, you submitted 200 units of iron ore to the End Times merchant Vettel. You gained 600 survival points. Prompt, you have completed the quest collect iron ore. Prompt, your rapport with merchant Vittel has increased. Prompt, you submitted 200 units of iron ore to the apocalyptic merchant Vittel. You gained 600 survival points. Prompt, you have completed. The prompts kept flashing for over 20 minutes before the porters finally emptied the truck. Vittel had long since finished his bottle of beer. Fong Hong glanced at the game log. This truckload of iron ore netted him a whopping 45,000 survival points. The camp was still purchasing from outsiders and hadn't reached its limit. He could keep grinding. Grind until max. Fong Hong glanced at Vettel beside him. Clear out his entire store. Vettel, I need to buy some more furnaces from you. Furnaces. Let me see. These aren't easy to come by. I only sell a limited number each month. You're in luck, survivors don't need this stuff much these days, so I've got a lot stockpiled. Don't worry, given our relationship, I'll definitely give you the lowest price. Fong Hong opened the trading interface to take a look. The camp had a total inventory of 20 furnaces, priced at 2,000 points each. Fong Hong waved his hand decisively. Clear them all. Notice, you spent 40,000 survival points to purchase 20 furnaces. We hope to see you again. After making a round trip to the apocalyptic camp, Fong Hong returned to the abandoned mine with his load of furnaces. Inside the abandoned mine shaft, Fong Hong commanded the zombies to fire up all 23 furnaces simultaneously. The temperature inside the entire mine shaft shot straight up. After just a few minutes, sweat drenched his back. Zombies make great workers. They could work even in this harsh environment. With the furnaces operational, the smelting speed of iron ingots increased dramatically. Similarly, the consumption rate of coal ore as fuel also skyrocketed. Fuel is expected to run out in 3 to 4 hours. For now, we can use logs split into firewood as raw material. But this method is far too wasteful and inefficient. The small coal deposit discovered earlier remains undeveloped and can continue to be mined. There's still so much to handle before everything can get back on track. Fong Hong wiped the sweat from his forehead and assigned several zombies to chop the logs into firewood, preparing it as backup fuel once the coal mine was depleted. Take your time. They worked tirelessly until 1 a.m. By the time all the zombies had completed their third round of multiplication, the abandoned mine was packed with densely packed zombie clones. Exactly 384. Fong Hong counted them off, then began controlling the zombies in batches to stand by. First, he separated a batch of vine zombie proliferators. With clones present, the duplicates could revive in just 6 hours, making their deaths far less painful. He equipped them with small iron hammers and sent them outside to execute a demolition plan involving minimal risk. Specifically, they were to search the entire forest area and demolish every visible small shelter within its boundaries. This drastically reduced the spawn rate of players in the vicinity. Divide the remaining zombie clones into 3 groups. One wave continues mining iron ore, another manages the furnace to smelt iron ingots. The final wave will be equipped with iron pickaxes and sent to the former coal mining site to extract coal. That should do it. After much scheming, Fong Hong finally completed his zombie idling plan. He made a quick mental calculation. At this rate, within 2 days at most, the zombie clones' equipment could undergo a complete overhaul, officially ushering them into the Iron Age. So tired. Yawning, Fong Hong couldn't hold on any longer and logged off right where he stood. At 2 a.m., the lights were still burning brightly inside Phoenix Cry Games. Misley, we've checked thoroughly, there's nothing amiss with Fong Heng's account records. Li Ru felt extremely irritated. Fong Heng's resignation had sparked considerable criticism within the company. She struggled to suppress her anger. Nothing? Are you telling me I was wrong? Then let me ask you this, where did all that timber he submitted to the Federation come from? There has to be a source, right? Secretary Zhang felt a bitter taste in his mouth. This question had baffled him as well. We've already questioned several new employees working in Section 12 about this. And what did they say? Zhang Linhui's expression turned distinctly peculiar. He stammered, they said these wooden planks were just picked up randomly in the forest. Chapter 120, The Workshop. Just picked up? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Li Ru was furious. She felt her subordinates were becoming increasingly useless. Do you believe what they said? Zhang Linhui felt bitter inside. He didn't believe them either, but what could he do? I find it strange too, but these new recruits were questioned separately, and their answers all matched. It doesn't seem like they coordinated their stories. Oh, and they mentioned Fong Heng's large shelter in the game. Apparently, it's a massive facility built on prison foundations with ample supplies. That's peculiar. I couldn't find any records of Fong Heng's shelter in the work logs of either Team 3 or Team 12. Li Ru nodded. Building such a large-scale shelter within the game in such a short timeframe would be impossible for just Team 12 to accomplish. Qin Shuran must have leveraged company resources to provide substantial behind-the-scenes support. This is a breakthrough. Continue investigating. What happened next? Later, several new hires from Team 12 submitted their resignations. All of them? Li Ru looked surprised. Yes, all of them, including Payanen. Step outside for now. Li Ru frowned deeply. Perhaps the entire Team 12 resigning voluntarily wasn't such a bad outcome after all. She had personally approved the investigation into Fong Heng. For this, she needed to provide an explanation to the board. All involved personnel had resigned out of guilt, forcing the investigation to halt. Would this explanation truly satisfy the board? Li Ru pondered incessantly. Knock knock knock, President Li. Come in. The slightly ajar office door swung open. Director Wang from the procurement department entered with a cheerful smile. Ms. Li, still up this late? All for the company. You're no different, right? What's the good news? Haha, good news. Director Wang was in high spirits. Federal placed another large order with us. This one is even more favorable than the last, but they're hoping we can complete it faster. I rushed over to share the good news as soon as I heard. Li Ru massaged her throbbing temples. What kind of order? Director Wang walked over and handed her the order report. It's the wood panel order. I've confirmed it, no issues. We've already accepted it. Please handle it promptly. Completing this order will secure the majority of our second-half performance targets. Wooden boards. Li Ru glanced at the order and felt her eyelid twitch. She had checked Fong Hang's performance records. In just 3 short days, Fong Hang had supplied the Federation with an enormous quantity of wooden planks. Li Ru was now certain. Everything was connected to that shelter Fong Hang had built in the game. Qin Shuran had been secretly helping Fong Hang establish the sanctuary there. There must be a way to obtain large quantities of wooden planks. Li Ru sneered inwardly. Now that Fong Hang had resigned, her people could smoothly take over the shelter. She would reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Once she reported this to the company board, the prison shelter would undoubtedly return to her jurisdiction. The thought of gaining an advantage in her struggle against Qin Shuran lifted Li Ru's spirits. Well done. I'm aware of this order and will ensure all game teams complete it promptly. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde continued mining iron ore. You obtained 6721 iron ore and gained 44,633 mining experience points. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde continued mining coal ore. You obtained 6,923 coal ore and gained 32,611 mining experience points. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde discovered 7 system shelters. They dismantled 2 uninhabited wooden small shelters, yielding 6712 firewood, 273 scrap iron, scrap plastic, and granting 77,261 skill experience for physical training. Notice, your mining skill level has increased to 13. Your concealment skill level has increased to 13. Your physical training skill level has increased to 13. The next day, upon logging in, Fong Hang glanced at the game log as usual. Great. Idle efficiency has skyrocketed. Continue delivering supplies in the morning, clear out Vittle's shop, then pick up Zhou Yaokong and return him to prison in the afternoon. Fong Hang muttered to himself. Just as he stepped out of the lounge, several familiar figures approached him. They were several new employees from Huangming Company. Team leader Fong. So? Made up your mind? Planning to stick around? Yeah, I've made up my mind. Yesterday they interrogated me like a criminal for half the day. There's no point in staying here anymore. We'll be following team leader Fong from now on. Louis nudged his companion and whispered, "Idiot, you can't even speak properly. Call him boss." "Yes. Boss." Pretty sharp. You're the new team leader from now on." Fong Hang patted Louis on the shoulder. "Do a good job." "Yes, boss." Louis continued with his proposal. "Boss, we have a few classmates from our graduating class. Their internships at other companies aren't going well either, and they'd like to join us here. Are you still hiring?" "Hiring. Absolutely hiring." After leaving Huangming Games, Fong Hang immediately began planning to hire more staff. After acquiring the rapid proliferation enhancement talent, the expansion pace of his shelter accelerated dramatically. Relying solely on himself, he'd soon be running himself ragged just transporting supplies. He absolutely needed to bring in some trustworthy helpers. He would recruit a group of people first, then gradually identify those he could truly rely on. For now, he wouldn't grant them access to the shelter's core operations, ensuring risks remained manageable. Have them come in for interviews tomorrow. As for the location, I'll let you know later. Recruiting people would require some startup capital, he needed funds. Fong Hang lowered his head in thought. Sell resources. The fastest and most convenient way. If the buyers were ordinary players, it would lead to a lot of headaches. It's just like running an online store a real hassle. Fong Hang knew he didn't have the energy to deal with it. Selling resources to the Federation is the most efficient and swift approach. All these matters could be handled by Pei Anan. Yesterday, he and Pei Anan had a lengthy phone conversation. The Federation maintains strict oversight over gaming operations, so he would establish a game studio for this purpose. Pei Anan had experience with the specific procedures involved. Once the funds are secured, they'll need to lease office space for operations. Fong Hang simply didn't have the time or energy to handle these matters. Pei Anan would join as a studio employee, handling all external gaming-related complications going forward. Yes, boss. Several new hires were brimming with enthusiasm. One rolled up his sleeves high. "Boss, what's the job today? Still going out to collect logs?" Chapter 121, Demolition. "No, I have a new task for you today." Fong Hang was prepared. He pulled out a map of the forest's surrounding area from his backpack. The newcomers crowded around to look. "Look here, this is the location of our prison." Fong Hang tapped the map, then circled 5 points with his pen. "These are several small to medium-sized shelters I've scouted nearby. Today, I need all of you to go to these 5 locations. Bring gasoline with you and burn them all down." "Burn them?" The newcomers exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of operation is burning shelters? "But boss, what if we run into players inside the shelters?" If we encounter players." Fong Hang pondered the question too. The forest area naturally lacked food in the early stages, making it unsuitable for initial development. If an ordinary player had the misfortune of spawning here, they'd likely stay for a few days at most before seeking a more suitable place to settle. Add to that the rampage and destruction caused by Chiosha earlier. In theory, most ordinary players near the forest area should have already fled. We could negotiate with them to relocate from the forest area. We'll offer some food and basic supplies as compensation. Strategically speaking, major guilds routinely offer relocation compensation during the mid-game territory grabbing phase. The difference lies in conscience, some offer more, some less. This directly impacts the company's reputation. Player guilds like Snake Prison, while not breaking federal laws, have an extremely poor reputation among players. For them to continue growing and expand within the game is nearly impossible. Fanheng currently has no shortage of food within the shelter. A single day of gathering yields ample supplies. Paying some relocation compensation is a drop in the bucket for him. But what if they still refuse to move? If they refuse, then force will be the only option. Sigh. Fanheng sighed, patting the young university student on the shoulder. Then we'll just have to show them the dark side of this society. Need I ask? When you encounter greedy, extortionist sharks, you naturally use zombies to tear their homes apart. Such is the brutal reality of the apocalypse. Fanheng believed he acted with a clear conscience. Here's the plan: if you encounter players, try to engage them. Persuade them to relocate. Use the 6 servers Federation's relocation compensation standards as your benchmark. If negotiations break down, hold off for now. I'll handle it personally. That high? The new recruits exchanged bewildered glances. The Federation's demolition compensation standards were notoriously generous. Few ethical companies could match that level. Any further questions? None. The new recruits nodded in agreement, then hurried over to Liao Bufan to collect supplies like gasoline drums, preparing to carry out the demolition plan. Fanheng rubbed his neck. Next up was continuing the plan to empty the Doomsday Merchant camp. Enough, Fanheng, really, enough. We don't need any more iron ore here. Whittler wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed Fanheng a bottle of ice-cold beer. The 50 furnaces at the Doomsday camp ran at full speed around the clock. The entire camp now resembled one giant furnace. And honestly, we've reached our storage limit. We need time to process what we've got. Vettel smiled bitterly. He never imagined he'd one day find himself troubled by receiving too many supplies. This was the ultimate happy problem. As he spoke, Vittel gestured toward the mountains of iron ore and coal piled high within the Doomsday Merchant camp. You know, the iron ore and coal you've provided alone are enough to upgrade my camp to level 3. Even other resources are piling up beyond our capacity right now. With Fanheng's game-breaking presence, Vettel felt it necessary to upgrade the Apocalypse camp's storage first. Come back in a while, after we've finished expanding the warehouse. Oh, hit the cap again. Fanheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seems emptying Vittel's store might be trickier than expected. He made several trips back and forth that morning, transporting iron ore and coal. In total, Fanheng earned 157,000 survival points from Vittel. Vettel, you're something else. I just heard from Uncle you're not upgrading your base yet, but expanding your level 3 warehouse instead? Are you getting too big for your britches? A gentle smile spread across Vittel's face as he saw the girl approaching the entrance of the Apocalypse camp. Look who it is, Xiao Ling. I knew something was up when my left eyelid kept twitching today. You're staying tonight. I'll have the chef whip up your favorite garlic crayfish. Vettel glanced at Fanheng beside him. And you, Fanheng, don't even think about leaving. You stood me up last time, so tonight you're staying too. We're drinking until we drop. A cheerful, enthusiastic girl of about 17 or 18 walked in from outside the camp. Her hair was neatly cropped short, and her large eyes sparkled with mischief. Hey, Fanheng. Nice to finally meet you. I've heard all about you. Xiaoling stepped forward, waving at Fanheng with a smile. Hello, I'm Xiaoling from the Dark Knight Corps. She looked him over with open curiosity. Hello, I'm Fanheng. Xiaoling is David's daughter. Hard to believe, isn't it? That roughneck, Vittel remarked with a sigh before turning to Xiaoling. Did something come up that brought you here today? Not really. My dad's out on a mission and couldn't make it. Sister Katerina asked me to come find Fanheng. Fanheng was a bit surprised. To find me? Yes, it's related to the Arida sample you collected last time. We conducted a detailed analysis of the Arida samples and discovered some unusual circumstances. Come on in, let's talk inside. Vittel ushered everyone into the small cabin, closed the wooden door, and handed each person a bottle of ice-cold beer. Xiaoling sat down at the counter. Based on analysis by our Dark Knight Order's internal research team, we believe Meteor Corporation has completed the initial phase of their biological weapon program. Combined with our recent intelligence, modified zombie-like corpses capable of following commands have appeared worldwide. There are even reports from some areas of zombie-like creatures capable of wielding high-powered weapons. Vettel's expression grew grave. What does Meteor Corporation intend to do? It's unclear, but we've recently uncovered another peculiar incident. On the day the biohazard outbreak occurred, multiple incidents of biohazard virus leaks happened simultaneously across the globe. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting the apocalyptic events weren't coincidental? Yeah, it's just a theory. We've had internal suspicions about this before, and the timing of the Prison 507 incident confirms that theory. It's been confirmed that 4 biochemical virus leaks occurred nationwide, all on the exact same day. Fong Hong nodded. Such a coincidence was highly implausible. What do you need me to do? We'll assemble a team to head to Songmu City as soon as possible. We hope you can join us. Chapter 122, Blocking, Dodging. Vettel had a strong impression of Songmu City. He set down the beer at his lips. If I recall correctly, Songmu City is one of Meteor Corporation's main bases? Yes, it houses Meteor Corporation's largest branch office. Over 30% of Matsuki City's residents are Meteor Corporation employees. Most crucially, our investigation revealed Matsuki City was the first location globally where a biochemical virus leak occurred. Yet authorities never reported this incident. Sounds like Meteor Corporation deliberately covered it up. Fong Hong lowered his head in thought. Uncle Chio Si believes the bioweapon outbreak in Songmu City was an accident. All subsequent bioweapon incidents across the globe were orchestrated to divert public attention and cover up what happened in Songmu City. However, in the end, even Meteor Corporation likely didn't anticipate that the biovirus leak would spiral completely out of control, ultimately bringing about the apocalypse. We believe there might be some information related to the biological research program there. The Knights will soon organize a team to investigate Matsuki City. Due to the distance, we'll be traveling by helicopter. Additionally, assembling the team will take some time. The operation is scheduled to commence in approximately 5 days. Can you participate in this mission, Fong Hong? Prompt: you have triggered Phase 5 mission Investigate Songmu City. Mission name: Investigation of Songmu City. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission briefing: the Dark Knights have extended an invitation. In 5 days, you will travel by helicopter to Songmu City to investigate all events related to the zombie crisis within the city. Current phase requirement: enter Songmu City and attempt to locate the trigger for the next phase. After a moment's thought, Fong Hong nodded. Alright, I accept. Clearly, this mission was connected to Meteor Corporation's biological weapon program. It had even begun to intersect with the game's world-building storyline. The mission rewards were absolutely generous. This was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. That's wonderful. Xiao Ling was delighted. This mission is extremely challenging. We're still assembling the team members. I'll contact you a day in advance when it's ready. Got it. Fong Hong agreed. The mission was scheduled for 5 days hence. These 5 days would allow him to focus on developing the shelter, guiding it into a virtuous cycle. Fong Hong pondered, then shifted his gaze to Vittel beside him. Starting with emptying Vittel's store. Although all the supply collection missions currently posted by the End Times camp had been completed, weren't there other tasks to tackle? Vettel noticed the unmistakable intent in Fong Hong's gaze and stared at him blankly. Fong Hong? What? Nothing, Vettel. Just thinking about how I'll be leaving soon to complete my mission might not get to drink your free beer anymore. Fong Hong shrugged with a smile. While we still have a few days left, let me see what tasks are still pending at the camp and try to help you clear some of them. Ha ha ha. Fong Hong, you're truly my best friend. Thinking to help me with my tasks like this tonight's dinner is definitely on me. Don't even think about trying to pay. Fong Hong opened the quest interface. Early in the game, with few players nearby, Vettel's camp still had a large backlog of uncompleted quests. Fong Hong scanned through them roughly before using the filter function. He set the filter to tasks within a 15-kilometer radius centered on the prison. Filter mission content: zombie extermination, zombie elimination, area exploration, area clearance. Then filter for time limits exceeding 48 hours. Check all boxes. Finally, batch accept. Notice, you have accepted the task kill regular zombies. Notice, you have accepted the task explore the area. Notice, you have accepted the mission clear the zombie horde. Notice, you have accepted the mission clear all zombies in the area. Notice, you have accepted the mission clear the water wheel. Prompt, you have accepted the mission clear the abandoned warehouse. Prompt, you have accepted the mission eliminate roaming zombies. Prompt, you have accepted the mission. Notice, you must submit a total of 13,100 survival points as a deposit. If the mission fails, the deposit is non-refundable. Since Vittel Camp no longer lacks supplies, it's time to switch up our questing methods to farm survival points. There must be a way to empty Vittel's store. Fong Hong glanced at his overflowing quest log. For ordinary players, accepting tasks in bulk is impossible. But Fong Hong's main god game space had extremely high hidden points. Plus, his rapport with Vittel had reached an exceptionally high tier. Thus, he only needed to pay a deposit of just over 10,000. Hey, Vettel, got any new stuff lately? Let me take another look? Ah, what a coincidence. I just got a batch of good stuff the day before yesterday. This is my prized possession, something I wouldn't show just anyone. Really? Fong Hong opened the trade interface to inspect. As for weapons, high-tier ones were unnecessary for Fong Hong, so he skipped them. Small explosives, however, were something he needed to keep stocked at home. 2 modified motorcycles had also appeared. He could consider buying them both, they'd be useful for getting newbies like Louis to help transport or later. Bullets? Rare items? You can never have too many. Buy them all. Ha! Skill books. Flipping to the last page, Fong Hong's eyes lit up. Item, Apocalypse Survival Willpower Training. Type, skill book. Player does not currently possess this skill. Description, upon learning, grants the skill Willpower Training. Each level increases the player's base willpower attribute by 0.2 points. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 20. Skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Item, Survival Training Perception. Type, skill book. Player currently does not possess this skill. Grade, D. Description, upon learning, grants the Perception Training skill. Each level grants an additional 0.2 base perception points. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 20. Skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Great! Of the player's 6 base attributes, skill books for all 5 except perception have now been found. Free attribute boosts, no reason not to learn them. Fong Hong continued browsing. Item, skill melee block. Type, skill book. Player does not currently possess this skill. Level, D. Skill description 1, when hit by a melee attack, you can attempt a block. Successfully blocking increases the chance of a successful block check. A successful block reduces damage taken by all or part of the amount and decreases the block penalty. Skill description 2, higher skill levels increase block success rate, damage reduction, and reduce block penalties. Skill description, I block. I block. I block block block. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 20. Skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Item, skill melee dodge. Type, skill book. Player does not currently possess this skill. Grade, C+. Skill description 1, when hit by a melee attack, increases the chance to perform an evasive maneuver, improving the success rate of the dodge roll and avoiding damage from that attack. Maximum skill level, 20. Skill description 2, higher skill levels increase the likelihood of executing evasive maneuvers during combat, boosting the success rate of evasion checks. Skill description, theoretically, executing a proper roll can evade all damage. This skill can be upgraded to LV 20 at most. Skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Chapter 123, Leave None Behind. Wow, Vidal actually has C+ skill books for sale. Fong Hong shot Vidal a surprised glance. The block and dodge skill books are incredibly useful. Even without learning the dodge and block skill books, players can still perform dodging and blocking actions. But after learning the skills, players gain additional success rate bonuses. Needless to say, these 2 books had to be bought. Vidal, I'll take all these skill books. You're most welcome. I must say, your discernment has always been exceptional. Notice, you spent 52,000 survival points to purchase Survival in the Apocalypse Willpower Training, Survival in the Apocalypse Perception Training, Skill Melee Block, Skill Melee Dodge. Notice, your rapport with Vidal has increased. Fong Hong smacked each newly acquired skill book against his head one after another. Well, half of the survival points I just acquired are gone. Still short on survival points. Afternoon, nearing 4 o'clock. The group of 5 hurried through the outer edges of the forest zone. Team leader, we're almost there. Based on the coordinates, we should reach the target prison location in about half an hour. Pick up the pace. Daija nodded. He was in a hurry. After learning about the prison incident, the board of directors at Huangming Corporation swiftly issued their approval. Prison 507 was placed under the temporary management of Team 7. The company's resources couldn't be left idle. Not to mention the marketing department had already secured orders in advance. Did they intend to delay the Federation's order? Did they want to end cooperation? Did the company intend to shut down? Huangming must complete the task of delivering lumber to the Federation as soon as possible. Under normal circumstances, after receiving board approval, Unit 7 would still need to go through internal procedures to formally take over the prison. But Daija couldn't wait another minute. Armed with the board's approval and the appointment letter Li Ru had provided in advance, he led his team directly into Zone 8. He desperately wanted to secure the prison immediately. Find Fong Hong at the very first opportunity. The prison was secondary. Daija still harbored immense hope for the S-Class Talent Enhancement Project mission. He was certain Fong Hong couldn't possibly complete the S-Class Talent Enhancement Project mission on the new server. Not only Fong Hong, no one could achieve this feat. Not even the Federation could. The difficulty of unlocking the sealed orb was simply too high. It was utterly impossible to accomplish in the new zone. Daija stubbornly believed that Gui Jie and President Qin were colluding to deceive him. Therefore, the sealed orb remained in Fong Hong's possession. Fong Hong should still be in the prison sanctuary. Find him. Force him to hand over the sealed orb. If he refuses, kill him. Killing him will also drop the sealed orb. We must act fast. If we drag this out too long, it'll be trouble if Fong Hang actually completes the mission. A cold, ruthless gleam flashed in Daijah's eyes. To personally transfer servers and lead the team, Daijah had staked everything on this gamble. Using 100 main god points accumulated over years, he purchased a reforging pill in the main god space, forcing his character back to level 1. Forcibly meeting the transfer requirements. But the negative effects were immense. Not only was his character level forcibly reset to LV01, but all skills he had learned through skill books would be completely forgotten. It meant years of in-game character development were wiped clean. Daijah believed it was all worth it. As long as he could obtain the S-grade talent enhancement blueprint. If everything went smoothly, he could even snag a prison on the 8th server for free. I see it. The prison. Spotting the exposed corner of the prison ahead, Daijah's expression lit up with excitement. The prison was several times larger than he had imagined. Let's go check it out. Daijah led the group of players toward the prison. Team leader, look over there are watchtowers too. So many watchtowers? Daijah was stunned too. Inside the outer perimeter of the prison's barbed wire fence, a continuous row of over a dozen watchtowers had been erected. Clearly, except for the 2 corner towers, most of the others were wooden structures. They were all built by players. Mr. Chin really spared no expense. Daijah muttered through gritted teeth, a flash of greed crossing his eyes. If he could get his hands on both the sealed orb and the prison this time, it wouldn't be a bad deal after all. After all, his character in Zone 5 hadn't learned many skill books. Daijah craned his neck to look up at the watchtower. The guards up there were actually NPCs? The Dark Knight soldiers, spotting the intruders, immediately waved their arms, signaling to halt the suspicious individuals from approaching further. Warning, private property. Do not approach. Doubt knotted Daijah's mind. He stepped forward cautiously, stopping at a safe distance from the sentry tower. I'm the leader of Team 7 from Phoenix Cry Company. Who's in charge of your prison? Have them come out to speak with me. I have important matters to discuss. The elite mercenary of the Dark Knight Corps glanced down at the man below. Stay right there, don't move. I'll contact him. After a few minutes, the mercenary reappeared at the tower window and shouted down. State your purpose. Daijah narrowed his eyes and continued shouting at the mercenary. Who's in charge here? Is Fong Hong inside? Have them all come out to meet me. I'm here on behalf of Phoenix Cry Company. The mercenary remained unmoved, repeating coldly, state your purpose. Put. Frustrated, Daijah held up the appointment letter from Huangming Games signed by Li Ru and the board resolution, waving them toward the sky. I've been commissioned by the company to take over this prison. Here's the appointment letter and board approval. Get your leader out here now. Or face the consequences. Hearing this, a plump head poked out from the watchtower. Bull. Take over your damn prison. What gives you the right? How come I never heard this prison belonged to your company? Who the hell are you? Liao Bufan raised the pistol in his hand. The only boss here is Fong Hong. Cut the crap and get lost. Fong Hong? He really is here. Daijah clenched his fists and continued shouting toward the guard tower. I knew Fong Hong was hiding here. He caused massive losses to the company. Does he think resigning solves everything? Get him out here. I have something to say to him. You're not with Huangming Corporation. Don't interfere with our internal affairs. And don't try to shield Fong Hong or you'll be dragged down with him. Damn it. Get out of here. Still trying to talk your way out of this? Liao Bufan had already heard from several new Huangming employees about the unfair treatment Fong Hong endured at the company, leaving him deeply resentful toward Huangming staff. If it weren't for boss Fong Hong, how could he have such a good time in the game? Feasting on fine food and drink every day? He'd probably still be gnawing on tree roots somewhere. This loudmouth in front of him was nothing but a pain in the ass. If you don't get lost, I'll help you on your way. Liao Bufan waved his hand. Kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. Chapter 124, Research. What the hell was that? A sniper rifle? Seeing the black muzzle protruding from the sentry tower, Daijah felt an overwhelming sense of unease rise from the depths of his being. Bang! Bang bang! Before he could utter a single word, darkness engulfed Daijah's vision. After several gunshots, Daijah and the remaining players who had traveled far to join the fight were all shot in the head. Put. Trash. Who do you think you are? I'll kill you every time I see you. Liao Bufan spat contemptuously outside. Ever since the shelter recruited a new batch of players led by Lu Yi, Liao Bufan had temporarily taken on the roles of prison security chief and logistics director. He faithfully executed Fong Heng's prison counter-enemy strategy. Whenever prison guards encountered hostile individuals, once combat commenced, they made it their absolute priority to eliminate every last one, leaving no survivors to prevent future threats. With such pitiful strength, they dare attack and brag? I admire their courage. Liao Bufan sneered contemptuously at the circle of decapitated player corpses outside. He glanced enviously at the elite NPC beside him. If only he could use a sniper rifle someday. Prison Building 3, Basement Level 2 Secret Laboratory. Fong Hong glanced up at the ceiling. Ha? Gunfire outside? Fong Hong, you weren't lying to me. Unfortunately, however, a significant portion of the research equipment here has been severely damaged. Notice, your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has significantly increased. Notice, Xiao Yaokong's loyalty has increased to 93. Xiao Yaokong bent down. He stared intently at the liquor inside the incubation chamber, his eyes brimming with excitement. Li Bo, however, dared not enter. He watched the scene unfold through the surveillance camera from the adjacent room. Reading the game log message, Fong Hong fell silent for a moment. Damn. All that hard work I put in for you before barely boosted your favorability, but giving you a lab I found just like that gives you a huge jump? Xiao Yaokong asked while observing the incubation chamber. Do you want me to continue researching the evolution and modification of the liquor? Fong Hong nodded and gestured toward the 2 zombie clones standing by nearby. Yes. See if you can modify them into scavenger forms. Xiao Yaokong showed no fear toward the zombies. He stood up, walked over to Fong Heng's zombie clone, and examined it closely. Before long, he even began tinkering, poking, and prodding at the zombie clone's body. Then, Xiao Yaokong fell deep in thought. Earlier, while escorting Xiao Yaokong back to prison, Fong Hong had already told him about his innate abilities, including the circumstances surrounding the transformation of his zombie clone into a vine zombie. Xiao Yaokong pondered for at least 10 minutes. He finally spoke. Theoretically, it's possible. This could work. Fong Heng's eyes lit up. But then, Xiao Yaokong poured a bucket of cold water on his hopes. But it will take an extremely long time. You must be prepared for no breakthroughs for a year or two. No breakthroughs for a year or two? That long? What else could it be? There are only 2 researchers here, me and Li Bo. Xiao Yaokong frowned, glancing up at the surveillance monitor in the corner as he began to complain. No, to be precise, there's only 1 researcher here. Li Bo's courage doesn't even match my neighbor's pet cat. He's not even a qualified assistant, I have to handle everything myself. With research this complex, it'd be impressive to make any breakthrough at all in a year or two. Li Bo is at least someone who's stepped through the S-level gate. Not even a qualified assistant? That's a bit harsh. Fong Hong glanced up at the surveillance camera in the corner. He felt Li Bo was getting roasted pretty badly this time. Fortunately, the microphone wasn't on, so Li Bo couldn't hear. Why did the zombie corpses evolve into vine zombies so quickly when I encountered the corpse vines back then? Fong Hong pondered, then suggested, following the same logic, could we try injecting the T-virus directly into the zombie clone's body? No. There are 3 reasons why we can't. Xiao Yaokong turned his head. First, luck. The corpse vine specifically targets lifeless corpses, and your zombie happened to be a corpse. You got lucky that time. But this time is different. The liquor is a living organism that's been modified. The 2 are vastly incompatible. Fong Hong, Second, the corpse vine you discovered in the secret lab is a product specially modified by Meteorite Corporation. It took Meteor Corporation's top-tier research capabilities and 3 years of meticulous cultivation to develop this modified corpse vine suitable for parasitism. Xiao Yaokong held up a finger, his face radiating confidence. If you can provide me with resources equivalent to Meteor Corporation's, I only need 1 month to develop a concrete research plan and can formally enter live clinical trials within 5 weeks. The question is, can you deliver? Can you provide me with that level of resources? Ugh. The big shot's putting on airs again. Fong Hong inwardly sighed with bitter humor. There was no way around it, he truly couldn't. Scientists from the real world couldn't assist with research within the game. That was the Master God Game's rule. In the zombie apocalypse, finding a single living NPC was already difficult enough, recruiting a scientist was next to impossible. The third point is also the greatest challenge we currently face. Another challenge? Yes, this is highly unusual. I just conducted a thorough inspection and found no modified T-virus used for live experiments on liquors here. What? No modified T-virus? Fong Hong frowned, momentarily stunned. He immediately pressed the microphone switch on the instrument console. Li Bo, no T-virus found in the lab? Yes. Dr. Chiu also discussed this with me earlier. I find it very strange too. Li Bo's voice came through the loudspeaker in the corner of the lab room. I recall that a batch of modified T-virus samples for live experiments was delivered to the lab just days before the biohazard incident erupted. My colleagues signed for the shipment, and we've always maintained backups of the modified virus. But now, when we try to locate it, it's nowhere to be found, not even the backup. Something's off. Fong Hong murmured softly, lowering his head in thought. Combining this with intelligence recently obtained from the Dark Knight Order, it seemed the biovirus outbreak might indeed have been manufactured by Meteor Corporation itself? Did Meteor Corporation, not wanting the modified T-virus intended for liquor research to leak out, retrieve it before orchestrating the biovirus leak incident? Xiao Yaokong turned back, his expression serious as he looked at Fong Hong. So, Fong Hong, do you still want to continue your research? Before he could answer, rows of game prompts flashed across Fong Heng's retinal display. Notice, assessing player's current shelter overall level, LV, 17. Note, the shelter's overall level is determined by a combination of factors including its base size, expansion size, surrounding environment, available resources, military strength, cleanliness, research capabilities, reputation, and the satisfaction level of its inhabitants. Notice, assessing player's current shelter research level, LV 21. Note, the research level of a shelter is determined by the quality of research facilities within the shelter, as well as the abilities and levels of its researchers. Notice, player possesses at least 2A grade or higher researchers. Hint, player has met requirements to unlock the research panel. Hint, players may open detailed information to select their current research direction. Chapter 125, Research Directions. Research? A sudden flurry of prompts startled Fong Heng. He carefully reviewed the prompt's description once more. This was the first time Fong Heng had ever heard of such a thing. No related information had ever appeared on the official player forums established by the Federation. Probably another hidden special feature in the game. That made sense. Come to think of it, ordinary players were lucky to survive in the game at all. Even if they established shelters, they wouldn't spend huge sums to build research labs, nor could they recruit rare researchers. Fong Heng concluded that only super large organizations like the Federation had the resources to pursue research in the shelter's science section. Lost in thought, Fong Heng opened the detailed shelter list for inspection. So many. Row upon row of densely packed refresh notifications caught even Fong Heng off guard. Is this even possible? Basic Research Directions. Basic Research Direction 1, Material Construction Reinforcement LV, 0. Basic Research Direction 2, Zombie Vulnerability Analysis LV, 0. Basic Research Direction 3, Tool Efficiency Enhancement LV, 0. Basic Research Direction 4, High Efficiency Weapon Development LV, 0. Basic Research Direction 5, T-Virus Research LV, 0. Special Research Direction. Special Research Direction 1, Advanced Zombie Genetic Modification Agent Development provided by S+ researcher Chiu Yaohui. Current research progress, 33.1% inherited from researcher Chiu Yaokong. Special Research Direction 2, Research on First Stage Mutated Zombie Corrosive Toxin Zombie Virus Gas provided by S+ researcher Chiu Yaohui. Current research progress, 56.9% inherited from researcher Chiu Yaokong. Special Research Direction 3, In-depth study of Meteor Corporation's biological weapon program triggered by the special item, Arita Live Specimen. Special Research Direction 4, Corpsevine Organism and Parasitic Zombie Research triggered by special item Modified Living Corpsevine. Special Research Direction 5, Liquor In-depth Research and Cultivation. This research project was provided by S researcher Li Bo. Current research progress, 3% inherited from researcher Li Bo. Special Research Direction 6, SSS Talent Skill Zombie Clone Scavenger Modification Project triggered simultaneously by Chiu Yaohui and Li Bo from the Research Institute and player Fong Heng. So many. Fong Heng carefully reviewed the research documentation. He organized his thoughts. The foundational research projects were likely intended for the sanctuary. Upon completion, their outcomes would predominantly yield positive effects for the sanctuary. As for the special research paths, they all require specific individuals, events, or artifacts to trigger. Fong Heng felt that, for him at present, Research Direction 6 offered the greatest potential for power enhancement. Transforming his zombie clone into a liquor. A massive boost to combat effectiveness. Fong Heng opened the detailed information for Special Research 6. Research SSS Talent Skill Zombie Clone Body Scavenger Modification Project. Research Level, SSS. Research Difficulty, SSS. Extremely challenging research, nearly impossible to complete with the current shelter's scientific capabilities. Current research challenges, lack of large-scale experimental hardware, shortage of researchers, insufficient T-virus infected specimen samples, missing prerequisite liquor research data, scarcity of high-grade materials, and lack of foundational T-virus research materials. Estimated completion time, 7-8 years. Note, resolving current challenges would significantly boost research efficiency and shorten completion time. 7-8 years? That's a bit too long, isn't it? Fong Heng was momentarily speechless. Fong Heng, you've seen the current situation. Directly researching the liquor is clearly a waste of time. Chiu Yaokong voiced his opinion. I believe this research project should at least wait until we find the modified T-virus sample needed to infect the liquors before we start. Only then will it be worth pursuing. Alright, you're right. Fong Heng conceded. The liquor modification phase would have to be postponed for now. Thinking back, in 5 days he would be heading to Songmu City, one of Meteor Corporation's branch offices. Perhaps he could find the modified T-virus sample there. Oh, right. I recall you mentioned wanting to research putrefaction-type zombies, correct? Yes, it holds immense significance for humanity's survival in the apocalypse. Chiu Yaokong nodded, a hint of worry creasing his brow. I'm deeply concerned about the situation in the infected zone. For now, focus your research on the rot poison zombies. I'll oversee the lab's reconstruction and repairs. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me. For basic supplies, consult Liao Bufan. The shelter will do its best to meet your needs. Understood. Xiao Yaokong nodded. This was how a proper deputy should behave. Notice, you have selected the current research direction for the shelter's experimental team, Stage 1 mutated zombie corrosive toxin zombie virus gas research. Notice, your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has slightly increased. Notice, Xiao Yaokong's loyalty has increased to 95. The biggest problem now is that much of the equipment in the secret lab left behind by Meteorite Corporation has been severely damaged, drastically reducing our research efficiency. This gear needs to be repaired manually. It would be ideal if you could find me an exceptional mechanical repair technician. But given the bleak conditions outside in the apocalypse, I doubt you'll find one anytime soon. Fang Hong nodded, thinking to himself, truly worthy of an S+ NPC. The question was thoroughly considered, knowing it was pointless to ask for something I couldn't deliver. Xiao Yaokong pulled a rusty wrench from his pocket. I need you to provide me with some skill books, ones related to experimental prop repair. Books on mechanical repair would also work in a pinch. Fang Hong? Xiao Yaokong explained, what I mean is, you could try learning how to repair experimental instruments yourself. This. Fang Hong couldn't help but gape. Holy crap. I'm impressed. S+tier masters are just on another level. They're even teaching themselves mechanical repair skills for the sake of research. Alright, I'll head to the shop and ask Vidal. He might have relevant skill books for sale. Mechanical repair skill books aren't expensive. But they're pretty rare. If the End of the World merchant camp doesn't have them, I'll have to check the player forums. Since the server transfer feature launched, player-to-player trading channels have gradually opened up, and quite a few valuable items have surfaced. I'll be waiting for your good news. Oh, and I don't need this. Xiao Yaokong pulled a book from his backpack and tossed it toward Fang Hong. What is this? Fang Hong caught the book. A skill book? Notice, your affinity with Xiao Yaokong has reached the threshold. You have received a gift from Xiao Yaokong. Notice, you have obtained the skill book, Butcher's Teaching Bleeding. Item, Butcher's Teachings Bleeding. Type, skill book. Player does not currently possess this skill. Grade, B. Skill description 1. When dealing damage to players using specific weapons e.g. blades, swords, spears, etc., there is a chance to inflict a bleeding effect. This bleeding effect only affects players. Skill description 2. Each skill level increase further boosts the trigger probability and bleeding damage. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV 30. Bleeding damage and probability are related to both parties' base attributes. Fang Hong stared for a long moment before snapping back to reality. He turned to look at Xiao Yaokong. It was actually a B-grade skill book. Could increasing favorability actually grant such benefits? Chapter 126, Making Amends. Fang Hong hurriedly logged off. He had agreed with Pei Enen last night to scout locations for the new studio today. Opening his phone, he saw the 2 million yuan transfer from Chunyu had already arrived. The Federation's efficiency was impressive. Last night, he and Shenyu had discussed exchanging a batch of wooden planks for cash. The other party readily agreed and sent the deposit first thing in the morning. Fang Hong sent a message to Chinyu confirming receipt of the funds. Fang Hong, got it. Looking forward to working with you. Chenyu saw what happened online. Need us to step in? Online? What's going on? Fang Hong froze, then quickly logged into the forum to check. Former pro gamer Fang Hong suspected of embezzling company funds. He actually did this, seizing company assets. Exposing former pro gamer Fang Hong, the downfall of a success story. Fang Hong narrowed his eyes. So Phoenix Cry Games was capable of pulling this kind of stunt? Fang Hong continued scrolling through the articles. To his surprise, the online discourse hadn't been swayed by Huang Ming's narrative. Someone had promptly released a clarification statement online. The statement not only displayed the relevant contracts signed between Fang Hong and Huang Ming Games but also presented a certificate issued by the Federation. Then the online discourse shifted to a spectator-driven frenzy. With a crowd clamoring for Huang Ming to present concrete evidence of Fang Hong embezzling company funds. They demanded the company produce ownership documentation for Prison 507. Probably Pei Enen had someone arrange it. Must have cost a pretty penny. Fang Hong muttered under his breath before closing the forum. The statement was well reasoned and backed by evidence, each point countering the accusations, clearly the work of a seasoned pro. Plus, most of the online buzz was just paid trolls. Who knew she was so skilled at this? Just as he was pondering this, Pei Enen's call came through. Fang Hong answered the call. Fang Hong, Huang Ming, and the others are being so unfair. I've already had a friend post a clarification, but they warned that Huang Ming Company might retaliate next. We should be careful. Thanks, good work. In the past, Fang Hong would have paid no attention whatsoever to such public opinion outside the game. But things were different now. After establishing the studio, all future sales of supplies would be conducted under its name. Moreover, he planned to collect rent from players within the game. What if a bad reputation made it impossible to rent out properties and ruined his business? Better to have the Federation bigwigs lend a hand. If need be, he could sell them another batch of supplies as compensation. With the studio newly established, 2 million wasn't enough for funding. At this stage, besides selling supplies, there were no other revenue streams. Fong Hong rubbed his chin thoughtfully before sending a message to Chin-Yu, asking him to handle the minor issues at Huangming Game Company. Oh, have you picked a location for the company yet? Yeah, we rented the first floor of a commercial building as you suggested. It's on Hongmei Road. I'll send you the link. Want to swing by and take a look? Huangming Game Company. None? What do you mean none? Li Ru lifted her head, her gaze piercing. Zhang Linhui's eyes were bloodshot, his face worn with exhaustion. There really isn't. He swore on heaven and earth that since last night, the entire department had worked together to comb through the company's records for a full day. Yet there was absolutely no information related to Prison 507. He couldn't just conjure one out of thin air. We've searched all day. There are no reports or records related to prison facilities within the company. Zhang Linhui shook his head and sighed. We have no idea who specifically is in charge of the prison. What we can confirm now is that he is not a company employee. Mr. Li, could the prison be a private investment project of the Qin family? That's why it wasn't recorded in the company's accounts? Li Ru remained silent. Her sense of unease grew increasingly intense. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office grew thick with tension. This was the most plausible theory at present. This is troublesome. Secretary Zhang glanced at her phone, her expression turning startled. Almost instinctively, she looked up at Daija. Li Ru caught that fleeting expression. What now? Speak up. Zhang Lihui put down his phone. Ms. Li, it's about the online situation. The federal authorities have responded, stating that Prison 507 has always been under Fong Heng's control. The wooden materials they obtained were all supplied by Fong Hong and have no connection whatsoever to Huangming Game Company. Zhang Linhui cautiously glanced at Daija beside him. We still haven't produced any evidence proving ownership of 507, and more people online are starting to question our company. The recent forced resignation of Fong Hong has also been exposed. This incident will severely damage our company's reputation. The Federation has gotten personally involved? Li Ru was stunned. Her first reaction was disbelief. Ms. Li, the board is starting to take notice of this matter. If it continues and causes fluctuations in the company's stock price, it could be problematic. Li Ru turned to look at Daija beside her. This is all you're doing? Who told you to post online? Go delete those posts immediately. You will be held responsible for every consequence arising from this incident. Li Ru gritted her teeth. Notify the marketing department. Have them minimize the impact of this incident. Hire online commenters to suppress the heat. Move fast. Daija stood by. His face was dark and ominous. The accusatory article about Hong was posted online by him. He couldn't let it go. He had used his private account, never expecting it to be wildly reposted by major self-media outlets the moment it went live. But that didn't matter. Daija had already realized. This was all a setup. He had been secretly set up. Was deleting the post even meaningful now? It was clear that the prison had already fallen into Fong Heng's hands. Mr. Li, now isn't the time to assign blame. The online backlash hasn't fully erupted yet. We can still smooth things over with some money. Zhang Linhui cautiously interjected, but what about that major contract with the Federation? Without Prison 507, how are we supposed to fulfill their timber order? Marketing is pressing us hard. Li Ru clenched the pen in her hand. How ruthless. It was all a trap set by Qin Shiran. Qin Shiran wanted to destroy her completely. Zhang Linhui also sensed the tense atmosphere in the room and suggested quietly. How about we bow to President Qin? Give him a call and ask what's really going on with Prison 507? Or maybe we could try bringing Fong Hong back? After all, he's property of Huangming Corporation. Mr. Qin wouldn't abandon him, would he? Secretary Zhang, I'd like to speak with President Li alone. Daija ushered Zhang Linhui out of the office and fixed his gaze on Li Ru. What else do you want to say? If you hadn't been so impatient this time, if we'd waited until everything was investigated before acting, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. That's beside the point now. Tell me, are you willing to bow to Qin Shiran? Hoping she'll spare you? Snap. The pen Li Ru had been clenching tightly in her hand flew out with a sharp crack. She can forget it. Fine. I still have one way to salvage this. What is it? Daija's eyes were cold as ice. At any cost, seize Prison 507. As long as it's in our hands, there's still hope for redemption. I refuse. What? My answer is no. Li Ru stared at Daija. What you do next is your own problem. Put. Daija gritted his teeth. Chapter 127, Remote Task. Pei Ainan's leased office space was located near Fong Heng's rental apartment. After hanging up the phone, Fong Hong ran over to take a quick look. The surrounding environment of the office building could only be considered above average in every aspect. The advantage was that the office space was quite spacious. It was spacious enough to provide each employee with their own private break room. No more worries about working late at night. This is the one. Fong Hong didn't have time to look at other options. He signed the contract on the spot, paid a 6-month deposit, and ordered 20 units of the latest gaming pods. If all goes smoothly, they could start operations tomorrow. Registering a studio with the Federal Registry wasn't complicated. Fong Hong didn't want to waste time, so he signed several agency agreements directly. Next, he only needed to entrust an agency to handle the studio's licensing documents. Registration would be completed within 3 days, officially opening the studio for business. After rushing through the paperwork, Fong Hong hurried back to his rental apartment. Bang! Closing the door, Fong Hong exhaled deeply. He had deliberately taken 2 detours on his way back. His perception skill was a staggering 20 points, 4 times that of an ordinary person. Fong Hong was certain that no one had followed him during his recent outing. Unless the other party's strength far surpassed his own. In that case, even the utmost caution would be futile. Fong Hong felt slightly more at ease. If someone truly intended to harm him, they would have acted long ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. He would still maintain the necessary vigilance. But for now, his focus remained on his progress within the game. Having made up his mind, Fong Hong returned to his rental apartment and entered the game pod. By the time he logged back into the game, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Fong Hong returned to the basement shelter in the prison and lit a campfire. He had received numerous tasks from Vidal that morning. It was time to start clearing those tasks. Fong Hong immediately recalled the zombies currently carrying out the demolition task. He roughly divided the zombie horde into 4 groups and began remotely controlling them to grind through the tasks. First, he categorized and assigned them based on the tasks received. The first category, Area Guard. The task required players to clear all zombies within a designated area and remain there for a period to ensure any subsequent zombies were eliminated. This one's easy. Fong Hong directed the zombies to the target location, arranging for them to clear out the zombies and remain on standby for a set period to complete the task. The second category involves clearing buildings. Most objectives involve clearing zombies from specific buildings. Also simple. Simply control zombie clones remotely to complete it. The final category, area reconnaissance missions, is more troublesome. These tasks require players to personally arrive at the target location and conduct a thorough reconnaissance. Typically, a small number of zombies will be present near the target area, and players must eliminate them to complete the mission. You can first send your zombie clones to the mission site to conduct searches and clear the area. Later, you can ride your motorcycle over, take a quick look around the mission site, and complete the task. Fong Hong dispatched 4 zombie squads to handle the tasks separately. Since zombies couldn't accumulate multiple commands at once, Fong Hong had to handle tasks one by one, switching between them in batches. While the zombies were busy, Fong Hong retrieved his long-unused survival radio from his backpack. He quickly composed a message and broadcast it. Seeking mechanical repair skill manuals. Will trade for food or resources. Best price offered. Hurry! Blackthorn Mercenary Group. A veteran mercenary group consistently ranked 5th or 6th on the Federation's annual top 10 mercenary guilds list. Reputable and formidable. Competition in the mercenary world has always been fierce. Unlike other mercenary groups, Blackthorn blazed its own trail, specializing in the 3 primary entry-level games within the main god's realm. Among them, the 7 teams led by Black Tiger ensure all members are elite-level players within level 5. They strictly enforce a level cap system. This allows them to undertake missions beyond the capabilities of most other mercenary groups. 2 hours ago, the Black Tiger team received the mission to seize the prison sanctuary stronghold. The 20-member team immediately transferred servers and entered Zone 8. After resupplying at the 8th server's supply point, they swiftly advanced toward the prison. Boss, I hear this one's a fat lamb. Black Tiger, commander of the Blackthorn Mercenary Group's 7th Division, nodded. This mission is rated S-level difficulty. The client demands absolute secrecy. S rank? Is it really necessary to set it that high? Yeah, the client's offering a very generous price. Everyone stay sharp, the bonus each of you get split later will definitely satisfy everyone. Unlike ordinary mercenary groups, Blackthorn was a seasoned mercenary company with formidable strength. At the supply point, every member was outfitted with tactical gear, bulletproof vests, handguns, and machetes. The entire team was even equipped with 1 flashbang grenade and 2 small explosive charges. This combat power level was terrifying in the early stages of the game. Our objective is the prison. We should reach the target location before sunset. Halfway through their journey, the lead squad member abruptly halted and signaled for stealth. The squad immediately crouched down and concealed themselves within the low bushes. Black Tiger sensed something was amiss. He moved to the front of the group and asked, "What's going on?" Chang Bin, the scout, pointed toward the distance. "Captain, look over there. Something doesn't seem right." Black Tiger looked in the indicated direction. What he saw was astonishing. A group of zombies wielding wooden spears were attacking another group of zombies who offered no resistance whatsoever. Had the zombies somehow learned to wield wooden spears as weapons? And attacking each other? What the hell is going on? The players were all witnessing this bizarre phenomenon for the first time, exchanging bewildered glances. Had the zombies collectively fainted from hunger? Have they started eating their own kind? But how exactly were they using weapons? Had they evolved? Were they thinking? And strangely enough, there were far too many zombies in this group. A large horde of zombies gathered ahead, numbering around 40 to 50. After slaughtering their own kind, they're just casually blocking the road. What's the meaning of this? Are they marking their territory? This was extremely rare in the early stages of the game. Players hiding in the low bushes to observe were collectively stunned. Boss, what should we do? Black Tiger sensed something fishy and whispered, "Can we take a detour?" "We can, but it'll take nearly half an hour longer." Black Tiger frowned deeply. Their mission deadline was extremely tight. The mercenary group had set out for the 8th server immediately upon receiving the assignment to save time. According to the original plan, they were supposed to reach the prison before sunset. But now, this horde of zombies was blocking the road. Taking a detour would delay them, and by the time they reached the prison, the sun would likely have set, greatly reducing their combat effectiveness. No waiting. Charge with me. Black Tiger drew his iron blade and flashed a tactical hand signal to the rear, signaling the players to prepare for the attack. Every member of the elite team possessed the combat knife mastery skill and strength fundamentals training, practicing tactical positioning drills daily. They were all seasoned veterans. Black Tiger assessed both sides' combat strength and concluded they should have no trouble handling these zombies. Charge! Black Tiger roared, bursting out from the low bushes. He strode forward at the forefront, leading the charge against the zombies. The zombies, drawn by Black Tiger's roar, turned their heads in unison. Black Tiger advanced with a mighty stride, raised his machete, and swung it down with a single blow onto a zombie's shoulder. Crack! Black Tiger's brow furrowed. Something felt off about that strike. Why is this zombie so tough? Chapter 128, The Escape. SSSH. SSSSH. Several vine-like tendrils burst wildly from the wounds sliced open by the machete, rapidly extending and climbing up the blade. What? Black Tiger's heart raced with terror as he suddenly exerted force on his wrist, struggling to break free. Such a peculiar attack method. It was a vine zombie? Yet they differed significantly from typical vine zombies in appearance. They looked like ordinary zombies. They were even more meaty than vine zombies. No! Retreat immediately! Black Tiger shouted immediately. But it was already too late. Most of the team members had already charged toward the zombies. The squad members immediately ran into trouble. Many players were already being entangled by the vine zombies. This is bad. Black Tiger hesitated no longer, pulling out an emergency blue flashbang grenade and hurling it at his feet. Buzz! A piercing ringing filled the air as an intense flash erupted among the zombie horde. The sonic waves and blinding light exerted a powerful restraining effect on the zombies. All the zombies instantly halted their attacks. Swish, swish, swish. The vines rapidly retracted. The squad members instinctively ducked to shield their eyes from the blinding light. Quick! Follow me! Run! Black Tiger shouted. Taking advantage of the zombies' disoriented, blinded state, he led the players swiftly through the horde, gradually pulling them away from the undead. In just a few dozen seconds, the squad suffered casualties. Escaping the zombies' pursuit, Black Tiger gasped for breath. His heart ached with pain. The losses were devastating. Not only did each member have only 3 respawn chances, but a single flashbang cost a whopping 80 God points. What baffled him even more was why a second-tier zombie had appeared in this godforsaken place. And not just any second-tier zombies, the vine zombies, notorious as the bane of melee players. If he hadn't acted decisively and used the flashbang, their entire squad would have likely been wiped out right there. Damn it! Escaping the horde's pursuit, Black Tiger cursed loudly, venting his pent-up frustration. That bunch of trash at Phoenix Crying Corporation didn't even warn us about such crucial intel beforehand. Just wait till I get back, I'll make them pay. Captain, it's getting dark. We should finish the mission first. Black Tiger took a deep breath, forcing himself to control his emotions. Completing the mission was the top priority now. Nightfall was imminent. The only option now was to storm the prison sanctuary as quickly as possible. Take a 5-minute break to replenish our strength. The group quickly pulled out some food from their backpacks, refueled, and pressed on toward the prison. Ha! Inside the prison basement shelter, Bonghun, who was grilling meat on a barbecue rack, raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Game logs flashed across the screen in rows. Notice, your zombie proliferator has been attacked by a player. Notice, your zombie proliferator attempted to parry the attack but failed. You gained the skill parry experience +1. Notice, your zombie proliferator killed a player. You gained the skill Butcher's Teaching Bleeding EXP +1. You gained the skill Dodge EXP +1. Notice, your zombie encountered a player? A rare occurrence. There aren't many players in the forest. Fong Hong pursed his lips. With so few people around, the skill book acquisition notice he just broadcast over the survival radio had gone completely unnoticed. These folks encountering a horde of zombie clones? Just bad luck on their part. But notice, your zombie horde has been affected by a flashbang grenade and is now blinded. Notice, the player has escaped the combat zone. Notice, your zombie horde has ceased pursuit and resumed its original mission standby guard. Notice, in this battle, your zombie horde attacked and killed 2 players, gaining block skill EXP 334, dodge skill EXP 277, butcher's teaching bleeding skill EXP 1. Notice, your block skill has been upgraded to LV 2, your dodge skill has been upgraded to LV 2. These people actually have flashbangs? Fong Hong was somewhat surprised. He carefully examined the game log and discovered another peculiar detail. During the previous idle quest, the bloody slaughter skill hadn't gained any experience points at all. After all, the bleeding effect of the bloody slaughter skill only worked against players, so it made sense that experience could only be gained from player combat. But why had the parry and dodge skills gained so much experience? He had killed plenty of zombies during the mission, including some level 1 mutated zombies. Yet these 2 skills hadn't gained a single point of experience. Could it be because regular zombies don't initiate attacks? That can't be right either, since even low-level mutated zombies do attack proactively. Or could it be that these skills only gain experience through player combat? That's a bit of a ripoff. Fong Hong frowned, pondering where to find some unsuspecting players to grind experience against. After all, in 5 days they would be heading to the perilous Songmu town. Having both the dodge and block skills would significantly boost his combat effectiveness. Ideally, he'd max them out beforehand. Notice, your zombie horde has completed the cleanup operation. You attacked and killed 229 regular zombies and 1 mutated zombie, earning 411 survival points and 34 evolution crystal fragments. Notice, your task clear out the abandoned campsite has been completed. Please locate Vidal promptly to claim your reward. Notice, your zombie horde has completed the search abandoned traveler camp mission. Seeing the zombie squad complete the phase mission, Fong Hong directed them to proceed to the next mission location, continuing to grind experience while AFK. 1 hour later, outside the prison. Black Tiger stood far away on a hillside. He peered through binoculars at the prison in the distance. It was actually Dark Knight Corps elite mercenary NPCs? How could that be possible? Could it be a sanctuary established jointly by NPCs and players? Cold sweat trickled down Black Tiger's cheek. This prison is terrifying. All the trees surrounding the prison had been deliberately cleared by players. Anyone attempting to approach the prison would be easily spotted by the sentry towers. Yes, and the watchtowers. A dense row of watchtowers stood densely packed along the inner perimeter of the prison. Add to that the elite Dark Knights stationed atop them. There's no way they could breach this prison. Has Phoenix Cry Games lost its mind? To provoke such a formidable foe? Don't they fear death? Black Tiger cursed under his breath. Phoenix Song wasn't afraid, but they certainly were. He was glad he'd stayed vigilant and scouted the prison beforehand. Otherwise, if they'd forced their way into the camp, he couldn't imagine any outcome other than total annihilation. At least 2 NPC Dark Knights guarded the watchtower. This was the prison's overt defensive force. In truth, it wouldn't take a single elite sniper with a rifle could wipe out their entire regiment. Damn it! Huang Ming. Did you deliberately set us mercenaries up? Lured all the way out here under false pretenses, Black Tiger was furious. He'd nearly led his team brothers straight into a death trap. The rest of the brothers in the group were also drenched in cold sweat. They'd narrowly escaped death at the hands of the zombies, only to nearly meet their end at the hands of the Dark Knight mercenary group. Today had truly been a series of brushes with death. Captain, what should we do? Retreat. Before night falls, find a place nearby to stay for the night. Tomorrow, we'll transfer servers and get out of here. Black Tiger gritted his teeth. Once back, he would demand answers from Phoenix Cry Company. This mission's difficulty wasn't just rated S. It was an impossible mission. Chapter 129, Zombie Ghost Claw. Prompt, you have completed the mission Explore the Forest Periphery. Please find Vidal to claim your reward. Prompt, you have completed the task Explore the Unknown Area. Please. Fong Hong sped through the forest on a motorcycle. Task prompts kept ringing in his ears. This was exhilarating. Last night, Fong Hong had spent the entire night grinding through quests in the game. He only logged off to rest for 2 hours after clearing every single quest. The efficiency of AFK grinding was astonishing. As soon as daylight broke, Fong Hong hopped on his motorcycle and rode to each quest location to complete exploration tasks. Only after circling all the mission locations and completing all 103 tasks he'd received from Vidal yesterday did Fong Hong finally drive back to the Doomsday Merchant Camp. Notice, you have completed 103 quests. You have earned a total of 139,000 survival points. Notice, your rapport with Vidal has significantly increased. Fong Hong, how did you manage that? Vidal held a thick stack of mission orders in his hands. He was utterly bewildered. Over 100 tasks completed in a single day. Fong Hong single-handedly cleared most of the camp's tasks. He was practically a human quest-grinding machine. I can only say it has to do with my talent. Whittler nodded, no longer pressing the matter. Alright, is there anything else I can do for you? I still need a skill book on mechanical repairs. I don't think you have one here? True. To be honest, you've already seen everything in my inventory. Vettel shrugged helplessly. Is that so? Fong Hong found this request a bit tricky. Repairing damaged lab equipment could significantly speed up his research. He desperately needed that. Otherwise, he could log off and post a thread on the forum looking for skill books, or perhaps try searching the black market? But hey, we're friends, right? Whittler winked at Fong Hong. I know there's a hardware store not far from here. The owner and I used to be on good terms, but sadly, I haven't heard from him since the apocalypse. I suspect he's probably met with misfortune. The hardware store should have the skill book you're looking for. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. Oh, and I heard recently that someone spotted some special mutated zombies in the hardware store. Be careful if you go. Hint, you've learned information about the hardware store. Hint, you've obtained the hardware store's exact coordinates. Of course, thank you so much, Vittel. Fong Hong examined the location marked on the map. The hardware store was located outside the forest area, about an hour and a half away by truck from here. Finish the mission before logging off to sleep. After pulling an all-nighter, Fong Hong was still buzzing with excitement. After bidding Vettel farewell, he downed another bottle of coffee and drove the military truck toward the hardware store. According to Vettel, mutated zombies might be lurking inside the hardware store. To be safe, Fong Hong took a detour back to the abandoned iron mine. Iron ingot production at the abandoned mine was now fully operational. 23 furnaces operated around the clock, churning out iron ingots non-stop. He estimated it would take 1-2 days to complete all the zombie equipment upgrades. Fong Hong selected several zombie clones whose equipment upgrades were complete and stacked them in the back of the truck. The stack held over 50 of them. Theoretically, the truck could carry even more zombies. After all, vine zombies could easily hang outside the vehicle using their tendrils. But Fong Hong chose not to do so. Too risky. Half an hour later, Fong Hong parked the truck in front of the hardware store. The entire hardware store building had been reinforced. Multiple layers of wooden planks had been added to the outer windows. Ha! Had other players already been here? Fong Hong frowned deeply. He noticed signs of forced entry at the hardware store's entrance. Let's go check it out. Jumping off the truck, Fong Hong directed the vine zombie to enter the hardware store and scout. The vine zombies staggered into the hardware store. Fong Hong followed behind them, a shotgun slung over one shoulder. The moment he stepped inside, Fong Hong keenly sensed danger and shifted his gaze toward the corner. The sense of danger emanated from there. The light was too dim. All Fong Hong could make out was a dark shape at the far end of the corner. It was a zombie. The zombie in the corner caught the scent of the living and staggered to its feet. Then, the room filled with the moans of the undead. Fong Hong's gaze darted around the surroundings. The hardware store's interior was cramped and offered poor visibility. Not suitable for combat. Lure the zombies outside and take them down one by one. Formulating his plan, Fong Hong immediately retreated while guiding the zombie clones out of the hardware store. The zombies possessed low intelligence. Drawn by Fong Hong's scent, they staggered toward him, chasing him out of the hardware store. The vine zombie clones, under Fong Hong's control, formed a circle outside the hardware store. Each held an iron spear, standing boldly in ambush. Fong Hong kept his eyes fixed on the doorway. Here they come. Seeing the zombie emerge from the hardware store, Fong Hong was taken aback. G-virus mutant. It was actually a second-stage mutated zombie, the Ghost Claw. The effects of the G-virus had caused the Ghost Claw zombie's entire right hand to mutate. Starting from the arm, the entire right hand had turned a charred black. Twisted, knotted muscles bulged along the arm, constantly writhing and contorting. All 5 fingers have mutated into razor-sharp claws. The right arm is the Ghost Claw zombie's most formidable weapon. Its close-range piercing attacks can penetrate a steel plate. The Ghost Claw zombie possessed extraordinary destructive capabilities against structures. Fong Hong didn't want to get too close to such a dangerous zombie and kept his distance. The vine zombies, devoid of consciousness, showed no fear. They raised their spears in unison and thrust fiercely at the Ghost Claw zombie. Under attack, the Ghost Claw zombie immediately swung its claws in retaliation. SSS-tier. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. The Ghost Claw zombie's black right arm thrust forward, piercing straight through the vine zombie's body. It tore a gaping hole right through its body. However, the vine zombie possessed thick health and tenacious vitality. Dense tendrils rapidly spread from the pierced wound, attempting to constrict the Ghost Claw's right arm. Unfortunately, the Ghost Claw zombie's right arm possessed terrifyingly high strength. SSSSH. With a slight exertion, the Ghost Claw zombie effortlessly broke free from the vine's grasp. There were a full 5 claw zombies. Fong Hong's expression grew grave. This was slightly troublesome. The Ghost Claw zombies' exceptionally high claw attacks perfectly countered the Vine zombies' high defense capabilities. Don't force it. Fong Hong immediately commanded the Vine zombies to retreat, maintaining a safe distance from the Ghost Claw zombies. In terms of difficulty, taking down a Ghost Claw zombie was far easier than dealing with a licker. After firearms became widespread, ordinary players only needed to be cautious, lure the Ghost Claw zombie into open terrain, carefully control the distance to kite it, and wear it down with sustained ranged fire. Just like the method used to kill Vine zombies. Fong Hong pondered briefly. Got it. He had thought of an even more ingenious tactic. Chapter 130, Bringing It Home. Fong Hong hid at a distance. He commanded over 50 Vine zombie clones to continuously extend vines from their bodies. The vines swiftly spread toward the Ghost Claw zombie's claws, attempting to entangle them. The Ghost Claw zombie moved slowly. Once entangled, it had to use its right Ghost Claw to break free from the vine's grip. But the moment it broke free, fresh vines coiled around it once more. Overwhelming numbers. 5 Claw zombies were firmly pinned in place by the vines of over 50 Vine zombies, unable to move. At this moment, Fong Hong maintained a safe distance. He drew his pistol, aimed at the Ghost Claw zombie's head, and opened fire. Bang! Bang bang! Notice, your attack missed. Notice, you hit the vital point of the level 2 mutated zombie Ghost Claw. Your firearms proficiency skill experience +5. Notice, you hit the critical point of a stage 2 mutated zombie Ghost Claw. Your firearms mastery skill experience +5. In the game, gaining experience for firearms mastery is exceptionally difficult. It correlates with shooting difficulty and target strength. Experience points only increase when hitting critical areas or eliminating targets. Early on, players face low attributes and low firearm skill levels, resulting in even lower hit rates. To level up gun proficiency, you'll need to feed it a ton of bullets. Even after the server launched so long ago, Fong Hong still only has a level 3 firearms proficiency. I'll use this chance to practice my shooting. Once I hit level 10, I'll finally be able to use a sniper rifle. Watching several Claw zombies get entangled by Vine zombies, Fong Hong remained calm. After all, these were second-stage mutated zombies, a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it be a waste not to hone his marksmanship now? Holding his breath, Fong Hong focused intently, aiming at the Ghost Claw zombie's head before beginning his practice. Bang! Bang bang! Notice, you have struck the vital point of a Tier 2 mutated zombie Ghost Claw. The mutated zombie Ghost Claw has been killed. Your firearms proficiency skill experience +25. Notice, your firearms proficiency skill has advanced to LV5. It took nearly 20 minutes for Fong Hong to finally grind his firearms skill up to level 5. Of the original 5 Ghost Claw zombies, only the last one remained, still struggling. It was already tightly bound by layers upon layers of vines sprouting from the bodies of the remaining 50+ Vine zombies, leaving only its vital head exposed. It still tried to struggle. Fong Hong stood 30 meters away, firing at it. There was no other choice. Firing from such close range guaranteed accuracy, but the difficulty rating was too low. Even a headshot wouldn't grant any experience points. Fong Hong kept aiming at the zombie's head, continuously pulling the trigger. Critical hit rate hovered around 1/3. Compared to level 3, his accuracy had improved significantly. As he fired, a new thought suddenly occurred to Fong Hong. He set down the pistol and lowered his head in thought. He recalled helping Chiu Yaokong bind a rot-poison zombie back to the shelter for research yesterday. Similarly, the living liquor could also be studied in the shelter's laboratory. Following this line of reasoning, then, couldn't they capture a live Ghost Claw zombie and bring it back to the shelter for research too? Imagine if he could modify his zombie clone into a Ghost Claw zombie. Fong Hong quickly ran through the scenario in his mind. No, this thing's still too dumb. The liquor is still more useful. But that doesn't mean research is impossible. He could bring it back for study and fuse it with the strengths of the Ghost Claw zombie. Screw it. Second stage mutated zombies are rare finds, let's capture one first. Fong Hong narrowed his eyes. He thought this approach was brilliant. He holstered his guns and commanded the remaining Vine zombies to swarm the target. Layer upon layer of vines coiled around the Ghost Claw zombie, wrapping it tightly in 10 layers. This should do the trick. Fong Hong muttered under his breath as he directed the Vine zombies to drag the bound Ghost Claw zombie into the truck's cargo bed. With the zombies cleared, it was time to loot. Fong Hong turned his gaze toward the hardware store. The entire hardware store contained no ordinary zombies besides the 5 mutated ones. Fong Hong suspected that other players had already explored the hardware store and dealt with the ordinary zombies. Unfortunately, they had no way to deal with the second stage mutated zombies and could only leave in disappointment. Fong Hong stood at the doorway, directing the remaining dozen or so zombie clones to enter the hardware store and search for supplies. Moments later, the zombies emerged one by one from the hardware store, dumping their collected supplies before Fong Hong. Notice, your zombie horde discovered the following through their search: crowbar, mechanical repair manual 3, wrench 5, tire 3, jack 1, forged steel 2, basic repair kit 2, vice grips 3, steel wire, mechanical assembly guide, blueprint barbed wire fence. Ha! Skill book acquired. Big haul. Fong Hong picked up the loot to inspect it. Mechanical repair manual. Type, skill book. Skill description, upon learning, grants the mechanical repair skill. Repairs require specific tools and consumable materials. Success rate depends on current skill level and character base attributes. Blueprint barbed wire fence. Type, blueprint. Description, used to learn how to construct barbed wire fencing. Barbed wire fence, an upgrade to standard wire fencing, increasing durability by 20%. When damaged at close range, it reflects 20% of the damage taken ineffective against players and large zombies. Blueprint prerequisite, basic construction LV 10. Awesome stuff. This haul is absolutely incredible. There were 3 repair manuals in total. Besides giving one to Cho Yaokong, he could learn another himself to assist with tasks. Fong Hong believed that with the help of his zombie clone, he could rapidly level up his skills in a short time. Unfortunately, as a player, his skills couldn't exceed his character level, currently capped at level 13. Cho Yaokong was different theoretically, he could infinitely upgrade his skill levels. The barbed wire modification blueprint was also a valuable find, a defensive powerhouse for the shelter. Beyond its damage reflection, it possessed a hidden effect. It was effective against spider zombies. Spider zombies attempting to climb the barbed wire would suffer massive damage upon contact, highly effective. Ha! Another one slipped through? Fong Hong flipped through a skill book buried at the bottom of the supplies. Elliot's Mechanical Lectures Detailed Guide to Mechanical Disassembly and Assembly. Type, skill book. Skill description 1, upon reading, learn the mechanical disassembly skill. After learning this skill, players can use tools like wrenches to disassemble mechanical objects, obtaining mechanical parts and components afterward. Skill description 2, disassembly consumes additional stamina points. The quantity and grade of parts obtained from disassembly are related to the skill level. Impressive. A disassembly skill book. Fong Hong was thrilled. The mechanical disassembly skill has incredibly versatile applications. On the old servers, black market dealers even inflated its price to match that of a B+ skill book. It was even in such high demand that it became unavailable for purchase. Without this skill, ordinary players could only use a small stone hammer to dismantle machinery. After disassembly, they'd usually end up with scrap metal. Learning the mechanical disassembly skill changes everything. Using a wrench allows you to disassemble them into higher grade parts and components. Dismantling machinery? Isn't this exactly what his demolition office needs right now? Fong Hong slapped the 3 skill books against his head. Notice, you have learned the skills, mechanical repair, mechanical disassembly. You have acquired the blueprint, barbed wire fence. Now he could command his zombie clones to dismantle machinery. But first, Fong Hong needed to equip each zombie clone with a wrench. With that thought, he immediately commanded the zombie clone smelting iron ingots in the abandoned mine shaft to begin crafting wrenches. Chapter 131, G-Virus. Back at the shelter, Fong Hong directed the vine zombies to drag the ghost claw zombie wrapped in layer upon layer of protective covering into the breeding chamber research lab. Inside the lab, Cho Yaokong was reviewing the damaged equipment analysis report. The extent of the damage to the experimental equipment was more severe than he had anticipated. Lacking the necessary skills, repairs proved exceptionally troublesome. Overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. After all, he'd acquired a lab for free. Once fully repaired, his overall research pace could accelerate dramatically. Bang! Cho Yaokong frowned slightly. He turned his head to look at Fong Hong, who had barged into the lab, his expression displeased. Where's your protective suit? Emergency situation. Next time for sure. Fong Hong grinned widely as he strode into the room, then gestured for the vine zombies behind him to drag the ghost claw zombie into the lab. What's this? Haha, good stuff, a ghost claw zombie. Alive. Fong Hong chuckled. Second stage ghost claw? You mean a G-virus carrier? Cho Yaokong perked up. Forgetting about the protective suit, he disregarded the danger and walked toward the ghost claw zombie. Be careful, it's dangerous. Cho Yaokong halted before the ghost claw zombie, scrutinizing it closely at point-blank range. After staring for a long while, he discovered the ghost claw zombie was covered in over a dozen layers of vines. In this state, it was impossible to see clearly, let alone study. Cho Yaokong turned his head and pointed to the nearby culture chamber. Is there any way to place it inside the incubation chamber for observation? If submerged in the special solution, it will enter a dormant state like the liquor. Fong Hong considered it. We can try. Open the top of the culture chamber. Hold on. Cho Yaokong walked over to the nearby instrument panel and pressed several buttons. Click. The hatch above a nearby cultivation chamber opened. The vines within the vine zombies began to writhe once more. Working together, they hoisted the living ghost claw zombie, now bound by vines, high into the air and forced it through the hatch above the cultivation chamber. Quick, inject the solution. Got it. Xiao Yaokon pressed the button again. Green liquid gradually filled the incubation chamber until it overflowed, completely submerging the ghost claw zombie's entire body. For safety, they waited a few more minutes before Fong Hong commanded the vine zombies to gradually withdraw the vines wrapped around the ghost claw zombie. Soaked in the solution, the ghost claw zombie revealed its true form. Bang! The hatch above slammed shut. Phew! Watching the ghost claw zombie slip into slumber, Fong Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Ghost claw zombies possessed formidable attack power. When fully conscious, the reinforced glass of the cultivation chamber could shatter with a single strike. A new row of game prompts appeared. Notice, you have acquired a living specimen ghost claw zombie. Notice, you have acquired a new basic research direction G-virus research. Notice, you have acquired a new specialized research direction ghost claw zombie research. Notice, with new research subjects, your shelter's research level has increased to LV22. Notice, your rapport with Xiao Yaokon has significantly increased. Notice, Xiao Yaokon's loyalty has increased to 99. Xiao Yaokon stands before the cultivation chamber. He studied the ghost claw zombie up close, a thoughtful expression on his face. Indeed, it's a second-stage mutated zombie, the ghost claw. Where did you find it? The hardware store. It's in the outer forest area, a bit far from here, near an abandoned town over there. Xiao Yaokon furrowed his brow once more. Fong Hong looked puzzled. What's wrong? Something's off. The G-virus is a special virus developed from the T-virus. Besides altering an organism's genetic factors, it also causes the infected creature's genes to evolve and mutate. Xiao Yaokon stared at the claw zombie. The origin of this biohazard leak is the T-virus. Theoretically, the G-virus mutant is a secret project of Meteor Corporation. The appearance of the ghost claw zombie in that location strikes me as odd. Something seemed off. Fong Hong lowered his head in thought. When he entered the hardware store earlier, he hadn't conducted a thorough search. He'd merely let the zombie horde scour the place and confirmed there were no locked rooms. Zombies searched efficiently and thoroughly. However, they automatically ignored hidden spots and locked doors. Fong Hong couldn't confirm if there were any other hidden areas within the hardware store. Prompt: you have triggered the quest Xiao Yaokon's perplexity. Quest name: Xiao Yaokon's perplexity. Mission difficulty? Mission description: Xiao Yaokon believes the G-virus samples discovered in the hardware store exhibit anomalies and may have been overlooked. Please return to conduct a thorough investigation. Alright, I'll go back and conduct a thorough search when I have time. Xiao Yaokon nodded. Stay safe. Also, I plan to visit Songmu Town in a few days. Have you heard of it? Xiao Yaokon turned his head, sizing Fong Hong up from head to toe. What's wrong? I'll take care of myself. This time I'm going with the Dark Knight Corps. Then you need to visit the hardware store again and soon. Fong Hong looked puzzled. Why? Songmu Town houses Meteorite Corporation's largest research branch. A friend mentioned that after the disaster broke out, the viral concentration in the air there spiked dramatically. If you can obtain a G-virus sample, I can develop some agents to reduce your risk of infection. Alright, I'll hurry. And here. Fong Hong handed over the repair skill manual he'd collected. Here, I found this mechanical repair skill book for you. Thanks. Xiao Yaokon took the skill book, glanced at the cover, and buried his head in it. He read at an astonishing pace, flipping through the pages one after another. Need any help? You? Xiao Yaokon, who had been reading rapidly, looked up and gave Fong Hong a quick glance. What? Think I can't handle it? Fine, I'll show you what I've got. Fong Hong felt underestimated. He walked over to a damaged cultivation chamber. Prompt: you possess the skill mechanical repair. Prompt: current damaged object, damaged cultivation chamber, current damage level 23% unusable reparable. Prompt: this repair is expected to reduce damage by 1% 3%. Required tools: wrench. Required resources: iron ingots 34, nails 21, basic parts 5, stamina 22. Hint: current repair difficulty S. Note: due to player skill level restrictions, items with damage exceeding 35% cannot be repaired. Fong Hong pulled out a wrench and a long progress bar appeared above his head. After a moment. Notice: repair failed. Current cultivation chamber damage increased by an additional 2%. Your repair materials are scrapped. You obtain scrap iron 33. Notice: you have additionally consumed 23 stamina points. Notice: your mechanical repair skill gains plus 11 EXP. Ugh. Failed. Fong Hong's expression froze. A chill suddenly ran down his spine. Turning around, Fong Hong saw Xiao Yaokon staring at him with a blank expression. Chapter 132, A Single Mistake. You may leave now. Staying here will only hinder my research progress. Notice: Xiao Yaokon's favorability slightly decreased, loyalty reduced to 98. Hey, don't be like that. It was just one mistake. My zombies can help you, really. Trust me one more time. Xiao Yaokon's eyelid twitched as he began pushing Fong Hong out of the lab. Fong Hong, I need to conduct my research. I require quiet. Please leave this area. Unless it's urgent, don't disturb me. Don't be angry. It was just one mistake. Give me one more chance. Trust me. I'll come back tomorrow. You're too slow working alone. I promise, I can do it. Fong Hong stubbornly blocked the doorway, refusing to budge. Alright, then. Do you have any basic machinery? Something a bit simpler to repair? I could practice first? Xiao Yaokong paused and gestured towards several blood analyzers nearby. Those 3 machines aren't needed for now. Alright, I'll take them with me then. I promise to surprise you tomorrow. Fong Hong spoke as he commanded the vine zombies to carry away the blood analyzers piled in the corner. Xiao Yaokong closed the lab door and began repairing the culture chamber. Half an hour later, having completed the repairs to the incubation chamber door, Xiao Yaokong pressed his temples. Repairing machinery was extremely physically demanding. Moreover, once repairs reached a certain stage, advanced precision components were required. I wonder if the warehouse has any. Xiao Yaokong pondered this as he left the lab and headed toward the underground storage facility. Within the entire shelter, only Xiao Yaokong besides Fong Hong possessed access rights to the underground shelter warehouse on the first basement level. He pushed open the warehouse door. Xiao Yaokong paused in his tracks. In the center of the warehouse, the 3 blood sample analyzers previously moved from the lab were neatly arranged. 7 zombies were gathered around the analyzers performing repairs, each with a long progress bar hovering above their heads. Xiao Yaokong's face betrayed utter astonishment. Could the zombie clones actually perform such high-precision mechanical repairs? He had thought the zombie clones were already formidable enough, but he hadn't expected them to advance even further. Ha! Xiao Yaokong noticed something else. In the corner of the warehouse, another vine zombie that had been staring blankly at the scene suddenly moved. Holding an iron bar, it slowly approached and raised the bar, smashing it repeatedly against the blood sample analyzer. Thud! Thud thud! After violently striking all 3 analyzers in succession, it strolled back to its original spot. As if nothing had happened. What was it doing? Xiao Yaokong froze in confusion. Watching the zombies obliviously continuing to repair the equipment, Xiao Yaokong suddenly understood. He narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. So that's it. The zombies' clones possess some form of learning ability. A terrifying skill. May this power help us change the world. Notice, your zombie has completed repairs. Your mechanical experience +4. Notice, your zombie has inflicted damage on the blood sample analyzer. Notice, your mechanical repair skill has been upgraded to LV6. The newly constructed cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the prison. After going without sleep for an entire night, Fong Hong logged off to rest for over 5 hours before returning here to find something to eat. He ate while reviewing the game logs. Not bad, my repair skills already leveled up to 6. Fong Hong murmured to himself. He was thoroughly satisfied with the skill grinding assembly line he'd set up in the warehouse before logging off. The zombie loop destroyed the instrument every 30 minutes. As long as materials were sufficient, the 7 zombies could continuously repair the sample analyzer all night long. If he could keep the system running for another night, his mechanical repair skill would likely hit level 10. Oomph. Tomorrow, he absolutely had to go to Xiao Yaokong's place to redeem himself. Boss, you're here. I've been looking everywhere for you. Fong Hong looked up at the sound of his name. He saw Liao Bufan leading Lu Yi and the others toward him. Lu Yi and the other new recruits trailed behind Liao Bufan, looking utterly dejected. What's wrong with all of you? Fong Hong was puzzled. Had they run into trouble? Fong Hong, we've been tricked. Sit down, everyone. Let's talk this through. Liao Bufan pulled out a chair and sat down, nodding toward Lu Yi beside him. Come on, everyone sit down and tell the boss the details. Lu Yi and the others sat down as well. Following the boss's instructions, we've made contact with players from several nearby shelters over the past couple of days. Most players were satisfied with the terms we offered and left quickly after receiving supplies. Only one shelter encountered trouble. Fong Hong frowned. What trouble? They refused to move? Actually, 2 groups refused to move, but they weren't the real problem. Louis pulled out a hand-drawn map and circled a location on it. This location has a player-built shelter. It's constructed using system buildings, and we estimate roughly 15 players are living inside. Initially, they agreed to the relocation terms and even accepted our supplies. But when we went back today, they showed no intention of leaving at all. When I confronted them, they started acting like thugs. They claimed the supplies we provided weren't enough to cover their relocation costs and demanded more. Fong Heng's expression darkened. It was clear the other party had no intention of moving. They were trying to scam us. Fong Hong, we must teach them a harsh lesson. Otherwise, others will follow suit, and our prison expansion plan will face major trouble. Fong Hong shared the same sentiment. The shelter was currently undergoing rapid expansion. Such matters demanded swift resolution. The longer it dragged on, the more trouble it would cause. Louis shrank his neck. Boss, I got so angry I argued with them. They claimed to be from Caputa Company and said we were welcome to come find trouble with them anytime. Caput Corporation? Fong Hong recalled. He recalled it as a multinational corporation, part of some established foreign families' holdings. It seemed Caputa had already planned to seize this shipment. They were acting with utter impunity. So confident? Well, I won't hold back then. So what if it's a multinational corporation? Fong Hong didn't care. Perfect timing. He'd been thinking about grinding players' block and dodge skill levels during the day, and now an opportunity had come knocking at night. Making up his mind, Fong Hong looked up and said, "You've all worked hard tonight. Get some rest early. Tomorrow is a day off for everyone. Leave the shelter's issues to me." The newcomers exchanged glances. Could the boss really handle this? After all, this was a multinational conglomerate. Their shelters were already fully constructed, complete with all sorts of defensive fortifications. Hey, what's with the faces? The boss is giving you a day off, and you're not happy? Quick, thank the boss. Liao Bufan waved his hand at the anxious new recruits. If the boss says he can handle it, he will. Go home and rest. We'll be online the day after tomorrow. Good news coming. Chapter 133, Helping Grind Experience. As night fell, Fong Hong retreated to the shelter's basement. Activate remote control of the zombies. Ordinary players simply didn't have the strength to withstand so many second-tier vine zombies. Especially at night. He opted for the simplest, most brutal approach. Demolish it. Smash their shelter to pieces. And while we're at it, we can test the combat effectiveness of those newly acquired iron spears. Fong Hong rubbed his hands together. He felt a slight thrill of excitement. Leaving only essential positions manned, Fong Hong commanded over 100 vine zombie clones to assemble. Equipped with weapons and tools, they marched toward the shelter with fierce determination. The player's shelter nestled at the mountain's base. This small shelter had been converted from an existing system building. 16 players occupied this space. After sunset, everyone gathered around the campfire. They actually delivered a batch of food to us. Who'd have thought there'd be such a cute little thing? Aunt laughed dismissively. Mila, the short-haired woman, felt uneasy. Aunt, we should still be cautious. I've been to the prison before they managed to take it down, so they've got some real strength. Besides, the fact they can provide us with ample supplies as compensation means their shelter isn't short on food. So what if they're powerful? Seeing Mira oppose his decision, Auntie instinctively began defending himself. Do you really think they'd dare attack our camp? I asked them when we first met. They don't belong to any game company. In a few months, the company will send people. By then, the prison will be ours too. Ant felt a bit annoyed as he looked at Mira. What? The food's already in your stomach, and now you're scared? Mira replied, it's not fear. Next time you make a decision like this, please consult us first. A dark, lean player interrupted their argument. Shoo! Quiet, everyone. Listen up. The shelter fell silent in an instant. What's that sound outside? A dull, cracking sound. Oh no! It's the sound of the outer structures being attacked. Zombies. Everyone immediately grew alert, grabbing their weapons and rushing outside. Upon opening the shelter's wooden door, the players' expressions abruptly changed. A horde of zombies. At some point, the shelter had been completely surrounded by zombies. The sky was too dark to see clearly, but at first glance, there appeared to be about 70 zombies. How could there be so many zombies? Ant instinctively looked up at the moon. The blood moon was still far off. Then why were so many zombies suddenly converging on the shelter? This is bad. A dense ring of spiked fences and spike traps encircled the shelter's perimeter. This is precisely why the zombies were held back at the perimeter. But what struck the players as deeply strange was that this horde was unlike ordinary zombies. They were wielding spears, attempting to breach the barbed wire fences and spike traps surrounding the shelter. Charge out. We can't let them breach the shelter's outer defenses or we're dead. Mira reacted first, drawing her blade. Once the stakes and spike traps were destroyed, the next target would be the shelter itself. Take them out. The players had no time for hesitation. They followed Mila forward, determined to wipe out this wave of zombies completely. At the forefront, Mila swung her blade, hacking at the zombies in front. The blade sliced a gash across the zombie's neck. Fine tendrils burst from the gash, instantly coiling around the blade and rapidly climbing upward along its length. It's second-stage vines. Mila's heart skipped a beat. Almost instinctively, she tossed the blade aside and leapt backward. Watch out. Don't get close to them. What the hell? Second-stage mutated zombies? Ant's heart raced with horror. He hastily drew his pistol and fired several shots at the vine zombie. The zombies showed slight signs of stiffness after being hit. Firearms had little effect on a vine zombie with over 1,000 hit points. After emptying an entire magazine, the vine zombie paused briefly before resuming its assault on the wooden stake.
Second stage vine. It has close-range vine entanglement skills. Don't get close to them. Switch to the bow. Switch to fire arrows.
Mila shouted commands to the players as she directed their defense, her nerves stretched to the breaking point. The players had no time to ponder why the shelter was besieged by so many second-stage zombies. In this desperate situation, they unleashed tremendous latent potential, desperately seeking any chance to survive.
Follow me. Don't let them fixate on the stakes. The vine zombies are slow, we'll lure them out. Keep them moving. Return to the shelter every 5 minutes to rest. Clear the dark fear debuff. Do not linger too long in the night. Why aren't burning arrows working on them? Quick! 2 more people, come help me repair the stakes. Stop trying to kill them. Their health pools are too thick, they won't die. Lure them. Draw them out and lead them along the shelter perimeter.
Players shouted, using arrows to draw the zombies' attention, kite-flying them. Fong Hung sat before the campfire in the basement. To reward himself for pulling an all-nighter gaming, he tore open another pack of Oreo cookies.
He thought this would be a surefire demolition job. But then something interesting happened. Whoa! Kite flying. These guys are something else.
Way more skilled than the Snake Prison crew.
Fong Hong watched the game prompts flash rapidly on the screen.
Notice, your zombie was hit by a ranged attack and attempted to block, but failed.
Your skill blocking EXP +1.
Notice, your zombie was hit by a ranged attack and attempted to dodge, but dodge failed.
Your skill dodge EXP +1. Notice, you're a zombie. Notice, your block skill has been upgraded to LV4. Both block and dodge skills experience points skyrocketed. The combat prowess of this group exceeded Fong Hang's expectations.
Defensive structures were built around the perimeter of their shelter, and they were armed with pistols.
Though after firing over 20 rounds, they're now out of ammunition.
Fong Hong lowered his head, his mind already spinning with new ideas. According to the original plan, he could manually control the zombies. He could simply dispatch another group of vine zombies to flank the shelter and manually disrupt their kite-flying strategy.
But Fong Hong hesitated. Wasn't that a bit wasteful? He'd finally found a group of players with combat potential perfect for grinding skill levels. Killing them all at once would leave nothing to play with, right? Go for it.
After all, these were just proliferators sent out, they'd regenerate in 6 hours. Fong Hung hesitated briefly before deciding to seize the opportunity and push his luck. He concealed nearly half the zombies in the darkness to ease the pressure on his allies. The remaining 50+ zombies continued farming skill experience points off this group of players. Once their skills were maxed out, he'd finish them off completely. Fong Hung steeled himself, downing a bottle of coffee in one gulp.
He kept a constant eye on the game log.
He had to strike the right balance. If he accidentally overdid it and killed them all, the game would be over. Managing the output is exhausting.
Chapter 134, Unexpected Discovery. After a night of heart-pounding anxiety, the next morning arrived. Mira logged into the game. Last night, the zombie horde's assault didn't end until 2 a.m.
Everyone was utterly exhausted.
By the end, their ammunition was nearly depleted.
They were so close to losing everything. The shelter they'd worked so hard to build was on the brink of collapse.
Fortunately, they held out.
But they paid the price with the lives of 2 team members.
Mira hadn't slept well at all.
As soon as dawn broke, she logged back into the game. The other players were still offline, resting. The 2 remaining players were both asleep, heads on the table. Mira retrieved the remaining wooden planks from the shelter, preparing to repair the outer spike traps and wooden stakes damaged by the zombies last night. She pushed open the shelter's door.
Mila froze in place.
In the daylight, visibility was exceptionally clear. She saw even more zombies than the night before. The zombies stood motionless about 100 meters outside the shelter.
They did nothing, made no sound, just stood there blankly.
Their numbers had doubled since last night. Cold sweat broke out on Myra's forehead.
Bang!
She slammed the door shut, turned on her heel, and returned to the room, rousing all the sleeping players. Minutes later, the players who had received the main god's game warning in their sleep logged in one by one.
Their faces bore signs of exhaustion, eyes heavy with sleep. They'd spent nearly the entire previous night fighting. How long had they actually slept? The zombie horde. They never left last night. They'd been lurking outside the shelter the entire time. Mila led everyone to the shelter's entrance and pushed open the door.
Everyone saw the restless horde of zombies outside the camp.
The players fell into an unspoken silence.
A sense of despair hung heavy within the shelter.
A heavy weight pressed down on their chests.
After last night's catastrophe, the defensive structures surrounding the shelter had been largely destroyed, leaving little intact.
Not to mention their arrows were already running dangerously low.
If this horde of zombies attacked the shelter again,
there was no way they could hold out. Why are there so many zombies? How should I know? They seem to be summoning more from nearby.
This horde clearly has us in their sights. What nonsense are you spouting? How could zombies possibly gather their own kind?
Should we try luring them away? Don't go. What if we provoke the horde and they attack our shelter? Everyone, calm down. Ant stepped forward, trying to calm the players down. I've already reported the situation at the shelter to headquarters. They've responded that they've hired a professional mercenary group at great expense to help us deal with these zombies. Hold out for 2 more hours. The mercenaries will arrive then to help us defend the shelter. Ant's words brought the players some relief. With professional mercenaries on our side, perhaps we could hold out. Doesn't this horde of zombies seem strange to you? Mira, who had been deep in thought, suddenly looked up, her expression unusually serious. Yesterday I killed a vine zombie, and later I carefully examined the game logs. Ant frowned and asked, Mira, what's wrong? The game logs show that after killing the zombie, I didn't receive any evolution crystal shards or survival points. The other player's eyes also flashed with confusion. Not getting the crystal shards was somewhat understandable, but no survival points. Ant sensed something was amiss. Mira, what are you trying to say? I'm wondering if someone is manipulating these zombies from behind the scenes. Myra's expression turned worried. I suspect they might be connected to those prison players we encountered yesterday. The prison players? It sounded unbelievable, but after Miele's analysis, it actually made sense. The players all looked perplexed. Players who can control hordes of zombies? Almost simultaneously, their gazes shifted toward Ant. If it really was the prison players, that would spell trouble. Yesterday, Ant really pissed off the prison gang. This horde of zombies is here for revenge. Don't be ridiculous. How could a player possibly control a horde of zombies? Ant shouted angrily, stop imagining things. This is utter nonsense. The company has already hired the Blackthorn mercenaries to help us defend the shelter. Now we need to pull together and hold out for these next 2 hours. Notice, while you were offline, your zombie horde completed iron block production 555 and iron ore mining 2615. Notice, while you were offline, your zombies continued performing mechanical repairs. You gained 5399 mechanical repair experience points. Notice, your mechanical repair skill has advanced to LV 11. Notice, part of your zombie horde is currently on standby. Just past 9 o'clock, Fong Hung barely managed to get out of bed and log into the game. Feeling a bit groggy. Last night, he had been leveling up with K-Tech until the early hours. Only when he sensed the Caputa players were nearing their limits and starting to drop out did Fong Hung order his zombies to halt their assault. He intended to give the opposing players some breathing room before resuming the grind. Man, controlling my power to tease these players is exhausting. Fong Hung sighed, glancing at the game log. Last night's results were gratifying. Both his dodge and parry skills had been maxed out to level 7. After a night's work, Caputa Corporation should have had time to regroup, right? Their combat strength must have recovered significantly. Wait a bit longer. Let them produce more arrows and fatten themselves up. We'll start slaughtering them at noon. A cold gleam flashed in Fong Heng's eyes. There was still some time left. He headed to the hardware store first to handle the follow-up tasks related to the G-virus. After returning, it's slaughter time. The journey from the shelter to the hardware store took an hour and a half. Fong Hong drove the vehicle, its cargo bed packed with vine zombies, along the narrow road. Just as they were about to reach the hardware store, the vehicle happened to pass by several walking players. Since entering the game, Fong Hong had rarely encountered other players in the wild. He instinctively gave them a few extra glances. Fong Hong spotted a familiar figure. Ha! Glancing through the rearview mirror, Fong Hong suddenly narrowed his eyes, double-checking. It was him. Old Black. Fong Heng's heart began pounding wildly. Ever since the incident in Hopetown last time, Fong Hong hadn't heard a single word about Old Black's whereabouts. He seemed to have vanished into thin air. After the incident, Fong Hong had overheard Chen Yu mention it in passing. The Federation believed Alex's uprising was instigated by anti-Federation organizations. They even traced back to the mission Chen Yu had notarized with Old Black at the Federation notary office. However, Chen Yu proved resourceful, shouldering the blame alone. He claimed to have undertaken the mission by himself and even underwent a period of investigation by the Federation. Later, Chen Yu revealed that Old Black was also a member of the anti-Federation organization. Chapter 135, Hiding. He never expected to encounter Old Black here. Fong Hong pondered as he drove the truck. He had already suspected something when exploring the hardware store earlier. The hardware store showed signs of prior exploration. This road led directly to the hardware store. What a coincidence! Could it be that the ones who scouted it out were Lao Hei and his crew? Fong Hong accelerated the truck and rushed to the hardware store. For safety, he hid the truck in the roadside shrubs and left several vine zombies inside to guard it. Afterward, Fong Hong controlled another zombie to stand on the road outside the hardware store. After making preparations, Fong Hong led a group of over 20 vine zombies into the hardware store. Upon entering the shop, Fong Hong quickly scanned the interior. Just as when he left yesterday, the zombies inside the hardware store had already been cleared out. No zombies remained. The shelves had been stripped bare yesterday.
At the rear of the hardware store lay a small warehouse and a compact office. Fong Hong conducted a thorough search of both areas. The result remained the same: nothing found.
Nothing found. Could Xiao Yaokong have miscalculated?
Fong Hong stood in the center of the room, murmuring to himself as his gaze swept around the space, searching for potential hiding spots. Mid-search, the game log suddenly refreshed with a message. Notice, your zombie encountered an attack. Your zombie attempted to parry. Parry failed. You gained +1 parry experience. Here it comes.
Fong Heng's heart skipped a beat.
The zombie he'd left outside the hardware store had been attacked.
Fong Hong quickly moved to the hardware store's entrance.
He concealed his form, turned sideways, and cautiously observed the situation outside.
No mistake. It was Old Black and the others.
Fong Hong saw Lao Hei and his 3 companions outside, fighting the Vine zombie clone. It seemed their target was also the hardware store. Anything that could pique the interest of an anti-Federation operative like Old Black was unlikely to be an ordinary mechanical skill book.
Xiao Yaokong's assessment was likely correct. This hardware store probably held some hidden item. Perfect. Since I can't find it anyway, let them scout ahead. Fong Hong had an idea.
But first, he needed to find a place to hide.
Fong Hong took a few steps back and scanned the hardware store interior once more. Where could possibly hide so many zombies?
Finally, Fong Hong slowly raised his head and looked up at the steel beams above the hardware store.
Got it. SSS. The zombie clones extended slender vines from their bodies.
One end of each vine slowly ascended, coiling around the beam before pulling the zombies upward.
SSS.
Once the vine zombies had climbed to the upper shelves and steel beams, more vines descended from above, wrapping around Fong Hang and slowly hoisting him upward.
Seeing Lao Hei and the others gradually approaching outside, Fong Hong activated his aura concealment skill.
Before long, a 4-person squad cleared the vine zombies along their path and drew closer to the hardware store.
Deng Xian, the team leader with chestnut brown hair, observed the hardware store.
She was puzzled.
One of the zombies they just dealt with was clearly abnormal.
Vines shouldn't theoretically exist in this area. Per the plan, lure out the claw zombies, use explosives to severely wound them, then take them out one by one. The other 2 male team members nodded vigorously.
Lao Hei strolled over to the side and leaned against a streetlight. Be careful out there. I won't be going in with you.
I'll stay outside in case anything unexpected happens. Deng Xian's 2 teammates nodded in acknowledgement before stepping into the hardware store together.
With all the hardware store's windows sealed shut, the interior was unusually dim.
The team members flashed their torches around the room, then immediately directed the light into several corners of the hardware store.
Ha! Where are the zombies? The areas illuminated by the flashlights were completely empty. Deng Xian and the others looked surprised. Weird? What about the ghost claw zombies from before?
The team had visited 2 days prior, clearing out the outer perimeter of ordinary zombies. But when they faced the final 5 ghost claw zombies, limited ammunition forced them to temporarily abandon the mission.
Deng Xian scanned the shelves nearby and said solemnly, "Everyone be careful. Someone got here before us."
The hardware store has already been cleaned out. The others were stunned.
Which team possessed the capability to handle 5 ghost claw zombies simultaneously? Ghost claw zombies differed from vine zombies. Their claws possessed blocking capabilities. Unless they possessed extraordinary perseverance, ordinary players could never hope to kite and kill them with bows.
As for guns, firearms were already extremely hard to come by in the early game, not to mention the massive ammunition cost. They had gone to considerable lengths to secure 2 batches of explosives from their employer, intending to use them to eliminate the ghost claw zombies.
This works out well, saves us the trouble. Wonder if anyone else triggered this quest. Shouldn't be a problem. Only we have the safe combination book.
Even if a regular player lucked out and found the secret passage, they wouldn't have the code.
Deng Xian scanned the surroundings with his flashlight.
After confirming the hardware store was clear of danger, he relaxed slightly.
Mu Zikuan, you check the back warehouse and office.
Tang Sun, go outside and tell Old Black that the hardware store has already been cleared out.
Ask him what to do next. Got it. Deng Xian finished assigning tasks.
She walked forward alone until she reached a row of shelves in the corner.
Mu Zikuan and Tang Sun returned shortly. Sis Xian, we checked. The warehouse and office are empty. The shelves inside have been thoroughly ransacked too. Someone got there before us. Old Black told us to stick to the plan, find the G-virus sample first. Got it. Deng Xian nodded. She noticed the secret passageway's location hadn't been tampered with. Lucky break.
This operation was originally planned to wipe out all the ghost claw zombies, but someone had already done the job for us. And it seemed the pioneer hadn't realized there was a hidden passage here.
You two move it aside.
Mu Zikuan and Tang Sun each moved to opposite sides of the shelf. One pushed, the other pulled. Creak, creak. The shelves slowly slid apart, gradually revealing the passageway entrance behind them. Old Black's intel was spot on. The entrance really is behind the shelves.
Deng Xian felt a surge of excitement.
This brought them one step closer to completing their mission. But Deng Xian and his two companions failed to notice that in a shadowy corner behind them, Fang Hong crouched atop a shelf, coldly watching them.
Not only Fang Hong. In areas hidden from Deng Xian and his companions, over 20 vine zombies lurked on the top shelves and steel beams. The room was dimly lit, with cardboard boxes completely obscuring their bodies. Compounded by both Fang Hang and the zombies possessing skills to conceal their presence, Deng Xian's player team easily overlooked the ceiling as a blind spot. They remained utterly unaware of Fang Hong and the horde of zombies. Chapter 136 Ambush. G-Virus? And there's a secret passage and a safe too? Listening to their conversation, Fang Hong silently counted his blessings. Fortunately, he encountered this group who pointed him in the right direction. Otherwise, searching the hardware store on his own would have taken him an awfully long time. In fact, had he not encountered Lao Hei and the others, Fang Hong would likely have let the zombies tear the entire hardware store apart. That would have been time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he didn't even know the hidden safes combination. Hiding in the shadows, Fang Hong pulled a toy Ultraman mask from his backpack. Putting it on, he silently signaled the vine zombies to launch their ambush. Deng Xian and the others didn't notice anything amiss as they laboriously pushed aside the shelves, revealing a hidden door behind them. Just as the passage opened and Deng Xian was about to speak, suddenly, she felt an icy chill on the back of her neck. The faint sound sent a shiver down Deng Xian's spine.
Before she could turn around, her pupils suddenly contracted.
The next instant, Deng Xian felt her neck being clamped down on with deadly force.
Her hand instinctively reached for her throat.
Thud! Thud! Vines wrapped tightly around Deng Xian's throat, hoisting her body into the air.
Her body slammed into a nearby shelf with a thud.
What? It all happened in the blink of an eye.
Mu Zikuan and Tang Sun heard the commotion and turned around just in time to see the horrifying sight, their faces instantly drained of color.
Vines dangling from above had clamped around Deng Xian's neck, pulling her entire body upward and suspending her mid-air. Vines? Where did it come from?
Their hearts pounded violently as they immediately looked up. 5 or 6 vine zombies clung to the steel beams, their bodies wrapped in vines.
Deng Xian struggled desperately, frantically pulling out her machete and stabbing upward in a desperate attempt to free herself. Hold on.
Mu Zikuan was the first to regain his senses and rushed forward to help. Just as he moved forward, something seemed to trip him, causing him to stumble mid-stride.
Ah! Mu Zikuan let out a piercing scream.
The world spun wildly.
He was violently yanked into the air by the vines tangled around his feet.
Mu Zikuan's head buzzed. He finally adjusted to the upside-down world, quickly scanning his surroundings in an attempt to escape.
Mu Zikuan's heart sank. It's over.
Tang Sun was in the same predicament, his feet tightly bound by vines as he hung upside down midair.
SSS. SSSS.
More and more vines slithered toward them, coiling around Mu Zikuan and Tang Sun until their hands and feet were completely immobilized.
On the other side, Deng Xian was being choked by the vines, struggling to breathe.
Her vision grew increasingly blurry. The knife in her hand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground.
Suddenly, the vine constricting Deng Xian's neck slackened. Thud! Deng Xian crashed heavily to the ground.
Barely clinging to life, she instinctively clutched her throat and began coughing uncontrollably.
Cough, cough. Cough, cough.
Before she could even attempt to rescue her teammates, a black gun muzzle pressed against her face.
Deng Xian's face turned deathly pale. Fang Hong pressed a large caliber shotgun against Deng Xian's face. Come on, give me one reason why I should let you live. Deng Xian stared at Fang Hong in terror. Fang Hong remained entirely hidden in the shadows. The cartoon Ultraman mask covering his face sent a chill down Deng Xian's spine. We can give you everything we have on us. Just let us go, and we'll hand over everything outside the game too. TSK, don't try to outsmart me. Supplemental Clause 66 of the Federation Emergency Refugee Act. Items within the main Gods game can be freely taken, but once it involves the outside world, that's extortion. Fang Hong curled his lip and tilted his head. Want to live? Deng Xian didn't want to die. She nodded frantically. Only after calming down did Deng Xian realize just how terrifying this mysterious figure before her truly was. Above their heads, the dense swarm of vine zombies lurking in the darkness all were being manipulated by him from behind the scenes. This man was a devil. He'd been hiding here all along, waiting for the squad to walk right into his trap. After a brief assessment of the overwhelming disparity in strength, Deng Xian instantly abandoned any thought of resistance. She couldn't win. All she wanted now was to survive. Take everything out of your backpack. Deng Xin complied immediately, emptying every item from her backpack and laying them out on the ground one by one. Fong Hung aimed his shotgun at Deng Xin, coldly watching her. Outwardly composed, Fong Hung inwardly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Damn!" She even brought a handgun and small explosive charges. Fong Hung thought to himself that this group had indeed come prepared. He swiftly gathered all of Deng Xin's supplies back into her backpack. "Very well. I need answers. If you cooperate, I'll spare your life." Deng Xin nodded hastily. "I'll cooperate." Fong Hung nodded and waved his hand. SSSS. Tang Sun and Mu Zikuan, suspended in midair, were instantly dragged into the darkness by the vines. Deng Xin's face drained of color. "What are you doing?" "To prevent collusion, of course. That's how it's done in the movies." Fong Hung shrugged, his tone utterly matter-of-fact. "Alright, answer honestly. Don't try to hide anything. Why are you here? Give me the full story, starting from the beginning." Deng Xin nodded and began his story.
"We're a team of players who took on a job from the black market. The client wanted us to retrieve something from a hardware store.
We accepted the job 4 days ago.
The day before yesterday, while clearing out the hardware store, we discovered second-tier ghost claw zombies inside. At the time, our team's capabilities weren't enough to handle them. So today, the client supplied us with explosives and firearms. We were planning to take out the claw zombies. But when we arrived here, we found the claw zombies had already been cleared out.
Then we saw you, and those." Deng Xin glanced upward, still shaken, then looked at Fong Hung with lingering fear.
Fong Hung gestured with his chin toward the hidden passage behind him.
"Then what? What's the deal with that secret passage?" "I don't know the details. The client only told me the location of the passage and that there was a safe beneath it." Deng Xin paused to think, then quickly added. "The safe's combination is even. We just need to retrieve whatever's inside and deliver it to the client to complete the mission." "What's inside?" "The employer said it's the G virus." "Who is the employer?" "I don't know his exact identity. His dark web ID is Old Gray. He appears to be in his 70s or 80s, about 5 feet 3 inches tall, with no distinctive features. He's outside right now. He didn't come in with us." "Very well." Fong Hung snapped his fingers as he spoke. Chapter 137, The Flawed G-Virus Host. Several vines shot down rapidly, once again binding Deng Xin tightly and hoisting her into the air. "Remember, don't make a sound. If Old Black comes in to investigate, don't let him spot you. Otherwise, the vines will kill you instantly." Fong Hung commanded, then directed the vine zombies to drag Deng Xin back into the darkness.
He switched to interrogating another member of the team. He confiscated all 3 squad members' equipment, then meticulously cross-checked their information to ensure their accounts matched. Only after completing these tasks did Fong Hung switch on his flashlight, directing 2 vine zombies to enter the passage behind the cabinets for exploration. Xiao Yaokan's analysis had been correct. The hardware store truly concealed G-virus specimens. This was a huge score. Fong Hung rubbed his hands together eagerly. The G-virus could drastically boost the research efficiency of the current shelter. It's far more valuable than the T-virus. Behind the hidden passage lay a staircase plunging straight downward. Descending the stairs, Fong Hung entered the basement hall. The basement interior was tidy, furnished with several sofas, wooden tables, and chairs. The safe sat prominently in a conspicuous corner. Additionally, a side door opened off the basement wall. To be safe, Fong Hung carefully controlled the vine zombie to push open the side door and inspect it. It was a storage room. Inside, there were still quite a few leftover canned goods and barrels of water. For an ordinary player, this would definitely count as a small fortune. But Fong Hung had no interest. He even found them too cumbersome to carry. Returning to the safe, Fong Hung immediately entered the password. Even. Click. The safe door swung open. A medicine kit lay quietly inside the safe. The kit originally contained 18 vials, but now only the last 2 remained. Notice, you have obtained defective G-virus 2. Prompt, you have completed the mission Xiao Yaokan's doubts. Prompt, please locate Xiao Yaokan to claim your mission reward. Found it. But why defective G-virus? After all that effort, it's just a defective product? Fong Hung frowned in confusion as he began searching the basement hall. He rummaged through the cabinets. Inside, he found a postcard from Matsutake City and an employee ID card. Postcard. Lucas, many people wonder why you suddenly chose to resign. Everyone says you never really liked life at the company. After you left, I discovered some issues. The count of G-virus specimens that should have been discarded during the experiment doesn't add up. I checked the logs. It was your shift that day. I don't mean to suspect you. I know your daughter was seriously ill.
But that batch of G-virus was obsolete. Alright. I just wanted to let you know I kept this under wraps. Anyway, as your friend, all I can do is wish you luck. Prompt, you have obtained an item postcard. Prompt, you have obtained an item employee ID card Lucas. So the hardware store owner used to be a Meteor Corporation employee. He stole the G-virus slated for destruction from within the company to save his daughter's life. It all made sense now. Fong Hung pondered, his thoughts gradually coalescing. He murmured to himself. What a coincidence, another connection to Matsumoto City. Was Meteor Corporation in Matsuki City involved in G-virus research? As he pondered, Fong Hong tucked the employee ID card and postcard back into his backpack. He returned upstairs. Fong Hong carefully lowered Deng Xian, who had been suspended mid-air, to the ground. Did you find the G-virus? Fong Hong didn't answer, only saying, do me one last favor. Go ahead. Go outside and bring your employer in. Once this is done, I'll let you and your companions leave. My word is my bond.
Tang Sun and Mu Zikuan, suspended high above, heard Fong Hang's words and immediately wore pleading expressions.
Deng Xian glanced at her two teammates suspended high above, gave them a nod, then turned her gaze back to Fong Hang.
I hope you keep your word.
Of course. I guarantee it. Fong Hong spoke as he ducked behind the doorway, watching Deng Xian leave the hardware store. Deng Xian and Lao Hei exchanged a few words outside. Lao Hei visibly hesitated. But in the end, he couldn't resist the persuasion and followed Deng Xian back into the hardware store. The moment he stepped inside, Lao Hei sensed something was terribly wrong. Before he could react, Fong Heng's black muzzle was already pressed against Lao Hei's face. Bang! Bang! Tang Sun and the other man, suspended mid-air, crashed to the floor. Now you can get the hell out. Deng Xian and the others felt as if they'd been granted a pardon, quickly exiting the room. Lao Hei's brow furrowed deeply. Watching Deng Xian and the others leave, his eyes flickered. He realized he'd been tricked and that the attackers had come for him. Once only he and Fong Hong remained in the hardware store, Lao Hei finally spoke. In a hoarse voice, he demanded, Who are you? Fong Hong removed the Ultraman toy mask covering his face. Long time no see. Old Black? Or Old Gray? Old Black looked at Fong Hong, first with surprise, then burst into laughter. So it's you, Fong Hong. When I received your mission footage back then, I already thought you were quite capable. Honestly, I never expected anyone to survive in those conditions. Old Black showed no trace of guilt or unease, even teasing him with the casual tone of an old friend. But Fong Hong, there are plenty of ways to meet up with me. Using this method to trick an old man, isn't that a bit much? How did you know the hardware store had G-virus? And about Alex earlier, you knew he was locked up in Hopetown Community Hospital all alone, didn't you? Ha. Lao Hei gradually relaxed, showing no fear of the shotgun Fong Hong held. He even smiled as he looked at Fong Hong. Fong Hong, I'm a professional middleman. You can kill me, but if you want information out of me, it'll cost you. Fong Hong returned the cold smile. Oh? You're a professional middleman? Aren't you part of the anti-Federation group?
Of course not, but those Federation folks probably don't distinguish that finely. Old Black defended himself, there's a big difference between me and them. Most importantly, I only work for myself. Besides, you and I don't exactly have any deep-seated grudges against each other, right? And if I'm not mistaken, you've got your hands on the G-virus now. You've made a killing this time. Why not just forget about what happened before? What do you say? Fong Hong stared coldly at Lao Hei. Old Black's words were about as trustworthy as a 3-penny coin. Fong Hong had no real solution for such a fearless, stubborn bastard. Fine, merchant. Let's call it even on past matters. But as a law-abiding citizen, turning in dangerous individuals like you to the Federation is the right thing to do. I expect they'll reward me handsomely. Fong Hong looked at Lao Hei with a faint, ambiguous smile. How much are you willing to pay for your life? Chapter 138, The Middleman. Young man, you learn quickly. Old Black chuckled in response. Don't even think about handing me over to the Federation. I won't resist, but I have 1,000 ways to kill myself. How about this? Let's be friends. I'll give you a piece of intel for free. Honestly, I'm in desperate need of friends like you. I've got a lot on my plate lately. Many clients can't find anyone to handle their jobs. Players with your skills are incredibly rare. As he spoke, Old Black shot a glance at the vine zombies lurking in the room. In truth, after learning the Federation had resolved the Alex incident, Old Black had thoroughly investigated Fong Hung. He was certain Fong Hang's true strength far exceeded what met the eye. To survive alone in the perilous Hopetown and even assist the Federation in eliminating Alex. On Old Black's custom danger list, Fong Hong had long been classified as an S-tier threat. But now, he had become an SSS-level threat. Fong Hong curled his lips in disdain. Make friends? Complete a commission? You mean helping you carry out those anti-Federation activities? Old Black's expression grew slightly more serious. Fong Hong, I've looked into your background.
I know you had close ties with the Federation during the Alex incident. I still want to give you some advice: don't let the Federation brainwash you. They're no good. Of course, the anti-Federation crowd isn't exactly a bunch of saints either. We poor souls struggling to survive in this apocalypse can only act as middlemen, making a little profit on the margins. Don't blindly trust either side and invest recklessly. You'll end up losing your life in the process. Fong Hong frowned. What do you mean? If you want to know, why not ask the Federation? What's their apocalypse cleanup plan they're hiding from the public? I guarantee you'll be shocked. Fong Hong wasn't easily fooled. Why don't you tell me? If I go ask the Federation, what if they label me as an anti-Federation organization member too? Heh, how would you know without trying? I won't tell you, this intel is too valuable. Old Black shrugged his shoulders, signaling his willingness to cooperate. Go ahead. Ask whatever you want. I'll give you one piece of intel for free. Consider it building goodwill. We'll have plenty of chances to work together in the future. Fong Hong thought quickly. He suspected Lao Hei's words contained both truth and deception. The Federation might genuinely have some special plans within the main god game. At least for now, killing Old Black made no sense. Old Black could be reborn. Fong Hong admitted he'd grown quite close to the Federation lately, but their relationship hadn't reached the point of absolute trust. Right now, striving for greater benefits was the most crucial task. And the one thing he lacked most at this moment: the modified T-virus. Fong Hong's eyes lit up. Once he obtained the modified T-virus, his shelter laboratory could finally commence research on the liquor modification project. I want. The words were on the tip of his tongue when, inexplicably, the letter he'd found in the rental apartment flashed through his mind. Fong Hong immediately corrected himself. I want to know information about Ouroboros. Old Black's usually impassive expression shifted. He was clearly startled, his pupils suddenly contracting as his expression turned intensely serious. How did you know? Fong Hong's heart skipped a beat. Ouroboros was real. Truthfully, he'd harbored a tiny shred of doubt before. He wondered if it was possible that this body had suffered brain damage from a broken heart, leading to hallucinations. Seeing Lao Hei's reaction completely dispelled those doubts. The records left behind by this body were all real. Fong Hong stared at Lao Hei. The apocalypse is coming, the game mirrors reality. Is all of this real? After a moment of shock, Lao Hei chuckled. That's right, it's real. So, Fong Hong, just like I said earlier, in this world, you can't rely on anyone but yourself. I think our cooperation is more necessary than ever, don't you agree? Fong Hong stared at Lao Hei, his mind racing with thoughts. Why did they say the game world was the safest place? Was this why the previous owner of this body had remained in the game world to build a sanctuary? What dangers lurked in the real world? What plans did the Federation have? Fong Hong, my employer is waiting for my reply. There's no time to waste. What do you want to know? Otherwise, I'll have to go. Let me think. Fong Hong thought quickly. At this moment, the senior intelligence officer Old Black wouldn't reveal anything. Better to be practical and address the most critical issue at hand. I need intelligence on the liquor-modified T-virus. Most importantly, where can I obtain the liquor-enhanced T-virus? That's two questions. The first one is too simple, I refuse to answer. As for acquiring the liquor-modified T-virus, the simplest way is to find it when you go to Songmu City. That's where the Meteor Corporation Branch Research Center is located, specifically inside Building D. Oh, and besides the liquor-modified T-virus you're after, the research center holds plenty of other valuable stuff. You know I'm heading to Matsuki City? Fong Hong was once again surprised by Lao Hei's well-connected information network. Fong Hong, don't doubt my professional expertise. Old Black reached out, slowly pushing aside the shotgun barrel Fong Hong had pointed at him. This trip to Songmu City involves a large team. Getting the internal roster ahead of time shouldn't be a problem. To celebrate this pleasant start to our cooperation, why not add each other as friends beforehand? I have this strange feeling that once we enter Songmu City, we'll be collaborating on an even deeper level. Fong Hong slowly lowered his weapon, switched on his survival radio, and added Lao Hei as a contact. He couldn't trust Old Black completely. The Federation was no different. Adding Lao Hei as a friend was merely mutual exploitation. Smart move. I'll reach out when a suitable job comes up. I promise for VIP partners, the assignments I offer never have any hidden traps. Couldn't be better. After leaving the hardware store, Fong Hong immediately returned to the prison research facility. He submitted the 2 defective G-virus samples to Cho Yaokong and casually mentioned the postcard discovered in the secret passageway. Prompt: you have completed the mission. Cho Yaokong's doubts. Notice, your research team has acquired defective G-virus samples. Fundamental research, G-virus research achieves a major breakthrough. Note, your foundational research G-virus particle research will receive substantial research bonuses to a certain extent. Prompt: your rapport with Cho Yaokong has significantly increased. Notice, your shelter's research level has increased. Notice, Cho Yaokong's loyalty has increased to 99.
So that's how it is the hardware store stole the G-Virus prototype from within Meteor Corporation.
Xiao Yaokong nodded, carefully examining the newly acquired G-Virus. I've heard from friends that G-Virus research was initially intended for disease treatment, and it does possess some therapeutic capabilities.
As he spoke, Xiao Yaokong handed over a pre-prepared list from the side.
Chapter 139, Demolition. Ha? What's this? Fong Hong inquired curiously. It's a lab repair list.
The items marked on it are the machinery I need your help fixing. I'll handle the rest myself. Oh, and note the repair percentage targets marked on some equipment.
Don't attempt anything beyond your capabilities. Stop once you reach the target percentage. Thanks. With that, Xiao Yaokong turned away and began preparing for the preliminary phase of the G-Virus analysis experiment. Are you crazy? Fong Hong froze for a moment. But yesterday you wouldn't even let me touch your precious lab equipment.
He'd been hoping to show off his mechanical repair skills in front of Xiao Yaokong and redeem himself after yesterday's failed repair.
Get to it. Xiao Yaokong didn't even turn his head.
I need to develop the G-Virus resistance serum before you enter Songmu Town to boost your immunity against infection. If time permits, I can analyze and develop a more efficient serum to further enhance your base attributes.
Don't waste everyone's time. Got it. No problem. Boss. Fong Hong perked up. Hearing he could get the antidote for free, he immediately shut up obediently. Fong Hong summoned several vine zombies from the basement.
He stroked his chin.
What should I do next?
Fong Hong began contemplating how to teach his zombie clone to understand the checklist.
Xiao Yaokong, who was conducting experimental analysis, turned his head. He first glanced at Fong Hong's zombie clones, then looked Fong Hong up and down, appearing hesitant to speak. Noticing Xiao Yaokong's intensely oppressive gaze, Fong Hong sighed helplessly. What is it now? What about the protective suits? You mean the zombies?
Fong Hong silently glanced at the vine zombies behind him.
Xiao Yaokong scanned the empty laboratory. Besides them, who else? Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Prompt: your zombie has been hit by a firearm attack. Your zombie attempts to dodge but fails. You gain +1 skill experience in dodge.
Prompt: your zombie suffers ongoing burn damage. These players actually have some skill, they're actually initiating attacks? Fong Hong muttered under his breath. Where did they get those firearms?
He had initially planned to give the Caputa Corporation players more time to gather arrows and ammunition.
Otherwise, if the zombies swept through and wiped them out in one wave, they wouldn't get the experience boost. But now they were actually launching an offensive? Then let's fight to the finish.
Inside the lab, Fong Hong held the maintenance list provided by Xiao Yaokong in one hand, directing his zombified clones in protective suits to repair the experimental equipment. Simultaneously, he remotely controlled another clone to launch an offensive and farm experience points. In the forest region, at a shelter nestled at the foot of a mountain. This batch of zombies was giving Black Tiger, leader of Team 7 of the Blackthorn mercenary group, a major headache.
Things had been going badly lately. 2 days prior, they'd encountered vine zombies blocking a road intersection.
They'd lost 2 squad members.
And now they'd run into them again during a mission today. And this time, they were actually attacking the player's sanctuary. Why them again?
Black Tiger felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. This group of zombies was very distinctive. Indeed, this was the first time he'd encountered zombies wielding spears as weapons in the game. Before accepting the Mercenary Guild's mission, the briefing had explicitly warned of vine zombies. That's why Black Tiger's squad had equipped themselves with Molotov cocktails, the most effective counter against these creatures.
But the actual results weren't very good. The Molotov cocktails did set the zombies ablaze for a time. But even engulfed in flames, the vine zombies remained lively and aggressive, wielding their iron spears. They even seemed to gain an added sense of menace, making players even more hesitant to approach.
Captain, fire attacks still have limited effect on them.
Tactical option 2, draw them away.
Faced with such a large and troublesome horde of zombies, Black Tiger had no choice but to adjust tactics. He prepared to pin down the zombies' movements, stretching the battle lines to wear them down.
Fortunately, these zombies remained unintelligent.
Exploiting their slow movement speed, they slowly kite and wore them down. But after fighting for quite some time, most of the pistol ammunition they brought had been depleted.
How come only one zombie had been killed? Black Tiger couldn't hold back any longer. He turned to Ant, the shelter manager, and demanded, "How did you provoke them?" Faced with this soul-searching question, the Cape Company players looked utterly dejected. Honestly, we didn't do anything. They attacked us first. Is that so? Then this is strange. Ant's face darkened. Stop overthinking it. What reason could a bunch of crazed zombies possibly have? They were just drawn by the scent of flesh. Let's figure out how to deal with them. Black Tiger silently shook his head. Auntie's explanation clearly didn't hold water. Black Tiger pushed aside these pointless emotions and focused on how to handle the current predicament. The vine zombies had thick health pools and regenerated quickly. Fighting them head-on would be a waste of resources. They simply didn't have enough ammunition. The only option was to lure them away, find a cliff or something and push them off to finish them off. Unfortunately, there was no time. Otherwise, preparing a large pit beforehand to lure the zombies into would have been a decent option. Just as he pondered this, Black Tiger heard shouts coming from the team ahead. "Quick! Fall back! Captain! The zombies are acting up! Protect the shelter!" Black Tiger's expression darkened instantly as he turned toward the team's direction. The zombies, initially drawn away from the shelter by the players' wooden arrows, were gradually being lured further from the vicinity. But suddenly, as if possessed of a new intelligence, they ignored the mercenary players. They turned their heads in unison and began advancing toward the shelter. "Bad news! Quick! Fall back!" Black Tiger bellowed the order, directing the mercenary group to retreat to the shelter for defense. Seeing this, Auntie broke out in a cold sweat as he raised his wooden bow and shouted, "Quick! Everyone help! They're mad! These zombies have gone mad! The company invested so much in establishing this shelter. If it gets destroyed..." The Caputa players dared not dwell on the consequences for a moment longer. They grabbed their weapons and joined the defensive ranks. The zombie horde, wielding iron spears, staggered toward the shelter building. After enduring an attack last night, the wooden stakes and spike traps outside the shelter had already lost much of their durability. In the chaos, Ant shouted orders, "Don't let them get near the shelter. Quick! Lure them away. Use fire arrows. Lure them. Make them circle around." This tactic had worked flawlessly last night, but now, Ant realized something was wrong. These zombies were different from last night's. They ignored the players' wooden arrows and charged forward, using iron spears to attack the wooden stakes and spike traps. No matter how the players tried to lure them, it was useless. Bang! Bang bang! Wooden stakes and spike traps shattered one after another. The players watched helplessly as the zombie horde breached the outer wooden stakes of the shelter and began their assault. But to engage in close combat? What's the difference between that and suicide? Alert! Your shelter is under enemy attack. Repel the foes and repair the shelter immediately. The game log flashed across the lower right corner of his retina like a death warrant. Yet Ant could only watch helplessly, firing wooden arrows futilely at the vine zombies. Chapter 140, Fishing. Notice, your zombie horde destroyed a player's shelter. You obtained wood 2727, nails 11, scrap 60, discarded plastic 2. Fong Heng's eyes flashed with excitement as he read the message in the game log. Forcibly tearing down someone's home was pretty satisfying. At first, Fong Heng foolishly tried controlling each zombie individually to prevent them from being kite-fished. It was mentally draining. Later, inspiration struck. He simply issued a unified command. Vine zombies ignore ranged attacks dealing less than 50 damage per hit. This way, the vine zombies absorbed most of the player's wooden arrows while forcibly demolishing the shelter. Once the shelter was destroyed, the remaining system buildings would be defenseless. Cut off the roots to avoid trouble, tear down the rest too. Fong Heng issued further demolition orders to the zombie horde. Notice, your zombie horde is dismantling the structure. Notice, your zombies are dismantling brick walls, dealing 30 damage to the structure. Obtained rubble +1. Notice, your zombies. Watching the shelter's durability drop to 0, the Caputa Corporation players wore expressions of utter despair. It's over. All over. It took so long to build this shelter, yet it was demolished in less than half an hour. Facing this unreasonable horde of zombies, Ant felt a deep sense of helplessness welling up inside him. Before the despair could fully set in, he saw the iron spears the zombies had been wielding replaced with iron hammers. What were they planning? Thud. Thud thud. Each heavy hammer blow felt like a punch to the chest of the Caput Corporation players. The zombies had begun hammering away at the walls of the system's initial structures. They've gone mad. Are they going to tear down every last system building? Leaving nothing standing? The Caput Corporation players felt utterly humiliated. Black Tiger was stunned. Having played games his entire life, this was the first time he'd witnessed such a phenomenon. What the hell is going on with these zombies? Why aren't they following the usual patterns? A mercenary leaned in and whispered something into Black Tiger's ear. Black Tiger looked surprised and confirmed, "You're sure? No experience points gained?" "Yep. Old 4-2. He took out a zombie earlier and didn't get any experience either. And boss, I have a firearms mastery skill book. After blowing a zombie's head off, I got extra skill experience points." Extra skill experience points? That's a hidden reward only available during player versus player combat. Combining this with all the strange occurrences they'd encountered earlier, a terrifying thought began to form in Black Tiger's mind. Could it be? Could someone be controlling these zombies from behind the scenes? How could any player wield such immense power at this stage? Who could it be? Almost instinctively, Black Tiger recalled the prison from the night before last, the place that had filled him with utter dread. The mere thought sent a cold sweat running down Black Tiger's spine. The shelter was destroyed, and most of the remaining Caputa players were still attacking the zombies with bows and arrows. Though the effectiveness of their efforts was extremely limited. Black Tiger approached the despondent ant. Ant, have you offended anyone outside recently? Ant's heart skipped a beat. He turned, like a cat caught with its tail between its legs, and snapped, "What do you mean by that? I mean, do you know there's a prison nearby?" Ant's pupils contracted. His expression shifted from anger to guilt, tinged with a hint of regret. Before Ant could answer, Black Tiger had already read the confirmation in his expression. Black Tiger executed the mercenary guild protocol with a blank expression. "Apologies, but the strength of the Vine zombie horde exceeded our projections. Since you didn't provide advance notice during the mission briefing, our team is unable to complete this assignment. Someone will contact your company shortly regarding a refund. As per our agreement, we will now proceed with evacuation." "Hey, you! Just leaving like that? Do you have any idea how much damage your failure caused us?" Anter pointed furiously at the Blackthorn's mercenary group as they retreated in haste, his rage boiling over. "I'll file a complaint against your mercenary group. This isn't over yet." Mira placed a hand on Anti's shoulder. "It's useless. Stop arguing. Even if we pulled them back, it wouldn't change anything. Report the relevant intelligence to headquarters and withdraw from the forest zone. Don't tell me how to do my job." Ant clenched his jaw. "Alert, zombies dismantling brick walls. Alert, zombies dismantling brick walls. Alert, zombies are dismantling the brick wall. Everyone's already fled? Not even trying to fight back?" Seeing no more notifications of zombies taking damage in the game log, Fang Hong felt a sudden wave of boredom wash over him. "Boring." Fang Hong muttered under his breath, flipping through his character stats. After a grueling battle, his block and dodge skills had reached level 10. Still a bit short of the expected level 13. Oh well, might as well keep dismantling. 2 days later, early morning. Inside the newly renovated combat briefing room of the prison. All 13 members of the studio, including Fang Hong, gathered here. After leaving Phoenix Gaming, old Jimmy and Lu Lin signed an agreement with Fang Hong. They would pay him 100,000 yuan monthly as rent to stay in the prison. Fang Hang would provide full protection and sustenance. Liao Bufan opted to work in lieu of payment, continuing his duties within the game. Fang Hong disbursed him a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. In addition to the 5 newcomers including Louis, the studio subsequently recruited 6 more individuals. All were college students deemed reliable by pay-in and after screening. At this moment, a personal survival radio was placed before each player. The survival radios were connected to a central power amplifier. The amplifier enabled the survival radios to receive and transmit communications over greater distances. Fang Hong scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the excited, eager faces gathered around the tables. "Operation Fishing Phase 2, commence." Liao Bufan raised his hand excitedly. "Boss. I'll go first. This time, I'll start." "Alright, let's begin." Liao Bufan typed a line into the survival radio. Seconds later, all players saw the message in the survival radio feed. "Liao Bufan, zombie attack. What should I do? My shelter is under assault. Why are so many zombies attacking my base? It's over. Everything's over. How about it?" After sending the message, Liao Bufan looked around at the others. Everyone fell silent. "Brother Fan." Louis carefully chose his words. Was that acting a bit over the top? Over the top? I don't think so. Liao Bufan awkwardly rubbed his cheek. "Then you try." Louis rubbed his hands together eagerly and quickly drafted a message to send. "Louis, a horde of zombies is surrounding my base. What should I do? Urgent. Need help. Please spread the word." Well, the group fell silent once more. "Ahem, everyone, give it a try." Fang Hong cleared his throat lightly, forcing himself to stand up straight regardless of the awkwardness. "If you don't run now, don't blame me for being rude." Chapter 141, Expansion? Max it out. "Yen Lei, you guys got attacked too? Damn it, what's going on? My base already had a zombie attack this morning." "Louis, damn it. Same here, man. How did these zombies suddenly appear? Zhang Fei, this is unbearable. The zombies I encounter daily are already enough to drive me crazy. Survival? My ass. I've already moved. Everyone else should hurry up and move too. If you move now, you can still grab some supplies at the prison. Li Chao, they're doing this before the blood moon? How are we supposed to survive? The forest was already tough enough. Sun Romue, there's been a massive zombie outbreak in the forest area lately. Have you noticed? The numbers keep growing around here. An unfamiliar ID appeared in the regional chat. Sun Feihu, are they vine zombies? Have you guys been attacked too? The meeting room erupted in excitement as everyone exchanged glances. Gotcha. Louis quickly cross-referenced the list. Found it. One of the holdouts in the northern sector. Liao Bufan, I can't take it anymore. I'm moving out tomorrow. Damn it, the forest is already unbearable. All my friends are out there living it up, while I'm stuck suffering here. It's pointless. Fang Hong watched the players acting and silently nodded in approval. Over the past 2 days, Fong Hong had conducted a preliminary survey of the entire forest area. The forest area was simply too vast. Fong Hong purchased motorcycles and bicycles directly from Vidal, dispatching studio members into the forest perimeter. They spent survival points conducting area searches to locate any player shelters. Upon discovering a player sanctuary, they would document it immediately and attempt contact, inquiring if the occupants were willing to relocate. To his surprise, the entire forest area contained nearly 80 player shelters. In the end, over 20 holdouts refused to relocate. The good news was that these were all small to medium-sized structures, with no large player guilds among them. Since a significant portion of these structures were located far from the prison, sending zombies to forcibly demolish each one individually would be too cumbersome. Ideally, he could spend some effort persuading them to vacate voluntarily. Fong Hong now needed to spread the news about the second-stage mutated zombies in the forest area. This would prevent players from needlessly venturing into the woods. Han Song, what's there to fear? If you encounter zombies, just kill them. I spent so much time building this shelter, am I going to run away from a zombie or two? Yen Lei, don't talk like that, bro. Who wants to fight to the death when you can just live peacefully? Move out sooner rather than later, these zombies are different. Han Song, bull. Bring em on. I'm staying put. Want me to share my coordinates? Su Qianxiao, boss is awesome. I also find it weird how did so many unfamiliar IDs appear all at once. I suspect they're all shills. Where did this zombie attack come from? Boss, it's him. He was the one causing trouble yesterday too. Here we go again. Who'd have thought someone'd actually be this reckless? Fong Hong sighed inwardly. But you asked for this. Fong Hong muttered under his breath. To get this crowd to evacuate voluntarily, deception alone wouldn't suffice. Zombie intimidation was also needed. After encountering several boastful players yesterday, Fong Hong had already dispatched 3 waves of zombies to stand by near the most stubborn holdouts. He remotely commanded the zombies to attack the shelter. Notice, your zombie horde has initiated an assault on the player shelter. Notice, your zombies inflict damage on the shelter. The game log began flooding the screen again. 10 minutes later, 3 consecutive alerts appeared on the survival radio. Notice, 1 player in your area has died. Notice, a player in your area has died. Notice, 1 player has died in your area. 3 dead. Yen Lei, Han Song, you're not the one who got taken out, are you? If you're still alive, give us a shout. Dead silence filled the survival radio. Yen Lei, whether you guys move or not, I'm moving tomorrow. I can't stand this hellhole another day. Su Qianxiao, guys, I misjudged you. I swear I'm not a plant. My shelter almost got demolished. Zhang Yu, this place is uninhabitable now. All our hard work these past days went to. Fong Hong patted Yen Lei on the shoulder. Great work, keep it up. I've got some missions to handle these next couple days. You guys handle the evacuations and keep spreading the word. No problem. Boss. Yen Lei and the other new players nodded in unison, diving back into their tasks. After interacting with him over this period, though it hadn't been explicitly stated, the new players had come to suspect Fong Hong might possess the ability to control the zombie horde. Before entering the studio to sign contracts, the players had already signed non-disclosure agreements. They wouldn't blab about Fong Hong's talents to outsiders. Leaving the 2nd floor, Fong Hong returned to the underground shelter. The once empty underground shelter was now piled high with supplies. Iron ingots, logs, coal, and even copper ore mined just yesterday. For the past 2 days, Fong Hong had spent most of his time shuttling back and forth between mining sites, transporting ore. Each time he returned carrying piles of ore, he had the zombies haul it mindlessly into the basement. The basement now looked cluttered and cramped. Fong Hong checked the reserve resources and finally gathered enough for the first shelter expansion. Time to expand. Fong Hong pulled out the system blueprint, made some adjustments, and reconstructed the map of the new basement area. As before, Fong Hong had no intention of living inside the shelter. He subdivided the large warehouse again, carving out 12 separate storage areas of varying sizes. These warehouses would be sufficient to store the massive accumulation of resources at this stage, serving as strategic reserves. Done. Notice, scanning player customized shelter blueprint. For player-built shelters, standard expansions are subject to limitations. Small shelters can be expanded up to 3 times, medium shelters 5 times, large shelters 10 times, giant shelters 20 times, and super large shelters a whopping 50 times. Additionally, the maximum expansion capacity per upgrade varies depending on the shelter's size. In an ideal scenario, if the expansion size were maximized each time. Some board players on the forums calculated that the maximum expansion could cover an entire medium-sized city. But the numbers are meaningless later on, each expansion requires increasingly more resources. City-sized shelters exist only in theory. The Federation's largest super-sized shelter has only been expanded 8 times. For the first expansion, Fong Hong chose to max it out. After gathering all those resources, wasn't it just to max it out? Hint, player has selected custom scaled expansion. Current shelter template is super large. Notice, referencing player blueprint custom. Current expansion requires wooden planks 69800, wooden frame 76512, nails 13891, iron ingot 700, small stones 26671, firewood 87111. Notice, you have completed your first shelter expansion. System assessment confirms your shelter now accommodates up to 50 players. Exceeding capacity increases nighttime vulnerability to zombie attacks. Notice, your shelter has completed one expansion and its current rating has been upgraded to 27. Notice, your shelter's durability has been additionally increased by 150%. Notice, your survival radio signal has been enhanced again, increasing your shelter's appeal to outside survivors. Note, you can now attract more survivors weekly, with the highest random survivor tier being C. Notice, your shelter can undergo level 1 reinforcement stone reinforcement. Note, you may use stone to reinforce your shelter, granting it additional durability. Chapter 142, Attraction. Row after row of game prompts refreshed. Fang Hong noticed that some of the materials piled up inside the shelter had vanished. The basement shelter expanded outward once more. After the modifications, Fang Hong gained a full twofold increase in additional space. This should suffice for now. Fang Hong then examined the two new features added after the shelter's upgrade. One was NPC recruitment. The shelter could now attract survivors up to C rank. Not bad, considering survivors below C rank possess almost no special skills. Only C rank survivors possess the potential to become lab assistants. The other was the increased shelter defense rating. Unlike regular structures, once a player builds a shelter, it is treated as a single integrated building. Any point under attack reduces the overall durability. Once durability falls below a certain threshold, the shelter is deemed destroyed, allowing invaders to breach its walls. Additionally, by spending extra materials, players can replace the shelter's default wooden walls with stone walls, further boosting its base defense and durability. Stone, being a basic material, is plentiful. Fang Hong planned to have the zombies upgrade the shelter with stone after returning from this mission. Notice, as the first player on the server to reach shelter level 25, your reputation among survivors has slightly increased. You receive an additional reward, 5 C-tier NPC survivors. Claim via the survival radio. Notice, upon reaching shelter level 25, you gain the exclusive skill Oversized Backpack as the shelter owner. Skill Oversized Backpack. Skill description, you gain an additional backpack capacity equal to your current character level 20 kilograms. Ha! This too? The extra large backpack skill is a nice bonus, and C-rank NPCs are relatively more powerful. Fang Hong opened the survival radio to observe. Prompt, you may select the type of C-rank NPC survivor reward. Fang Hong skimmed through the options. There were many NPC types available. Common ones included mechanical repair, cooking, combat, gathering, research, farming, tailoring, mechanical development, construction, and more. At this stage, Fang Hong had no shortage of survival supplies, so farming type NPCs could wait. He selected research directly. Prompt, you have selected a survivor with research attributes. The survivor will gather outside your shelter within 30 minutes. With the shelter upgrade complete, Fang Hong stroked his chin in deep thought. Now, the expansion and development of the shelter had fully entered the right track. First, the demolition plan continues to proceed methodically. All structures within a 3-kilometer radius centered on the prison had been cleared. The next step was to clear all players from the forest zone, establish a restricted area, and then expand outward once more. Second was the research front. Most of the basic instruments in the laboratory have been repaired. The remaining ones are mostly constrained by skill levels and the lack of advanced materials, preventing their completion. Overall, acquiring this secret lab has significantly accelerated the shelter's research pace compared to before. After all, 2S rank researchers provide a massive boost to research. Finally, supplies. Progress here is most encouraging. All zombies are now fully equipped with iron weapons and tools, and thousands of forged iron ingots have been stockpiled. We officially declare the dawn of the Iron Age. Fang Hong began contemplating his next plan. Fortify. Expand. Fortify the shelter, upgrade all stone walls, and convert the outer prison structures into barbed wire fences, preparing to withstand the first wave of the Blood Moon zombie tide. Simultaneously, continue expanding outward to harvest resources until dominating this entire forest region. To accelerate progress, more and stronger zombie clones were needed. Research is essential. Beyond that, character leveling has become an urgent priority. Fang Hong opened the interface to check his player attributes. The player level had risen to 13. Further leveling required more Tier 1 evolution crystals. Tier 1 evolution crystals were extremely difficult to obtain. They could only be obtained by defeating second-tier zombies. Quests from the Apocalypse Merchant Vittle rarely involved second-stage zombies. Even the Dark Knight Order has very few related quests. The gap between levels 13 and 14 requires nearly 60 to 70 first-tier evolution crystals. A mere 1 or 2 quests wouldn't even scratch the surface. You'll need to explore other avenues. For instance, Matsuki City. That dangerous zone should harbor high-level mutated zombies. He was heading to Songmu City tomorrow. If the opportunity arose, Fong Hong wouldn't mind devising a way to dig a large zombie pit there, thoroughly farming survival points and evolution crystals. Lost in thought, an NPC knocked on the door. "Boss, Mr. David from the Dark Knight Order is here to see you. I've brought him to the reception room." "Alright, I'll be right there." Inside the reception room, David paced back and forth, looking somewhat restless. "Welcome to my sanctuary, David. How do you like it?" "Very nice indeed." Seeing Fong Hong arrive, David broke into a smile. "Fong Hong, it's been a while. How have you been?" "Not bad. Come, sit down and talk." "No thanks. Something came up and I need to head to another rendezvous point soon." David led Fong Hong to the table and said seriously, "I'm here to brief you on tomorrow's operation in Songmu City. This time, we have 12 teams heading to Songmu City together, each with 6 members. 72 people total? That many?" Fong Hong was taken aback. "Not quite. Including the command team, we'll have nearly 80 people in total. Based on our current findings, Meteor Corporation has constructed a massive corporate campus within Songmu City. Our 12 teams will be dispersed throughout the campus to conduct a thorough search," David said, pulling out a map and unfolding it on the conference room's roundtable. "Specific search assignments will be assigned by the team leaders after on-site reconnaissance. This is your nearest assembly point, number 8. The helicopter will depart tomorrow at 11 a.m. and is expected to arrive in Songmu City by 3 p.m. If all goes smoothly, we'll stay overnight in Songmu City. The evacuation helicopter will arrive the following day at noon to retrieve us." Fong Hong glanced at the assembly point's location on the map. It was quite a distance, roughly a 2-hour drive. That meant they'd have to depart early tomorrow morning. "Additionally, I received some very bad news on my way here." David's voice grew solemn. "We had originally prepared 15 teams to enter Songmu City together, but this morning, 8 survivor points came under attack from an unknown source. 3 of them were completely destroyed." "Destroyed? Someone interfering with this mission?" Fong Hong's eyelid twitched. His first thought was of Old Black. Who did this? Unclear, but one thing is certain, our operation has likely been compromised. Someone doesn't want us investigating Songmu City. Hold on. I'll head to the scene for a detailed investigation. Hopefully, we'll find something. Be careful out there. David patted Fong Hong on the shoulder. This is the first large-scale operation since the Dark Knights were founded. We can't afford to fail. Chapter 143, I did it. After seeing David off, Fong Hong's mind was still reeling. He switched on his survival radio and sent a message to Old Black. Fong Hong wanted to probe Old Black to see if the attack on the Dark Knight's assembly point was connected to him. Seeing no immediate reply from Old Black, Fong Hong stowed the radio and hurried outside the shelter to greet the newly arrived NPCs. The 5 survivors looked gaunt and haggard, clearly having endured considerable hardship outside. Fong Hong led them to the cafeteria for some food, helped them change into protective suits, and returned to the shelter's underground lab. Xiao Yaokong and Li Bo were deep in discussion. They both stopped talking when they saw Fong Hong approach. Who are these people? Fong Hong noticed Xiao Yaokong's bloodshot eyes. He clearly hadn't slept in ages. This guy's been burning the midnight oil. You said you needed more hands, right? I found you some helpers. Xiao Yaokong sized up the few people behind Fong Hong. He thought they all looked a bit dim-witted, the kind he'd have looked down on in the past. But in this zombie apocalypse, having any living people to use was already a blessing. He'd make do. Xiao Yaokong nodded to Li Bo. Li Bo understood and addressed the NPCs. Come on, follow me to register first. I'll teach you some basic lab rules. After Li Bo and the others left, Xiao Yaokong retrieved a small medical kit from the freezer beside the lab bench. I was just about to come find you. This is our latest research breakthrough. Take a look. Impressive. He just pulled out a whole box. Truly worthy of an S-rank figure. Fong Hong felt a surge of excitement as he opened the kit to inspect its contents. Notice, your shelter's basic research G-virus research has been upgraded to LV5. Notice, you have obtained potions high-potency anti-infection potion 10, basic T-virus infection vaccine 10, G-virus body anti-infection potion 1. Fong Hong pulled out 1 vial each of the 3 different serums from the box, holding them in his hands and feeling a strange sense of wealth. Wow, they've even developed a basic T-virus vaccine. Having your own research lab is just awesome. Improved G-virus antidote. Type potion. Description 1, created by modifying defective G-virus particles. Upon consumption, permanently and slightly enhances the player's resistance to infection and permanently increases the constitution attribute by 3 points. This enhancement effect can only be applied once. Description 2, crafted by Xiao Yaokong. Requires 1 G-virus body to craft. High-potency anti-infection serum. Type potion. Description, significantly boosts infection resistance for 12 hours after use. Effect diminishes with repeated use. Basic T-virus vaccine. Type serum.
Description 1: a low-efficacy vaccine developed from G-virus research. Only effective if administered within 5 hours of T-virus infection and only treats infections below moderate severity. Description 2: 20% chance of being ineffective upon use. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Fong Hong downed a vial of purple modified serum. Notice, you have used the modified G-virus body anti-infection agent. Your resistance to infection has slightly increased. Your base constitution +3. Another 3 points of constitution gained for free. And this? Xiao Yaokong said, bending down to search beneath the lab bench. What is it? A replica based on Meteor Corporation's live specimen collector. I worked through the night these past 2 days to make it. Xiao Yaokong looked utterly serious as he hauled heavy boxes from the floor onto the lab table. I don't know why, but you always seem to encounter these super-powered mutated zombies. Chances are you'll run into them again in Songmu City. Anyway, if you do, collect as many live samples as possible. Don't waste them. Notice, you have obtained 3 boxes of live specimen collectors, 48 units per box. Thanks. So this was why he'd been pulling all-nighters these past few days? Fong Hong silently accepted the offer. Honestly, the live specimen collector is a pretty handy tool. Also known as the greedy collector. Fong Hong had inquired about it several times before. This kind of living specimen collector wasn't sold anywhere, neither in the Apocalypse merchant camps nor the Dark Knight Order. Only an S+-tier NPC powerhouse like Xiao Yaokong could replicate it. Given the scale of this mission in Songmu City, it would be unreasonable if there weren't any 4th-tier mutated zombies. If possible, he must collect as many samples as he could. After preparing everything, Fong Hong calculated the zombies' respawn times and estimated their arrival in Songmu City tomorrow. With sufficient numbers already gathered, Fong Hong simply planned for them to kill 5 of their own every 20 minutes. This approach kept risks manageable and prevented the entire group from being wiped out if the zombies happened to revive while they were in a dangerous location. With the suicide assembly line set up, Fong Hong logged off early to rest and prepare for tomorrow's battle. Back to reality. Fong Hong had moved out of the rental apartment 2 days prior. Having grown accustomed to the comfortable life at Huangming Company, staying in the cramped, run-down rental felt unbearable. He simply booked a room at a hotel near the company for a long-term stay. Just as he was about to wash up, his phone rang. He picked up the phone. Hundreds of missed calls. Shen Yu had been calling him non-stop since noon, every few minutes. Hello? Hello, Mr. Fong Hong. Please hold. Captain Chen will be with you shortly. After waiting over half a minute, Shen Yu hurried over. Fong Hong, I finally got through to you. I'd already sent people to look for you at the prison. Shen Yu breathed a huge sigh of relief. He had finally found him. Such urgency? What's going on? Regarding the matter in Songmu City. Actually, this assignment was personally assigned by higher-ups, who instructed me to contact you. We've learned you've joined the Songmu City operation, as our Federation personnel will be fully integrated into this mission. Shen Yu hesitated for a moment before continuing. Fong Hong, I'm sorry, but I can't disclose the specifics. This mission is extremely important, and we may need your assistance during the process. We'll do our best to ensure you're satisfied with the compensation. The Federation folks aren't exactly reliable. Fong Hong pondered inwardly. How long has this been going on? How come the Federation's intel is so far behind Old Blacks? No problem. On the surface, Fong Hong readily agreed, casually probing Chen Yu for information. What do you know about Songmu City and the mission? Well. Alright, I understand. I won't ask anymore. Chen Yu explained, Fong Hong, due to discipline, I can't say too much. All I can say is this mission is closely tied to the main storyline. The Federation is taking it extremely seriously. The rewards will be substantial, but the difficulty is incredibly high. Songmu City is rated S-level danger, filled with high-tier zombies. Honestly, we don't know why this mission was triggered so quickly. Sigh. As he spoke, Chen Yu sighed again. Theoretically, this mission shouldn't have been triggered for another 6 months, maybe even longer. Listening to Chen Yu's sighs, Fong Hong thought to himself, well, that's really my fault. This was my doing. It was me who gave the Dark Knights the live sample of Erida, accidentally triggering the mission. Chapter 144, it was also my doing. Chen Yu, unaware that Fong Hong was involved, felt deeply weighed down. In any case, the anti-Federation faction beat us to it again. This main quest came out of nowhere, catching us completely off guard. We hadn't done any preliminary preparations. Chen Yu still felt a lingering sense of dread. 2 Federation players just joined the Dark Knights and immediately received this mission. If we'd been any later, we might have missed it entirely. Fong Hong inquired, what about mission intel? Other servers should have corresponding guides, right? None. Yes. In the main Gods game, players cannot disclose any information about main quests to the outside world. Doing so will result in punishment, and in severe cases, players may even be sentenced to death. Oh, and the Federation hasn't made this public. Don't mention it to anyone. Fong Hong nodded.
Understood. Shen Yu continued his explanation. So we can only deduce the mission flow from other details.
Plus, we've discovered that the main quest flow differs across servers.
At least in servers 1, 2, 6, and 7, Matsuki City doesn't exist. Alright, is there any intelligence we can share? After learning about the Matsumoto City quest, we immediately launched a related search. We did find an internal map of Matsumoto Town and an internal map of the Meteorite Corporation campus. I'll transfer them to you shortly. Thanks. Fang Hong didn't want to take Shen Yu's resources for nothing, so he reminded him.
According to my intel, there might be a T0 virus leak inside Songmu City. Prolonged exposure in that area significantly increases infection risk, so take proper protective measures.
Understood. Your intelligence is invaluable. I'll report this to our superiors immediately.
Shen Yu's tone was grave.
Go ahead. Oh, and there's one more thing I'd like to ask you. Go ahead.
Recently, we've received reports from concerned players that zombies in the forest area of Zone 8 have mutated. They've started wielding conventional weapons and even attacking player bases. Some have gone as far as destroying players' homes.
Got it. You guessed it. I did it again. Fang Hong remained silent. He thought, you're not calling to lay the blame on me, are you?
Shen Yu sighed heavily, his head throbbing. Their regiment's jurisdiction had been hit with one problem after another lately. After our analysis, we suspect the zombies may have undergone a new mutation, but what?
But we received a formal complaint from players of Amputee Corporation.
They claim the zombie hordes are secretly controlled by a prison, suspecting ties between the prison and anti-Federation forces.
They want us to investigate. Fang Hong fell silent. Those people actually guessed it was him. I underestimated them. Fang Hong, that's not what I meant. We still have complete confidence in you.
Seeing Fang Heng's silence, Shen Yu scratched his head on the other end of the line.
How could it possibly be you?
I heard the mutated zombies are all second-stage vine zombies.
Players couldn't possibly possess combat capabilities that strong. It defies logic.
Still, Fang Hong, you need to be careful. Many players have confirmed large numbers of mutated zombies appearing in the forest.
Your prison may be on the outskirts, but it's still within the danger zone. Got it, thanks. But how does the Federation plan to handle this? Sai, what can we do?
We're barely keeping up with the sudden main quests right now. Besides, the first blood moon cycle is almost upon us.
Higher-ups can't spare any reinforcements.
Sending another squad into the forest to investigate is already pushing our limits. Shen Yu vented his frustrations to Fang Hongda. For now, the Federation will post task guidelines on the forum, designating the forest area as high risk and advising players there to evacuate as soon as possible.
After all, under current circumstances, it's not a suitable place for ordinary players to survive. Fang Hong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Phew, thanks for your hard work, bro. Hey, just serving the people. Alright, I'll go brief the leadership now. We'll connect next time. Hey, talk about hitting the jackpot. Fang Hong felt a quiet thrill of delight.
Anyway, he was heading to Songmu City with his zombie clones for a mission these next couple days. The Federation rushing over to investigate would surely find nothing. Plus, with the official crisis warnings out, fewer players would likely remain in the forest.
Hanging up the phone, Fang Hong stretched lazily.
Getting an early night's rest would ensure he was fully energized for tomorrow's big battle in Songmu City. Time to rake in some serious rewards.
After finishing his nightly routine,
just as Fang Hong lay down to sleep, his phone rang again. The screen displayed the name Old Black.
Old Black? Fang Hong thought it odd. He didn't recall adding Lao Hei's number to his contacts. Fang Hong answered the call. Heh, Fang Hong, finally offline? I've been waiting for you for ages. How did you get my number? Fang Hong, that's an amateur question. As a middleman, this is basic skill. Sure, keep bragging. Fang Hong rolled his eyes. Don't worry.
This call is special. The Federation can't trace it, and there won't be any call records.
Anyway, there's an urgent matter.
I need you to enter Transmission Point 9 tomorrow and join Team 9 heading to Songmu City.
Trust me, it'll be good for you. You can inquire at the nearest Dark Knight Order camp. It'll cost you a few Night Order honor points to teleport. Alright, good luck. Looking forward to our collaboration. Before Fang Hong could respond, Old Black had already hung up. What the hell?
Fang Hong tried to call back, only to find that the mobile phone call log was nowhere to be found, as if it had never existed.
What's going on with Team 9? Could it be a trap?
Fang Hong noticed Lao Hei sounded confident on the phone, as if he already possessed more intelligence about this mission.
Never mind. I'll go ask them tomorrow. Fang Hong knew he couldn't outsmart an old fox like Lao Hei.
He decided to stop overthinking it and simply buried his head in the pillow to sleep.
The next day, he woke up and entered. Fang Hong commanded all remaining zombie clones to stab each other to death.
Before leaving, he made a quick detour to the Doomsday Merchant camp to stock up on supplies. Gasoline, small explosives. These were all necessities.
Fong Hung didn't take the truck instead, he chose to ride a motorcycle.
Considering the risk that the Dark Knights might be attacked again while entering Songmu City to complete the mission, losing the truck along with the bar would be a huge loss.
Following Old Black's advice, Fong Hung decided to ride the motorcycle ahead to Katarina's small bar. Oh? You want to change your departure point and join Team 9? Upon learning the reason for his visit, Katarina couldn't help but ask curiously. May I ask why? 9 is my lucky number. You're not being honest. I suspect you have other motives. Katarina snorted lightly, glancing down at her notebook. Group 9 does indeed have remaining vacancies.
You can join, but it's quite a distance from here.
When we initially assign teams, we group them based on regional proximity. You have a way around that, right?
You're right.
For 20 honor points, I can activate a spatial teleportation for you. It'll take you directly to the nearest Dark Knight Core contact point for Group 8. From there, it'll take about half an hour to reach the assembly point. Then follow me.
Katarina pushed open the side door of the bar.
Entering the room through the back door, Fong Hung saw a high-tech metallic device. A high-tech teleportation facility in a zombie apocalypse world?
There had never been any related discussions on the forums either.
Another hidden thing? Let's begin. Stand in the center. Chapter 145, Logistics Team.
Opening his eyes once more, Fong Hung found himself at another Dark Knight Core base.
The base was overseen by an elderly man named N.
His hair was already streaked with gray.
Katarina has already told me about you.
The assembly point is north of the base, about a 30-minute walk.
I can lend you a bicycle. Thanks, but I brought my own.
Fong Hung said as he opened the map. This was a desert region. The most valuable resource in the desert was oil.
Numerous oil deposits could be found here.
In the late game, power began flowing to player shelters, consuming vast amounts of electricity. Oil became one of the primary sources. Fong Hung mounted his bicycle and rode through the desert.
By the time Fong Hung reached the rendezvous point, it was already past 10:30. After explaining his purpose, Fong Hung was led by 2 Dark Knight Core soldiers into a temporary camp. You are Fong Hung?
Inside the tent, Colonel Buck rose to his feet.
I've heard your name, Fong Hung.
You managed to obtain a live specimen of Arida from Meteorite Corporation, providing us with valuable intelligence.
On behalf of the Dark Knights, I thank you for your contribution. Note, Buck's favorability toward you has slightly increased.
I am Colonel Buck, the Commander-in-Chief overseeing this operation in Songmu City.
Fong Hung looked up at Buck. So he was the overall commander.
Buck had a rugged appearance, thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a shaved head. But he was warm and welcoming. Unfortunately, my squad is already at full strength, so I can't offer you any additional positions.
If you don't mind, you can temporarily join the logistics team.
Once we reach Songmu City, I'll directly oversee their operations.
A logistics team too? Fong Hung murmured to himself. Could this be Old Black's plan? Well, I'm already here. As long as he could get into Songmu City, acting alone wouldn't be a problem. Joining the logistics team shouldn't be a problem. Fong Hung nodded. Alright, I'll follow your arrangements. Buck stepped forward and patted Fong Hung on the shoulder.
Come on, I'll take you to the logistics team assembly point.
At another tent assembly point. Everyone turned their gaze toward Fong Hung. Hello, I'm Fong Hung.
Fong Hung nodded to the group, his eyes darting around as he tried to discern whether they were players or NPCs. Then, his eyes immediately locked onto the tall, blonde bombshell in the crowd. Her nose was high-bridged, and her figure was imposing. Let me introduce you to Lucia, the leader of this logistics team. Buck turned his back, nudged his eye toward Fong Hung, and whispered, "She's pretty, right?"
Lucia seemed to overhear and flashed an unamused expression. Fong Hung nodded awkwardly.
You've got good taste, kid. But I'd advise you not to get any ideas about her. You're too weak, she'd beat you to a pulp.
Fong Hung cleared his throat. Ahem, I don't believe. Alright, just kidding. The helicopter will take off in an hour and a half.
Buck's expression turned serious as he gestured toward the helicopter parked nearby and several large crates on the other side.
Since this helicopter is for cargo transport, there are strict weight limits for passengers. We need to streamline personal backpacks. Each person can carry a maximum of 100 kilograms of items. You can store anything you won't need immediately over there. Only 100 kilograms? This is going to be a problem. Fong Hung wore a look of distress. His backpack was already packed to the brim.
A player's carrying capacity and stamina are tied to their character level. Generally, players can pack small to medium-sized items, materials, food, and so on into their backpacks. However, resource-type items like wooden planks would trigger a cannot load more of the same type warning after placing over 10 pieces into the backpack. Fong Hung's backpack was far larger than that of ordinary players, and with the recently acquired super-large backpack skill, its capacity far exceeded that of the average player. For safety reasons before arriving, Fong Hung had also packed a bunch of miscellaneous items into his backpack. He approached the crate and hesitated for a moment.
The zombie clone also had a small amount of carrying capacity and inherited Fong Hang's oversized backpack skill. The problem was that after the zombie clone died and revived, everything in its backpack would be cleared out except for the weapons, tools, and clothes it was equipped with. Using the zombie clone for long-distance transport was impractical. This is a bit of a hassle. Fong Hong muttered under his breath, pulling out a packet of biscuits and a bottle of coffee milk before slowly eating and drinking. First off, a sample collector is absolutely essential. We couldn't let Xiao Yaokong's 2 sleepless nights go to waste. We also need weapons and ammunition, small explosive charges, gasoline, plus a small amount of survival supplies like water and food. Essential infection fighting agents, medical bandages, health packs, healing sprays. Backup survival gear like rope, flashlights, coffee. Alright, start clearing out the gear. Fong Hong sighed as he continuously pulled items out of his backpack. Ever since Fong Hong arrived, player Mo Jiawei had been observing him within the squad. Seeing Fong Hong hesitate for a while in front of the crate, he realized Fong Hong might be a player. Fong Hong began tossing items into the box. Handgun, ammunition box 21. Torches, flashlights, high-efficiency batteries, rope, nylon cord, flower pots. Lunch meat, meal kits, yogurt, canned goods, coffee, high-potency nutrient solution, honey. Fong Hong rummaged for a full 5 minutes. Still not done? Is his backpack that big? Mo Jiawei was dumbfounded. First came the food. Biscuits, honey, meat. He kept pulling things out for a full 2 minutes. Then came all sorts of odds and ends. Rope, firewood, lighters, flashlights, crowbars. Another 3 minutes or so went by. Then came high-tier weapons, gear, and healing items. A flamethrower? Healing spray? Dozens of boxes of pistol ammo? But the most common item was food. A portable grill? What's the deal here? Stuffing a whole bicycle inside? Not worried about exceeding weight limits? A furnace? Holy crap, why would he carry a furnace around? Mo Jiawei watched as Fong Hong tossed numerous high-priced items into the box. No doubt about it. This player is definitely a big shot. How could an ordinary player have such a huge backpack? How could they possibly have such high-value supplies? Fong Hong finally emptied his backpack. And as he turned back, he happened to catch Mo Jiawei's expression. All the other NPCs wore calm expressions, but he alone looked utterly wide-eyed and amazed. It seemed Mo Jiawei was the only player in this group. Fong Hong made a rough assessment. After finishing his preparations, Fong Hong walked to the back of the group and took his place. Mo Jiawei quietly greeted Fong Hong. Hey, buddy, you're a player, right? I'm Mo Jiawei, from the Snow Plains area. Where are you from? Sioux City. Fong Hong. Nice to meet you. Please take me under your wing, big shot. No problem. We'll team up when the time comes. Chapter 146, Takeoff. Once the helicopter finishes loading the cargo, you can depart ahead of schedule. Buck interrupted Fong Hong and the others' quiet conversation, nodding to the soldiers nearby. Beside them, the soldier began distributing one inhaler and a palm-sized black communicator to each member in turn. Notice, you have obtained Inhalable Anti-Infection Agent 1, Communicator 1. Inhaled Anti-Infection Agent. Description: an anti-infection agent developed using the latest formula. Inhalation immediately reduces the player's current infection level by 10-20%. Communicator. Description: a specialized communication device of the Dark Knights, usable only within base station coverage. We've detected low concentrations of T-virus spreading through the air in Songmu City. Prolonged exposure to this environment carries a risk of infection. This inhalable agent effectively reduces infection risk, but production is extremely limited. Each person receives only 1 dose, which should suffice for over 30 hours. Additionally, the communicator, Matsuki City, has a unique magnetic field that blocks standard communication devices. The logistics team plans to install a base station on the roof of Meteorite Corporation's District D building after entering Matsuki City. Once operational, the communicators will enable internal communication. Any further questions? None, sir. Buck nodded, then turned to Fong Hong. In my absence, Fong Hong will serve as squad leader and guide you through this mission. Mo Jiawei turned his head, staring at his teammate beside him in astonishment. Captain? Do your best, Captain Fong Hong. Lucia will serve as your deputy to assist you. Captain? Mo Jiawei stared at Fong Hong with even greater bewilderment. How did he pull this off? He'd poured tens of millions into it just to reach private second class. This guy is definitely a top-tier player. Notice, as the highest honor rank in the squad, you have been assigned as squad leader. Lucia is your deputy squad leader. Fong Hong noticed a faint gaze directed at him from the side. Turning his head, he found Lucia staring back at him, her expression tinged with defiance. Notice, Lucia's favorability toward you has decreased. 2 hours later, Fong Hong strapped on his emergency parachute pack and boarded the helicopter with the team. The cargo-laden helicopter lifted off slowly. Fong Hong had never been particularly interested in the role of squad leader. In truth, the position was utterly meaningless. Once the aircraft reached Songmu City, Buck would immediately take charge of the entire team. Having needlessly lowered a young lady's goodwill, Fong Hong felt this deal was a bit of a loss. Including the pilot, there were 7 members in the squad. Lucia sat in the co-pilot seat, glancing back at everyone. We're officially heading to Songmu City. The entire journey will take about 4 hours. Everyone can rest up and make sure you're well rested. Rest? Fong Hong began to doubt the pilot's competence. He was feeling queasy from the plane's constant swaying. Imo Jiawei had already resolved to latch onto someone's coattails. He was a gaming enthusiast with natural talent for the games he played. At the same time, he was the eldest son of his family. The heir to the Imo family's Chiyuan real estate company. A second-generation rich kid. Imo Jiawei started out practically as a chosen one heir to the family business, and upon entering the game, he drew an S-tier talent. After joining the new server, he was born in a resource-rich farming area. Thanks to this, he managed to stockpile a significant amount of resources early on in the game. He was also extremely fortunate to trigger the Dark Knight Order quest. He then spent a fortune hiring 2 mercenary companies to assist in completing the quest. Lucky indeed. After narrowly escaping death, Imo Jiawei completed the Dark Knight Order's mission. The rewards were equally generous. Imo Jiawei became a member of the Dark Knight Order. But this mission was different. Imo Jiawei couldn't recruit mercenaries to join him. His most powerful weapon was rendered useless, and he was starting to panic. Imo Jiawei noticed Fong Hong beside him, showing not a hint of tension. Fong Hong, aren't you nervous at all? Nervous? Is this your first time on a helicopter? Do you have a fear of heights? It's fine. You'll get used to it. Fong Hong said, pulling a sleeping bag from his backpack. He winked at Imo Jiawei. I'm logging off to catch some sleep. I'll be back in about 3.5 hours. If anything comes up, just kick my sleeping bag to wake me up. Ha! Before Imo Jiawei could react, Fong Hong had already logged off. He had been planning to discuss the next battle strategy with Fong Hong, learn about each other's skills, and bridge the gap between himself and the pro player. But Imo Jiawei glanced at the sleeping bag Fong Hong had left behind. Was this how the top player operated? Logging off, Fong Hong flopped back onto his bed. He casually pulled out the Songmu City area map Chen Yu had sent him last night to examine. There were 2 maps in total. One was a city map of Songmu City, while the other was an internal map of Meteorite Corporation. The Meteorite Corporation campus was divided into 5 zones, A, B, C, D, and E. At its very center lay Zone S. According to the accompanying text description, Zone S had been unexpectedly destroyed during the biochemical disaster for some reason. The other zones each have varying degrees of textual documentation outlining their basic functions. For example, Zone A is the residential area, Zone B is the activity zone, Zone C and D are the experimental zones, and Zone E is the office area. But Zone S is marked only by its name. Could the secret be hidden in the destroyed S zone? But based on the intel Old Black provided, the target this time is the D zone lab area. That's the research facility for the T-virus. Once we enter Matsuki City, we must find a way to get there first and secure the modified liquor T-virus as soon as possible. It was 3.5 hours later when Fong Hong logged back in. He noticed Imo Jiawei still looked extremely tense. Strange. Fong Hong felt a twinge of doubt. He had initially suspected Imo Jiawei was part of the anti-Federation faction. But now it didn't seem quite like that. He was just too nervous. At best, his behavior resembled that of a fairly competent new player. Then why did Old Black assign him to Team 9? The blonde beauty, team leader Lucia, turned around from the passenger seat. Everyone, we've entered Matsuki City. As planned, we'll dock above the tech tower in Sector E of the Meteorite Corporation campus. Please prepare accordingly. Here we go. Matsuki City. The helicopter sped toward Meteorite Corporation within Matsuki City. Fong Hong peered out the window. He saw numerous Dark Knight Corps helicopters belonging to this operation outside the window. Over a dozen helicopters entered Songmu City together. Gazing through the helicopter window at the city below, now reduced to ruins. Imo Jiawei felt a chill run down his spine. It was terrifying. Was this hellhole even fit for human habitation? In his eyes, the place where he had completed his initiation mission for the Dark Knights had already been a living hell. But now he realized hell had many layers. This place was clearly deeper still. Chapter 147, Crash Landing. The city streets were swarming with wandering zombies, and at a glance, half of them were first-stage mutated zombies. Second-stage mutated zombies were also visible everywhere. Several crimson shadows even darted through the alleys. Second-stage lickers. Imo Jiawei's face turned pale. He regretted taking this mission. Why was there such a huge discrepancy when the mission was clearly marked as SSS level difficulty? Imo Jiawei took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. It was too late to back out now. He glanced at Fong Hong beside him. This only deepened Imo Jiawei's bewilderment. What the hell? Why did the master seem so excited? Fong Hong was indeed thrilled. He too looked down toward the helicopter. Holy crap! This city is a veritable treasure trove. Can you believe there are so many first-stage mutated zombies? And a huge number of second-stage mutated zombies mixed in among them. Impressive! Fong Hong clenched his fists in excitement. Those are all survival points. All evolution crystals. A rare opportunity. Joining the Dark Knights was definitely the right choice. Mo Jiawei found this legendary figure increasingly enigmatic. Fong Hong, this mission is terrifying. Yeah, you're right. Fong Hong gazed out the window and replied, risk also means opportunity. Fong Hong, my innate ability is support-oriented weakness detection. It allows me to gather information and identify vulnerabilities in targets. Additionally, I can set up short-term tracking on a specific target. Also, I'm not very strong in combat. Fong Hong glanced at Mo Jiawei. Impressive. That's an S-rank talent, right? In just a few sentences, Fong Hong instantly recognized the immense value of Mo Jiawei's skill. Exceptionally strong support capabilities. Yeah. Mo Jiawei nodded. Fong Hong, are you combat-oriented? I suppose I could be considered half of one. Like you, I'm in the support and logistics field. I'm particularly skilled at gathering supplies. Some players in the game choose to keep their talent skills confidential, but when it comes to combat capabilities during missions, most players are willing to share relevant information. After all, in a PvE game, cooperation usually means less risk and greater rewards. Ah, this is bad. Mo Jiawei clutched his forehead, growing even more distressed. He had previously assumed Fong Hong was a combat-focused talent master. In such a dangerous environment, with such a high difficulty mission, and they were a support duo. How the hell was he supposed to play this game? Mo Jiawei was utterly baffled. Fong Hong knew exactly what Mo Jiawei was fretting about. He chuckled inwardly, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and casually pointed outside the window at a helicopter. Fong Hong recognized this aircraft. It belonged to Bucks Team 9, designated 009. Don't worry. Look, our squad leader is top-notch, a colonel who can really hold his own. We just tag along behind him. Picking up scraps will be a breeze. Boom! Fong Hong's words were cut short as an explosive roar echoed through the cabin. Immediately afterward, the helicopter shook violently. What's happening? What just happened? The members of the Dark Knight Corps were all affected. Everyone immediately looked out the windows to assess the situation. Just ahead of the helicopter carrying Fong Hong, the aircraft designated 009, which Fong Hong had just pointed at, had completely lost control. Flames erupted from its tail section as it spun rapidly, plummeting toward the city of Songmu below. The damage to its tail clearly wasn't caused by mechanical failure. Brother! Lucia in the co-pilot seat screamed at the crashing aircraft, watching helplessly as it plunged into the city below. This. Fong Hong's mouth fell open. He quickly leaned forward to look beneath the helicopter. At the city's central intersection stood a humanoid monster over 2 meters tall. A large rocket launcher was slung over its shoulder. Tyrant? Fong Hong was utterly astonished. A 4th-tier mutated entity, the Tyrant. Mo Jiawei leaned out beside Fong Hong to peer down at the street below. His face instantly drained of color. It's not a tyrant. Mo Jiawei raised a hand to shield his left eye. Detailed information about the Tyrant immediately appeared in his right eye. Fury's T-type. A product created by implanting any alpha cells into the body of Tyrant T-103 mass production model. Once any alpha matures into an adult form, it takes control of Tyrant T-103's brain, destroying its prefrontal cortex to form a secondary brain. The NE alpha internally remodels the Tyrant's body and rewrites its neural circuits. The parasite grants the Tyrant enhanced physical strength, reaction speed, and regenerative capabilities far surpassing T-103's, while endowing it with human-level intelligence. The Vengeance can wield heavy weapons like rocket launchers and rotary machine guns in combat. Beyond its formidable regeneration and enhanced tentacle attacks from the parasite, the Vengeance goddess possesses no other special augmentations. Mo Jiawei lowered his hand from his left eye and turned to look at Fong Hong, his expression bitter. This is bad. It's a 4th-stage mutated zombie. Hold on, what exactly is this NE alpha you mentioned? Fong Hong frowned in confusion. His memory held no records related to NE alpha. From Mo Jiawei's description, it sounded like some kind of parasite? A parasite similar to the vine zombies? It sounded like an incredibly powerful entity. I wonder if I could modify my zombie clone with it too. I don't know. It's information provided by the skill. Boom! Mo Jiawei's words were cut short as the ground beneath him shook violently once more. Not far from the aircraft, the second helicopter exploded mid-air. The shockwave from the close-range explosion sent the helicopter carrying the group reeling violently. Mo Jiawei's face turned deathly pale. He trembled with nervousness. Don't panic. Fong Hong remained composed. He reasoned that according to the game's mechanics, it was unlikely the mission would present an instant death scenario right at the outset. He kept his composure, patting Mo Jiawei's shoulder to reassure his teammate, even cracking a joke. At least we got lucky. Think about it, if we'd taken those 2 helicopters, we'd have been dead on arrival, right? Emojiaway remained silent, staring down below with terror in his eyes.
His trembling finger pointed downward.
Fong Hong, I beg you, stop healing. Fong Heng's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively looked down. The tyrant shouldered its rocket launcher, aiming it squarely at the helicopter Fong Hong was in. Damn it! Fong Hong wanted to slap himself twice.
He wondered if his mouth had been cursed today.
Why was he being so damn toxic? Quick! Ascend! Ascend!
Spotting the tyrant's sudden movement, the NPCs inside the helicopter shouted in unison, directing the chopper upward to evade, hoping to escape the rocket launcher's range.
At the very least, it might affect his accuracy. Whoosh! A rocket launched from the tyrant's shoulder-mounted launcher. Boom! Chapter 148, Base Station.
The rocket grazed the helicopter's wing.
The entire cabin shook violently.
The helicopter began shaking uncontrollably.
The pilot was drenched in sweat. He shouted, "Quick! Bounce out! Now! You've got 20 seconds max. Jump now?" In this critical moment, several thoughts flashed through Fong Heng's mind. His gaze swept rapidly across the city below. That white building. Follow my command. Choose landing points above that white building and assemble there. Fong Hong bellowed. With no time to spare, he grabbed his teammate Emojiaway beside him. Jump! With that, Fong Hong leaped directly from the helicopter.
Behind him, members of the Dark Knight Order followed one by one, leaping downward after Fong Hong.
Wait for me. Emojiaway gritted his teeth and leapt after Fong Hong. Whoosh! The emergency parachute deployed in midair.
Fong Hong struggled to maintain his balance in midair.
Despite it being his first skydive, his high physical attributes allowed him to quickly grasp the technique.
Moments later, he landed steadily on the target location, the rooftop of a white skyscraper.
Notice, you have entered a low-risk infection zone. Your infection index will steadily increase. Reaching 50% grants a chance to enter an infected state. Proceed with caution. Boom! The moment he touched down, Fong Hong heard a deafening explosion. Another helicopter was struck head-on by the Fury's rocket launcher, instantly reduced to scrap in midair. Woo! Several zombies lurking on the rooftop caught the scent of living humans and lunged toward Fong Hong and his companions who had landed on the roof. The NPCs of the Dark Knight Corps drew their submachine guns upon landing. Fong Hong drew his broadsword, slicing through 2 staggering zombies as easily as chopping vegetables, then moved toward his teammate Emojiaway who had landed nearby. You okay? Ugh, I'm fine.
Emojiaway's stats weren't high, so he stumbled upon landing and took a small hit, losing a bit of health, but it wasn't serious. He scrambled to his feet, drew his pistol, and took cover behind the Dark Knight Corps elite. Moments later, the gunfire ceased as the rooftop zombies were cleared.
Lucia looked anxious.
She hurried to the railing and peered down, scanning the area where the helicopter had crashed earlier.
Why was she crying?
Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over.
Fong Hong joined Lucia, also peering down at the city below.
The helicopter the squad had been riding in had crashed at a nearby street intersection. The helicopter was smashed into several pieces, one section still burning intensely, billowing thick black smoke. A dozen silver-white boxes were scattered around the crash site. The pilot was most likely dead. Lucia became aware of the presence beside her. Wiping away tears with the back of her hand, she turned her head toward Fong Hong and said, "Fong Hong, we're in trouble."
MHM. Fong Heng's expression grew grave. He thought to himself, I know. And it's not a small problem.
Fong Hong, our communication devices require a base station to function. All the components needed to set up the base station are on the helicopter we were riding. We have to retrieve those boxes as soon as possible. Only then can we contact my brother quickly.
Your brother? Colonel Buck. Fong Hong was taken aback.
He couldn't for the life of him connect the bald-headed Colonel Buck with Lucia.
Lucia glanced down at her watch again. Sunset is in 2 hours.
We must retrieve the base station components within that time and assemble them as quickly as possible.
Prompt: player completes Phase 5 mission Explore Pinewood City, triggering Phase 6 mission Desperate Situation. Mission name, Dead End. Mission difficulty, SSS.
Mission briefing: your squad came under attack from an unknown source during entry. Your helicopter sustained damage en route, severing contact with the rest of the Dark Knight's squad. Optional mission Branch 1, deploy communication base stations. Mission requirement, locate all metal crates containing base station components 03.
Optional mission Branch 2, await rescue. Mission requirement, find a secure location and await rescue. Excellent. Old Black. Was this part of your plan too?
Fong Hong wondered if taking another helicopter to Songmu City would have spared him all this hassle.
Not necessarily. Crisis is also opportunity. Fong Hong roughly assessed the current situation. The second option for the mission was to wait for death. The proactive approach, find the box.
Lucia, concerned for her brother's safety, turned to the NPCs of the Dark Knight Order.
We need to head to the crash site immediately to find the box containing the communication base station components. Any objections? Fong Hong raised his hand and asked, "Do you have a plan?" Plan? Lucia frowned, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Charge in, seize the supplies, and withdraw swiftly. Fong Hong momentarily didn't know how to respond. Lucia's plan could be summed up in one word. Rash. Wow, charging through all these hordes of mutated zombies to get into the street, then figuring out how to grab the metal box and then running back. You're seriously brave. No way. Fong Hong shook his head immediately to stop her. The risk is too high. We could wipe out the entire team. Notice, your rapport with Lucia has slightly decreased. Then what do you suggest we do? Lucia's tone was sharp. You want to just stay here and wait around? Well, that's not necessary. Let's go downstairs and check the situation first. Fong Hong thought for a moment and quickly added, don't go to the first floor. Head to the second floor and find a room near a window. Lucia immediately turned around and issued orders to the team. Move. Head to the second floor. A Dark Knight soldier charging at the front kicked the rooftop iron gate open with a powerful stomp. The rest of the squad filed in one after another. Let's stay back a bit. Fong Hong whispered to Mo Jiawei as he brought up the rear. The squad entering Songmu City comprised the elite of the Dark Knight Order's elite. Their combat prowess was terrifying, especially when equipped with high-grade firearms. They used the high firepower of submachine guns to simply steamroll through. A single bullet was enough to instantly kill ordinary zombies. Fong Hong noticed something. The Dark Knight Corps' weapons were modified. To avoid attracting more zombies with noise, suppressors were added. The bullets themselves featured specially crafted projectiles designed to maximize destructive force. Even against first-stage mutated zombies, a hail of bullets could still shatter them with ease. Fong Hong estimated that most of the soldiers' entire load consisted of submachine guns and ammunition. He and Mo Jiawei, the two support members, brought up the rear. The group swiftly reached the second floor of the jewelry store. Fong Hong roughly assessed their position and pointed to the tightly sealed jewelry exhibition hall nearby. That room. Quick! Get inside. A burst of bullets shattered the door lock. The group stormed in and cleared the remaining zombies from the room. Two NPC soldiers dragged a cabinet over from the side and wedged it firmly against the door. Lucia walked to the window. Through the window, she anxiously scanned the view outside. Chapter 149, The Box-Picking Plan. Fong Hong, what should we do next? Mo Jiawei was also deeply unsettled. Even inside the jewelry store, the number and strength of the zombies far exceeded his expectations. Let's wait a moment. Fong Hong pulled up the system log to examine the map he'd imported from outside the game earlier. The city's most exclusive luxury jewelry store. Here. Fong Hong consulted the map to locate his team's position. Lucia stood beside him, her heart pounding with impatience. She couldn't wait any longer. Fong Hong, we must break out immediately. Nightfall is approaching. The Dark Knight Order's combat prowess is top tier. We absolutely have the capability to break through. Fong Hong turned his gaze toward Lucia. He didn't deny the Dark Knight Corps' strength. With powerful firearms, they could even take on second-stage mutated zombies. But the greatest threat now didn't come from second-stage mutated zombies. It was the vast horde of zombies outside. The density of zombies on the city streets was extremely high. The scent of living humans and the noise from combat would draw even more zombies to gather. Once dragged into the quagmire of a zombie tide, one could easily be worn down to death. Is that so? Think carefully. Fong Hong's face remained cold as he turned to look at Lucia. Once we leave the building, the zombies will track our scent. More and more will come, like a tidal wave, swallowing us whole. I acknowledge the Dark Knight Corps' formidable strength, but our ammunition is limited. Each of us retained only minimal weight before boarding the aircraft. Tell me, how long will our ammunition last? Lucia fell silent. Her fists clenched tightly. She knew Fong Hong was right, yet she refused to sit idly by and do nothing. Not to mention the considerable time we'll need to gather the scattered crates. Lucia clenched her teeth. I won't hold you back. I'll go alone. I'll bring back the supplies. No. I won't allow it. Fong Hong walked past Lucia and approached the window. He leaned out to observe the scene below. I am now the team's highest commander. I order you to stay here and maintain vigilance. Everyone, stand by at your positions. Fong Hong waved his hand, signaling the squad members to stand by. Lucia clenched her fists tightly. Feeling utterly helpless, she vented her frustration by slamming her fist hard against the wall. Thud. A dull thud echoed. A fist-shaped dent appeared in the wall. So violent? Mo Jiawei jumped in surprise, muttering under his breath as he hurriedly moved aside. He was afraid Lucia might touch him. Fong Hong was also a bit surprised, glancing back at Lucia. Could a single punch pack that much force? Had Lucia's body been modified by the virus too? But that didn't matter. Individual abilities remain limited when facing a horde of zombies. Fong Hong slowly withdrew his gaze from Lucia.
The pressing issue now was how to resolve this predicament.
What a headache! A direct confrontation was out of the question.
The risks were too great and the potential gains too small.
Not worth the gamble. If only Sister Lee were here.
With her perception barrier, she could have just barged in and looted the crates. Now, we can only rely on the zombie clone to fight.
Unfortunately, the zombie clone wouldn't be revived for nearly another half hour. Fong Hong could only wait silently.
This wait stretched on for a full half hour.
As the sky gradually darkened, Lucia couldn't hold back any longer. She asked again, Fong Hong? It's almost dark. Are we still waiting? Almost. Fong Hong stood by the window.
From this vantage point, he could clearly see the wreckage of the helicopter at the intersection ahead.
Fong Hong counted silently in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. SSS. The moment the zombie clone's revival countdown ended, faint magical runes flickered beneath Fong Hong's feet. The Dark Knight soldiers reacted swiftly, retreating backward and aiming their guns at the patterns beneath Fong Hong's feet. Fong Hong raised his hand, signaling the NPCs to calm down. Allow me to introduce my innate skill, zombie manipulation.
Withered, greenish-blue hands emerged from the magic circles.
5 zombies struggled to climb out of the magic circle. Emojiwe gaped, witnessing the summoned creatures emerge from the magic circle. He was utterly horrified. Summoning zombies? So the god-tier player was actually a summoning-type talent? But wasn't the casting preparation time a bit too long?
Upon hearing Fong Hong's words, the NPCs swiftly lowered their weapons aimed at the zombie.
Surprise flashed in Lucia's bright eyes. She was utterly astonished by Fong Hong's skill.
But she was even more skeptical about the zombies' capabilities.
You spent all that time just to summon them? Are they really that strong?
They're decent, but they're better at disguise.
Ordinary zombies outside won't show hostility toward them, making them perfect for some dirty work. So the Great One's summoning spell had this effect too? Immunity to attacks from other zombies? Emojiwe looked utterly amazed, continuing to watch the master's maneuvers. Fong Hong turned back to explain the next phase of the operation to the Dark Knight soldiers.
Wait, those 5 will leave the building to retrieve the crates scattered around the helicopter wreckage. During this process, they may encounter attacks from second-stage mutated zombies.
At that point, I need you to provide long-range protection for these zombies and eliminate the threat directly. Yes, Captain. Upon hearing this, the 4 elite soldiers immediately retrieved their assault rifles from their backpacks.
One by one, they pressed themselves against the windows, setting up their sniper rifles and adjusting their angles.
Considering the noise factor, all sniper rifles were equipped with suppressors.
Fong Hong stood by the window, activating remote control to issue commands to the 5 zombies. The zombies staggered as they opened the second-floor window, then climbed down the emergency escape staircase along the building's side. Until they reached the street.
The street was swarming with wandering zombies.
With the exception of a few predators like the lickers, most level 1 and level 2 zombies did not actively attack. The zombie clones slowly made their way toward the helicopter wreckage. It seemed manageable.
Lucia shouldered a sniper rifle, observing the zombies through the scope.
Her heart remained suspended in midair. Her palms were drenched in sweat from the tension. The zombies couldn't run, they moved slowly, advancing step by step. They encountered no danger along the way.
The passing zombies mistook them for their own kind and did not attack.
But just as they passed an alleyway, a crimson shadow darted out from within the narrow passage. It was a licker.
SSSS-tier.
The licker's speed was too fast.
Oh no! Lucia's heart skipped a beat.
Despite being fully prepared, that crimson shadow was simply too fast. It flashed past her sights.
By the time Lucia tracked its movement, its razor-sharp claws had already ripped a massive gash into the zombie's flesh. The impact sent the zombie clone flying far away. Chapter 150, Taking a Beating. Bang! Bang bang! Even with the suppressor fitted, Fong Hong could still hear several gunshots ringing in his ears.
The brief pause after the licker's attack gave Lucia and the other elite soldiers a chance to aim. Hit by a sniper rifle, it flew backward, then darted back into the alley entrance after landing. All eyes and sights immediately locked onto the alley entrance once more. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, a flurry of crimson shadows burst from the alleyway.
Oh no! Lucia's expression changed drastically as she pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Bang!
5 or 6 lickers charged out of the alleyway in succession, lunging straight at Fong Hong's zombie clone. They swung their claws at Fong Hong's zombie clone. The vine zombies were like lambs led to slaughter when facing predatory creatures like the lickers. They maintained their slow pace, utterly incapable of evading. Squeak! Squeak squeak! The sharp claws of the lickers tore open massive wounds across the vine zombies' bodies.
The immense force hurled the vine zombie clones flying one after another. The elite soldiers of the Dark Knight Order weren't pushovers either. Sniper bullets struck the lickers with deadly precision. Lucia aimed and fired with all her might. The lickers harbored intense hatred for the zombie clones. They swarmed toward the sprawled, flung-back vine zombies, launching another assault. 2 minutes. During those 2 minutes, Lucia's nerves were stretched to the absolute limit. The sniper rifle unleashed several rounds of continuous fire. After leaving 4 licker corpses behind, the remaining 3 lickers fled deep into the alleyway. Is it over? Were they all dead? Lucia couldn't help but lower her sniper rifle and look up to check on the zombie clones. The zombies she'd sent out lay scattered across the ground. Each bore massive wounds. But to Lucia's surprise, after lying on the ground for a moment, the zombie clones slowly began to rise one by one. Those zombies that had suffered fatal injuries from the lickers, and even those knocked flying by the lickers from a distance, hadn't died? Tiny vines sprouted from their torn wounds, and like nothing had happened, they silently shuffled forward once more. Lucia's face lit up with astonishment. Emojiwei, watching nearby, was even more astonished, whispering in awe. Holy crap, they're that tough? Did they put on bulletproof vests or something? No big deal. Fong Hong was supremely confident in the vine zombies' defensive capabilities. A 600% boost to extra health wasn't something to be taken lightly. Not to mention the additional physical damage reduction. In emergencies, it could instantly restore 80% of maximum health. Its movement speed was a bit sluggish. But it really packs a punch when it comes to taking hits. Even the most powerful hunters among second-stage mutated zombies couldn't take it down instantly. That said, Fong Hong had been startled by the sudden swarm of lickers bursting out of the alley. Despite his zombie clone activating the conceal presence skill, it still got targeted by the lickers. Perhaps it was the main god game balancing the difficulty? Fong Hong stroked his chin in thought. Emojiwei silently rejoiced beside him, stealing a glance at the voluptuous blonde girl nearby. Thank goodness he hadn't followed Lucia out recklessly just now. Otherwise, he'd be the one facing this horde of rabid lickers right now. Damn it! What kind of hellish difficulty is this? After repelling the wave of lickers, the rest of the journey proceeded smoothly. The zombie clones made their way unimpeded to the helicopter wreckage. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding horde, they picked up the metal crates scattered on the ground. Then, one by one, they hoisted the boxes and strolled back. 5 minutes later, the zombie clones crawled back into the room through the escape passage. They tossed each recovered box one by one at Fong Heng's feet. Seeing Fong Heng's plan successfully completed, Lucia's heart, which had been suspended in midair, finally settled halfway. She couldn't wait to step forward and inspect the boxes. Notice, Lucia's affection for you has increased. Notice, you have obtained ammo supply box 2. Notice, you have obtained a damaged food supply crate 1. Notice, you have obtained 1 damaged communication tower base station component box. Note, supply crates are special items and cannot be fully placed into your backpack. Unfortunately, only 1 communication base component crate was found. The good news is that the other boxes all contain supplies. Consider it a bonus haul. Fong Hong opened an ammo supply crate to check its contents, then waved his hand, signaling the zombies to keep searching outside for more crates. He opened the supply crate. The ammunition supply crate contained only weapon ammunition. Half the food in the damaged food crate was spoiled and inedible. The remaining half of the compressed biscuits would be enough to feed a small squad for 2 or 3 days. So many crates remained near the helicopter wreckage. Collecting them all should yield a significant amount of additional supplies. Who knew the logistics team had such an advantage? Fong Hong muttered under his breath. He casually grabbed several packs of shotgun shells, a few bags of hardtack, and several bottles of mineral water from the crates, stuffing them into his backpack before motioning for Emojiwei to come share the haul. After several back-and-forth trips, under the cover of the Dark Knight's long-range snipers, the zombies had picked up every last box scattered around the area. Notice, you have obtained food supply boxes partially damaged X5, ammunition supply boxes X5, medical supply box X1, emergency repair tool supply box partially damaged X1, communication tower base station parts box partially damaged X2. Excellent! Now the team won't run short on food or ammunition. After sealing the second-floor window escape route, Fong Hong summoned the Dark Knight soldiers to restock on bullets and food. Lucia hurriedly opened the communication tower base station accessory box and began inspecting the integrity of the base station components. Oh no! It's damaged! Lucia's heart sank. How's it going? Fong Hong chewed on a dry, compressed biscuit as he walked over to Lucia. Preliminary assessment looks grim, likely sustained impact during the aircraft's descent. I can't confirm if the base station is still operational yet. We'll need to assemble it and take a look. Lucia looked back at Fong Hong, her expression heavy with worry. Fong Hong, I need to get to the rooftop as soon as possible to try setting up the tower base station. The signal spreads more easily there. Alright, no problem. Fong Hong set down the compressed biscuit he was eating and gave the order, let's go back to the roof. The Dark Knight Corps once again escorted the squad as they charged back to the rooftop. Fong Hong and Emojiwei, meanwhile, had completely become support roles. Each carrying 2 boxes, they coordinated with the zombies to haul the equipment back to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lucia eagerly opened the boxes and set up the small tower base station on the spot. Taking advantage of the break, Fong Hong handed Mo Jiawei a packet of compressed biscuits. Here, try some. Don't let the name fool you, they're actually pretty tasty. You've probably never had this coffee flavor before. Thanks. Mo Jiawei gave a wry smile, unable to fathom how Fong Hong could even think about eating biscuits at a time like this. Chapter 151, Repair. After a long while, Lucia was still fiddling with the tower base station. She looked anxious. No. Still no good. No matter how hard she tried, the damaged base station simply couldn't receive the distant signal. Lucia's anxiety grew, tears welling up in her eyes. This is bad. Things look really dire. Seeing Lucia like this, Mo Jiawei felt panic rising. His appetite vanished completely. He cautiously nudged Fong Hong, who was inspecting the supply crate nearby. Fong Hong, Lucia doesn't look good. Should we go check on her? Yeah, you're right. Let's go ask. As dusk settled in, Fong Hong followed Mo Jiawei over to Lucia. Things aren't looking good? Yeah, the base station components are severely damaged. I just barely managed to assemble the tower base station, it's barely functional. Lucia kept her head down, her lips tightly pressed together. She continued adjusting the tower's settings. But the current effect is very limited. The base station's reception and transmission power are low, and signal interference is strong. It can only receive signals within 100 meters at most. Only 100 meters? Mo Jiawei's heart sank upon hearing Lucia's words. This is completely useless. A shout can carry 100 meters, what good is that? Thank goodness he hadn't foolishly charged out to confront the monster's head on earlier. Otherwise, after risking his life to retrieve this junk, wouldn't he be furious enough to die? Mechanical repair? What a stroke of luck. Fong Hong sighed, realizing there was some truth to the saying that having multiple skills never hurts. He pointed at himself. Why don't I give it a shot? Saying this, Fong Hong pulled out his portable wrench from his backpack. Mo Jiawei was thrilled. He looked at Fong Hong with excitement. You're amazing. You know mechanical repairs? Don't be silly. We're all support-oriented players, this is just basic skill, right? Mo Jiawei? These days, even being a support player is so competitive? Seeing Mo Jiawei's stunned expression, Fong Hong felt a surge of satisfaction. What he couldn't get back from Cho Yaokong, he finally got back from Mo Jiawei. Just kidding. Fong Hong chuckled softly, patted Mo Jiawei on the shoulder, and walked over to the damaged communication base station. Notice, you possess the skill Mechanical Repair. Prompt, current mechanical repair target damaged communication tower base station. Current damage level, 29% usable reparable. Notice, successful repair may reduce damage by 2% 8%. Required tools, wrench. Required resources, iron ingot 14, nails 17, basic parts 8, stamina 12. Prompt, current repair difficulty, C. Only C-level repair difficulty. Too easy. For the past 2 nights, Fong Hong had been controlling his zombie clone to help Cho Yaokong repair laboratory equipment. Most repairs he encountered were rated AS difficulty. High difficulty repairs typically only had a 20-40% success rate. Later on, he relied on massive amounts of materials and repeated failures to force his way through. After all that grinding, Fong Hong's mechanical repair skill had long since maxed out at level 13. Handling this kind of equipment posed no real challenge. Fong Hong retrieved parts from the emergency repair kit beside him. A long progress bar appeared above his head. In less than half a minute, the bar completed. Notice, repair successful. Tower base station damage reduced by 5%. Simple. Fong Hong performed 3 more consecutive repairs, reducing the damage to 13%. He looked up again at Lucia, who was waiting anxiously nearby. Come try it. It's fixed? Could it really be that easy? Seeing Fong Hong casually tinker with it a few times and get it working in no time, Lucia found it hard to believe his words. The initial repair is successful, but fully restoring it requires advanced precision instruments. The supply crate we found was mostly damaged, and there were no ready-made tools inside. Fong Hong held up the wrench in his hand. If we could find some advanced machinery for me to take apart, there might be a chance of locating them. Anyway, give it a try. The signal reception range should be significantly better than before. Lucia remained skeptical. She walked to the tower and attempted to restart the communication tower base station. SSS. The moment she switched on the base station, a loud crackling of static erupted from within. It really works. Lucia's face lit up with surprise. She discovered that after Fong Hong's repairs, the tower's signal strength had significantly increased. Fong Hong really knew his repair work. Lucia hurriedly contacted Buck's communicator again. Communication established. After several attempts, static crackled through the radio once more. A familiar voice came through the radio. Lucia? Is that you, Lucia? Brother? Are you okay? Where are you now? I'm fine, Lucia. Our team is all right. We're currently in the Whitechapel district. After the plane crash, we secured this area. It's still relatively safe for now. How are you guys holding up? We're safe too. I was so worried about you. It's okay, Lucia. Stay strong. Fong Hong and Emojoe are with you, right? Connect me to them. I need to talk to them. Lucia nodded and activated the communication settings for Fong Hong and Emojoe. Fong Hong immediately pulled out his communicator. Fong Hong, Emojoe, it's such a relief to know you're safe. We got pretty lucky, but Captain Buck, you're in a bad spot now, aren't you? Fong Hong had already guessed the situation. He had faintly heard gunfire and the shrieks of zombies over the radio. This meant Buck's team was still under threat from the zombie horde. Secondly, Buck's request for a private chat was most likely to avoid Lucia. If Lucia learned Buck was still in danger, her impulsive nature would likely drive her to lead a rescue mission regardless of the risks. Launching such an operation in the dead of night would be tantamount to suicide. Yeah, things aren't looking good, Buck said gravely. A horde of zombies is blocking the church entrance and relentlessly attacking the building. We can hold out for a while longer. How's your squad holding up? Overall, we're holding up okay. The zombies roaming the city are too dense for us to get out, so we're temporarily holed up in a jewelry store. We've just finished gathering supplies from around the plane wreckage and set up the base station for the communication tower. Fong Hong made a rough estimate and continued, at the earliest, we won't be able to attempt an escape and seek rescue until tomorrow morning. You're doing well, Fong Hong. This attack mid-operation was definitely beyond our expectations. Our losses are severe. Considering the risks, I believe this mission has concluded. The mission objective has changed. I need you to locate the Dark Knight squad members, confirm their safety, and lead all survivors to evacuate Sungmu City securely. Chapter 152, 4 side quests. Evacuation? We're retreating before it even began? Fong Hong and Emojoe exchanged a glance. No, the game can't be this simple. Fong Hong pressed, Colonel Buck, what should I do? I've noticed the creature that attacked the helicopter bears a striking resemblance to the tyrant discovered during the biohazard incident 3 years ago. But tyrants cannot wield weapons. The enemy we encountered possesses far greater intelligence than a tyrant. I believe it's highly likely the latest product of Meteor Corporation's biological weapons program. As Fong Hong listened to Buck's explanation, he glanced at Emojoe beside him. In a way, Emojoe's reconnaissance skills were truly extraordinary. A single glance could reveal information even the Dark Knight Order couldn't access. After all, only the top players in the game could join the Dark Knight Order. Emojoe picked up the thread. Captain Buck, that's the Fury's the result of implanting any alpha cells into Tyrant T-103. Alpha cells? Yes. They can form a second brain within the Tyrant's body. I don't know the specifics of what any alpha cells are either. This is the first time I've heard the name. The intelligence you provided is invaluable. We must relay this information back immediately. The Dark Knight's headquarters outside should already be aware of our ambush. According to the contingency plan, a small number of helicopters will still be dispatched into the city tomorrow at 2 p.m. for reconnaissance. Buck's voice grew grave. Therefore, before that happens, we must find a way to eliminate the Furies. Emojoe panicked at the mention. He looked helplessly at Fong Hong beside him. Seriously? Kill a 4th-tier mutated zombie? That's ridiculous. Fong Hong nodded calmly. He had already anticipated this. Come to think of it, it made sense. With the Furies standing boldly in the city center, any helicopters the Dark Knights sent for backup would get blown down by rocket launchers. But what could be done? How could they successfully eliminate the Vengeance Goddess? The strength of a 4th-stage mutated zombie was beyond question. This was different from before. The environment in Sungmu City is far too harsh. When facing 4th-stage mutated entities before, Fong Hong could plan ahead, leveraging the terrain to create advantages for himself. As he pondered this, Fong Hong heard Buck continue, also, Fong Hong, there's one more crucial matter you need to understand. What is it? This time, our reconnaissance mission into Sungmu City also carries a special task. Originally, I intended to assign this task to you. But given the current situation, completing it might be a stretch. Fong Hong's interest peaked and he pressed, what exactly is the mission? About half a week ago, while inspecting the outskirts of Sungmu City, we detected an unknown signal source. The signal was extremely weak and intermittent, but we confirmed it was a deliberate distress call. We attempted communication, but the signal quality was extremely poor, making contact difficult. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. You mean there are still people alive in the ruins of this city? Yes. The signal originates from Sungmu City Hospital. While we cannot yet confirm the survivor's identity, their ability to survive in such an extremely hazardous environment as Sungmu City is highly concerning. If possible, we'd still like you to investigate the hospital. All right. Fong Hong agreed. Don't push yourself. Safety comes first. The helicopter scheduled in the plan will pick you up tomorrow at 2 p.m. Time is tight, we must find a way to eliminate the Furies before then. Understood.
Also, regarding Lucia, she possesses formidable personal strength, but she is by no means a good leader. It was precisely because of her abilities and temperament that I assigned her to the logistics team. The logistics team was never meant to operate independently. I never anticipated this situation. Consider this a personal request. Keep an eye on Lucia for me. Fong Hung agreed immediately. Alright. Prompt, player completes Phase 6 mission Desperate Situation, triggering Phase 7 mission The Desperate Survivor. Mission name, The Desperate Survivor. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission briefing, you have repaired the communication tower base station and established contact with Task Force Captain Buck. The situation with the Dark Knights is dire. Buck requests you lead the squad to safely evacuate from Songmu City. Main quest objective, protect Lucia until 2 p.m. tomorrow and attempt to clear obstacles for the squad's departure from Matsuki City. Optional mission Branch 1, rescue Buck squad. Difficulty, SSS. Optional mission Branch 2, locate and rescue other survivor squads. Difficulty, S. Optional mission Branch 3, investigate the distress signal located within the hospital. Difficulty, SSS. Optional mission Branch 4, eliminate or attempt to control the Furies to prevent them from attacking the helicopter. Difficulty, SSS. Note, completion of side missions will alter the difficulty of the main quest. Choose carefully. Communication with Buck is interrupted. Mo Jiawei remained expressionless. Damn, for side missions. Not a single one is reliable. He figured staying put and waiting for death was the most comfortable option. If only he were outside. At the very least, he could spend some money to hire mercenaries for help. But mercenaries can't even get into this godforsaken place. Mo Jiawei turned his head to look at Fong Hong, pinning his last hope on the expert. Fong Hong was reviewing the game logs, analyzing the current mission's difficulty and priority. Staying put and waiting was definitely not an option. Any rescue helicopters sent would likely be blown down by the Furies' fire. The safest bet was to take down the Furies and eliminate the threat entirely. Taking down the Furies would be a stretch relying solely on their team's strength. Considering the perspective of a decade-plus veteran gamer from his past life, Fong Hong concluded the mission should begin with rescuing his teammates. Gradually reunite the scattered team, build strength, and then rely on the combined power of numerous NPCs to take down the Furies. As for the distress signal from the hospital, that might be an extra bonus. Fong Hong pressed his temples. He knew the main god game offered tremendous freedom. Players could complete missions through alternative methods. Perhaps he could find a way to fully repair the communication tower base station and use it to contact the rescue helicopter arriving tomorrow ahead of schedule. That would buy more time. Mo Jiawei, unaware of Fong Hong's thoughts, whispered, Fong Hong, this mission's hopeless. What do we do? Fong Hong looked up. What should we do? Of course, we must complete all 4 branches to secure the highest tier reward. But before that, he needed to gather more actionable intelligence. Don't worry, it might not be impossible. I'll log off and check the situation first. What? Log off? Mo Jiawei froze in surprise. Holy crap! Could it be that the big shot had an offline think tank strategizing for him? Mo Jiawei had heard of similar services before and dismissed them as a scam. Now, in this situation, the offline think tank's advantage became clear. The mercenary group couldn't handle Matsumoto City, but surely the offline think tank could at least offer some advice? The big shot really thought this through. He'd get one set up himself later. It was just a matter of spending a little more money. Mo Jiawei didn't mind. As Mo Jiawei was lost in his thoughts, Lucia approached from the side. Chapter 153, Contact. After learning Buck was safe, Lucia had completely calmed down. She deeply regretted her earlier reckless decision to lead the team into danger. Fong Hong, thank you for what you did earlier. And I'm truly sorry I acted too impulsively. My deepest apologies. Understandable, but don't let it happen again. Lucia lifted her head, raised her hand, and solemnly pledged to Fong Hong. Yes. I promise. Notification, your affinity with Lucia has increased. Oomph. Women. She clearly doesn't mean it. Such promises are utterly useless. Fong Hong shook his head inwardly. He couldn't give her another chance to act up. Still, her abilities were commendable. After all, she was a named NPC. After a moment's thought, Fong Hong immediately laid out the next steps for the team's operation. Lucia, we'll rest in this building tonight. I need you to lead the team in a thorough sweep of the entire structure to ensure no zombies remain on the first floor. Especially the first floor. You must seal and reinforce all entrances. Can you handle it? Yes. I'll see it through. Lucia had no objections to Fong Hong's orders. In fact, she felt grateful. She sensed Fong Hong hadn't punished her over the earlier incident but instead granted her another chance to prove herself. After the sweep is complete, try contacting survivors from other squads. Yes. Lucia turned to face the NPCs of the Dark Knight Order. Move out. Watching the squad begin their building clearance operation, Fong Hong casually pulled out his sleeping bag and nodded to Mo Jiawei. Keep an eye on me while I'm offline.
Kick my sleeping bag if anything happens. With that, Fong Hung immediately logged off.
In the game, the Dark Knight Order's helicopter came under attack by the Furies. The squad's various teams were scattered across the city's corners, making communication difficult.
But Fong Hong and his group were different. They were players. They could communicate offline in the real world. Fong Hong was now desperate to know how the Federation operatives were faring. And Old Black. What exactly was that guy's purpose in deliberately luring him into the logistics team?
Before Fong Hong could even open the game pod after logging out, his phone started ringing. Shen Yu had probably instructed his men to call him around the clock again.
Fong Hong picked up the phone by his bedside and saw it was indeed Shen Yu calling. Hello? This is Fong Hong.
Mr. Fong Hong, please hold.
Captain Shen Yu will take your call shortly.
Shen Yu was nearby, and he snatched the phone in a flurry of anxiety.
Fong Hong? How are you? Didn't get blown up by those avenging goddesses, did you? Unfortunately, I got blown up. I even got a free skydiving experience. I recommend you try it sometime, it's actually pretty enjoyable. You bastard, you still have the nerve to joke around.
Shen Yu's temper had completely vanished. Still, he felt a slight sense of relief. If Fong Hong could speak like this, it meant his situation was still manageable.
Where are you now? At the jewelry store near the northern part of Matsumoto City. Shen Yu, holding the phone, nodded to his assistant beside him. The latter immediately drew a large red circle around the jewelry store's location on the Matsuki City map in the operations office. Fong Hong immediately began exchanging intelligence with Shen Yu. My team is holding up well overall.
We found the supply crates left behind after the helicopter crash and completed the construction of the communication tower base station. However, the base station sustained significant damage. I attempted repairs, but unfortunately, we lack the advanced components needed for a full restoration. We're currently working to restore squad communications. Oh, and I forgot to mention I'm now assigned to the logistics team. After a pause, Fong Hang added, and I'm still the leader of Squad 9.
Captain. Shen Yu was taken aback. But then again, it made sense. Back in prison, Fong Hong had suddenly recruited so many elite Dark Knights.
His honor points must be off the charts.
Wait, you mentioned logistics earlier? How did you end up there? It's a long story. But that's not important now. We can talk about it later when we have time. First, tell me about your situation.
Shen Yu felt a bit bewildered. He instinctively assumed Fong Hong had been assigned some special mission. After all, Fong Hong held an exceptionally high honor rank within the Dark Knight Corps.
Shen Yu quickly gathered his thoughts. Alright, Fong Hong.
For this mission, 2 players from our Federation have joined the Dark Knights, assigned to Teams 2 and 11 respectively.
Team 2 was incredibly fortunate they avoided any interference from the Furies throughout their entire operation in Songmu City.
2 hours ago, Team 2 landed at Building A as planned. Unable to establish effective communication within the game, Team 2 remained unaware that the other squads had already come under attack by the Furies. They continued executing their original plan to search Zone A of the facility, seeking a resting spot for the night. According to Team 2, Team 7, which landed around the same time, is also unharmed and currently exploring Area B of Meteorite Corporation. Team 11, however, faced a grim fate. Their aircraft was attacked by the Furies, forcing an emergency landing near a park in southern Songmu City. Immediately after the crash landing, they were overwhelmed by a dense horde of zombies. Half an hour ago, they finally left the park and found an abandoned mobile phone factory as a temporary base. They suffered 2 casualties, and the situation is extremely critical.
Factory? Fong Hong pondered inwardly. That could be a good spot.
Perhaps they could dismantle it for high-grade precision components to repair the damaged communication tower base station.
After a moment's thought, Fong Hong pressed further. By the way, what kind of mission did those 2 receive? Different.
Team 2's mission is to explore Zone A. Team 11's mission is survival and to find a way to rendezvous with Task Force Captain Buck.
Fong Hong continued to ponder. Judging from the current situation, Old Black didn't seem to have set him up.
His mission was indeed the most closely aligned with the main storyline among all participants, and the information he had obtained was the most comprehensive. But this only made Fong Hong more curious. Old Black must have sent someone to infiltrate this Songmu City exploration team. So where exactly were his people hiding? Why aren't they following along with the 9th Group's logistics team like he is? What about yours? What's your mission? Fong Hong responded calmly, well, figure out how to take down the Furies.
Shen Yu fell silent for a long moment. Are you kidding me?
No, that's exactly what my mission orders say. Also, I've already contacted Buck, the squad leader for this operation.
He's currently at White Church in Songmu City.
He's not in immediate danger yet, but if this drags on, it could get dicey.
Fong Hong considered this before adding, I'd say it's looking dicey. Got it.
Whitechapel. Shen Yu signaled to his companion and handed the handwritten note to a nearby staff member. Inside the tactical analysis room, federal personnel immediately began analyzing intelligence related to Whitechapel.
Chapter 154, Old Black's Request.
Also, Buck mentioned that before heading to Songmu City, the Dark Knights received an unknown distress signal originating from within Songmu City, specifically the Songmu City Hospital.
That seems rather peculiar. Do you have any related intelligence or information? A distress signal? The hospital? Chen Yu remained perplexed. I don't know.
I'll look into hospital-related information right now and get back to you in 10 minutes.
Alright, I'll wait for your call.
Fong Hong had barely hung up before Lao Hei's call came through again.
Haha, Fong Hong, how did your chat with the Federation folks go? Fong Heng's expression turned stern, his eyes narrowing involuntarily into slits. You're tapping my phone? Not exactly.
I was just monitoring your phone activity and noticed you'd recently called the Federation.
Lao Hei chuckled. Haha, I wouldn't dare eavesdrop on the Federation's calls. My life's too precious for that. By the way, how'd things go today? Fong Hong stretched out on the sofa, shifting into a more comfortable position. What do you think? Does it feel like everything's going according to your plan? Don't get mad, Fong Hong.
You know as well as I do how hard it is to get intel on the main quest.
My intel is limited to following Team 9 to get the closest possible access to the main quest. Honestly, you should be thanking me. Lao Hei explained to Fong Hong.
Besides, I wasn't sure if you'd even cooperate with me. Revealing too much would only invite trouble.
Fong Hong pursed his lips. So, can you confirm it now? Ha, it turns out we can work together after all. You should understand my predicament, right? Lao Hei grew serious. Fong Hong, I want to know everything that happened after entering Songmu City. Lao Hei, this time it's my turn. What do you want to know? Pay up. Lao Hei was delighted, bursting into laughter. You learn fast, Fong Hong. I like that attitude. 50 main god points. I want to know everything that happened after you boarded the plane. Deal. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow.
After confirming receipt of the main god points, he swiftly recounted the sequence of events identical to the information previously relayed to the Federation. Old Black pondered for a moment before saying, so he's hiding in the hospital.
The hospital? You know about the hospital mission? Yes, Fong Hong.
I can now confirm that the person inside the hospital is one of the employer's crucial targets. If you can find a way to infiltrate the hospital and eliminate the individual responsible for the external distress signal, I will provide you with 500 main god points as commission payment.
500 points? Is he worth that much? Fong Heng's heart stirred.
This meant that mysterious individual must be an extremely important figure.
Fong Hong, think it over.
I won't force you to take the commission after all. Getting into the hospital under these circumstances is extremely difficult.
Considering our long-term partnership, I don't want you to die for nothing in Songmu City. Fong Hong pressed, why kill him?
I can't reveal much more than this.
All I can say is that this man is crucial.
To prevent the Federation from getting their hands on him, the client believes killing him is the simplest solution.
Alright, I've said enough. Whether you accept this job is up to you.
Also, I'll deliver the intelligence you provided to the client in 4 hours.
If you want to complete this mission, you'll need to move quickly.
The employer has planted someone within this group, and that person will also attempt to fulfill the commission.
Also, the entire operation must be recorded.
Old Black hung up the communication.
Fong Heng's brow furrowed deeply.
The Federation's intelligence was once again significantly behind that of the mysterious employer.
The 500 points were incredibly tempting. But Fong Hong was even more curious about the identity of the mysterious figure in the hospital. Go check inside the hospital. Just as he thought this, Chen Yu called again. Fong Hong, we've just discovered that the hospital in Songmu City is also secretly controlled by Meteorite Corporation. We've obtained the building layout diagrams and are sending them to you now.
Additionally, based on some materials we uncovered, we believe the hospital is also collaborating with Meteorite Corporation on related clinical trials. Our research indicates that within the game's setting for District 8, a renowned leukemia clinical research center is established inside the hospital.
We suspect the hospital's cancer treatment center may be secretly conducting clinical trials for the G virus. Do you have any way to get me inside the hospital? You mean right now? Yes.
Chen Yu recalled the scenes of collaborating with Fong Hong back in Hopetown. A vague sense of frustration washed over him.
Funny you should mention it, we just happened to find the blueprints for Songmu City's underground drainage system. Chen Yu tentatively asked, if it were you, maybe you could find a way to detour to the hospital from there? Sewers? That's a prime spot. Fong Heng's eyes lit up. Good. Quick. Send it over. Fong Hong, stay safe and keep in touch.
A few minutes later, Fong Hong received the sewer map of Songmu City sent by Qin Yu.
Songmu City had undergone multiple renovations, resulting in an extremely complex underground sewer layout.
Chen Yu thoughtfully marked the sewer route from the jewelry store to the hospital on the map.
No problem. Traveling above ground in Songmu City was far too dangerous.
The sewers were a good option, allowing them to bypass large groups of zombies.
Fong Hong mentally estimated the distance. The hospital wasn't far from the jewelry store. If everything went smoothly, it should only take an hour to get there. Back to the game. The number of resurrected zombies had reached 20. Lucia had already led the squad to swiftly clear the jewelry store and was now desperately trying to contact the various Dark Knight core teams via the base station. Emojiwei, seeing Fong Hung online, hurried over to ask. So, what did the think tank say? What think tank? What a mess. I checked in offline and gathered some intel. A portion of the Dark Knight core squads entered Songmu City ahead of schedule. They're currently scouting inside the Meteorite Corporation campus. Another group, like us, was attacked by the Furies. The situation is dire. Emojiwei sighed helplessly. Well, guess we're just unlucky. Fong Hung said, night operations are too dangerous. We'll stay here tonight. You wait for the Dark Knights to reinforce the shelter, then figure out how to proceed with the rescue mission after dawn tomorrow. Seeing the leader handle things with such calm composure, Emojiwei felt considerably reassured. Alright, what about you? I want to go to the hospital. The hospital? Emojiwei was shocked. In the middle of the night? You're going to the hospital? Didn't you just say it wasn't safe to go out at night? It's fine. I'll go through the sewers alone. The sewer? That doubles the difficulty, doesn't it? Emojiwei was even more shocked. Fong Hung patted Emojiwei on the shoulder. Add me on the radio. If you run into trouble, contact me anytime. Chapter 155, Infiltrating the Sewers. The entire jewelry store had 5 floors, including the rooftop. Before heading to the first floor, Fong Hung reopened the supply crate he had picked up earlier. He had already inspected everything inside. The gear in the last 2 supply crates was unexpectedly good. Among them were even a flashbang grenade and a pack of medium-sized explosive charges. Flashbangs were lifesavers. Even the Furies would be affected by it, frozen in place for several seconds. And then there were the medium explosive charges. Its explosive power is 5 times that of a small explosive pack. Considering the potential dangers on the way to the hospital, Fong Hung decided to take them all. Notice, you have acquired Flashbang Grenade 1, Hand Grenade 12, Small Explosive Pack 7, Medium Explosive Pack 1, Automatic Rifle WCX 1, Rifle Ammo 205, First Aid Bandage 5, Medical Spray 10, Emergency Blood Bag 20. Finally, Fong Hung picked up a hidden black firearm, weighing it in his hand. Automatic Rifle WCX. Type, Weapon. Description, a short-barreled automatic rifle capable of rapid, sustained fire with devastating power when the trigger is held down. Minimum requirements, Strength 15, Firearms Proficiency, LV 5. Note, Strength below 20 or Firearms Proficiency below LV 10 incurs an additional accuracy penalty. Very powerful. Unfortunately, Fong Hung's current firearms proficiency level is insufficient for optimal use. Additionally, the assault rifle lacks a suppressor, and the noise generated upon firing easily attracts more zombies. Take it along, just in case. Fong Hung stowed the rifle. With supplies replenished, Fong Hung felt a renewed sense of confidence. Wielding his large machete and accompanied by his zombie clone, he descended the stairs toward the first floor. The Dark Knights had cleared the area thoroughly. He encountered no zombies along the way. Upon reaching the first floor, Fong Hung consulted the map imported from outside the game and made his way toward the employee locker room. According to the sewer map provided by Qingyu, the nearest manhole cover lay in an alley 2 streets away. With his zombie clones still too few in number, venturing outside to confront the zombie horde head-on was far too risky. After much deliberation, Fong Hung settled for the next best option. He decided to dig a large hole directly from inside the jewelry store that would lead straight to the sewers. This should be about the spot. Inside the employee changing room, Fong Hung first boarded up one side with wooden planks, then identified the precise location and swung his arm. Smash! The zombie clones standing behind him each grabbed a sledgehammer and began smashing the floor. Prompt, your zombie clone dismantles the floor. You obtain rubble too. Prompt, your zombie clones are dismantling the floor. Thud. Thud thud. A dull thudding echoed through the room. Without iron pickaxes or shovels, the zombies' digging progressed at an agonizingly slow pace. They pounded away for over 2 hours. The zombie horde had already swelled to 65 members. Clear. Fong Hung heard the dull thud of large stones falling into the underground sewer. He stood up to observe. The floor had been dug into a pit nearly 5 meters deep by the zombies. Fong Hung swept his flashlight down into the gaping hole. The horde of zombies lurking within the sewer was drawn to the light, chasing after it with mournful wails. The sewers beneath Matsumoto City were similarly filled with wailing hordes of zombies. But the situation was still manageable. The density of the zombie horde below was far lower than what they'd encountered in Hopetown last time. It was manageable. The vine zombies' severed limbs leapt one after another from the pit, landing in the foul-smelling sewer. They slowly rose to their feet, raised their iron spears high, and began attacking the zombies within the underground sewer system. The zombies stared blankly at their attacking kin. Ha, a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain 2 survival points. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. The game log began flooding the screen once more. The iron spear dealt nearly double the damage of the wooden one, and Fang Heng's strength attribute had also increased significantly during this period. The monster farming efficiency was a huge leap up from their last session in Hopetown. In less than 10 minutes, the zombies below were cleared, leaving a clean area. Notice, your zombie horde has eliminated zombies. You have gained 3162 survival points, 162 evolution crystal fragments, and 12 complete evolution crystals. Fang Heng raised his hand, drawing the evolution crystal shards into his palm before leaping down from the heights. Thud. Landing, Fang Heng couldn't help but pinch his nose. The nauseating stench hit again. This godforsaken place. Warning, your environment is extremely hazardous. Due to the foul odors, your health will steadily decrease the longer you remain in the sewer, with the rate of decline accelerating over time. Hint, your constitution has been partially enhanced, reaching 20 points. You now possess some resistance to the stench, allowing you to remain in the sewers longer. However, your infection index will still steadily increase. So having high constitution has this perk too? Fang Hengxin pondered this as he hurriedly retrieved a bottle of blue potion specially crafted by Qiu Yaokong from his backpack and downed it. Notice, you have consumed a potent anti-infection potion. For the next 24 hours, your resistance to infection is significantly enhanced. Next, Fang Heng crafted a simple face mask. He sprayed some deodorizing treatment spray on the makeshift mask to mask the odor before putting it over his face. It allowed him to breathe with some difficulty. Testing the mask's effectiveness, Fang Heng commanded the zombie horde to advance. The pitch-black underground sewer had long been overrun by the putrid horde of zombies. The flashlight beam illuminated a central channel of sewage running through the center of the sewer, flanked on either side by raised walkways for pedestrians. A large portion of the zombie clones walked through the sewer. The sewage nearly reached their knees. The zombie clones brandished iron spears, clearing the path of other zombies as they advanced. The group advanced in fits and starts, their progress becoming painfully slow at times. The sewer was teeming with first-stage pus-covered zombies, sometimes appearing in large groups. Whenever they encountered such zombies, Fang Heng had to carefully step back to avoid them. The exploding pus not only drained his health but also caused his infection level to spike dramatically. After about 10 minutes, Fang Heng's health began to gradually decline. The environment's negative health drain effect had kicked in. Fang Heng was prepared for this and grabbed a healing spray, spraying it into his mouth. At this rate, it'll take at least an hour. Suddenly, Fang Heng sensed danger. He stowed the healing spray, halted the zombie horde, narrowed his eyes slightly, and lifted his head to scan ahead. The sewage channel had grown deeper since they'd arrived, now reaching the zombies' waists. Just ahead, the calm surface of the sewage channel rippled strangely. Something was beneath the water. It was rapidly approaching this location. And not just one. The sense of danger intensified. Chapter 156, The Hunters. Fang Heng swiftly drew 2 grenades and threw them toward the rippling water surface, anticipating the threat. Boom! Boom! Both grenades detonated upon impact with the water. Amidst the spray of muddy water, 3 black shadows leapt from beneath the surface. SSS. Fang Heng stared intently at the water's surface. The moment the shadows lunged, Fang Heng's mind instantly processed the information about these 3 dark green-skinned monsters. Second-stage mutated entities. Hunters. Visually resembling frog variants, they possessed flattened heads, stubby forelimbs, and exceptionally thick, muscular hindlimbs with webbed fingers and toes. According to the stored data, the hunters were genetically engineered by Meteor Corporation. They excelled in aquatic combat, their strength rivaling that of the scavengers. At close range, their massive jaws could swallow a human whole. 2 of the 3 hunters were affected by the grenade, their skin torn and bleeding. But almost simultaneously, all 3 hunters leapt into the air. Their formidable leaping ability allowed them to vault over the zombie clone and lunge directly at Fang Heng in the rear. Fang Heng drew his assault rifle and aimed it at the hunter in midair. He pulled the trigger all the way. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire erupted. 2 hunters, already severely wounded by grenades, plummeted from midair. 30 rounds emptied in an instant. The gunfire paused. The last hunter remained suspended midair. Squeak! It opened its enormous jaws, aiming directly at Fang Heng. Its pitch-black maw was densely packed with rows of gleaming white teeth. At close range, Fang Heng caught a stronger whiff of the foul, bloody stench. He took a half-step back, switched to his shotgun, and aimed the barrel directly at the predator's gaping maw. Bang! The hunter was sent flying backward along its original trajectory. Notice, you dealt critical damage to the hunter's weak point. You gained 12 firearm proficiency EXP. At the landing spot, vine zombies swiftly closed in. Layers upon layers of tendrils extended from their bodies, coiling tightly around the hunter. In a one-on-one duel, the outcome was never in doubt. The hunter could swallow a vine zombie whole in a single bite. But faced with a swarm of vine zombies, the hunter suddenly had nowhere to bite. Surrounded by a swarm of vine zombies, the hunter lacks space to dodge and is entangled by countless vines. They couldn't struggle free. Relatively speaking, the hunter's forelimbs aren't particularly strong. Breaking free from a single layer of vines was manageable, but once wrapped in 7 or 8 layers, escape became utterly impossible. The remaining vine zombies began stabbing the hunters relentlessly with iron spears. Watching all 3 hunters become immobilized by the vine zombies, Fong Hong cautiously approached and temporarily halted his attack. He retrieved a sample collection box from his backpack and pulled out a sampler. Despite strict weight restrictions before boarding the plane, Fong Hong hadn't dared to discard the 3 boxes Zhou Yaokong had rushed to prepare overnight. Since we're already here, might as well take a sample, Fong Hong said, pressing one end of the sampler against the hunter's shoulder. SSSSH. A faint sound. A slow progress bar appeared above Fong Heng's head. Notice, you have obtained a live specimen Hunter X1. After collecting 3 consecutive samples, Fong Hong finally closed the box with satisfaction. The vine zombies continued to swing their iron spears relentlessly. Before long, all 3 hunters fell to the vine zombies' encircling assault. Notice, your zombie horde has killed Hunter X3. You have gained survival points X22. You have obtained a Tier 1 evolution crystal X1. Troublesome hunters. Fong Hong realized with relief that navigating the sewers wasn't as straightforward as he'd thought. After confirming the waterway ahead was clear of danger, Fong Hong pressed forward. This stretch of the sewer took a full hour and a half to traverse. He eliminated 2 more groups of hunters along the way. Up ahead, Fong Hong finally spotted an upward ladder. Finally made it. Fong Hong downed another bottle of rapid health restoration potion. Had he not found that supply crate earlier, his stockpile wouldn't have lasted this round trip. Fong Hong began climbing the ladder upward. Above, a closed manhole cover blocked his path. Locked? Thud. Thud thud. Fong Hong pulled out his hammer and tried tapping the manhole cover. This is a problem. With no other choice, Fong Hong had to jump back down the ladder the way he came. The game's difficulty setting for the underground sewers was no less challenging than the surface. There were level 2 hunters lurking, along with the foul odor debuff. Now even the manhole covers were locked. But Fong Hong had a solution. He swiftly crafted several wooden frames on the spot, stacking them to form a landing platform. The zombies climbed up the frames one by one, then all stood on the platform and pounded on the manhole cover. Thud. Thud thud. The sound of hammering echoed through the underground sewer. 10 minutes later, the manhole cover with a full 5000 HP was violently shattered by the zombies. Notice, your zombie clone dismantled the manhole cover. You obtained scrap iron 28. The sky beyond the manhole cover was pitch black. Fong Hong hadn't even managed to crawl out before he heard the howls of zombie dogs echoing from the outside. A pack of zombie dogs, drawn by the earlier clanging, gathered around the manhole cover, howling wildly. Their howls, in turn, drew nearby wandering zombies closer. This never ends. What a pain! Fong Hong muttered under his breath. He commanded his zombie clones to climb out of the ground first and clear the surrounding zombie horde. The zombies crawled out of the underground sewer. They raised their spears and slowly struck down the zombie dogs. The zombie dogs weren't pushovers either. Under attack, they immediately countered, lunging at the vine zombies. Unfortunately, their attacks were utterly ineffective against the vine zombies. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a zombie dog. You gain 4 survival points. Notice, your zombie clone has killed a regular zombie. Another wave of kill notifications flooded the screen. When the sounds outside finally subsided, Fong Hong couldn't hold it in any longer. He poked his head out from beneath the manhole cover, gasping for the precious fresh air. He swept his flashlight around the surroundings. His zombie clones were still battling the zombies roaming the hospital. Among the wandering zombies were several first-stage mutated zombies. Fortunately, the hospital didn't have as many zombies as the city streets. Fong Hong took a few deep breaths before quickly ducking back into the sewer. Using this moment, Fong Hong began formulating his next course of action. Next, he needed to find that mysterious survivor. The manhole cover's exit was located in the small park within the Songmu City Hospital complex. The hospital was vast, making the search troublesome. Fong Hong opened the hospital map for reference. Building 3. Leukemia Clinical Research Center. Fong Hong murmured to himself. Chunyu had previously mentioned that the Leukemia Clinical Research Laboratory at Songmu City Hospital might be connected to Meteor Corporation's G-Virus human trials. With no other leads available, he would start his investigation there. Chapter 157, Random Character Number 3. Serviced Apartment. Inside the room, Lao Hei dialed a mobile number with practiced ease. Confirmed, random subject number 3 is currently hiding in Songmu City Hospital. The voice on the other end was distorted by a voice changer, sounding hoarse. Over a month ahead of my estimate. Lao Hei licked his lips and chuckled darkly. Beyond your expectations again? What do you want me to do? Kill him. And locate targets 1, 2, and 4 immediately. I need to completely eliminate any possibility of the Federation's 8th Division opening a portal. Lao Hei responded with a dry chuckle. My people are already on their way to the hospital, but given the current situation in Songmu City, completing the mission won't be easy. Are your people reliable? There's never such a thing as 100% reliable people. Realistically speaking, it's been less than half a month. At this stage, no one can trigger that NPC's high-level quest. Old Black shook his head. The real concern is the mission itself. With players' current strength, entering the hospital is impossible without backing. Don't drag this out too long. Once the Federation discovers number 3's identity, they'll spare no effort. Yeah, I get it. I'll figure out a way to take care of him ASAP. Only after the zombies outside were completely cleared did Fong Hong cautiously crawl out of the sewer. Pitch darkness surrounded him. Players entering the wilderness at night would trigger a darkness fear state, forcing them to seek shelter inside buildings immediately. Fong Hong roughly assessed his bearings and jogged toward Building 3. That's right. As he neared Building 3, Fong Hong grew increasingly certain that something was amiss with this lab building. While the other lab buildings were dilapidated, this one alone had its windows and doors completely boarded up. Circling around to the side of Building 3, Fong Hong shattered the boards with a single shot from his shotgun. Breaking through the window, Fong Hong climbed inside Building 3. Beyond the window lay an old storage room. There were no zombies in the storage room. Fong Hong tried pushing open the door. The lab building was eerily quiet, not a sound to be heard. Fong Hong thought for a moment, then simply sat down in place, letting the zombies enter the building to explore. Taking advantage of this lull, Fong Hong pulled out a bowl of instant noodles from his backpack and began munching on the noodle cake. After more than 10 minutes, Fong Hong checked the game log again. The staircase entrance to the 4th floor was blocked. After completing their search of the 3rd floor, the zombies were forced to halt. Notice, your zombie horde has completed its search, discovering firewood 32, nails 5, scalpels 4, medical records 2, nail clippers 1, damaged parts 4, bottles 2, syringes 4. The interior of the building remained secure. Not a single zombie was encountered throughout the entire search. Similarly, despite searching for hours, the zombies failed to find even a single packet of food or water. Looks like we're on the right track. Someone must have cleaned this place out and stockpiled supplies beforehand. Fong Hong stood up and led the zombie horde toward the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, the door to the stairwell leading to the 4th floor was locked. Fong Hong peered through the glass window in the door. The other side was wrapped in thick iron chains. Unfortunately, the iron door wasn't sturdy. The zombie horde approached, each delivering a single hammer blow. Within minutes, the iron door was smashed to pieces. Fong Hong passed through the gate smoothly and ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. A faint green glow flickered along the passageway. The emergency exit lights on the 4th floor were still on. He hadn't taken a wrong turn. Someone must be here. Fong Hong felt reassured. For safety's sake, he still commanded the 2 vine zombies to clear the path ahead. The entire corridor was deathly quiet, broken only by the footsteps of Fong Hong and the zombies. The left side of the corridor held hospital wards, while the right featured a row of windows boarded shut with wooden planks. Fong Hong illuminated the area with his flashlight. A corner lay ahead. Fong Hong rounded the corner and saw another gate directly ahead, about 20 meters down the passageway. On the ground before the gate lay a dozen or so hemispherical objects. Shining his flashlight on them, the hemispherical spheres glinted with a metallic sheen. What are these? Fong Hong wondered. Mechanical metal? Ordinary hospitals wouldn't have such strange contraptions, would they? Fong Hong was still puzzled. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The metal sphere began spinning on its own. Its outer shell unscrewed, revealing a dark, gaping muzzle concealed within. Click. Creak, creak. The muzzle twisted simultaneously, locking onto Fong Hong and the 2 zombie clones beside him. This is bad. The hairs on Fong Hong's back stood on end. Realizing what was about to happen, he immediately darted to the side. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. A hail of bullets poured from the barrels. Bang. Bang bang. Fong Hong scrambled away. 2 zombie clones failed to dodge in time, struck repeatedly by bullets until they stiffened, their health depleted, and they fell backward to the ground. Over a dozen metal machines fired relentlessly for nearly a minute. The 2 vine zombie clones scouting ahead had their health reduced from 100% to 20%. They activated the robust physique skill to instantly restore full health, only to be shot down to 0% again. Fong Hong pressed himself against the wall, his heart pounding wildly. Thank goodness he ran fast. Who would have thought we'd encounter such things in a place like a hospital? 2 zombie clones lost for nothing. What was most infuriating was the zombie's prolonged stun duration after taking damage. Neither his block nor dodge skills had a single chance to activate. Not a single skill experience point gained. Fong Hong pressed his temples, beginning to strategize his countermeasures. Most of these mechanical bodies were likely set up by survivors within the hospital. Their purpose was to combat zombies. Fong Hong suspected the machines might detect and identify targets through some kind of sensor, and had mistaken him for a zombie as well. A direct confrontation was out of the question.
He'd already tried that earlier. A dozen mechanical spheres opened fire simultaneously, unleashing overwhelming firepower.
Even a vine zombie couldn't withstand it. He needed a different approach.
Heh, got it. After a moment's thought, Bong Hong had an idea.
He first commanded one zombie clone to stand apart from the others. SSS. The other 3 vine zombies extended tendrils from their bodies, slowly and firmly wrapping them around the zombie's body.
The bound zombie clone still moved. But its movements grew increasingly sluggish compared to before. Under Fong Heng's control, it slowly shuffled toward the corner. Until it entered the mechanical body's firing range.
Bang! Bang bang bang!
Another burst of rapid gunfire erupted.
Fong Hong stared intently at the zombie clone's health bar.
When its skill-robust physique finally wore off and its health dropped back down to 50%. Pull!
Fong Hong roared suddenly. SSS.
The 3 vine zombies remaining by Fong Heng's side swiftly retracted their tendrils. The zombie clone outside, distracting the enemy, was yanked back by a tremendous force. The gunfire ceased instantly.
Fong Hong glanced at the zombie beside him.
Its body was riddled with bullet holes. Good.
It wasn't dead, still holding 18% health. The experiment succeeded. Fong Hong continued to control the 3 zombies, using vines to bind the next lively zombie.
Chapter 158, Victor's Request. His plan was simple. It was impossible to determine how these mechanical objects acquired their targeting ability. In any case, they could detect and attack zombies. So exploit their weakness, limited ammunition, and deplete their supply. Firearms have limited ammunition capacity. Once they run out of bullets, they'll lose their ability to attack. Luring them once consumes hundreds of rounds. Let's see how many bullets they have left to waste. It was still early, so Fong Hong felt no urgency. He began slowly depleting the mech's remaining ammunition. Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang! Bang! In less than half an hour, the firearms were unable to fire any more rounds.
As the vine zombies closed in, the guns could only emit a series of click 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 sounds from their mechanisms. Already out of ammo?
Fong Hong walked to the entrance, looked down at the mechanical body making constant clicking noises, and pulled out a wrench.
Never mind, I won't take it apart after all.
After a moment's thought, Fong Hong returned the wrench to his backpack. These mechanical bodies were most likely left behind by mission NPCs. Taking apart someone else's property would lower his favorability rating. What if the NPCs held a grudge and made life difficult for him later? He passed through the circular mechanical gate. Another long corridor stretched ahead.
Fong Hong felt a headache coming on.
Playing it safe, he still had the vine zombies lead the way. After walking just a few steps, Fong Hong heard faint clicking sounds again. He turned his head sharply.
Not far ahead, a surveillance camera was mounted on the wall. The camera visibly swiveled, locking onto Fong Heng's position.
I'm from the Dark Knight Corps. I received a distress signal from the hospital and came to investigate the situation.
Fong Hong stated as he approached the camera.
Did you hear me? Fong Hong paused, then retrieved the medical records notebook he had collected earlier from his backpack. He swiftly scribbled a line on the notebook and held it up to the camera lens. Click, click, click.
The camera tilted up and down, mimicking a nod.
I'll wait for you here.
The camera nodded up and down again.
Fong Hong breathed a sigh of relief and waited where he was.
If he could make contact, that would be ideal.
He certainly didn't want to press forward alone, only to have his head blown off by a hail of bullets from some mechanical trap that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After nearly 5 or 6 minutes, a middle-aged man wearing a full-body protective suit and carrying a hunting rifle pushed open the door at the end of the corridor.
Fong Hong waved at him, signaling no hostile intent. The zombies behind me are my innate ability.
You probably don't know, but since the zombie crisis, many people have awakened such powers. The man's voice was dry and raspy, his lips parched. I've heard of innate abilities.
Do you have any extra water?
Yes, plenty. Fong Hong pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and tossed it toward him, adding, as much as you need. The middle-aged man caught the bottle Fong Hong tossed him.
Phew!
He examined the mineral water and breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Thanks.
Moments later, Fong Hong followed the middle-aged man to the entrance of a sterile ward on the 5th floor of the laboratory building. Through the window, Fong Hong could see a pale-faced girl still lying on the hospital bed. Victor shed his protective suit and downed more than half the bottle of mineral water in one gulp. It hasn't rained here in quite some time.
Thankfully, you found me.
Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet.
I'm Victor, a former mechanical engineer at Meteorite Corporation.
Victor noticed Fong Heng's inquiring gaze.
That's my daughter, Angel. She's adorable, isn't she?
Victor gazed at the girl with tender affection as he slowly began to tell Fong Hong his story. 3 years ago, Angel was diagnosed with leukemia. To find a cure, I practically took her to every doctor I could find. 2 years ago, I learned that a hospital in Songmu City had established a clinical research center specializing in leukemia.
Hoping for a chance, I brought Angel here.
They truly had the capability to manage Angel's condition. Since then, Angel and I moved to Songmu City, and I joined Meteorite Corporation. At first, everything went well, and Angel's condition gradually improved. But then, rejection occurred, and Angel fell into a coma. It wasn't until 6 months later that I learned Meteor Corporation had injected Angel with a modified G-virus. I knew that stuff was dangerous, but by then I had no way out. The G-virus was the only way to keep Angel alive. I could only pray it would work. Victor sighed deeply. Then the disaster struck. One day, I suddenly received an alert from Meteor Corporation. Due to the outbreak of the biohazard, a helicopter would come to evacuate me from Matsuki City within half an hour. I could leave, but Angel couldn't. She couldn't endure such turmoil. If exposed to a dangerous environment, she would die without a doubt. I couldn't abandon her and leave alone, so I chose to stay with her. I thought the Federation and Meteor Corporation would rush back to rescue us soon, but that wasn't the case. 2 days later, I lost all contact with Meteor Corporation. To prevent outside zombies from invading, I had no choice but to constantly reinforce this place, doing everything I could to protect Angel's safety. Listening to Victor's account, Fong Hang's brow furrowed deeply. This was a father's story. Strangely, the mission objective given by Old Black was to kill Victor. Why? Fong Hang asked, did you send out that distress signal because you wanted to evacuate Angel from Songmu City? Angel's medication is nearly depleted. She has at most 2 months left. Fong Hang's heart stirred. He pressed further, what happens if she runs out? A look of anguish flashed across Victor's face. He clenched his fists unconsciously. If we stop the injections, Angel's body will be gradually consumed by the G-virus without the medication's control. I've reviewed the reports, there's a 99% chance she'll die immediately after discontinuation. The remaining 1% would become something neither human nor ghost, a monstrous creature. Fong Hang stared at the frail girl in the hospital bed, falling silent. Fortunately, he had arrived early. Following the logic of this damn game, if he'd arrived 2 months later, the girl would likely have become a monster, leading to yet another grueling battle. Victor forced a smile. I believe Angel and I can get through this. How can I help you? Thank you. Hint, your rapport with Victor has slightly increased. Victor stood up and retrieved an experiment report from a nearby cabinet. This is information I found from a friend. It's the latest drug being researched by Meteor Corporation, the G-virus cell blocker. If we can get our hands on it, Angel should be able to survive the high-risk period and evacuate from Matsunoki City. It should be found in Meteor Corporation's D-Area Experimental Building. Prompt, you have obtained the item G-virus cell blocker experimental report. Prompt, you have triggered a special mission Victor's request. Mission name, Victor's request. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, to save Angel's life, Victor requests you infiltrate Meteor Corporation's lab building and locate the G-virus cell blocker. Chapter 159, Mechanical Badge. Also, be extremely cautious of the Furies once you're inside Meteor Corporation. Fong Hang raised an eyebrow. It's a test subject created by Meteor Corporation. After the biovirus leak, Meteor Corporation released the Furies. They intended to exploit the biohazard crisis to conduct biological weapon experiments within Matsuki City and gather relevant data. But strangely, Meteor Corporation vanished completely after the disaster. Now, there's no one left to control the Furies. The Furies are still carrying out their final command, to eliminate all humans within Matsuki City. Victor spoke as he pulled a mechanical badge from his pocket and handed it to Fong Hang. What is this? Meteor Corporation controlled the vengeance through a chip implanted in its brain. This badge emits a fixed low-frequency sound wave that triggers the chip, making the vengeance goddess believe you are a Meteorite Corporation test subject. Fong Hang hesitated. What about you? What will you do? An angel? I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Victor explained to Fong Hang. I've already figured out the badge's basic structure. I've set up a simulated signal source inside the hospital, so the hospital area is relatively safe. Under normal circumstances, it won't be attacked by the Furies. Notice, you have obtained the Meteorite Branch Mechanical Chief Engineer badge, Victor. Fong Hang stowed the insignia. Nice. With this item, I can temporarily block the Furies' attacks. This gives me much more room to maneuver when dealing with the Furies later. Still, be cautious. The badge only works against the Furies. Other zombies will still attack you. Got it. I'll find the G-virus cell inhibitor as soon as possible and return. You need to be careful during this time too. Fong Hang tucked away the badge and set aside some bottled water from his backpack for Victor. Just as he was about to leave, something occurred to Fong Hang. He turned back and gave Victor a thorough once-over. Victor looked puzzled. What? To be honest, Victor, have you offended anyone out there? Offending people. Victor was momentarily flustered by Fong Hang's question. He paused to reflect. Since joining Meteorite Corporation, I've spent all my free time with Angel. I rarely interact with outsiders anymore. It's possible I might have inadvertently offended someone at work. Fong Hang nodded.
It matched his earlier suspicions. The employer behind Old Black didn't want Victor dead for Victor's sake. It was likely tied to some game plot involving Victor. Most likely, killing Victor would trigger some kind of special event. Could it be connected to Angel? Like Angel being triggered to transform into a super-tier mutated zombie, causing immense trouble for the Federation? Fong Hong? Have you run into trouble? Fong Hong snapped out of his speculation.
Victor, before coming here, I learned that some members of the Dark Knight Order still harbor ill will toward you.
They've discovered you're staying at the hospital and will likely come looking for you. Consider this, would you like to leave with me for now to lie low?
Victor frowned deeply. After a moment's thought, he declined Fong Hong's suggestion.
Thank you, Fong Hong, but I can't leave Angel alone here.
I'll stay and protect her.
Alright, I understand. Fong Hong nodded.
Then be extremely careful.
Don't let your guard down around anyone. Got it. Fong Hong stopped once more. Oh, Victor, one more thing, do you have any more advanced machinery here?
Victor looked puzzled.
Fong Hong's abrupt change of subject threw him off balance. High-grade machinery? We do have some, but it's in another hospital building. What do you need that for? I want to take some parts from it.
Fong Hong pulled a wrench from his pocket and gestured with it in front of Victor. I need the more advanced kind of parts. Victor glanced at the wrench in Fong Hong's hand and gave a wry smile.
No need to dismantle it. Follow me.
Before long, Victor led Fong Hong to a storage room on the 4th floor.
As the storage room door swung open, Fong Hong's eyes lit up. Holy crap! This is a scrap metal recycling yard?
Fong Hong had thought his own pile of ore was messy enough, but never imagined this mechanical heap could be even more chaotic. The room was piled high with all manner of bizarre mechanical parts. Only the central mechanical platform and the surrounding area had been cleared. 6 mechanical arms extended from the platform. The arms were currently in operation. What was that? Fong Hong narrowed his eyes, a chill running down his spine. A dismembered mechanical sphere lay on the mechanical operating platform.
Wasn't that hemispherical fragment the mechanical sphere guard encountered earlier at the 4th floor passageway entrance? It's a bit messy, don't mind the clutter.
Victor stepped into the chaotic pile of machinery. His movements were unusually practiced.
Fong Hong opened his mouth. Right. Fong Hong finally remembered. Victor was a mechanical engineer.
To be recruited by Meteor Corporation and serve as the chief mechanical engineer for their entire branch.
By that logic, he must be at least an A-tier NPC, right? Could he even be S-tier? Lure him back home? Fong Hong's mind was already spinning with ideas.
To lure Vivek back, he'd likely need to start with Angel. Victor had already prepared to leave Songmu City. But outside, it was already a scene of utter devastation. Where could he possibly go? Where else could he go but his own sanctuary? The sterile ward. Fong Hong instantly understood. Recruiting Victor was likely to establish a sterile ward within the shelter for Angel to reside in. With Victor on board, most of the experimental equipment in the shelter could be perfectly repaired, greatly boosting research efficiency. Victor turned his head from the mechanical pile and asked, Fong Hong? Which model of mechanical device do you require? Fong Hong snapped back to attention. Just some high-grade universal mechanical parts will do. Recalling the requirements for repairing the communication base station earlier, Fong Hong added, oh, and do you have any communication circuit boards? Model A boards. We have them. Let me check. What are you repairing? It's a radio communication device base station used for transmitting and receiving signals. Fong Hong explained to Victor with a wry smile. Our team was attacked by the Furies during our arrival, damaging the radio base station components being transported by helicopter. I managed a temporary fix, but its transmission power is too weak now. It's nearly impossible to contact the other Dark Knight squadrons. Full restoration is hopeless. We can only do our best to repair it, try to expand the base station's communication range, and attempt to contact others. It's a shame Victor can't leave the hospital. His expertise could have easily restored the base station to perfect working order. Chapter 160, Victor's Guidance. I see. It's the communication base station. Victor emerged from the pile of discarded machinery and handed Fong Hong the high-grade parts he was holding. Specifically, what issues did you encounter during the repair? The missing parts are high-grade components and some type A circuit board substrates. I'm guessing the circuit board itself is damaged. Victor nodded thoughtfully. Combined with the communication interference and intermittent connection issues you mentioned, I'd say the base's circulation circuit is faulty. Alright, I'll offer 3 solutions. The first involves direct coupling. Fong Hong took the advanced components Victor handed him, listening silently to Victor's lengthy explanation. I like your self-questioning. Even if I don't understand it, it must be pretty impressive. Then, the next second, Fong Hong froze again. A row of messages flashed across the game log. Notice, you have obtained Type A circuit components substrates 2, advanced components 10. Notice, your affinity with Victor has reached the threshold.
Notice, Victor has imparted mechanical knowledge to you. Notice, you have listened to Victor's teachings. Notice, your insight value is 5. You have mastered the skill Victor's teaching. That's how you master skills? Fong Hong paused in surprise, then immediately opened his character panel to check. Skill, Victor's instruction. Level, C. Description: all your mechanical skill levels increase by 10 can exceed your current player level limit, but cannot surpass Victor's mechanical skill level. Awesome. Fong Hong currently holds level 13 in mechanical repair and mechanical disassembly. After receiving Victor's instruction, both skills instantly jumped to level 23. Closing the character stats window, Fong Hong stared intently at Victor. A few casual pointers and he's already imparting C-tier skills. Victor must be an S-rank NPC for sure. He absolutely had to lure him back home. What's the big deal about a sterile ward? Build it. Bidding farewell to Victor, Fong Hong crawled back into the sewer. Over 6 hours had passed since the first wave of zombie clones had risen. The zombie horde had gradually triggered passive proliferation, swelling to a horde of roughly 100. Fong Hong retraced his steps through the sewer back to the jewelry store. He glanced up at the large hole above, then used the wooden framework to build a makeshift platform. Climbing out the frame, he returned to the surface. He left 20 zombies on standby at the original location, while the rest dispersed to begin clearing the zombies within the underground sewer system. After all, they would likely need to use the sewers again later, so it had to be thoroughly cleared sooner or later. After issuing commands to his zombie clones, Fong Hong returned to the 5th floor rooftop. That night, the Dark Knight Corps members split into 2 groups for rotating shifts and rest. Mo Jiawei dared not log off, he lay there resting as well. Logging off would only make him too anxious to sleep anyway. Closing his eyes and resting for a while could at least alleviate some fatigue. Fong Hong didn't wake Mo Jiawei. He climbed the stairs to the 5th floor silently, intending to use the newly acquired parts to repair the communication radio base station. He gently pushed open the rooftop door. Lucia was still trying to use the radio for communication. Hearing the sound, she turned sharply. Whoosh! Lucia raised her hand, pointing the black muzzle of her gun toward the rooftop entrance. Seeing it was Fong Hong, Lucia relaxed, holstered her weapon, and gave him a slight nod. Her vigilance was commendable. Fong Hong shrugged and walked toward Lucia. What's the situation? I made contact with Team 12 2 hours ago. They're holding up well and recently secured a chemical plant as their base. They'll rest at the factory tonight. Since it's close to Meteorite Corporation, the plan is to find a way inside the company after dawn tomorrow. Lucia spoke while discreetly observing Fong Hong again. I was looking for you earlier but couldn't find you. Then communication with Team 12 went dead. Where did you go? Mo Jiawei said you had a plan to go off on your own, but everyone was worried sick about you. I'm fine. Just went out to find something useful. Fong Hong said, waving the high-grade mechanical parts he'd obtained from the hospital in front of Lucia. Look at these. Lucia looked astonished. You really went outside? In the middle of the night? Lucia, I think you should focus on the good stuff I found. Lucia blinked, staring at the black block-like object in Fong Hong's hand. Her curiosity grew. What is this? Alright, step aside. I'll give you a live demonstration. Fong Hong shut down the base station and pulled out a wrench to begin repairing the communication tower base station. Prompt, you possess the skill mechanical repair. Prompt, current machinery to repair damaged communication tower base station. Current damage level, 13% usable reparable. Tip, with Victor's guidance, this repair is expected to reduce damage by 7% 11%. Notice, required tools, wrench required resources, iron ingots 2, nails 17, type A circuit boards 2, advanced parts 6, stamina points 22. Note, current repair difficulty, D. Victor is amazing. After his guidance, the repair difficulty plummeted from A+ straight to D level. D level difficulty basically guarantees a 100% success rate. Fong Hong immediately began the repair. A long progress bar once again appeared above his head. This time, the progress bar advanced much more slowly than before. Notice, your repair was successful. Current damage to the communication tower base station reduced to 4%. Success! Fong Hong put away his wrench and turned to Lucia. Come on, try again. Okay. Armed with the success of the previous attempt, Lucia felt confident in Fong Hong this time. She sat beside Fong Hong and restarted the communication base station. The moment she flipped the receiver switch, a voice crackled from the tower. Calling base station. Calling base station. Hello? Hello? Base station? Can you hear me? Lucia glanced at Fong Hong with surprise. The voice from the tower carried a distinct static hum, yet the conversation between them was perfectly clear. Lucia immediately picked up the communication device to respond. Copy that. This is the base station, go ahead. Great. We finally got through. This is Team Leader Yulu of Team 3. Repeat, this is Yulu of Team 3. We've made a major discovery. While searching Area E of Meteorite Corporation during our mission, we uncovered a weapons factory. Repeat, we've discovered a weapons factory. Fong Hong and Lucia exchanged a quick glance. He had already learned some information about the other teams from Chunyu. The first group dispatched to Meteorite Corporation had been fortunate enough to evade the Furies' attack. They were completely unaware that subsequent forces had been decimated by the Furies. Lucia, however, remained unaware of this. Lucia swiftly relayed the situation of the subsequent teams being attacked by the Furies to Yulu, the leader of Team 3. Yulu paused briefly before replying. Lucia, during our earlier search, we discovered numerous armored vehicles, though a significant portion were damaged. We'll immediately begin assessing their condition. With luck, I believe we can use these armored vehicles as transport to gather the scattered teams throughout the city. Armored vehicles. Chapter 161, New Side Quest. Notice, your friendship with Lucia has increased. Lucia turned excitedly to glance at Fong Hong, then gave him a hug. This is great. Fong Hong. We found the armored vehicle. Is it really necessary to get this excited? Fong Hong rubbed his cheek. Lucia's eyes sparkled with excitement. This news was absolutely fantastic for Lucia. With the high defense armored vehicle, they could now move freely within the city. Rescue more Dark Knight Order members from evacuating Matsuki City. Fong Hong, I've contacted Yulu. They'll immediately verify if any armored vehicles are operational. Once they locate a usable one, they'll contact us right away. If everything goes smoothly, they'll be here with the armored vehicle to pick us up tomorrow morning. Notice, your 7th ring mission, the Desperate Survivor triggers a new special side mission, Damaged Armored Vehicle. Side Quest 5, Damaged Armored Vehicle. Side Quest Difficulty, SSS. Side Quest Description, after repairing the Survivor radio, you learn of a damaged armored vehicle inside the weapons factory in Area E of the Meteorite Corporation compound. Side Quest Objective, assess the vehicle's integrity and attempt to restore additional armored vehicles to operational condition. Oh no. The sudden mission prompt made Fong Hangxin inwardly groan. He quickly scanned the prompt, instantly understanding the situation. Once the mission triggered, it meant most armored vehicles in the factory were likely damaged. Looks like he'd have to make a trip there himself to handle the repairs. Fong Hong turned his head and asked, what are their exact coordinates? 2713, 8812. Lucia confirmed the coordinates before suddenly turning back. You're going to find them? Fong Hong raised the wrench in his hand. The armored vehicle sustained damage. I need to go help them repair it and bring them some food supplies while I'm at it. I recall you mentioned the food supplies were all on the logistics team's helicopter, right? If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back with the armored vehicle tomorrow morning to pick you up. Lucia immediately stood up. I'm going with you. You? No. Why? I need to protect your safety. Going alone is extremely dangerous. Lucia argued forcefully. I possess enhanced dynamic vision and night vision capabilities. Even in darkness, I can identify various types of zombies and target their weak points for attack. If we encounter extreme danger, I can protect you. Plus, I've undergone specialized training to operate armored vehicles beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Once the armored vehicle is repaired, I can be the first to depart for rescue missions. Oh ho! You've got some skills, huh? You can drive at night? Yes. I can do it. Fong Hong hesitated. The main reason was the current main quest. The current 7th ring main quest required, protect Lucia until 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon and attempt to clear obstacles for the team's departure from Songwu Town. The moment he received the mission, Fong Hong realized Lucia was crucial. If he left her for too long, he couldn't guarantee her safety. Second, it was only the early hours of the morning. If Lucia possessed night vision and could drive at night, they could gain a significant amount of time. We'll need to use the sewers to infiltrate the Meteorite Corporation compound. The sewers are incredibly foul-smelling. Are you sure you can endure it? Absolutely. I can handle it. Alright, one last question. Fong Hong spread his hands and gestured toward the communication base station behind Lucia. Once we leave, who will operate this machine? Lucia pointed toward the rooftop entrance. Him. Is that not acceptable? Fong Hong turned his head to look at the iron gate at the entrance. Mo Jiawei stood there, looking utterly bewildered at the two of them. Just moments ago, he'd been dozing off at his desk. The sudden game prompt threw him into confusion, prompting him to rush up to the rooftop to investigate. Private Mo Jiawei. I need you to immediately learn the basic operational skills for the base station. Mo Jiawei? Fong Hong quickly thought it through. It seemed feasible. Alright, you have half an hour. If you can teach him to operate the communication tower base station, I'll take you with me. Mo Jiawei stared blankly at Fong Hong. What's going on? Did the big shot sell me out? Fong Hong motioned for Mo Jiawei to come closer, patting his shoulder. Learn well. I'll log off to check on the situation. Kick my sleeping bag if anything happens. Mo Jiawei opened his mouth to protest, but a piercing glare cut through the air. Private Mo Jiawei. Over here. Now. Immediately. I need you to master the communication tower base station operations ASAP. While Mo Jiawei was learning, Fong Hong logged off. Rying.
Opening the game pod, the phone's ringtone continued to sound incessantly.
Fong Hong picked up the phone. This is Fong Hong.
Shen Yu's voice came through immediately.
Fong Hong, how are you holding up?
Good news, we've made contact with Team 3 of the Dark Knight Corps in Sector E. They found Meteor Corporation's weapons or D facility in Sector E and discovered an armored vehicle inside.
If we can repair the armored vehicle, we might find a way out. Shen Yu nodded. Meteorite Corporation's Zone E campus? Do you have the exact coordinates? 2713, 8812.
Shen Yu quickly jotted down the coordinates and passed them to a colleague nearby. I'll immediately contact the players in Team 2 and have them persuade their leader to head to the coordinates for rendezvous. But our team hasn't learned any mechanical repair skills.
As it happens, I have.
I'll head over there as soon as possible to assist the squad with repairing the armored vehicle. Shen Yu's mouth fell open.
He thought to himself, how does Fong Hong even know this? This was great news. Their chances of completing the main quest just went up. Shen Yu didn't dwell on it.
He continued, alright, one more thing. While Team 2 was exploring Area A, they spotted a distress flare sent from Area B.
The coordinates are 2701, 8782.
Team leader Zhang Fong immediately led his team to provide support upon seeing the signal. However, 10 minutes later, when Team 2 arrived, they discovered that the entire Team 4 had vanished without a trace. The danger level in Zone B has significantly increased.
I recommend avoiding that area until we have a clearer understanding of the situation. Got it. We'll keep you updated. Fong Hong noted the coordinates and ended the transmission. How could Zone B of Meteorite Corporation also be compromised?
The Dark Knight mercenaries were exceptionally powerful, yet they were wiped out in just 10 minutes, not a single one escaped.
What could be hidden inside Sector B?
Fong Hong muttered to himself, his thoughts growing increasingly chaotic the more he pondered it.
Never mind. No point overthinking it. Sticking to the main questline can't go wrong. Fong Hong decided to stop overthinking it.
For now, he'd stick to the main quest and focus on gathering more Dark Knight Corps squads.
And while he was at it, he'd figure out how to lure that engineer Victor, the one old black wanted dead, back home. With that thought, Fong Hong immediately dialed Liao Bufan's number. Chapter 162, Shooting Action. Hello? Boss?
Sorry to bother you so late, but it's urgent.
Liao Bufan scrambled out of bed.
He rubbed his eyes and picked up the notebook from the bedside table.
What do you need, boss? Get online immediately.
Tell Chiu Yaokong to arrange a sterile ward within the shelter as soon as possible.
This is critical. You must cooperate fully.
If any special materials are missing during construction, contact me immediately.
Sterile ward? Liao Bufan quickly jotted it down in his notebook.
His mind was still a bit foggy. He thought to himself, the boss is getting more and more extravagant with his games.
Got it, boss. I'll relay this to Chiu Yaokong as soon as I go online.
And one more thing, Fong Hong instructed in a solemn tone, this matter must be kept strictly confidential.
Don't tell anyone, understand? Liao Bufan snapped to attention. Confidentiality? The boss must be planning something big. He nodded solemnly. Got it, boss. No one else will know besides you and me. Half an hour later. Fong Hong led Lucia to the first floor locker room.
Seeing the massive crater left on the ground, Lucia stared at Fong Hong with astonishment. How on earth did he dig such a huge hole? It'll take at least half an hour to reach Area E of Meteorite Corporation's campus from here. The sewers stink to high heaven, and the infection risk spikes rapidly.
Are you sure you can handle it? Lucia peered down into the depths below. Yeah. I'm fine. Alright, but be cautious, there are lurking hunters in the sewers. Lucia's expression grew solemn as she nodded.
After giving his instructions, Fong Hong immediately jumped down through the hole above. For the past half hour, the zombie clones hadn't been idle either. They had already ventured ahead toward the Meteorite Corporation compound, clearing any zombies they encountered along the way. The moment Lucia landed in the sewer, her expression twisted in horror.
The foul stench nearly made her faint. Thanks.
Lucia took the black face mask Fong Hong handed her and pulled it over her face, mimicking his gesture.
Hurry up, let's go.
Determining their direction, Fong Hong and Lucia hurried toward the location of Meteorite Corporation.
At first, the foul stench of the sewers made Lucia feel a bit dizzy. However, after walking continuously for over 10 minutes, Lucia had fully acclimated to the environment. She didn't even need medication to sustain her health points. Impressive adaptability.
Fong Hong sprayed a circle of emergency mist into his mouth, inwardly astonished. All along the way, he had been discreetly observing Lucia. His greatest fear was that Lucia would push through the sewer's negative effects until she finally collapsed from exhaustion. Then he'd have to carry her along with the vine zombies.
That would be a real hassle. Now it seemed Lucia had completely become immune to the foul stench within the sewers. But how had she managed it? Fong Hong was puzzled. Lucia had previously demonstrated strength beyond that of ordinary people. Like when she punched a fist-shaped dent into the wall on the second floor. Moreover, Lucia had appeared as the target of a main quest. There was a secret about her. Fong Hong shifted his gaze away from Lucia.
Now was not the time to probe that mystery. Following the underground drainage system, the two began moving forward slowly. Once Lucia grew accustomed to the foul stench of the sewers, she broke into a light jog. Fong Hong had no choice but to cover his nose and mouth, keeping pace with Lucia as they jogged along.
After about 7 or 8 minutes of running, Lucia came to a halt.
She spotted a cluster of zombies gathering ahead. Just as Lucia raised her gun, Fong Hong grabbed her shoulder.
"Don't move. They're under my control."
"You?" Lucia finally realized that this horde bore a striking resemblance to the zombies Fong Hong had controlled earlier.
"But there were so many? These are all your zombies?"
"Of course. The underground tunnels aren't exactly easy to navigate, so I had them clear the passages ahead of us.
Now we've caught up with them." Lucia understood.
She had sensed something was off earlier.
Indeed, how could the sewers have been so quiet? They hadn't encountered even a single zombie along the way.
It turned out Fong Hang's special ability to control zombies had already cleared the path ahead.
But why were those zombies blocking the way ahead? Had they encountered some danger?
A crimson glow coated Lucia's pupils. Through that crimson glare, she could see everything clearly in the darkness. Hunters! A chill gripped Lucia's heart.
What a terrifying sight!
A horde of zombie monsters surrounded a hunter at the center.
Vines extending from the undead creatures tightly bound the hunter. Dense barbs on the vines pierced the hunter's skin. Black blood seeped continuously from beneath the hunter's skin.
The vines, as if alive, greedily sucked the hunter's blood. In moments, drained of blood, the hunter collapsed to the ground. The zombies dispersed, continuing to advance with their spears raised, slaying the zombie hordes they encountered along the way.
Lucia glanced back at Fong Hong. Fong Hong nodded. "Let's go. We'll follow them." After the equipment upgrade, the zombie clones handled ordinary zombies with decent efficiency.
When encountering hunters lurking in the sewers, they relied on the sheer numbers of the zombie horde to overwhelm their foes.
The hunters couldn't withstand the onslaught of so many vine zombies.
But this inevitably slowed the advance of the zombie horde.
After trailing the sluggishly shuffling zombies for several minutes, Lucia grew impatient.
She swiftly switched to her sniper rifle and began assembling the suppressor. Fong Hong glanced at her but made no move to stop her. After all, this stretch was just a stray corridor. The zombies drawn by the gunfire would have to be dealt with sooner or later.
It was only a matter of time.
But as he turned his head, Fong Hong noticed the crimson glow coating Lucia's pupils.
Bang! Bang bang! Lucia landed headshots with every shot.
Following close behind Lucia, Fong Hong drew his assault rifle and tried to aim at the zombies.
Aim, lower the shoulder, relax the arms. Bang! Bang bang! Damn it, hit the zombie teammate again.
Lucia turned her head and glanced at Fong Hong beside her.
Fong Hong returned her gaze, unflinching and unperturbed. "What are you looking at? Never seen a rookie before? You never learned shooting techniques?" Lucia's tone held a hint of surprise. "Put." Fong Hong curled his lip, speaking with righteous indignation. Who in their right mind would learn that stuff? So there were things he didn't know after all. Lucia chuckled inwardly as she stepped in to offer guidance.
"Bend your right elbow, keep the muzzle pointed upward, and rest it against the right side of your cheek."
"Oh? Like this?" "No, not like that."
Lucia walked behind Fong Hong to adjust his stance.
Fong Hong swallowed hard.
He felt the tight press of a stunning blonde girl against his back. When shouldering the rifle, the buttstock should be firmly pressed against the shoulder socket just below the collarbone, on the inner side of the right upper arm's deltoid muscle. Your right side should align with the rifle barrel.
But why did Lucia's instructions sound so familiar? Could she have copied it from the forum?
This body had seen and practiced this technique before.
The result? My mind understood it, but my body. Fong Hong muttered to himself as a line of text drifted across the lower right corner of his retina.
Notice, your affinity with Lucia has reached the threshold value. Notice, you have acquired Lucia's taught skill CAR Tactical Shooting Maneuver.
Chapter 163, The Weapons Factory. Fong Hong immediately opened the taskbar to inspect the skill. Skill, CAR Tactical Shooting Maneuver. Level, C. Effect 1, when performing equipment checks with firearms, additionally increases firearm proficiency skill level by LV10.
When using firearms, gains an additional 10% hit rate boost and 5% critical hit rate boost passive effect. Skill effect 2, after aiming for 1 second using tactical shooting action, the next firearm attack gains an additional 25% hit rate and 15% critical hit rate passive effect, stacks with effect 1.
Impressive. Another free C-tier skill. A whopping 35% hit rate and 20% critical hit rate boost after aiming. On top of that, equipping firearms grants an additional 10 levels of firearm proficiency skill. This means equipping a rifle will negate the penalty to hit rate. Fong Hong closed the character stats window, gazing at Lucia's back with a thoughtful expression. Within the underground tunnels, Lucia wielded her sniper rifle, landing headshots with every shot. One shot, one kill, each first-tier mutated zombie fell. Just how powerful was she? Fong Hong silently wondered. Could she be S rank too? Should he also lure her back to the shelter too? Fong Hong, look over there. We're here. Lucia pointed at an iron ladder leading upward nearby, her face lit with delight. Fong Hong? What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Let's hurry up and go up. Fong Hong felt the guilt of being caught red-handed. He focused his attention, glancing back at the passage leading upward, then tried shaking the communicator in his hand. Mo Jiawei? Can you hear me? Copy that, Fong Hong. I've confirmed your coordinates. The area above you is the underground machinery room of Meteorite Corporation's weapons factory. It's been cleared and poses no danger. Also, 20 minutes ago, Team 2 joined up with Team 3. They're all inside the factory now. Good. Wait. That's not all. Mo Jiawei urgently relayed, just received feedback from Team 3's Captain Yulu. Likely due to the recent signal flare, most of the external zombie horde has been drawn into Meteorite Corporation. The zombies are now attacking the armory. What's the current situation? Reportedly still under control. The armory's entrance is an open-style gate that can't be locked. The team is holding their ground. Fong Hong nodded to Lucia. Let's go check it out. The two immediately climbed up the ladder. Lifting the manhole cover, the fresh air gave Fong Hong a sudden rush of invigorating relief. Lucia also pulled off the mask covering her face. Fong Hong temporarily left the zombie horde in the sewer and headed toward the main gate with Lucia to rendezvous with the squad. By the time they reached the factory's main entrance, Yulu was holding the weapons factory entrance with Team 2. Team 3, led by Yulu, had been remarkably fortunate. They had avoided any attacks from the Furies during their helicopter flight to Songmu City, suffering no combat losses. After landing at the designated location, they immediately commenced their planned search of Sector E within the entire Meteorite Corporation compound and located the corporation's weapons factory. Hello, I'm Yulu, leader of Squad 3 for this operation. This is Zhang Fong, leader of Squad 2. Yulu noticed Fong Hong and Lucia approaching. He nodded to them and gestured toward Zhang Fong, who was directing operations nearby. So many zombies? Fong Hong glanced toward the entrance of the weapons factory. A shambling horde of zombies kept emerging from the darkness. Sensing the scent of humans, they surged toward the interior of the weapons factory. As far as the eye could see, the area outside the factory was swarming with a dense mass of zombies. There was already a large horde of zombies besieging the perimeter walls earlier. They were likely triggered by the signal flare, becoming agitated and collapsing the walls under their pressure before surging in. The weapons factory entrance is open air. After the power failed inside, the open entrance couldn't be closed. If we evacuate now, the armored vehicles won't be able to carry us out. Waiting to return and clear the factory will only waste more time. Yula briefly outlined the current situation to Fong Hongda. Zhang Fong and I discussed it. To ensure greater efficiency in our subsequent operations, we've decided to stay here and hold our ground, eliminating this wave of zombies outright. The zombie horde's numbers are already dwindling. We expect to clear them out within the next half hour. Understood. Fong Hengdatsi assessed the current situation. The zombie hordes pouring in from outside were being systematically eliminated by the elite Dark Knight Corps before they could even reach the factory interior. With the weapons factory here, ammunition is not an issue. With the Dark Knight's capabilities, securing the entrance to the weapons factory posed no problem. His immediate priority was to get the armored vehicle operational as quickly as possible. Where is the armored vehicle? I'll go repair it first. It's in the underground parking garage behind us. Zhang Fong, standing nearby, gestured toward the rear of the weapons factory with his assault rifle and shouted, "Xiao Jing! Take Captain Fong Hong to the rear underground parking garage." Yes, sir. Xiao Jing was a player from the Federation. Freshly graduated, he'd been randomly selected from hundreds to trigger the Dark Knight Corps recruitment quest. He had been busy killing zombies to earn points. Upon hearing the order, Xiao Jing holstered his weapon and stepped out from behind cover. "Captain Fong, I'll take you there." Fong Hong glanced at Lucia beside him. Lucia hoisted her sniper rifle and said to Fong Hong, "You go ahead. I'll stay here and help." "All right. Watch your step." Fong Hong retreated alongside Xiao Jing, heading toward the passageway leading into the weapons factory. "Fong Hong, nice to meet you. I'm Xiao Jing, a member of the Federation Elite Squad." He's one of the Federation's people. Fong Hong realized this, his guard rising slightly toward Xiao Jing. "Hello. Chen, you mentioned earlier that someone from Team 2 might be here. Adding you as a contact would make communication easier." Whether due to personality or not, after exchanging contacts, Xiao Jing fell silent. Xiao Jing was secretly observing Fong Hong. He was deeply curious about Fong Hong.
Initially, when Chen Yu mentioned Fong Hong, Xiao Jing had been somewhat dismissive. After all, he was just a professional gamer who'd gotten lucky with an S-tier talent. In the game, initial talent didn't mean everything. There were plenty of trashy S-tier skills out there. Sometimes, even an A-tier skill could skyrocket after 10 levels of talent enhancement. Yet his superiors had ordered him to focus on Fong Hong during this operation. This made Xiao Jing wary of Fong Hong. During this mission, Xiao Jing quickly recognized Fong Hong's distinctiveness. The attitudes of the two NPC squad leaders toward him and Fong Hong were completely different. This discrepancy stemmed from the hidden reputation points and Dark Knight Order honor points held by the players. Backed by the Federation, Xiao Jing had exerted considerable effort to join the Dark Knight Order. Leveraging the Federation's resources, he had painstakingly completed 2 days of quests just to reach the recruit honor rank. He was deeply curious how Fong Hong had managed to accumulate such a high honor rank within the Dark Knight Order, allowing him to directly assume the role of squad leader. Even the captains of the 2nd and 3rd squads heeded Fong Hong's advice, unanimously deciding to risk everything and hold the weapons factory and the underground sewers. After receiving Chen Yu's orders, Xiao Jing had inspected the underground sewers. The sewers were infested with hordes of zombies, including numerous stage 1 mutated zombies plus zombies. How on earth did he crawl out of that hellhole? He must observe carefully. Record meticulously. Xiao Jing thought to himself as he pulled out the black notebook he always carried. 2 lines of small text already filled the notebook. Target may possess clone-type abilities. Caution advised. Target holds an exceptionally high honor rank within the Dark Knight Order. Close observation required. He added another line. The target can navigate sewers densely infested with zombies. Close observation is required. Chapter 164, The Pursuer. Soon, Xiao Jing led Fong Hong to the underground parking garage. Nearly 20 bulletproof armored vehicles were parked inside. All the armored vehicles are here. We just inspected them. Only one is barely drivable, and its steering wheel is a bit wonky. Got it. Fong Hong replied. He casually selected an armored vehicle parked by the curb and approached it for a closer look. Notice, skill detected mechanical repair. Notice, current mechanical unit requiring repair. Damaged armored vehicle. Current damage level, 43% unusable reparable. Fong Hong pulled a wrench from his backpack and scanned the surroundings once more. With so many armored vehicles parked in the lot, piecing parts together from one to repair another should make it possible to cobble together 5 fully functional armored vehicles. Unfortunately, the armored vehicles were far too heavy to fit into his backpack for transport back to the shelter. Noticing Fong Hong's hesitation, Xiao Jing asked, "Is something troubling you? Repairing them shouldn't be too difficult, but I'll need some time. You go outside and help out. It won't interfere with your quest grinding," Fong Hong said, waving his hand to signal several zombie clones to come provide support. Xiao Jing couldn't help but wonder if Fong Hong was deliberately sending him away. "It's fine. I'll stay here and keep watch. Call me if you need any help." "All right." Fong Hong shrugged, swung the wrench in his hand, and began working on the armored vehicle. Having Federation personnel nearby was troublesome. For now, Fong Hong didn't want to directly expose his zombie clone ability in front of the Federation personnel. Unlike ordinary people like Emojiawei, the Federation could analyze more details from the zombie clone's actions. Though Fong Hong suspected that with the Federation's capabilities, they would likely figure out his abilities soon. They might even have a rough idea already. Xiao Jing was indeed observing Fong Hong at that moment. Seeing a 1-minute progress bar appear above Fong Hong's head, Xiao Jing's heart skipped another beat. Impressive. In fact, Xiao Jing had recently purchased and studied repair techniques through the Federation. But he'd been too busy grinding Dark Knight Guild quests lately to spare enough stamina or time to level up his skills. He had previously attempted to repair an armored vehicle using his level 1 mechanical repair skill. Each repair attempt consumed a 7-minute progress bar, with a repair difficulty rating of SSS. It was practically an impossible task. Given that the game had only been out for half a month, it was already remarkable for a regular solo player to have learned the mechanical repair skill, let alone having the capability to repair late-game combat vehicles like armored cars. This meant Fong Hong's repair skill level was exceptionally high. This matter also needs to be documented and reported to higher-ups, Xiao Jing thought, opening his black notebook and jotting down a note. Target possesses exceptionally high mechanical repair proficiency. Personal assessment suggests he may have advanced innate mechanical aptitude, contradicting intelligence provided by Chen Yu. Requires close observation. Fong Hong sensed something. He glanced up at Xiao Jing, who was bent over his notebook. What was he writing in that notebook? Fong Hong found Xiao Jing a bit peculiar. Who in their right mind carries a notebook around like that? Shaking his head, Fong Hong returned to his repairs. Notice, you have completed the current repair. Armored vehicle damage reduced by 7%. Each repair took over a minute. Too slow. At this rate, it might not even be finished by tomorrow morning. He needed to find a way to distract Xiao Jing. Fong Hong was pondering how to distract Xiao Jing. Just then, a thunderous explosion echoed from the entrance of the weapons factory. Xiao Jing whipped his head around, staring toward the weapons factory. Fang Hong sensed his chance and immediately said, "You go check on the situation. I'll stay here and continue the repairs." "All right." Such a loud disturbance unsettled Xiao Jing too. He nodded and immediately returned to the entrance of the weapons factory to investigate. This made things much easier. Fang Hong breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the game log and began controlling his zombie clones. But before he could command them to emerge from the underground passage, the survival radio broadcast an urgent message. "Notice, you have received an urgent communication from the survival radio." Fang Hong opened the communication to check. "Xiao Jing, trouble. It's the Furies. Watch out." "The Furies?" Fang Hong froze. Oh no. Though he possessed the badge, he feared no Furies. But what about those Dark Knight soldiers? Oh no. Lucia was still there. Fang Hong realized something was terribly wrong. Lucia was the key figure in the mission. If she died, the entire main quest would be deemed a failure. Troublesome woman. Fang Hong abandoned all thoughts of the armored vehicle and sprinted toward the entrance of the weapons factory. Just as he feared, after taking a few steps forward, Lucia's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. "Fang Hong, the Vengeance Goddess is attacking the weapons factory. Fix the armored vehicle as quickly as possible. I'll try to hold her off for a bit." "Hold off the Vengeance Goddess? Lucia, you reckless fool. Staying alive is more important than anything else." Fang Hong's heart raced as he shouted into the radio. "Fang Hong, no, Lucia. Find a way out. Don't engage the Vengeance Goddess." "Fang Hong, hey? Lucia. Lucia?" The walkie-talkie remained silent. Pretending not to hear? Fang Hong felt he understood Lucia's character a bit better now. He quickened his pace toward the weapons factory entrance. "Emojiawe, Fang Hong? Lucia? Can you hear me? Emojiawe, sorry for suddenly joining the group chat. Emojiawe, I previously used my innate skill to scout the Furies. They exist in multiple form stages, and this is their first form. Emojiawe, the weak points in the first stage are the head and the area where the parasite is embedded in the left shoulder. Emojiawe, additionally, its most vulnerable spot is the back of its neck, the location where the Furies were injected within the alpha cells. Any attack there will inflict severe damage." "Lucia, got it." Fang Hong opened his mouth. "Holy crap. You can hear the comms now? No more pretending? Showing your hand?" Fang Hong had just reached the entrance of the weapons factory. Another deafening explosion. Boom! The deafening roar exploded right beside his ears, causing Fang Hong to stumble backward. He looked up. The factory was engulfed in raging flames. The Furies, shoulder-firing rocket launchers, advanced step by step, relentlessly firing rockets into the depths of the weapons factory. Members of the Dark Knight Order scattered behind various shelters, firing shots in an attempt to halt the avenging goddess's advance. "That's..." Fang Hong's eyelid twitched. Whoosh! Lucia had somehow maneuvered onto the second-floor platform of the factory. Seizing the moment when the Furies finished firing their rocket launchers, she seized the opportunity and leapt down from the height. Her dagger plunged deep into the Fury's neck. Chapter 165, Conviction. Growling. A knife pierced the back of her neck, and the vengeful goddess let out a pain howl. Severely wounded, he knelt on one knee, struggling to keep himself from collapsing. Lucia stabilized her stance, planting her entire weight on the Avenger's spine. She switched to her assault rifle, pressing the muzzle against the Vengeance Goddess's nape. Bang! Bang bang! Purple blood spattered as the gunfire echoed. The Avenger struggled violently, suddenly reaching out with his right hand to grab Lucia from behind and fling her forward with brutal force. Thud! Lucia's body flew through the air, crashing heavily into a nearby metal machine with a dull thud. Her entire body ached as if it were falling apart. Is Lucia really this strong? Could she actually go toe-to-toe with the Vengeance Goddess? Fang Hong glanced at Lucia, then back at the vengeful goddess. The vengeful goddess appeared to have suffered severe injuries, still propping herself up with one hand on the ground, her expression twisted in agony. Quick! Fire! The Dark Knight mercenaries scattered throughout the factory seized the moment, simultaneously pulling triggers and unleashing a barrage of fire upon the Vengeance Goddess. The Vengeance Goddess reached forward once more. Her entire right hand snapped cleanly in half, fragmenting into a mass of swollen tentacles. The tentacles intertwined and tangled, forming a protective net in front of her, deflecting most of the incoming bullets. The Goddess of Vengeance slowly rose to her feet, raising the rocket launcher in her left hand once more. The rocket launcher slowly shifted, aiming at the recently wounded Lucia. Lucia's pupils dilated instantly. She sensed the murderous intent emanating from the Vengeance Goddess. But she couldn't stand up. What should she do?
Lucia's mind went blank. Just then, Lucia saw a figure darting out from the side. Fong Hong stepped forward, blocking her path. Fong Hong, move aside. Don't stand there. Xiao Jing shouted. His mind screamed. Fong Hong must be out of his mind. For an NPC? Blocking a rocket with his bare body? Though players do have 3 respawns. But this is absolutely insane. Are you risking your life just to boost your affinity rating? The other Dark Knight members had no time to worry about Fong Hong. A hail of bullets poured down upon the Vengeance Goddess, attempting to halt his assault. The next second, to Xiao Jing's utter astonishment, the Goddess of Vengeance halted. He froze in place for a full half-second. Then, the Goddess of Vengeance slowly lowered her gun barrel. Xiao Jing froze. What was going on? He instinctively reached into his pocket for his notebook. Target, did he actually scare the Avenger? No. Cross it all out. What should I write? Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing heard Captain Zhang Fong calling his name and looked up. The avenging goddess had already aimed her rocket launcher at the area where he stood. Damn it. Xiao Jing couldn't help but curse inwardly, clutching his notebook tightly as he leapt aside. Lucia stared blankly at Fong Hong, who had shielded her. Having just narrowly escaped death, she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. Fong Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he made it in time. The main quest is saved. Victor's insignia saved my life. Even now, Fong Hong's heart was still pounding wildly. He was profoundly grateful he'd rushed to the hospital first, securing the crucial quest item ahead of time. Lucia realized for the first time that even her voice was trembling. Thank you, thank you. Let's go. Fong Hong pulled Lucia up from the ground and dashed toward the small door they had come through earlier. Simultaneously, he activated his walkie-talkie to inquire. Fong Hong, Emojiawei, do you read? How many forms does the Vengeance Goddess possess? Emojiawei, unclear. The reconnaissance spell only identified this as the first form of the Vengeance Goddess. I've deduced he possesses multiple forms. Fong Hong swiftly assessed the relative strengths of both sides. Could they kill the Vengeance Goddess in their current state? No way. The Vengeance Goddess's greatest advantage lies in its formidable regenerative capabilities fueled by any alpha cells. Under existing conditions, eliminating it without prior strategic preparation is utterly impossible. What to do? Since we can't take on the vengeful goddess, our first priority is to find a way to escape. Exactly. Escape first. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Fong Hong felt no psychological burden about making a run for it. The main quest only required protecting Lucia. Halfway through dragging Lucia away, Fong Hong noticed she had stopped moving behind him. Fong Hong turned to look at Lucia. Fong Hong, I'll distract the Furies. Are you crazy? Lucia shook her head. I've thought this through carefully. The armored vehicle left here is our best hope right now. I'm the only one here with night vision. I'm the only one who stands a chance of surviving after luring him away. Earlier, I saw an undamaged motorcycle in the weapons factory. I can figure out how to ride it away and shake off the Furies. Lucia stared at Fong Hong, her blue eyes flashing with an unyielding resolve. I can sense that the Vengeance Goddess harbors a particular hatred toward me. She might be chasing after me specifically. The Furies were after Lucia? Fong Hong's mind raced with possibilities. If that's the case, then the main quest requiring him to protect Lucia might make sense? Trust me, Fong Hong. I can do this. I will come back alive. Let Lucia take risks? Absolutely not. It's far too dangerous. Fong Hong said firmly, no. Listen to me. You absolutely cannot die. Lucia froze upon hearing Fong Hong's words. Fong Hong thought to himself, this mission is seriously messed up. I've worked my ass off just to reach the 7th stage of this mission. And you go and throw it all away? What's the point of this? Fong Hong tried to forcefully stop Lucia, but unexpectedly, another game prompt flashed across his retina. Notice, your affinity with Lucia has reached the threshold value. Notice, you have triggered Lucia's special belief. Mission name, Lucia's conviction. Mission description, assist Lucia in executing her plan, or devise a superior battle strategy and persuade Lucia to join you in its execution. Mission reward? Lucia flashed a warm smile. Thank you, Fong Hong. You're the one who cares most about me, aside from my brother. Lucia drew closer to Fong Hong and gave him a light peck on the cheek. I'll survive. I promise. Fong Hong touched his cheek. He froze for a moment. Lucia turned resolutely and sprinted back the way she came. Damn it. This damn mission. Thud. Fong Hong vented his frustration by punching the wall beside him. This was a game quest forcing Lucia to cooperate was pointless. He had to find a way to resolve this mess. Fong Hong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He walked toward the factory entrance while activating his communicator. Chapter 166, Luring Away. Fong Hong, hello? Emojiawei, are you listening? Emojiawei, I've been listening the whole time, boss. Mo Jiawei had been listening intently the entire time. That big shot he called out, it was pure and heartfelt. Mo Jiawei thought to himself, this is insane. Even in a crisis like this, he could still crack jokes with Lucia and rake in all the bro points. No wonder they call him the master. Could just anyone pull off a move like that? The legend has truly mastered this game. Mo Jiawei, master, what are your orders? Fang Hong, how many Dark Knight core teams have been contacted so far? Do we have their exact locations? Mo Jiawei, 7 squads so far. They're positioned at. Fang Hong and Mo Jiawei swiftly cross-referenced the map data, their minds racing. Assuming Lucia's plan succeeded and she managed to leave the weapons factory with the Furies. What are the odds she could successfully shake off the Furies? Very low. First, the Vengeance Goddess isn't like ordinary zombies. It possesses partial intelligence. This means it can run as fast as a human. Moreover, its zombified physiology grants it fatigue resistance. The virus's enhancement effects even allow the Vengeance Goddess to outrun ordinary humans. Even riding a motorcycle, Lucia would struggle to shake off the Vengeance Goddess in the short term. And now the streets are swarming with zombies. If Lucia encounters a large horde, her escape route will be blocked, slowing her down. She would inevitably be caught by the Avenger. To escape successfully, she must plan her escape route first. Fang Hong pulled out his communicator again, add Teen 2 Xiaojing to the group channel. Mo Jiawei, got it, hold on. Mo Jiawei, hello? Xiaojing? Can you hear me? Xiaojing, copy that. Fang Hong, Xiaojing, this is Fang Hong. What's your situation? Xiaojing had just been caught in the blast wave from the Fury's rocket launcher, sustaining minor injuries. He had taken cover nearby and bandaged his wounds. He was utterly baffled by Fang Heng's earlier act of shielding himself with his own body against the rocket launcher. What he never could have imagined was that the Furies had actually ceased their attacks. The target appears to harbor special feelings toward a specific NPC, even risking life to save them. Suspected hidden motives warrant thorough investigation. The vengeful goddess hesitated for unknown reasons just as she was about to kill the target. It is suspected that the target may possess more powerful innate abilities, requiring focused analysis. Record. Must document this immediately and report to superiors upon mission completion. Xiaojing, it's manageable, but the Dark Knight Order is in dire straits right now. We can't withstand the Vengeance Goddess's assault. Fang Hong, what about outside? Do you know the zombie situation inside the complex? Xiaojing, scouted an hour ago. The Meteorite Corporation compound remains relatively secure overall. Zombie density here isn't as high as in the city. Xiaojing, moreover, most zombies are currently drawn toward the weapons factory and the signal flares from Zone B. I estimate the number of roaming zombies should be even lower. Fang Hong, Lucia, did you hear that? There are fewer zombies inside the factory. After drawing the Vengeance Goddess's attention, keep circling him within the compound. Under no circumstances leave the Meteorite Corporation grounds. Lucia, roger that. Fang Hong hurried to the factory entrance. Furies was wreaking havoc. It unleashed relentless fire from its rocket launcher. The Dark Knight members weren't pushovers either. They moved with agile precision, weaving through the chaos to evade attacks. Despite this, many were still caught in the rocket blast and wounded. Fall back. Find a way to hold him off. Yulu organized his squad to retreat in an orderly fashion, using cover to launch counterattacks and slow down the Fury's advance. Why can't we kill this damn thing? Even when aiming for its weak point, the damage inflicted on the Vengeance Goddess remained minimal. Whoosh! Bang! An enhanced armor-piercing round struck the Vengeance Goddess precisely in the back of the neck. Purple blood spurted out. Roar! Severely wounded, the Goddess of Vengeance let out an agonized howl. She staggered, then whipped her head around to look behind her. It was Lucia. Lucia had somehow maneuvered to the entrance gate of the weapons factory, hiding behind cover. A black sniper rifle was raised in her hands. Bang! Another bullet fired, striking the Fury's throat with pinpoint accuracy. Roar! Struck repeatedly, the Vengeance Goddess raised her rocket launcher toward Lucia's approximate position and fired another rocket. Lucia, prepared for this, darted swiftly to the side. Boom! Despite her evasion, Lucia was still caught in the blast's shockwave mid-air, crashing to the ground. She rolled several times on the ground, then gritted her teeth against the pain to climb onto the motorcycle parked nearby. Glancing back at the Vengeance Goddess, Lucia immediately revved the engine and sped toward the weapons factory exit. The Vengeance Goddess lifted her head, watching the direction Lucia fled. He took long strides to give chase. As the gap between them widened, the Avenger's strides lengthened until he broke into a full sprint. He tossed aside the rocket launcher in his hand and sprinted forward with all his might. What astonished the Dark Knight members even more was that the Avenging Goddess's top speed on foot was barely slower than Lucia on her motorcycle. Fang Hong witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines. Success! The vengeful goddess did indeed harbor an extra measure of hatred toward Lucia. But Fang Hong still frowned deeply. Lucia had accomplished the first step, luring the vengeful goddess away. Now she needed to figure out how to handle the aftermath. Circling endlessly within the park wasn't a viable solution. Once fuel ran out or an accident occurred along the way, she'd still be caught by the Furies. He had to find a way to shake the Furies for good. Fong Hong opened the map, scanning the surrounding terrain for any exploitable features. Ha! A chemical plant? Fong Hong quickly located the chemical plants situated outside the Meteorite Corporation complex. He recalled Lucia mentioning not long ago that the Dark Knight Corps' 12th Squad was currently stationed at the chemical plant. That chemical plant was also an asset belonging to Meteorite Corporation. It was very close to the Meteorite Corporation compound. Fong Hong realized something. He opened the sewer map again and compared the two maps side by side. Got it. A plan began to take shape. Fong Hong clenched his fist tightly. If everything went smoothly, he could even take care of the Furies himself. But executing this plan alone wouldn't be enough. Fong Hong turned his head. Team 2 and Team 3, led by Yilu, were gathering the Dark Knight Corps members and assisting in treating the wounded. Fong Hong stepped forward and said in a solemn voice, Captain Yu, Captain Zhang, I need your help. The two exchanged a glance. Chapter 167, Strategy. The strategy Fong Hong devised this time was remarkably simple. Have Lucia lure the Furies to the chemical plant. Then, using the factory's highly flammable and explosive raw materials, blow up the entire chemical plant along with the Goddess of Vengeance. Though this approach would have consequences. The massive explosion in flames would draw even more zombie hordes toward the inner areas of Meteorite Corporation's compound, exposing them to further attacks from the undead. But Fong Hong had no time to dwell on such details. Time was running out, and this was the best solution he could think of. Upon hearing Fong Hong's plan, Yula frowned and asked, Fong Hong, I have a question. How will Lucia's safety be guaranteed? Don't worry. I'll make arrangements beforehand to ensure her safety. Yu Lu and Zhang Fong exchanged glances, seemingly seeking each other's approval. A row of game prompts flashed beneath Fong Hong's retinas. Prompt, Judging. Evaluating current player's Dark Knight Order honor rank, current player's affinity, current player's reputation. Prompt, Judgment successful. Dark Knight Core Groups 2 and 3 approve your actions and will temporarily follow your commands. Yu Lu nodded. Alright, no time to waste. Captain Fong Hong, what do you need us to do? With the cooperation of two captains secured, Fong Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Most crucially, I need you to immediately clear a path between the residential complex and the chemical plant. Ensure Lucia's safety afterward. The sooner, the better. Understood. Yula nodded and waved his hand. Team 3. Follow me. Team 2 Captain Zhang Fong asked, what about me? You lead your team ahead to the chemical plant to rendezvous with Squad 12. Pre-deploy your forces to secure the plant's terrain. I'll join you shortly after completing my own preparations. Roger that. After receiving their orders, the team members immediately split up and headed in different directions. Fong Hong took a deep breath and nodded to Xiao Jing. You'll operate with Team 2. Maintain constant communication. Got it. Be careful. Xiao Jing felt a newfound respect for Fong Hong. Beyond those textbook-defying monster maneuvers earlier, he truly possessed some skill. To devise a viable plan in such a short time and convince Teams 2 and 3 to assist him. He clearly remembered how much effort it took to persuade Zhang Fong, the leader of Team 2, to come to the weapons factory for the rendezvous. He practically wore out his lips talking. As he caught up with Team 2, Xiao Jing pulled out his black notebook to jot down notes. Target is a dangerous individual. Just risked life to save an NPC, now intends to use it as bait to lure the vengeful goddess into a trap. May exhibit antisocial tendencies. Requires close monitoring. The target demonstrates exceptional execution skills, responding to emergencies with remarkable composure and speed. Extremely dangerous. Thorough background investigation recommended. Watching the Dark Knight Corps members charge out of the weapons factory compound, guns drawn. Fong Hong spun on his heel and hurried back into the armory, leaping into the sewer system. The sewer system also connected to the chemical plant outside Meteorite Corporation. During the planning phase, Fong Hong had already deployed his zombie clone to clear the sewer passage from the weapons factory to the chemical plant. After determining his direction, Fong Hong headed toward the chemical plant while activating his communicator. Fong Hong, Lucia? How's the situation? Lucia, the Furies are still chasing me. Fong Hong, hang on a bit longer. Our people are clearing the passage from Meteorite Corporation's Sector E to the chemical plant. Wait, I need you to lead the Vengeance Goddess to the chemical plant. Fong Hong, can you do it? Do you know the exact route to the chemical plant? Lucia, I can do it. Fong Hong, good. Stay in contact. Fong Hong looked up and quickened his pace, clearing the remaining zombies from the passage alongside the zombie horde. Half an hour later. Fong Hong stared coldly at the two metal tanks towering over 5 meters high ahead. The captain of Squad 12, who had remained at the chemical plant, was fatally injured during the plane crash and succumbed to severe infection. Teams 2 and 3, who had rushed to the scene, incorporated the original members of Team 12 into their ranks. Captain Fong, the passageway has been cleared. Those two are highly dangerous flammable storage tanks. If they explode, the blast could level the entire chemical plant. Fong Hong turned his head and said, "Thank you. Leave it to me from here on. For safety's sake, you should evacuate the chemical plant and return to the weapons factory." Yulu frowned and asked gravely, "What about you?" "I'll stay here to assist Lucia. After eliminating the Furies, I'll return to the weapons factory to rendezvous with you." Yula stared into Fong Hang's eyes for several seconds. "All right. I'll wait for your return at the weapons factory." With that, Yula waved his hand and led his squad away. Zhang Fong stepped forward, slapping Fong Hang's shoulder hard with his fan-like palm and nodding at him. "Take care. Team 2. Follow me. Return to the armory." Xiao Jing stood to the side. He stared blankly at Fong Hong, who had chosen to stay behind. He had assumed Fong Hong would sacrifice Lucia to eliminate the Furies. But what was happening now? Fong Hong chose to stay? Was he staying here to die? Or did he truly have another plan? Could it be the sewers? Xiao Jing knew Fong Hong had a special way to access the sewers. But the sewer entrance was a short distance from the blast site. Moreover, an explosion of this magnitude wouldn't be safe even if he hid inside the sewers. The sewers would likely collapse from the blast. Xiao Jing was filled with doubt and alarm. "Private Xiao Jing. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow." "Yes, sir." Xiao Jing desperately wanted to stay behind, hiding nearby to observe and document. Unfortunately, team leader Zhang Fong didn't give him that chance. Xiao Jing opened his notebook and swiftly crossed out the two previous entries. Target possesses concealment abilities. Exercise caution. Lucia rode her motorcycle, carrying the Vengeance Goddess as they circled within the Meteorite Corporation compound. Upon hearing Fong Heng's command, she immediately departed Meteorite Corporation and headed toward the chemical plant along the main road that had been cleared beforehand. The chemical plant's gates stood wide open, with scattered zombies still wandering inside. Using her night vision, Lucia evaded the scattered zombies along the way. The motorcycle still had plenty of fuel. Fong Heng's voice crackled over the communicator. "Fong Hong, are you there yet?" "Lucia, yeah, I can see the entrance now." "Fong Hong, Lucia, I need your complete trust. Follow my instructions exactly." "Lucia, got it." Fong Hong, once inside the factory, head to the chemical raw materials area behind the chemical plant. There you'll find two hazardous gas tanks marked with an X. "Fong Hong, the tanks have torches on them, they'll be easy to spot." "Fong Hong, once you confirm their location, jump out of the vehicle immediately. Aim to land precisely between the two tanks, there's a circular mark on the ground at that spot. Fong Hong, prioritize your safety, but aim for the circle as your landing spot." "Lucia, roger that." Chapter 168, Feigning Death. Lucia drove her motorcycle into the chemical plant's raw materials area. Her eyes scanned the area. Found it. Two gas tanks marked with X symbols, each with a torch stuck on top. They stood out like a sore thumb. Without hesitation, Lucia leaped off the speeding motorcycle and landed within the marked circle on the ground. Thud. Lucia hit the ground, rolling twice to break her fall. Just as she stood up, she felt something beneath her feet. Beneath her feet, intricate vines swiftly climbed up her ankles. Her pupils narrowed slightly as she instinctively tried to rise. Fong Heng's voice came through the communicator. "Don't move. Lucia. Listen to me. Don't move a muscle." Lucia froze instantly. The intricate vines wrapped around her legs at an astonishing speed. Lucia remained motionless, letting the vines gradually spread up to her neck. Roar! The vengeful goddess charged toward Lucia without slowing down. SSS-tier. Lucia felt the vines contract instantly. A powerful force yanked her entire body backward. The vines gradually rose above her head, completely obscuring her vision. Lucia could no longer see anything outside. She heard the rustling sounds from beyond. She could feel herself being dragged swiftly across the ground by the vines. The Furies pursued Lucia, now tightly wrapped in layers of vines, until they watched her being dragged into the sewer. Boom! The next second, a massive explosion echoed. The small bombs attached to the chemical gas cylinders detonated. Two iron tanks filled with explosive gas detonated in succession. Boom! Boom! The ground shook violently. The explosive energy radiated outward from the chemical gas cylinder blast, triggering a chain reaction that caused flammable gas cylinders throughout the entire factory to detonate one after another. A mushroom cloud shot skyward. The entire factory was enveloped in thick black smoke. 2 kilometers away, the Dark Knight Corps was en route to the weapons factory, clearing zombies from the path. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from the direction of the factory. The ground beneath the crowd shook violently. Everyone instinctively turned toward the chemical plant. Amidst the flames, a mushroom cloud shot skyward. The entire chemical plant lay in ruins, engulfed in a sea of flames. Everyone fell silent. Could anyone possibly survive in this environment? The sewers must have been blown apart too. Xiao Jing swallowed hard, clutching the notebook in his hand as he tried to activate the communicator. Fong Hong? Fong Hong, how are you holding up?
The explosion must have affected the signal static filled the communicator, making it hard to hear clearly. Xiao Jing felt a growing sense of unease. Just as he was about to jot down notes, Fong Heng's voice came through the communicator.
Fong Hong, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Head to the factory first. He wasn't dead. Though he had no idea how Fong Hong had managed it, he was still alive. Xiao Jing couldn't suppress his excitement. This must be recorded and reported to higher-ups. Xiao Jing opened his black notebook and began writing. Target possesses extraordinary survival capabilities, having endured an explosion powerful enough to destroy the entire factory. Requires close observation. Private Xiao Jing. How many times must I tell you? Stop dawdling. Keep up with the squad. Deep within the sewer. The vines. Even so, the constant jostling along the way left Lucia in such agony she nearly passed out. Lucia opened her eyes. Her first sight was Fong Hong. Lucia knew she was safe now. Fong Hong, did we make it? Yes. Let's get out of here first. Lucia stood up with Fong Heng's support. Only then did Lucia realize that dense vines had completely covered the ceiling of the sewer. It was precisely because of the stability these vines provided that the sewer hadn't collapsed during the previous explosion. Even so, the violent blast had left cracks in the sewer ceiling. Numerous fragments of rock rained down from above. Let's go check outside. The entrance they had used to enter the sewer had been blocked from the outside. Fong Hong had no choice but to lead Lucia out through another sewer exit on the outer perimeter of the chemical plant. The fire still raged inside the chemical plant. Emerging from the sewer, Fong Hong and Lucia immediately raised their guns and shot several zombies staggering toward the chemical plant. The deafening explosions and flames drew the attention of the city's zombie horde. Wailing, they began converging on the location. While the horde was still small, Fong Hong paused briefly before leading Lucia back into the chemical plant. Fong Hong? Aren't we going back? Wait a moment. I need to confirm the status of the Furies. Lucia exclaimed in surprise, he's not dead yet? Not entirely sure. Fong Hong said as he quickly flipped through the game log. At the moment of the explosion, a series of notifications about killing zombies flashed across the game log. But he didn't recall seeing any notification about killing the vengeful goddess earlier, nor did the side quest show as completed. Sure enough, nothing. After reviewing it again, Fong Hong still couldn't find any related game notifications. The vengeful goddess was still alive. Fong Hong hadn't expected the vengeful goddess to be so resilient. The explosion's force had leveled the entire chemical plant, yet it hadn't killed the vengeful goddess. He had to go check. What if the Furies were already on their last legs? Now might be the perfect opportunity for the finishing blow. Fong Hong led Lucia back to the raw material storage area of the chemical plant. There. Lucia, with her enhanced vision, spotted the fallen vengeance goddess at a glance. His body was charred black. Still alive? Fong Hong signaled Lucia not to approach. He quickly found nearby cover, took out his assault rifle, and hid. Bang! Bang bang! Bang 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 bang! Purple blood spurted from the scorched body of the vengeance goddess. After emptying a magazine, the game log still showed no prompts. The bullets seemed to hit nothing but dead flesh. Something was wrong. Fong Hong frowned deeply. Fong Hong, look at the ground, what's that? Lucia had spotted something and pointed her finger toward where the Furies lay. By the light of the flames, Fong Hong narrowed his eyes into slits. That was... worms? Pale purple worm-like creatures, barely half the size of a palm, most of them curled beneath the Avenger's body. Looking closer, similar purple worms were constantly crawling in and out of the Avenger's charred body. Fong Heng's current body held few memories related to the Furies, leaving him utterly clueless about what these worms were. Ask Mo Jiawei and Xiao Jing. They might have relevant intelligence. With that thought, Fong Hong activated his communicator. Fong Hong, Mo Jiawei, Xiao Jing, can you hear me? I've spotted pale purple worms on the vengeance goddess. Fong Hong, do you know what it is? Or what else you know about the Furies? Mo Jiawei, copy that. Sorry, I don't have any intel on this. My talent only works when I see things firsthand. Xiao Jing, I know this one, Fong Hong. What you're seeing now is the goddess of vengeance's third form feigning death thought. Chapter 169, First Harvest. Xiao Jing, after the host body parasitized by the vengeance goddess dies, the host's egg sac ruptures. The surviving larvae emerge from the broken sac and begin searching for new hosts. Xiao Jing, in most cases, a small number of larvae choose to continue infecting the already deceased corpse. Xiao Jing, after a period, the larvae regrow within the vengeance goddess to form a new host body. It will once again control the vengeance goddess, what we perceive as resurrection. Lucia raised her rifle, aiming it at the worm. Bang! The worm shattered into a pool of purple pus. Mo Jiawei, what? So you're saying the Furies can resurrect infinitely and never truly die? Xiao Jing, theoretically, if the instantaneous output is powerful enough to kill both the mother worm and its eggs simultaneously, the Furies can be eradicated. This has happened before.
Xiaojing, additionally, after the mother insect dies, you can attempt to eliminate all the larvae worms by subjecting the Fury's corpse to sustained high-intensity burning or damaging it with corrosive chemicals. Xiaojing, however, this will stimulate the larvae within the Vengeance Goddess, potentially causing them to immediately mature into adults that fully take over the body, triggering the Vengeance Goddess's transition into its fourth form.
Xiaojing, the fourth form is irreversible. The Furies will be directly overtaken by the adult, transforming into hideous monsters. Their mobility will be drastically reduced, and they will lose their powerful regenerative abilities. Xiaojing, destroying the Vengeance Goddess in its fourth form will also kill it completely. Xiaojing, the aforementioned intelligence regarding the Vengeance Goddess is classified as Federal Standard Level Secret. Please do not disclose it externally. Thank you. Larvae? Fong Hong scrutinized the repulsive creatures. Fong Hong, what about the larvae's attack capabilities? Are they infectious? Xiaojing, unknown. No further data available. Fong Hong, then how long does it take for the Furies to complete their third stage resurrection? Xiaojing, it depends on the specific circumstances. Typically, it could take anywhere from 1 hour to 3 or 4 hours. If you can freeze the corpse, keep it burning, or find a way to place it in a harsh environment, you can slow down its revival process. Fong Hong, got it. Thanks. This is a real pain. Fong Hong felt the vengeful goddess was tougher to handle than the 2 4th-tier mutated zombies he'd encountered last time. Sustained high-intensity flame exposure? Corrosive chemicals? This is a chemical plant as for sulfuric acid. Probably all destroyed in the explosion earlier. Too bad. Then again, even if he managed to force the Vengeance Goddess into its fourth form now, could he really defeat it? Fong Hong, what should we do? Lucia ceased firing. She was growing anxious. The sheer number of worms was overwhelming. Countless worm-like creatures had already burrowed into the Vengeance Goddess's body, rendering her shooting ineffective. Don't waste bullets. Think of a way to slow down its revival time. After all, we couldn't defeat the Furies in their fourth stage anyway. Better to extract more benefits from the Vengeance Goddess first, then figure out how to delay its revival. Then make our escape. Making up his mind, Fong Hong turned his head and said, Lucia, go scout the area for anything we can use. Got it. Lucia nodded and charged into the burning factory with her rifle raised. Fong Hong carefully examined the vengeful goddess, still in her feigned death state. Then, he commanded a vine zombie to stagger over. Fong Hong handed the zombie an empty glass bottle. The zombie continued its shuffling progress until it reached the Fury's side. It slowly crouched down. Clink. The glass bottle sealed the worm inside. Fong Hong carefully guided the vine zombie to place the worm inside the bottle and screwed the cap tight. Notice, your zombie clone has obtained a glass bottle containing an unknown creature 1. Notice, this item poses high risk and cannot be placed in your backpack. Got it. Fong Hong silently cheered inside. A special worm capable of producing Furies. Its research value must be immense. What if Chiu Yaokang could eventually figure out how to transform zombie clones into Furies? The zombie clone returned with the vial and approached Fong Hong. Fong Hong didn't reach out to take it. Carrying this thing around posed too great a risk, it was better to store it away first. With that thought, he commanded the zombie clone to carry the bottle back the way it came and hide it in the sewer. Then, Fong Hong waved his hand again. 5 more zombie clones emerged. As they passed by Fong Hong, each casually grabbed several living tissue sample collectors. Truly an S-rank figure. That guy Chiu Yaokang had foresight, he even anticipated I'd encounter this situation. Fong Hong chuckled helplessly. This time, he had brought more than enough sample collectors. The vine zombies approached the Furies one by one. Multiple progress bars simultaneously appeared above their heads. Notice, your zombie clone has completed the live sample collection of the Vengeance Goddess. Notice, your zombie clone has completed. Notice, collection failed. Your zombie clone cannot collect any more samples. Only when the game indicated no further living samples could be collected did Fong Hong finally spare the Furies. The zombies handed over all the collected samples to Fong Hong one by one. Prompt, you have obtained 24 living samples of the Vengeful Goddess. What should he do next? As Fong Hong hesitated, Lucia's voice came through the communication channel. Lucia, Fong Hong, I spotted a warehouse east of the factory. We could figure out a way to secure the Vengeance Goddess there. Fong Hong, alright, I'll head over now. Head over to Lucia's location. Fong Hong closed his communicator and resumed controlling the vine zombie. 6 zombie clones extended dense vines from their bodies, wrapping them layer by layer around the avenging goddess's corpse. Fong Hong led the way ahead, while the 6 vine zombies followed behind, dragging the corpse of the Vengeance Goddess forward slowly. Soon, Fong Hong spotted Lucia amidst the burning ruins of a chemical plant. Fong Hong, what do you think of that? Lucia pointed to a chemical tank burning nearby. The earlier explosion had damaged the tank, leaving only 2/3 of it intact. An unknown liquid burned inside, emitting a pungent odor. Fong Hong didn't know what exactly was inside the tank, but it bore a skull and crossbones toxic hazard symbol. Most likely a chemical toxin.
Moreover, it appeared to be flammable and seemed capable of burning for some time yet.
Fong Hang's eyes lit up. This seemed like a prime spot for disposal. Lucia, be careful. Let's keep our distance. Got it. Chapter 170, Completing the Side Quest. Lucia followed Fong Hong as they ducked behind a piece of cover.
She cautiously peered out, observing Fong Hang's zombie clone.
SSS.
The 6 zombie clones dragged the corpse of the vengeful goddess toward the liquid tank. The corpse was abnormally heavy, and the 6 zombies couldn't lift it at all.
What choice did they have? Fong Hong commanded over a dozen more zombie clones to join the effort.
They used tendrils extending from their bodies to wrap the vengeance goddess tightly.
Then, the vines contracted.
16 vine zombies worked together to lift the goddess of vengeance high into the air, moving her horizontally above the burning chemical tank.
Sizzle. 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 Plop. The vines abruptly released their grip, hurling the avenging goddess's corpse into the chemical tank. Had they succeeded? Fong Hong stared intently at the chemical tank.
Seconds later, several notification messages appeared in the lower right corner of his retinal display.
Hint: players must complete the current side quest, eliminate or attempt to control the Furies to prevent them from attacking the helicopter. Hint: for at least 18 hours, the Furies will be unable to complete resurrection.
Hint: your reputation within the Dark Knights has significantly increased. Hint: current ring mission desperate survivors estimated success rate has increased to 97%.
Good. Fong Hong clenched his fist. Though he couldn't fully kill the Furies, it was enough to complete the mission.
Notice, you have completed the quest Lucia's Conviction. Notice, your rapport with Lucia has significantly increased. Notice, your reputation within the Dark Knights has greatly increased. Notice, your affinity with Zhang Fong has increased. Your friendship with Buck has increased.
A dense row of prompts flooded the game log.
At first, it was manageable. Names like Zhang Fong, David, and Buck were recognizable. But later on, they were all names Fong Hong had never seen before, names he had absolutely no recollection of.
Was Lucia really that popular within the Dark Knight Order? Fong Hong found it odd. He closed the game log immediately. Lucia, let's head back first.
Watching more and more zombies drawn by explosions and flames into the chemical plant, Fong Hong motioned for Lucia to shoulder their rifles and retrace their steps back through the underground tunnels.
The next day, the sun rose in the east as it always did.
Last night's explosion had caused large numbers of zombies to converge toward the chemical plant. The Meteorite Corporation compound was also affected. The Dark Knights had maintained rotating shifts guarding the weapons factory all night, each getting less than 3 hours of sleep. Even now, the endless horde of zombies continued to assault the weapons factory.
Bang! Xiao Jing shot and killed a zombie. In a moment of respite, he bent down to jot notes and sketches in his notebook.
Xiao Jing vividly recalled the scene last night when Fong Hong successfully returned to the weapons factory with Lucia.
The entire Dark Knight Order cheered for their safe return, morale soaring.
They even gained a positive buff effect. It was the first time Xiao Jing had ever seen Zhang Fong, the stern and rigid captain, so delighted.
The target's plan was a resounding success.
He successfully dealt with the Furies and rescued Lucia, greatly increasing his standing within the Dark Knights.
Worth noting.
Xiao Jing paused his writing and glanced once more at the rear gate of the factory.
He pondered for a moment.
He picked up his pen again and continued writing. The target maintains a close relationship with Lucia. After returning last night, they remained together in the underground parking garage for an extended period, barring outsiders from entering. Highly unusual.
Click.
Just then, Xiao Jing noticed the passageway door behind him being pushed open.
It was Fong Hong.
Eula spotted Fong Hong emerging from the parking garage direction and gave him a nod.
Fong Hong, how'd it go? Fong Hong smiled. We got pretty lucky.
Managed to patch up 5 combat armored vehicles, enough to get our squad transported.
Good. Nice work, Fong Hong.
On the other side, Zhang Fong, who overheard their exchange, pumped his fist in approval. Xiao Jing stared at Fong Hong in disbelief.
5 vehicles? All fixed? Had his mechanical repair skill truly reached such a level? And, did he really have enough stamina?
Xiao Jing was stunned. Even if he'd forced himself to push past his physical limits all night with drugs, it still wouldn't be possible, right?
Not to mention, Xiao Jing thought Fong Hong looked surprisingly energetic right now.
Fong Hong stretched lazily. His energy levels were indeed still decent. After setting up the assembly line for zombie clones last night, he'd logged off to rest. He'd only logged back in moments ago to inspect the zombies' work. After all, the threat from the Furies had been temporarily resolved. The Dark Knight Order guarded the perimeter, and the parking lot was protected by the highly capable Lucia. All he needed to do now was direct the zombie clones to carry out their tasks. Captain Yu, Captain Zhang, let's discuss the next phase of our operational plan.
All right.
Xiao Jing watched the 4 huddled together in quiet discussion with a touch of envy.
He desperately wanted to join them.
But he dared not. If he actually went over, he'd likely get kicked out by Zhang Fong. And that would also erode the hard-earned goodwill he'd managed to build.
Helplessly, Xiao Jing silently pulled out his notebook to take notes. Target individual repaired 5 armored vehicles in a single night. Unless possessing S-tier repair skills, this cannot be explained. Requires focused investigation moving forward. After a brief discussion, the team formulated their next plan. Considering the helicopter scheduled to pick them up from the rooftop of Zone E at 2 p.m. that afternoon, they decided to split into 3 teams. One team would remain at the weapons factory in Zone E, using it as the assembly point. The other 2 teams would drive armored vehicles to rescue and retrieve the remaining squads back to the weapons factory. Mo Jiawei had already established communication with 80% of the squad members. If all went smoothly, most members could be assembled within 3-5 hours. Next, they needed to clear a passage from Zone E to the rooftop of the office building. Once preparations are complete, Fang Hong decides not to participate in the upcoming rescue mission. Less than 8 hours remained before the evacuation from Songmu City. He had too many tasks on his plate. First, he must complete Victor's mission, locate the G-virus inhibitor. Additionally, he needed to locate the T-virus used to modify the liquors. If all went smoothly, the 4 squads wiped out during the attack in Sector B likely harbored secret missions as well. Oh, and there was also the mysterious S-zone of Meteor Corporation. Time was too tight. With the Furies temporarily incapacitated, it would be foolish to waste time on low-priority rescue missions. Leave those missions to the NPCs in Shaojing. Focus on raking in the big bucks. Lucia was assigned by Fang Hong to accompany Yuli's squad to White Church to rendezvous with Captain Buck. Noticing Fang Hong hadn't chosen to accompany her, she approached to ask, "Fang Hong? Aren't you coming with us?" Chapter 171, Hey, what if? No, I'd like to use this time to explore inside Meteorite Corporation. Fang Hong shook his head. Don't forget our original mission, we can't let this trip go to waste. You plan to infiltrate Meteorite Corporation alone? That's far too dangerous. It'll be fine. Fang Hong shrugged his shoulders, looking completely unafraid. I'm used to danger. Nothing to fear. Lucia pressed her lips together. After much hesitation, she made her decision. Alright then, I'll go with you. Huh? Lucia wasn't going to go bother her brother after all? Fang Hong looked somewhat surprised. He lifted his head and scrutinized Lucia from head to toe. You? Yeah, I'll go with you. I can protect you. Lucia said, then lowered her head to start preparing her firearms. Fang Hong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He knew Lucia's strength all too well. She was incredibly strong. She was the kind of badass who could go toe-to-toe with the first-stage Furies. Her environmental adaptability and resilience were both top-tier. But, considering the main quest required ensuring Lucia's safety, Fang Hong had initially assigned her to rescue Buck's squad. Following last night's chemical plant explosion, the number of zombies swarming the streets had significantly decreased. Xiao Jing from the Federation and team leader Yulu of Unit 3 were also participating in the mission. The rescue mission posed minimal danger. In contrast, accompanying him to investigate inside Meteorite Corporation carried immense danger. Xiao Jing had mentioned earlier that the Dark Knight Corps' 4th squad had been wiped out while exploring Zone B. Who knows what dangers lurk within Sector D? No risks could be taken. Given Lucia's reckless behavior throughout the journey, Fang Hong decided it was best to focus on completing the main quest first. Fang Hong pondered for a moment, about to refuse. But Lucia beat him to it. Besides, I know the internal layout of the Meteorite Corporation's lab building inside out. I also know about the special passageway leading to Sector S inside Meteorite Corporation. Going in with you could help you. You know about the secret passage? Wait, how did you find out about it? Fang Hong was genuinely startled. Because I've been here before. Lucia paused at this point. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a pale arm stretched out before Fang Hang. On Lucia's arm was a symbol resembling an inverted cross. Meteorite Corporation? Fang Hang's heart stirred. He looked at Lucia with confusion. I was once part of Meteor Corporation's biological weapons program. Lucia's gaze shifted nervously as she rolled up her sleeves again. When I was 7, my father brought me to Meteor Corporation to serve as a test subject for the biological weapons program. Hundreds of children my age participated in the experiments back then. I was the only one who survived. The G-virus experiment? Yes. Fang Hong looked at Lucia. Then you. It was Uncle Quinn who smuggled me out of here. After that, I joined the government's Special Witness Protection Program. They secretly relocated me to a new city, where I started a new life under a different name. Lucia didn't want to dwell on those painful memories any longer. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. After the biohazard incident broke out, I joined the Dark Knights. No wonder. No wonder Buck chose to bring her along for the mission. No wonder Lucia was connected to the main quest loop. Fang Hong had already formed a few conjectures in his mind. The Fury's particular hatred toward Lucia was likely tied to this as well. Lucia carries the G-virus. Click. Lucia finished preparing her weapons. I'm ready, Fang Hong. We can depart now. Fong Hong pondered for a few seconds.
Based on his years of gaming experience, this was likely another game mechanic. Lucia would likely need to accompany him into Meteorite Corporation to uncover the entrance to the secret S-Zone.
Alright, but on 2 conditions. First, you must promise to follow my lead completely during the mission. Lucia raised her hands solemnly. I promise. Second. Fong Hong gazed at Lucia's pale arm. His heart began to race involuntarily. Was this too abrupt? Fong Hong took a deep breath and pulled a silver living specimen collector from his pocket. Lucia, look, maybe. The target has shared a mission with me, Rescue Team Leader Buck. The difficulty isn't high, but the rewards are incredibly generous. The target could have completed this mission themselves to earn massive honor points, yet they gave me the opportunity. My past misunderstanding of him was unfounded. That single guy Chen Yu was right, he truly is a rare good soul. I'll document this incident in full detail for my superiors and advocate for appropriate compensation. The target and Lucia have returned to the repair shop together. What are they up to? I can't shake the feeling their relationship is a bit off. I've heard of people forming connections with in-game characters. Most of those folks have antisocial personalities, but Fong Hong? Probably not. The vehicle slowly started up, heading toward Whitechapel where Buck was located. Through the armored vehicle's window, Xiao Jing silently added another entry to his notebook, casting one last lingering glance at the weapons factory. Fong Hong and Lucia stood together. He watched as the 2 armored vehicles departed the weapons factory. Only after the armored vehicles vanished completely from sight did Fong Hong activate his personal communicator, using a private channel to contact Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei, how's the signal? Clear as day. 2 armored vehicles are moving out of the weapons factory. The remaining 3 are still inside. Fong Hong nodded. Good. If you spot any armored vehicles heading towards Songmu City Hospital, alert me immediately. No problem. Leave it to me, boss. Fong Hong ended the call. After completing the repairs on the armored vehicles earlier, he had secretly installed several signal transceivers inside them. Mo Jiawei's control tower could track the transceivers' locations. After all, the employer behind Old Black had also sent people to join this operation. Fong Hong felt it was necessary to take precautions in advance. If someone took out Victor prematurely, wouldn't he have lost an S-rank NPC for nothing? Fong Hong turned to Lucia and said, let's go check out Sector D. The 2 returned to the sewer entrance. By now, the horde of zombies infesting the underground tunnels had swelled to nearly 200. The deafening explosion from last night hadn't just shaken the surface, it had also drawn the zombies within the sewers to the violent blast. For the entire night, the zombie clones in the sewer remained stationed in their positions. They mechanically and silently cleared away the zombie horde drawn by the sound. Fong Hong, his face concealed by a black mask, leapt into the sewer first. Chapter 172, Breath Cultivation Technique. A layer of crimson evolutionary crystals had accumulated within the sewer. Fong Hong flicked his wrist. The crimson crystals flew into his hand. Notice, you have obtained 2391 evolution crystal fragments and 212 complete evolution crystals. Lucia followed Fong Hong into the underground sewer. So many zombies? At first glance, the underground sewer was densely packed with them, piled up in a chaotic heap. Lucia was startled and instinctively raised her weapon. Wait, were all these zombies under Fong Hong's control? Seeing the zombies' vacant expressions and complete lack of aggression, Lucia lowered her weapon. Lucia looked at Fong Hong beside her in astonishment. He could actually control such a massive horde of zombies? Fong Hong remained calm as he continued directing his zombie clones to clear a path forward, aiming to open a route to Area D of Meteorite Corporation. Then, Fong Hong walked over to the corner. A pile of debris lay there. All debris from clearing the zombie horde last night. Fong Hong gave it a cursory inspection. He ignored the ordinary junk, only picking out a few books from the pile to examine. 7 books dropped? The drop rate is this high today? Could they all be cookbooks? Fong Hong felt another ominous premonition. He muttered under his breath as he flipped through them one by one. Sure enough, most of them were recipes. Notice, you obtain recipe spicy pepper and potato slices, recipe potato and eggplant stew, recipe chicken and mushroom stew, recipe pork ribs and green bean stew, recipe pork and vermicelli stew, blueprint crossbow arrow trap, skill book breath control technique. Wow, today's a comprehensive collection of northeastern Chinese homestyle dishes. A skill book. Flipping to the last page, Fong Hong's eyes lit up. Blueprint crossbow trap. Description: mastered the crafting of crossbow trap after learning. Requires basic construction level LV 5. Skill book breath control technique. Skill level C. Skill description: upon learning this skill, the player gains 1 point to their maximum stamina and a slight increase in stamina regeneration speed. Each time the skill level increases, the player gains an additional 1 point to their maximum stamina. Additional notes: maximum skill level is LV 30. Current skill level cannot exceed the character's current level. The blueprints are junk, but the skill book is somewhat usable. Fong Hong flipped through the 2 skill descriptions, his interest waning. The crossbow trap was extremely impractical. They pack a punch early on, instantly taking down regular zombies. The problem is they need to be reloaded after each use. It's incredibly cumbersome. As for the skill book, Fong Hong sighed inwardly.
For ordinary players, the Breath of Cultivation skill was considered a rare gem. Skill books that boost stamina capacity and recovery speed were rare in the game.
But for Fong Hong, this skill was somewhat useless.
After all, physical labor was usually handled by his zombie clones, so he rarely needed to get his hands dirty.
Guess it'll just let me run farther than average folks when I'm on the run. Fong Hong chuckled wryly. Ah well, it was free loot anyway. No point complaining.
Fong Hong dumped several cookbooks and skill manuals onto his head all at once.
Notice, you have learned recipe 5. You gain plus 77 cooking skill EXP. Notice, your cooking skill has been upgraded to LV 4. Notice, you have learned blueprint crossbow trap.
You have learned skill breath control technique. After learning the skills, Fong Hong flipped open the map to roughly determine their location, then pointed to one side.
Lucia, let's go. Once the vine zombie horde reached a certain size, their overall strength underwent a qualitative leap.
Now, even when encountering second-tier hunters, the zombie clones could overwhelm them outright through sheer numbers.
The hunters often met gruesome ends, drained dry by the vine zombies. Fong Hong and his companion advanced at a leisurely pace. Approximately 15 minutes later, in the rear garden of District D, a manhole cover on the ground was pried open. Lucia peered out from beneath the cover. The backyard was still swarming with zombies.
Lucia immediately scrambled up, drew her assault rifle, and opened fire.
Puff, puff, puff. The silenced assault rifle emitted faint pops.
One by one, the zombies scattered across the backyard were shot in the head, falling dead under Lucia's gunfire. Fong Hong followed, crawling out from the manhole cover behind Lucia.
He looked at the laboratory building before him. Coincidentally, both the modified T-virus and G-virus inhibitors they needed to find were located in the experimental building within Sector D. Lucia, do you know about the G-virus blocker?
Lucia frowned, thinking carefully for a moment.
No.
But this high-tech lab building used to be where Meteor Corporation researched new drugs for viral pathogens.
They should have it in here. Alright, let's go in and look.
The two tried to break open the small door at the rear of the lab building and entered the interior. The building was dark and eerily quiet.
Lucia's pupils glowed with a crimson hue.
Shouldering her assault rifle, she swiftly scanned the surroundings.
Fong Hong also pulled out his flashlight and shone it around. After confirming it was safe, Lucia lowered her weapon. Fong Hong, if you're looking for the T-virus, you should head to the special lab on the 3rd basement level. If we don't find anything there, then we'll have to try our luck in Sector S and see if we can discover anything there. S-zone? Fong Hong turned his head to ask Lucia, do you know anything about Sector S? Yes. Sector S is where Meteor Corporation stored its highest level secrets. Their special human experimentation facilities were also located there. That's where I escaped from. We heard from the Dark Knights that Meteor Corporation's S-zone was deliberately destroyed after the biovirus leak incident. We suspect someone activated the self-destruct mechanism, causing the entire entrance to be destroyed. As she spoke, Lucia had already led Fong Hong to the staircase leading downward. Fong Hong waved his hand. The 100+ zombies following Fong Hong dispersed, beginning to search the entire building. To save time, Fong Hong decided to lead over 10 zombies directly to the 3rd basement level in search of the T-virus research lab. Something felt off to Fong Hong. Not a single zombie had crossed their path along the way. The two arrived outside the T-virus research lab on the 3rd basement level. The laboratory doors were tightly sealed. Lucia tried pressing the emergency button on the wall beside it. The button seemed to have lost its effect, doing nothing at all. She looked up toward the top of the laboratory door. The emergency indicator light above the door remained illuminated. "Ha?" Lucia murmured softly. "What's wrong?" "It's strange. The T-virus research lab is in entry lock status. This mode isn't typically used under normal circumstances. Can't we open it?" "Nope. Forget it, let's just go all out." Chapter 173, The Blocker. "Wait, don't." Lucia reached out to stop Fong Hong. Meteorite Corporation's internal security is top tier. Forcibly breaching the doors will trigger a full lockdown on the entire lab, making it even harder to get back in later. "Then what should we do?" Lucia lowered her head, deep in thought. "We have 2 options now. First, we could return to the main control room on the 6th floor and use the highest level permissions to lock and unlock the system. The problem is, we don't have those permissions. The second is to return to the power room on the 4th basement level and temporarily cut the backup power supply there. Cutting the power would prevent the permanent lockdown from triggering, allowing us to force the door open with brute force afterward." "This complicated?" Fong Hengxin muttered under his breath, "What a hassle. Going through all this trouble? Probably just another game mechanic." But this back and forth would cost him precious time. Considering the backers behind Old Black might move against Victor, he needed to complete the mission quickly. The T-virus would have to wait. First, he had to find a way to obtain the G-virus antidote and complete Victor's side quest. Only then could he return to search for the modified T-virus. HM? Just as he was about to ask Lucia, Fong Hong remembered something else. Right. The insignia Victor gave him. Victor had mentioned earlier that his badge not only shielded him from the Fury's attacks but also served as proof of his identity. Considering Victor is the chief engineer, perhaps he has the necessary access? With that thought, Fong Hong pulled out the badge. See if this thing works? Ha! A high-level access badge? Where'd you get this? A friend gave it to me. Is it useful? Yeah, it works. This badge belongs to the chief engineer of Meteorite Corporation. It holds the highest engineering privileges. With it, we can gain access to the power distribution room without issue. Lucia held the badge in her hand, examining it closely before swiping it over the wall-mounted scanner. Beep beep beep. Insufficient access. Lucia felt a pang of disappointment. Engineer access doesn't work on the T-virus lab. Maybe we could try an internal employee card from Rogue Corporation. Ha! An internal employee card? Fong Hang's eyes lit up. Before entering Songmu Town, he had happened to visit a hardware store. Not only had he encountered Old Black there, but he'd also found an employee card. The card's weight was negligible, and since it had some connection to Meteor Corporation, Fong Hong had kept it tucked away in his backpack. Fong Hong dug the employee card out from the bottom of his backpack. Lucia, is this what you meant? You really have it? Lucia took the employee card from Fong Heng's hand. She gave Fong Hong a few curious glances. Even the Dark Knights couldn't get their hands on a Meteor Corporation employee card, yet Fong Hong seemed to have one lying around here and there. So, is it useful? Not sure. The original owner of this card was a G-virus researcher. He should be able to access the G-virus lab. If the G-virus research area isn't locked down, we should give it a try. What a coincidence. Fong Hong was precisely on a mission to find the G-virus inhibitor. And the employee card he happened to get was the one that unlocks the G-virus lab? After a moment's thought, Fong Hong immediately understood. Old Black likely knew parts of the Songmu City mission flow in advance, which is why he sent someone to the hardware store to look for the G-virus and employee card beforehand. But Old Black hadn't expected to run into him at the hardware store, letting him snatch the opportunity. Fine. Let's head to the G-virus research lab first and check things out. Fong Hong had already planned to search for the G-virus inhibitor first, so he turned back with Lucia to head to the G-virus research lab located on the second basement level. During the ascent, Fong Hong took the opportunity to glance through the game log. The zombie clones had already conducted a thorough search of the first and second floors of the lab building. The vast majority of rooms in the lab building were locked. The remaining rooms showed no signs of zombie activity whatsoever, which seemed highly peculiar. At the entrance to the G-virus research lab, Lucia attempted to verify the magnetic card's validity. Beep beep beep. Verification successful. Click. A light click sounded. It worked. The G-virus lab doors swung open before them. The G-virus research lab hasn't triggered its lockdown. Lucia exclaimed in delight, retracting her employee card. The T-virus lab was locked down, yet the G-virus lab wasn't? Lucia hadn't held out much hope, but the reality proved surprisingly favorable. Fong Hong stepped inside the laboratory. The interior was vast, roughly divided into 7 or 8 sections. It was kept exceptionally tidy, showing no signs of having experienced a biohazard leak. Fong Hong waved his hand, and the 20-plus zombie clones following him swarmed in. They began searching the laboratory. They would comb through every corner of the G-virus lab. Fong Hong could simply stand by and rest. Within minutes, the zombies returned one by one after completing their searches, dumping the items they found onto the lab table in front of Fong Hong. Game prompts flashed one after another on the right side of Fong Hang's retinal display. Notice, your zombies have completed a search cycle, acquiring 3 sets of annual budget reports for experimental teams 1. Notice, your zombies have completed a search round, obtaining G-virus antidote 1, G-virus antidote research data 1. Notice, your zombies have completed a search round, acquiring complete G-virus 2. Found it. In less than 10 minutes, the zombie clones had already located the G-virus antidote required for the Vitek mission. Item G-virus antidote. Description: Meteor Corporation's latest research breakthrough. Effective against most strains of G-virus, temporarily blocking its effects on the human body. Fong Hong stowed the inhibitor away. With this, the chances of luring Victor back to the shelter had greatly increased. The collected G-virus specimens and miscellaneous research materials were also extremely valuable. Handing them over to Chiu Yaokong would likely boost the shelter's research level. Fong Hong thought to himself as he roughly flipped through several research documents gathered by his zombie clones. The pages were densely packed with experimental data and technical jargon. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Whatever. Taking it all. Fang Hong gave up struggling and shoved the entire stack into his backpack, deciding to hand it all over to Cho Yaokon once he returned. Looking up again, Fang Hong noticed Lucia standing before an electronic door at the far end of the lab corridor. Fang Hong walked over, following Lucia's gaze as he looked up at the electronic door. What? Is there a problem inside? Behind it is the G-Virus Special Laboratory. The research conducted there is usually classified at the highest security level. Look, Lucia said, swiping her employee card over the magnetic reader at the entrance once more. Beep. 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 Insufficient permissions. Unable to activate. Chapter 174, Tyrant T-103 Cultivation Chamber. Fang Hong grew curious. What's inside the lab? I'm not entirely sure myself, but I suspect it's related to G-Virus experiments. Fang Hong raised a sledgehammer and gave Lucia a meaningful look. How about I smash it open? Lucia hesitated. Better not. I'm not sure if this door has a security control system. Forcing it open might trigger a lockdown that seals the entire room. The safest approach is to find a higher level access card or cut the power first. Alright, then I'll try forcing entry somewhere else. Fang Hong shrugged. He took 2 steps to the right of the door and tapped the wall. Fang Hong had noticed earlier that this wall differed from the T-Virus entrance. The outer layer of that wall was made of alloy metal, requiring a significant amount of time to break through forcefully. But inside the room, it was just ordinary cement walls. Just as Lucia had said, forcing entry might trigger the security system and lock the doors. So they'd compromise. Force a hole open on the side to get in. Fang Hong commanded over 20 zombie clones within the building to descend to the underground laboratory for backup. The zombie clones staggered over, swinging their hammers and pounding the wall frantically. After about 10 minutes, a small hole appeared in the wall. After confirming the room was safe, Fang Hong crawled through the hole in the wall. Clunk! The moment he landed, the motion-activated lights in the special laboratory flashed on. The blinding light made Fang Hong squint involuntarily. What on earth was that? 3 enormous cultivation chambers stood in the center of the room. The chambers and a large piece of equipment beside them appeared to be operational. Inside the leftmost chamber stood a human figure over 2 meters tall. From the outside, it looked exactly like the Furies that had attacked the Dark Knight Order earlier. The Furies? Could this be the Furies' laboratory? Lucia, who followed closely behind, also looked startled as she raised her assault rifle warily. This Furies figure still seemed to be in a state of slumber? Lucia cautiously approached the Furies to observe. After a moment, Lucia shook her head and said in a grave tone, Fang Hong, he's dead. Fang Hong walked over to the nearby lab table and casually picked up several experiment reports lying on it. File Tyrant T-103 mass-produced model in G-Virus fusion report log experiment group 29. 29th fusion attempt failed. Current experimental project has failed. It is confirmed that Protocol 91 cannot achieve fusion between Tyrant and G-Virus. The next experimental group will adopt the bidirectional channel designed by Dr. Ruei-un. Fang Hong skimmed through the experiment report summary. After reading it, he grasped the gist. The culture chamber contained not the Furies, but the Tyrant. Meteor Corporation's secret laboratory here was attempting to fuse Tyrant T-103 with the G-Virus. Fang Hong pondered this before picking up another experimental manual to read. Tyrant T-103 Mass Production Model Incubator User Manual. Culture Chamber Manual? Fang Hong raised an eyebrow. He abruptly turned his head to look at the 3 incubation pods positioned in the center of the room. Were these 3 incubation pods meant for cultivating tyrants? For a moment, Fang Hong's heart began to pound wildly. What a find! Incubators for creating tyrants. Information about Tyrant T-103 flashed rapidly through Fang Hong's mind. The Tyrant was one of Meteor Corporation's earlier biological weapons, engineered through T-Virus modification. The Tyrant T-103 was the 3rd iteration of the original Tyrant, boasting formidable close combat prowess. Standing 2.2 meters tall in its normal state, it emphasized combat effectiveness and practicality over the original design. In its awakened state, the Tyrant T-103's muscles swelled dramatically, enhancing all its abilities. Even its arms evolve into massive claw-like weapons. Unfortunately, the Tyrant possesses limited intelligence, capable only of following basic commands. Furthermore, once it enters its awakened state, the probability of it becoming completely uncontrollable is nearly 100%. So this is where experiments related to the Tyrant are conducted. Then, with the cultivation chamber, could his zombie clone undergo Tyrant modification? Fang Hong knew his limits well. He knew that transforming his zombie clone into a Furies was utterly impossible at this stage. After all, the Furies were an advanced form of the Tyrant, a product of the Tyrant's body fusing with a special purple worm creature. That's why, when he obtained the purple worms back then, Fang Hong didn't even bother trying to modify them. Can't even transform a liquor? Yet he dared to dream of transforming a Furies? But the Tyrant was different. The Tyrant only required specially modified T-Virus for cultivation. Fong Hong lowered his head again and quickly scanned the cultivation chamber manual once more. The initial cultivation body for the tyrant demanded extremely stringent requirements for all human attributes. Fong Hong considered his zombie clone's attributes to be quite decent. Numerically, it could reach double that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the manual made no mention of requiring living human subjects for modification. There was a high probability the modification could be completed. Fong Hong pondered as he approached the cultivation chambers.
Except for the leftmost incubation chamber containing a tyrant corpse, the other two chambers remained intact.
Screw it. What was there to hesitate about? Now that he was here, he had to give it a shot. Fong Hong? What's wrong? Lucia was puzzled.
She noticed Fong Hong pacing back and forth between the incubation chamber and the control console, looking deeply troubled. After a moment, he seemed to have come to a realization and now looked excited.
Nothing. I think we might be able to transform the zombies into tyrants. Turn all the zombies into tyrants? Lucia gasped in shock. Was Fong Hong losing his mind? Following the operating instructions, Fong Hong pressed the red button on the control panel. Click.
The hatch of the central incubation chamber opened.
Fong Hong guided a vine zombie to slowly enter the chamber. Thud.
The door slammed shut.
Gurgle gurgle.
Culture fluid flooded into the chamber.
SSS-tier. 12 long syringes pierced the zombie clone's body under Fong Hong's control. Injection of Tyrant T-103 modified T-virus complete. Now it was just a matter of waiting. Fong Hong halted his operations. He walked to the cultivation chamber, observing intently, silently praying. Success or failure hinged on this very moment. It must succeed. The zombie clone, submerged in the pale yellow liquid, remained motionless, its health bar showing no change whatsoever. Could it be failing?
Just as Fong Hong began to doubt, a series of game prompts flashed once more in the lower right corner of his retina.
Notice, your zombie clone has entered an abnormal state.
Notice, your zombie clone is attempting a higher tier modification.
Notice, assessment complete. Current modification cannot be applied to the clone. Notice, current modification success rate 31%. Notice, current modification duration 300 hours. Notice, you may expend survival points to reduce modification time.
Notice, this modification can fuse with the original modification simultaneously.
Fusion probability low. Prompt, you may choose to overwrite the modification. Original enhancement effects will be lost or expend additional survival points for a fusion modification. Note, current fusion modification success rate 17%. Note, significant risks remain after modification completion. Players must expend additional survival points and evolution crystals to eliminate these risks. Chapter 175, Modification Fusion Probability. Success! It really worked! Fong Hong was overjoyed, pumping his fist in excitement. But what exactly does modification fusion mean? Does it mean the original Vine modification and Tyrant modification coexist? Possessing both the abilities of Vine zombies and Tyrants simultaneously? Fong Hong's heart burned with excitement. But 300 hours was a bit too long.
Since entering Songmu City this time, he'd already killed quite a few zombies, accumulating over 120,000 survival points.
Consume points. Rapidly enhance. Fong Hong opened his character panel, located the rapid evolution progress bar, and maxed it out instantly. Pop, pop, pop.
A string of bubbles emerged from the cultivation chamber. Visibly, the zombie's muscles inside the cultivation chamber began to swell, its body gradually growing larger and taller.
Notice, you have chosen to consume 8,000 survival points to accelerate evolution. The enhancement will still require at least 100 minutes to complete. Another hour and a half? Fong Hong was growing impatient. If the Tyrant's transformation truly succeeded, its zombie clone's combat capabilities would undoubtedly see an explosive increase. Setting aside flashy maneuvers, just in terms of raw combat prowess, a single scavenger could take on 4 or 5 Vine zombies, while a Tyrant could easily handle over 10 scavengers. After all, it was a mass-produced Tyrant, with slightly weakened power compared to the original. But what if the Tyrant also absorbed some of the Vine zombies' abilities? That would be incredibly powerful. Hold your excitement. Fong Hong took a deep breath. Stay calm.
Think this through carefully. In reality, the success rate for completing the Tyrant transformation was only 31%, and the probability of a successful fusion was a mere 17%. Mathematically speaking, this modification is highly likely to fail. Moreover, the lab contained limited reserves of modification nutrient solution and injectable viral agents.
Fong Hong roughly estimated that at most, they could complete 4 transformations. If probability is lacking, then compensate with quantity. No, we can't use up all 4 attempts either. We need to save one for Chiu Yaokong's research back at the lab. After all, mass production would be necessary later. With Chiu Yaokong on board, he should be able to find ways to improve the modification success rate. Alright, let's do it.
Fong Hung immediately commanded his zombie clones to drag the tyrant corpse out of the left incubation chamber, then directed 2 more clones into the remaining chambers.
All 3 incubation chambers running at full capacity.
Notice, you have chosen to expend survival points for accelerated evolution, consuming a total of 16,000 points.
Now it was just a matter of waiting. Purely from a mathematical standpoint, at least one should complete the transformation successfully. Watching the seconds tick by, Fong Hung couldn't help but feel restless.
After a moment's thought, lingering here was pointless.
Every minute during the mission was precious.
He couldn't afford to waste time.
He decided to search for the T-virus first.
Beside him, Lucia watched Fong Hang's actions, still in a somewhat dazed state.
Was this really safe? Even Meteorite Corporation couldn't control the tyrant. What if the tyrant Fong Hung modified suddenly went berserk? Lucia? Lucia snapped back to attention. Lucia, let's go check the electrical distribution room.
The electrical distribution room was located on the 4th basement level of the lab building. As soon as they entered the 4th level, a heavy metal door blocked their path.
Fong Hung stepped forward to test it. It wasn't locked.
The moment he pushed open the iron door, 2 gray shadows flashed past Fong Hang's eyes.
What was that? The dark figures darted into the right-hand corner ahead. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Lucia raised her gun immediately. A burst of bullets swept toward the shadow.
A row of bullet holes marked the wall at the end of the corridor. Did you see that too? What was it? Lucia frowned deeply. It's a spider.
Brown in color and quite large.
A spider? Fong Hung grew wary.
He summoned more zombie clones to gather on the 4th underground level while directing 2 clones to scout ahead.
The 2 zombie clones staggered forward. Fong Hung and Lucia, guns raised, cautiously followed behind them. Whoosh! A black shadow darted out from behind the corner.
The immense impact knocked the vine zombie flat to the ground.
Fong Hung froze. This time he saw clearly. A massive spider. Over a meter tall.
The mutated spider pinned the vine zombie's body down with its hind legs, covered in sharp, spiny bristles.
SSSH. SSSSHH. It stood upright like a human, using its front legs to furiously attack the lower abdomen of the zombie clone.
The vine zombie attempted to fight back.
But its body was pinned down. The vines extending from its abdomen were severed by the spider's sharp forelimbs before they could spread outward.
Lucia reacted with lightning speed, immediately raising her weapon and aiming it at the spider, unleashing a barrage of bullets.
Bang! Bang bang! Squeak!
The spider let out a shrieking cry as it was hit by the gunfire, swiftly dragging the vine zombie into the darkness beyond the corner. Notice, your zombie clone proliferant has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone proliferant has been attacked. Notice, your zombie clone proliferant has died.
A row of prompts flashed across the game log. It didn't last 30 seconds, the zombie clone was completely destroyed. Fong Hang's heart sank.
The vine zombies had been crushed.
Within the lab building, predators far more formidable than vine zombies lurked.
The Dark Knight squad that had sent out the distress signal earlier had likely fallen victim to mutated spiders.
Fong Hung turned his head to look at Lucia. Have you seen that thing? Lucia shook her head repeatedly, her expression equally grave.
In all my years at Meteor Corporation, I've never encountered such a creature. It might be an aberration resulting from the T-virus combining with another organism. I heard that during the major biohazard leak 3 years ago, Meteor Corporation discovered the T-virus could integrate with numerous organisms. It was likely after that incident that Meteor Corporation's research took a new turn, with various new T-virus hybrid experiments gradually being prioritized.
Fong Hung nodded.
There was no mention of mutated spiders in this body's memories either.
Be careful. Let's keep going.
Having come this far, they had no choice but to press on. Fong Hung controlled 5 or 6 zombie clones to walk side by side, gathering together to prevent another ambush.
They rounded the corner.
The spider that had attacked them earlier vanished.
Fong Hung slowed his pace once more.
Leaning against the wall beside the passageway lay a desiccated corpse. A layer of white spiderweb still clung to the corpse's body.
Fong Hung approached slowly, bending down to examine the corpse.
It's been dead for quite some time.
Fong Hung remarked, carefully turning the corpse over. A discovery. Fong Hung retrieved a small booklet and a set of keys from the body. Notice, you have obtained a repairman's memo 1 and a sewage treatment area key 1. Fong Hung opened the notebook to read. Chapter 176, Mutated Spider. 7.21.
The ventilation ducts have been malfunctioning constantly lately.
This is already the 7th complaint. I can't put it off any longer.
If I don't get it fixed tomorrow, the boss will probably come after me.
I'll just slap something together. 7.25.
This is the 3rd time already, and every single time it's the ventilation ducts.
Just like before, there's a sticky mess of cobwebs inside. I reported it to my superiors, but it seems like it didn't do a damn thing. 7.26.
It's only been half a day, and the ventilation ducts are already filled with this sticky stuff again.
It took me ages to clean it all up. The sewage treatment area. That's where it's coming from. That piece of trash Tori took a month off. He was supposed to be in charge of the sewage treatment area. No way am I going back to that stinking hellhole. 8.1. What's going on? Emergency evacuation order? Could it be a biohazard leak? Holy crap. I've never seen spiders this big. Is this related to the biohazard virus? Those bastards. They've sealed off every exit. I'll have to try escaping through the ventilation ducts. This is my only chance to survive. The notebook abruptly ended here. Fong Hong handed the notebook to Lucia beside him and lowered his head in thought. Having played games for some time, he understood the significance of in-game items like diaries. Typically, they contained fragments of information, which might include quest hints. At present, Fong Hong believed this notebook offered 3 key clues. First, the source of the biochemical leak at the entire Meteorite Corporation branch was most likely the mutated spiders. Second, the nest where the spiders first hatched was almost certainly the filthy, stinking sewage treatment area mentioned in the notebook. As for the third, Fong Hong lifted his head and shone his flashlight upward toward the ceiling. Sure enough, diagonally above the corpse was a ventilation duct. The iron grating covering the vent had vanished, leaving only a gaping black hole. The mutated spiders they had just encountered were most likely using this vent as their escape route. After reading the diary, Lucia followed Fong Hong's gaze upward and spotted the vent opening in the ceiling. A crimson glow once again shrouded her pupils. Fong Hong, I see a lot of spider webs inside. And mutated spiders. Fong Hong had already guessed. The next task would most likely involve the mutated spiders. And judging by the mission hint, they might have to enter through the ventilation ducts. Crawl into that hellhole? Fong Hong wasn't looking to die. In such cramped quarters, what chance would they have against mutated spiders? One step at a time. Focus on finding the T-virus first. First, he needed to deal with the ventilation shaft problem. Fong Hong fashioned an iron cover from scrap metal on the spot, then arranged several wooden frames nearby. The zombie clones picked up the iron cover, slowly climbed onto the wooden frames one by one, then crawled to the passageway entrance and blocked it with the iron cover. Finally, they reinforced the barrier with layers of wooden planks. This should hold for a little while. Fong Hong murmured to himself. After a moment's thought, he commanded another clone to remain behind as a sacrifice. Should the sacrifice sustain damage, he would receive notification through the game log. This way, it would be much safer. It meant he wouldn't get caught between two fires when the others pushed forward to explore. Let's go. Fong Hong and Lucia pressed onward. After walking a distance along the straight corridor, Lucia stopped and pointed to the nearby electrical distribution room. We're here. Fong Hong took out Victor's badge and swiped it in front of the distribution room. Welcome, Mr. Victor. Fong Hong pushed open the door. The electrical room was safe. He quickly surveyed the room's layout. The entire power distribution room was divided into 2 sections, the control room and the backup power room. The control room housed a large display monitor and a mechanical control panel. The backup power room at the rear was stacked with emergency generator sets. Fong Hong walked over to the monitor to observe. The display showed the power distribution status for each area of the laboratory building. Staring at the layout diagram displayed above, Fong Hong fell deep in thought. Does something look off? Doesn't this section look a bit odd? Lucia followed the direction Fong Hong was pointing. She quickly noticed the peculiarity. The majority of the 3rd and 4th basement levels of the lab building had been sealed off, forming a complete closed loop. Lucia pointed to a spot within the closed loop. This location is one of the emergency passageways connecting Zone D to Zone S. I suspect Meteorite Corporation sealed off all entrances to Zone S during the evacuation phase. Fong Hong had originally planned to directly destroy the backup generator set, causing a massive power outage. But that plan was no longer feasible. The G-virus experiments on level 2 were still ongoing. Forcing a power outage would halt the tyrant's modification process. There was another reason. Fong Hong extended his hand and tapped another location on the map. Lucia, look, the sewage treatment area is in this sector, very close to the entrance leading to Sector S. Lucia understood immediately. You mean the lockdown area is to prevent the mutated spiders from escaping? Yeah, that's highly likely. If this guess was correct, once the power was shut off, the sealed-off spider colony would likely spiral completely out of control. Individual mutated spiders possessed immense strength, and it was unclear how many more lurked within Meteorite Corporation. If their numbers were substantial, it would spell trouble. For safety's sake, shut down the T-virus lab's power first to contain the risk. Fong Hong walked to the control console and operated the mechanical platform. Power distribution complete. Done. On the large screen, the red-marked lockdown areas dimmed, indicating the power cutoff was complete. Let's go. Fong Hong swiftly led Lucia back to the entrance of the T-virus laboratory on the 3rd underground level. The entrance room's main door had been completely sealed shut. Fong Hong was prepared. With a wave of his hand,
Dozens of zombie clones surged forward behind him, raising their iron hammers to begin chipping away at the door.
It took over 20 minutes before the door finally gave way. Notice, you dismantled the alloy door. You obtained scrap iron 172, abandoned alloy 34. Fong Hong, be careful.
The instant the gate shattered, Lucia's crimson pupils suddenly contracted. She immediately pulled Fong Hong backward.
SSSS-tier.
The next second, a brown mutated spider burst out from the room. It smashed through the two vine zombies blocking Fong Hong's path and lunged straight at him. Lucia stepped forward, shielding Fong Hong with her body as she raised her assault rifle and pulled the trigger.
Bang! Bang bang bang!
Squeak! The mutated spider was wounded, purple fluid spurting from its wounds. The intense firepower forced the mutated spider to retreat backward into the darkness.
Fong Hong couldn't make out anything in the darkness, but he could clearly hear the rapid, hissing friction sounds emanating from within the room. There were indeed mutated spiders in the T-virus lab. And not just one. Chapter 177, Third Stage Mutants. How many are there, Lucia?
Lucia stood at the doorway, assault rifle raised, scanning the room.
The lab is huge.
Can't be sure, but at least 12.
Can we handle it?
Lucia reloaded another magazine.
No problem.
Having come this far, they absolutely had to get their hands on the modified T-virus.
Fong Hong and Lucia exchanged a glance, signaling for a full-on assault. Go! The vine zombies surged into the room upon receiving the attack signal.
Lucia followed close behind the horde, charging in alongside them.
Bang! Bang bang! Lucia's night vision proved exceptionally powerful in this environment.
She immediately pulled the trigger and opened fire. The room was pitch black, severely limiting Fong Hong's vision. He hesitated to enter immediately, instead standing outside the doorway. He swept the area quickly with his flashlight. Within his line of sight, at least 5 or 6 mutated spiders were slaughtering their way through the zombie horde. The zombie clones were at a disadvantage. The mutated spider's razor-sharp forelimbs could effortlessly slice through vines. Most troublesome of all, the mutated spiders moved with astonishing speed, even capable of climbing walls and ceilings.
Lucia noticed this too.
She immediately switched to her sniper rifle and, relying on its powerful burst fire capability, picked off the mutated spiders on the ceiling one by one. The moment they fell, vine zombies swarmed in to surround them. Though surrounded by 7 or 8 zombies, the mutated spider continued to unleash frenzied attacks with its forelimbs. The vine zombies' tendrils failed to entangle the spider, forcing them to resort to swinging their iron spears for basic attacks.
Notice, your zombie clone is under attack. Notice, your zombie clone deals minor damage to the spider.
A flurry of game notifications flashed in the bottom right corner of the retina display.
The vine zombies began to suffer casualties. No, the zombies' damage output isn't enough. Fong Hong made a quick assessment, swiftly switching to his shotgun.
He downed a bottle of anti-infection serum in one gulp and stepped into the room. He strode toward the nearest mutated spider, surrounded by zombie clones. He aimed the muzzle at the mutated spider's head. Boom! The shotgun fired at point-blank range. The mutated spider was severely wounded, knocked into a stiffened state. The vine zombies seized the opportunity, their dense tendrils wrapping around the mutated zombie's body. The mutated spider recovered from its staggered state and swung its forelimbs to slash through the vines.
Boom! Fong Hong raised his shotgun, aimed at the mutated spider's face, and fired another shot, stunning it once more. Boom! 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 5 shots back and forth. The mutated spider finally exploded before Fong Hong. Purple blood splattered everywhere. Notice, you have defeated a Tier 3 mutant spider. You have obtained a Tier 1 evolution Crystal 1. The mutated spider is actually a 3rd tier mutated creature? No wonder it's so tough to deal with. Boom!
The spider's corpse exploded again before Fong Hong's eyes.
Ha! What's this?
After the abdomen exploded, Fong Hong saw a swarm of tiny spiders crawling out from beneath the corpse.
Miniature mutated spiders, no bigger than fingernails?
The tiny spiders immediately scurried toward Fong Hong at lightning speed. Startled, Fong Hong scrambled backward, snatched a Molotov cocktail from his backpack, and hurled it at the ground ahead.
Boom!
The Molotov cocktail ignited a patch of ground.
A large swath of tiny spiders was engulfed by the flames.
The remaining spiders scattered at the sight of the flames,
quickly crawling into hidden corners and vanishing completely. Watch out!
Even after the mutated spiders die, they'll spawn smaller ones from their bodies. Fong Hong called out to Lucia, who was firing her sniper rifle nearby.
Roger that.
Fong Hong hoisted his shotgun and moved toward the next mutated spider trapped in the enclosure.
Weapons factory.
An armored vehicle slowly rolled into the underground parking garage.
Doors opened, and 8 squads emerged in orderly succession.
Bringing up the rear was a woman with short hair.
Lu Kei possessed a delicate beauty.
After graduating, she joined a major gaming company and was promoted to department manager within 2 years. To others, she embodied both beauty and talent. Few knew she was a member of the anti-federal organization. Lu Kei trailed behind the group, surveying the surroundings. Not only had the Federation players defeated the Furies in such a short time, but they had even managed to repair the armored vehicle. This was extremely bad news. This time, her mission was sabotage. To disrupt the Federation's mission completion as much as possible and slow down their progress. It was time to act. Liu Kei's gaze lingered on the armored vehicle parked in the lot. Taking advantage of the lack of attention, Liu Kei slipped away from the group and quietly boarded the armored vehicle. The recently updated objective had 3 targets. First, eliminate a target NPC. Latest intel indicates he is currently inside the hospital. Second, find a way to prematurely resurrect the Vengeance Goddess, causing significant disruption to the Dark Knight Order's retreat. Third, breach the passageway in Sector S and release the monster concealed within Meteorite Corporation. As this involved the main storyline mission, Liu Kei had no idea what the so-called monsters actually were. She only knew one thing: destroying the backup power supply within the complex would accomplish the mission and cause considerable trouble for the Federation. Of course, the most crucial mission was to find a way to kill that NPC. Amidst the utter chaos at the weapons factory, no one noticed Liu Kei had secretly driven an armored vehicle away from the facility. Liu Kei was also unaware that Mo Jiawei had been monitoring the armored vehicle's every move. The boss really is prescient. This guy sneaking off in a vehicle? He's clearly no good. Mo Jiawei chuckled darkly. He immediately activated his communicator, attempting to contact Fong Hung. In the basement, the last mutated spider collapsed under a barrage of shotgun fire. Fong Hung deftly hurled a Molotov cocktail at the mutated spider's corpse. Boom! The baby spiders, unable to escape from their mother's body in time, emitted squeaking sounds before being consumed by the flames. Notice, in this battle, you earned survival points 2714. You obtained complete evolution crystals 13, tier 1 evolution crystals 5, and firearm mastery skill EXP 562. Finally, they were all dealt with. Seeing no more mutated spiders crawling out of the vents, Fong Hong didn't even pause to catch his breath. He swiftly crafted several iron covers and commanded his zombie clones to seal every ventilation shaft in the lab. Only after reinforcing every vent twice did Fong Hong finally relax a bit, sitting down to rest on a lab table. This battle had been exhausting. Lucia changed out a magazine. Fong Hong, we're running low on ammo. If we encounter more mutated spiders, we'll be in trouble. Hang in there. We'll head back immediately after finishing the search. Fong Hong glanced at his backpack. Not only Lucia, but even his own shotgun had barely any rounds left. Once we find the modified T-virus, we're getting out of here fast. Let whoever cares about the remaining mutated spiders deal with them. With his mind made up, Fong Hong waved his hand, directing the zombie clones to thoroughly search the T-virus lab. Chapter 178, Modification: The Fusion. While the zombie clones were busy looting, Fong Hong briefly scanned the game log again. In that battle alone, over 40 zombie clones had been lost. Notice, your survival radio has received an emergency message. 5 minutes ago, Mo Jiawei had sent a message. The battle had been too intense, and he'd overlooked the message. It seems there might be signal interference inside the lab building, preventing the Dark Knight Core communicators from receiving messages from the control tower. Fong Hong activated his personal survival radio to monitor the situation. Mo Jiawei, Fong Hong, the mole is moving. An armored vehicle just left the weapons factory. Judging by its direction, it's heading toward the hospital. The anti-Federation players have begun their move. Fong Hong murmured softly. He shut off the radio and glanced at the time again. Less than 15 minutes remained before the tyrant's transformation was complete. Could that traitor really have located Victor so quickly? Fong Hong decided to check on the tyrant first before heading to the hospital to complete the mission. Lucia, let's head back first. Leaving the zombie clones to search for the T-virus, Fong Hong and Lucia returned to the G-virus laboratory. Basement Level 2, G-virus laboratory. Standing before 3 massive incubation tanks, Fong Hong's breathing grew slightly ragged. 31% modification rate, 17% fusion rate. The moment of truth had arrived. Fong Hong stared intently at the countdown. He had rarely felt this tense before. The first tyrant's modification was complete. The nutrient solution inside the chamber was drained. The zombie clone lay motionless. Boom! Fong Hong watched helplessly as the zombie clone self-detonated into a pile of bloody pulp inside the incubation chamber. Notice, your zombie clone modification has failed. Your zombie clone has died. Damn it! Fong Hong cursed silently under his breath. Next one. Boom! Another pile of flesh. Notice, your zombie clone modification failed. Your zombie clone has died. No way! Is today really this unlucky? After 2 consecutive failures, Fong Hong was starting to panic, his fists clenched tightly. His face darkened as his gaze shifted to the final incubation chamber on the far right. Gurgle, gurgle. A string of bubbles rose from the final incubation chamber. The nutrient solution hadn't been fully drained yet. The corpse soaking in it suddenly opened its eyes. Fong Hong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be?
Notice, your zombie clone body modification has succeeded. Notice, your zombie clone has successfully merged. Fong Hong froze. Successful? And a major success at that. Not only did the modification succeed, but the fusion succeeded too. He'd thought he'd gambled everything away, yet here was an incredible turnaround from the brink of despair? Fong Hong instantly felt like he'd gone from hell to heaven. He immediately looked down to check the game log. Notice, current zombie subbodies tyrant type modified body, vine parasite modified body exhibit abnormal instability. You may spend 15,000 survival points and 3 tier 1 evolution crystals to completely eliminate instability risks and solidify the current fusion state of the tyrant modified body and vine parasite modified body. Notice, once instability occurs, the zombie's body will become uncontrollable. Note, after solidifying the clone state, if the clone dies and is revived, it will retain the fused state of the tyrant modified body and vine parasite modified body. Solidify? Seeing the game prompt, Fong Hong immediately understood. Solidifying the state meant paying protection fees to the Supreme Being. A similar system existed when evolving the vine zombies earlier. Back then, modifying the vine parasite required 3,000 points and 100 evolution crystal shards. The tyrant form was clearly a higher tier solidification state, costing a whopping 15,000 survival points alone. Additionally, 3 tier 1 evolution crystals were required to complete the process. Fortunately, he just slaughtered a wave of mutated spiders, netting a decent haul of survival points in tier 1 evolution crystals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to scrape together the protection fee for the Overlord in time. Fong Hong murmured, select to consume points for solidification. Notice, you have consumed 15,000 survival points and 3x tier 1 evolution crystals. Your zombie clone has completed the solidification of the tyrant transformation body and the vine parasite transformation body. The liquid inside the cultivation chamber was quickly drained, and the chamber door slid open with a sharp whir. The modified tyrant stood rigidly before Fong Hong. In an instant, Fong Hong felt a simple connection form between his consciousness and the tyrant body before him. Unlike controlling ordinary zombie clones before. This was a strange sensation, difficult to describe in words. Fong Hong sensed he could now issue slightly more complex commands to the tyrant. Never mind that, check the stats first. Fong Hong lowered his head to open the taskbar, hastily scrolling to examine the tyrant's attributes. Creature, zombie hybrid. Level, 13. Health, 6,799.5 6,799.5. Strength, 65.55. Agility, 26.3. Stamina, 67.05. Willpower, 2.5. Perception, 11.9. Perception, 2.5. Basic skills. Skill, undead body. Description, passive effect. Immune to most mind-affecting spells and diseases viruses. Possesses no psychic power or stamina. Health increased by 300%. Note, zombie clones cannot infect others. Corpse vine parasite modification skills. Skill, corpse vine armor. Description, passive effect. Zombie clones gain an additional 300% base health, 1% maximum health regeneration per second, and 30% physical damage reduction. Skill, corpse vine entanglement. Description, during close combat, has a chance to unleash the corpse vine entanglement skill, placing the target in an entangled state. Additional notes, entanglement success and escape probability are determined by both parties' base attributes. Additional notes, upon successful entanglement, the target becomes immobilized, and the zombie drains health from the bound unit every second. Tyrant body modification skill. Skill, tyrant body. Skill description, a specialized body modification following T-virus injection, enhancing all physical attributes and enabling execution of higher-level commands. Effect 1, increases zombie strength by 55, agility by 20, stamina by 55, boosts health by 200%, and increases HP regeneration by 60 per second. Effect 2, all damage to non-vital areas reduced by 50%. Effect 3, the tyrant possesses rudimentary intelligence, capable of comprehending minimal information. Skill, rampage state. Description, the tyrant enters rage mode after sustaining significant damage. HP drops below 60%. Effect 1, upon entering this state, all current debuffs, physical debuffs only, are immediately removed, and all health is restored. Skill effect 2, upon entering rage mode, the tyrant's hands mutate into claws, gaining an additional 25 strength points. This state lasts 60 minutes with a 48-hour cooldown, cannot perform actions like gathering while active. Fusion skill. Skill, fusion vines. Effect, the tyrant can actively extend vines from its arms for support, attack, defense, and other actions. Chapter 179, Acquiring the T-virus. After thoroughly examining the attributes of his zombie clone fused with the tyrant's body, Fong Hong exclaimed in awe. To put it simply, its health pool alone was nearly 6,800 points. That was 20 times his current health. With numerous attribute boosting skills and several potions consumed, Fong Hong's current constitution stats soared to 24.1. Most ordinary players didn't even have half his health points.
combined with the vine parasite skills and the tyrant's massive strength and constitution bonuses. If anyone were trapped by the tyrant's vine entanglement skill, who could possibly escape? Apart from being a bit bulky and vulnerable to ranged attacks, he had virtually no other weaknesses. Fong Hong was overjoyed. Could the tyrant form even accept more advanced commands? Fong Hong gazed at the towering figure, over 2 meters tall, with palpable excitement. Satisfied. This money was well spent. The only regret was the low success rate of the tyrant body. Only 1 out of 3 had succeeded. He only had 1 tyrant to use. Wait. Come to think of it, he possesses the SSS-tier enhancement talent Rapid Proliferation. In just 6 more hours, he'd gain an additional tyrant proliferation body. Jackpot. Fong Hong was so excited he even bent down to crack his knuckles while calculating. Damn. Theoretically, he could have 4 tyrant vine-enhanced zombies at once. With these 4, those mutated spiders he encountered earlier would be nothing. Fong Hong felt like he'd struck it rich overnight. Fong Hong. Lucia pointed her gun at the tyrant warily. She sensed a powerful oppressive aura emanating from the tyrant and cautiously approached Fong Hong. Could he be in danger? Danger? What kind of question is that? Fong Hong was overjoyed inside. The more he looked at the tyrant now, the more agreeable he seemed. Danger? Not a chance. The tyrant is perfectly obedient. The tyrant? Well behaved? Lucia eyed the adjectives spilling from Fong Hong's mouth with utter skepticism. See for yourself. Fong Hong said, pulling a silver living specimen collector from his backpack. Receiving Fong Hong's command, the tyrant bent slightly at the waist and extended his thick arm toward him. Fong Hong pressed the collector against the tyrant's arm. Needles rapidly extended from the end of the long tube. SSSH. A slow-moving progress bar appeared above Fong Hong's head. Notice, you have obtained a live sample 1 of Tyrant T103 Fusion Modified Body. See? I told you. Lucia. While Fong Hong studied the Tyrant Fusion Body's attributes, the zombie clones searching the T-Virus research lab downstairs gradually returned one by one. They dropped the items they had gathered one by one before Fong Hong. Prompt, you have obtained the following items: Basic T-Virus 4, T-Virus Anti-Infection Serum 2, Hunter Research Analysis Log 1, Enhanced T-Virus Blocker Experimental Manual 1, Modified T-Virus 3, Damaged Monthly Report 1. Found it. Modified T-Virus. 3 samples. Good news kept coming. Fong Hong felt his luck was finally turning. He stuffed all the items he'd collected from the zombies into his backpack in one go. A huge haul. With this haul, he could finally get started on modifying the scavenger once he returned to the shelter. Vines plus scavenger plus tyrant. All 3 combined. The tyrant's power would definitely reach new heights. Fong Hong couldn't help but clench his fist lightly. Right now that the tyrant's evolution was complete, he could start planning the Fury's evolution next. Didn't we obtain that purple worm earlier? This worm was clearly the key to transforming the tyrant into the Furies. After all, the ordinary tyrant only possessed 2 forms, while the Furies boasted 4 distinct forms, not to mention their absurdly powerful resurrection ability. Just thinking about it made Fong Hong's eyes burn with envy. Fong Hong took a deep breath and shook his head to steady his thoughts. Focus on the present. It was too far ahead to dwell on now. First, complete the main quest. Lucia, this place isn't safe. Let's head back first. Okay. To be safe, Fong Hong returned to the power distribution room on the 4th underground level. He restored power to the T-Virus laboratory, sealing the mutated spiders inside. Next up is dealing with that traitor friend. Fong Hong murmured to himself. Fong Hong and Lucia returned to the weapons factory together. Captain Buck had already returned safely and was overseeing operations inside the facility. Fong Hong, you're back. I've heard about what you did. I'll report your outstanding performance to the Dark Knights upon returning. Captain Buck leaned in close and whispered in Fong Hong's ear, also, I owe you one. Lucia's gotten you into trouble again, hasn't she? Fong Hong glanced at Lucia, who was busy organizing weapons and equipment nearby. Not really. Notification, your rapport with Buck has significantly increased. Oh, and there's something rather important. Fong Hong leaned in and whispered into Captain Buck's ear. I've got some intel. There's a mole within our Dark Knights. He's been fixated on that mysterious signal from the hospital. Just now, he drove off alone from the armory to head there. A mole? Are you sure? Over 70% certainty, Captain Buck. I hope this matter remains confidential for now. I need to figure some things out. Understood. I'll look into it. We won't broadcast this matter for now. Buck grasped the gravity of the situation. He immediately summoned several squad leaders, assembling the team to take roll call. Sure enough, as Fong Hong had said, one man was missing. Moments later, Buck returned to Fong Hong. We've accounted for everyone. Just as you said, one is missing. Her name is Lu Kei. She joined the Dark Knights a week ago and was considered quite capable among the new recruits. Fong Hong silently committed the name to memory. Lu Kei.
Unexpectedly, she was a female player. Captain Buck, I'd like to visit the hospital again. All right. I trust you to handle the mission, but remember to return here before 2 p.m. sharp. We'll be withdrawing on schedule. Also, do you need reinforcements? Should I send a squad to follow your lead? Thanks, but one person is enough. More people would just get in the way.
Fong Hong glanced at Lucia, who was organizing her gear nearby.
As if reading his mind, Lucia lifted her head and looked over at Fong Hong. She looked eager to join in. The thrill of hunting down a traitor would likely make that brute Lucia insist on tagging along. Fong Hong immediately turned his head away to avoid Lucia's gaze. He certainly didn't want to drag Lucia into this mess.
The Furies had already been dealt with, and most of the Dark Knight team had assembled. Now all that remained was to clear a path to the retreat assembly point. The mission difficulty was practically zero.
Why not just safely complete the main quest and collect the rewards? Why risk dragging Lucia along and increasing the danger? Fong Hong planned to head to the hospital alone. Chapter 180, Vehicle Tyrant.
Fong Hong looked at Buck and continued, please keep this matter confidential for now.
No problem. I'll inform the others that you're on a special assignment.
Buck nodded to Fong Hong, then beckoned to Lucia, Lucia, come here.
I need to discuss something with you. Coming. Lucia approached. Is there a mission?
While Buck and Lucia were talking, Fong Hong quietly slipped back to the underground parking garage. 2 armored vehicles remained in the garage.
Fong Hong opened the door to one of them.
Then, staring at the steering wheel and dashboard before him, Fong Hong felt a bit dazed.
An armored vehicle? How do you drive this thing? He had no idea. A thought flashed through his mind, and Fong Hong noticed a row of red armored vehicle control instructions appearing on his retina.
Simultaneously, a game prompt flashed across the lower right corner of his retina. Notice, player's current driving level LV2, armored vehicle driving instructions available.
Player cannot fully control the armored vehicle.
Speed will be restricted, and there is a higher probability of rolling over when turning.
Proceed with caution. Damn it!
Lucia hadn't been lying to herself earlier. It really is incredibly difficult for ordinary people to drive an armored vehicle.
This driving skill requirement was really messing with his head. Fong Hong pondered for a moment.
Then he realized that the friend from the Anti-Federation organization probably didn't possess advanced driving skills either. She too would suffer the negative effects of inadequate driving ability. The game applied consistent penalties to both sides. With that thought, Fong Hong stepped out of the car and scanned the underground parking garage once more. Numerous abandoned vehicles remained in the garage, some of which were still operational.
Level up on the spot? Not really.
Fong Hong had been driving trucks to transport goods for quite some time, yet he hadn't even reached level 3 in driving. The efficiency was painfully slow, not something he could level up quickly.
Forget it. Let's take the sewers. Fong Hong left the basement and retraced his steps to the sewer entrance.
Leaping through the manhole cover, he instinctively pulled his face mask over his head. Thud! The massive tyrant leapt directly from above into the sewer, landing with a heavy thud on the ground.
Fong Hong glanced back at the tyrant's corpse behind him. He rubbed his chin. The tyrant body was the original template for Meteor Corporation's biological weapon program. Though it still couldn't perform running motions, its foot frequency and stride length far exceeded those of ordinary humans. Players on the forums had tested it. The tyrant's movement speed was exceptionally fast.
For a short time, players could outpace the tyrant by sprinting. However, over time, players' stamina would deplete, preventing sustained sprinting, and they would soon be caught by the tyrant.
It seems like this might work. Fong Hong had an idea.
He snapped his fingers lightly.
SSS-tier.
Responding to Fong Heng's command, intricate vines began to sprout and spread beneath the skin on his back. The vines formed a raised chair.
The tyrant crouched slightly, extending his thick arm toward Fong Hong.
Fong Hong climbed up the tyrant's arm, flipped over, and landed directly on the vine chair behind him.
Pretty stable. The tyrant's clone stood upright.
With Fong Hong aboard, it strode forward toward the underground passage ahead.
Ha ha! Vehicle tyrant. Got it.
Liu Kei certainly lacked advanced driving skills. The armored vehicle's movement speed remained sluggish.
Before heading to the hospital, Liu Kei made a detour to the chemical plant.
She spent some time locating the vengeance goddess inside the chemical plant, then used explosives to blast open the chemical tanks submerging it. The Furies should be reactivated within a few hours.
A cruel smile touched Liu Kei's lips.
When that time came, the Furies would deliver a surprise to both the Federation and the Dark Knights. If she was lucky enough to wipe out the entire Dark Knights, the main quest might even end right here. As the armored vehicle neared the hospital, Liu Kei steeled herself, pushing all other thoughts aside.
Outside the window, hordes of zombies swarmed the hospital perimeter.
Seeing this, Liu Kei's brows furrowed involuntarily once more.
Her strength wasn't formidable.
At least not enough to break through this horde of zombies by sheer force and charge straight into the hospital to find that NPC. But she had already devised a plan in advance.
The mission objective was to kill the NPC. In other words, All she needed to do was find a way to destroy the hospital. Liu Kei continued driving the armored vehicle, charging toward the outer barbed wire fence of the hospital. Crash! The armored vehicle smashed through the hospital's perimeter barbed wire, tearing open a massive gap. Liu Kei stopped the armored vehicle and attempted to operate its external rocket launcher. She aimed the barrel at the hospital's outer perimeter wall. Boom! The cannon blast tore a gap in the hospital's outer wall. The horde of zombies that had gathered outside the hospital suddenly found an outlet. They surged toward the interior of the hospital. Liu Kei fired several more rounds at the wall, blasting additional holes before driving the armored vehicle into the hospital grounds. She drove the armored vehicle around the hospital grounds, quickly noticing the distinctiveness of Building 3. Among all the buildings, only Building 3 had been reinforced layer upon layer. See where you can hide now. Liu Kei sneered coldly, swiveled the turret, and pressed the rocket launcher's firing button. Boom! Boom boom boom! The armored vehicle carried only a limited supply of rockets, 8 in total. The remaining 4 rockets slammed into the building, tearing several gaping holes through its walls. He got lucky. With all the rockets expended, Liu Kei felt a pang of disappointment. With ample ammunition, there might have been a chance to collapse the entire structure. But it was close enough. Liu Yike peered out through the car window. Hordes of zombies had already poured through the gap blasted open by the fire into the hospital building. Moreover, the sound of the rocket launcher was drawing more and more zombies toward this location. With so many zombies, no one inside the hospital could possibly survive. Second objective accomplished. Liu Yike turned around, started the armored vehicle, and prepared to head back to the weapons factory. Suddenly, she froze. What was that? The Furies? The mole got here this fast? Fan Hong had just emerged from the sewer. Before he could even take a breath of fresh air, he witnessed an armored vehicle bombarding the building with its artillery. The hospital entrance was blown open by cannon fire, and hordes of zombies poured through the breach into the building. This is bad. Would Victor be in trouble? Nearby, the armored vehicle was turning around to retreat. Fong Heng's eyelid twitched. Thinking of running away after causing trouble? Perfect. I'll use you as practice test the tyrant's strength while I'm at it. Stop him. Fong Hong leapt from behind the tyrant and issued an attack command to the tyrant zombies. Bang! Bang bang! Receiving the command, the tyrant immediately began shuffling its heavy feet, chasing after the armored vehicle. Chapter 181, Crossing Over. Liu Kei didn't notice Fong Hong hiding behind the building. As the tyrant closed in outside the window, a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Turning the armored vehicle around was already difficult enough, compounded by her own lack of driving skill and the negative movement speed penalty from the game. The entire armored vehicle crawled along at a snail's pace. We're dead. As the tyrant charged toward the armored vehicle, Liu Kei screamed inwardly. Crash! A dull thud. Liu Kei felt the entire vehicle jolt violently. The armored vehicle's alloy metal plate was crushed by the tyrant's fist, leaving a clear dent. Liu Kei turned ashen with fear. Faced with such peril, she momentarily lost her composure and couldn't think straight. How could this happen? Wasn't the Fury still incomplete? Even if she had, why was she chasing after her? Besides, the organization had said the Furies weren't primarily hostile toward players, their usual targets were NPCs. What on earth was happening? Liu Kei now bitterly regretted having used up all her ammunition. Now she was a lamb led to the slaughter. Holy crap! That's some serious power? Fong Hong watched from the sidelines, utterly thrilled. The tyrant unleashed punch after relentless punch, hammering away at the iron armor. The armored vehicle from Meteorite Corporation was exceptionally well built and highly durable. Though the exterior was now pitted and dented, Louis remained safe inside the driver's compartment. After landing over a dozen punches, Tyrant realized he couldn't break through this turtle shell. Liu Kei huddled inside the driver's compartment, too terrified to leave the armored vehicle. All she could do now was pray for the tyrant to leave quickly. As she prayed, Liu Kei suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet sway. She felt a moment of weightlessness. Fortunately, the seatbelt held her firmly in place. Gazing through the window, Liu Kei's face turned deathly pale. After a prolonged assault with no breakthrough, the tyrant seemed to have lost its temper. He braced both hands against the armored vehicle's undercarriage, attempting to lift the entire vehicle. Unfortunately, the tyrant had overestimated his own strength. His strength fell short, managing only to lift half the armored vehicle's body. Roar! The tyrant roared, suddenly exerting all his strength to yank the vehicle upward with a violent jerk. Crash! The armored vehicle somersaulted several times in midair before crashing heavily back to the ground. The world spun violently. Inside the vehicle, Liu Kei felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. It felt like someone had thrown her insides into a washing machine and spun them around. But incredibly, the armored vehicle landed on its front, coming to a stable stop. In that critical moment, Liu Kei's survival instinct kicked in. Fighting off the intense dizziness, she slammed her foot down on the accelerator. Though severely damaged and significantly slowed, the armored vehicle's performance remained largely intact. It persisted, lurching forward. The tyrant wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. He hadn't realized his attack might actually help his opponent and started to chase after them. Forget it. Fan Heng immediately waved his hand, signaling the tyrant to halt the pursuit. The test had achieved its purpose. The tyrant was formidable. Meteor Corp truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful tech company in the post-apocalyptic world. Even after being battered like that, the armored vehicle could still move. What a shame. The armored vehicle was too heavy. There was no way to bring even a few back to the shelter. As for Liu Kai, Fan Heng lifted his head, gazing in the direction Liu Kai had fled. Keeping her alive would be useful. Confirming she was part of the anti-Federation organization, keeping her alive might actually be advantageous. Should I sell her to the Federation, or try to extract benefits directly from her to gain more intelligence? Fan Heng stroked his chin. That could wait. First, he needed to find Victor. Watching the horde of zombies drawn by the explosion's roar surge into the hospital, Fan Heng grew concerned for Victor's safety. Tyrant, let's go. Fan Heng drew his broadsword and charged toward the hospital building with Tyrant in tow. A one-sided slaughter. Most of the zombies flooding into the hospital were ordinary ones. The Tyrant could easily one-shot them. Sometimes, when luck was on their side and the zombies were clustered together, the Tyrant could even take out 2 or 3 with a single punch. The Tyrant cleared the path ahead, while Fan Heng swung his great cutlass to provide support from the side. Limb fragments flew everywhere. The hospital building was riddled with holes from the armored vehicle's rocket barrage. Hordes of zombies poured into the hospital building from all directions. While summoning the underground sewer zombies to converge on the hospital, Fan Heng followed the Tyrant as they charged toward the 4th floor. Slashing their way through, they reached the 3rd floor corridor. Fan Heng spotted those familiar mechanical spheres again. The mechanical sentries remained operational, firing wildly at the attacking zombies. Things seemed to be holding up. Victor's defensive network hadn't fallen. But how to get up there? Fan Heng glanced at the window beside him. Inspiration struck again. But could the Tyrant handle this basic operation? Fan Heng attempted to communicate with the Tyrant's rudimentary consciousness. It seemed to grasp his meaning, giving an almost imperceptible nod. SSS. Vines extended once more from the Tyrant's back. It bent down and extended an arm toward Fan Heng. Fan Heng didn't hesitate, stepping along the arm to sit on the protruding vine chair behind the Tyrant. Vines extended like seatbelts, securing Fan Heng firmly to the chair. Preparations complete. Snap, snap. The Tyrant took 2 steps back. He took a long stride, accelerating toward the window. Crash. His massive frame smashed through the reinforced wooden window. The Tyrant leapt through the shattered window with Fan Heng in tow. Outside the window. After leaving the building, the Tyrant abruptly raised his right hand upward. SSS. SSS. Dense tendrils erupted from the Tyrant's right arm, shooting upward and clinging tightly to the 4th floor window above. SSS. The vines contracted rapidly once more. The Tyrant's falling form abruptly halted, then was swiftly yanked upward by the contracting vines. Mid-air, the Tyrant extended his left hand once more. Fine tendrils once more wrapped around the 5-story windows. Crash. Dragged up to the 5th floor by the vines, the Tyrant smashed through the 5th floor window glass with a single punch, bursting directly into the interior from outside. Haha, this multi-purpose vehicle is pretty handy. Entering the 5th floor corridor, Fan Heng patted the Tyrant's shoulder and leaped down from its back. Freeze. Stay right there. Don't move. Fan Heng slowly turned to face Victor behind him. Victor was pointing a long-barreled shotgun at him. Victor, I didn't expect this kind of welcome ceremony. Shut up. Victor glared at Fan Heng with a vicious expression. Don't think I don't know it was your Dark Knight order that lured that horde of zombies outside. What exactly do you want from me? It's a misunderstanding. Someone did indeed want to harm you, but I had nothing to do with her. Remember what I told you before? There's a mole within the Dark Knights. Victor remained skeptical. His trust in the Dark Knight order had plummeted to freezing point. Chapter 182, Recruitment Conditions. What about that Tyrant on your back? What's its story? Victor pressed again, aren't you part of the Dark Knights? How can you control the Tyrant? Fan Heng patted the Tyrant's shoulder beside him. I've told you about him before. He's my special ability. Since the apocalypse, many people have awakened certain special abilities. Fan Heng spoke slowly, gesturing toward a vial in his hand. See? I went to great lengths to find the G-virus blocker for you and rushed straight back here. An inhibitor? You found it this quickly? Victor stared at the vial in Fan Heng's hand, utterly astonished. This was the serum that could save Angel's life. Put the vial on the ground and roll over here slowly. Fan Heng spread his hands, placed the vial on the ground, and rolled toward Victor.
Victor scooped up the G-virus inhibitor like a precious treasure, turning it over in his hands to examine it.
Well, do you believe me now? It's real.
Victor lowered the long-barreled shotgun in his hands. He felt both elated and a twinge of guilt over his earlier actions.
Sorry, Fong Hung. I thought you were in cahoots with that bastard who blew up the building. Fong Hung waved it off. It's fine. I understand. Prompt, you have completed the quest Victor's request. Prompt, you have completed the side quest unknown distress signal.
Notice, your rapport with Victor has significantly increased.
Wonderful. Wonderful. With this, Angel can be saved. Thank you so much, Fong Hung. I don't even know how to repay you. I'm so sorry about earlier.
Victor was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent sentences.
Fong Hong licked his lips.
Now that the mission was complete and his rapport had skyrocketed, it was time to figure out how to lure Victor back to the sanctuary.
It's fine, Victor. Now that we have the G-virus inhibitor, what are your plans moving forward? Next?
Victor's brow furrowed deeply. At the start of the disaster, I intended to return to Meteor Corporation.
Only they could help Angel recover. But you can't find anyone from Meteor Corp anymore. The outside world has become a wasteland.
No one knows what condition Meteor Corp is in now.
True.
That's why I later sought refuge with the Dark Knights. But now it seems they can't be trusted either. Victor now felt cornered. He felt utterly powerless, drawing a deep breath.
Fong Hong, you're the person I trust most now. If possible, I hope you can help me find a place to settle in this apocalypse.
He took the bait?
This easy? Fong Hong silently glanced out the window. Should he thank that traitor? If not for Liu Kei, Victor might have joined the Dark Knights outright. Victor, though I joined the Dark Knights, I've personally established a sanctuary.
It's still developing and doesn't hold the same influence as the Dark Knights, but I can guarantee your safety there.
Your sanctuary? Victor looked at Fong Hong with surprise, sizing him up from head to toe. That's right. Me. Fong Hong gestured toward the tyrant standing beside him. This guy's the sanctuary's bodyguard. What do you think? Not bad, huh?
Victor's gaze shifted to the tyrant beside Fong Hong. Towering and imposing, the brute standing beside him seemed quite convincing. Victor lowered his head and fell silent for a moment. In this apocalyptic world, he didn't know where else to go. Victor looked up. Fong Hong, I've always been grateful to you, and I'd be more than willing to join your shelter.
But you know Angel's condition, the G-virus inhibitor, only lasts for a limited time.
She can only survive if she remains in a sterile ward. Furthermore, your shelter must possess adequate scientific and medical resources to develop the G-virus medication Angel relies on for survival, ensuring her ongoing treatment.
All that is fine.
I'll prepare the sterile ward in advance.
Good. Fong Hong, once the sterile ward is ready, we'll evacuate immediately. We must hurry. Angel's remaining medication is running low. Notice, you have triggered a special mission, Victor's recruitment. Mission name, Victor's recruitment. Requirement 1, player's sanctuary level must reach 25 completed. Requirement 2, player's vault research level must reach 20 completed.
Requirement 3, player's shelter must possess 1 sterile ward.
Requirement 4, player's shelter must have the G-virus research project completed. Requirement 5, player possesses G-virus antidote and complete G-virus completed.
Task Requirement 6, ensure Angel and Victor's safety throughout the entire operation until they are safely returned to your shelter.
Special note, the G-virus antidote lasts a maximum of 48 hours. If Angel fails to enter the sterile ward before time expires, the mission will fail. Mission time limit, 60 days. Fong Hong quickly scanned the mission prompt that appeared on his retinal display. Holy crap! Requires shelter level 25 and research level 20. Even the Federation couldn't meet these recruitment requirements at this stage.
Even he had only barely expanded his shelter to meet the level requirement before entering Songmu City.
In the game, higher difficulty missions usually meant better rewards. Victor must be an S-rank figure, no doubt about it. Fong Hong felt a surge of excitement. His next task was to protect Victor and Angel until he escorted them back to the shelter. Wait a minute, trouble seemed to be brewing. A sudden realization struck Fong Hong. He'd stumbled upon a major problem.
The sterile ward at the shelter wasn't finished yet, and 2 days was far too tight a schedule.
Something wasn't right. Fong Hong re-examined the mission brief once more.
The G-virus inhibitor lasts for 2 days, but the mission's time limit is a full 60 days. In other words, he only needed to bring Victor and Angel back to the shelter safely within 60 days.
As long as Victor and Angel's safety was assured during the journey, he could leave Pinewood City and make a detour back home.
Once he grasped this crucial point, the mission objective became crystal clear.
Fong Hong lifted his head and looked out the window once more.
The damaged hospital building needed to be repaired as soon as possible.
The entire city of Songmu only had intact sterile wards within the hospital building. If the zombies breached the hospital, Angel would be doomed, and the mission would fail.
Victor, it's settled then.
I'll handle the zombie horde downstairs first.
I'll go with you. Victor's expression grew grave as he raised the long-barreled shotgun in his hands. "No need. Just in case, you stay here and watch over Angel. I'll handle the zombies downstairs." With that, Fong Hong leapt back onto Tyrant's back. The Tyrant strode forward, leaping once more from the 5th-floor window with Fong Hong atop its back. Victor opened his mouth, then immediately followed suit, leaning out of the window. Using vines, the Tyrant was leaping down floor by floor. Outside, endless waves of zombies poured into the hospital. Ah! Victor let out a deep sigh. They were facing a veritable sea of zombies. Repairing the hospital's breach required additional building materials. None of this could be accomplished quickly. The zombies would soon breach the 5th floor, they might even collapse the entire hospital. Victor was prepared to fight to the death. No matter what, he would protect Angel's life. There was only one option left. Victor made his decision and turned back toward his mechanical lab. Chapter 183, Mechanical Exoskeleton Armor. Liu Kei drove the armored vehicle through the North Gate entrance into the Meteorite Corporation compound. She felt like she'd just had a brush with death. She had nearly died. But why would the Furies appear in that place? And why did she harbor such intense hatred toward her? Or was it just bad luck? Was the vengeful goddess actually after that NPC? Regardless, the most crucial task was accomplished. The NPC hiding in the hospital wouldn't survive. The next task was to find a way to cut off Meteor Corporation's internal power supply and release the monsters below. Liu Kei checked the explosives she carried with her. Several hours later. Finally done. Victor wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead. He slowly walked to the center of the mechanical research lab, pressed the red button beside him, and murmured softly, "I hope Fong Hong can hold out." Creak, creak, creak. 7 or 8 mechanical arms assembled and fitted iron armor components onto his body. Squeak. Click. The final bolt was tightened. Victor tried lifting his mechanical arm. In recent years, Meteor Corporation had invested heavily in biotechnology, causing stagnation in its research and development of thermal weapons. The mechanical exoskeleton armor before him was one such stalled project from several years prior. By chance, Victor stumbled upon the relevant files while rummaging through Meteor Corporation's archives. After the catastrophe erupted, Victor began attempting to modify and build it on his own. The modified exoskeleton armor provided formidable defense and strength. With it, perhaps he could fight the horde of zombies outside. No one could take Angel from him. Not even death itself. Victor trudged heavily, grabbing his electromagnetic pulse rifle as he headed downstairs. The moment he reached the 1st floor and saw the scene unfolding there, Victor's heart sank. The horde of zombies had breached the hospital building. Where was Fong Hong? Had he encountered danger? Victor raised the rifle, about to target the horde, when he suddenly froze. Unconsciously, he lowered the electromagnetic pulse rifle in his hands. Victor froze in place. The zombie horde? Victor had indeed seen the horde, but these zombies were unlike any he had encountered before. Each one of them was wielding a sledgehammer. Were they repairing the hole blasted through the hospital building by rocket launchers? Victor froze. More zombies kept streaming in through the entrance, piling firewood and other materials on the floor. In the corner, several zombies were busily crafting wooden planks. 2 zombies shuttled back and forth, delivering the finished planks to the damaged entrance of the building, where they were used by the zombie horde to repair the wrecked hospital. What the hell was going on? Victor felt his worldview suffer a massive shock. He couldn't comprehend it for a moment. Then, he saw Fong Hong walk in through the door. Fong Hong, these. Fong Hong was stunned too. Staring at his fully armored friend before him, he fell silent. Holy crap! Is this Iron Man? Victor was completely encased in a thick layer of iron plating. The two stared at each other, locked in silence for a full second. Fong Hong scratched his head. They're my special abilities. Ever since the disaster struck. I've told you about this before, you know what I mean? Victor hesitated. He nodded. Indeed, he recalled Fong Hong saying the same thing when they first met. But Fong Hong never mentioned his special abilities could control the tyrant. He never mentioned his special ability could control such a massive horde of zombies either. Or even use the zombie horde as labor to repair the hospital? Victor felt momentarily overwhelmed, unsure what to say. No wonder he'd been able to obtain the precious G-virus inhibitor from within the dangerous Meteorite Corporation during this period. Fong Hong broke the silence. Is this your, mech? Yeah, this is my latest mechanical exoskeleton armor. It requires high-level mechanical proficiency to assemble and operate. Fong Hong examined Victor's gear from head to toe. Looks pretty heavy. Doesn't it restrict movement? The outer layer is made of an ultra-strong alloy metal designed by Meteorite Corporation. It is indeed heavy, but it has an internal power circulation system. The actual operational performance is actually quite good. You'll get used to it. Victor raised the electromagnetic pulse rifle in his hand as he continued his explanation. Additionally, the alloy properties significantly enhance defensive capabilities and corrosion resistance, while also directly powering weapons.
That impressive? Fong Hong stared at Victor's mecha. The memories of this body had never encountered such a formidable suit either. It was likely another secret of the game's advanced stages, monopolized by major guilds and the Federation. If the Dark Knight Corps mercenaries could all be equipped with one, wouldn't they be unstoppable? Can it be mass-produced? It's too early to talk about mass production. The one I'm wearing now is merely a prototype model that hasn't undergone any combat testing. We need more test data for adjustments.
Energy is also a major issue. The internal circulation system consumes enormous power. During high-intensity combat, it can't sustain operation for even half an hour before requiring a power source replacement.
All right.
Fong Hong felt even more determined to lure Victor back to the sanctuary.
They've even developed high-tech products like mechs.
If he provided more materials later, they'd surely figure it out. As he pondered this, static crackled through the communicator.
Then, Mo Jiawei's message came through. Big shot, finally got through to you. Our hometown's under attack. An ambush? Fong Hong jolted. Slow down. Who attacked?
It's mutated spiders, third-tier creatures.
Mo Jiawei sounded utterly panicked on the other end of the line.
Over half an hour ago, a swarm of mutated spiders emerged from inside Meteorite Corporation. Their numbers keep growing, and the Dark Knights are struggling to hold them off. Fortunately, Lucia just located the signal source of a search helicopter outside. We plan to evacuate from Songmu City half an hour earlier than scheduled. The evacuation point is at the weapons factory in Sector E. Boss, hurry back.
If you don't return soon, it'll be too late. Mutated spiders? Early evacuation? The mutated spider swarm inside Meteorite Corporation broke out? Why has the mission difficulty suddenly skyrocketed? Fong Hang's brow furrowed as he sensed trouble brewing. Got it. I'll be right back. After ending the call, Fong Hong turned to Victor. Something's come up. I need to head back immediately. These zombies will stay here to protect you. Alright, go ahead. I'll be fine here. Fong Hong paused for a moment. I'll be back.
With that, he left the vine zombies to continue repairing the hospital and headed back to the weapons factory with Tyrant in tow.
Chapter 184, Evacuation. Meteorite Corporation. Area E, Weapons Factory. Just half an hour ago, a small number of mutated spiders appeared outside the weapons factory. These third-tier mutated creatures were extremely troublesome. Buck immediately organized the Dark Knights to mount a fierce resistance. Mo Jiawei and two other Federation players gathered together. He blew the head off a regular zombie with his pistol, then couldn't help but grumble. Third-tier mutated creatures, and they're just common grunts? How is this game so damn hard? Xiao Jing and another Federation player named Su Bin were equally frustrated. They too were stubbornly firing their pistols. Against third-tier mutated creatures, their small pistols were laughably ineffective, like toys. Before arriving here, the Federation had provided them with targeted training. The training did mention Matsumoto City's extreme danger, but it never warned them about encountering terrifying third-tier grunts like these. Fortunately, the Dark Knight Corps proved formidable enough to temporarily hold back the mutated spiders' assault with their overwhelming firepower. The group heard the sound of helicopters circling overhead. Looking up, they saw several helicopters circling high above the weapons factory, searching for a landing spot. Captain Buck shouted, "Our evacuation helicopters are here. Everyone, clear the landing zone. We'll evacuate in waves." The Dark Knight's morale surged instantly. Mo Jiawei's face lit up with joy at the news. Finally, they could evacuate. We'll be out of this hellhole soon. The plaza area outside the weapons factory had been largely cleared. The helicopter slowly descended into the cleared safe zone behind them. Just as Mo Jiawei was about to sprint toward the evacuation point, he suddenly heard heavy footsteps approaching from the distance. He couldn't help but turn his head toward the source of the sound. Mo Jiawei was startled. A tall figure strode purposefully toward the helicopter's landing zone. What the hell? The Furies? How did they get back here? The sudden appearance of the Avenger, who had broken through from outside the weapons factory, instantly shifted the tide of battle. The Dark Knight's vigilance snapped back into high alert. Quick! Take cover! Find cover! The Dark Knights scrambled for cover, evading the Avenger's line of sight while firing their weapons. Mo Jiawei glanced at Xiao Jing beside him. What's going on? How did the Vengeance Goddess catch up again? Xiao Jing was equally baffled. How should I know? Aren't you guys from the Federation? How come you don't know anything? Impersonating public officials is illegal, you know. Mo Jiawei thought Xiao Jing must be messing with him. What about the promised Federation intelligence? You don't know about the mutated spiders, and you don't know the Vengeance Goddess has been revived? Is there really nothing written in your notebook? I told you, I don't know. Mo Jiawei was furious now. Just as Ananshin was about to evacuate, the Fury suddenly appeared with a snap. Calm down. Subin, another seasoned Federation player, tried to calm Emojiaway down. It's not completely hopeless yet. At least this time, the Furies didn't bring rocket launchers. As long as we can find a way to board the helicopter and evacuate, we'll be safe. Easy for you to say. Go ahead and show me how safe it is, then. Emojiaway silently cursed under his breath. Boom! A deafening explosion. Emojiaway's eyelid twitched. A rocket launcher shell slammed into the chest of the Vengeance Goddess, sending him reeling back several steps. Who the hell is that? Emojiaway opened his mouth, turning his head once more toward the direction the rocket launcher had come from. An armored vehicle aimed its rocket launcher barrel at the Vengeance Goddess. Boom! Boom! The Vengeance Goddess was struck repeatedly by the rocket launcher, retreating steadily backward. It's Lucia. I just saw her head into the underground parking garage. Quick! Evacuate! Taking advantage of the Vengeance Goddess being temporarily pinned back, Buck ordered his team into action. Everyone fall in line for an orderly retreat. Private Emojiaway. Private Su Bin. Private Xiao Jing. What are you standing around for? You're the lowest ranking. You're the first to evacuate. Roger that. Emojiaway, terrified of death, immediately sprinted toward the evacuation point. He was actually relieved to be just a private now. He still felt participating in this damn mission was a complete waste of time. Get out of here. The first helicopter hovered in midair, lowering a rope ladder from above. Emojiaway climbed up the rope ladder and quickly boarded the helicopter. Was he alive? Emojiaway cautiously peered down below, pulling Xiao Jing up as he followed. Boom! Boom boom! Lucia, aiming to buy time for her teammates, unleashed rocket rounds from the armored vehicle, repeatedly striking the Furies to stun and stagger them. Emojiaway drew his pistol and tried firing bursts at the Furies below from the helicopter's height. But it was useless. Damn it! Emojiaway cursed under his breath as he holstered the pistol. Using a pistol against the Furies? That was ridiculous. He regretted it a little. Why did he have to leave the newbie village and court death? The armored vehicle carried very few rocket launchers, and the ammunition on the Lucia armored vehicle quickly ran dry. The Furies took heavy damage from the relentless rocket barrage, kneeling on the ground for a long time, unable to rise. Lucia slammed the accelerator to the floor, driving the armored vehicle straight toward the Furies for a head-on collision. Crash! The wounded Vengeance Goddess was violently slammed by the armored vehicle, crashing into the rear wall. Crash! The wall caved in, leaving a massive dent where the Vengeance Goddess's back had struck it. Quick! We don't have much time. Evacuate! Seeing the Vengeance Goddess motionless, seemingly dead, Buck ordered the team to accelerate their retreat. Lucia knew the Vengeance Goddess wasn't so easily killed. She drew her short dagger, quickly exited the armored vehicle, and sprinted toward the Vengeance Goddess. Circling around to the Vengeance Goddess's rear, Lucia swung the dagger. The blade plunged viciously into the back of the Vengeance Goddess's neck. SSSH. The blade sliced a deep gash through the skin. Lucia switched back to the assault rifle, pressing the muzzle against the wound on the Vengeance Goddess's nape. She pulled the trigger all the way. Bang 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 bang. Purple blood spattered. Roar! In an instant, the Avenger's right arm completely mutated into worm-like tentacles, lashing out at Lucia. This time Lucia was prepared, sidestepping early and rolling on the spot to evade the attack. Phase 2. The vengeful goddess remained motionless, still half kneeling on the ground. But her left hand had transformed into a tentacle, and muscles at the base of her neck rapidly pulsed, swelling to form a massive, fleshy growth. Quick! Now! Retreat! Retreat immediately! The second and third helicopters landed as the Dark Knight Squadron accelerated their withdrawal in waves. After remaining frozen in place for about a minute, the second-stage Furies began to move. Braving the intense fire from the Dark Knights surrounding her, it charged swiftly toward Lucia. Lucia stood calmly in place until she saw the Furies' fist swing out. She rolled sharply to the right, narrowly evading the attack. Crash! The fist slammed into the wall behind Lucia. Whoosh! The Vengeance Goddess relentlessly pursued Lucia, its right tentacle arm suddenly extending forward. SSSSSSS. Having just rolled to her feet, Lucia frowned. She glanced back. Her right foot was tightly wrapped by the tentacle the Furies had extended. Roar! The Furies' hatred for Lucia reached its peak. With a roar, the tentacles yanked her entire body into the air. Lucia was flung high into the air by the tentacle before crashing violently back to the ground. Thud! A violent, high-speed impact. Severely injured, Lucia instantly lost consciousness. This is bad. Emojiaway and several other players aboard the helicopter watched helplessly as they fired bursts from their pistols at the Furies. What to do? Emojiaway felt utterly hopeless. Just then, another dark shadow darted out from the side. What is that? Emojiaway was startled. Crash! The avenging goddess was violently knocked to the ground by the tyrant charging from behind. Chapter 185, Hand-to-Hand Combat. What's going on? Emojiaway froze. Furies too? Where did he come from? And why were 1 and 2 suddenly fighting each other?
Xiao Jing and Subin exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Emojiaway.
Emojiaway, what is that? They asked in unison. Emojiaway thought to himself, are you two even part of the Federation? How could you two not know anything? This wasn't the time for bickering.
Emojiaway immediately raised his hand to shield his left eye, activating his skill to analyze the tyrant's body.
A row of game prompts appeared on Emojiaway's retina.
Target, tyrant corpse. Description, a powerful undead corpse that appears to have absorbed some of the tyrant's abilities, possessing a larger physique. Description, your talent level, character level, and talent enhancement level are all lower than the target's.
You cannot obtain further information. Upon seeing the information, Emojiaway's heart was thrown into turmoil. It was a creature controlled by a player behind the scenes. Almost instantly, Fong Heng's face flashed through Emojiaway's mind. It must be him.
There was no one else but Fong Heng.
Emojiaway was utterly stunned.
His level was lower than Fong Heng's in every aspect, so his skills had barely yielded any useful information. Emojiaway could understand Fong Heng having a higher character level than him. After all, Fong Heng was a top-tier player.
But even his talent level surpassed his? He possessed the highest tier S rank skill. The highest possible rank in the game, S. How could anyone possibly surpass that?
And then there was the talent enhancement level.
Fong Heng was higher than his in that too.
This means Fong Heng has already performed his first talent enhancement.
He's already reached level 10.
No, perhaps none of that is the real point.
To command creatures as formidable as the Furies themselves.
The more Emojiaway pondered it, the more terrifying Fong Heng's power seemed.
Unnoticed, a cold sweat had already broken out on his back. Was the great god hiding this deeply?
Manipulating creatures of the Furies tier.
Was it sustained control or only short-term maintenance?
Even short-term control was already incredibly broken.
If it's the former, that's just too. Emojiaway.
Seeing Emojiaway frozen in place, Xiao Jing couldn't help but give his shoulder a shove.
What did you see? What the hell was that thing? Nothing. Emojiaway finally snapped out of his wild thoughts. Subin grew impatient. What did you see? Emojiaway was still shaken, trying to untangle the chaos in his mind.
I think it might have been Fong Heng pulling the strings behind the scenes.
What? Fong Heng? His innate ability?
Subin was startled, his first reaction being disbelief. Talent skills in the game were a dime a dozen.
While controlling zombies wasn't unheard of, who claimed they could control the Furies? That's just bull, right?
Xiao Jing froze for a moment too, but he snapped out of it quickly. He dropped the pistol he was holding and swiftly pulled out the black notebook he always carried. He scribbled furiously in the notebook.
Suspect's target possesses powerful. No, that's not it.
Emojiaway immediately recalled what Fong Heng had told him before they split up. The matter concerning innate abilities must be kept confidential from everyone.
Including the Federation. He must cling tightly to the big shot's coattails. Emojiaway quickly stopped Xiao Jing, who was scribbling wildly in his notebook. Stop scribbling nonsense. It's not a talent skill.
I think Fong Heng must have completed some special mission, thereby gaining temporary, that thing.
Emojiaway couldn't find the words to describe the undead corpse currently battling the Furies below.
Control over that tyrant zombie.
Subin finally exhaled in relief upon hearing this. That made sense. Otherwise, how could something so game-breaking exist in the game? Beneath the helicopter.
The Furies and the Tyrant hybrid both rose to their feet. The two T-virus-enhanced monsters grappled fiercely. The second stage Furies were formidable, but the Tyrant had also fused with the Vine Parasite's abilities, achieving a qualitative leap in defense.
Moreover, the Tyrant's body could inherit most of Fong Heng's skills. Block. Dodge. These skills were ineffective on ordinary Vine zombies that could barely walk without staggering. But now, applied to the Tyrant's body. With an additional 20 points of base agility, the Tyrant clone's movements surpassed those of an ordinary human. Thud. The Fury's punch was blocked by the Tyrant form's outstretched hands.
Notice, your Vine Tyrant clone blocked the Vengeful Goddess's attack, reducing 85% of the damage. Your skill block experience plus 57. Notice, your Vine Tyrant clone's HP restored plus 131. Notice, your Vine Tyrant clone attempted to dodge the Vengeful Goddess's attack but failed. Your skill dodge experience plus 3. Notice, your Vine. Beside him, Fong Heng quickly scanned the game log.
Block skill experience increased this much? Fong Heng was somewhat surprised.
Perhaps the experience gain for these two skills is also tied to enemy strength. You can't gain experience by fighting ordinary zombies. Or perhaps the blocks and dodges performed by ordinary zombies followed the rules, rendering them ineffective. Fong Heng swiftly assessed the situation before him.
The Tyrant Corpse Vine Fusion regenerated 131 HP per second. Combined with its formidable blocking and dodging skills, it should be no problem to stall the Furies for a short while.
Closing the game log, Fong Hong donned Victor's mechanical badge and hurried to Lucia's fallen form nearby.
Lucia?
Lucia remained unconscious.
Fong Hong quickly pulled a bottle of healing spray from his backpack and sprayed it vigorously over Lucia's body.
Buck shouted anxiously from the other side.
Fong Hong, don't stay there. Get her out first.
Got it.
Lucia is a main quest NPC. Fong Hong cared more about Lucia's safety than Buck did.
After using up a bottle of healing spray, Lucia still showed no signs of regaining consciousness.
Fong Hong decisively scooped up the unconscious Lucia and sprinted toward the evacuation point helicopter on the other side.
Hurry! Pilot, we're going to pick up Fong Hong. The helicopter descended low toward Fong Hong, lowering a rope ladder from the air. Fong Hong hoisted Lucia onto his shoulder, gripping her body with both hands as he slowly climbed upward.
Hurry! Get in!
Xiao Jing, Mo Jiawei, and others on the helicopter hurriedly helped pull Lucia aboard.
Phew!
Only after pulling Fong Hong aboard did Mo Jiawei suddenly feel a sense of narrowly escaping death.
He urgently signaled the pilot. Hurry up, buddy! We're full. Take off. Get us out of Songmu City now.
The pilot gave a thumbs-up signal, and the helicopter began to rise slowly.
Wait. Hold on. Fong Hong stopped the pilot.
The others on board looked at Fong Hong in confusion.
What's wrong?
Fong Hong said in a low voice, "You guys protect Lucia out of Songmu City? I've got some business to take care of. I won't be leaving Songmu City with you this time."
Chapter 186, Evacuation. Mo Jiawei froze, then blurted out, "Fong Hong, have you lost your mind?"
Xiao Jing's eyes lit up as he pulled out his black notebook. Target voluntarily remains in Songmu Town, likely related to other missions.
Fong Hong shook his head.
He retrieved the mechanical badge Victor had given him from his backpack and slipped it into Lucia's pocket.
Ensure her safety at all costs. We'll reconnect after going offline. Mo Jiawei opened his mouth.
He was a bit confused.
Protect Lucia and get her out of Songmu City, yet Fong Hong chose to stay behind alone? What exactly was he trying to accomplish? Could it be that everyone had received different missions?
Before the others could speak further, Fong Hong climbed back down the rope ladder.
We're leaving first. Don't worry about him. Fong Hong must have his reasons. Perhaps he intends to use the Furies he controls for something.
Su Bin nodded, signaling the pilot to continue the evacuation.
The helicopter rapidly ascended, flying away from Songmu City. After landing, Fong Hong hurried to rendezvous with Buck's position. Captain Buck. Hiding behind cover, Buck was surprised to see Fong Hong returning. Why haven't you left yet? We need to evacuate immediately.
You take the next helicopter out.
Captain Buck, there's something I need to discuss with you.
Fong Hong crouched behind the cover on Buck's other side and addressed him. I've decided to stay. Buck turned, staring at Fong Hong in utter shock.
Are you out of your mind? I'm serious. Fong Hong's expression was grave.
I want to stay behind alone to thoroughly investigate Meteorite Corporation. I already know the secret passageway leading to Sector S from Lucia. But I'll need the Dark Knight's assistance.
After some time, I'll need you to extract me from Songmu City. Fong Hong, I understand your feelings, but can you really handle all these mutated spiders? They're just mutated spiders? Mere third-tier mutated creatures, could they possibly stand a chance against the tyrant? Fong Hong sneered inwardly, his expression confident and assured. Of course I can handle it. I have a plan. Hearing Fong Hong's confident reply, Buck was genuinely taken aback.
He scrutinized Fong Hong from head to toe once more.
What about the infection? Fine. Even if you have a way to deal with the mutated spiders, what about the infection?
Buck frowned deeply, continuing to try to dissuade Fong Hong from this idea. Beyond the high-level zombies and mutated spiders, the entire city of Songmu is filled with toxic gas.
We can't stay here long. Don't worry, I've prepared for that too.
After all, his own shelter housed a bug-level S-rank researcher like Qiu Yaokong.
Fong Hong had brought plenty of anti-infection agents before coming here.
He tossed a bottle of Qiu Yaokong's potent anti-infection serum toward Buck, who was sheltering behind another bunker.
Take a look at this.
Buck caught the vial, gave it a quick inspection, then frowned thoughtfully.
After a moment, he relented and tossed the vial back. Fine, if you insist on doing this, I won't object. But make sure you stay safe. Buck rummaged through his pockets and tossed the remaining bottles of anti-infection spray from his backpack to Fong Hong. Fong Hong caught the spray and gave Buck a thumbs up. Hey! Thanks a lot. Notice, you have obtained powerful anti-infection spray X6.
We'll send a plane to retrieve you soon.
Mo Jiawei and the others will inform you once you're back. Fong Hong turned to look at the tyrant battling the Furies. I'll figure out how to stall the Furies. You take the entire Dark Knight Order and evacuate.
Fong Hong narrowed his eyes as he spoke, shifting his gaze to the short-haired female player standing nearby. At some point, Lu Kei had rejoined the Dark Knight Order's ranks. She was attempting to climb the rope ladder lowered from the helicopter. And Lu Kei, she was the one who secretly attacked the hospital earlier.
I also suspect she's involved in the vengeful goddess's premature awakening. But for now, let's not tip our hand, she might still be useful later. That's fine. Buck glanced at Liu Kai out of the corner of his eye and gave a dismissive snort. We'll keep her under observation for now. I'll warn the other team leaders to stay vigilant around her and find a reason to reset her honor points to 0. Impressive. Fong Hong obediently shut his mouth, mentally labeling Buck as a scheming manipulator. Before long, over half the Dark Knight Corps members boarded the helicopters. From high above, they fired down at the Furies and the zombie horde below, covering the retreat of the rear forces. Bang! Fong Hong raised his assault rifle and took down a regular zombie charging from the side. He turned to Buck, who was taking cover behind a nearby barrier, and said, "The helicopter's here. You guys get out first." "Got it. Take care." Buck gave Fong Hong a firm nod before issuing orders to the last remaining members of the Dark Knights. "Follow me. Withdraw." Before long, the entire well-trained Dark Knights unit boarded the helicopter. Instead of departing immediately, they hovered overhead, providing cover fire as Fong Hong eliminated the incoming hordes of zombies. Fong Hong gave a quick signal toward Buck's helicopter before turning sharply and rushing back into the weapons factory. Only after confirming Fong Hang's safe retreat did Buck order the helicopters to withdraw from Songmu City. Entering the storage room at the rear of the weapons factory, Fong Hong followed the underground drainage system he had come through to reach the hospital. Fong Hong knew full well that the second-stage Furies possessed limited offensive capabilities and couldn't defeat the Tyrant. Likewise, the Tyrant's firepower alone couldn't overcome the Furies. These two tireless brutes seemed destined to battle on indefinitely. Then he thought, fine, let them fight. He might as well use this opportunity to have the Furies max out his dodge and block skills. With the Tyrant's body now, the Furies posed little threat. I could practically walk all over Songmu City. Staying here was absolutely the right choice. Heh, Songmu City treasure everywhere. Walking through the sewers, a smile crept onto Fong Hang's face. Plan in progress? Federal Temporary Command Center. Su Bin's personal image was projected onto the large screen via real-time transmission. Reporting to headquarters, all Dark Knight Corps personnel have now withdrawn from Songmu City. Dark Knight Corps Captain Buck survived. The exact number of casualties is still being tallied. This mission has been confirmed as completed. Awaiting subsequent reward distribution. Upon receiving Su Bin's report, the entire Temporary Command Center erupted in celebration. The staff at the Temporary Command Center had stayed up all night alongside them. Main mission successfully completed. Mission concluded flawlessly. Yet among the crowd, Wei Guangling, temporarily assigned as an operational advisor, remained seated. He was silent, his brow furrowed. Wei Guangling was a federal elite from District 4 who had participated in mainline missions there. Zhang Yuekuan, the overall commander of the operation, noticed his expression. The mission's complete. Why do you still look so unhappy? Chapter 187, Acts of Valor. Wei Guangling lifted his head. This main quest should be thoroughly investigated. Is there a problem? Due to game restrictions, I can't say much, but what makes me most suspicious is the mutated spider that appeared toward the end of this mission. Mutated spiders are third-tier mutated entities. Theoretically, they should only appear as mission targets during rings 9-12 of the main quest. They appeared far too early. I suspect some interference might have caused the advanced mutated entities to be released prematurely. Zhang Yuekuan's expression grew grave. Could it be related to anti-Federation factions? Wei Guangling nodded, uttering a soft hum. Alright, I'll report the relevant details to our superiors. Upon returning, I'll also provide you with a written report detailing the matter. I hope higher-ups will take notice of this. Zhang Yuekuan massaged his temples. The troubles piling up lately were simply too much for him to handle. Regardless, the main quest had been completed this time. Wei Guangling relaxed a bit, massaging his stiff neck. I have a bad feeling about this. The next main quest won't trigger for about a month. We should use this month's downtime to investigate thoroughly. Zhang Yuekuan gave a wry smile. Rest? Forget it. The Blood Moon Project, brother. Wei Guangling froze for a moment. Right, the Blood Moon Project. He'd completely forgotten about it. Come to think of it, Server 8 had only been up for less than a month. In that case, the unease in Wei Guangling's heart grew increasingly intense. The progress in Server 8 had far exceeded expectations. He recalled that back in Server 4, they had already endured 2 blood moons by the time they reached the 7th ring of the main quest. Their pace was at least double that. Wei Guangling felt a profound sense of unease. It felt as though an invisible hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes in the entire 8th server. The two whispered to each other as Su Bin continued his mission report on the large screen. During this mission, player Fong Hong provided immense assistance. With him, we were able to swiftly repair the communication base station and the armored vehicles within the weapons factory, accelerating the mission timeline. He also led an NPC to detonate the chemical plant, temporarily putting the Furies into hibernation. Su Bin paused briefly before continuing. He proceeded to report the facts. However, strangely enough, at the very last moment of our mission retreat, the Furies reappeared.
It was only when Fong Hung suddenly summoned the tyrant that the Dark Knights managed to halt the Vengeance Goddess's advance, allowing our entire team to evacuate safely.
Subin concluded, Fong Hung made an immense contribution to this mission. Manipulate the tyrant? At this revelation, the entire command room fell silent.
Fixing vehicles or radios that everyone could understand.
It's perfectly normal for players to possess mechanical repair talents. But controlling the tyrant? What kind of trick is this? Unheard of.
Chen Yu was also in the command room at that moment. He sat behind the two bigwigs, Wei Guangling and Zhang Yuekuan.
Upon hearing Fong Hang's heroic deeds, he habitually scratched his head. It was strange. Chen Yu didn't find the incident particularly shocking either. It seemed. It was just ordinary.
That was just Fong Hang's style.
Ever since meeting Fong Hong, whenever something strange happened in the game, Chen Yu's first thought was that Fong Hong was behind it. Wei Guangling frowned deeply. He picked up the microphone nearby and asked, what exactly happened with controlling the tyrant? Please explain in detail.
I don't know the specifics either, but I suspect Fong Hong completed some side quest and temporarily gained control over the tyrant within Meteorite Corporation.
I see. Following Su Bin's explanation, scattered murmurs of discussion finally broke the quiet in the hall.
Fong Hong had gained temporary control of the tyrant through a special mission, aiding the entire Dark Knight Corps in their evacuation from Songmu City. So controlling the tyrant was part of the mission. That made much more sense. Regardless, Fong Hong had indeed rendered the Federation a tremendous service during this mission.
Yet Wei Guangling's furrowed brow remained unrelieved.
He found Fong Hong peculiar.
Manipulating the tyrant? Even in the current Zone 4, no player could achieve that. The mission explanation alone was barely plausible.
But he still found it peculiar.
Wei Guangling recalled Fong Hang's personal profile he'd seen earlier. He turned his head and whispered to Zhang Yuekuan beside him, is Fong Hong reliable?
Zhang Yuekuan turned his body, joining Wei Guangling in looking at Chen Yu.
Let me introduce you. This is Chen Yu.
He's been in frequent contact with Fong Hong recently and has more insight into the matter.
Chen Yu jolted upright, standing at attention instantly. Sir. Sit down and tell us what you know about Fong Hong.
Yes, sir.
Chen Yu nervously swallowed. Fong Hong has maintained close cooperation with our Federation.
First, during the Alex incident in Hopetown, he assisted us in successfully eliminating Alex and safeguarding the Federation's temporary resource point. Later, he supplied our outpost with substantial resources at prices far more reasonable than most gaming companies charge. I believe he's more dependable than most. Beyond that, we've collaborated with Fong Hong on multiple occasions, all of which went smoothly.
Moreover, we previously conducted a detailed background check on Fong Hong with proper authorization and found no issues. I don't believe he could be an anti-Federation threat.
Zhang Yuekuan furrowed his brow slightly. Just report the facts. Refrain from personal judgments.
Yes, sir. Zhang Yuekuan pulled Wei Guangling aside and whispered, if necessary, we can conduct a second, discreet investigation into Fong Hong. Wei Guangling's eyes flickered.
He shook his head in refusal.
It's unnecessary. Both the outcome and the process demonstrate Fong Hang's positive and constructive role in the main mission.
He likely isn't affiliated with anti-Federation organizations.
A deeper investigation could easily backfire. With that, Wei Guangling picked up the microphone again. Good work. Detailed intelligence on the tyrant will be reported upon your return. Additionally, I wish to meet with Mr. Fong Hong.
Please convey this request to him when you log in.
Well.
On the video feed, Su Bin's expression turned slightly awkward.
Advisor Wei, actually. Fong Hong hasn't evacuated from Songmu City. He hasn't evacuated? Has something happened to him? Wei Guangling was startled. No, it's not like that.
When the evacuation began, Fong Hong had already boarded the helicopter. But he said he wanted to stay in Songmu City, so he jumped off.
The entire hall fell silent once more. Stay in Songmu City? He jumped back out? How could this sound like something a normal person would do?
Chen Yu silently nodded to himself.
He thought it couldn't be more normal. Yeah, that's right. This is Fong Hong. That familiar vibe. Familiar shenanigans. Chapter 188, Acting. Wei Guangling felt even more suspicious upon hearing this. Stay in Songmu City? What did Fong Hong intend to do there? With Songmu City in such dire straits, wouldn't staying there be courting trouble? Wei Guangling turned back once more, fixing his gaze on Chen Yu. Chen Yu, based on your understanding of Fong Hong, what do you think his purpose is for staying in Songmu City?
Well, Chen Yu instinctively raised his hand to scratch his head, but then thought it might look unprofessional in front of his boss and forced himself to lower it. He decided to tell the truth. Sir, I think he might be trying to farm monsters.
Grind monsters? Wei Guangling and Zhang Yuekuan exchanged a look. What kind of tactic is grinding monsters?
It was a term often heard in old online games.
Quite nostalgic. Well, it means grinding levels inside.
Songmu City has plenty of second-tier mutated creatures worth killing. I reckon Fong Hang's character is close to level 10 now.
He's probably aiming to take down more high-level zombies to push past level 10. Shen Yu was deeply impressed by Fong Hang.
From the very beginning at that zombie pit in Hopetown, to the tower defense he built inside the shelter. Too flashy. The incidents he'd experienced alongside Fong Hang had fundamentally altered Shen Yu's perception of the game. He figured Fong Hang was probably just itching to flex his skills, planning to stay in Songmu City to pull off some flashy moves.
And level up while he was at it.
Come to think of it, Fong Hang's decision to stay in Songmu City this time wasn't much different from his choice to remain in Hopetown last time.
The enemies were just a bit tougher.
First, they farmed regular zombies and stage 1 mutated zombies. Then they returned to the shelter to farm scavengers.
Now they were farming stage 2 mutated creatures, so what? This fit perfectly with Fong Hang's usual modus operandi. Chen Yu saw nothing wrong with it. Wei Guangling and Zhang Yuekuan, however, fell deep in thought. Notice, you have completed the mission Desperate Survivor. Prompt, proceed to any Dark Knight Order branch to claim your reward. Crawling out of the sewer, Fong Hang received the latest game notification. It seemed Lucia had safely evacuated from Matsuki City. That brute.
Lucia's face flashed through his mind, and Fong Hang felt a slight sense of relief.
The main quest was finally preserved.
Now he could proceed with the main game in peace.
As he traversed the city's underground sewers, the outline of a plan began to take shape in Fong Hang's mind.
3 steps. Step 1. Fortify the hospital to ensure Victor's safety inside. Step 2. Have Victor craft another badge to block the Fury's pursuit, allowing him to venture into Meteorite Corporation to hunt down the mutated spider hordes. Step 3. Find a way to eliminate the Furies once and for all.
Fong Hang, you're back.
Outside the hospital building, Victor was patrolling while wearing his exoskeleton suit. I saw several helicopters departing Matsumoto earlier.
Have the Dark Knights all withdrawn?
Victor sighed inwardly. He felt he owed Fong Hang far too much this time.
I'm sorry, Fong Hang.
This time, I dragged you into this mess, forcing you to stay in this dangerous place. And before that, I even doubted you. Since you're joining my sanctuary, I'll protect you. But Victor, don't be so downhearted.
Cheer up, it's time for us to strike back. Prompt, you choose to stay in Songmu City.
Your friendship with Victor has significantly increased. Fong Hang glanced at the game log and narrowed his eyes. Truth be told, he still felt a bit annoyed.
Ever since entering Pinewood City, he'd been constantly assigned main quests.
It felt like he'd been chased and beaten the entire way.
Only now had he finally uncovered the secrets of Pinewood City. Watch me grind this dungeon to death. Fong Hang thought to himself. Counterattack?
Victor looked at Fong Hang with surprise upon hearing this.
What exactly did he mean by counterattack?
Victor found Fong Hang increasingly hard to figure out.
Ha!
Having just declared his ambitious plans, Fong Hang suddenly felt incredibly sleepy.
He yawned.
After a period of intense concentration and having slept little the night before, Fong Hang was now utterly exhausted. We'll discuss the specifics later.
I'm heading back to catch some sleep first.
As Fong Hang started to climb the stairs, something suddenly occurred to him. He slapped his forehead. Oh, Victor, there's one more thing I need your help with.
It's pretty urgent. Sure, go ahead. Whatever I can manage. Fong Hang gave Victor another thorough once-over from head to toe. Victor, has anyone ever told you you're quite handsome? Have you ever considered getting into show business? Victor?
Notice, your skills dodge and block have reached their current maximum level of 13.
Please level up your character. Over 5 hours later. Fong Hang's dodge and block skills were both maxed out. The Tyrant Fusion continued its fierce battle with the Furies. With no other option, Fong Hang issued another command to the Tyrant to head toward the vicinity of the hospital.
Victor had set up a special magnetic field around the hospital, preventing the Furies from approaching. By then, the Tyrant Fusion would likely shake off the Furies. Next step, log off an idol, waiting for the Tyrant's proliferating entities to appear. After mapping out the idle routes for the Tyrant and the ordinary zombie horde, Fong Hang found a safe spot inside the hospital and logged off. He activated the game pod, but the phone in the room continued to buzz incessantly.
Fong Hang casually answered the call.
Shen Yu was still at the Federation's temporary command center.
He was holding a photocopy of Xiao Jing's in-game notebook. He was utterly baffled. What the hell was written in that notebook?
This year's new interns are way too incompetent. Upon hearing Fong Hang answer the call, Shen Yu immediately picked up.
Fong Hang, you're staying in Songmu City to grind monsters, right? Fong Hang was startled. Damn. Shen Yu figured it out? I guessed right, didn't I?
Songmu City is full of enhanced level 1 and level 2 zombies.
You're probably close to hitting the level 10 threshold, right? You're desperately short on complete evolution crystals, aren't you?
Shen Yu felt a quiet satisfaction at his occasional flashes of insight. He believed he was the person in the Federation who understood Fong Hang best.
Hearing this, Fong Hung breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, wrong guess. This time, he was planning to farm third-tier mutated spiders. When Fong Hung didn't respond right away, Chen Yu scratched his head again. Sorry about that, Fong Hung. I didn't mean to pry information out of you. Actually, it was my superior who asked me to find you. He'd like to arrange a meeting with you, if you're available. Huh? Your superior? Fong Hang's mind raced.
It seemed the operation in Matsumoto City had caught the Federation's attention.
To meet or not to meet? After some thought, Fong Hung concluded this matter couldn't be avoided.
If the Federation launched a covert investigation, it would only cause more trouble.
He hadn't done anything wrong anyway. No fear. Alright, in a couple of days. You can come to my studio. We'll set the exact time later. Fong Hung agreed readily, then pressed further. By the way, have your people already withdrawn from Songmu City? Has the next mission been triggered?
Chapter 189, Blood Moon Plan. For Fong Hong, staying in Songmu City presented numerous inconveniences.
For instance, he couldn't directly submit the main quest he was currently working on, meaning his rewards would be delayed indefinitely.
He didn't even know what the subsequent mission progression for Songmu City entailed.
Yes, our people have been safely evacuated. This operation dealt a significant blow to the Dark Knight's internal operations.
Captain Buck plans to rest and regroup before returning to investigate Matsuki City again, likely in 2-3 weeks. Players should stand by during this period. You may choose to accept some missions to boost the Dark Knight's honor level. Our internal assessment is that the next mission will involve investigating Sector S of the operating company and finding a way to eliminate the mutated spiders they're head-on. As he spoke, Chen Yu let out a deep sigh. Sigh. Third-tier mutated creatures, and we only have 2-3 weeks.
I have no idea how to handle this.
At this stage, our pistols are barely effective against second-tier creatures.
Now they've been upgraded to third tier. Our Zone 8 is seriously cursed. No idea why, but our mission progression is way ahead of other servers. Sorry for the trouble this is causing you.
Fong Hong listened silently to Chen Yu's lament over the phone while his mind began to race.
The Federation predicted the next mission would be to eliminate third-tier mutated spiders? Upon reflection, the Federation's speculation wasn't entirely unreasonable.
This mission failed because of the Furies meddling. By all logic, they'd surely devise a strategy to deal with the Vengeance Goddess when they returned. The mission would most likely continue exploring Area S of Meteorite Corporation. To explore Sector S, they'd inevitably have to engage the mutated spiders head-on.
Fong Hong couldn't help but mutter to himself. What does this mean? Does this mean he has to complete the mission ahead of schedule? Fong Hong wondered if clearing out the mutated spiders and thoroughly searching Sector S ahead of schedule would count as completing the mission early. Wouldn't it get awkward when the Federation folks arrived in Songmu City by helicopter next time? One more thing, Fong Hong. Are you interested in the Blood Moon project? I'm formally extending an invitation to you on behalf of the Federation. What is the Blood Moon project? Fong Hong frowned. He never heard that codename before.
Well, it's a semi-public project of the Federation government. Its purpose is to rescue more important individuals during the Blood Moon. The targets for rescue are people who have achieved extraordinary accomplishments in various fields or made significant contributions to the Federation.
The Federation will provide them with as much protection as possible within the game. Chen Yu explained patiently. The first Blood Moon after the game launches is the most dangerous.
Upon joining the Blood Moon program, the Federation will provide you with a roster of individuals.
During the Blood Moon period, those listed will reside in your sanctuary. In return, the Federation will provide participating guilds with certain subsidies.
These subsidies include funds, in-game points, resources, and so on.
Fong Hung understood.
He had seen the official data released by the Federation before. After the initial launch of the new service, the death rate would skyrocket starting from the third day before gradually leveling off.
It would reach its peak during the first Blood Moon cycle. The Blood Moon also had many hidden mechanics.
For instance, during the Blood Moon, zombies entered a frenzied state, their aggression significantly heightened, making them far more adept at detecting players' presence.
Beyond that, there's another crucial point.
The greater the number of players gathered within a single shelter, the higher the quantity and strength of zombies attacking that shelter.
The persistently high death rate during Blood Moon has left the Federation utterly perplexed.
Compounded by these hidden mechanics, the Federation has no choice but to seek assistance from other gaming guilds and companies.
Fong Hung pondered for a moment before asking, how long until the first Blood Moon cycle? Chen Yu silently sighed inwardly.
He thought to himself that Fong Hong really didn't care about the Blood Moon at all.
But then again, why should he?
Given the strength of Fong Hang's prison sanctuary, even if he logged off and left it on autopilot, surviving over a dozen Blood Moons would be a breeze.
10 days remain. Fong Hong calculated with his fingers.
10 days was a bit tight. Time might not be enough. He still needed to stay in Songmu City to grind monsters, and there was no guarantee he could make it back to the shelter in time.
Besides, Fong Hong wasn't keen on too many people discovering the shelter's secret. Forget it, I won't be joining. Time's too tight. Alright. I suggest you reconsider. If you change your mind, contact me anytime. Shen Yu felt it was a pity.
If it were Fong Heng's shelter, it could at least help 50 people survive. After hanging up, Fong Heng opened his laptop and exported the gameplay footage from the game.
Fong Heng opened the recording and began editing. Bang! Bang bang! Quickly dispatching 2 zombies, Fong Heng slammed his shoulder into the door at the end of the corridor, bursting it open with a loud bang.
Inside, Victor, who had been facing away from the door, spun around abruptly.
Who are you? Were you the one who sent out the distress signal? That's right, it was me. Are you with the Dark Knights? Bang! A gunshot rang out as Victor was struck in the head, collapsing in a pool of blood.
In the budget hotel, Old Black watched the videotape received in his private email. Throughout the entire process, the subject of the recording never showed his face, only a silhouette.
Interesting fellow.
Lao Hei stroked his chin and chuckled dryly twice.
He opened his phone, found Fong Heng's number, and dialed it. Fong Heng. Fong Heng was still lounging in bed when he answered the call.
Hearing it was Old Black, he sobered up considerably.
So? Got the stuff I sent you? When's the payment coming? Fong Heng, I admire you.
Lao Hei sat in his chair, using the mouse to freeze the video frame and zoom in several times.
Too bad. Your technique still lacks finesse. You're too green. Trying to pull this off on a client would be a stretch. Fong Heng pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed. Yeah, I guess I'm still a rookie. Honestly, I thought it was decent enough.
Lao Hei's voice grew solemn.
Is Victor dead? Fong Heng had already prepared his response. I don't know. What you're seeing is footage from my first meeting with Victor.
By the time I returned for the second time, the hospital building had already been overrun by zombies. I couldn't get inside the hospital, but I suspect he's probably dead.
Lao Hei fell silent for a moment.
He had also received some information about Victor from his employer. The information matched what Fong Heng had said. But Old Black still couldn't tell if Fong Heng was lying.
Alright, I'll take the material you provided for now. Lao Hei paused, his voice growing solemn. But there's one thing I hope Victor doesn't show up out there. I guarantee he won't. Hearing this, a faint smile touched Old Black's lips. Fong Heng's agreement came a bit too quickly.
This led him to conclude that Victor had most likely already fallen into his hands.
So be it.
When the situation tilted so heavily in one direction, middlemen found it hard to profit.
Old Black hoped the waters would be stirred as murky as possible. Chapter 190, Dividing the Spoils.
He continued, Fong Heng, I also need more material including footage of your first meeting with Victor and partial recordings from when you entered the hospital.
I'll edit your footage and deliver it to the client. Fooling him won't be a problem. No problem. I'll get it to you shortly. Happy cooperation. You're welcome. This is business.
Additionally, I'll charge 20% of this mission's fee as labor for modifying the video files, plus another 20% as an intermediary referral fee.
The final split will be 6 for you, 4 for me. Agreed.
Oh, and I'll also need some materials related to the mutated spiders.
10 main god points. No problem, I'll take it as an advance from my payment. Got it. I'll email it to you in 2 minutes. Make sure to check your inbox.
Old Black hung up after speaking. As he looked at the image files on his computer, something amusing suddenly occurred to him, and he chuckled softly.
Ha, bold little guy.
He still doesn't know just how important Victor really is. Hope he doesn't get scared out of his wits when the time comes. On the other end, Fong Heng hung up the phone with a thrill of excitement.
Nice.
Before logging off, Fong Heng had asked Victor to stage a video of him being shot dead.
Despite his best efforts to edit the footage, Fong Heng didn't hold out much hope. He simply wanted to swindle some money out of the employer. Just to annoy that client. What if it actually worked? To his surprise, it actually worked. That middleman, Old Black, was truly shady. He even swindled the employer's money.
But freeloading is seriously satisfying. With a 60-40 split, that means snagging 300 free main god points.
First, scam some cash from the anti-Federation organization.
Then find an opportunity to sell Liu Kei's intel to the Federation, double the profit. This deal is a total win-win.
Fong Heng lay in bed, suddenly wide awake. After logging off yesterday, he'd collapsed into bed and slept for over 10 hours straight. Fong Heng decided to get up and have some breakfast.
Instead of logging into the game immediately, he turned on his computer to check the encrypted email sent by Old Black.
The email contained detailed intelligence on the mutated spiders. Fong Heng opened the email and read it carefully.
The mutated spider was a third-tier lifeform. Their overall attributes matched those of second-tier lickers, and their climbing abilities were even superior. More troublesome still, mutated spiders mostly operate in groups. They also spew highly corrosive mucus and spider silk. The silk significantly slows enemy movement, making them extremely troublesome. Additionally, upon death, mutated spiders produce small spiders from their bodies.
When players are bitten by these young spiders, not only does their health decrease, but their infection level also surges dramatically. Fong Hong examined each detail carefully. The mutated spiders are actually second-generation offspring, hatched from the first-generation mutated spider mothers. The progenitor was a carnivorous spider known as the Collins wolf spider. After contracting the progenitor virus, it mutated into the first-generation mother spider. After the infected mother wolf spider laid her eggs, the second generation of mutated spiders was born. The mother and second-generation mutated spiders communicated through a special enzymatic scent. Progenitor virus, mother spider? Fong Hong muttered to himself as he clicked through the pages. Lao Hei's materials were quite detailed, even including numerous explanatory illustrations. The mother spiders relied on human or animal corpses for nourishment to cultivate the next generation. In the mutated spiders' habitats, one could observe numerous white cocoons encased in spider silk. Each cocoon encapsulated their food. The offspring spawned by the first-generation spider mother remained inside the cocoons, continuously consuming and digesting nutrients until they matured into adults, eventually breaking free from the cocoon. Fong Hong quickly flipped to the last page. The mutated spider's weakness is fire. Additionally, mutated spiders still exhibit a strong reaction causing significant damage to insecticides produced by Meteorite Corporation. Testing revealed Meteor Corporation's insecticide contained a special component nitrotrichloromethane which was the primary agent causing damage to the mutated spiders. Insecticide. Fong Hong murmured softly before closing the email. He made a mental calculation. The target this time was the mutated spider colony in Sector S. If he could find a way to wipe them all out, he'd reap a substantial haul of survival points and evolution crystals. Fong Hong lay back down on the bed, pondering carefully. Just as he rolled over, his phone rang again. It was Pei Anan calling. Mr. Fong, Beihai Games has proposed a partnership with us. Are you aware of this? Collaboration? Beihai Games? Fong Hong looked utterly bewildered. In his memory, Beihai Games was a relatively unknown game company. But behind it loomed a colossus, Beihai Heavy Industries. Beihai Heavy Industries was the leading enterprise in the northern region, a dominant force in the industry. Strange. How had they found him? Fong Hong asked curiously, what kind of partnership? Apparently, it's an in-game alliance for offense and defense. Beihai is willing to provide substantial funding and personnel support, including offline promotions and such. Pei Anan, who had just arrived at work early that morning, was also a bit stunned upon hearing the news. That's Beihai Heavy Industries. He remembered seeing their commercials on TV as a kid. What was even stranger was that Beihai Gaming's proposed collaboration sounded unusually tempting, almost like they were desperately trying to be a sycophant. Pei Anan suspected they might be scammers. Oh, and boss, their representative mentioned that the head of Beihai Games is friends with you. Friends? What's his name? Mo Jiawei. Fong Hong's mouth opened slightly. Got it. So Mo Jiawei is a rich kid after all. Fong Hong pondered for a moment. A partnership was definitely worth considering. But, did they leave their contact information? Yes, they did. Fong Hong asked Pei Anan for the number and immediately dialed it. Master. Mo Jiawei had been waiting in-game for Fong Hong's call. The moment his phone rang, he answered it. He'd been ready to latch onto a big shot from the start. Big shot, I'm begging for a partnership. I'll cover the initial investment, even tagging along with you is fine. Just give me a taste of the spoils later. Mo Jiawei knew his place. He felt his greatest gain from entering Songmu City was meeting Fong Hong, this player who seemed to have a cheat code, and even teaming up with him. After returning to Songmu City, he received the highest rating for the entire main quest. He had thoroughly crushed the two Federation players. Of course, this was only a temporary lead. Fong Hong hadn't claimed his quest rewards yet, so his score wasn't factored in. Mo Jiawei understood perfectly well that all the credit belonged to Fong Hong. The quest system had counted him and Fong Hong as a single team, netting them substantial team points. On top of that, by coordinating with various squads through the control tower, he'd secured a large share of the mission contribution points from both the Buck Squad rescue mission and the tasks assigned to each individual squad. What made Mo Jiawei feel even smarter was that he'd cleverly found an excuse to help the Master deceive the Federation. Currently, the Federation only knew that Fong Hong controlled the Tyrant through mission protocols. Only he knew the truth. Fong Hong controlled the Tyrant entity through his own strength. With the Tyrant, wouldn't he be unstoppable in this zombie apocalypse game? He had to latch onto this powerhouse before anyone else did. Mo Jiawei even suspected Fong Hong might become a colossus like the Federation itself, and that carving out the entire game zone alongside them was entirely possible. After all, the game's industrial output is terrifyingly high. The earlier one jumped on board, the greater the share of the spoils they'd ultimately receive. Even just getting a taste of the spoils would be enough to fill him to bursting. Chapter 191, Materialization. 2 days later. Wei Guangling exited Fong Hong's studio building. After meeting with Fong Hong, his doubts not only remained unresolved but had only deepened. But he had achieved his goal.
He had confirmed Fong Hang's capabilities and persuaded him to join the Blood Moon project.
In exchange, the Federation would provide Fong Hong with a helicopter. Wei Guangling was deeply puzzled. What on earth did Fong Hong need a helicopter for? Helicopters might look impressive, but their practical effectiveness was actually quite poor. The thing guzzled fuel, had limited payload capacity, and required a pilot to operate.
Beyond traversing certain rugged terrains, it was even less practical than a truck.
Ring ring. Wei Guangling picked up his phone to answer. Yeah, the meeting's over. Heading back now. Not bad.
He's agreed to join the Blood Moon project.
Right, confirmed. Phase 1, game abilities materialized. Yes, no prior record exists. My recommendation is to hold off on processing it for now and conduct an internal filing. After exchanging a few brief words, Wei Guangling hung up the phone again.
Although he had appeared perfectly natural throughout his entire conversation with Fong Hong earlier,
Wei Guangling, with his extensive gaming experience, quickly discerned the truth. Fong Hong possessed first-tier game materialization abilities.
The manifestation abilities in the main God game were divided into multiple tiers.
The first tier involved mapping basic in-game attributes.
In reality, players could inherit some attributes of their in-game characters. In fact, the Federation had long since begun artificially intervening and controlling game materialization abilities. All players possessing game materialization abilities are registered by the Federation. Based on Fong Hang's various actions within the game, Wei Guangling roughly concluded that Fong Hong belonged to a neutral organization not under Federation control. Such organizations are not uncommon.
At least for now, Fong Hong showed no signs of dangerous tendencies.
Typically, the Federation would covertly file a report on cases like Fong Hang's, conduct periodic observations, and attempt to recruit him.
Fong Hong stood by the bedside. Watching Wei Guangling depart, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. The helicopter was finally secured. Then, he dialed Mo Jiawei's phone again. Hey, big shot? Is the insecticide ready? All set. Mo Jiawei perked up. He eagerly sought credit from Fong Hong.
I sent mercenaries to raid a chemical plant producing insecticide.
We secured over a dozen barrels of nitrotrichloromethane. Delivery is expected this afternoon. Well done. Fong Hang's eyes lit up as he praised him.
The insecticide was merely a cover. The nitrotrichloromethane mixed within was the true lethal agent against the mutated spiders. With a large quantity of nitrotrichloromethane, he could slightly modify his plan and significantly boost monster spawning efficiency. Fong Hong rubbed his chin thoughtfully and continued, "Are you interested in coming to Songmu City to help out?"
What? Mo Jiawei froze. Didn't we agree to cooperate? Come to Songmu City and help me with some tasks.
This time, I guarantee you'll profit handsomely.
Mo Jiawei's heart skipped a beat. He'd just escaped that hellhole of a place and now he was supposed to go back? Let me think about it.
I don't trust others with this kind of thing, so?
Mo Jiawei shuddered. A hint. The big shot was hinting at him.
Whether he could hitch a ride on the big shot's aircraft carrier depended entirely on his performance this time.
What's there to fear?
Worst case, he dies.
He had 3 lives anyway.
If he survived, he could keep riding the master's coattails.
Mo Jiawei immediately agreed. No problem. Master, you say the word, and I'll go through fire and water for you. When should I come over? It won't be that extreme.
Before you come here, I need you to prepare one more thing.
What is it? A pilot. Ha? Mo Jiawei froze. What the hell is a driver? 3 days after the Dark Knights departed from Songmu City,
Victor stood in the center of the first-floor lobby, clad in his exoskeleton armor. Surveying the surroundings, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation.
Over the past 3 days, the entire Building 3 of the hospital had been reinforced by the zombie horde controlled by Fong Hong. And that wasn't all. The entire first floor had now been completely transformed into a warehouse by Fong Hong.
Most of the floor was piled high with supplies the zombies had scavenged from outside.
It should be good news, right? At least they wouldn't run out of food or water anytime soon. Fong Hong was currently conducting an inventory check.
Notice, during this idle period, you obtained 206,000 survival points, 36,000 evolution crystal fragments, 2,128 complete evolution crystals, and 11 tier 1 evolution crystals. Notice, during this idle period, you obtained 273 pieces of firewood, 513 scraps of fabric, 12 broken pots, 34 recipes, 1 damaged battery, 2 green military coats, 7,261 pistol bullets, 3 insecticides. After 18 hours of inactivity, Fong Hong successfully obtained 3 tyrant progenitors. With 4 tyrants, his strength surged dramatically. Fong Hong had considered creating a corpse pit or something similar. But he reconsidered it wasn't practical. The main issue was the lack of fuel, and second-stage scavengers could easily jump out of the pit. That would be troublesome to manage. Thus, Fong Hong resorted to a brute force approach, dividing the zombie squad into 4 groups, each led by a tyrant-class zombie, and having them directly farm monsters outward from the hospital as their base.
Now, these 4 zombie squads had been farming zombies throughout Songmu City for a full 3 days. Not only had they amassed substantial loot, but the overall density of zombies throughout Songmu City had also decreased significantly. Fong Hong crushed the 11 first-tier evolution crystals he'd earned from AFK farming, then bent over to continue searching through the pile of materials. After much effort, he finally sifted through the clutter and pulled out all the book-type items. Besides over 20 recipes, he also gathered numerous blueprints, construction manuals, and 2 skill books. Skill book Aged Hunter. Description: upon learning, gains the skill Aged Hunter. Skill description: passive trigger. Deals 35% additional damage when attacking beasts. When using a hunting rifle, gains an extra 20% critical hit rate and 30% accuracy. Skill book Ammo Barrage. Description: upon learning, gains the skill Ammunition Barrage. Skill description: active use consumes 20 spirit points. For the next 60 seconds, reduces your minimum firing interval by 5-1. Both skill books are D-rank skills. Not exactly essential. Fong Hong casually scanned the attributes of both skill books before slapping them onto his forehead along with over 20 recipes and architectural blueprints. Notice, you have learned Skill Bullet Barrage, Skill Hunting, Recipes 17, Blueprints 7. Gazing at the pile of materials that had accumulated to nearly half the first floor, Fong Hong couldn't help but sigh. Some high-value materials might be mixed in. But he couldn't be bothered to sort through them. Even if he did, it would be difficult to bring them back to the shelter. Victor, is there anything here you can use? Victor looked at the cluttered mess on the floor and felt a headache coming on. Probably not much I can use either. Victor tossed another small, elongated piece of iron to Fong Hang. Chapter 192, Insecticide. This is a signal device I replicated from Pei Zhang's. With it, the Furies won't attack you proactively. Thanks. Fong Hong examined the small iron piece in his hand before tucking it into his backpack. Fong Hong, are you really going? It's far too dangerous there. It's fine. Maybe I can find some useful information inside that might help treat Angel's illness. I'm putting you through this again because of Angel. Fong Hong waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. I was planning to go into Meteorite Corporation to look for something anyway. Notice, your rapport with Victor has significantly increased. Victor gestured toward several boxes he'd just hauled down from upstairs. Oh, these are energy crystals. The exoskeleton consumes too much power. Plus, there are a bunch of weapon assembly parts piled up on the second floor. We'll need to bring all that stuff over too. Got it. Leave it to me. Fong Hong nodded, directing the vine zombies to act as laborers, hauling box after box of energy crystals and mechanical assembly parts. As they spoke, the sound of a helicopter echoed from beyond the square. Puff 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 puff. When Emojiawei first acquired the helicopter from the Federation, it felt like a dream. The boss was just too amazing he'd actually managed to get a helicopter from the Federation. Though it was a relatively basic model with limited capacity. From the co-pilot seat, Emojiawei scanned the landscape below. To pilot the aircraft here, Emojiawei had gambled everything, spending his last remaining honor points to temporarily recruit a pilot from the Dark Knight Corps. Whoa! Emojiawei sucked in a sharp breath. The hospital plaza was densely packed with a horde of zombies, and Fong Hong stood right in the middle of them. Beside him stood 4 burly figures. It was Tyrant. Good heavens! There were 4 of them. 3 more than last time. Seeing the 4 tyrants up close was even more shocking than last time. Emojiawei's heart pounded wildly, solidifying his resolve to stick close to the big shots. After confirming Fong Hang's safety signal, the helicopter landed smoothly on the open ground. Fong Hong, this. Stepping out of the cabin, Emojiawei scanned the surroundings. He was utterly dumbfounded. Holy cow! In just a few days, Fong Hong had transformed this place into a sanctuary? Fong Hong stepped forward to greet him. Long journey. Where's the cargo? All on the plane. 13 barrels in total. Well done. Fong Hong gave Emojiawei a hearty slap on the shoulder. With the nitrotrichloromethane Emojiawei brought, the final piece of the plan fell into place. After a period of preparation, the trio of Fong Hong infiltrated the backyard of Meteorite Corporation's Sector D once more via the sewer system. This time, their objective wasn't to locate the hidden S-zone, but to eliminate more mutated spiders and find ways to earn additional first-stage evolution crystals. Despite the city's abundance of zombies, high-tier predators like second-stage scavengers possessed formidable hunting instincts. After recognizing the tyrant's formidable strength, they rarely charged headlong into battle, instead fleeing swiftly most of the time. Over 3 days, Fong Hong managed to gather only 11 first-tier crystals. Far too few. It was nowhere near enough to reach level 20. In the backyard of District D, 4 tyrants emerged from the sewer first. Fong Hong followed suit, peering out from the sewer to survey his surroundings. In just 3 short days, the entire Meteorite Corporation had been overrun by swarms of mutated spiders. The backyard ground was littered with white spider webs and scattered cocoons woven from the same white silk. Hearing the sound, Fong Hong whipped his head toward the shadows nearby. 3 mutated spiders lunged toward Fong Heng's position. The tyrant strode forward, delivering a powerful punch directly at the charging mutated spiders. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The mutated spider took the tyrant's punch head-on, sent flying backward, and slammed hard into the building's wall. The other 3 tyrants strode forward in pursuit of the mutated spider. Thud! Thud! A series of dull thuds. The tyrant's attack was brutally straightforward. One hand clamped down on the mutated spider, while the other swung a fist. Each punch landed with brutal force, hammering into flesh. 3 mutated spiders couldn't withstand the tyrant's relentless assault and were quickly smashed to pieces. Notice, your zombie clone has killed mutated spiders x3. You have gained survival points x53. You have obtained a complete evolution crystal x1. After clearing the mutated spiders from the backyard, Fong Hong directed his zombie clones to haul crates of gear up from the sewer. After a quick survey of the surroundings, Fong Hong nodded to Victor. Let's begin, Victor. We'll set up the ambush point right here. Victor surveyed the surroundings. He nodded. Alright, I'll need some time to prepare. Following the plan, Victor began setting up automatic cannons at the entrance of Building D. Fong Hong commanded his zombie clones to lift shovels, digging a shallow trench in the ground before pouring gasoline into it. The tyrant was indeed formidable, but 2 fists couldn't fight 4 hands. When facing large numbers of third-stage mutated spiders, there was still a high probability of failure. Fong Heng's monster spawning plan this time was straightforward. Attract the entire horde of mutated spiders within Meteorite Corporation to this location. For tyrants would seal off the exits of Building D, while the main firepower would be provided by the automatic cannons. They would also bury additional explosive charges throughout the ground level. Should any uncontrollable incidents arise, they could immediately evacuate through the sewer system. Mo Jiawei couldn't help and stood silently watching from the back. Boss, I brought over a dozen barrels of insecticide earlier. How come there's only 1 left? No worries, I've got it covered. You'll see soon enough. Over an hour later, all the automated defense cannons were fully deployed. Fong Hong glanced back at Mo Jiawei and Victor. Big shot, what's next? Are we just holding our ground here? Yeah, get ready. We're in for a tough fight. Mo Jiawei glanced at the open doors of the lab building ahead. But Fong Hong, what if the spider inside doesn't come out? They won't. I have a plan. Fong Hong said as he opened the game log. Long before formulating his plan, Fong Hong had already learned from Victor about the Meteor Corporation campus's recirculating water supply system and fire alarm pump system. The water supply pipes and sewer lines partially overlapped. After that, it was straightforward. He only needed to locate the backup reservoir beforehand and pour the nitrotrichloromethane into it. Now, Fong Hong only needed to have the vine zombies guarding the area manually activate the automatic fire sprinkler switch inside the lab. Then, the insecticide would spray throughout the entire D-block lab building. Kill every last one of those damn bugs. Mo Jiawei had no idea what Fong Hong had done exactly. He blinked in confusion. The order was given. Fong Hong waited silently. Chapter 193, Water Gun. Seconds later, his game log suddenly flooded with several densely packed pages of updates. Notice, affected by the low concentration insecticide you deployed, the mutated spider took 28 damage. Notice, affected by the low concentration insecticide you deployed. Get ready, it's coming. Fong Heng's expression grew grave. He called out, eyes fixed on the building's entrance as he raised his assault rifle. Ha! Mo Jiawei still stared blankly at Fong Hong. Soon, he heard the hissing sound coming from inside the building. They're really coming? Within 10 seconds, swarms of mutated spiders poured out of the lab building. Mo Jiawei's jaw dropped in shock, his scalp tingling with dread. What the hell? How on earth did Fong Hong manage this? Stimulated by the insecticide, the mutated spiders surged madly out through the main entrance. The 4 tyrants blocking the entrance immediately swung their fists, unleashing a killing spree. Bang! 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 Over 40 automatic cannons aimed at the gate entrance fired simultaneously. Fong Hong, there are too many of them. We can't hold them off. Cold sweat broke out on Mo Jiawei's forehead. The sheer number of mutated spiders exceeded his wildest expectations. The 4 tyrants guarding the main gate couldn't hold them back. Hordes of mutated spiders squeezed through the gaps in the human wall formed by the tyrants. Beyond the main entrance, countless mutated spiders crawled out of windows throughout the building, scaling the walls. The sight was utterly terrifying. Heh, perfect timing. They're practically walking right into our trap. Fong Hung spoke as he yanked Mo Jiawei behind nearby cover, detonating explosives he'd planted earlier. Boom! A deafening explosion.
Mo Jiawei had barely taken cover behind the barrier when the ground beneath his feet shook violently.
Explosive charges. How much explosive had he buried to cause such a massive blast? Mo Jiawei's heart pounded wildly. He cautiously peered out from behind the cover. This wave of explosions instantly killed or maimed 2 or 3 dozen mutated spiders. The corpses of the dead spiders exploded, releasing a second wave of tiny spiders crawling out from their mother's bodies. Just as Mo Jiawei was about to toss a firebomb, Fong Hung stopped him. Don't waste it.
Fong Hung pulled a lighter from his backpack and ignited the small trench he had dug earlier.
Whoosh!
The fuel mixed into the trench ignited, instantly forming a low wall of fire.
Small spiders instinctively feared fire. Upon seeing the flames, they scattered in retreat.
Having blocked the first wave of mutated spiders, the rest would be much easier.
Automatic cannon fire unleashed a hail of bullets upon the horde of mutated spiders.
Fong Hung casually drew his assault rifle and opened fire on the horde of mutated spiders. Notice, you have killed mutated spiders, earning survival points 23 and obtaining a complete evolution crystal 1. Notice, your firearm attack landed a critical hit and killed the mutated spider.
You gained firearm proficiency EXP 3.
Notice, your teammate Victor operated the automatic cannon to kill mutated spiders.
You gained survival points 6. Row after row of messages continuously refreshed in the game log. Fong Hung gave them a cursory glance. Perfect.
He'd use this chance to grind up some firearm proficiency skill experience.
Fong Hung tilted his head back and downed a bottle of concentrated Red Bull. Prompt: you consumed a concentrated Red Bull.
For the next 60 minutes, your mental energy recovery rate is boosted by an additional 20%.
Activating skill bullet barrage. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The assault rifle's rate of fire instantly increased 5-fold, while his firearm skill experience points slowly climbed. As he switched magazines, Fong Hung glanced over. He saw Mo Jiawei still using his rather feeble little pistol nearby and couldn't help but curl his lips. Mo Jiawei caught Fong Hung's gaze and shot him a sour look.
He'd been looked down upon by the pro. Mo Jiawei felt helpless.
He did have an assault rifle, but his weapon proficiency level was too low to even assemble it.
Forget it, let's try this instead. Fong Hung casually pulled out a water gun toy from his backpack and handed it to Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei silently accepted the water gun.
Item: Ultra Luxury Air Pressure Water Gun Flash Gold Family Edition Commemorative Set. Description: manufactured by Meteorite Corporation. Features large capacity, impact resistance, long range, and vibrant colors. Designed for high-end players. 20-day no questions asked return policy.
Alright, thanks.
Loading the insecticide cartridge, Mo Jiawei aimed the water gun at the mutated spider in the distance.
Honestly, it was far more lethal than using a regular pistol. After over 2 hours of relentless spraying, the building finally fell silent.
No more mutated spiders emerged from the building. Fong Hung sat down where he was, stuffed an Oreo cookie into his mouth, and handed over another packet.
Here, try one.
Mo Jiawei wiped the sweat from his forehead, his own tension easing as he sat down beside Fong Hung.
He was thoroughly impressed.
This was the power of a true master treating third-stage mutated spiders like ordinary zombies and mowing them down.
Fong Hung munched on snacks to regain his stamina while tallying his loot. Not bad at all.
A total of 27 first-tier crystal shards. He'd only cleared Zone E so far.
Ahead lay the 4 major zones A, B, C, and D, and even the hidden S zone. Fong Hung found this game genuinely entertaining.
With a firm squeeze, the collected first-tier evolution crystals shattered into dust. Purple-red mist was absorbed into his palm, leveling him up once more. Notice, your character level has increased to LV14. Due to your skill, you have gained an additional 20 zombie clones. The newly spawned zombie clones crawled out of the soil one after another.
Fong Hung then directed the zombies to scavenge the battlefield. They picked up every item dropped by the mutated spiders and tossed them before Fong Hung.
Notice, you obtained Wrench 1, Sharp Hunting Knife 1, Mutated Spider Sack 6, Meteorite Corporation Internal Construction Map 1, Meteorite Corporation Renovation Map 1, Rusty Scalpel 1.
So much junk. Fong Hung was muttering to himself when his eyes lit up. 2 maps dropped?
Fong Hung examined the dropped maps in his hands.
Both were professional construction blueprints he couldn't quite decipher.
Victor approached upon seeing this.
After a careful inspection, he remarked,
Fong Hung, this map was used during Meteorite Corporation's renovation 5 years ago.
It might contain information about Sector S. I need to study it thoroughly. Okay. Just as Fong Hung was responding, the game prompt sounded again. Notice, you have triggered and completed Phase 8 Ring Mission re-entry into Songmu City. Mission difficulty, SSS. Completion rate, 100%. Notice, you have triggered and completed the 9th stage ring mission Eradicate the Mutated Spiders. Mission difficulty, SSS. Completion rate, 100%. Hint, your ring quest rewards will continue to accumulate. Please visit any Dark Knight Order contact point to find an administrator and claim your rewards. Hint, you have triggered the next phase ring quest Explore Meteorite Corporation. Mission briefing, after your first failed exploration of Pinewood City, you decide to re-enter the city for a second search. Discovering large swarms of mutated spiders, you clear some of them before attempting deeper exploration of Meteorite Corporation. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission objective, investigate anomalies within Meteorite Corporation. Chapter 194, Premature Trigger. Jiawei also received the game's mission prompt. After initial bewilderment, he carefully reviewed the mission details. Jiawei was suddenly thrilled. Holy crap! It was a follow-up quest related to the Dark Knight Order. 2. And he could complete them immediately. What a score! He just tagged along doing nothing, yet somehow snagged 2 SSS rank quests. Coming to Songmu City was definitely the right move. Promotion to corporal is just around the corner once he gets back. He stared at Fang Hong with utter admiration. So everything was part of the master's plan all along. Fang Hong was also reviewing the mission briefings he'd just received. Sure enough, just as Chun Yu had said, the Dark Knight's next mission was still to investigate Meteorite Corporation. By choosing to stay in Songmu City, he had triggered and completed the next mission ahead of schedule. This was for the best. He'd find a way to finish the mission early. It would spare them from the troubles caused by that anti-Federation group. Jiawei, noticing Fang Hong deep in thought, whispered, "Big shot, wanna take a look inside the lab building?" "Yeah, let's go inside." Fang Hong closed the mission briefing. After nearly 2 hours of continuous combat, many automated turrets had suffered damage due to overheating. Victor still needed to dismantle them and bring them back to the hospital for proper repairs. During this time, they could go ahead and conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of the lab building. After discussing with Victor, Fang Hong left 1 tyrant and a group of zombie clones to guard Victor. He then led 3 tyrant-type zombies into the lab building for an initial exploration. Take this. It's a communicator I built earlier. The signal penetration has been enhanced, but the reception range is limited. It should work fine for internal communication within Meteorite Corporation. Contact me immediately if you run into trouble. Impressive. Fang Hong held up the communicator and gave Victor a thumbs up. S-class engineers are truly formidable, they can tinker with anything. They stepped into the laboratory building. The old tactic, 3 tyrants clearing the way up front, with Fang Hong following behind. Jiawei, armed with a water gun filled with insecticide, followed cautiously by Fang Heng's side. The entire lab building still reeked of insecticide. The floor felt sticky underfoot. White spider webs covered every surface. The backup power had failed. This allowed the mutated spiders, originally sealed inside, to completely invade the outside world. Fang Heng led Jiawei back to the backup power room on the 4th basement level first. He carefully inspected the room and discovered that all the generator units inside had ceased functioning. Someone shut off all the backup power switches for each section through Meteor Corporation's main control room. That's the root cause of the mutated spider's complete escape. What? Jiawei looked utterly bewildered. He hadn't heard anything about a mole at all. It could be Liu Kei's doing, to sabotage the Federation's mission. Fang Hong didn't elaborate further to Jiawei, silently speculating to himself. Nothing. Probably someone doesn't want us to complete the mission too easily. As he spoke, he switched the backup generator to manual mode and activated the emergency power unit in Sector D. With the power restored, Fang Hong and his partner returned to the T-Virus laboratory. Lucia had mentioned that the secret passage to Sector S lay behind the T-Virus lab, requiring a special code to activate it. Victor has also confirmed this. As the former chief engineer, he possessed all the regional design blueprints for Meteorite Corporation. He noticed numerous conspicuously anomalous locations marked on the blueprints. Fang Hong walked to the end of the T-Virus lab, turned the corner into a small back room, and moved aside a cabinet. Jiawei leaned in to observe. He looked utterly baffled. Below the cabinet was just floor, nothing seemed to be there. Fang Hong, what are we looking for? A secret passage. Fang Hong waved his hand, and over 20 zombies behind him swarmed forward, smashing the floor with all their might. Thud. Thud thud. Nearly half an hour later, a small hole appeared in the floor. Shining a flashlight into the hole revealed a staircase leading deep below. Gazing at the dark, cavernous entrance below, Jiawei felt a surge of excitement. Is this the passageway to Sector S? Yep, that's it. Holy crap. So the big shot had already prepared this. All he had to do was tag along. The zombie clones smashed open the small holes, fully exposing the staircase leading downward. Fang Hong nodded to Jiawei. The moment the two entered the underground passage, the game prompt appeared again. Notice, you have completed the 10th phase ring quest, Exploring Meteorite Corporation. Notice, your ring quest rewards will be accumulated. Proceed to any Dark Knight Corps liaison point to claim your rewards from the regional supervisor. Notice, you have triggered the next phase ring quest secret sector S. Mission description: during your exploration of Meteorite Corporation, you discovered a special restricted area S zone. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission requirement: attempt to enter sector S for exploration, do not damage the main structure. Awesome. Third one. Another SSS mission completed. Emojiaway felt that riding someone else's coattails was absolutely exhilarating. Forget the other rewards, just the honor points alone should get him promoted to corporal immediately upon returning. He stole a glance at Fong Hung beside him. No wonder the legend held such a high rank in the Dark Knight Corps. How long had he even been in Sungmu City? His mission completion speed was like he was cheating. Emojiaway felt even more determined to cling to this powerful ally. The secret passage to Sector S was built wide enough for 7 or 8 tyrants to walk side by side. The moment they stepped inside, the motion-activated lights flickered on. The floor was dry. The automatic fire sprinkler system from earlier hadn't reached this area. After taking a few steps forward, the spiderwebs beneath his feet grew denser. Notice, you have entered an area densely covered in spiderwebs. Your movement speed will be slightly restricted, and running will consume more stamina. This is a bit troublesome. Fong Hong could sense the game's difficulty had increased slightly. Be careful. Got it. Emojiaway gripped the water gun in his hand tighter. As the passage deepened, white spiderwebs covered the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. Fong Hang's eyelid twitched slightly as he keenly detected the faint scraping sound emanating from the darkness ahead. They're coming. Watch out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several dark brown shadows burst out from within the passageway. Mutant spiders. The difference was that, in this web-choked environment, their movement speed had increased dramatically. 3 tyrants positioned themselves at the front of the group, forming an intercepting line as they swung their fists forward. Thud! The blow sent 2 charging mutated spiders flying backward. After hitting the ground, the mutated spiders rolled several times before swiftly righting themselves. They assumed combat stances and charged toward Fong Hong and his companions. More mutated spiders poured out from the passageway entrance. Their numbers were estimated at around 20 to 30. Fong Hong swiftly assessed the strength of both sides. 3 tyrants alone couldn't hold them back. Chapter 195, Mutant Spider the Mother. Fall back. Fong Hong grabbed Emojiaway by the arm, pulling him back into the rear ranks of the Vine zombie horde. In the next instant, the vine zombies simultaneously extended dense networks of tendrils from their bodies. The vines coalesced at the passageway's entrance, swiftly forming a tangled, woody defensive shield. The defensive net sealed off the entire passageway entrance from top to bottom, even thickening as it expanded. This is possible? Emojiaway, witnessing this ability of the vine zombies for the first time, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fong Hong raised his assault rifle, poking the barrel through a gap in the vine-woven wooden barrier and unleashed a hail of bullets at the swarm of mutated spiders. Seeing this, Emojiaway mimicked Fong Hong, raising his water gun and spraying insecticide through the netscaps toward the front. Whoosh! 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 Soon, mutated spiders broke through the intercept line formed by the 3 tyrants. They scurried along the ceiling through gaps left by the tyrants and lunged toward Fong Hong and Emojiaway. The mutated spiders swung their reinforced forelimbs to attack. The vines blocked the attack but were slashed open, leaving a massive gash. Fong Hung instantly switched to his shotgun, aiming point blank at the mutated spider's head. Boom! A headshot. The mutated spider was blown to smithereens, its corpse flying backward. Emojiaway swiftly pulled out a Molotov cocktail, dodged the vine barrier ahead, and hurled it at the corpse. Boom! The Molotov shattered, igniting a patch of flames on the ground that incinerated the baby spiders crawling out of the mutated spider's carcass. Nice work. Not bad teamwork. Fong Hong glanced at Emojiaway beside him. It took over 10 minutes. The wave of mutated spiders that had attacked was wiped out completely. Phew! Emojiaway ignored the disgusting spider webs on the floor and flopped down right where he stood. That was heart-pounding. He never imagined he could be this strong. Back in the day, he'd run as far as he could from even a level 1 mutated zombie. Damn it, now he had the guts to take on 3rd-tier creatures. After sorting through the loot, Fong Hong stowed the 3 Tier 1 evolution crystals dropped by the mutated spiders into his backpack. Let's keep moving. They pressed forward. At the end of the passageway, a security door stood on the right. The two pushed the door open and entered. Sealed off? There was originally a large area behind the right side of the safety door. But due to the collapse caused by the explosion, the entire right side of the path was completely sealed off. No way out? The left passage ended after 5 or 6 meters, leading to a few more rooms. Fong Hong entered the rooms and conducted a cursory search, finding nothing unusual. Strange. How could there be no way forward? Fong Hong pulled out his communicator and attempted to contact Victor outside. After a burst of static, Victor's voice crackled through the device. Fong Hong? Victor, can you hear me? Yeah, there's a lot of static, but I can hear you clearly. Fong Hong nodded and briefly recounted the events they had encountered earlier. On the other end, Victor pulled out the construction blueprints he'd looted from the mutated spider to compare them. Fong Hong, based on what you described earlier, I'd say your current location is the entrance to the passage leading to Sector S. Follow the passageway on the right for 20 meters to reach the elevator. Take it straight down to underground Sector S. But the passage is sealed off. Yes. I suspect that after the biohazard leak incident, Meteor Corporation detonated all entrances to Sector S for security reasons, burying the entire area deep beneath their facility. Fong Hong frowned. So we can't get in now? Theoretically, all access routes to Sector S have been destroyed. The only way in now is through the freight elevator shafts within Meteor Corporation's internal factory complex. That area would be difficult to seal off directly with explosives. The internal factory freight elevator? How do I get there? You'll need to return to the main passageway. Search carefully. At the second to last section, there's a ventilation duct. You can enter through it and exit at the second opening. That leads to the storage room on the third level of the cargo passage. Once inside the storage room, assess the environment first. The power supply system and the cargo passage may not be operational. Got it. Hanging up the communication, Fong Hong nodded to Emojoe. Let's go back and check it out. Following Victor's advice, the two retraced their steps. The ventilation shaft entrance was covered in cobwebs hard to spot without Victor's warning. To be safe, Fong Hong had the vine zombie crawl through first. Only after confirming it was safe did they crawl into the duct together. Moments later, they emerged from the ventilation duct into another storage room. Opening the storage room door, Fong Hong peered out. Outside lay Meteorite Corporation's internal secret factory. The storage room was located on the third floor. From this elevated vantage point, they could clearly see the entire layout of the factory hall on the first floor. Emojoe's face instantly drained of color. What the hell was that monster? A giant spider-like creature was perched at the freight elevator entrance on the first floor below. Its body was monstrously large, at least 5 or 6 meters wide. Beyond that, the entire ground floor factory hall was swarming with mutated spiders and white insect cocoons. Notice, you have completed Phase 11 of the Ring Quest, the Hidden S Zone. Notice, your Ring Quest rewards will accumulate. Proceed to any Dark Knight Core contact point to claim your rewards from the administrator. Notice, you have triggered the next phase Ring Quest Spider Mother. Quest description: on the mandatory path to S Zone, you have encountered the Spider Queen. Mission difficulty, SSS. Objective: enter S Zone without damaging the main structures. This is insane. Seeing the game prompt, Emojoe thought this game was insane. Not only was the ground swarming with hordes of mutated spiders, but there was also a mother spider 10 times the size of a regular zombie. What made it utterly terrifying and bizarre was that the mother's body was covered in red eyes. Even the joints of its limbs bore bizarre, grotesque eyes. The crimson eyes blinked rhythmically. Fong Hong, this. Shoo, keep your voice down. Fong Hong gently closed the door again, leaving only a narrow crack. Use your skill to check. Got it. Emojoe took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Covering his right eye, he peered downward. Mutated Spider Queen. A spider mother organism mutated by exposure to the primordial virus leak. Possessing low-level intelligence, it serves as the leader of the entire spider colony, controlling its members through a special biological enzyme secretion. To expand and propagate the colony, the queen can consume zombies as sustenance, but living humans provide it with the greatest nutritional value. Shouldering the responsibility of breeding the entire colony, the mother's evolution is unique. Its own attack capabilities are weak, and its movement is exceptionally slow. However, its skin secretes an extremely potent venom. The red eyes on its body are its weak point. Beyond that, the mother spider is vulnerable to fire and pesticides containing nitrotrichloromethane. Chapter 196, Liver. Endless. Emojoe spoke, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. He cautiously glanced back at Fong Hong, his voice trembling slightly. Fong Hong, it's a fifth tier mutated creature. The swarm of spiders below seemed to sense Fong Hong and his companions, turning their heads toward them in unison. Retreat. Fong Hong swiftly slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside.
Fortunately, the mutated spiders did not pursue them.
Silence fell between the two. Emojiawe's heart pounded wildly. What the hell? That was a 5th tier creature. 5th tier. The mission difficulty had just skyrocketed.
In the zombie apocalypse game, the highest tier creature Emojiawe had ever heard of was merely the 5th tier Destruction Corpse King. That terrifying monster could single-handedly destroy an entire large shelter housing hundreds of people. He never imagined he'd witness a creature of equal tier with his own eyes today.
Emojiawe scrolled through the mission prompt again and again.
Fortunately, the mission didn't require him to kill the Spider Queen outright. There was still a chance. He could devise a plan to lure the queen away from the factory's delivery passageway area, or perhaps induce it into a dormant state somehow. As he racked his brain, Emojiawe glanced over at Fong Hong beside him. If he's a pro, he should have some solution. Emojiawe whispered, Fong Hong, what if we spray some insecticide to drive the queen away? Do you think that might work? Fong Hong was also studying the mission prompt. He gave a light nod. Using insecticide to drive away the mutated Spider Queen was a viable tactic. It had a decent chance of success. But, after finally spotting a 5th tier creature, how could he sleep soundly tonight without extracting a live sample from it? Or even, could we even find a way to kill it? Fong Hong felt an inexplicable stir of desire. Back when he first killed a 4th tier creature, he received a skill book as a reward. Killing a 5th tier creature should be no different. There's no reason he couldn't get a reward, right? Moreover, the rewards are absolutely higher than those for slaying 4th tier creatures. Fong Hong pondered this carefully. Creatures of the same tier don't possess uniformly high strength. For instance, the gap in power between a licker and a standard 2nd tier enhanced zombie is enormous. After all, scavengers were originally cultivated by Meteorite Corporation for combat purposes. From Emojiawe's previous explanation, the mutated spider mother was an accidental byproduct of a viral leak. Its initial evolutionary path wasn't combat but reproduction. Much of its power stems from its colony. Finding a way to eliminate its colony could drastically weaken its power. How can we? Fong Hong muttered to himself. Emojiawe hadn't caught Fong Hong's quiet mutterings. He could never have imagined that Fong Hong was already scheming in his mind about how to counter-kill the 5th tier mutated Spider Queen to earn the reward. Are you kidding me? Kill a 5th tier mutated creature? That's suicide. Fong Hong patted Emojiawe on the shoulder, deciding to consider their battle plan once they returned. Let's go back first. Yeah. Survival comes first. Let's get back quickly. Emojiawe nodded repeatedly. He felt the master handled things with great prudence, knowing it was impossible, he wouldn't stubbornly push forward. They'd retreat, regroup, and devise a strategy later. We'll clear Sector E first. Over 2 hours later, after discussing with Victor, Fong Hong presented a solution that left Emojiawe utterly baffled. Emojiawe looked utterly bewildered. Sector E? What was the master thinking? Instead of figuring out how to drive away the mutated Spider Queen to complete the mission, he was calmly starting to farm monsters? Fong Hong truly felt no urgency whatsoever. After all, he didn't have any better way to deal with the queen right now. Besides, the main quest was right there, no one was competing with him for it. He'd clear out all the mutated spiders in the other sections of Meteorite Corporation first, earn as many survival points and evolution crystals as possible, and focus on leveling up. Oh, and the insecticide you brought might not be enough. I'll need more. Emojiawe understood Fong Hong's meaning and nodded. Alright, I'll place an order now to have mercenaries help gather it. Once it's acquired, I'll come back for another pickup. Great, thanks for making the extra trip. Just a little errand. No big deal. Ever since the game enabled cross-server transfers for players below level 5, numerous mercenary groups and guilds had flooded into Server 8. Emojiawe found this task far simpler than the water gun incident. It was just a matter of tapping a few buttons and spending a bit more money to place orders on the platform. Countless mercenary groups and player guilds would gather materials for him. Exchanging money for Dark Knight Core honor points, this deal was a steal. Perfect returning once would also let him complete quests and boost his Dark Knight Core military rank. Emojiawe thought to himself with satisfaction. As for the Big Shots plans, he didn't bother trying to figure them out. He was already on the Big Shots team, just stick close and ride his coattails. Worst case, he'd just follow the Big Shot around and spray water guns. 3 days later. All 5 zones within Meteorite Corporation, except for Sector S, had been thoroughly cleared. During this period, the mutated spider mother exhibited a brief abnormal reaction. Hordes of mutated spiders went berserk, charging out of the building and launching a frenzied attack on Fong Hong and his team. Unfortunately, this assault was ultimately crushed without mercy. After clearing the outer compound, Fong Hong used the zombie horde to track down the mutated Spider Queen. Later, Emojiawe witnessed Fong Hong's masterful execution. Emojiawe would never forget it. Fong Hong first commanded the zombies to literally dig a path through the S-zone passageway leading to the storage room. Then, he dragged power cables all the way from the 4th basement level to set up a mechanized turret sniper line within the passageway. Then, he baited the monsters. Killed the monsters. Repeating this cycle over and over. At that moment, inside the secret passageway of S-Zone. Seeing Fong Hong once again head toward the storage room with great enthusiasm to lure monsters, Mo Jiawei silently sighed to himself before picking up his water gun and following after him. He couldn't even recall how many times this had happened. From the initial fear and trepidation, to later treading on thin ice with utmost caution. Now, Mo Jiawei felt utterly calm, as if he were simply going downstairs to pick up a package. He even found himself feeling a twinge of pity for the 5th-tier mutated spider queen left behind in the factory's delivery passageway. Fong Heng's approach genuinely made Mo Jiawei feel a bit frustrated. Initially, faced with a dense swarm of mutated spiders, they decided to tackle them in waves. Luring them out wave after wave, eliminating them in batches. But plans couldn't keep up with reality. The mutated spider queen reproduced offspring at an astonishing rate. Before Fong Hong could even finish clearing the wave he'd just pulled, a fresh batch had already spawned, overrunning the entire inner factory. At that moment, Mo Jiawei believed the plan had utterly failed. But unexpectedly, Fong Hong was thrilled. Time and again, he tirelessly lured a mutated spider from the factory's delivery area, then guided it to the passageway entrance to kill it. Provoked, the mutated spider mother would become stimulated, rapidly producing a new batch of mutated spider bodies. The mutated spiders resumed their frenzied pursuit and attacks on Fong Hong. Back and forth it went. Lure a batch of monsters. Kill them. Lure another wave of monsters. Kill them. Take a brief rest to repair the damaged autocannon turrets. Lure another group of monsters. Kill them. And so it went on, seemingly without end. Chapter 197, The Final Wave. Mo Jiawei thought that any other player would surely go mad from repeating this routine over and over. But Fong Hong seemed to relish it. To be precise, he never grew tired of it. Mo Jiawei glanced cautiously at Fong Hong beside him, thinking to himself, what a terrifying master. Fong Hong truly was enjoying himself. He hadn't had a proper night's sleep in quite some time, only managing an hour or two of rest occasionally while Victor repaired the automatic cannon. His eyes were densely veined with bloodshot red. But his spirit was incredibly invigorated. Fong Hong felt like he discovered a game bug, unlocking the secret to wealth. That's right. Liver crystals. At first, Fong Hong had only intended to lure out a wave of mutated spiders, gradually reducing the numbers on the periphery. But he never imagined that after dealing with the wave he'd lured out, when he returned. Holy crap! A fresh wave of mutated spiders has spawned. Damn! Isn't this like getting free survival points and evolution crystals? Fong Hong immediately kicked off his crystal farming plan. Each time he lured a wave of mutated spiders, he earned over 1,000 survival points and around 10 tier 1 evolution crystals, plus some low-tier crystal shards and recipes as extra income. A no-lose deal. A surefire win. Fong Hong started scheming. Could he devise a way to control the zombies and design a fully automated monster luring system? Full service management, he'd just sit back and collect the rewards. The two returned to the storage room once more. As usual, Mo Jiawei opened the storage room door just a crack. This time was different from all their previous visits. This time, the number of mutated spiders lurking beneath the factory had actually decreased. Mo Jiawei let out a soft exclamation. Had the mutated spiders failed to respawn? Reached the cap? Impressive. So the breeding capacity of the mutated spider queen truly has a limit. Everything was under the master's control. They had been grinding for a full 2 days and 1 night just to reach this critical point. Mo Jiawei's face lit up with excitement as he turned to look at Fong Hong. The master truly possesses both resolve and patience. Who else could have pulled this off? Once they dealt with the massive swarm of mutated spiders below, they could finally take on the mutated spider queen. But Mo Jiawei blinked in confusion. But why did the master look so unsettled? Beside him, Fong Heng's expression darkened instantly. Gone? Not producing anymore? No more fun? Could it be that the bug-exploiting behavior was discovered? The loophole sealed? Fong Hong was thoroughly annoyed. He turned to Mo Jiawei and said, try seducing them again. Following the plan, Mo Jiawei deftly pulled a Molotov cocktail from his backpack and tossed it toward the cluster of mutated spiders below. Boom! The Molotov shattered, igniting a patch of ground below. Drawn by the firebomb, the mutated spiders turned their attention toward Mo Jiawei's hiding spot. Mo Jiawei flipped them the middle finger. Then he turned and ran. Mo Jiawei had just turned his head and taken a step when he stopped abruptly. Something wasn't right. He realized there was no sound of friction behind him. What was going on? Mo Jiawei turned back. This time, the mutated spiders ignored Mo Jiawei's provocation, remaining still where they were. Had the taunt failed? Fong Hong, what the hell is going on? Damn it. Time to switch to plan B. Fong Hong gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, fine, you don't want to play fair, huh? Then don't just lie there.
Fong Hong had already prepared his backup plan. He opened the game log and commanded the actions of his 9th zombie clone squad. Moments later, the vine zombies in the rear dragged a large caliber water pipe nozzle forward. The nozzle's tail connected to a long hose. The other end of the hose led directly to the sewer pump outside Meteorite Corporation. Fong Hong nodded to Mo. Alright, let's begin. Mo took the hose nozzle from the zombies, wiping sweat from his forehead. Holy crap! This thing was way more powerful than the water gun he had on hand. Fong Hong helped open the storage room door. Mo hoisted the water cannon and thrust it through the doorway. Fong Hong turned on the water valve. SSS. A torrent of insecticide mixed with nitrotrichloromethane poured down like rain from the 3rd floor. The pesticide landed among the mutated spiders, instantly causing chaos. They went berserk, charging madly toward Fong Hong's location. It worked! You run first! Fong Hong tightened the valve switch again, calmly glancing back at the pursuing horde of mutated spiders. This time, the number of mutated spiders in pursuit was greater than ever before. Good! Fong Hong silently praised himself before sprinting back alongside Mo. After retreating over 50 meters, 4 tyrant bodies stood in perfect formation, blocking the path. Fong Hong and Mo immediately ducked behind the tyrants, taking cover within the wooden defensive network formed by the vine zombies. Bang! Bang bang bang! The automated defensive cannons installed inside the passageway opened fire simultaneously. Fong Hong also raised his assault rifle, activating the bullet barrage skill to practice his basic shooting. Notice, your teammate Victor eliminated the mutated spider using automated machinery. You gain survival points 21 and a complete evolution crystal 1. Notice, your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion has killed a mutated spider. You gain survival points 19 and evolution crystal fragment 1. Notice, your shot lands a critical hit, granting you 2 points of firearm mastery skill experience. Another stream of data flooded the game log. Over the past few days, Fong Hong had spent 3 sleepless days and nights relentlessly hunting mutated spiders, amassing a large quantity of Tier 1 evolution crystals. His character level had now reached LV-16, and excluding the proliferators, his zombie clones numbered 168. Not only that, but even the notoriously difficult basic shooting skill had reached LV-9. In less than half an hour, a wave of mutated spiders was cleared. Fong Hong waved his hand, drawing all the scattered evolution crystal shards into his palm before crushing them. Clang! Clang clang! Notice, you have obtained 12 evolution crystal fragments, 31 complete evolution crystals, and 14 Tier 1 evolution crystals. Notice, you have absorbed the power of Tier 1 evolution crystals. The insecticide hose tactic was originally intended for dealing with the final mutated spider queen. Now that the plan had changed, he used it early and the results were surprisingly effective. Fong Hong was riding high on the momentum. Rubbing his hands together, he commanded the zombie horde to stand by and headed toward the storage room. It was still early, he could easily clear another dozen waves today. Level 17 was definitely within reach. Let's keep going. Watching Fong Hong's unwavering enthusiasm, Mo silently stowed away the water gun. This must be the secret to the pro's success. Even a pro as skilled as him works this hard, he's got to step up his game. Mo slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to snap out of it. But Mo looked down at the water gun in his hand. This thing doesn't even grant firearm proficiency skill experience. Chapter 198, not giving me that thrill, are you? Following the same pattern, Fong Hong repeated the grind 3 more times. During that time, Mo even logged off to grab a late-night snack. By the time he returned, the 4th wave of mutated spiders lured out had also been wiped out by Fong Hong. Let's go! Keep going, keep going, keep going! Fong Hong was now abnormally excited. After adopting the insecticide tactic to lure the mutated spiders, his efficiency had doubled compared to before. Mo was starting to struggle. God, how about we take a break and rest? We can continue grinding tomorrow? Fong Hong glanced at the time. It was just before 1 a.m. He glanced at his character's experience points again. Are you kidding me? He was just a hair's breadth away from level 17. If he didn't level up now, how could he sleep tonight? Seeing Mo haggard face, Fong Hong shook his head. Alright then, one last wave. Mo rubbed his sleepy eyes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Legends are legends, they're made of pure determination. Resolved that this would be his last attempt, Mo followed Fong Hong back to the storage room. Opening the door to the inner factory, Mo was utterly stunned. What the hell? The mutated spider mother had actually moved. Perhaps due to its immense size, its spider legs appeared surprisingly thin and weak, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. The sight left Mo utterly incredulous. Escaped? The mutated spider queen actually escaped? Could this too be part of the master's plan? Frantically slaughtering the mutated spiders, then using insecticide. Could that actually drive away the mutated spider queen? Mo turned to look at Fong Hong once more, his eyes brimming with admiration. This was the master. Yet he saw no trace of joy on Fong Heng's face. Instead, he saw Fong Hong gritting his teeth, looking thoroughly displeased. Fong Hong was seething with frustration. He was extremely annoyed right now. Run? He was just a hair's breadth away from the experience points needed to reach level 17, yet the mutated spider queen had stopped spawning? And it ran off? Fong Hong wasn't about to let it get away. Go! At Fong Heng's command, 4 zombie tyrant bodies charged up from the rear passageway. They burst out of the storage room and leaped down from the 3rd floor. Thud! Thud thud! The tyrants, fearless of death, charged straight toward the slowly crawling mutated spider upon landing, swinging their fists to rain blows upon it. Surprisingly, the mutated spider mother offered no resistance, enduring the relentless beating. Row after row of game logs refreshed as Fong Hong bent down to observe and analyze. Notice, your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion has dealt damage to the mutated spider mother. Notice, your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion has taken toxin damage. Notice, your zombie avatar tyrant vine fusion has been poisoned. The mutated spider mother moved sluggishly and possessed limited offensive capabilities. Its primary attack method involves swinging its reinforced, razor-sharp appendages. And then there's the toxin. The mutated spider mother secretes a layer of toxic mucus from its skin as protection. Tyrant's punch slammed into it, but he took poison damage and lost some health first. Fong Hong flipped through the game logs and couldn't help but cheer inwardly. This is perfect. The tyrant's body fused with the vine's traits, boasting high health and rapid regeneration. Slowly wearing it down was the way to go. Fong Hong felt reassured and took up a defensive position with Mo Jiawei, watching the battle unfold from the rear. The tyrant's punches landed with bone-crunching force. He endured the toxic damage from the host body while relentlessly pounding it. Before long, the tyrant's health dropped to a critical threshold, triggering its 2nd phase. Its hands mutated into razor-sharp tentacles, amplifying its strength once more. Mo Jiawei watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding in terror. He had been planning to log off and rest, but now sleepiness vanished completely. His heart raced with growing anxiety and excitement. He clenched his fists unconsciously. An opportunity. The tyrant was too powerful. Damn it, if this keeps up, the mutated spider queen is going to get beaten into the ground. Could it be? Is there really a chance to take down the mutated spider queen? The 4 tyrant bodies fought the mutated spider queen for nearly 2 hours. Whenever a tyrant's health dropped to a certain point, Fong Hong would command them to withdraw from combat and rest on the sidelines. Once the poison debuff faded and their health fully recovered, they'd return to the fray in a relentless rotation. By this point, the queen appeared utterly weakened. It looked as if it were on the verge of death. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Fong Hong commanded one of the tyrant bodies, currently observing the battle while restoring its health, to approach. He tossed a live specimen toward it. The tyrant body caught the sample collector and strode forward, quickly approaching the weakened mutated spider mother. SSSSH. The live specimen collector pierced deep into the mutated spider queen's skin. Notice, your zombie clone tyrant vine fusion is collecting a live sample. Notice, you suffer toxin damage, collection interrupted, failure. This. Due to the toxins on its skin, the tyrant cannot perform the live sample collection. Not granting evolution crystals is one thing. Now it won't even let me stick a needle in? Fong Hong felt the mutated spider queen had been targeting him all along. What use is keeping it around? Kill it. With that thought, Fong Hong turned back toward the storage room, grabbed the hose nozzle from the floor, and hurled it down from the 3rd floor. A tyrant-type creature strode forward, snatched the hose in one hand, and shoved the nozzle into the mother spider's mouthparts. Fong Hong whipped his head around and immediately activated the water pump switch. Water gushed relentlessly from the nozzles. The spider mother struggled violently, held down by 4 tyrant bodies. After being forcibly injected with insecticide, the spider mother's entire body cavity rapidly swelled. The pesticide mixed with pale green blood overflowed from the red eyes on its body. Data frantically refreshed across a dozen rows in the lower right corner of Fong Heng's retinal display. Notice, affected by insecticide, the mutated spider mother's health is decreasing. Notice, affected by insecticide. Boom! 1 minute later, the mutated spider mother's body had swollen to nearly twice its original size. It finally couldn't withstand the strain, and its entire body exploded with a loud bang. Pale green, foul-smelling blood and severed limbs sprayed across half the factory. Dead? Mo Jiawei had anticipated the mutated spider queen might perish, but seeing the outcome before him still left him in disbelief. The 5th stage mutated creature had been eliminated. The next instant, a swarm of tiny spiderlings crawled out from the scattered remains of the mutated spider mother. SSSSSSS. The tiny spiders surged madly toward the nearest living targets, including the tyrant's body. They climbed onto the tyrant's body, and once attached, they detonated violently. Boom! Boom boom.
Even inside the tyrant's body, the corrosive liquid produced by the exploding spiderlings caused immense damage.
Don't just stand there. Quick, shut the door.
Fong Hong swiftly drew his machete, grabbed a rubber hose, and slammed the storage room door shut with a bang, preventing the tiny spider bodies from flooding into the room. Even now, Mo Jiawei felt as if he were still in a dream.
He turned to look at Fong Hong and asked, "Is it taken care of?" "What? We killed a 5th-tier mutated creature?"
Mo Jiawei felt like he hadn't done much, just helped move some hoses and carry supplies over. At most, he'd fired the water gun a couple of times to assist.
How did we end up killing a 5th-tier creature out of nowhere? Chapter 199, Killing the Mother. Fong Hong wasn't entirely sure either.
They should be dead, right?
We'll know once the game log notification pops up. Mo Jiawei nodded.
True enough, it was a 5th-tier creature.
Who knew if it had some special resurrection method?
Within seconds, several game notifications flashed rapidly across the lower right corner of Mo Jiawei's retinal display. Notice, your team has defeated the Tier 5 mutated Spider Mother. Notice, as the first player team to defeat a Tier 5 creature, you receive a skill book grade, a reward based on contribution allocation.
Notice, random selection in progress. You have obtained an A-grade skill Nightwalker Soul Bind. The prompts arrived. Successful kill. An A-grade skill book. We're rich. Seeing the reward details, Mo Jiawei felt his heart skip a beat. He was so happy he felt dizzy. What a score! An A-grade skill book.
Without even glancing at it, Mo Jiawei grabbed the skill book and slammed it onto his head.
Ah! With that single tap, Mo Jiawei felt his entire being undergo a transcendent elevation from head to toe.
He felt coming to Songmu City was absolutely the right decision. This is how you play the game, this is how you ride someone's coattails.
Fong Hong was observing the game prompts nearby.
Notice, your zombie clone has slain the mutated Spider Queen Tier 5.
You have obtained High Energy Crystal 1 Purple.
Hint, as the first player team to defeat a Tier 5 creature, you receive an additional top tier reward based on contribution allocation.
Hint, you have obtained a random skill book grade S reward. Hint, skill book is being randomly selected. Prompt, you have obtained a random skill book low tier bloodline of the Blood Clan Soulbound. An S rank skill. Fong Heng's heart skipped a beat.
All his earlier frustration vanished instantly.
This was the first time Fong Hong had ever seen an S-rank skill book in the game.
He recalled that long ago, this body had seen a player flaunt an S-rank skill book on a forum. Before he could click in to see it, the post had already been deleted by the moderator. Skill tiers had significant leaps, advancing from B+ to A represented a massive jump.
Fong Heng's breathing grew slightly ragged.
Suppressing his inner excitement, he clicked to view the skill description. Skill book, low-tier bloodline heritage soulbound.
Description, upon use, automatically masters the bloodline of the Blood Clan. Soulbound cannot be traded. Skill type, bloodline. Note, players may possess multiple bloodlines simultaneously, but certain bloodlines cannot be held concurrently. Skill tier, S. Rank limit, this skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV, 15. The current maximum skill level cannot exceed the player's current level. Players may seek methods to upgrade their bloodline.
Skill description 1. Upon learning, immediately gain an additional 100% maximum HP, strength +1, agility +5, constitution +1, perception +1. Additionally gain strength equal to skill level 0.3, agility equal to skill level 1, constitution equal to skill level 0.3, perception equal to skill level 0.1. Skill description 2. Bloodline members gain strength by consuming blood. Blood consumption grants a 150 HPS regeneration rate and increases skill experience. Gain skill experience acquisition correlates with the energy within the blood. Skill description 3. Blood can possess potent self-healing abilities and night vision. Players gain basic night vision in non-sunlit environments. Players gain 5 HP per second outside combat, gain an additional 10 HP per second. Skill description 4. Takes 10% increased damage from light elemental attacks. Immune to all critical hits except those targeting the heart. It's actually vampire bloodline. Fong Hong was utterly surprised. This was also the first time he'd encountered skills tied to bloodline. He was certain that if this book existed in the vampire apocalypse, its value would be immeasurable. Even in a zombie apocalypse, its skill power would easily crush any grade S skill book. Soulbound items couldn't be traded, and even if they could, Fong Hong wouldn't use it for barter. He'd learn it. Who knows? Maybe he'd need to enter the vampire world someday? Notice, you have learned the skill Vampire Bloodline. The effect was immediate. As soon as the skill book was activated, Fong Hong felt his body grow slightly lighter than before. But something felt off. Fong Hong re-examined the skill description. Most skills he'd learned before required skill experience points gained through proficiency. In other words, the more you used them, the faster the skill experience points grew. But the bloodline skill now had a new, explicit description. Upgrading the skill required consuming blood to gain power. Blood-sucking? Images of vampire blood-sucking scenes from movies in his past life flashed through Fong Heng's mind. No way?
Does that mean drinking blood? Fong Hong found the idea psychologically and physically hard to stomach. Ha! No way. Then it hit him, an idea struck. Didn't he have that zombie clone? The zombie clone also inherits skills from the vampire lineage. Moreover, following the established pattern, the skill experience gained by the zombie clone would also be fed back to him. With that thought, Fong Hong commanded one of the zombie clones to stagger out of the storage room. Outside the storage room, the factory had returned to calm. The 4 tyrants, battered by the final spiderling's self-destruct attack, were slowly regenerating their health. Finding his severed limb from the mutated spider mother on the ground, Fong Hong forcibly commanded the zombie clone to devour it. The clone picked up the fragment and began gnawing on it. Soon, the game's notification chime sounded. Notice, your zombie clone has consumed a portion of blood. Notice, this blood is diluted and decayed, lacking any power. Huh, blood decayed. Fong Hong muttered under his breath, feeling rather disappointed. Does decay refer to the zombies? Consuming a zombie's blood couldn't grant him power? Fong Hong felt a pang of regret. The good news was that his earlier guess had been correct. He could indeed drink blood through his zombie clones to level up his skills. Oh well, he'd conduct more experiments after returning home. He'd have his zombie clones consume animal blood and try again. Mo Jiawei had also finished testing his new skill Nightwalker and walked over to Fong Hong's side. Originally, he'd planned to log off after clearing a wave of mutated spiders, but unexpectedly encountering the boss battle had cost him over 2 extra hours. Like Fong Hong, Mo Jiawei's eyes were bloodshot. Yet his spirit was elevated to the extreme. Just one a great skill book was enough to keep him awake for several nights. And now they'd defeated the mutated Spider Queen. Meteorite Corporation's mysterious S-Zone was within reach. What treasures lay within Sector S? Logging off now? No way he could sleep. Big shot, wanna go check it out? Mo Jiawei said, pointing toward the nearby freight elevator. Yeah, let's go check it out. Fong Hong felt the same way. He was equally curious about Zone S. There must be treasures inside. Chapter 200, The Ancestral Virus. Entering the elevator lobby with Mo Jiawei, Fong Hong inspected the freight elevator. Good. The backup power supply was still active. Fong Hong nodded to Mo Jiawei. It still works. Great. Mo Jiawei pumped his fist, even more excited than Fong Hong. Once 4 tyrant bodies and over 30 zombie clones had packed the elevator to capacity, Fong Hong finally pressed the down button. The elevator descended slowly. Several rows of new notification messages appeared in the game log. Notice, you have completed the 12th stage ring mission, Spider Mother. Notice, you have successfully defeated the Spider Queen. For completing this additional objective, you will receive extra rewards during mission settlement. Notice, your ring quest rewards will be accumulated. Please visit any Dark Knight Order contact point to find an administrator and claim your rewards. Hint, you have triggered the next phase ring quest secret files. Quest description, search Sector S to locate relevant mission files and deliver them to the Dark Knights. Mission difficulty, E. Glancing at the newly appeared quest prompt, Fong Hong felt relieved. The next phase's difficulty was only E grade, meaning the risk was minimal, almost negligible. Thud. The freight elevator descended to the bottom of Sector S. The sight before him made Fong Hong frown deeply. Most of Zone S lay buried beneath the rubble of explosions. Only one laboratory remained accessible along the passage ahead. The tyrant led the way, shoving open the door. Fong Hong followed behind, switching on his flashlight to illuminate the space. The lab interior was in utter disarray, with 2/3 of the area collapsed. After confirming the room posed no danger, Fong Hong waved his hand. The horde of zombies behind him began searching the entire lab. Soon, the zombie clones tossed every item they found before Fong Hong. Notice, your zombie horde searched the secret laboratory. You obtained Unknown Liquid Sample 1, Document Ancestral Virus, High-Grade Energy Crystal 3. The Progenitor Virus, that must be the mission item. Fong Hong muttered under his breath, attempting to open the Progenitor Virus file for inspection. Upon opening it, he discovered the dense text was utterly illegible. Fong Hong immediately understood. The data was encrypted. It seemed he would need to return to the Dark Knight Order once more to decrypt the file and obtain further intelligence. With that thought, Fong Hong tucked the file away. How'd it go? Mo Jiawei asked curiously from the side. The Dark Knight Order was searching for this progenitor virus data, but it's encrypted. No clue what's written inside. The progenitor virus? Wasn't the mutated spider mother we encountered earlier infected by it? Yeah, you've heard of the progenitor virus? I did some digging when I was offline. There's not much on it, but both the T virus and G virus were developed from research on the progenitor virus. Got it. Fong Hong examined the other 2 items collected from the laboratory. Item, Unknown Solution 1. Description, this agent lacks labeling, making its nature undetermined. Further identification is required. Direct use is not recommended. Item, High-Grade Energy Crystals 3. Description, the latest technological product from Meteorite Corporation, forming stable cubic crystals. A single crystal the size of a fist can provide a powerful energy supply. Fong Hong held the 3 blue, translucent stones in his hand and examined them. All kinds of weird stuff. The unknown potion was manageable, he could just toss it to Cho Yaokong, who'd likely figure out what it was. But what the hell was this blue stone? Energy source? He'd never heard of how such high-grade energy crystals were even used before. Whatever. It was found in Meteorite Corporation's top-secret lab anyway, pack it up and take it. After a moment's thought, Fong Hong stuffed them directly into his backpack. His mission in Songmu City was nearly complete. It was about time to return to the shelter. Too bad the mutant Spider Queen wasn't much help. Fong Hong had planned to grind his level up to 19 here, but he hadn't even reached level 17. Leveling from 10 to 19 required a tier 1 evolution crystal. As for what happens after level 19, Fong Hong had no idea. All available information on the forums stopped at level 19. It seemed like a watershed moment. Fong Hong had a vague premonition that beyond level 19, the game's leveling system might change. Seeing Fong Hong standing there lost in thought, Emojoe couldn't help but ask, "Hey, we've finished the quests. Should we head back now?" Yeah, I guess so. Fong Hong nodded and directed his zombie clones to follow. Let's go back first. Thanks to Emojoe's assistance, the construction of the sterile wards within the shelter would be completed within the next couple of days. The actual evacuation would still require another day or two. These 2 days couldn't be wasted either. Fong Hong thought it through carefully once more. The mutated spiders had been cleared, Meteorite Corporation thoroughly searched, and plenty of creatures across the city had been hunted down. The Matsumoto City instance had been cleared to the point of exhaustion. Had it been completely cleared out? Wait, it felt like he was forgetting something? Fong Hong's eyes lit up. Right. Almost forgot there's still the Furies. Fong Hong unconsciously licked his lips. The Furies represent the next evolutionary stage of the tyrant, highly valuable for research. If possible. Ideally. To bring the Vengeance Goddess back to the sanctuary as well. The moment this thought arose, Fong Hong couldn't help but ponder it. It seemed genuinely feasible. Currently, he possessed 4 tyrant split bodies. Whether he could kill the Vengeance Goddess was uncertain, but having the 4 tyrants pin her down and pound her into the ground would be easily accomplished. But how to bring her back to the sanctuary? Fong Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself. The Federation. Fong Hong thought of the Federation. He recalled witnessing the Federation use a special anesthetic during the Hopetown mission. That anesthetic had successfully put Alex into a state of unconsciousness for a period of time. If he could obtain this drug from the Federation, knocking out the entire Furies and bringing them home for study might not be impossible. For some reason, seeing the peculiar smile on Fong Hong's face, Emojoe, who was riding the elevator, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Lately, Chenyu had been swamped with work related to the Blood Moon project. There was no choice, superior orders were absolute. The lives of these Federation talents and major political figures were extremely precious. The Federation would do everything possible to ensure their safety. Personnel arrangements had reached an extreme state of tension. Chenyu racked his brain, trying to figure out how to tuck these people away into some remote corner. In the end, with no other options left, Chenyu thought of that place. Fong Hong's prison sanctuary. Not only was it guarded by the Dark Knights, but it also boasted a massive cluster of watchtowers. Forget 50 people, even double that number. Accommodating 100 wouldn't be a problem at all. But how could he possibly convince him? Speaking of which, Fong Hong was still in Songmu City. He had no idea what his situation was like now. Just as he pondered this, Chenyu's phone rang. Fong Hong? Chapter 201, 3-Step Plan. It was rare for Fong Hong to call proactively. Chenyu couldn't help but feel a moment of surprise. Hello? Fong Hong? Yeah, I need the Federation's help. Chenyu's spirits soared at the news. A request for help? A request for help? Perfect. This was practically a gift. Just as he'd been pondering how to approach Fong Hong, this opportunity presented itself, instantly lifting Chenyu's spirits. Fong Hong, we've worked together so many times before. Whatever you need, just say the word. I'll do my best to find a solution for you. I recall last time in Hopetown, you used a special serum that put that 4th-tier zombie Alex into a deep sleep. Do you have anything similar that could put the vengeful goddess into a coma too? Chenyu fell silent for a moment. His first thought was that Fong Hong was up to something again. Why would he need an anesthetic? Could it be? Got it. Fong Hong intends to take action against the vengeful goddess. That's one of the strongest 4th-tier undead corpses. So, do you have it? Yes, it's available. However, aside from the potion formula, some special ingredients require spending god points to purchase. I need to report this to my superiors, so... Fong Hong understood. Hurry it up. I need it tomorrow. What do you want in exchange? Alright, I won't hesitate then. How about adding 50 more people to the Blood Moon project? Chenyu didn't beat around the bush, gritting his teeth as he made his demand. Fong Hong, only you can help with this. I need you to increase the quota for 50 more people in your sanctuary. Fong Hong made a rough mental calculation.
The intensity of Blood Moon zombie attacks increased with the number of players in the shelter.
At most, it would only be an extra 100 people.
Based on the current strength of the shelter, it wouldn't be a problem at all.
Alright. When can you have it ready? I'll submit the request immediately. It'll be approved by tomorrow afternoon. It's settled. Hearing Fong Hong agree, Chunyu breathed a huge sigh of relief. Another major hurdle cleared. At first, like the next day, Fong Hong boarded a helicopter and set off back to the shelter.
There was no point wasting time lingering here. In his estimation, the shelter's sterile ward would be operational in about 2 days, and he could also obtain the specially formulated anesthetic provided by the Federation. Then he could return to Songmu City and evacuate Victor and his daughter from the shelter.
To prevent any unforeseen complications, Fong Hong left 2/3 of the zombie clones and tyrant bodies behind in Songmu City.
The remaining third of the zombie clones all stabbed each other to death.
Additionally, Mo Jiawei would remain in Songmu City with Victor. In case of danger, Mo Jiawei could communicate offline with Fong Hong.
Then there was the issue of the Furies. How should they deal with it? Seated in the helicopter's co-pilot seat, Fong Hong had been pondering this question the entire time. To be honest, it was actually quite simple, just a 3-step plan. Step 1, knock the Vengeance Goddess unconscious. Step 2, transport the Vengeance Goddess back. Step 3, find a high-strength experimental container to house the Vengeance Goddess for research. Using the Federation's special agent would accomplish the first step of knocking her unconscious. The second step, transportation, is a bit trickier. The Vengeance Goddess is massive, it's uncertain whether a helicopter could even lift her. The critical issue is that the Federation's special agent isn't very effective, even slight movement can cause the Vengeance Goddess to awaken. A more reliable method must be devised. 4 hours later, the helicopter touched down slowly at the Dark Knight's assembly point. Buck had already been informed of Fong Hong's return and came forward to greet him with several Dark Knight Corps members.
Fong Hong, it's such a relief to see you safe and sound.
Buck greeted Fong Hong warmly.
Come on, let's go inside and talk.
Back at the Dark Knight's camp, Fong Hong gave a brief account of what had transpired in Songmu City before handing over the mission documents to Buck. Afterward, Buck stared at Fong Hong, falling into a long silence.
During this period, the entire Dark Knight Order had been preparing for their next invasion operation in Songmu City.
The original plan called for deploying an elite team of around 60 Dark Knights. The RD team was still developing weapons and equipment to counter the Furies and mutated spiders. The problem was that the Dark Knight's leadership had become divided over the matter. They debated whether it was necessary to expend such significant resources on a reconnaissance mission into Songmu City. Buck had been agonizing over this very issue.
Unexpectedly, Fong Hong suddenly appeared and personally informed them that Matsuki City was no longer necessary to visit. Well, no more headaches now.
The higher-ups won't be arguing either.
Can you believe the mission is complete?
The 5th-tier mutated Spider Queen had been eliminated by Fong Hong, and the classified documents were already in hand.
A mission that had stumped over a dozen squads from their Dark Knight Corps, leaving them in utter disarray upon their return.
In the end, Fong Hong single-handedly accomplished it.
And he did it flawlessly. After a long while, Buck finally let out a deep sigh.
For some reason, he felt a strange sense of loss.
A smile returned to Buck's face. You've given me another tremendous surprise. I never imagined you'd take it this far.
All I can say is, you're a genius, Fong Hong.
Lucia was right, you can change our world.
Notification, your rapport with Buck has significantly increased. Buck opened the primordial virus research manual Fong Hong had retrieved from Sector S of Meteorite Corporation and began examining it carefully. We had originally planned to infiltrate Songmu City again for reconnaissance in a few weeks. During this period, the Dark Knights were still assessing the risks of infiltrating Matsuki City and searching for ways to deal with the Furies and the mutated spiders.
We never expected you to complete the mission ahead of schedule. How should I put it?
It's beyond our expectations and a tremendous help.
Fong Hong waves dismissively without a trace of modesty. No big deal. Just leave similar matters to me in the future. By the way, what does this dossier say?
Buck shook his head and closed the file. It's likely Meteorite Corporation's highest-level classified material.
Encryption has been applied. I'll immediately forward it to specialists for decryption. It'll take some time, but I'll contact you as soon as there's an update. Got it. Now, let's review your mission reward. You did exceptionally well. The Dark Knights never shortchange their own. If you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to help.
Notice, you have submitted classified materials to the Dark Knight Order Ancestral Virus 1.
Notice, you have completed the 12th stage of the Ring Quest secret files.
Notice, you have completed stages 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 of the Ring Quest.
Notice, calculating cumulative rewards for stages 7, 12.
Notice, you have earned a total of 129,400 Dark Knight Order honor points. Current available honor points, 134,300. Notice, your Dark Knight Order honor rank has been upgraded to LV-12 Colonel. Notice, maximum recruitable Dark Knight Elite members increased to 105. Notice, Stage 13 ring quests will trigger with a delay. Please contact the Dark Knight Order after 108 hours. A total of 129,400 honor points. We've struck gold. Fong Hungda was overjoyed. Honor points from the Dark Knight Order are incredibly valuable. Chapter 202, Spatial Rift Device. Congratulations, Colonel Fong Hung. We will assign an additional 7 Dark Knight Corps members to your command. However, you must cover their daily expenses. Should any mercenary perish, you will also be required to pay a death benefit. Do you need it? Of course I do. Another 7 top-tier mercenaries for free. Fong Hong was thoroughly impressed by the Dark Knight's generosity. Understood. They will report to your sanctuary within 12 hours. Having earned a substantial amount of honor points, Fong Hong was ready to splurge. Colonel Buck, I'd like to see what treasures you have here. Of course I do. Buck nodded, then whispered, I have something truly exceptional. Only 3 copies exist in the entire Dark Knight Order. I'm certain you'll be interested. Only 3 copies. Fong Hang's eyes lit up. What kind of item? Buck pulled several blueprints from his backpack. Blueprint large-scale space rending device. Type, special construction blueprint single-use consumable. Description, by constructing this building, you can consume the blueprint to build a large-scale space rift device. Construction requirement 1, this special structure can only be built within a player's shelter, and the shelter must be above level 20. Construction requirement 2, construction skill level must exceed 30. Construction requirement 3, building materials. Click here for detailed material requirements. Structure description, a groundbreaking scientific achievement by Meteor Corporation. This device enables instantaneous teleportation by ripping open space. The large spatial rift device can be equipped with 3 additional small rift points. Activating teleportation consumes significant energy. Reading the building description, Fong Hong nearly blurted out. A teleportation portal. Buck nodded. Yes, you could put it that way. Fong Heng's heart raced. A teleportation channel. Teleportation channels were a high-level feature in the game. Players could use the Dark Knight Order's internal teleportation channels to travel between various contact points. Unfortunately, ordinary players had no access to the Dark Knight Order. Later in the game, after undergoing a series of upgrades, the Doomsday merchant camps could also activate teleportation channels. But by then, most Apocalypse merchant camps are monopolized by major player guilds or game companies. Ordinary players still won't get to experience it. Fong Hong never imagined player sanctuaries could also establish teleportation points. It seemed likely that the Federation had long possessed teleportation points in other older servers as well. But since self-built teleportation arrays within the game are extremely rare, and the Federation deliberately kept it hidden, ordinary players remained unaware. Pretty impressive, huh? Interested? Colonel Buck continued his pitch to Fong Hong. There are only 3 blueprints. I'll only sell them to someone I trust. Also, your current construction level might not meet the requirements, but don't worry, I can provide labor and construction materials free of charge to help you complete the Space Rift device as soon as possible. Fong Hong was even more surprised. He turned to look at Buck. Free construction? Could such a good deal really exist? Ha, no need to stare at me like that. There are conditions, of course. You must grant the Dark Knights permission to use your Rift device as an exit in emergencies. Of course, the Dark Knights will also grant you access to their teleportation network. What do you mean by exit? Generally, an unmodified spatial rift device can establish 3 subordinate teleportation points. These points enable two-way teleportation with the main rift device. Additionally, after recording coordinate points, teleportation between spatial rift devices is also possible. Our Dark Knight Order has currently established 18 spatial rift devices. Fong Hung understood. In plain terms, it's a mutual teleportation system. And it's only for emergencies. That part wasn't much of an issue. Fong Hung glanced at the exchange price again. 100,000 honor points. That price was shockingly high. If purchased, it would consume most of the profits from this Songmu City mission. Should he buy it? Fong Hong lowered his head, contemplating the practicality of the teleportation device. With it, long-distance teleportation would be possible from the shelter in the future. Buy it. If I don't buy it now, I'll need it later in the game anyway. After all, as the shelter expands, we'll need to gather resources from all over the world, and traveling back and forth is just too time-consuming. Buy it now and enjoy it sooner. Ha! Fong Hung suddenly remembered something. If he could build a teleportation point within Songmu City, then wouldn't the goal of bringing the Furies home be perfectly achieved? Right. And the armored vehicles. There were still several armored vehicles in Meteor Corporation's weapons factory. Fong Hong was absolutely itching to get his hands on them. There's no way these armored vehicles could be transported back by helicopter. But now that we have the spatial teleportation channel, A single armored vehicle is worth 10 to 20,000 honor points. Moreover, during this period, the zombie clones had gathered a substantial amount of survival supplies within Sungmu City. It would be a shame to just leave them lying around. These supplies could also be transported back to the shelter through the spatial transport channel. Wait! There's also the Meteorite Corporation's laboratory. The lab still contains many high-grade experimental instruments. Perhaps we could dismantle them and transport the entire setup back to the shelter. The more Fong Hung thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He counted on his fingers, mentally calculating the logistics. This round trip. Just in terms of value, it'd be like getting a spatial teleportation channel for free? Could even turn a profit? Alright, I'm in. Haha. Smart choice. If you ever run into trouble, we can rush over to your sanctuary for backup. Buck slapped Fong Hong on the shoulder, clearly pleased with the deal. Notice, you have consumed 100,000 Dark Knight Order honor points. You have obtained Blueprint Large-Scale Spatial Rift Device 1. The Dark Knight Order's engineers will soon head to your location to assist with constructing the main spatial teleportation channel. Thanks, Buck. Fong Hung briefly scanned the other available exchange items. Beyond the spatial teleporter, the Dark Knight Order offered a variety of high-powered weapons and various high-level items. There were even several skill books. Skill book Firefighter, Survival Guide How to Starve for 30 Days, Skill book Home Repair Manual, Skill book Culinary Critique. Unfortunately, most of the skill books were useless. Except for one. Skill book Lucky Player. Skill description: when receiving a lethal attack, there is a 20% chance to nullify the damage. This effect can trigger only once every 12 hours. Skill tier B. Worth 10,000 honor points. A B tier skill book isn't particularly practical. But the price is sky high. Knowledge is power. After some thought, Fong Hong decided to purchase it. What if it proved unexpectedly effective? After all, it's something that could save his life. Notice, you have learned the skill Lucky Player. After spending a fortune, Fong Hong felt he hadn't bought much. His honor points dwindled to just 24,300. He'd save it for later. He might need to hire a large contingent of Dark Knight mercenaries for future battles. Fong Hong closed the shopping list and prepared to teleport back to the portal near the sanctuary. Oh, right, Fong Hong, there's something else I think might interest you. Chapter 203, Developments. Oh, right, Fong Hong, there's something else I think you might find interesting. What is it? It concerns Liu Kei, the traitor you mentioned to me last time. It's someone against the Federation. Fong Hong instantly grew alert. What about her? It's Lucia. Ever since we left Songmu City last time, she's been insisting on going back for a second investigation. Buck looked troubled too, glancing at Fong Hong with a hint of hesitation. Lucia came to mind again. Both her figure and appearance were top-notch. Unfortunately, she was a brute. Why was she so eager to come to Songmu City? Buck continued, I had no choice but to find her something to do, telling her there was another extremely important matter that only she could handle. Fong Hong quickly grasped Buck's meaning. You didn't send her to investigate Liu Kei, did you? Fong Hong chuckled inwardly. No way. Sending a brute like Lucia to do surveillance work? You've got some nerve. You really know how to put people to good use, Colonel Buck. Well, from the moment we entered Songmu City and encountered the Furies' attack, to their premature revival and the sudden outbreak of the mutated spider swarm. Colonel Buck analyzed earnestly, each incident we encountered could be dismissed as a coincidence if viewed individually. But when considered collectively, the entire sequence is riddled with numerous suspicious points. I share your suspicion someone with ulterior motives may have infiltrated the Dark Knights. They likely don't want us gathering intelligence from Matsumoto City. Fong Heng's expression turned peculiar. What about later? How's Lucia's investigation going? Don't look at me like that. Lucia is highly professional. She managed to locate Liu Kei and has been tracking her. Her? Are you sure? Fong Hong was deeply skeptical. Buck chuckled. Don't doubt it. Lucia actually made a discovery. Liu Kei has been in close contact with a group of survivors lately. All signs point to these people being former employees of Meteorite Corporation. Meteorite Corporation? Fong Heng's curiosity was instantly piqued. Anti-Federation factions are interacting with Meteor Corporation NPCs? Wow. Outside the game villains teaming up with in-game villains? A powerhouse collaboration? What would they get up to together? Fong Hong couldn't help but wonder. It seemed rather intriguing. If you're interested, you can ask Lucia about it when she returns. You were the first to notice Liu Kei's issues, and you were the one who suggested investigating him discreetly. We'll prioritize assigning this task to you, but if you're unavailable, I'll take it. Fong Hong nodded. I need to return to the shelter to handle some matters first, but I'll be back soon. Get in and out quickly, Buck winked at Fong Hong. I'll contact Lucia. She'll be thrilled to hear you're back. Fong Heng's shelter. Underground research lab. Li Bo stood nearby. His face was etched with utter shock.
He watched Fong Hong lay out the items collected during their trip to Songmu City one by one on the lab table. Hunter Live Specimens 3. Vengeance Goddess Live Specimens 24. Bottles containing unknown organisms 2. Zombie Tyrant Vine Fusion Live Specimen 1. Lucia Live Specimens 3. G Virus Research Data 1. Altered Spider Live Specimen 3. Special T Virus Research Data 1. Fused Enhanced T Virus 3. Unknown Agent 1. G Virus Antidote Research Materials. Li Bo's expression gradually grew numb. Every single item Fong Hong produced held immense research value. Had this been before the apocalypse, each item could fetch a hefty price on the black market. Did Fong Hong acquire all of these by himself in Songmu City? What exactly did he go to Songmu City to do? Could he have ransacked the entire Meteorite Corporation lab in Songmu City? That's pretty much it. Fong Hong pulled out every single research-related item he'd collected from Songmu Town this time. They nearly filled the entire lab bench. Notice, you have submitted a large quantity of research materials. Your shelter's research level has been upgraded to LV 29. Notice, your research team has achieved significant breakthroughs in T-virus research, G-virus research, and liquor research. Note, your team will receive massive research bonuses while conducting the above studies. Notice, you have unlocked new research directions: G-virus human augmentation research, hunter research, zombie hybrid research, unknown lifeform research. Notice, your rapport with Xiao Yaokong has significantly increased. Notice, Xiao Yaokong's loyalty has reached max. The rows of emerging new research directions gave Fong Hong a slight headache. What a pity. Fong Hong thought to himself that it was a pity he hadn't managed to secure the most valuable live specimen, the 5th-tier mutated spider. Xiao Yaokong, however, sat expressionless, pen and paper in hand, meticulously recording everything beside him. No one noticed the slight tremor in his right hand that he couldn't quite control. While maintaining an aloof exterior, Xiao Yaokong was internally exhilarated. He had already held high expectations for Fong Hong, but this haul far exceeded Xiao Yaokong's wildest projections. With these materials, his research would achieve breakthrough progress. His name, Xiao Yaokong, would be etched into the annals of history. Ahem. After meticulously documenting all the research materials, Xiao Yaokong suppressed his inner excitement and cleared his throat softly. Fong Hong, you're impressive. The experimental research items you've provided will significantly boost our research efficiency, but I still need more. Li Bo stole a glance at Xiao Yaokong, thinking to himself that both of these men were mad. Just as simple impressive is all it takes? Fong Hong practically brought the Furies back to life, for crying out loud. Li Bo decided to stay out of the conversation between these two madmen. He quietly slipped away to find a drink, hoping to calm his racing heart. No big deal, nothing to mention. Fong Hong waved his hand dismissively. With the modified T-virus, can we proceed with the liquor's transformation? And what about the tyrant body? Is it possible to modify that too? It's a bit tricky. Xiao Yaokong replied calmly. The lab lacks research conditions, research materials, and most critically, research personnel. Also, Fong Hong, I can only focus on one research project at a time. Which should I prioritize, the liquor or the tyrant? Xiao Yaokong looked troubled for a moment. Fong Hong had brought back far too many experimental materials this time. Nearly every single item was enough to keep him occupied for quite some time. Faced with so many options, Xiao Yaokong was momentarily overwhelmed, unable to decide where to begin. What a happy dilemma. You'll have to give me an estimated timeline, right? Xiao Yaokong nodded, glanced at the logbook in his hands, and pondered for a moment. Chapter 204, The Construction Team. Tyrant body research is the most complex. To develop a high success rate tyrant fusion body, we first need to overcome the challenges of developing various tyrant body viruses. It won't be that quick. Based on current progress, an optimistic estimate puts it at least 7 to 9 months. That's slow? Fong Hong frowned. Of course, researching the tyrant body is essentially starting from scratch. If you can provide me with sufficient research assistance and significantly upgrade the lab's facilities, I could at least cut the time by 3/4. Fong Hong raised his hands in surrender. Forget it. I can't manage that for now. Xiao Yaokong nodded calmly. He understood Fong Hong's predicament. After all, in this apocalyptic world, finding reliable researchers was incredibly difficult. He continued to examine the log sheet. Additionally, you've brought back numerous unique viral entities and live specimens this time. With in-depth research on them, I could develop higher-grade human attribute enhancement agents. The research will be divided into multiple phases. To obtain the results, we must complete the first phase, which will optimistically take 5 to 12 days. Attribute-enhancing agents. That's the real deal. Fong Hong's eyes lit up. Hold on, you seem to have forgotten about the liquors, right? I haven't forgotten. The liquor research is the fastest. This secret lab was originally built to cultivate liquors. Now that we have the modified T-virus to create them, we'll have results in 24 hours and can proceed with Phase 1 clinical trials. Put.
Li Bo had just poured himself a glass of water when he overheard their conversation. The water he'd taken a sip of sprayed out of his mouth.
Are they crazy? 24 hours? Is the boss going to pull another 24-hour all-nighter? Xiao Yaokong gave Li Bo a dismissive glance before turning back to the conversation. Fang Hong, however, was overjoyed, completely ignoring Li Bo. In 24 hours, he would obtain the modified liquor. Truly an S-tier figure. Impressive. Xiao Yaokong. You're a genius. Yes, I am. But don't get too excited just yet. Xiao Yaokong glanced at the excited Fang Hong and poured another bucket of cold water on him. The planned live experiments are based on your acquisition of the modified T-virus. Since your supply is limited, Phase 1 testing won't involve many subjects. What do you mean? Fang Hong looked confused. Li Bo wiped his mouth clean and explained, Mr. Chiu means that even if subsequent clinical trials succeed, we can only proceed with mass-producing modified liquors after successfully developing the modified T-virus. How long will that take? That depends on when you can provide me with more researchers and better experimental equipment. Sigh. Fang Hong sighed. He felt bitter inside. Experimental personnel. Fang Hong wanted lab personnel too, but where could he find them? However, once the teleportation channel was fully operational, his first priority would be to relocate Meteorite Corporation's advanced laboratory back here. That would at least boost research efficiency somewhat. Oh, one more thing, Xiao Yaokong said, picking up the unknown serum Fang Hong had just brought back. I've given it a cursory look. This sample is peculiar, it's not an ordinary viral entity. We'll conduct further research and testing after tomorrow's clinical trials on the liquors conclude. It'll take more time to analyze and draw conclusions. After leaving the lab, Fang Hong visited the sterile ward currently under construction. The blueprint for the sterile ward was personally designed by Xiao Yaokong, while Liao Bufan was tasked with procuring the materials. The NPC architects constructing the wards were hired by Emojiawei through connections with the Dark Knights. Liao Bufan reported the progress to Fang Hong. Overall, the construction of the sterile ward was progressing well. If all goes smoothly, it should be completed tomorrow. Additionally, we've thoroughly mapped out the forest area during this period. All parties except for 3 stubborn holdouts have been dealt with. Those 3 households refused to budge. Emojiawei offered them double the price to leave, but negotiations ultimately broke down. We'll go deal with them in a couple of days. Fang Hong nodded in acknowledgement. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Once the teleportation portal is complete and the liquor test subjects are ready, they'll be the first to be used as guinea pigs to test the liquor's strength. It's just a game. Since negotiations failed, it was time to let fists do the talking. Also, boss, there's a problem, our supplies are running low. Short on supplies? Fang Hong turned his head, a look of surprise on his face. When had his shelter ever run short of supplies? Boss, we signed the Blood Moon project with the Federation earlier. The first batch of players is expected to move into the shelter early tomorrow. We cover all 3 meals daily. With you away this period, the shelter hasn't had any food income. I've calculated that, including the Federation personnel, the shelter's remaining food supplies will last about 2 or 3 more days. Food supplies will be replenished soon. Fang Hong didn't think this was a major issue. Once the teleportation channel was fully operational, food supplies would be replenished immediately. However, Liao Bufan did remind him. The shelter would be receiving a group of outsiders, necessitating increased security measures. Fang Hong and Liao Bufan discussed the matter briefly. Players listed on the Federation's asylum roster would all be housed in Prison Block 1 upon entering the facility. Building 3 would be designated a restricted zone. Unauthorized entry was strictly prohibited, and the Dark Knights would open fire on any intruders. Liao Bufan nodded in agreement. Alright, boss. I'll go discuss this with the mercenaries right away. Fang Hong stroked his chin again. Oh, right, Liao Bufan, do they cover food expenses? Meal allowance? Liao Bufan blinked, looking at Fang Hong in surprise. Probably not, right? Fang Hong realized his oversight, he'd forgotten to mention meal allowances during negotiations with the Federation. As the two were discussing, an elderly NPC steward knocked on the door. Over 50 years old, Brian had been a hotel manager before the apocalypse. After joining the sanctuary, Brian took charge of its daily management. Mr. Fang Hong, David from the Dark Knights has come to visit. He's waiting in the reception room. David? The construction team arrived so quickly. Fang Hong was delighted. I'll be right there. In the reception room, Fang Hong met his old friend David. David always looked this weary and travel-worn. This time, he brought with him 2 full Dark Knight Corps combat squads and an elite construction team. David saluted Fang Hong and announced loudly, Colonel Fang Hong, David reporting for duty with the Dark Knight Corps 3rd Engineering Regiment. Fang Hong nearly jumped out of his skin. Only then did he realize that after his trip to Songmu City, his military rank had risen higher than David's. David, cut the formalities. Sit down and talk. This makes me feel uncomfortable. I haven't even had a chance to congratulate you. David sat down, studying Fong Hong with growing satisfaction. This was the talent he had unearthed. Chapter 205, Game Advancement.
Fong Hong, the spatial rift device, is a highly classified technology the Dark Knight Order worked extremely hard to obtain from within Meteorite Corporation.
It's incredibly valuable. With the blueprints, constructing it isn't actually difficult.
If everything goes smoothly, it could be completed in a few hours.
However, subsequent debugging will be required to stabilize the teleportation channel.
We may be staying here a while longer, so we'll be bothering you during that time.
Not at all. Stay as long as you wish.
The Blood Moon was imminent, and now he had gained 2 additional Dark Knight Core squads to assist in defending the sanctuary.
Couldn't ask for more. Fong Hong was in high spirits.
Additionally, constructing the spatial rift device requires an enormous amount of space.
David had already surveyed the prison's interior layout upon arrival. Where do you plan to set it up? Typically, we'd choose the plaza area for greater convenience. No, I plan to build it in the basement. What do you think?
That would require an enormous basement space. I'll need to conduct a site survey first.
Also, I've heard the Blood Moon is approaching soon. I've noticed some structural flaws in your prison. Stabilizing the passageway will take considerable time. During that period, my construction team can reinforce the prison for you.
Great.
David. But you'll have to provide meals and reinforcement materials. David winked at Fong Hong.
I heard from the Dark Knight Regiment soldiers that your grilled meat here is absolutely fantastic.
No problem. I'll cook it myself. With over 50 cookbooks in hand, Fong Hong's culinary skills had now reached LV10. Half an hour later,
a massive metallic apparatus, radiating futuristic technology, stood in the center of the basement.
At its core lay a structure composed of multiple interlocking metal rings.
Even without power, the rings spun uniformly under the influence of a magnetic field. Several Dark Knight Order engineers surrounded the apparatus, performing final inspections.
Notice, you have completed the construction of the large-scale spatial rift device.
Notice, your shelter has been upgraded to level 57. Notice, your shelter's attractiveness has significantly increased.
Notice, loyalty of all NPCs in your sanctuary has greatly increased. Fong Hong's heart skipped a beat.
He noticed a new entry in the shelter's attributes panel detailing a spatial rift device and immediately clicked to view it. Large spatial rift device.
Tier 1. Maximum usable subordinate small spatial rift points 3. Currently active subordinate small scale space rift points 0. Current status normal.
Description: a groundbreaking scientific achievement by Meteorite Corporation, capable of tearing open space to create teleportation channels, achieving instantaneous transfer. Fong Hong scanned the spatial rift device's specifications, his confusion deepening. This is too strange. After completing the large-scale spatial rift device, his shelter level had skyrocketed by a full 30 levels. The shelter level was a comprehensive rating. The spatial teleportation channel was indeed powerful, but why did its hidden rating reach such an astonishing height? Just as he pondered this, another notification appeared on Fong Hong's retinal display. Notice, player's shelter level detected above LV30. Hidden advancement conditions met. Player may exit simple game apocalypse and select a higher tier world for gameplay. Important notice, players may only select one game world as their primary world. Choosing to advance to a higher tier world will be treated as reselecting the primary world.
Fong Hong froze. It's here. The advancement prompt. Zombie Apocalypse is one of the 3 beginner tier games.
After spending some time in a beginner level game, players may receive a prompt indicating successful advancement.
The methods for advancement are diverse.
Sometimes it happens when you suddenly obtain a special item, defeat a specific creature, complete a certain quest, upgrade a particular skill, or encounter a particular NPC.
Take the 3rd server back then.
Long ago, the entire 3rd server of the Wasteland game world suddenly received instructions for completing the main quest one day. All players on the 3rd server successfully advanced and could choose whether to enter the advanced game.
Fong Hong closed the game log. Fight to the death in a high-level game? No way.
He might choose to enter higher tier games in the future.
But definitely not now.
Zombie Apocalypse was his bread and butter. The benefits he could reap were far from reaching their peak.
There's absolutely no need to venture out right now. He'll just keep grinding it out. He might just stay here forever. Fong Hong, are you satisfied?
Meteorite Corporation's products are truly astonishing.
Fong Hong snapped back to reality. Absolutely. David, your architecture is truly incredible. But how do we activate this thing? That's where it gets tricky.
Activating it requires massive amounts of energy.
Ordinary energy sources have extremely low conversion rates.
Before the apocalypse, it would have taken the entire city's power supply just to open the portal. David spoke as he pulled a square crystal the size of a fingernail from his pocket.
Fong Hong raised an eyebrow.
He felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with this object. This is a high-grade energy crystal, a product of Meteorite Corporation.
Don't let its tiny size fool you, it can sustain a continuous spatial portal for about 1 to 2 hours. High-grade energy crystals are extremely rare. We can provide you with 3 for free. If you need more in the future, you'll have to find your own way. Alternatively, you can purchase them from the Dark Knights using honor points. David. Fong Hong pulled several blue square crystals from his pocket. They were fist-sized, easily several times larger than the ones David had produced. You mean these? You actually have them? David was taken aback. He took the crystals from Fong Hang's hand and examined them closely. I've never seen a crystal this size before. Where did you get it? I retrieved it from Meteor Star Corporation's secret research lab. Ah, that explains it. High-grade energy crystals are Meteorite Corp's specialty. Yours must be a newer, higher-tier model. David nodded and continued his explanation. This crystal in your hand is highly concentrated with energy, providing a much greater amount. It should be able to sustain the spatial portal open for at least 3 to 4 days. Let me demonstrate how to assemble the energy source. David tossed the small energy crystal in his hand toward the Space Ripper device. Buzz. The large spatial ripper activated instantly. The metal rings slowly increased their rotational speed. The blue crystal, tossed mid-air, was drawn upward by the magnetic field, gradually floating until it hovered precisely at the center of the overlapping metal rings. The entire Space Ripper emitted a faint blue glow. It worked. Pretty simple, huh? Fong Hong nodded. David, can I now construct auxiliary mini-tier points? Chapter 206, Teleportation Device Enhancement. Absolutely. However, Fong Hong, establishing subsidiary rift points still requires advanced construction skills. No problem. Fong Hong clenched his fist lightly, feeling a surge of excitement. He'd be boarding a helicopter back to Songmu City immediately. If everything went smoothly, he could establish the teleportation link between the shelter and Songmu City tonight. Then resources from Songmu City could flow endlessly through the portal. David, I'll go set up the branch teleportation point at the other end first. We'll attempt to connect the channel tonight. Tonight? David frowned deeply. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why? Isn't the Rift device supposed to be easy to construct? It's not about building it, it's about positioning. David explained patiently. The Spatial Ripper locates its tier through spatial coordinates. Besides the constant energy drain required to maintain the portal, it also needs time to establish its coordinates after initial setup. Is it that troublesome? How long does it take? David considered the question. The positioning time depends on spatial fluctuations and the energy required to breach the jump channel. It's hard to pinpoint, but it takes at least a month. During that period, the positioning must also. That long? Fong Hang's earlier good mood vanished instantly. He suddenly felt like he'd been tricked by Colonel Buck. A whole month before the channel could be used? That's an eternity. But there is a way to expedite it. If you can find a high-energy evolution crystal to upgrade the Space Rift device, the positioning time can be significantly reduced. Unfortunately, high-energy evolution crystals are extremely rare. Even our Dark Knight Order has never encountered one. I've only seen it depicted in the original blueprints for the Space Rift device. Wait, you mentioned high-energy evolution crystals? Fong Hong froze upon hearing this. He pulled a pale purple crystal core from his backpack. Item, high-energy evolution crystal. This crystal had dropped from the dead 5th-tier mutated spider mother. David, is this what you're talking about? You have one too? Seeing the pale purple crystal in Fong Hang's palm, David was taken aback once more. His mouth hung open slightly as he stared at Fong Hong in astonishment. How could Fong Hong possess everything? The high-grade energy crystals were one thing, but now even high-energy evolution crystals? Before David could ask, Fong Hong explained first, I got it in Songmu City. David paid little attention to the crystal's origin. His mood quickly lifted with excitement. Excellent. With the high-energy evolution crystal, we can modify and upgrade the space-tearing device. This will significantly enhance its positioning capabilities. Standard positioning should be completed within a very short time frame. We estimate it won't take more than 2 days. David exclaimed excitedly. This means our Dark Knights can use your Space Ripper for special missions. If we encounter another incident like the one in Songmu City, we can fund the establishment of teleportation rift points. Fong Hong, you've done us another huge favor. Prompt, player, do you wish to use high-energy evolution crystals to perform a Stage 1 enhancement on the Spatial Rift device? Current tier, LV1. Enhancement Effect 1, expands teleportation range and permanently reduces branch ripper positioning time. Enhancement Effect 2, dramatically boosts the positioning efficiency of the first 3 branch rippers 5 minutes. Requirements, high-energy evolution crystal 1, 50,000 survival points. Seeing the game prompt, Fong Hong hesitated. High-energy enhancement crystals were extremely valuable. They were crystals that only had a chance to drop from 5th-tier undead corpses. They were practically impossible to find. But Fong Hong had no immediate use for it. Lying idle in his backpack would only gather dust. Better to use it up sooner rather than later and convert it into tangible strength. Enhanced. He couldn't afford to wait another fortnight. Fang Hong glanced at the Dark Knight Core Engineering Division, already itching to get started, and selected the upgrade. Notice, your large-scale spatial rift device has been upgraded to LV2. Notice, you have successfully constructed a Tier 2 large-scale spatial rift device, earning 20,000 Dark Knight Core honor points. Ha! Such a windfall? Strengthening his own spatial passageway could also earn him Dark Knight Order honor points? Come to think of it, it made sense. Earlier, I promised the Dark Knight Order they could use my teleportation channel under special circumstances. David looked at Fang Hong, his tone slightly excited. This is fantastic, Fang Hong. The modification will take half an hour. Additionally, I'd like to establish a small fisher device for testing as soon as possible. No problem. I'll get started right away. With senior engineer Victor on the team, constructing the branch teleportation point would be a breeze. After receiving the construction blueprints for the auxiliary teleportation point from David, Fang Hong returned to Pinewood City ahead of schedule. If all went smoothly, he could return to the sanctuary through the teleportation channel tonight. Mo Jiawei felt utterly exhausted. But he felt incredibly satisfied. Ever since Fang Hong took off in the helicopter early that morning, Victor had dragged him over to assist with the design modifications for the exoskeleton enhancement device. At first, Mo Jiawei had intended to refuse. But soon, he saw the game prompt informing him that he had learned the mechanical proficiency skill. Then, his skill experience points skyrocketed. There was no way around it. Victor was offering way too much. Mo Jiawei simply couldn't refuse. If he were an ordinary player, just relying on a high-level mechanical proficiency skill would be enough to make a decent living in the game. Mo Jiawei knew the market inside out. On the black market, hiring a high-level mechanical proficiency player for a single day's work could fetch over 100,000 credits. Mo Jiawei finally understood why the top players were so dominant. He resolved to push himself to the limit. Though he couldn't match the top players' pace, he refused to lag too far behind. One day, he too wanted to say these words to a support player. Ha! Advanced mechanical proficiency? Isn't that just basic support gameplay? Ha! Let's grind them into dust. Mo Jiawei went all out, downing over a dozen bottles of Mijo to rapidly restore his stamina. He kept grinding until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Only when his stamina dropped to a point where even chugging pulse couldn't keep up did he finally log off to rest. At 11 p.m., once the penalty from the energy drinks wore off, Mo Jiawei logged back in, ready to pull an all-nighter for another battle. But Mo Jiawei never expected that after logging back in, he wouldn't find Victor. Instead, he discovered rows upon rows of zombies on the first floor. The zombies were carrying supplies, shuffling slowly past him. A quarter of the supplies that had once filled the lobby had vanished. Mo Jiawei was utterly baffled. What the hell? Where the hell did all these zombies go? Moving? With lingering doubts, Mo Jiawei followed the zombie horde all the way to the hospital's basement level. Then, he saw the teleportation rift located right at the center of the hospital's basement level. Staring at the pale blue portal, Mo Jiawei was utterly stunned. This? Zombie clones were queuing up, continuously carrying supplies through the blue portal. Back and forth. A spatial teleportation channel. Mo Jiawei turned his head, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Fang Hong, who was chatting and laughing with Victor nearby. Chapter 207, Liquor Modification. Damn, the big shot ran back once and even got his hands on a portal? But, isn't opening a teleportation channel incredibly difficult? How could the big shot accomplish it in such a short time? Mo Jiawei knew quite a bit about teleportation channels. He'd heard his family mention that their company had once considered purchasing a teleportation channel in the 6th server, but the investment was too large and the plan was ultimately rejected. Later, due to certain circumstances, they completely withdrew from investing in the 6th district. The greatest challenge for a gaming guild in establishing a teleportation channel isn't the construction time or cost. It was the blueprints and energy resources. Blueprints were limited per server, meaning fierce competition made acquiring them extremely difficult. As for energy, the energy required to activate portals is incredibly scarce. Even if you manage to buy a portal, without the energy, it's just a useless toy, right? But why do the top players seem to have no shortage of energy at all? Is the spatial portal just left open indefinitely? Could it be? Mo Jiawei cautiously glanced at Fang Hong. Could it be that the master is cheating again? Victor was in an exceptionally good mood at that moment. He had just inspected the nearly completed sterile ward at Fang Heng's sanctuary. With this teleportation channel, Angel's transfer would be significantly safer. Fang Hong, I'll prepare for evacuation immediately. Staying at your shelter, I hope to be of assistance. It would be best if I could relocate my mechanical lab over there. Of course, from now on you'll be the chief architect of my sanctuary. Fang Hong stepped forward and patted Mo Jiawei on the back as he stood there in a daze. Come on, let me show you around my sanctuary. Mo Jiawei jolted awake. The Great Master's Sanctuary? 3:30 a.m. Sanctuary Research Lab. Staring at the liquor fully submerged in its container, Mojoe clad in a hazmat suit felt his throat involuntarily tighten. Why did the divine shelter seem even more terrifying than Meteorite Corporation? We can begin the test now. Xiao Yaokan's eyes were bloodshot, his tone heavy. He glanced at Mojoe beside him before returning his gaze to the experimental checklist in his hands. Proceed with Phase 1 clinical trials for liquor modification. Ignore fusion effects with plant parasitic zombies. Use standard zombies for this modification test. Roger that. Li Bo's voice crackled through the loudspeaker in the laboratory corner. Click. The hatch of the incubation chamber swung open. Li Bo, Mr. Chiu, all preparations for Phase 1 testing are complete. We can officially commence. Xiao Yaokan looked at Feng Heng. Alright, let's begin. Feng Heng knew that researching evolutionary modifications wouldn't happen overnight. He never expected instant success. He'd take it step by step. Step by step. First, modify creatures like the liquor, which possess formidable offensive capabilities. Then consider fusion effects. He directed one of his ordinary zombie clones, one untouched by vine evolution, to step forward and enter the cultivation chamber. Thud. The chamber door slowly closed. Xiao Yaokan pressed the red button on the nearby experimental apparatus. A pale yellow liquid flooded the entire incubation chamber until the zombie clone was completely submerged. Feng Heng saw a series of game prompts appear on his retinal display. Notice, detecting changes in your zombie organism's traits. Notice, current evolution modification detected. Direction, scavenger modification. Notice, current evolution modification success rate, 89.72%. Notice, your zombie clone is undergoing evolution. You may spend 500 survival points to complete this evolution immediately. Prompt, player, do you choose to proceed with the evolution modification? If the modification fails, the clone will die but can still be revived. Accelerate the modification. Gurgle gurgle. A string of bubbles rose within the cultivation chamber. The zombie skin immersed in the solution rapidly decomposed, and its limbs began to mutate. Prompt, you spent 500 survival points to accelerate the evolution modification. The current zombie's transformation is successful. Notice, players may spend 8,000 survival points and 5 complete evolution crystals to permanently unlock this evolution effect. Well, time to pay the protection fee again. Feng Heng first opened the zombie corpse to check its attributes. Zombie clone scavenger. Description: a zombie clone modified by the scavenger, possessing formidable melee combat abilities and exceptional hunting prowess. Skill description: 1. Superior hunter gains an additional 30 agility, 20 strength, and 5 constitution. Acquires rapid movement ability. Skill description: 2. The scavenger has lost the functional purpose of human hands as tools. Its forelimbs have mutated into claws, which inflict armor-piercing, rending, bleeding, and infection effects. Due to evolutionary adaptation, the liquor's claws cannot perform tasks such as repair, mining, or gathering. Skill description: 3. The scavenger can climb, detect prey locations through auditory perception, operate normally in darkness, and gains an additional +10 perception. Feng Heng glanced at the skill description and immediately chose to permanently solidify the scavenger's evolutionary modification. Notice, your scavenger modification has been permanently solidified. Compared to other zombies, the liquor's greatest strength lies in its running speed. Its pursuit speed rivals that of ordinary players. Feng Heng still remembered the first time he encountered a scavenger in the prison. Had the Federation squad not used flashbangs to disrupt its pursuit, the entire team would have been caught, perhaps even wiped out. Even tyrants cannot match this running speed. Additionally, the liquor's sharpened claws inflict 4 effects: armor penetration, tearing, bleeding, and infection. This significantly boosted its lethality against players. The only drawback was that after completing the scavenger evolution, the undead bodies couldn't perform tasks like repairs or resource gathering. A bit troublesome. Feng Heng lowered his head in thought. As a result, his undead army would temporarily split into 2 factions. One main force comprised of numerous tyrants and scavengers, while the other would serve as a logistics unit focused on resource gathering. The ultimate goal was to transform them all into tyrant hybrids capable of both labor and combat. In any case, establishing a formal combat force was essential at this stage. Click. The nutrient solution in the cultivation chamber was drained. The pod door slowly opened. The liquor crawled slowly toward Feng Heng, waiting quietly for his latest command. Gulp. Having witnessed the successful modification of the liquor, Mojoe swallowed nervously. That was every player's nightmare. The liquor. Fast, deadly. Most ordinary players met their end the moment they encountered it. Countless players had fallen victim to the liquor. Yet now, it lay as docile as a house cat, quietly curled at Feng Heng's feet. This sight only deepened Mojoe's sense of unease. What sent a chill down Mojoe's spine was seeing Xiao Yaokan walk toward the liquor. Xiao Yaokan crouched down, using the pen in his hand as a measuring tool to conduct the simplest preliminary measurements on the liquor. Mojoe even saw Xiao Yaokan poke the liquor's forehead with the tip of his pen. Chapter 208, Control Permissions. Damn it! Was he really not afraid of dying at all? Imo Jiawei felt a wave of anxiety wash over him for Qiu Yaokong. Good heavens! That was a liquor. To Imo Jiawei, Qiu Yaokong's actions felt more like playing with a cat? Imo Jiawei's worldview was once again shattered. What kind of place was this? And what kind of people were here? All indicators for the liquor are perfect. No abnormalities detected. After completing the basic checks, Qiu Yaokong marked the final item on the cardboard datasheet with a check and stood up. His tone remained as calm as ever. Fong Hong, any new discoveries? How's the liquor progressing? Fong Hong was still pondering the liquor's potential applications and momentarily lost focus. Snapping back to attention, he patted the liquor at his feet and nodded. It's good. Perfect. It's pretty much what I expected. The first clinical trial was a complete success. With minor adjustments to the ratios of certain agents, we should be able to boost the liquor conversion success rate by about another 7%. Fong Hong thought to himself that Qiu Yaokong was a genius. With this calculation, the modification success rate would approach 97%. Barring extreme misfortune, success would be nearly guaranteed. When can we begin mass production? Whenever you're ready, Qiu Yaokong said, turning to Fong Hang. Provided you found enough liquors to refine the T-virus, or until we develop our own modified strain. Didn't I bring quite a bit of that stuff from Songmu City? Yeah, we'll need to reserve some for follow-up experiments. There's not much usable left, enough for about 11 more modifications at most. Fong Hong did a quick mental calculation. Including the proliferators, if all goes well, we should get about 48 liquors. Enough. It's more than enough to form a temporary liquor squad. When these hunters band together, their combat power is off the charts. Though scavengers themselves didn't possess the same high HP as vine zombies, they still inherited his attributes. Fong Hong now boasts high constitution and a 100% HP bonus from his vampire lineage. Once his health drops below 80%, he can activate the robust physique skill, instantly restoring his health to full. At the very least, in a one-on-one duel against a regular liquor, he'd win hands down. Fong Hong nodded. Let's begin. Imo Jiawei stood by, listening to the two experts' discussion. He was so terrified he didn't dare utter a word from start to finish. His mind went completely blank. Good heavens! What were these two masters talking about? Imo Jiawei's heart began to race uncontrollably once more. Mass-produced liquors? Now, the strange unease in Imo Jiawei's heart grew increasingly pronounced. Something felt terribly off about this. Holy crap, could these two actually be the final bosses of this world? They must be discussing how to destroy this apocalyptic world. Bang! Bang bang! The next moment, the doors of the incubation chambers in the laboratory opened one after another. One by one, zombies staggered into the incubation chambers. Fong Hong. Having just exited the secret laboratory and turned the corner, Fong Hong suddenly heard someone calling his name. Hearing that familiar, joyful voice, Fong Hong froze in surprise. Lucia? Imo Jiawei stared in utter bewilderment. Why was she at Fong Hang's hideout? Fong Hong. Lucia hurried over and gave Fong Hong a big hug. Lucia? What brings you here? Lucia's good mood soured slightly at his words. She'd come all this way, only to receive such a cold reception from Fong Hang. Oomph. Is that a problem? I begged Teacher David forever to bring me here. Don't you want to see me? No, I'm just a bit surprised. Fong Hong studied Lucia closely. David, who had followed Lucia, nodded at Fong Hong and explained. We were testing the stability of the spatial teleportation channel earlier when Colonel Buck's communication location showed an anomaly. He sent an urgent teleportation request, so I opened the channel. Yes, it's an important matter. Very urgent. Lucia's expression turned serious. She leaned close and whispered in Fong Hang's ear, Fong Hong, Liu Kei's side has encountered some issues. I suggest we go check on them immediately. Now. Yes, the sooner the better. Fong Hong raised an eyebrow. The next second, a mission prompt activated. Notice, you have triggered the mission Lucia's Discovery. Quest name, Lucia's Discovery. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, while tailing a suspicious member of the Dark Knights, Lucia discovered something unusual. Mission requirement, follow Lucia's lead and assist her in uncovering the truth. Time limit, 3 hours. Fong Hong quickly scanned the mission prompt. It was an SSS level mission, the highest difficulty. And the time limit is so tight? And it's related to the Anti-Federation organization. Fong Hong was bursting with curiosity. Perfect, he could test out his newly acquired liquor. After a moment's thought, Fong Hong nodded. Alright, time is tight. We're leaving now. He took 2 steps forward before halting abruptly. He turned to look at Lucia. Lucia? What is it? Lucia lifted her head and pointed toward the high ceiling. The 12 lickers who had just completed their transformation were now clinging to the high ceiling, having followed Fong Hong all along. Due to the lighting, ordinary people wouldn't even notice their presence. Fong Hong, are they under your control too? Lucia gazed at the lickers high above, her eyes glowing with a faint red hue. She slowly lowered her gaze to meet Fong Heng's eyes. Fong Hong, I suddenly feel a strange connection. Can I try to control them? The next second, Fong Hong was stunned. Notice, your zombie clone licker is being controlled. Notice, detected team member Lucia possesses relevant skills and is attempting to control this creature. Notice, Lucia has been identified as your team member. You may authorize her to assist in controlling the zombie clone. Fong Hong abruptly turned his head to look at Lucia. Lucia was trying to open her palm toward the licker on the ceiling. The licker showed no reaction. Fong Hong frowned and revoked Lucia's control over the licker. Prompt, your team member Lucia has gained partial control over your zombie clone licker. SSS. The licker above immediately stirred, swiftly crawling along the wall to Lucia's side. What was going on? Fong Hong found it utterly bizarre. Could someone else actually control his zombie clone? The licker obediently laid down beside Lucia. How did you do that? Lucia had never encountered this situation before either. I'm not entirely sure. I've had similar sensations before, the ability to sense and manipulate zombies. But today, that sense of control felt exceptionally strong, and it was unusually easy to wield. You've had this ability before? Not exactly. After returning from Matsuki City, I gradually started feeling this way. I sensed I could control some of the zombies. Chapter 209, Infection Zone. Lucia was still exploring her own abilities as she continued her explanation. I've tested it alone a few times before, but each attempt failed halfway through. Today is the first time I've succeeded. Fong Hong formed a rough hypothesis in his mind. Perhaps Lucia had awakened the ability to manipulate zombies after returning from Songmu City. But this ability has only just awakened, it's still weak and cannot yet achieve complete control. So Lucia could only borrow his power to manipulate his undead body? Fong Hong wasn't sure if his guess was correct. Who cares? Fine, anyway, he held the highest level control permissions over the licker. He could sever the connection between the licker and Lucia at any moment. Granting Lucia some control over the licker didn't seem like a problem either. After all, his methods for controlling the undead bodies were mostly the same old three. A. Move forward. Run now. Gather supplies. Micromanaging the zombie clones was exhausting and mentally draining. Now that Lucia was here to help control the lickers, combat would be much smoother. Lucia, can you help control some of them? Sure. Lucia felt a quiet joy inside, perhaps because she now shared a common bond with Fong Hong. They could control the same group of zombies. Mo Jiawei stood behind the two of them. He silently watched Fong Hong and Lucia discuss how to control the lickers. A complex mix of emotions swirled within him. Those are lickers. Are you sure this is a good idea? David stood beside Mo Jiawei and whispered, don't they make a good pair? They certainly were. Both treating lickers like pets. If this were a movie, these two would definitely be the masterminds behind everything. Fong Hong waved to Mo Jiawei. I'm off to complete the mission. The passageway is yours for now. Mo Jiawei glanced at Lucia beside him and silently nodded. Going out on a mission with a female NPC late at night? It felt odd no matter how you looked at it. 4:30 a.m. A motorcycle sped down the main road. 12 lickers crawled low to the ground behind it, scuttling swiftly in pursuit. After acquiring the bloodline skill, Fong Hong gained a weakened version of night vision. Although nighttime still severely impaired his vision, at least he could see beyond the original 2 or 3 meters. Additionally, the anti-infection serum provided by Chiao Yaokong had drastically reduced the risk of infection. In short, Fong Hong could now survive brief stays in the wilderness at night without fatal consequences. Meanwhile, Lucia, enhanced by the G-virus, found nighttime movement effortless. While riding the motorcycle, Lucia relayed the intelligence she had gathered over the past 2 days to Fong Hong behind her. Fong Hong, your analysis was spot on. Ever since leaving Songmu City, I've been tracking Lu Kei. A few days ago, I noticed Lu Kei acting suspiciously. She entered the Fanchang area through the Dark Knight Corps' teleportation portal. Fanchang? The infected zone? Fong Hong immediately recalled that perilous place. Not long ago, while gathering information, Fong Hong had come across some details about Fanchang. Originally a small town, Fanchang had become an infected zone after the zombie apocalypse. The infected zone was saturated with viral entities. The infection rate of ordinary players would skyrocket the moment they set foot inside. Moreover, the zone teemed with highly mutated zombies. It was an extremely dangerous place. Yeah, I followed Lu Kei all the way. She didn't actually enter the infected zone itself, but went into an abandoned military base on its edge. I conducted a rough reconnaissance of the place and discovered the abandoned military base had been taken over by a group of survivors. Their defensive setup was formidable, with perimeter alerts in place. At first, I assumed they were just ordinary survivors and planned to continue observing. But not long ago, I discovered traces of Meteorite Corporation activity there. I'm certain their people are inside too. This very afternoon, I saw Breg. Fong Hong asked curiously, who is Breg? He's one of Meteor Corporation's top executives, their chief engineer.
He was involved in designing and constructing the Meteor Corporation headquarters building, and his contributions to developing the space-tearing device are significant.
Meteorite Corporation executive? Chief engineer? By the sound of it, he's no less formidable than Victor. He might be an S-level big shot too. Not bad, not bad. I kept Liu Kai as bait to catch a bigger fish, but I didn't expect to get good news this quickly. After discovering Breg, I immediately returned to the Dark Knights to report.
The Dark Knights are still formulating plans and evaluating this operation.
Our primary objective this time is reconnaissance. Of course, if an emergency arises, you may act on your own initiative.
Fong Hong, Liu Kai visited the military base again this afternoon at dusk. She stayed inside for nearly 10 minutes before leaving quickly.
Lucia's eyes gradually lit up with excitement. I have a feeling something's off about her. Lucia's expression and tone. Fong Hong thought to himself, she can't possibly be hoping for some kind of emergency to happen, can she?
Half an hour later, the motorcycle came to a stop at the outer perimeter of the infected zone.
Notice, you have entered the outer perimeter of the infected zone.
You will be continuously exposed to infection risk.
Notice, your physical constitution exceeds 15 points. You are immune to the negative status effect infection risk. Fong Hong, it's right there. Lucia lowered her voice.
He pointed toward a nearby structure. It was an abandoned military base. The exterior appeared heavily damaged, with sections of the structure exposed.
Fong Hong caught glimpses of faint flickering lights moving within the structure. Someone must be patrolling. Lucia skillfully guided Fong Hong behind a protruding rock.
She pointed her hand toward the military base, marking 5 locations in succession. These positions are all guarded.
Should we take them out and force our way in? Let's observe further. Fong Hong weighed his options internally. He still wasn't sure whether this group was friend or foe. The Meteorite Corporation personnel weren't necessarily the main antagonists.
Li Bo and Victor in his shelter had both been Meteorite Corporation members initially. Theoretically, if Liu Kai could attempt to communicate with them, then so could he. As for Fong Hong, he wasn't here to fight, he was here to reap benefits. With that thought, Fong Hong pulled out his high-powered binoculars from his backpack and scanned the direction of the military base.
Fong Hong was taken aback. Players?
Through one of the windows, Fong Hong instantly recognized the female player inside the room.
Deng Xin? Fong Hong and Deng Xin had crossed paths briefly at the tool shop earlier.
Back then, Deng Xin had accepted Old Black's quest to search for the G-virus at the tool shop. Her luck wasn't great. Fong Hong had stumbled upon her.
I never thought I'd run into him again. Seems like Deng Xin's luck has been pretty terrible all along. Look at this little unlucky guy. Fong Hong grinned. So it seems the other guards might all be players too. Chapter 210, The Butcher Zombie. Lucia whispered, Fong Hong, do you know her? Yeah, we met once before. Fong Hong pulled the Ultraman mask from his backpack and slipped it over his face.
He quickly assessed the situation in his mind, then glanced up to scan the positions of the 5 guards.
We need to find a way to take out these guards. Then we can sneak in and check it out. Got it. 3 of the 5 guards on the building's roof provided mutual cover for each other.
They needed to be taken out simultaneously to prevent them from raising the alarm.
I'll take the 2 over there. You handle the last one. On 3, we move. Got it. Fong Hong and Lucia simultaneously focused their minds to control the lickers.
Under the cover of darkness, 12 lickers swiftly darted toward the abandoned military base. They climbed swiftly upward along the shadows of the walls. Moving swiftly and silently, the lickers stealthily closed in on the 3 players. Originally, it had been extremely difficult for Fong Hong to single-handedly control multiple lickers to launch simultaneous attacks while distracted. But with Lucia's assistance, he could conserve considerable energy. The 3 guards remained unaware that they had been targeted by the lurking lickers.
Fong Hong counted down softly to 3. 3, 2, 1. Go! SSS.
The lickers burst from the shadows, tackling the 3 players to the ground.
Sharp claws sliced clean through their throats. After all, the players were barely level 5. Struck in the vital throat, they were instantly killed before they could even utter a sound. Done. Scavengers are just so useful. Fong Hong silently praised them in his mind. If it had been a vine zombie, it probably would have been even more troublesome.
Only 2 guards remained. Without wasting time, Lucia switched to her sniper rifle, preparing to take them out one by one from a distance. She was more comfortable with this weapon. Focus. Aim. Lucia gently pulled the trigger. Hold on.
Fong Hong gently moved the sniper rifle away from Lucia's hands. What? Lucia lowered the rifle, her face filled with surprise. A shadow suddenly appeared behind the guard. It was a third-stage mutated zombie, the Butcher Zombie. The Butcher Zombie was also known among players as the Giant Axe Zombie. 2 additional, deformed heads sprouted from its shoulders. They looked terrifying, though their actual function remained unclear. Among third-stage creatures, the Butcher Zombie is arguably the most cumbersome, heavily emphasizing attack and defense. Its defining features are the massive battle axe it wields and its black armor. This heavy, massive battle axe can instantly kill most players, and a single swing can inflict massive damage on player structures. Beneath its skin, the Butcher Zombie secretes a special viscous substance. When this substance solidifies, it forms a layer of black armor, granting the Butcher Zombie formidable defensive capabilities. Players on guard duty heard footsteps approaching from behind. He turned with heightened alertness. Who's there? Spotting the Butcher Zombie, the player turned ashen-faced and immediately drew his pistol, firing relentlessly. Bang! Bang bang! The Butcher Zombie moved somewhat slowly, but ordinary handgun bullets couldn't penetrate its outer layer of black armor. SSS-tier. The massive battle axe swung down from above. The player was instantly hacked to death. Roar! The Butcher Zombie let out a blood-curdling roar. In an instant, the entire military base descended into chaos. Outside the base, Fong Hang's eyes gleamed. A Butcher Zombie. Perfect. That thing's a demolition expert. One swing of his axe could cleave through reinforced concrete, leaving a gaping hole. I absolutely have to capture one to study. Fong Hong turned to Lucia. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. At the window, Dang Xian still couldn't sleep. She wiped down the hunting rifle in her hands. This rifle was her reward for accepting this mission. Just 2 more days to endure. Once the mission was complete, her squad would receive a substantial reward in survival points. The mission seemed straightforward, but tonight, a vague unease settled over her. Why had it suddenly become so noisy outside? Thump, thump, thump. Just as Dang Xian was about to investigate, the door suddenly rattled under heavy knocking from the outside. Dang Xian grabbed her hunting rifle and approached the door. At the doorway, a frantic player exclaimed, Dang Xian. Something's happened downstairs, zombies have breached the building. It's a level 3 mutated zombie, a Butcher. Wake your team immediately and evacuate. Butcher? Dang Xian was startled. What about the research lab downstairs? What do you mean, what about it? Forget about the lab. Run. They didn't pay us to risk our lives. The player gritted his teeth. Hurry up and run. Meet on the 6th floor. If we hold out till dawn, there's hope. With that, he sprinted back upstairs. What was going on? Why would a third-stage mutated zombie suddenly appear? Dang Xian's mind raced in chaos. Just as she turned to rush back to her room and wake her teammates, a sudden chill gripped her neck. Her pupils contracted sharply, her heart skipping a beat. The icy sensation shot up her spine straight to her forehead. Looking down, she saw a blood-stained claw pressed against her throat. Dang Xian stiffened as she slowly turned her head. At that moment, Dang Xian's heart trembled violently once more. It was a liquor. Fong Hong stepped out from behind the liquor. Long time no see. Care to tell me what mission you've been assigned? Seeing that familiar Ultraman mask, Dang Xian's lips curled into a bitter smile. Damn it! Why is my luck so rotten? It's him again. Having witnessed Fong Hang's formidable strength and already suffered defeat at his hands once, Dang Xian felt no inclination to resist. She immediately tossed aside the hunting rifle in her grasp. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I just want to save myself. A wise choice. You know I always keep my word. Cooperate and I guarantee your release. Fong Hong nodded, signaling the liquor to withdraw its claws. What's going on here? How did you get here? Dang Xian exhaled in relief as she explained. About 5 days ago, my team received a mission from Old Black and rushed here. The mission was to assist the NPCs here in guarding this abandoned military base, providing them protection and finding ways to secure sufficient food and supplies for them. Fong Hong pondered for a moment. Then do you know Lu Kei? Lu Kei is also one of the employer's people. She stopped by later today but left quickly. Beyond that, I don't know anything else. Fong Hong and Lucia exchanged glances. Who are those NPCs? Where are they? They're all in the basement. Beneath this abandoned military base lies one of Meteorite Corporation's secret experimental facilities. Most of those NPCs were employees of Meteorite Corporation. Dang Xian revealed everything she knew. After the biovirus leak, they've remained here conducting investigations. Lu Kei doesn't want us interacting with them too much. Beyond that, I don't know anything else. You've been to the basement, right? Fong Hong looked at Dang Xian. Take me there. Chapter 211, The Dead. You still want to go to the basement? Didn't you hear earlier? There are tons of third-stage mutated zombies down there. As Dang Xian spoke, a sudden, terrible premonition gripped her.
She noticed Lucia raise her assault rifle, aiming it behind her.
Dang Xin whipped her head around.
A butcher zombie slowly climbed the stairs.
Its movement was noticeably faster than that of ordinary zombies. Lucia's sniper rifle was aimed at the middle head of the butcher zombie.
She gently pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The central head of the butcher zombie instinctively dodged, shifting slightly to the side. Though the movement was painfully slow, it was utterly impossible to evade a high-velocity bullet. The bullet buried itself in the butcher zombie's forehead. A spray of blood spattered from its head. The butcher zombie showed no sign of stagger after being hit, continuing to stride toward the room.
Fong Heng's mind stirred. Could this be the advantage of having 3 heads?
Ordinary zombies would absolutely stiffen when hit in a vital spot. Even a tyrant would experience a brief stun when struck in a vital spot.
But the butcher zombie was completely immune to stun effects.
3rd-tier creatures.
Truly formidable. I wonder if a Tier 2 modified licker could stand a chance against it.
Fong Hong narrowed his eyes and immediately issued an attack command to the horde of scavengers behind him. Kill. The lickers at Fong Heng's feet swiftly scrambled up the butcher zombie's body. A swarm of lickers swiftly surrounded the butcher zombie. One licker leapt forward, launching the first attack. The sharpened claws completely overpowered the butcher zombie's armor, slicing a deep gash across its chest. The outer layer of black armor, which was difficult for pistol bullets to penetrate, was torn apart by the licker's claws.
It struck and retreated. Scavengers were born hunters.
They circled the butcher zombie, forming a tight ring around him as they darted about, searching for the perfect angle to strike.
By comparison, the butcher zombie was far too cumbersome.
It raised its battle axe and swung it forward with a mighty roar. Whoosh! The heavy battle axe cuts through the air with a piercing whistle. Alas, it sweeps through empty air. The lickers deftly dodged the attack. Crash! The massive battle axe slammed into the ground, pounding a shallow crater into the concrete. Yet this attack too was dodged by the lickers.
After repeated attacks, the butcher zombie couldn't even catch a glimpse of the scavengers.
Having figured out the butcher zombie's attack patterns, the scavengers launched wave after wave of assaults, carving deep gashes into its flesh. In mere moments, the butcher zombie was torn to shreds.
Notice, you have defeated the butcher zombie.
You gain 18 survival points and 1 complete evolution crystal.
Fong Hong observed the entire battle and silently gave the lickers a mental thumbs up.
2nd tier versus 3rd tier.
Complete annihilation.
Even one-on-one, given enough time, Fong Hong believed the scavenger could have taken down the butcher zombie through sheer individual prowess alone. On one hand, it was a matter of individual combat style countering.
The scavenger's agile combat style perfectly countered the bulky butcher zombie. Its sharpened claws also counteract the butcher zombie's black armor.
On the other hand, there's attribute suppression. The scavenger inherited half of Fong Heng's attribute values, making its overall stats far superior to those of an ordinary scavenger.
Fong Hong reassessed the scavenger's combat capabilities.
Deng Xian watched from the sidelines, her heart pounding with fear, her body trembling slightly without her noticing. The combat prowess of this group of scavengers was terrifying. Even 3rd-tier mutated zombies couldn't last 2 minutes against them. And the player capable of controlling these lickers? Beneath the terrifying mask, who could it possibly be? Fong Hong turned to look at Deng Xian. Can we go now? Deng Xian was still terrified. But she had no choice. Deng Xian forced herself to take a deep breath. Alright, I'll take you there. All she could do now was pray that this masked figure was powerful enough to keep her alive.
Deng Xian led Fong Hong toward the basement.
Along the way, other players kept passing by them.
They were curious about the masked Fong Hong.
But it was merely curiosity. At this moment, everyone was focused on self-preservation and had no time to concern themselves with Fong Heng's situation. With the powerful scavenger, they took down 2 butcher zombies one after another along the way. The trio arrived at the entrance to the underground passage. The entrance gate had been cleaved in 2. Clearly the work of the butcher zombie. I've been here a few times before. All I know is that Meteorite Corporation conducted some research here. What exactly they were studying, I have no idea.
Fong Hong said coldly, do you know Breg? Breg is the top authority here.
He's always avoided meeting outsiders.
Take us to him. His office is on the 2nd basement level. I don't know if he's there right now.
Chaos had erupted within the underground passageways. The trio moved swiftly through the passageways.
Fong Hong could hear distant gunfire.
Occasionally, zombies appeared, most of them promptly taken out by Lucia's sniper rifle with a single headshot.
Soon, guided by Deng Xian, Fong Hong arrived at one of the rooms on the 2nd basement level. Dang Xin tried pushing the door. The door was locked. Leave it to me. Fang Hong stepped forward, switched to his shotgun, and fired a round at the lock. Bang! Wood splinters flew everywhere. Fang Hong kicked the door with all his might, forcing it open. The door swung wide open. As he took in the scene inside, Fang Hong sensed trouble. A man clad in leather armor lay sprawled across a chair, facing the group. A large pool of blood stained the area around his chest. Dead? It's Breg. Lucia recognized Breg and hurried forward to examine the wound on his chest. He's been dead for some time. Shot. The fatal wound was a bullet to the heart. Lucia turned back and mouthed the words to Fang Hong. Lu Kei? No doubt about it. Fang Hong had the same thought. Breg was most likely shot dead by Lu Kei. It was the same back in Songmu City. Lu Kei's mission objective was elimination. Coincidentally, Breg was also a prominent architect from Meteorite Corporation. Could there be a connection between the two? Fang Hong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What were the anti-Federation forces after? They seemed to be relentlessly hunting down Meteor Corporation's master architects? Could these people know some secret? Fang Hong planned to ask Victor about it thoroughly once he returned. Perhaps Victor himself was unaware that he inadvertently held classified intelligence. Just as Fang Hong was about to conduct a thorough search of the room for any overlooked clues, gunfire erupted outside once more. Immediately afterward, a young NPC clad in black combat gear burst into the room. Spotting the already dead Breg, he froze for a moment before raising his gun barrel toward the nearest target. Fang Hong. Dang Xin immediately shouted. Captain Sheen, it wasn't us. Breg was already dead before we arrived. Chapter 212, The Quarantine Zone Plan. Sheen Xiaofeng's brows furrowed at the words. He scrutinized the corpse on the chair once more. He realized Dang Xin wasn't lying. Breg had been dead for some time. Yet Sheen Xiaofeng remained far from fully relaxed. His gaze remained fixed on Fang Hong. I haven't seen you before. Who are you? Watch your back. Lucia hissed, raising her gun barrel toward Sheen Xiaofeng. Sheen Xiaofeng sensed something too and immediately crouched down. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 spider zombies behind Sheen Xiaofeng collapsed in pools of blood. Sheen Xiaofeng slowly stood up and nodded to Lucia. Thanks. I'm Sheen Xiaofeng, Deputy Captain of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. Fang Hong recognized the name immediately, though it took him a moment to place it. And you? We're from the Dark Knight Corps. We previously discovered a member named Lu Kei exhibiting strange behavior within the Corps. After tracking her for some time, we found her sneaking into this place. We followed him here today to investigate. Lu Kei? Sheen Xiaofeng frowned in thought. He said, about 2 hours ago, our personnel noticed an anomaly with the secret research valve and immediately dispatched a team for emergency repairs. Upon arrival, they discovered the containment seal had been breached. A large number of dangerous mutated corpses originally confined within the isolation zone had escaped through the breach. I just received confirmation that both the valve control system and the containment gate were deliberately sabotaged. As he spoke, Sheen Xiaofeng turned to Dang Xin beside him. You were in charge of perimeter security. Did nothing unusual occur today? At this, Dang Xin instinctively glanced at Fang Hong, who still wore his mask. If there was an anomaly, the biggest anomaly was the 2 of them. But they had only arrived after the crisis erupted. The incident inside the lab should have nothing to do with them. Could it be Lu Kei? Dang Xin thought of her. Lu Kei came here once at dusk, leaving before nightfall. I found it a bit odd at the time, since it was getting dark so quickly. Are you truly members of the Dark Knights? Lucia produced a finely crafted insignia and held it out. This is the Dark Knight's emblem. Sheen Xiaofeng examined the badge closely for a moment before slamming his fist into the wall beside him. Damn it! She tricked us. Slowly retracting his fist, Sheen Xiaofeng turned to look at Fang Hong and the others. I've heard of your Dark Knight Corps. I need your help now. A game prompt simultaneously appeared in the lower right corner of Dang Xin and Fang Heng's retinas. Notice, player-triggered group mission infection zone crisis. Warning, this mission is nearly impossible to complete. Players should choose carefully. Mission description, you've discovered Meteorite Corporation's secret research facility in an abandoned complex. After investigation, you learn a crisis has erupted here. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission objective, assist Sheen Xiaofeng in saving the underground research facility from imminent destruction. Fang Hong glanced at the mission prompt and froze in surprise. He was actually being warned by the main god? Fang Hong had taken on many SSS-level missions before, but this was his first time receiving a warning about excessive difficulty. He had to give it a shot. Fang Hong glanced at Dang Xin beside him, then slowly lifted the mask covering his face. Since we're working together, a proper introduction is in order. I am Colonel Fang Hong of the Dark Knight Corps. This is Lieutenant Lucia. Colonel? Dang Xin was stunned. He never expected such a young face to be hidden beneath that mask. And to have risen to the rank of Colonel in the Dark Knights? After the initial shock, Deng Xin felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. An SSS rank mission. If she had a choice, she'd turn tail and run. Deng Xin knew her limits well. She had the capability to accept such a mission, but not the capability to complete it. It might even cost you your life. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Xiaofeng's eyes as he gripped his submachine gun once more. Colonel Fong Hong, this is urgent. We should discuss this on the move. Qin Xiaofeng spoke as he led the way out of the room. The moment he stepped outside the door, Qin Xiaofeng's expression abruptly changed. A cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Lickers! Over a dozen lickers lurked outside the room. They stared at Qin Xiaofeng with predatory eyes. Qin Xiaofeng instantly felt 1,000 pounds of pressure crushing down on him. The pressure reached its peak. He held his submachine gun steady, daring not to move an inch. The lickers are a special project our Dark Knight Corps is researching. They're very quiet. Fong Hong uttered, lightly snapping his fingers. The lickers received the command and slowly moved away from Qin Xiaofeng, climbing up the wall toward the ceiling. Hearing Fong Hong's explanation, Deng Xin seemed to grasp the meaning. No wonder Fong Hong possessed such formidable abilities to control the undead. So the Dark Knight Order was the force behind it all. It's the Dark Knight Order's latest research. I see. Follow me. Qin Xiaofeng nodded and led the group to the 4th underground level. Along the way, Qin Xiaofeng briefed Fong Hong and the others on the secret research facility. This was originally Meteorite Corporation's secret research zone, with Mr. Bregg as the supervisor. Our Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps accepted Meteorite Corporation's commission to handle daily security for the underground isolation zone, while also providing security to prevent external spies from infiltrating the research facility to steal intelligence. Qin Xiaofeng sighed heavily as he spoke. No one could have predicted that one day, the apocalyptic crisis would suddenly erupt. Fong Hong's curiosity grew. You mentioned a containment zone earlier? What exactly is that? Meteorite Corporation's quarantine zone project. As far as I know, it's essentially a massive underground quarantine lab built 100 meters below ground. Inside, they simulate the daily environment of the outside world and release high doses of novel viral pathogens. Initially, the quarantine zone was built to simulate apocalyptic conditions for viral experimentation. Qin Xiaofeng gave a self-deprecating chuckle. No one could have predicted that the apocalypse would erupt before the experiments were even fully underway. After the apocalypse hit, we decided to stay here to prevent the high-concentration viral air and highly mutated zombies from escaping the containment zone. We waited quietly for the rescue team to arrive. But as time passed, not only did the rescue team never arrive, but some of the quarantine zone's pipelines malfunctioned, causing highly toxic gases to leak out. The high-concentration toxic gas that leaked out contributed to the formation of the external infection zone. Later, we managed to repair the damaged pipes, but many researchers paid with their lives in the process. If the entire virus stockpile in the quarantine zone had leaked, humanity would have been utterly doomed. The air we breathed would have been saturated with high concentrations of viral particles, leaving no one capable of survival. Listening to Qin Xiaofeng's account, Fong Hong quickly recalled the details. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Group was a mercenary faction within the apocalyptic game setting. They were fairly powerful. However, judging from Qin Xiaofeng's description, Meteorite Corporation had chosen to protect this place precisely for the sake of humanity's survival. Chapter 213, The Lickers Debut. Not long ago, we discovered that the security doors and control systems leading to the quarantine zone had been completely destroyed. Beyond that, even the internal communication systems within the research facility had all fallen into paralysis. With the security doors destroyed, numerous mutated zombies have surged out of the quarantine zone. Our top priority now is to repair the security valves and contain all the zombies within. Qin Xiaofeng was extremely anxious as he strode toward the command center on the 4th underground level. Upon detecting the anomaly, the command center operators immediately activated the emergency leak protocol, releasing a special gas throughout the facility. This gas neutralizes the highly concentrated viral toxins leaking from the containment zone, but it's extremely costly to produce, so our reserves are limited. It can only last for a maximum of 12 hours. And then there's Liu Kei. The mere thought of Liu Kei filled Qin Xiaofeng's eyes with rage, his knuckles bulging with veins. She deceived us. She told us the Dark Knights wanted to cooperate with us, to guard this dangerous area together. She betrayed our trust. Today I saw Liu Kei trying to meet with Dan alone, then going down to the basement afterward. She did all of this. If I ever see her again, I'll tear her to pieces. Lucia's heart grew heavier. She cast a worried glance at Fong Hong beside her. They had to repair the damaged security door within 12 hours. Otherwise, if the highly concentrated virus escaped. Fong Hong instantly pieced together the entire situation. Liu Kei had killed Bregg and deliberately sabotaged the quarantine zone's control systems and safety valves. Clearly, she had played a part in bringing about the destruction of this world. But Fong Hong remained curious. Why did the anti-Federation organizations seek to destroy the world? Why did they want to completely destroy the 8th server? What benefit would they gain from it?
Lost in thought, Qin Xiaofeng had already led the group to the 4th underground level.
Gunfire echoed incessantly.
At the fork ahead, Fang Hong saw several mercenary group members clad in black combat gear desperately defending the passageway.
A dark, swarming mass of zombies poured out from the other end of the passageway.
The Crimson Blood mercenaries were struggling to hold their ground. Suppressing the horde with submachine gun fire, they slowly retreated toward the passageway entrance where Fang Hong and his companions stood.
Quick! Go help them!
Seeing his comrades in danger, Qin Xiaofeng shouted as he raised his submachine gun to provide support, sweeping fire at the dark mass of zombies at the passageway's end.
There were far too many zombies. Fang Heng's eyes narrowed.
He stepped forward and pressed down on Qin Xiaofeng's shoulder.
Back off. I'll handle this. Qin Xiaofeng froze.
Then, he heard the hissing sound. The lickers, which had been clinging to the ceiling, swiftly scrambled forward toward the dark mass of zombies.
Scavengers were born hunters.
They streaked past the Crimson Blood mercenary corps, plunging into the ordinary zombie horde to unleash a frenzied slaughter.
With Fang Heng's strength attribute boost, the lickers' attack output surged once more.
Their razor-sharp claws sliced through ordinary zombies with ease. Only first-stage mutated zombies could barely withstand 2 or 3 of their attacks.
Fang Heng's game log immediately began flooding the screen.
Notice, your scavenger clone has killed a regular zombie. You gain survival points 3 and evolution crystal fragment 1. Notice, your scavenger clone has killed a tier 1 mutated zombie.
You gain survival points 10.
Notice, your scavenger clone has killed a second stage mutated zombie. The members of the Crimson Blood mercenary group, who were holding off the zombie horde, were stunned. They watched as a swarm of scavengers charged forward, convinced their end had come.
But unexpectedly, the licker horde launched an attack on the zombie horde?
The Crimson Blood mercenaries now pressed themselves against the walls, frozen in place. They dared not even breathe, terrified the lickers might suddenly turn on them.
Deng Xin followed closely behind Lucia, her scalp tingling with unease.
This was nothing like killing that 3rd-tier butcher earlier. The sheer brutality of this direct slaughter was far more shocking to her. The lickers had gathered in such numbers that they achieved an overwhelming effect. They charged into the zombie horde, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Even ordinary 1st-tier zombies couldn't withstand the lickers' overwhelming firepower. The lickers swept back along the passageway, leaving a trail of blood and flesh in their wake.
Fang Hong glanced at the game prompt and smirked. Not bad at all.
Truly, the lickers were born for slaughter.
Even a tyrant couldn't achieve such efficient slaughter. The protection money paid to the Supreme Being certainly wasn't wasted. Quick! Fall back!
Qin Xiaofeng bellowed, directing the wounded members of the Crimson Blood mercenary corps to retreat to the safety passage. Only then did the Crimson Blood mercenaries realize these scavengers were being artificially controlled. They retreated cautiously.
Captain Qin. What's the situation over there? Squad leader He Chai gasped for breath. It's bad. We can't hold Sector A.
The squad suffered heavy casualties. We had no choice but to abandon Sector A and begin our retreat.
Hearing this grim news, Qin Xiaofeng clenched his fists. What should we do? The situation was deteriorating too quickly. Zone A is lost. Hordes of zombies have breached the underground lab. The tunnels are likely infested with the undead. If we don't seal off the entrances immediately, the command center will fall too.
If the command center's control console gets destroyed, or if the backup power on the 3rd underground level is sabotaged by the zombies, the entire quarantine zone will spiral out of control.
Then it'll truly be over. Fang Hong stood beside Qin Xiaofeng. Don't panic. It's not that bad yet. The lickers we control can buy you some time.
The Crimson Blood mercenary corps had never seen anyone capable of controlling a licker.
They all turned to look at Fang Hong. This is Fang Hong, and this is Lucia.
They're both friends from the Dark Knight Corps.
Thank you.
Notice, your rapport with the Crimson Blood mercenary group has slightly increased. Qin Xiaofeng addressed the Crimson Blood mercenaries. The captain is currently in Sector F. You are to proceed there immediately to provide support. Report the situation in Sector A to the captain. The other casualties, follow me.
Understood.
Qin Xiaofeng then addressed Fang Hong. Fang Hong, I'll leave this passageway to you.
Got it. Fang Hong left 4 scavengers to guard the passage entrance while summoning the remaining scavengers back to his side. Let's go.
We're heading to the main control room first. After navigating a winding path through the 4th underground level, Fang Hong followed Qin Xiaofeng into the command center. Numerous researchers and engineers were gathered around the control console. They were engaged in heated discussion and arguments. The situation was dire. The containment zone's security doors had been breached, and hordes of zombies were pouring through the corridors.
Qin Xiaofeng's arrival gave everyone a glimmer of hope. A researcher blurted out, Qin Xiaofeng, where's Mr. Breg?
Qin Xiaofeng shook his head.
He's dead. Murdered.
A deathly silence instantly fell over the entire command center.
Chapter 214, Reinforcements.
A bearded researcher pushed through the crowd to stand before Qin Xiaofeng.
Captain Sheen, the safety doors at exits A, B, D, E, F, H, and I have all sustained varying degrees of damage. The most critical issue now is exit F. Hordes of third-stage mutated zombie butchers are pouring out from there. Most passageways have been overrun by the zombie horde. We must devise a countermeasure immediately. Xin Xiaofeng clenched his jaw, saying nothing. Someone whispered, "There's no way. Those are third-stage mutated creatures. We can't hold them off. With our current capabilities, there's no way we can defend against such a massive horde. We should escape." Escape? Escape where? If the quarantine zone collapses and the virus escapes, it'll create an even larger infected zone, maybe even the entire world. The group was now leaderless. And Ai Tongming, the commander of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, was busy fighting zombies outside and couldn't return in time. The command center descended into chaos as voices clashed in a flurry of panic. Fong Hong lifted his head and looked at the command center's large screen. The screen displayed real-time locations and damage status of all access points to the underground research facility. There were 12 access points leading to the quarantine zone. 3 were severely damaged, 4 were critically compromised, and the remaining ones all displayed yellow warning statuses. Nearly all indicated critical danger. Deng Xian also saw the screen. Her heart sank instantly. She rapidly analyzed every possible plan to complete the mission. Yet she found none. This SSS-level mission was far beyond her capabilities. Forget her, no one could pull this off. Deng Xian whispered, "Fong Hong, there's no chance. Even with the Liquor's help, we can't hold off such a massive horde of zombies. Not to mention we only have 12 hours. Even without the zombie threat, just repairing the damaged security door would take more than 12 hours. We should evacuate quickly. Taking a few high-level NPCs with us means we can still complete part of the mission." Fong Hong listened quietly to Deng Xian's words. He didn't respond, only lifting his head to stare at the route map displayed on the large screen. Most of the creatures in F-channel were third-stage mutated entities? Another chance to farm monsters? The third-stage mutated creatures in S-City had been cleared out, but now he'd found them again. The quarantine zone. To others, it might be hell, but to Hong, this place could be paradise. The mission itself doesn't matter, what matters is how to get a steady stream of third-stage mutated zombies for grinding and leveling up. Fong Heng's mind raced. Clearly, the high concentration of viral gas within the quarantine zone meant he couldn't possibly grind monsters in peace. To grind effectively, he must protect the entire underground lab teetering on collapse. Deng Xian was right, this mission had 3 major challenges. The threat of massive zombie swarms. The time constraint imposed by the high concentration toxic gas. Repairing the damaged security doors. For ordinary players, each of these is a guaranteed death sentence. To completely turn the tide, there was only one way. After a moment's brief contemplation, Fong Hong had an idea. "Everyone, calm down and listen to me." Fong Hong tried to quiet the panicked crowd. But his voice was completely drowned out by the chaotic arguments echoing through the lab. Fong Hong felt a headache coming on. Great. The first step of the plan was already running into trouble. He felt utterly helpless in the face of this situation. Seeing this, Lucia raised her assault rifle, aimed at the ceiling, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The series of gunshots instantly silenced the researchers in the room. Terrified glances shot toward Lucia. Fong Hong stepped forward halfway, positioning himself beside Lucia, his gaze sweeping across everyone in the room. "Which one of you possesses high-level construction skills?" Xin Xiaofeng froze at the question, turning his head to look at Fong Hong. The others fell silent as well, casting questioning glances at both Fong Hong and Xin Xiaofeng. "Who is this guy?" Xin Xiaofeng explained to the group, "This is Colonel Fong Hong of the Dark Knight Corps." The researchers murmured among themselves once more. "Colonel? So young? Could he be fake? The Dark Knight sent reinforcements? It probably isn't fake. Colonel-level figures are indeed rare." Yet seeing Fong Hong so young, the others still harbored some skepticism toward him. "We're here to prevent the virus from escaping the quarantine zone too. Our goals align." Fong Heng's gaze swept over the group once more. "Who possesses architect skills? This is crucial." The group exchanged glances, and just as someone was about to answer, the main control room door suddenly slammed open from the outside. 2 members of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps burst in, carrying an injured comrade on their backs. "Make way." Researchers in the command center scrambled to clear an experimental table, laying the casualty down on it. Soon after, several more casualties were escorted into the command center. Suddenly, a researcher realized something and shouted, "Have you all lost your minds? Bringing them back after being attacked by zombies?" Everyone's expressions changed, and they all stepped back several paces. Xin Xiaofeng also turned to the team leader, demanding, "What's going on here?" It wasn't a zombie attack, it was a secondary collapse caused by an explosion. We encountered a secondary collapse while repairing the security door. Xing Qing's anger flared, and he couldn't hold back his rage. "Damn it! This incident wasn't an accident at all.
Someone used a highly concentrated bomb to destroy the safety door. But exposing wounds to air can also lead to infection with the zombie virus. It's fine. Not a big deal. Fong Hong walked over to the injured and assessed their conditions. He noticed their faces were deathly pale, sweat streaming down their cheeks. I've brought a special vaccine developed by the Dark Knight Order. Once injected, it will resist infection at least for the short term. Fong Hong pulled the anti-infection vaccine from his backpack, approached the wounded, and administered injections to each of them. Fong Hong, thank you so much. At that moment, the entire control room fell into an unusual silence. Notice, due to your medical assistance, the favorability ratings of the Research Institute staff and the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps have slightly increased. After completing the injections, Fong Hong surveyed the room once more. Their conditions are now stable. There's no risk of them becoming infected with the zombie virus. Phew! Hearing this, everyone let out a slight sigh of relief. But the danger isn't over yet. I'll do everything I can to get everyone out of here alive and resolve this crisis. Or you can stay here arguing amongst yourselves until 12 hours pass. Fong Heng's gaze swept across every researcher in the control room. No, it won't even take 12 hours. This place will soon be overrun by zombies and completely lost. Chapter 215, Temporary Command Authority. The entire command center fell silent once more. Fong Hong. Qin Xiaofeng approached Fong Hong. You have a way to help us, don't you? Fong Hong nodded, his tone brimming with confidence. Yes, but I need you all to follow my orders temporarily. The next moment, both Fong Hong and Deng Xian received similar game prompts. Notice, Research Institute personnel are evaluating your, Fong Hong, proposal, assessing player affinity, reputation, charisma, identity, mission evaluation, etc. Notice, evaluation complete. Research Institute personnel and the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps trust you, Fong Hong. Notice, you, Fong Hong, have been granted temporary command authority over the team. Deng Xian stared at Fong Hong in astonishment. What the hell just happened? How could Fong Hong possibly gain command over the entire team? This gameplay style completely defied Deng Xian's understanding of the game. Previously, NPCs always took the lead while players just tagged along. Who knew the game had this kind of gameplay? Got it. Seeing the game prompt, Fong Hong felt a small surge of excitement inside. Step 1 of the plan and the hardest one. Accomplished. Thank you for your trust. Fong Hong nodded to the group. Time is tight, so let's skip the small talk. Who here has studied architecture skills? The higher the level, the better. A pale, slender young man stepped forward from the crowd. I'm Yang Tian, a disciple of Mr. Bragg. I studied architecture under him for some time. Other secret lab staff members also stepped forward. I can too. I've studied architecture for a while and can assist. Seeing 4 or 5 people step forward consecutively from the crowd, Fong Hong breathed a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, there were NPC survivors who could construct teleportation portals. To avoid such troubles in the future, he decided to find time to learn the architecture skill himself. Great! Fong Hong turned to Qin Xiaofeng. I need you to lead the mercenary group and do everything possible to buy us time. Abandon repairs on the security doors of each quarantine zone. Abandon guarding the exits of each passageway. Conserve strength. Full retreat. When we move to block the zombie horde from reaching the shelter's power facilities and central control, split off a team to lure the zombies outside. Hold out for 1 hour. Just 1 hour. And I'll find reinforcements to relieve you. Got it. The situation was critical. Having chosen to trust Fong Hong, Qin Xiaofeng hesitated no longer. He nodded solemnly and began directing the remaining combat-ready squad of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group. Move. Follow me to Sector F. Fong Hong turned to Deng Xian. You stay with them. If anything happens, use the survival radio to contact me immediately. Deng Xian froze for a moment. Then, she saw the friend request Fong Hong had sent her through the survival radio. Got it. Understood. For some reason, Fong Hong gave Deng Xian an odd feeling. Everything seemed under his control, and he possessed the ability to turn the tables. I'll be right there. With that, Deng Xian hurriedly followed Qin Xiaofeng's team out of the control room. Yang Tian and the others followed behind Fong Hong. Colonel Fong Hong, what should we do next? Fong Heng's gaze swept rapidly across the main control room lobby. That should be enough. Fong Hong murmured to himself before swiftly pulling out a blueprint from his backpack. Take a look at this. This is construction blueprints? Yang Tian and the others froze for a moment before crowding around to study the blueprint Fong Hong had provided. Whoa, a space-ripping device? Yang Tian looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Fong Hong. He actually had something like this? The Spatial Rift device was their Meteorite Corporation's highest-level internal secret. Check if the construction materials are sufficient. What's still missing? One of the architects quickly reviewed the plans before looking up to respond. All materials are present, but construction supplies are temporarily stored in the underground level 3 warehouse. Retrieving them now would. One more thing. Yang Tian, who had previously handled the spatial rift device, turned to Fong Hung. Colonel Fong Hung, it's too late to build another spatial rift device now, isn't it? Locating the portal coordinates takes an incredibly long time. As he spoke, Yang Tian slowly fell silent, realizing something himself. Right. The primary space ripper in my shelter has been modified to complete portal positioning rapidly. Fong Hang's gaze swept across the assembled group once more. Any further questions? Yang Tian and the other 3 architects exchanged glances. They all shook their heads simultaneously. Alright, let's get moving. Yang Tian, come with me. The rest of you stay here on standby and clear out a construction area in advance. Lucia, you stay here and keep watch. Got it. Leave it to me. Fong hung down another bottle of coffee in one gulp before beginning to unpack materials from his backpack one by one. Despite having gone without sleep all night, he felt unusually energized. Everything was gradually falling into place. The number and strength of the mutated zombies within the quarantine zone were far too high. Relying on just 12 scavengers and the remnants of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps to hold this place was utterly unrealistic. Moreover, most of the engineers in the entire research facility had been killed or injured, making repairs progress far too slowly. Attempting to repair the damaged entrances and exits of each quarantine zone was tantamount to suicide. Escaping with everyone intact would be the best possible outcome. The only way to change this situation is to establish a teleportation channel. Once the portal is operational, the massive zombie hordes within the shelter will flood through it to reinforce the research base. Not just the zombies, but the Dark Knights too. Coincidentally, David is currently inside their shelter with 2 Dark Knight squadrons. Even more fortuitously, David had brought an engineering team with him. A godsend. With the engineering team and the Dark Knight squads, repairing the entrance and exit passages becomes feasible. First, use the clone zombie horde to control the situation. Then, leveraging his relationship with David, get the Dark Knight core engineering team to come assist in repairing the damaged safety valves. If the plan succeeded, not only would he complete the mission, but he could even find a way to leave a backdoor here. Slowly farming 3rd-tier mutated zombies. Unaware of Fong Hang's thoughts, Yang Tian hurriedly led Fong Hang and the remaining 8 scavengers toward the 3rd underground level. Colonel Fong Hung, it's right there. Upon reaching the 3rd floor storage room, Yang Fei opened the security door and stepped inside. Beginning to search through the materials, Fong Hong possessed the large backpack skill, and his constitution attribute granted additional carrying capacity. He had emptied his backpack at the command center earlier precisely for this material transport. While carrying the supplies, several messages flashed across Fong Hang's retinal display. Notice, your zombie clone, scavenger modified body, is exposed to high concentration viral particles. Health will continuously decrease. Decrease rate accelerates over time. Notice, prolonged exposure to high concentration virus particles carries a mutation risk. You may spend 5,000 survival points to accelerate mutation. Positive mutation success rate, 0.0001%. Failure results in zombie clone death, still revivable. Chapter 216, Establishing a Passage. Fong Hung furrowed his brow and flipped through the game logs again. The scavengers that had advanced along the passage earlier had now breached the quarantine zone. Exposed to the high-concentration toxic gas within the quarantine zone, the liquor began losing health. Fong Hung hadn't anticipated that the high concentration of virus within the quarantine zone would even affect the zombie clones. As for that 0.0001% chance of positive evolution, Fong Hung couldn't care less. This was trouble. Fong Hung shook his head. In any case, he must first find a way to complete the construction of the Space Ripper. He immediately remotely commanded the 4 scavengers to return along the passageway, leaving the quarantine zone and reblocking the entrance. After several trips back and forth with Yang Tian to the 3rd floor, Fong Hung quickly gathered all the materials needed to construct the small spatial ripper device. Lacking construction skills himself, Fong Hung could only watch as the NPCs handled the building work. Taking advantage of the NPC's maintenance break, Fong Hung temporarily logged off and immediately contacted Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei had only been asleep for an hour when Fong Hang's call roused him from slumber. What are you talking about, boss? Hearing Fong Hang's explanation over the phone, Mo Jiawei jolted awake, sitting bolt upright in bed. All traces of sleep vanished instantly. Got it. I'll log back in right away and contact Mr. David. Alright, I'll get ready. Got it. Hanging up the phone, Mo Jiawei inwardly exclaimed. Damn impressive. Wow. Late at night, the big shot really did go on a mission with Lucia. And it's a major one at that. Mo Jiawei didn't dwell on it. He hurriedly got up and logged in. Returning to the shelter, Mo Jiawei immediately headed to the basement to find David. As soon as he stepped into the basement, rushing in too hastily,
He collided head-on with Xiao Yaokong coming around the corner. Xiao Yaokong had just finished preparing the follow-up records for the liquor modification experiment and was heading back to his room to sleep. He stared coldly at Imo Jiaowei. What's got you so flustered?
The boss. He discovered the quarantine zone.
What did you say? The quarantine zone? Meteorite Corporation's quarantine zone project? A strange gleam instantly flared in Xiao Yaokong's bloodshot eyes. Let's go. Take me there.
Subject 1 confirmed dead 7 hours ago. Congratulations, the plan has taken another major step forward.
In a small hotel room, Old Black dialed a familiar number. Number 4 is also under our control.
Only number 2 poses a bit more trouble. I've received word that the Federation has found traces related to number 2 and is attempting to recruit them.
We need to make things a bit harder for them. Merely expanding the infection zone probably won't suffice.
Listening to the voice on the other end, Old Black chuckled darkly twice.
Fine. But that'll cost extra.
The number of zombies pouring out of the quarantine zone kept growing. Qin Xiaofang and his 2 combat squads were desperately holding their ground at the main entrance. Following the plan Fong Hong had laid out earlier,
the team had abandoned all access points to the quarantine zone,
instead focusing their defense on the main corridors leading to the generator room and command center,
sacrificing pawns to protect the king.
The other 2 combat squads were working to divert the massive zombie hordes away from the interior of the research facility. Though this significantly reduced the combat pressure, the zombie horde remained overwhelmingly large. The undead pouring out from the other end of the corridor seemed endless, and the team's ammunition was nearly depleted.
Qin Xiaofang gritted his teeth. He recalled what Fong Hong had told him earlier, hold out for at least an hour. 47 minutes had already passed.
The squad began gradually retreating. Qin Xiaofang had already made up his mind. Worst case scenario,
he'd blow up the entire passageway. That way, he could temporarily seal off the passageway entrance, but the negative consequences would be equally severe.
The zombie horde would still pour out through other passages.
The explosion might even damage some circuits, making subsequent repairs even more troublesome. At this point,
there was no other choice but to resort to this expedient measure.
Boom! Qin Xiaofang tossed the last grenade into the passage ahead, delaying the zombie horde's advance. Quick! Set the explosives. Just as Qin Xiaofang was giving the order to destroy the passageway entrance,
his expression suddenly changed. He heard the sound of chaotic footsteps approaching from behind the passageway.
Reinforcements were coming? Yet the next moment, Qin Xiaofang turned back to look, his face ashen. What arrived wasn't reinforcements, but a dense, endless horde of zombies stretching as far as the eye could see. Why were the zombies attacking from the other side? Had the rear already been breached? Let's fight them to the death.
A member of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps raised his gun, ready to fire, when Qin Xiaofang suddenly noticed something and grabbed his submachine gun.
Wait, look, what was that?
At the very front of the zombie horde, a figure clad in the combat uniform of the Dark Knight Corps led the way, weapon raised.
Captain Qin Xiaofang, this is Yuan Lisan,
member of the Dark Knight Corps elite squad.
Colonel Fong Hong sent me to provide backup.
As he spoke, the Dark Knight member strode forward, handing Qin Xiaofang a communicator.
ZZZZZ. After a burst of static, Fong Hang's voice came through the communicator. Xiaofang, are you safe? I'm okay. If you'd been a few minutes later, you wouldn't have seen me again. Hey, that won't do. With less than 7 hours left, you've got plenty of work to do. Get back to the command center immediately. No slacking off. On the other end, Fong Hong ended the call.
Within just over 10 minutes, a new message appeared in the game log. Notice, you have constructed a small-scale space ripper inside the secret research facility.
Notice, you persuaded David to agree to your plan.
Your rapport with David has increased.
Notice, you led the Dark Knights to support the secret lab.
Your rapport with lab members has increased. Your rapport with the Crimson Blood Mercenaries has increased. Notice, your zombie clone has slain a Tier 1 mutated zombie. You have earned 4 survival points.
Prompt, you successfully rescued Qin Xiaofang's Squad 3.
Your rapport with the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps has increased.
Notice, your shelter member Qiao Yaokong mentored a secret research institute researcher. Qiao Yaokong gained the researcher's admiration,
and your favorability with the institute's researchers increased. Notice, you have successfully rescued Team 8 of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Group.
Something strange seems to have slipped in. Qiao Yaokong? How did he end up here too?
Fong Hong was currently stationed at the entrance to Sector C alongside Red Blood Mercenary Corps leader Huolin, attempting to repair the damaged gate.
Oh well, if he's here, he's here.
He paused in slight confusion but didn't dwell on it, closing the game prompts to focus on the task at hand.
After completing the small teleportation portal, Fong Hong immediately divided the Dark Knight mercenaries into several teams.
Each team carried a communicator and a group of zombie clones, tasked with gathering the scattered Red Blood Mercenary Corps squads. He himself immediately led the Scavenger Squad and the Dark Knight Corps Elite Squad to support Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps Commander Huolin. David's engineering team followed behind the main force. Less than 7 hours remained before the gas neutralizing agent would be depleted. Next came the second phase of the plan. Repairs. They needed to repair all the damaged security doors within 7 hours. Time was extremely tight.